130 years ago, the Silent Night organization first revealed itself to people. The world was mired in war and drowned in the blood of countless victims. Life turned into a nightmare, and people lost hope. And one day the masters of Murim came together to found the Central Heavenly Alliance. The alliance decided to create a clan that would resist Silent Night. Its leader was Bak Chin-Hu, a famous person in the world of martial arts. When the Northern Heavenly Clan was formed, the Central Alliance promised to provide them with any support. The alliance collected a huge amount of elixirs and techniques for the clan and helped them gain strength to push back Silent Night. Time passed, and during the reign of Yu Kwang-ho, the Northern Heavenly Clan gained recognition and gathered thousands of new followers. The fateful battle between good and evil was approaching. The fourth leader, Jin Kwang-ho, a man known as the Great Wall of the North, became famous on the battlefield. The four Northern Heavens became the support of the entire clan. They were the ones who could change the course of the war with their own hands. Their weapons and skills were on a completely different level. Headlong, they always attacked enemies in the vanguard of the troops. The melee fighter was the first to rush into the battle. One swing of his fist left no chance for anyone who came within the range of his blow. His name is Zhou Chen-Wu, and his incredible melee skills earned him the nickname Demon Fist. Less muscular, but very agile and fast grandfather. He always appeared above his enemies unnoticed and delivered such crushing blows with his long spear that the stones under his enemies' feet turned to dust. This is Kuyun Musheng. His fighting style earned him the nickname Raging Hurricane. The next fighter from the Northern Heavens Four was an unusually fast and dexterous swordmaster who could sneak into the ranks of the enemy troops unnoticed and deal a sudden crushing blow. His name is Yang Chen-Hua, and his skills have made him known as the Phantom Cursed Blade. The last master did not let his enemies come close and destroyed everything in his path. Jae Hyuk Shim, known as the Master of the Long Killer Whip, nicknamed the Lord of Iron Blood. As expected of a true leader, he was always ahead and was not afraid of battle. Every swing of his blade was deadly. This was the first time the Silent Night Army had encountered something like this. Their numerical superiority did not bear fruit. Jin Kwang-ho's body was a weapon in itself. With just one kick to the ground, he caused massive destruction to the rocks on which their fateful battle took place. These four played a key role in ousting Silent Night from the northern lands. On the day when the fight between Silent Night and the Northern Heavenly Clan reached its climax, Silent Night disappeared. But then, before the eyes of 13-year-old Jin Muwan, a tragedy occurred that changed the course of history. His father, known as the Great Wall of the North, fell under pressure from his own clan. The leader faced those whom he raised, and with whom he went through more than one battle for the sake of peace throughout the alliance. Despite his terrifying strength, he will not destroy his own clan in a battle with the strongest. Leader Jin did not know what the Central Heavenly Alliance was doing. He had to face the powerful people who ruled the world of Murim. From the 9 heavens spoke the sage, Seo Manhwa, who is a genius who revived his family, and whose thirst for knowledge allowed him to become an advisor to the Heavenly Lord. He accused Kwang-ho of treason, but the completely honest and fair warrior never cooperated with his enemies and understood that he had become a victim of a conspiracy. According to the sage, even the 4 pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan opposed him. Having examined the rows of troops that came for his head, the man was convinced of this. Those warriors with whom he managed to change the course of history were already here. They turned away from their leader, with whom they fought shoulder to shoulder. Despite the common worldview and the path that they had traveled together, now the 4 pillars have completely turned away from the leader. None of these legendary fighters showed any emotion. They all avoided eye contact with their leader, whom they had betrayed. Jin Kwang-ho considered them his brothers. He did not understand why they betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan. Then he truly became the last warrior of his clan. Looking around, he realized that he still had something to protect. His ridiculous-looking son was still too young. Everyone was conspiring against the leader, so he knew that trying to get out of here would only be a delay of the needless. The Northern Heavenly Clan leader's incredible raging power began to spread throughout the entire palace, and he shouted that he understood what the Central Heavenly Alliance was planning. Addressing his enemies, he declared that he would submit to them. Although the man declared his submission, the 9 heavens sensed his terrifying strength and only confirmed that the Northern Heavenly Clan had become too strong and could become a hindrance to the alliance. Their actions were driven by fears that as long as such a strong and influential organization existed, they would never have complete control over the mainland. Admitting his defeat without a fight, the leader acted wisely and saved the lives of his charges by declaring that the Northern Heavenly Clan was disbanded and all followers must leave it and find a new home. It was the last order of leader Jin Kwang Ho that sadly spread throughout the clan palace. Renouncing everything he had achieved, he tried to save what he valued so much. Addressing his enemies, he mentioned to his son that he had lost his mother when he was a child and grew up in the barren lands of the north. His last request was to spare the life of his heir, who posed no threat to them. The sage understood that it would be nice to finally terminate the family, but he doubted that the crowd would allow him to do this. The last moments of a true warrior's life touched those present, and they showed respect for leader Kwang Ho. Master Seo Manhwa had no choice but to promise to keep his word, because if he did not, the leader of the rival clan would turn against them. Next, leader Jin Kwang Ho grabbed his sword with both hands and pointed the blade at himself. As a member of the Murim warrior clan, little Muon understood what was happening. He decided not to hurt his son with long goodbyes and simply apologized. The guy with tears in his eyes lost everything he had. The Northern Sky Clan was created to protect people from silent night, and they fulfilled their duty with honor for centuries. But in the end, the fourth leader of the clan was betrayed by his comrades. 3 years after those events, the son of a war hero lived a worse life. He was the victim of constant persecution by ill-wishers, and this time he was caught again. It seems he was already familiar with the ill-wishers standing in front of him. Peering into the eyes of those ruthless killers, he asked what they were trying to achieve. A man with a huge nose and a thick beard was surprised that the son of the former leader of the Northern Clan turned out to be a very strong fellow. Apparently, they weren't the first group to deal with him. This time Chung Pa-san came to the point. This fat man immediately declared that he was not as kind as those who came before him. He stated that they did not want to spend a few more years on interrogations, so they asked him to say directly where he hid the weapons and equipment, or they would kill him and return to their mainland. In response, the proud son of the hero Murim just began to laugh. The ridiculous villains felt uneasy when the hunted guy behaved like this. Addressing the boy, the fat man tried to explain to him the danger of the situation and continued to threaten him with slow and painful reprisals. After silence in response, Pa-san still gave a sign to his ward. The man with a bald head accepted his boss's order and sprang into action. With one incredibly fast blow, he wounded the guy's bound hand. Jin Muon screamed due to the sharp pain from losing his nail. At that moment, the guy unexpectedly pronounced the name of his offenders. As it turned out, this group belonged to the Murim Alliance. Everyone was at a loss when turning to the 9 heavens. Jin Muon even found out why they forgot about the promise made to his father. Despite this life, he continued to fight. Yet, the Central Heavenly Alliance was making a great mistake. The moment silent night completely erased its presence, the world began to believe in their disappearance. After the first line of defense against the enemies was disbanded, a certain number of free troops appeared. The Central Heavenly Alliance decided to send these mercenaries to look after the northern lands of Murim. It was a godforsaken place, a fortress of the abandoned Northern Sky Clan. In fact, the security was just an excuse. The real reason was to keep an eye on a certain person. They feared that he would begin to study the martial arts of the Northern Heavenly Clan and set out on the path of revenge. Just 3 years ago, the prosperous palace turned into ruins. Only one person did not leave him. We are talking specifically about the heir to the will of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jin Muon, at the age of 16, caused some fear in the 9 heavens. The former clan leader Jin Kwang Ho allowed the boy to read only ordinary books so that he would not learn martial arts. Everything related to martial arts was taken away by the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Northern Heavens 4, and after a thorough check they couldn't find anything else. Meanwhile, after several years of inactivity, the boy began to come to his senses. He declared that he needed to earn a living and began to learn blacksmithing. The leader of the third group of mercenaries found it difficult to believe that the heir of the great Northern Heavenly Clan wanted to make a living as a blacksmith. But he was even more worried that they had not found any hidden techniques inside the building. His deputy, Xiaomu Sung, seemed to be a less talkative person. He only observed the deep anguish of the boy they were ordered to monitor. Jun himself was not going to make contact with them, knowing that they were here on the orders of those responsible for the death of his father. Severe betrayal and unexpected destruction of life turned the boy into a man. As he returned home, he knew that this new group of guards would be a headache for him. Most often, he spent time in the House of 10,000 Spirits. As the name says, this place stored thousands of martial arts scrolls, but the Northern Heavens Four took everything from here. Each of these traders took for themselves scrolls of techniques from the martial arts that they themselves practiced. And almost all of the disciples of the Northern Heavenly Clan followed the Great Four of the Northern Heavens, and each of them took part in the destruction of the clan in order to take a leading position on the mainland. Jin Muwan was left alone, or more precisely, he was abandoned by those who followed the traders. Being alone with himself, he often had to remember the last moments of his father and his words. At that moment, Jin Muwan learned that he had become the new leader of the Northern Clan. He definitely didn't want this at such a young age, but due to the cruelty of the Nine Heavens, he was forced to grow up. He often woke up from such nightmares. In order not to arouse suspicion, he continued his usual boring life. Looking at it, one could say that time had stopped, and the devastation of the Northern Heavenly Clan reflected the state that Jin Muwan was in. He spent entire days in the forge, improving his own skills even without a mentor. Although he considered himself pathetic, he was not going to stop. He believed that he rose in order to build and strengthen his own will. He had no excuses. He believed that if he failed, then for him it would mean that his father tried in vain, and the life given to him was worthless. But his calmness haunted a new group of guards who wanted to get their hands on hidden knowledge and return home. That's how he ended up being interrogated by those vile masters. The leader of the detachment believed that in this way he could complete his mission and return home. At the same time, his deputy Seo Mu Sung believed that they had gone too far when they began to torture an innocent child. The guy had no choice but to ask what they forgot here. He tried to remind them of the promise to his father that the Sage of the Heavenly Alliance made. With a cold and piercing gaze, he stated that they hardly had permission to do this. When asked where the artifacts and martial arts scrolls were, the guy replied that the Central Heavenly Alliance had cleared everything out. Regarding his murder, Jin Muwan said that the Northern Heavens' Great Four disciples were only following the Alliance because they were forced to do so 3 years ago. He was sure that among them there were still people loyal to the Northern Heavenly Clan, and in this case, the killers will not be able to escape punishment for what they are going to do to the heir. Moreover, he mentioned that the previous security was the same, but in the end, they had to wait quietly for those 3 years. The proud Chung Pa-san considered this to be insolence and with a furious cry, grabbed his blade. But the deputy stopped him from drawing his weapon and stopped the hot-tempered man. The smarter and more reasonable Seo Mu-sun said that for their good, it would be better to let the young man go, because there may be a particle of truth in his words. In addition, the argument was that they had already searched this place several times and could not find any hint of the existence of martial arts scrolls and artifacts. When leaving, the angry and dissatisfied Captain Chung ordered his charges to let the pathetic guy go. The will of the new leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan was unshakable. Addressing the uninvited guests, he stated that they had come to him without an invitation, so they should behave accordingly, after which he said that if they behaved calmly, he would forget what happened. In response, the man warned the guy that as soon as he noticed something suspicious, the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Great Four Warriors would give him permission to kill him. As a result, the deputy released Jin Muwan. Addressing his charges, the leader asked to closely monitor the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Although the guy was exhausted, even despite the trembling in his body, he stayed on his feet. Among everyone present, only the deputy group leader showed a little sympathy. He approached the guy after the torture and handed him a handkerchief to stop the bleeding, after which he asked him to forgive them for what happened. Jin Muwan didn't expect anyone to actually care about him. When Seo gave the handkerchief, he silently left to fetch his comrades. Watching the fighter leave the alliance, the guy could barely stand on his feet. Stopping the bleeding, the guy thought about what he had recently said. The clan heir fell to his knees with the thought that his words about people loyal to the clan were just nonsense. It seemed to him that no one cared about his father's destroyed clan, because otherwise, someone would have come and pulled him out of this hell. Despite the situation, he continued to fight, because he was sure that his enemies would only be happy when they learned of his death. Upon returning home, the guy decided to again climb to the roof of the building which previously stored the knowledge and artifacts of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Although everything from the Northern Heavenly Clan was indeed taken away, he believed that the heart of the clan would not stop, because the greatest secret of the clan, which even the 4 great pillars did not know, was still not revealed. It was about the last greatest martial arts scroll, and as it turned out, this scroll was the clan itself, or rather, its palace. When the sun sets in the east, the ruined walls begin to cast shadows on the ground, and the mysterious drawings on the walls turn into writing on the ground. The 10,000 spirit wall was built by the first sect leader and contained all of his knowledge. 4 generations later, Jin Kwang Ho acquired this secret. For this reason, during his childhood, instead of training his son in martial arts, his father taught him the language of the kingdom of the lower moon, in which the greatest scroll was written. For everyone, these were just old engravings on the walls, because everything was planned in such a way that only Muwan could read them. For this reason, it might seem to uninvited guests that he was simply wasting his time standing on the roof of the building. Jin himself hoped that the guards would continue to think so. All the teachings of the previous leaders of the clan were on these walls, and the guy had a long way to go before he mastered the last scroll of martial arts. Being under the supervision of the Central Heavenly Alliance, he could not attract too much attention to himself, so he kept everything a secret and patiently waited for the chance. At one point, while on the roof, the guy noticed how a carriage began to approach their palace. It was Mr. Huang he had been waiting for so long. An old man named Huang Chul is a former member of the Northern Heavenly Clan. After leaving the clan, he began working as a traveling merchant and did everything he could to help Jin Muwan. His gaze was filled with love, and he addressed the guy with a difficult fate as a young master. Huang Chul himself was an orphan with no talent for martial arts. While the other clans refused him, the Northern Heavenly Clan accepted him. Sect leader Jin Kwang Ho did everything to teach him the basics so that he could at least defend himself. Huang Chul never forgot this kindness, so when everyone left the clan, he was the only one who continued to do everything to help the heir of his savior. He visited the young master every time he had the opportunity. Jin Muwan greeted the person most dear to him with a sincere smile. He thanked the man for coming all the way to see him. During the conversation, the concerned man saw that the guy's hand was wounded and assumed that the new guards had done it. After this remark, the young master hid his hands behind his back and began to awkwardly make excuses, as if it were not them, and he accidentally injured his finger himself, which is not worth worrying about. To change the subject and not make the man worry, he drew attention to the contents of the cart and said that Mr. Huang should not bother himself and bring so many things for him. Although Muwan wanted Mr. Huang to start living for himself, the man replied that he continues to try, because his heart hurts because the young master of the clan who saved his life should not suffer like that. The old man's care was the most pleasant moment of the guy's life. Huang not only brought him food and medicine, but also a very expensive thick winter blanket. At one point, the guy noticed some kind of stone and asked what it was. The man replied that he received it while he was in Unnam. According to him, this stone fell from the sky and the whole tribe worshipped it as a deity. With a restless look and sadness, he said that that tribe had been exterminated and therefore the stone no longer belonged to anyone. Hearing this, the guy was simply shocked that there was someone in Murim who could commit such an atrocity. According to the old man, their habitat looked like they were fighting the Broken Fist clan. Powerless at that moment, Master Muwan could only store up his anger at those who were destroying Murim from within, starting with his father's clan. As it turned out, having destroyed the tribe, the clan of the Broken Fist decided to settle in Unnam. After the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan, each of the Great Four founded their own clan within Murim. Yongchen Hua, known as the Cursed Ghost Blade, gathered an elite group of sword key users and settled in the west. They became known as the Protectors of the Western Skies. Kuyun Mu Sheng, known as the Raging Hurricane, gathered a group of people calling themselves the Fluttering Skies, but they did not act. The Lord of the Iron Blood, Jae Haek Shim, having received the greatest combat power, built the Iron Castle in the north, and the Demon Fist Zhou Chen Wu, who was known for his cruel and vicious nature, created that very bloodthirsty group called the Broken Fists. Looking at the guy, Juan realized that he had become self-absorbed because of what was happening in the world without his father. To cheer up the young master a little, the man cheerfully said that since Miwan had taken up blacksmithing, he decided to bring some iron for him. With a smile on his face, the guy thanked the man and promised that he would use him wisely. It was already snowing outside and starting to get cold, so the guy invited his truly dear guest to come inside. At the same moment, the deputy captain was watching them. He did not notice anything unusual about the guest of the owner of this palace, but was pleasantly impressed by his loyalty to the Northern Heavenly Clan. Moreover, he really felt sorry for Jin Muwan, seeing him walking around aimlessly, wasting time in the forge, climbing to the top of the tower and looking at the sky. The man did not feel his ki energy and could not be afraid. Seo-Musan was sure that the guy had nothing left but to exist, because it was his duty to his father. Remembering their recent pastime, the man believed that the guy's words were a bluff, but if he clarified his story, it would seem more plausible. What also saddened him was that he makes quite wise decisions for his age, and if he had learned his father's martial arts, he would have become a strong leader. His calm was interrupted by the appearance of a messenger hawk from the capital. After reading the letter, the captain was furious, because they had sent some respected guests to a place that was hardly full of attractions. When Chung cooled down a little, he ordered his soldiers to begin restoring one of the royal buildings to receive people. The deputy uneasily accepted the order and began to assign the soldiers to different tasks. All the things that Master Huang brought were brought into the small room of the young leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The guy, as usual, treated the old man to excellent tea and asked what the situation was in the world. The man replied that all the talk at this moment was about a martial artist named Dam So-jong. He became famous in Mirim and declared that he would fight and defeat 100 martial artists. Such a bright personality interested the guy, and he wanted to find out more about what other rumors were circulating. Dam So-jong is the third son of the invincible master Dam Chuk-shim, one of the 9 heavens. At first, people made fun of him and didn't take him seriously. He had only turned 18, but every time he challenged someone, he left chaos and destruction in his wake. Now he has about 93 victories in a row, and he inspires only fear and respect among the residents of Murim. According to Huang, at this rate, that young man will become a legend in the Murim world. He also shared rumors that he is heading north, and many clans are on edge due to this news. Jin said that he thought that young warrior was amazing. After a pleasant tea, Jun Muwan tried to convince his dear guest to stay for a rest, but he could not afford it. As he left, he told the young master that he would return after the winter. He did so much for the guy that he continued to thank him for the honor of seeing him at least once. Master Huang moved on while his master continued to look after him longingly. Walking through his palace during a snowfall, the guy noticed one of the masters of the guard group approaching him. It was the deputy captain, and he addressed the guy with respect, calling him Mr. Jean. He said that an important guest from the Central Heavenly Alliance was going to visit them in the spring, and for this, they would like to restore and use the Wachian Palace. The guy calmly replied that they could do what they wanted since the building had been empty for a long time anyway. Jin Muwan did not want to continue this useless conversation and said goodbye. While walking around the palace, he noticed that someone was going inside their library. The guy decided to check what was inside when he suddenly noticed strange traces. At one point, someone suddenly attacked him from behind and put a knife to his neck. A female voice unknown to him asked who he was. The guy calmly replied that he should ask this question. Bringing the knife closer, the girl convincingly asked for an answer, saying that she asked first. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the guy said that he was the owner of this place. The girl was surprised and asked if the guy claimed that he was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. But after the guy answered, silence began. She was interrupted by the sound of a knife falling onto the stone floor. After that, the guy heard a body fall to the ground and immediately looked around. It turned out that a seriously wounded girl had sneaked into his library and had just lost consciousness. Her appearance was extremely unexpected. The guy probably hadn't seen a woman for 3 years. He immediately began to panic, fearing that she was a criminal and why she was in such a bad state. First, he decided to find out if she was alive. Leaning over, he heard her faint breathing and chest movements. Having a kind heart, he could not pass by, so he took the girl in his arms and carried her home. When he laid her on the bed, he noticed a huge wound under the left collarbone. Taking a closer look at the wound, he realized how serious it was. By studying some basic knowledge of martial arts, he could easily learn what a deadly poison looked like, which was aimed directly at internal energy. It was worth treating this only with a protective antidote. He had one at his disposal. In fact, there was only one poison in his first aid kit that could help with such a severe wound. Huang brought this antidote along with other medicines. He probably sacrificed a lot to protect the young master from a poisonous wound. The guy didn't even know who this woman was. But looking at her condition, he thought that if he could save someone, he should do it without any doubt. Nevertheless, he donated his only antidote for the benefit of a stranger who, upon meeting, desperately attacked him with a knife. With his hands trembling, he took the needles for acupuncture. Remembering what he was taught in medicine lessons, the guy carried out the treatment. The caps were placed correctly, as they were able to stop the bleeding. After such hard and precise work, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that this stranger was in a serious battle. Looking at her, he couldn't even imagine who she was or where she came from. As a result, he met more and more unexpected guests. A few days later, the first results of the treatment made themselves felt. When the girl woke up, she was alert and could not understand where she was. When the girl got up, she realized that she suddenly found herself on someone's soft bed under a blanket. Due to the sudden movement, she felt a sharp pain. Her wounded shoulder was making itself known. Looking around, she asked herself out loud what had happened. She began to worry that someone had saved her in such a hopeless situation and even cured her. There were old, bloody bandages on the table, which indicated that the stranger even took care of the constant dressing of her wounds. Afterwards, she saw a guy who looked into her room and asked her to wait a little until he finished preparing the porridge. The strange concern and friendly tone from the stranger seemed surprising to her, and she didn't even feel any danger. The last thing she remembered was sneaking inside the Northern Sky Clan's forgotten library building. While she was wandering around with the wound inside, someone suddenly came inside. Even though her strength was leaving her body, she couldn't let a stranger know where she was. It seemed to her that it was one of the killers that was pursuing her. Hearing that this was the heir of the clan, she did not have time to answer the counter question and lost consciousness. Still, she wondered why he decided to help the seriously wounded stranger who attacked him with a knife. When the guy returned, he simply shocked the girl with the words that she had been sleeping for 3 whole days. She felt some kind of trick and, holding her wounded shoulder, boldly asked why someone like him cured her. The question was not bad, because he himself looked like someone who would benefit from some treatment, at least to remove the worms. In response, the guy said that at first, he did not know whether she had been sent to kill him or whether she was a passerby on the verge of death. Still, he admitted that he couldn't just stand and watch someone die right before his eyes, so he couldn't leave her in the library. Looking away, he uncertainly clarified that at least he would not want anyone else to die in his house. The girl was shocked by his sincere words. The guy seemed simple and open to her, and therefore she did not think that he did it out of evil intentions. In addition, she noticed that she did not feel the chi energy from him. The strange heir of the Northern clan really looked like a person who really helped out of his kindness. The awkward pause lasted a little longer, and the guy got tired of picking his nose, mysteriously waiting for at least some word from the strange stranger. Still, he had something to do, so he turned around and carefully asked her to finally eat on her own, because for the last 3 days he had to feed her with his own hands. In response, she unexpectedly boldly, albeit hesitantly, said that in this case, she would stay as a guest until she fully recovered. The guy was surprised that she made decisions herself, without even asking the lord of this palace. While putting on his kimono before going outside, he asked what the stranger's name was. The girl got a little angry and emotionally asked why he needed to know her name. In response, the guy did not tolerate such insolence, and nervously said that he not only cured her, but also allowed her to eat and sleep at his place for free, while she decided to stay for a long time, without even asking his permission. Still, the girl realized her situation, and hesitantly answered that her name was Sol. Having finally heard the name of the mysterious stranger, the guy decided not to interrogate her story about how she got into his palace in such a state, and simply clarified that here she could find some clothes, while there was some food in the pantry, which will last her for several months. Leaving the house, he said that he would be in the building opposite, and if she needed anything, she could come to him at any time. When the guy left, the girl again felt severe pain. She thought that first she needed to restore her internal energy, and then slowly remove the poison from her body. Seol thought Jin Mu Wan was a bit of a strange guy, because he hardly knew who she really was. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan himself went to the roof of the library. He couldn't stop thinking about that unusual girl with serious injuries. He understood that he would risk it for her, even without knowing who she was or where she came from. Yet he himself allowed her to stay, and because of this, it seemed to him that this was connected with his loneliness. Remembering the girl's name, he thought that it sounded pleasant and beautiful. The group of fighters from the Heavenly Alliance still did not know what was happening. The guys were very busy preparing one of the buildings for the visit of important guests. Seo Musun also participated in this process. The deputy captain not only worked, but also gave instructions. While everyone was busy with work, their captain got drunk on sake, ate too much chicken and fell asleep on his huge bed in a strange palace, whose owner was not happy to see him as a guest. 3 whole days passed like this, but the girl never left her house. He was already starting to worry whether she was okay and whether he should visit her himself. During these few days, the girl was able to restore only half of her internal energy. Under normal circumstances, she should have fully restored her internal energy before attempting to remove the poison from her body, but time was running out. This was one of the most dangerous poisons for Qi. It was called the all-consuming flame of darkness. She didn't know what antidote Jin Muon used, but he was able to give her some time. Since the medicinal properties began to dry up, the effect of the antidote has almost disappeared. It was more difficult to fight the poison, and because of the danger of dying, she had to use all her internal energy, which she managed to restore in order to remove the poison from the body. The girl concentrated on the energy of her head and stomach, after which she began to expand the second source in order to use it to cleanse the poisonous wound. Despite the terrible pain, she tried to focus on her goal. But at one point, the poison began to spread rapidly and suppressed her small amount of Qi and even spread to her left eye and part of her brain. The unexpected pain made the girl suffer, and she began to lose control. It seemed to her that this was the end. In her last moments, she regretted that she had not even thanked the good guy for allowing her to stay in his abandoned palace and providing such pleasant care. At the same moment, a stranger appeared in her room. It was some kind of secret warrior, dressed in black robes and a closed bandage on his face. He immediately grabbed the girl and lifted her body. After that, he began to pierce the girl's body with his fingers in different places around her wound, where the dangerous poison was concentrated. Having made several channels to her chakra, the stranger began to release his own Qi energy and share it with the girl. While addressing the girl, he called her young mistress and asked her to focus on harnessing her inner energy. The treatment was almost complete, and his reserves of internal energy were sufficient to finish what he started. After that, he asked the girl to direct the Qi into her fingers. The veins in her arms looked full, which meant she was still conscious and able to manipulate her body. After a few seconds, some dark liquid began to seep from her fingers. When the liquid fell on the sheet, it began to burn it. The girl was barely able to open her eyes, and her savior said that he barely managed to help her remove the poison. When the man lowered his mask, the girl was simply shocked to learn that her faithful ward was able to survive in that hopeless situation. It was Sa Ren. He apologized sincerely for coming to her aid so late. Raising his mistress, he swore that he lived to serve the master and the young mistress. The girl reassured the faithful servant, saying that without his help, she would never have been able to get rid of the poison. She asked not to worry about their protection, since they were ambushed and few could do anything in such a situation. As it turned out, he was also wounded and in hiding, so he was only able to resume the search recently. The lady believed that he should have gone to look for the master first, but the servant replied that he was not someone to worry about. He believed that his main task at this moment was to help the young miss fully recover. Sa Ren believed that using the Northern Heavenly Clan as a refuge was a wise decision for the girl. They thought it would be difficult for their enemies to believe that they were hiding in such a place. Addressing the wounded lady, he invited her to stay in this place for a while in order to restore her internal energy. At the same time, he was going to find the master. He promised that after completing his task, he would return to her with orders from the master. Meanwhile, at first glance, a carefree, lonely young man was simply going about his blacksmith business. But as it turned out, he continued to study energy sources. This time he was studying the source of all things, and how when it covers everything, the shadow can be accessed. While repeating the words from the greatest scroll, he decided to make sure he was alone. There was no surveillance, and in parallel with his work, the guy began to practice martial arts skills. Concentrating his internal energy, the guy created a kind of shadow. According to the master, the inner shadow should be the same as it exists around him. The shadow literally swallowed up everything around him, and the guy was able to use the perception of its entire area. Practicing strength, he once again made sure that there was no one around him. This first technique from the scripture of 10,000 shadows is called inner shadow. The sect's first leader, Park Jin-hoo, was a vagabond. He became a genius swordsman who was able to create this martial arts technique after many years of wandering. The essence of this skill was shrouded in mystery and darkness. Just by looking at Jin Muan, it would be difficult for most martial artists to tell whether he had internal energy or whether he knew how to control his own ki. Even after 4 generations, the 10,000 Shadows technique had not reached the highest point of its potential and remained as an unfinished martial art. The guy didn't plan to learn this art, but he had little choice at his disposal, so after another repetition, he concentrated to use this mysterious power. With a quick slash, he used a certain amount of chi to test his progress. Inside the building, he only hit a certain radius, slightly larger than a physical blow. The guy was hungry, so he decided to return home. He didn't even realize that one swing of his blade could clear all the snow in a huge radius that was located behind the forge of their abandoned clan. At the same time, the girl came to her senses and found the strength to go outside. Looking around, she was saddened by the state of the Northern Heavenly clan. The guy was surprised when he saw her on the street, after which he noticed that she looked much better that day. He admitted that he was thinking about going to visit her since she hadn't come out for the past few days, and he was even starting to worry if something had happened to her while he was away. Returning to his house, he invited her to join and eat something hot. The girl could not believe his simplicity and calmness, but still could not refuse such generosity on his part. When she went inside, she stopped at the entrance, and the guy realized that she wanted to say something. A little hesitantly, Yoon Ha-seol thanked the guy for what he did. The guy was surprised by her manners and words that thanks to him she managed to survive. Still, he was not one of those who felt like some kind of hero, so he offered to start eating. But like a real warrior, the girl restrained herself and through force said that she was fine. The guy was not very persistent, but because of her upbringing, the girl still sat down at the same table with him. While eating his rice, Jin Muan asked his guest not to hold back as the food was not poisoned. But she was more worried about why he didn't ask her anything and calmly accepted the strange situation that had happened. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what exactly he should know. In response, Ha-seol was surprised that he didn't even know who he saved and sheltered. As it turned out, the heir to the Northern Heavenly clan simply had no intention of prying into other people's affairs. He thought it would be better this way. Mr. Jin felt that if he found out who she was, then he would no longer be able to enjoy the carefree time spent in her company. Hearing this answer, the girl was confused and uncertainly asked whether he was extremely stupid. As expected, Jin was furious at her bad manners and nervously asked her to finish the question and eat, since he was already annoyed by listening to her growling stomach. In the evening, the guy, as usual, climbed onto the roof of the library. There was another secret inside the 10,000 Shadows wall, and it was time to start studying the Blade of Inner Darkness. It was a mysterious sword technique designed for killing. The clan heir had already learned the basics of fencing in order to learn this sword technique properly. As before, the guy worked carefree, and without feeling the presence of unwanted guests, he trained his fencing skills. At the same time, Yoon Ha-seol also did not waste time and renewed her reserves of internal energy. One day, Jin was working at the forge as usual and gaped. He didn't even notice how the girl appeared on her haunches in front of him. Her appearance greatly frightened the guy, and she said that she was not entirely sure whether the guy was concentrating well at work or whether his senses were dulled. According to her, she sat here for quite a long time and just waited for him to call her to eat. The guy was furious, because 3 whole months had passed since their meeting, and all this time she continued to behave so shamelessly and did not even think about returning home. But the girl did not pay attention to his dissatisfaction and once again asked him to prepare something to eat. The heir of the Northern Heavenly clan did not understand why he was doing this, but still offered to go and do some cooking. Watching the young master of this palace, Ha-seol considered his lifestyle a mystery. It seemed strange to her that the clumsy heir of the Northern Heavenly clan who had just fallen before her eyes not only did not know martial arts, but did not even have the basics to study them. After the fall, the guy did not lose his head and confidently stood up, heading towards the exit from the forge, in which he spent all his time, making the girl sad for his fate. When he began to shout dissatisfiedly about the girl's slowness, she sped up a little. While the guys were carefree eating the food that Mr. Huang had brought them, guests were already rushing towards them. As expected, representatives from the Central Heavenly Alliance arrived in the spring. These were the children of the four dead heavens, heirs to the crimson power of the demonic king Shum-Mu-Wa, daughter Shim-Su-Ah, and son Shim-Wan-Li, and also the granddaughter of the So-Moon family named Hyeryong. Accompanied by mighty warriors, they arrived at the central entrance of the forgotten palace of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The general of the four dead heavens named Mok-Yun-Pen was not very happy that they were still not met by the wards of the Alliance. But a moment later, a trio of absurd warriors appeared and greeted the gentleman. First of all, Chang Bei Sang introduced himself as the captain of the third mercenary group of the Central Alliance. In response, the general only asked if their quarters had been prepared. The deputy captain answered. He said that he personally prepared them for the gentleman because they must want to rest after a long and tiring journey. But at one moment he crossed the gaze of someone whom he would not want to see in such a situation. A strange man in a red cape looked in surprise towards the deputy. He recognized him and asked if he was Xiaomu Sang. The warrior was clearly unhappy that he had been discovered. Recognizing his old friend, Epiol began to talk about how they had not seen each other for a long time, and that he could not believe that they had met in such circumstances. The mercenaries took the dear guests inside, where they saw what the palace looks like now. The eldest among the honorary children, Heron, said that she even felt a little sorry for the Northern Heavenly Clan, because now it was in ruins. The defiant eldest son, Shim-Wan-Li, coldly replied that this is how their world works, and if you lose your strength, you die. He gave an example of a hunting dog, saying that after a hunt, no one needs it anymore. The girl's brother was rude as always, and she asked him to behave more decently, although it was hard to say that she was a moral person. Meanwhile, Ha Seol and Mu Wan were walking inside, not even expecting to see strangers there. The girl was impudent as usual and wondered why the guy had no other food other than meat. But when the guy turned the corner, he saw that a whole crowd of uninvited guests was coming towards them. The girl followed him and continued to make faces like a child. The mercenaries hardly expected that they would meet the heir to the palace along the way. Seeing unfamiliar faces, representatives of the highest families of the Alliance stopped in bewilderment. There was exactly the same pause on the part of the heir and his unexpected guest. The most restless at this unplanned moment were the captain and his deputy. The children of the respected families of the Alliance were surprised by the strangers, and the eldest among them suggested that this was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Mr. Jin. Shim-Wan-Li watched the guys with great interest. While Mr. Jin calmly looked towards the uninvited guests, the girl was a little worried. There were a lot of people here that she didn't know, and she couldn't even feel any of them, which is why she came to the conclusion that she was too soft and her senses were dulled. Like a true warrior, the girl decided to concentrate so as not to weaken her defense while in danger. The daring guy was the first to start the dialogue. He assumed that this was the heir of the Northern Clan, after which he introduced himself. He also introduced his ridiculous younger sister, as well as Lady Hyeryong, the granddaughter of the So-Moon family, who stood to his left. In response, the guy began to take a short pause. He nevertheless decided not to create problems for himself and introduced himself in response. He introduced the silent girl on the left as his cousin who was temporarily staying with him. The mercenaries were shocked, and the captain asked what his team was doing if they could not see this suspicious girl, who is the cousin of their target. The deputy apologized and promised that he would find out who she was as soon as possible. With a sly and mean smile, the son of a great family asked how the guy knew who they were. The calm gentleman of this palace replied that he had heard about them, because their names were known throughout Murim. Calling the north a forgotten wilderness, the impudent guy was surprised that their names were also known here. After that, he suggested skipping the formalities and postponing their conversation. At the same time, Lady Hyeryong whispered to Mr. Shim to be more polite. The excited fat captain began to sweat nervously because the kid had greeted someone home without their permission. He felt he needed to be taught another lesson. Continuing to bow before the guests, the captain invited the gentlemen to go to their rooms. Looking at the ridiculous guy, the girl thought that he was not as stupid as he seemed at first glance, because he knew how to behave correctly and was able to lie without blinking an eye. Continuing his walk, he wondered why the stranger acted like an owner, while Mr. Jin is the rightful owner of these places. In the evening, General Mok came to meet Mr. Shim. The young warrior said that he had come to this place to enjoy the former glory of the Northern Heavenly Clan. But looking at the palace, he called this place wretched. The daring heir of the Shin family also said that the peace on the mainland is just an illusion created by the old people from the Central Heavenly Alliance. In his opinion, those old people are doing everything so that their system is not destroyed. He also believed that if the influential people of the Heavenly Alliance could, they would live forever to continue to use the corrupt system for their own purposes. In response, General Mok Yun-pung emphasized that he considered it his duty to do everything possible to help the future masters of the four deadly heavens, which are the children of the Shim family and Mrs. Hyeryong. The cunning guy replied that he would have to wait several decades before he inherited this organization. But as it turned out, he didn't plan to wait that long, and believed that this place would be his start to something impressive. With a sly and evil smile, he said that he had some unsettling things left to deal with. Meanwhile, the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir continued to work hard. During this calm process, he again lost his vigilance and did not notice how Mr. Shin crept up from behind. The cheeky guy said with a laugh that he never thought that the sound of a hammer could be so pleasant. As it turned out, he had been controlling this area all this time and was sure that he would not be able to miss the presence of strangers. After looking around, Wan Li said that for someone who has no internal energy, the heir of the Northern Clan can handle the heat in the forge quite well. He called this place too boring because it felt like time had stopped. Taking the blade in his hands, he asked if he could evaluate its products, and asked how the heir of a great clan could even live in such a place. The guy, tired from work, did not answer and continued to observe the impudence of the uninvited guest. Inspecting one of the swords made by the hands of a young blacksmith, Mr. Shin noticed that this blade was very good and could be sold for a lot of money. But after a moment, he caused bewilderment in the guy when he pointed the blade at his neck. The daring provocateur doubted that the heir of the Northern Wall had not studied martial arts. He asked not to make him laugh, and said that if he had really given up, he would have died long ago. In the past 3 years, Mr. Jin has never been so worried, because Mr. Shin was testing him, and if they fight, things will only get worse. Don't even mention the consequences of fighting the son of one of the 9 heavens from the Central Heavenly Alliance. He could not allow his power to be revealed, because in this case, everything he suffered would become meaningless. For the first time, the situation seemed simply hopeless. With a cold and piercing gaze, the impudent son of a rich family said that if the guy wants to live, then he needs to show what he is worth. After these words, the crazy bastard pointed his sword at the guy and lunged forward. At that moment, the young master of the palace sensed his bloodlust and realized that this was not a joke at all. Unfortunately for him, there was no other choice. Concentrating his power, the guy began to release his ki in order to defend himself. But at the last moment, when the enemy already felt the presence of a certain force that emanated from Mu Wan, the young master of this palace changed his mind. Even though it happened in a split second, he managed to think about the situation. The guy realized that he shouldn't fight him just yet. At the last moment, he thought that if he could not detect him earlier, then he was a martial artist, and there was even a chance that he would simply be killed for using martial arts and for using them incorrectly. When it came to choosing, he leaned towards the option that would increase his chances of survival, and instead of his neck, he exposed his shoulder to the blow. Just for a moment before the impact, Mr. Shin felt some strange kai. Before the impudent son of a great family got into trouble, several more guests of the palace came to him. Mrs. Hiran and some woman came to the scene to prevent the master from causing trouble. Jinmu One himself was quite seriously injured and could not stand on his feet. Mrs. Hiran and her faithful servant stopped Wan Li and tried to help the wounded poor fellow. The guy started screaming defiantly. He did admit that it hurt, but was glad that the blow was not critical. Meanwhile, Shin Wan Li was lost in thought that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was unable to dodge a very simple attack, which to him meant that the rumors were true and this guy really did not know martial arts. But at the same time, he could not understand what kind of strange ki he felt in the moment before he struck. He assumed that his own feelings had failed him, since he had been on edge since the moment he arrived at the palace. Horrified by the state of the heir to this palace, Mrs. Hiran excitedly asked what the son of one of the pillars of the alliance was doing. Looking closely at the wounded Mu Wan, the heir of a large family thought that he should rest, and after that, continue to slowly and closely watch the strange young man. In response to the lady's question, He defiantly let go of the sword and made an excuse that he thought that this guy would be able to dodge something so easy. After that, he turned around and headed for the exit, calling the guy pathetic. The caring girl decided not to spare any expense and threw a spiritual restoration pill into the poor fellow's mouth, saying that this medicine was known for its restorative effects, and therefore his wound would heal quickly. After this, the good-natured girl asked Master Jin for forgiveness, saying that she had no idea that Master Shim would be so cruel. The heir to the palace did not answer. He was covered in cold sweat and continued to shake, demonstrating the unbearable pain. The lady asked permission to take him outside the room, and once again apologized for what had happened. When the guy woke up, he saw the silhouette of a girl in front of him. He was already in his room and Yoon Ha-sol was next to him. First of all, the girl with a serious look suggested that it was the guests who treated him in such a cruel way. Having not heard an answer, she nervously stated that he was really an idiot, because even if he was weaker than them, he should still at least resist, and if he couldn't do it, then he should try to run away. While she was angry, Jin gently placed his hand on hers. He thanked the girl for her concern, saying that apart from Mr. Huang, no one had reprimanded him for a long time. Hearing this, the girl froze and did not know how to answer. When she came back to herself, she reflexively hit the guy and embarrassedly asked why he was saying something like that so suddenly. After this awkward moment, he said that she had to leave this place soon. The guy was not happy to hear this. Moreover, the injury felt as if all his insides had been destroyed. Ha-sol had already fully recovered and could continue what she had started. This decision was made for a reason. One day, once again restoring her internal energy, the girl forgot about controlling the presence around her. At one point, a man appeared in front of her, but fortunately it was Sa Ren. Addressing the young lady, he reported that their master was safe and fully recovered. Ha-sol was pleasantly surprised. The caring master asked her to get ready, since it would be good for them to set off soon. Meanwhile, the master, still unknown to us, reached the wasteland nearby. He first came to the northern abandoned lands and believed that there was strong life energy here. Within a moment, he noticed the presence of uninvited guests and asked them not to kill his mood with their hide and seek. Several people began to burst out of the ground. Mysterious men with dark capes replied that the man's feelings were very acute. After this remark, they asked him to say who he was and where he was going. This warrior did not know who they were, but he was already interested. He liked their unusual weapons and the chi energy that came from him, because it was not like the one that came from the martial artists he had fought with before. The man was already mentally admiring the northern region and the fact that there were many interesting martial arts here that he had not encountered before. Still, he was not going to answer the stranger's questions, and in response, asked why he had to say anything. The stranger coldly said that he would spare him if he left quietly, but the self-confident and serious man did not take his words seriously, and said that the only one who should leave is the strange mole that burst out of the ground. Adjusting his hat, the stranger with a cold gaze called the master an arrogant fool. After these words, he waved his daggers, which were attached to long chains, and shouted that now they would think that he was here to help the woman they disliked. Rushing into battle, the master replied that he did not know which woman he was talking about. But if it was a fight, then he was always in action. 5 fast fighters rushed towards the daredevil. They all pointed their weapons attached to chains towards the lone warrior. To their surprise, when the column of dust began to clear, the man still had a confident smile on his face. As soon as these guys tried to get their weapons back, they realized that their chains were tightly stuck. As it turned out, this fighter was able to withstand all their efforts with one hand. After that, he pulled the chains towards himself and prepared his right fist to strike. From the first attack, he managed to get rid of the stranger's weapons. This was the first time these ninjas had encountered someone like this. They had no choice but to draw their bloody blades. Using blood for bloody destruction, they were going to finish off this daredevil with one blow. Within a moment, the fighter focused his energy into both fists and rushed to attack. The powerful collision of the two forces created a huge column of dust. As a result, the fighter was able to defeat these so-called hidden ghosts, although he was wounded. While observing the enemy, he noticed that they were using bone flares, sacrificing their body to gain more attack power. Taking out the enemy blade from his back, the unknown master admitted that he was not facing average martial masters, because they turned out to be even stronger than he thought. He had quite a lot of experience in battle, and admitted that even the fast sword master Park Sang-won was not as strong as them. Still, he did not regret that he had entered into a meaningless battle, since he did not even think about changing the final destination of his route. A mysterious warrior was approaching the palace of the Northern Heavenly Alliance. At the same time, Mu Wan left the house to take a walk and was noticed by Mrs. Hiriong. The girl immediately came closer and asked if he was feeling better. She was just on her way to visit him to give him more medicine. Holding his shoulder, the young master replied that this was not the first such wound. The confused girl, holding medicines in her hands, asked once again for forgiveness for the behavior of the Shim master and for the fact that they invaded his house without permission. The guy repeated his words that this was not the first time for him, after which he said that since they were here, let them spend their time with pleasure. The innocent girl thanked him for his kind words and expressed surprise at the kindness of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He also admitted that she expected Master Jin to hold a grudge against such guests, especially since their grandfather is one of the 9 heavens from the Central Northern Alliance, and not to mention the fact that her grandfather was Seo Manhwa, the sage seeking knowledge. Of course, Mu Wan knew this without her, but did not react to these words. Handing the medicine to the guy, she asked him to believe that she was not as bloodthirsty as her grandfather. She also kindly said that if there was anything she could do to help Master Jin, she would not hesitate to do so. This entire unusual conversation was already being monitored. Sitting on the roof of one of the buildings was the bodyguard of the So Moon family, Master Yoon So Seo. That evening, as Master Shin walked through the building that had been prepared for their visit, he saw a strange shadow in one of the rooms. It was Lady Hirin. She really scared him as she looked like some kind of ghost. The girl with a cold and rude look asked him not to force her to repeat the words, that he should not get involved with the young master of this palace. The guy decided not to pay attention to it, and justified himself that it didn't matter, because the guy couldn't even dodge his attack and turned out to be too pathetic. In response, the girl with an unexpectedly confident and arrogant look said that Mu Wan plays a colossal role in their plan. The hypocritical girl was going to use him as the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan as much as they could. Meanwhile, somewhere in Murim, another bloody battle ended. The terrifying warrior destroyed another fighter. It was the chaos demon Tae Mu Kang. He was disappointed with this battle, since the enemies did not even resist. After these words, his faithful ward arrived, and the man asked what happened to the gang of the hidden ghost. The man reported, according to him, after transmitting the location of their targets, those guys were waiting for further instructions, but after losing contact, they found their bodies near the meeting place. The demon was shocked that their elite force was destroyed so suddenly. His ward clarified that they were all killed by some child, and he may now be where their main target is, some girl, and most likely we are talking about Mrs. Ha-Sol. After clarifying the details, Mu Kong ordered a gang of black wolves to start hunting rabbits. Inside the Northern Heavenly Clan Palace, things were still calm, but not for the vice-captain. Musan was suddenly discovered by his old friend. It was a member of the 4 Deadly Heavens, the elite tiger guard E.P. Volo. He recalled that his comrade had suddenly disappeared, but he guessed that he would find him in just such a place. As it turned out, there could be no friendship between them, because one of them stole his friend's woman. Seo Musang was not happy with his luck, because that guy with the ridiculous face even became an elite tiger guard. The deputy captain of the mercenary group asked his so-called friend to focus on his mission and not appear in front of him again. In response, the fighter thoughtfully asked if Musan was still really angry about this. He said he still feels guilty about what happened, but has made his point clear more than once. With an arrogant look, he stated that that common lady of his heart chose him, and not only that, but also insisted on getting married. Another provocation forced the deputy to act rashly, and calling on the insolent guard to remain silent, he grabbed his sword. The guard did not expect that his words would bring So Moon San to such a state, and was confused for a second. Before delivering a fierce blow, the fighter, who had lost his common sense, asked how E.P. Vol dared to lie and continue to laugh at him. But after a moment, his enemy, who seemed confused, managed to take his knife out of its sheath and make a quick lunge. He carried out an incredible attack, during which he broke the blade of the deputy captain of the mercenaries and inflicted 2 cuts on the poor fellow's right hand. Looking back, the brazen and cocky guard asked his old friend to cool down and said that he tried to be polite as soon as he met him. Seo Moon Sang was broken, because with the help of cruel provocation, he was not only deceived, but also reminded of his past love tragedy. The arrogant and hypocritical E.P. Vol said that he would be here for a while, and they would not be able to avoid each other, so they should change their position in life. He also added that the wound is not too deep and should be cleaned up in advance. At such a difficult moment, the past itself came flooding back to Moonsun's mind. His happy life came to an end when his comrade stole his girlfriend, whom he simply took by force. Having lost to his attacker in a duel, he was broken and began to laugh in panic. As soon as Mu Wan recovered a little, he went to the forge again. When he returned home, the impudent Ha-Seal immediately forced him to cook food. As usual, she showed her displeasure that the dinner turned out to be the same as the previous ones. After her dissatisfaction, the guy silently extended an interesting thing in her direction, a flower made of iron, which he made with his own hands. The girl was very puzzled, and the guy explained to her that this was, in fact, a gift. She was surprised and confused when she received something like this. Eating his meat as if nothing had happened, the guy explained that since she was leaving soon, he wanted to give her something before they parted ways. The girl began to feel embarrassed by this gift, and blush appeared on her face. She was so confused that she did not know how to dispel this silence, overflowing with pressure. The girl was loudly surprised that she received a gift on this day and year, after which she quickly noted that this time the food was very tasty. That same day, she looked at this iron rose many more times. The girl thought that he was incredibly handsome, and that the feeling of receiving a gift was unusually pleasant. Her reverie was interrupted by the appearance of Saren. The girl immediately hid the gift and was surprised by its unexpected appearance. The man arrived to his mistress and said that the master would soon arrive at this place. At the same moment, his piercing gaze noticed that she was hiding something. The girl made an excuse that she didn't understand what was going on. Bowing his head respectfully, Saren stated that the young lady was their only and last hope, so he asked her to remember this and avoid personal attachments. In response, the girl purposefully stated that she would not allow this to happen. Saren replied that he would trust his mistress, but at the same moment he felt that something was wrong. Meanwhile, by the pond of the Northern Heavenly Clan Palace, a lone man was training and reflecting. This was the deputy captain, and he was haunted by a conversation with his old friend. He was puzzled by what that hypocritical lad had that he didn't. He considered E.P. Vol talented enough to join the elite squad of guards of the Four Deadly Skies, while at the same time he oppressed himself with thoughts of having to work hard in a land far from the capital. His morale was at its limit, and the fact that he had studied the path of the blue heavenly sword, but could not move from the initial level, did not add confidence. Memories of the bitter past did not allow him to move forward. Out of anger, he clenched his teeth to such an extent that his gums began to bleed. The man promised his enemies that he would kill them all. At one point, the man heard an unfamiliar voice. He spoke about the dark illusions of a distrustful heart, and that when a person begins to doubt himself, darkness consumes him completely, and the rage that boils inside only leads to collapse and does not solve the problem. Looking around, Musan couldn't figure out where this voice was coming from. The stranger said that one day, when the warrior calms the rage within himself, his thoughts will become crystal clear, that they will be a mirror reflecting the truth. They tried to convey to him that all his beliefs are in his heart. The guy decided to trust the incomprehensible and mysterious voice. He accepted the situation and began to focus on his feelings. The voice told him about energy control, in which it is important to keep your mind extremely clear. Hearing amazing instructions out of nowhere, Seo Musang began to move easily and naturally. After cutting through the air, the man aimed his blow at the pond. His blow raised a huge wall of water, and he finally saw the result that he could not achieve, being completely worried about his past. But in the moment after the blow, he noticed some unfamiliar key, which sent trembling throughout his body. Looking around, he tried to see the one who directed him on the right path. Meanwhile, Mu Wan continued studying at the top of the library. It was quite cold, and he managed to catch a cold. In order not to push himself to the limit, the guy decided to stop and return home. He calmly descended from the library and headed towards his house. But along the way, he froze in place due to the feeling of a gigantic internal energy unfamiliar to him. His senses told him that this powerful man, possessing that chi, was at the entrance to his palace. He had never seen such a man before and had no idea who he was. As it turned out, it was a wounded master who single-handedly dealt with a gang of hidden ghosts. A terrifyingly strong aura, reminiscent of a mythical dragon, raged around him. The strong flow of aura created enormous pressure, and the young master felt that his legs could give way at any second. At this moment, he was sure that this was a real martial artist. Moving forward, the man examined the palace buildings with interest. He was surprised out loud that the Northern Sky Clan looked quite impressive. When he saw a young man he didn't know, he stopped. His gaze became more serious than before. After that, he loudly addressed his brother. As it turned out, children from the noble families of the four mortal heavens were already running to the entrance to the palace. Mr. Shin was the brother of this powerful warrior. The master was surprised that his younger sister and older brother arrived earlier than himself. At the same moment, Mrs. Hirin tried not to show it. What made more sense was that Mu Wan was indifferent to their meeting. Noticing the state of the clothes of the son of the great Shin family, one of the children asked what happened to him. It seemed that Brother Shin was still obsessed with fighting, and everyone wanted to know what happened to him. When Lady Hirin noticed the condition of the Dam Master's body, she assumed that he had received injuries from his last opponent in the trial of 100 duels. The last opponent was the master of fast blades, Baekseong Wan. Hearing this, Mu Wan remembered Mr. Huang's story about a rising star among the masters. The man satisfied the interest of the people who met him and said that Sung Wan was a worthy opponent, but not enough to hurt him. The guys immediately suggested that he postpone this discussion and hurry up with the treatment of wounds and treatment. After mentioning the warrior's name, Mu Wan no longer doubted that this was the same young and talented warrior. He is the third son of the sacred pillar of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He is 18 years old and his name is Dam Sojong. With a satisfied laugh, the man clarified that those enemies of his were suspicious, but nothing more. He was self-confident and said that he was not afraid of such tests, since at his young age, he shocked the whole of Murim. Looking back, he wondered who the guy who passed by him was. His brother said that he was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, after which he clarified that he was pitiful and not worth worrying about. Despite these words, Master Dam looked towards the young master of the palace with some interest. Wan Li could not miss this look, and perhaps it was even part of his insidious plan regarding the young master. It was already evening, and Mu Wan continued to walk around the palace in thought. Just meeting the incredibly strong warrior made his palms sweat. He didn't expect to meet this person with a terrifying aura in such a place, and believed that his Kai power was at a completely different level among those he had seen in the past few years. The gentleman was walking alone, but one of the accompanying warriors appeared in front of him. It was the general of the elite Tiger Guards, and he was heading towards the young master. When he came closer, he introduced himself and said that he had been asked to deliver a message to the young master of this palace. Mok Yongpen said that Master Jin was invited to dinner at Huaqian Palace. This sounded quite funny, because the guests invited the owner of the palace to dinner, but he still accepted the offer. Having heard the answer, the general offered to come to the Huaqian Palace the next evening and clarified that the master also allowed his cousin to come. While restoring his body in a vat of hot water, Mr. Dam did not stop thinking about the mysterious master of this palace. He thought about how Jin Wo-moon had no ki. He couldn't even feel his martial arts. But at the same time, the experienced fighter felt something strange coming from him. It seemed to him that he noticed the physical or spiritual presence of the strength and will of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He believed that this guy had probably inherited the will of his family and could not be as simple as he seemed. A little later, he decided to wait for the palace master at one of the buildings. The guy did not expect to see Dam So Young in front of him. Seeing Master Jin, the man rose to his feet and introduced himself, saying that he was honored to meet him. Still surprised by such a meeting, the guy reciprocated, although he did not understand what he needed. Mr. Dam unexpectedly said that he came to express his gratitude to him for accepting him into the residence without prior request. He admitted that he had long wanted to visit the Northern Heavenly Clan and was very grateful that Master Jin granted his wish. A little shy, Jin Mu Wan replied that there was nothing to see here since the place had turned into ruins. He also spoke of the hope that his guest was not disappointed. The man firmly stated that it does not matter to him what the palace looks like from the outside. For him, the main thing was the opportunity to see the only heir to the will of the Northern Heavenly Clan with his own eyes. After these words, their conversation was over and they silently dispersed. That evening, Mu Wan and his so-called cousin arrived for dinner at the palace, surrounded by the guards of the venerable children of the four pillars of the deadly heavens. In fact, Master Jin wanted to go himself, but the girl was worried about him and said that because of a bad feeling, she couldn't leave him alone. In addition, she was very interested in this dinner, since she could find something tasty there, different from what she had been eating for the last 3 months. She was excited to finally be able to enjoy fine dining. Watching Hasal so cheerful and joyful, Master Jin even showed his kind smile. When the door was opened for the guys, they saw that everyone was already at the table and was only waiting for them. Jin and Hasil slowly walked inside. As an experienced fighter, the girl immediately noticed an interesting master who looked like a lion. Taking a closer look at Hasal, Master Dam remembered the words that she was the cousin of the heir to the palace, but doubted it because he sensed her unusual ki. He even assumed that she was his bodyguard, because she didn't look like an ordinary person next to Master Jin. The man, as befits a warrior, rose from the table and thanked the young master for accepting their invitation. Hasal and Master Jin slowly took their places, which were opposite the palace guests. Hiding her true intentions, Mrs. Hiran decided not to attract unnecessary attention and shyly lowered her gaze to the table. The more serious and daring Master Shin asked his comrades to get closer to the point. The lion-like master stood up and addressed the lord of the palace. He began his speech by apologizing for using Huaqian Palace and saying that they had reasons for doing so. Lady Hiran also rose from the table and said that they wanted to give Master Jin their seal of approval. With incredible enthusiasm, Master Dam stated that they wanted to found the Azure Dragon Society. The girl explained that the goal of this organization would be to involve militant youth in politics, so that their opinions would be taken into account by the Central Heavenly Alliance. The guy calmly asked why, having such big plans, they decided to visit the godforsaken Northern Heavenly clan. At that very moment, Hasal wasted no time and ate the delicious food with gusto. Hiran answered his question and said that the older generation did not like it when junior martial masters gathered in groups. After her words, Master Dam said that there was no one among them who did not respect the Northern Heavenly clan. He stated that many of them lived their lives in honor of his exploits, studying the history of the Silent Night confrontations over 100 years. He stated that it was out of respect that they wanted to establish their organization in this place. While eating the delicacies with both hands, the heir's so-called cousin decided that it would be better for her to stay away. Resolutely showing his fist, Master Dam stated that the message of this meeting was their oath of the Azure Dragon Society to the heavens. Therefore, they wished for Master Jin to be their witness and give his seal of approval. After the words of the strongest warrior in this hall, Lady Hiran looked closely at the clan heir, waiting for his answer. Without delaying the moment, Master Jin replied that he understood their intentions and would witness this promise. With great enthusiasm, Master Dam thanked the guy for this. At the same time, the less respectful older brother began to yawn. Despite the celebration, their little sister tried to stay awake. As expected, the cousin continued to take advantage of the moment and simply ate, without attracting unnecessary attention to herself by inserting herself into the conversation. While something strange was happening in the Huaqian Palace, on the heights around the Northern Heavenly clan, there were guards from a group that was already tired of their work. Showcasing their incredibly sophisticated looks and profile, they weren't content with being forced to watch an area where they said not even an ant could crawl through unnoticed. The hungry guys hoped that from the huge amount of food, there would be something interesting left for the gentleman. While they were dreaming about food, a huge shadow suddenly appeared above them. Looking around, they were at a loss as to what was happening. Within a moment, fear appeared on their faces. At the same time, the deputy captain felt that something was wrong. He asked who was located at the northwestern entrance. It was Chan Muan and Nam Wol, and they were no longer able to respond to the deputy's signal. The concerned man decided to check the situation alone, fearing worse events. The ward was surprised, because Seo Musan moved so skillfully, as if he had recently mastered martial arts. Seeing what happened, the deputy captain could not move. A few minutes later, his charge managed to reach the security post, experiencing incredible shortness of breath. The moment he saw the terrifying picture in front of him, he froze in shock. Their fighters were destroyed without any chance of victory. There was almost nothing left of his charges, and the man understood that something terrible had happened, and it was worth reporting to the captain and their honorable guests. While the children of high ranks were preparing, the guys continued to eat the delicious food. Hassal thought that they were a bunch of idiots. At the same time, the guy noticed that she was right. But this bunch of idiots is very scary. Sighing heavily, Hassal asked the guy to stay close and then she would definitely protect him. With a smile on his face, the guy was glad to see her words of concern. He thanked her for the offer and the girl felt awkward. Confused, Hassal turned away so as not to show her blush and said that in this case she would protect the heir of the clan until she left the palace. At the same moment, Dam Sojong approached them and asked Master Jin to go away with him for a while to discuss something. After that, Mrs. Hiran decided to divert attention to herself and asked her cousin how she liked the food. But she did not like all these hypocritical pleasantries, and she directly asked when they would stop annoying the young master. In response, Mrs. Hiran's face changed from innocent and shy to rude and serious. Rising from the table, Lady Yong said that there was no point in inviting Master Jin to this dinner. In response, Hiran said that they needed consent and then apologized for disturbing them. Demonstrating real anger and hostility, the girl asked to leave Master Jin, saying that his life was dull and pitiful without them. After these words, Shim Sua, the youngest daughter of the Shin family, also joined the dialogue, saying that Lady Yuan is the only one who burdens him more than themselves. The younger sister unexpectedly boldly burst into the conversation and said that the heir of the northern clan did not object to their proposal, so some cousin should know her place and not interfere. With a very disgusted expression on her face, she said that they were no different from each other, since they all equally enjoyed the hospitality of the heir. Even the 14-year-old daughter of the great family's negotiation skills were quite advanced, which only bothered Lady Yong. But after a moment, she forgot about what was happening between them. She felt something terrifying coming from the direction of the palace. He asked him to join the Azure Dragon Society in order to try to change the world together. But just a moment later, he had no time for the young master's answer, as he felt an unexpected terrifying aura that spread from the center of the Northern Heavenly Clan. As it turned out, this impressive internal energy belonged to the so-called Chaos Demon named Tai Mu Kong, and he most likely came through Yun Haseol. None of the guards could resist his ferocious strength. The man didn't even pay attention to their presence, because they were no match for him. In order not to waste time with the guards, he sent his Wolfgang warriors to attack. Real chaos began on the battlefield. With one powerful and fast blow, he destroyed everything around him. Within a moment, Mukong noticed something from the sky rapidly approaching him. Seconds later, a powerful landing explosion sounded. Great ardor arose. Covering his eyes, the Chaos Demon asked who appeared in front of him. Dam So-young demonstrated such a loud landing. He first of all asked who he was to cause so much chaos. Pointing his finger at the young master, the man loudly announced with a laugh that he had already heard about a child who was called the Rising Star of the Eastern Sky. He couldn't believe that this kid had taken out his hidden ghost gang all by himself. Remembering the recent battle, Dam Sojong realized that we were talking about those masters who suddenly appeared from underground. It was clear to him that he was dealing with martial arts masters who did not study and live in Murim. Taking a closer look at the enemy, Mr. Dam assumed that they were the remnants of Silent Night. With a sly and mysterious smile, the demon of chaos replied that he saw that in the guy's eyes there was not fear, but rather anticipation. And so it was. Feeling strong energy, Dam Sojong rushed into battle to test himself in battle with an incredible opponent. Meanwhile, one of the guards was able to escape pursuit, although he was seriously wounded. He immediately came to the general and the guests of the palace to report what was happening. At the same time, Hassal was shaking with fear. She couldn't even imagine that that monster would chase her all this way. Noticing her excitement, Master Jin came closer and placed his hand on her shoulder. He asked if she was okay. The excited girl replied that they should leave, because a monster had arrived that no one could cope with. Looking around, the guy noticed that they were surrounded, so he replied that it was too late to escape. A moment later, warriors from a gang of wolves began to make their way into the building. As usual, The disgruntled Master Shin began to complain that the elite tiger guards had not taken care of the uninvited guests. Lady Hiren's personal guard was on alert to keep enemies away from her mistress. Hiren herself tried to calm down. She believed that these people could be from Silent Night, but it was not clear to her why they suddenly appeared after so many years of calm. Being politically conscious, she assumed that if people found out about this, the whole world would be thrown into chaos. The battle could not be avoided, and Ha-Sol took off her precious hair clip. She prepared for a fight and asked the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan not to leave her side so as not to fall into danger. What she feared most was not the warriors of the Wolf Band, but their leader, the Demon of Chaos. Meanwhile, the Chaos Demon himself was busy with the rising star of the Alliance. Master Dam thought he would end this quickly. Within a moment, he rushed towards the enemy with incredible speed, which he did not even expect such speed. Tai Mu Kang closed his eyes due to the bright light of the young master's enlightenment. The young guy found himself directly in front of his enemy and prepared for a powerful blow. First, he delivered a powerful blow to the jaw of an enemy that was significantly superior in size. After that, he offered to accept the highest reward and hit the big man in the stomach so that he flew back. Having incredible speed, the guy continued to deliver a series of blows from different directions. It seemed that he was simply playing with the enemy, because he was constantly behind his back. Their fight spread to the entire palace grounds, with Master Dam continuing to strike with lightning-fast strikes using the technique of 3 successive bursts of light. After numerous attacks, his opponent looked so beaten that the guy thought the fight was over. He did not receive a single blow in response, and carelessly leaving his opponent, began to think that he had spent more internal energy than he had planned. But when he began to return to the palace, he heard some strange crashing behind him. The guy broke out in a cold sweat when he felt his opponent begin to rise to his feet. Looking at the enemy who began to restore his body, he called him a real monster. Adjusting his battered face, the Chaos Demon recognized the power of the rising star Murim. After that, he decided to give him an answer and began to use some kind of force. Within a moment, he launched a powerful volley towards the enemy and said that using only such blows, he could not be defeated. The guy managed to deviate, but at the same moment, Mu Kang appeared above him. The monster began to fly down with terrifying force. Using its energy, it quickly rotated and was aimed at the young master. Using the technique of demonic diving of chaotic rotation, he delivered a powerful destructive blow that, like a drill, destroyed everything within a radius of tens of meters. The young warrior had no chance to evade and was seriously wounded. Looking in surprise at the defeated enemy, the Demon of Chaos asked if this was all he was capable of. He said that the guy was wrong if he felt on top of the world after several victories over the masters who had become greedy with glory. Leaving the guy who was on the verge of losing consciousness, Mu Kang said that he saved his life because he saw potential in him. He asked the beaten master to meet again when he became stronger, because then his death would be worthy of fun for him. In response, Master Dam, who was on the verge of death, began to try to rise. Noticing this, the Demon of Chaos began to furiously shout that he should not be a hero and refuse his mercy. At the moment when Mu Kang was finishing off his opponent, who did not accept his goodwill, some impudent girl tried to stop him. Turning around and looking at the annoying factor, the man furiously asked who she even was. Brash and as usual arrogant, Sua asked if the stranger knew who they were. As it turned out, the children of a noble family and the tiger guards had not yet been able to escape from the encirclement. Only Su-Ah came to the aid of her brother. Master Shim continued to fight with the gang of wolves, and having defeated the next enemy, asked his brother if everything was okay with him. Seeing Master Dam's condition, he couldn't believe his eyes. Considering words to be great power, Su-Ah began to threaten the enemy, saying that her father was one of the 9 heavens of the Central Heavenly Alliance. She threatened that if the enemies did not stop, then they would end. Mu Kang got tired of her and got rid of the girl with one wave of his hand. What happened simply shocked Mrs. Hiren. Having lost his sister, Master Shin cried out with tears in his eyes. He no longer cared about the battle inside the building. He rushed to attack the terrifying enemy that took away his dear person. He was so overwhelmed by emotions that he didn't even think that it would be worthwhile to adequately assess the situation, given that this monster had easily defeated his brother, the rising star of the world of Murim. Seeing this, the already wounded and exhausted general shouted after him that he must stop. Master Shin flew towards the Chaos Demon. threatening him with death. For the first time in a long time, he used one of the strongest techniques at his disposal called the Crimson King's Demon Hand. Having no interest in the pathetic, emotional son of some politician, Mukang used a technique that was only a diversion against the damn master. Having gotten rid of the impudent guy, the man moved on, calling the place overcrowded with useless non-entities. Watching this fierce battle, where the best youth of the alliance could not do anything, Jin was simply in shock. Continuing to fight the wolves, Ha-Sol grabbed the guy by the shoulder and asked him to stand behind him and not let his guard down. The girl fought with all her might. Her speed was excellent, and the fighters of the wolf gang were no match for her. Mu Wan was surprised by her skill, because she did not even require weapons in order to defeat such enemies. At the same moment, Lady Hirin stood in deep thought while she was surrounded by enemies that her sister was fighting off. She couldn't believe what happened to her little sister. All this was not part of their plans, and she could not even understand who those who destroyed their forces were. At one point, the girl realized that she should calm down and focus on avoiding death. Turning to her older sister, she suggested moving to another place. With a more serious and impressive face, which she always hides, the girl said that they would abandon everyone and take only Master Dam and Master Shima with them. Mu Wan couldn't miss the moment where Hyeryong began to behave differently than usual. He had already guessed that this girl was extremely hypocritical. Mrs. Hirin realized that it was too late to hide her true identity. Despite this awkward moment, she decided to concentrate on her plan. Together with his sister, they ran out of the room crowded with enemies. The general came to protect the exit, and several bandits rushed towards him to prevent the girls from escaping. When the girls arrived at the scene, Master Shim's condition was the same as his brother's. Lady Hirin immediately began to use her technique, regretting that the value of the heir of the northern clan was not used. They were forced to abandon him here to return to the mainland and prepare a plan. She considered her main task to be to hide the fact that Master Dam had lost the battle. After that, she sent the enveloping fate of heavenly illusion towards her enemy. Mu Wan watched the events on the street and absorbed the knowledge of the battles he saw in front of him. He was simply shocked that Lady Hirin was able to spread her spiritual energy without the use of auxiliary means. On the other hand, he understood that this was some kind of secret power of the great So-Moon family. Due to the use of her power, the demon of chaos found himself in an illusion, which he found extremely interesting. While the monster was in illusion, Lady Hirin and her elder sister picked up the seriously wounded masters and began to leave the battlefield. The girl said that they needed to hurry up, because such a monster would quickly get out of her technique. Watching what was happening, Mu Wan could not believe that these guys were so hypocritical towards their guards. They threw themselves into certain death and simply ran away to save their lives, regardless of honor. At the same time, Ha-Sol dealt with the remnants of the wolf gang. As soon as she finished and began to think about running away, she felt a strong, raging energy. It was spreading from the street where the chaos demon had previously fought. The man released a huge amount of strength so as not to waste time on the meaningless illusion with which they tried to fool him. When he freed himself, he saw that those guys had run away. He didn't mind since he wanted to fight after they got stronger. Looking at the building opposite, he saw two silhouettes and remembered that his original target was Ha-Seal. Turning to her, he said with a smile that he was glad to meet her again. The unkillable monster Mukang was an absolute evil. Ha-Sol understood this and told the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan to hurry up and get out of this place, which would turn into ruins any minute. The furious man began to concentrate the chi in his hands, creating vortexes. He shouted that Ha-Sol was the only hope for the witch whose heart he wanted to break. He wanted to see her collapse with his own eyes, so he asked that the woman he hated be blamed for his death. After these words, the furious monster sent powerful whirlwinds towards the building, destroying everything around it. From a powerful blow, everything turned into destruction and the guy could not see anything. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the girl was floating in the air. Seeing her white hair, he immediately thought that she was the witch of the White Night. It is known that inside the Quiet Night there was a ruler who had absolute authority. He was also supported by 4 demon lords who were trusted people and used their enormous power to protect his interests. The terror and destruction caused by these 4 was so enormous that even speaking their names was forbidden. Their strength was the same as, if not greater than, the 9 heavens of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Remembering the stories that his father told him, The heir of the northern clan thought that he knew that she was not so simple, but could not even imagine something like that. Now he learned that Ha-Sol is the heiress of the White Night Witch. The technique that the girl used to protect her savior was called the Will of the Silver Spirit. Enjoying a worthy battle, the man shouted that he was surprised that the girl decided not to run away this time, while knowing that she had no chance of winning. Looking around, the girl thought that he was right, and she would not be able to hold out for long. Her only goal was to let the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan escape from the battlefield. Looking at the destruction, she thought that most likely he had already escaped. After that, she accepted her fate and accepted the enemy's blow. The incredible power of the Chaos Demon caused a huge explosion that covered most of the palace. Ha-Sol was defeated. The seriously wounded girl was unable to use the witch's techniques, and the Chaos Demon lifted her by the neck. With a terrifying smile, he asked if she was really sacrificing herself for the sake of the boy who left her without a second thought. He called her actions stupid, and then said that this was the end of her. After that, Mu Kang began to squeeze the girl's neck harder, making her unable to resist. In her last moments, the girl thought about Mu Wan. She was grateful to him for being the first person in her life to show her love. But at the moment when it seemed that this was the end, a deep cut appeared on the hand of the Demon of Chaos, and he dropped the girl to the ground. The man was surprised and could not understand what had happened. The girl lying on the ground also could not understand why she was still alive. A moment later, a guy appeared in front of her and apologized to her for the fact that the preparation took longer than he thought. It was Mu Wan. He returned with a sword in order to protect the girl who was ready to sacrifice her life for his safety. For the first time that day, the Demon of Chaos was so surprised. He asked what happened and who he was. The first time Mu Wan looked so serious, he introduced himself as the leader of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan, named Jin Mu Wan. The shocked girl looked at the guy's back, thinking that she could not save the nicest person she had met very recently. She suggested that he didn't actually run away, but walked with his sword. In response, the guy asked her not to go far and stand behind. The girl did not understand what he was going to do in such a hopeless situation. She didn't think he knew how to fight, because she couldn't even sense his ki. Looking at his hand, the man said that the guy was using some strange power. He could not understand why his immortal body did not heal the wound inflicted by this man. Mu Wan had no intention of fighting until he gained impressive strength. He wasn't sure how long he could use the techniques, and wasn't sure if he was capable of it. It was the worst option, fighting his first battle against a demon like his opponent. Now the Chaos Demon was truly serious. He said that he was worried about the key energy of the Northern Heavenly Clan heir, so he would definitely get rid of him here and now. After these words, the man began to concentrate energy in his fists and rushed to attack. His speed was incredible, and he was about to land a direct blow that none of his previous opponents would have been able to withstand. At the last moment, Mu Wan managed to dodge. Mu Kang couldn't believe that this guy managed to dodge such an attack. The clumsy guy did not yet know how to use his legs correctly and simply fell to the ground, continuing to watch in surprise the actions of the enemy. Possessing incredible brute strength, the Chaos Demon swung both arms to deliver a blow that would destroy everything around it. It hit directly where Mr. Jin was, but the second time, the guy was able to dodge. He sat on the ground, watching in horror at the strength of the enemy. All he kept doing was clumsily dodging blows that could destroy the Dam Master in an instant. After another unsuccessful series of blows, the Demon of Chaos was incredibly angry and shouted that Mu Wan was a pathetic non-entity. While events inside the palace were gaining momentum, So Musan finished his investigation and was returning back. The guards at all observation posts were put out of action. Remembering the words of his comrades, he thought that it was a mistake to go to this distant and dangerous place. He did not understand what was happening, but was forced to complete the investigation. Heading to the palace, along the way he saw a man who was hiding his identity. The guy stopped and called for the stranger to show himself. Hearing a familiar voice, the frightened vice-captain crawled out of the hay. The deputy did not expect to see him in such a place and immediately asked what was going on. The frightened man began to look around, saying that some masters in wolf capes had started a fight with them. He told his deputy that there were a lot of them here, and it was worth hiding. Hearing the words of the cowardly captain, Musan asked what he was doing. The guy wanted to avenge the death of his comrades, while the pathetic Zhang Bai-san tried to escape and suggested that he do the same. Filled with anger, The man said that the dead comrades were loyal warriors, that they trusted their captain and were even ready to give their lives. He believed that Bei Sang should fulfill his role as a leader and respect feelings by acting with honor. The frightened captain replied that he had nothing to do with their lives and said that they could take revenge later, but first they should just survive. Hearing such pitiful words, Musan kicked the fat man in the ribs. After that, he said that their captain turned out to be a real scum. Musan ran further to help his comrades, while his captain shouted after him that he would do everything possible to survive. The pathetic bastard declared that he would crush everyone who looked down on him. The battle continued. Ha-Sol could not get to her feet, and she could only watch the battle. Looking at her friend, she couldn't believe it was true. Previously, he seemed like an ordinary poor fellow, whose fate was under the control of people stronger than him. All this time he behaved awkwardly, and now she realized that most likely Mu Wan deliberately hid his strength so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Despite the fervor of the battle, she still could not sense his key energy, and because of this, she wondered what kind of martial art he had learned. Meanwhile, the battle continued and the demon of chaos gave it his all. He took the matter seriously and created demonic wings for himself, after which he flew into the sky, releasing enormous power. Directing the demonic rain of destruction towards the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the man shouted that he would completely erase his existence. A huge number of blows with terrifying destructive force were aimed at a guy who had no experience of fighting. Mu Wan found himself in a very difficult situation. He thought that if he checked this entire area, he still would not be able to avoid being hit by the enemy. A huge number of attacks were visible from any point in this area, and Musan could not miss it. Looking at the palace, the man saw that all the buildings were completely destroyed, and this place was no longer different from a battlefield. There is nothing left at the site where Huaqian Palace was located. Moving forward, he saw a wounded soldier lying on the ground. Recognizing this man, the deputy captain stopped. It was E.P. Wool, and he was seriously wounded in the battle. Musan immediately rushed to his side and tried to bring him to his senses. He shouted that his old friend could not die, because in that case, the anger inside him would have no meaning. But it was already late, and the guy didn't answer. Fighting a gang of wolves took everything he had. The moment before encountering enemy attacks, the guy looked towards Ha-Sol. He thought that first, he should take her away from the enemy attack zone. But at the same moment, he saw behind her a part of the surviving wall, on which the greatest scroll of their clan was engraved. The guy tried to read what he had not yet studied. By concentrating on the letters, he began to recognize the words of the teaching. It spoke of a dark blade that destroyed heaven and hell, and a shadow that kills both gods and demons. At that moment, he realized the truth of the blade of eternal darkness and began to use the devastation wave technique. So Moon said goodbye to his old comrade. After that, he decided to take his comrade's sword as a souvenir. It was an item that he did not want to leave in these ruins. Everything around him was crumbling under the terrifying power of the enemy leader. This defeat was inevitable, and he momentarily resigned himself to the fact that he was unable to do anything. But at one moment he noticed a strange silhouette. The vice-captain of the guard recognized Mu Wan that he looked like a shadow when he dodged the enemy's attacks. Ha-Seol covered her head while being hit by a hail of rocks falling from the sky. Mu Wan came to her defense. He had already comprehended a new power and could fight back. Releasing his energy, the guy powerfully created a kind of shield from the shadow of his sword. The huge pillar of his shadow was able to stop the enemy attacks that were directed in their direction. Seeing this with his own eyes, the deputy captain was simply shocked. Their enemy, the demon of chaos, was in the same state. Before his eyes, the guy who showed no internal energy moved the sword incredibly smoothly and quickly, creating shadows. With the help of his strength, he was able to protect himself and Ha-Sol from many enemy attacks that were directed towards him. Having finished with this, the guy prepared for the next step. He quickly rushed towards his enemy, catching him by surprise. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan unleashed the power of the Blade of Eternal Darkness and prepared to launch a powerful attack. His blow was a moment before reaching its target. The demon of chaos felt fear and cold sweat on his face for the first time in decades. At that moment, he felt that this blow would kill him, realizing that this was not an ordinary child, but a real tiger, the heir of the Northern Sky Sect. Mukong directed an incredible amount of energy at the guy, forming a powerful attack. Not having enough experience, the guy did not have time to dodge this and take everything upon himself. A powerful enemy attack knocked him out of action. After that, the exhausted guy fell to the ground, while the chaos demon landed on his feet. Addressing the enemy, Taemu Kang stated that he was infuriating him with his techniques, which he had not previously encountered, despite his battle experience. Within a moment, a huge cutting wound appeared on the monster's body. He couldn't even understand when he managed to miss such a dangerous blow. The wounded guy could not get up and felt terrible pain. He could not breathe normally and realized that he was already at the limit. The enemy was approaching, and there was no longer any opportunity to resist. Due to the eternal flames of chaos, Mu Kang was the closest to immortality, but he could not understand how it happened that his wounds did not heal on their own. Addressing the wounded and exhausted guy, the demon of chaos said that he was different from the children who attacked him earlier. He was infuriated by the enemy's hidden abilities, and he called on the guy to confess what martial art he studied. With a terrible smile, the monster admitted that the fights he liked depended on opponents who could put his life on the line. At the moment of his meaningless speech, he missed an unexpected blow. This was all that Hasol was capable of, but she was ready to spend all her energy in order to give the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan a chance to be saved. The demon of chaos turned his attention to her. He was clearly unhappy that he was being disturbed. The girl's attack did not bring any results. To save himself from unnecessary trouble, the demon launched another attack, which threw her towards the destroyed palace buildings. After that, he prepared to finish her off with a follow-up attack and said goodbye. Hearing this, Mu Wan regained consciousness. He shouted the name of the only person dear to him, Yun Haseol. After the attack, a huge column of dust rose towards the girl, and the demon of chaos returned to the idea of finishing off the air. But at the same moment, he was swept away by a huge wave of a powerful snow attack. Among all this dust, a man in a white cloak appeared. He was able to protect Lady Yun Ha-seol. It was her loyal subordinate Sa-ren. He did not manage to arrive on time, but still saved the girl from the last attack of the chaos demon that was hunting her. As expected, the chaos demon quickly recovered from this attack. Looking ahead angrily, Mu Kang saw the woman he had long wanted to see. The White Knight Witch joined them. She is also known as the Dark Knight Demon Lord Seo Gyum-han. First of all, the woman with chilling inner energy turned to Hasol. The girl who narrowly escaped her death did not expect her witch to come to her at the last moment. Addressing the enemy, Seo Gyum-han said that the demon of chaos should not have appeared in this world. With a sly smile on his face, the monster replied that the people of the Quiet Night were the ones who created him. Meanwhile, Sa-ren apologized to the young lady and began to analyze the situation. He remembered that the will of the Silver Spirit requires calm reasoning from the young lady. In other words, she must renounce the 5 worldly desires and the 7 human emotions. However, because of the guy who accepted her, she began to develop her emotions, and this causes everything to fall apart. He was filled with anger at the state his mistress was in. He believed that the most dangerous people in the Murim world were scum like Mu Wan, who hid their abilities. Looking at the guy, he angrily thought that he was the mortal enemy of the Quiet Night, since he was the leader of the Northern Sky Sect, although it was believed that it was completely destroyed. Considering him a ferocious beast that hides its claws, Sa-ren decided to end his life in order to protect his mistress from danger, which would only increase many times in the future. But noticing the hidden dagger, Hasol grabbed him by the clothes. The wounded girl begged not to kill the guy who had done nothing wrong. She told him that everything that happened was her fault, because she came to this place and stayed here without his permission, while he showed mercy without expecting anything in return. He admitted that for the first time in his life, he received so much kindness and love from someone. In response, Sa-ren shouted to the young lady that Mu Wan is a terrible beast that hides its claws and is a great threat to their future. The girl tried to do everything to save the guy. Holding her protector, she named the heir of the Northern Clan as the one who saved her life. Se-ren could not argue with his young mistress and was in a difficult situation. He decided to walk away from this conversation and asked her to take a divine recovery pill, which would help with the healing of her wounds. But the girl did not pay attention to her at all. She continued to look at the wounded guy who was trying to save her from a monster that he was unable to destroy. Meanwhile, Haemu Kang was about to fight the White Knight Witch. He was not in the best shape, because when he was touched by the strange energy of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, his wounds stopped healing. Lady Seo Gyum-han was ready to fight, and 2 sparkling rings appeared above her. Addressing the enemy, She said that the last time he succeeded only because she was taken by surprise by his cowardly ambush. She believed that under normal circumstances, his pitiful key that used the eternal flame of chaos would not stand a chance against her. The White Night Witch was not going to lose a second time, and began to release her inner energy using the rotation of the moonlight. Before fighting, the Chaos Demon turned to Seogyumhan and said that he was created for the sole purpose of hunting people like her. After that, he began to release a huge amount of destructive power and shouted that it was because of this that he was called the Demon of Chaos. With a furious and terrifying cry, he went on the attack. The witch's ice power and the Chaos Demon's destruction collided, creating a bright light that caused the wounded Mu-1 to lose consciousness. A powerful explosion forced Sa-Ren to take the young mistress away. When he woke up, he saw the witch of the White Night in front of him. Severe wounds did not allow him to even move. The woman looked down on him, which only emphasized her high status. Knowing who she was, the guy began to fear the worst outcome and tried to crawl away, but he had no chance to escape. At the same moment, he looked around for the Chaos Demon he had fought before the White Night Witch came. He couldn't see him anywhere, not even his body if he lost the battle. The witch said that the Chaos Demon had escaped. Looking at the lord of this palace with a stern gaze, she assumed that he was the last living blood of the Northern Heavenly clan. She believed that everyone perceived him as a tiger cub without fangs and claws, but in fact it turned out that all this was not true, and not only was he still alive, he turned out to be a very adult and dangerous fighter. She believed that he would be a real threat in the future. Strengthening her palm with ice energy, the witch decided to get rid of the guy before he became a real threat to Silent Night. But a moment before she could finish off the helpless guy, a student tried to stop her. The wounded Yoon Ha-sol began to slowly approach her. The witch asked why she was doing this. The girl stood right in front of the guy, protecting him with her body. Seeing this, the teacher asked the student how she dared to protect the heir of the sect, which is their mortal enemy. With tears in her eyes, Ha-seol replied that he was the one to whom she owed her life. She had to beg her mentor to spare the guy, remembering that she always listened and unquestioningly followed all the orders of the White Witch. She was right, because she never approached the witch with requests. But the woman was worried that this guy would not only become a real threat in the future, but also changed the soul of her ward, who must shackle all her feelings. Having no other choice, Ha-sol bowed her head to the ground, sincerely begging for her comrade's life. Seeing the girl in such despair, Jin tried to stop her. Sa-Ren knew that something like this could happen, but he had no right to stop the young lady. Looking at her student, memories came flooding back to the witch. Once she had to be in a similar situation. Most likely, she was also protecting someone who was dear to her, even though it was contrary to their creed. Such memories gave her a headache. Still, she agreed to save the guy's life, but in return she had conditions. She said that in that case, Ha-seol will begin to learn the ultimate silver light ice crystal technique. Hearing these words, Sa-Ren realized that the time had come. Their master did not dare teach the girl this technique due to the fact that it was extremely dangerous, but still decided to speed up the process of completing the will of the Silver Spirit. Without raising her head, the girl agreed to go through these difficulties. After that, for the last time, she turned to her friend, who treated her with such kindness despite the fact that she brazenly broke into his house. She held out her hand with half of the healing pill and asked him to eat the medicine. In response, the guy admitted that he was sorry that he showed such an awkward side of himself, but she didn't care. Despite the fact that the witch and Sa-Ren were nearby, she hugged the guy, which is the biggest threat to their organization. The guy couldn't believe it was time to say goodbye. With tears in her eyes, Ha-seol said that she was returning home. Master Jin didn't mind and also let a few tears slip away. The White Night Witch and her ward left in an unknown direction. Master Jin Mu-1 sat among the destruction, thinking about what happened. Before leaving, the witch warned the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan that if he appeared before Ha-seol a second time, he would not be able to escape punishment. After the battle with an incredible monster, the guy was severely exhausted. But looking at the sky, he made an oath. He swore to the heavens that he would become stronger. At the same time, the deputy captain of the guard was watching him from behind one of the stones. The man could not believe what happened before his eyes. He suspected that Mu-1 was not an ordinary person, but he never thought that he was so strong. He got goosebumps from the battle he saw. Never in his life would he have thought that this guy would learn to wield a blade by training outside the eyes of the guards. He no longer doubted that the will and spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan had been inherited by their last member to become a leader. At one point, he came to the realization of events that changed his life. It was about the moment when he heard an unknown voice that put him on the true path. Now he was sure that it was Master Jin who enlightened him at the moment when it was hardest for him. He didn't understand his motives, but he thought he was still worth watching. The wounded guy got to his feet and began to walk. Musung thought about where this wounded guy would go and what his plans were. Master Jin suddenly looked in his direction and said that if the deputy was going to kill him, then this was the right time, and there was no point in his doubts. The deputy captain was discovered, although he did not want to show it. He still had unfinished business. Putting a mask on his face, the man decided to pay his last respects to those who fought in that horrific battle. It was about his comrades, whom he could not just leave on Earth. At that moment, his life changed. He was again left with nothing. With him was the sword of his old comrade, to whom he had to say goodbye. Looking up at the sky, he sighed heavily. Even though the palace was destroyed, Seo-mu-san remained. He watched the actions of the strange guy and wondered what he was going to do. 5 days passed before he finally went outside. But the guy didn't answer anything and just went to carry some stones. The master asked what he was looking for, but in response he never heard anything. Mr. Jin picked up a stone and began to examine it. After that, he wrapped the thing in cloth and took it with him. Still silent, the young master began to walk away from his house into the distance. The man asked if he was going to leave the palace. The guy replied that it was time for him to leave this place. Seo-mu-sang was sure that the Central Heavenly Alliance would soon send several people to check this place. In his opinion, they will learn about the existence of this monster, as well as the reappearance of Silent Night. He was afraid that the Central Alliance would not take this situation lightly. It was clear to him that even if he was not directly involved in this situation, he would still be somehow connected to it. Before leaving, the guy asked what the deputy captain was going to do, since he was left without a squad. The man replied that he would have to return to the Central Alliance as he had some work to do. Mu-wan replied that if he left this place, he would be the only survivor of this incident, and the authorities would try to extract as much information from him as possible, which would cause him to face a lot of difficulties. Hearing these words, Musan replied that he was right. He asked the young master not to worry and promised that he would never tell them that he survived, after which he swore on his life and all the gods. After thinking for a while, he decided to speak out to the end. The man admitted that he also regretted his actions in the past, after which he said that he sincerely respects his ancestors and therefore was extremely disappointed to see his pathetic side. He could not accept the fact that he was the heir of a sect that he sincerely admired. In response, Mu-wan said that it was normal, because anyone in his place would feel the same. After that, the man also thanked the guy for helping him that time. Mu-wan was embarrassed and said that it was not that important. After thinking a little, the man became more serious. Within a moment, he fell to his knees and declared that from now on he would serve Jin Mu-wan as his master. Such an unexpected oath surprised the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Kneeling down, the man swore by all the gods and heavens that he would live and die only for his master, after which he declared that from that day forward, he was his only master. By doing this, Seo-mu-sang was confident that the Northern Heavenly Clan would be revived with the help of this person. In an age when conspiracies and betrayals are so common, he knew that it was impossible to find another person like him who had spiritual strength and was guided by an unbending will. Sincerely addressing his new master, the man humbly asked for his consent, saying that he would become his blade and kill his enemies. In response, the guy calmly asked him to get up. As expected, Musung treated this as his first order. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, Mu-wan said that he heard his wish. Seo-mu-sang was accepted into the ranks of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It became the blade of the 5th leader of the legendary organization. Sometime later, together with his faithful comrades, Mu-wan burned the remains of the fortress. There was no doubt in his eyes, and the attentive So-mu-sun enjoyed his spirit and will. Mr. Huang stood next to them. Seeing how the palace in which he had been given hope for life was disappearing, he could not hold back his tears. The man turned away so as not to show himself in this form. When he saw from afar the state of the Northern Heavenly Clan's palace, he rushed towards the young master at full speed. At that moment, the guy was just lighting a fire, with which he was going to erase the remnants of the existence of their palace. The worried man wanted to know what happened in this place. Previously, He had heard that the descendants of the 9 heavens had come to the Northern Heavens sect. Examining the young master, the man shouted that the arrogance of those scum knew no bounds, after which he continued to ask if the heir of the clan was all right. With a kind smile, Mu Wan calmly replied that there was no need to worry about him. He was grateful that Mr. Huang came to visit him. Despite what had happened to the Northern Heavenly clan, the old man was truly glad that his young master was still alive. The young master decided to go along with the old member of their clan. Xiao Mu Sung intended to stay at this place until the Central Alliance troops arrived. Finally, he turned to his master. He respectfully asked him to stay safe and healthy until they meet again. Master Jin replied that he still did not know how long it would take. The man replied that it did not matter to him and that he would wait for his master to return. In response, Mu Wan asked him to be careful. Xiao Mu Sung didn't want him to worry about his life. Yet he truly admired the life of the heir to the Northern clan. The time has come to say goodbye because a different path awaited them. Lastly, the man should ask Mr. Huang to take care of the young master. The old man replied that it had been his duty for many years, so there was no need to worry. After these words, Mu Wan finally left his ruined palace. Looking at his master, the faithful follower thought that he reminded him of the dragon that had gone to spread the wings on his back. He had to wait for his return and prepare for the future. After that, he simply sat down on the ground and began to meditate. His main duty was to serve the true master. A few days later, a huge army appeared on the horizon. Xiao Mu Sung felt the ground begin to vibrate from their horses. He did not have to wait long for the moment when they arrived at the scene of recent events. Based on the quick response time of the 9 heavens forces, the man guessed that Mr. Sim and Miss Hiran had gone to the western fortress of the Central Alliance. Approaching the lone warrior, the army stopped. Their captain said that he had heard that Silent Night had appeared in this place, after which he boldly asked the stranger to identify himself. Seeing this general, Mu Sung assumed that he was Yang Manzhou from the western fortress. The determined warrior took out his ID and said that he was a member of the 3rd group of mercenaries sent here by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Having learned about the group of mercenaries, the man asked where the rest of the guys were. So Moon replied that he was the only one who survived. The general decided to repeat this news, and the man calmly confirmed his words. Pointing his huge sword towards the former mercenary, the general asked what happened to the heirs of the sect. Hearing that he was dead, the man asked in disbelief whether the guy had seen it with his own eyes. So Moon replied that he was last seen locked in a burning room, but could not confirm whether he escaped or not. The general peered thoughtfully at the suspicious guy. After that, he replied that they would soon find out and asked his wards to arrest the stranger and send him to the western fortress for interrogation. Addressing his army, he asked them to split into 2 groups, after which he appointed their leaders. The first group was engaged in searching the area and recovering bodies that had been burned. The second group was engaged in protecting the surrounding borders. Xiao Mu Sung was captured and knew that when he was taken to the western fortress, they would question him about the appearance of the quiet night and how he survived it all. Most likely, they will also try to find out the truth about the master, and if his innocence is proven, he will be able to return to the Central Alliance. But if they suspect him to the very end, then he will be imprisoned forever. The man was confident and was going to remain collected until the very end. Wasting no time, the general began an investigation and asked to find everything that had to do with the appearance of Silent Night. Despite his scream, Xiao Mu Sung was sure that no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to find anything. He only thought about how his master would cope with the trials that he would encounter along the path of improvement. The road was long, and Master Jin remained on his horse even at night. Over time, they arrived at the northern mountains called Gyeokam, which their sect considered terrible because they were not suitable for ordinary life. Huang asked if the young master was sure that he wanted to stay here. The guy answered without any doubt that everything was fine. From now on, he intended to practice only martial arts, considering this place to be ideal for immersing himself in training. Now he was dead to the whole world. He knew that at first people would doubt, but soon all this would pass, as they were cruel and heartless. Addressing the young master, Huang said that he would bring him food and supplies every 4 months. Before saying goodbye, Master Jin took his faithful comrade by the hand and said that he was truly grateful for what he was doing for him. The man asked him not to say such things. He considered his actions a sacred duty that he must fulfill. In response, the master asked to excuse his words, since he wanted to continue to rely on his support. Huang replied that he just wanted the young master to fully focus on his training. After examining the eerie surroundings, they began to remain silent. The cold and gloomy rocks around were what tempered the young master's spirit. His path to the top will begin from this place. The following events take us to one of the 10 largest trading troops in the country, whose power of wealth is able to force even the imperial family to listen to their demands. The White Dragon has numerous branches scattered throughout the main lands, thanks to which they have gained enormous influence over the entire country. Each of their branches is large enough to operate independently. However, if they had a place that they could call their main headquarters, it would be in Nanju, a city that they completely control. It was almost impossible for the White Dragon merchant troupe to find anyone who had nothing to do with them. The woman who founded the White Dragon trading troupe is the retired leader, Ro Te Te. But this was the first time she had appeared at the meeting in many years. Her youngest daughter, Yun Soin, kept thinking about what a great man her older brother was, who did everything to help her mother build this troupe from scratch. In her opinion, he is the one who cares about the White Dragon merchant troupe more than anyone else. It was about the eldest son named Yun Human. This man was already the leader of a troupe of merchants. It had been a long time since this woman had appeared at a summit, and it seemed quite unusual of her. It was clear that something important had happened. Turning to her son, she became convinced that the situation in Unnam did not look good. Upon learning that we were talking about the city of Unnam, Yun Soin remembered that 7 years ago, when everyone wanted to leave that city because it was too far from the main headquarters, a man appeared who put everything on the line to create there the basis of their branch. This was another older brother, the third son of the family. His name is Yun Jamin. He stated that if there were problems in Unnam, then he would immediately be the one to go solve them on his own. In response, the leader stated that if Jamin left his position here to go to Unnam, they would inevitably suffer some losses. He thought it would be better if they sent someone else to Unnam. The younger brother considered this a personal matter, since he founded a branch in the city where problems arose. He stated that there is no one who knows more about that city than himself. With a calm look, the troop leader thought that he understood his brother's feelings. He was sure that Jamin was capable enough to go there, however. They had no idea how difficult the situation was, and what dangers might await them there. Their mother was here to make sure they made an unbiased decision, so he was going to refrain from making harsh remarks. Turning to the head of the family, all members of the summit began to discuss several candidates, but it was difficult to decide among them, because some were quite smart, while others were more advanced in martial arts, which guaranteed them a safe visit. After listening to all the opinions, the woman turned to her son, who founded that branch. Jamin was attentive to the speech of his respected mother. The woman wanted to hear if he really wanted to go to Unnam. In response, he stated that she knew very well that he was the one most suitable for this. She agreed that it was natural that he would want to go to his branch, but she wondered who he was going to take with him. The man replied that he planned to take the deputy general. He was confident that Nam Ingol and his people would be able to help avoid any difficulties and dangers. Hearing his answer, the woman said that in this case, nothing would change if he took one more person with him. It was about bodyguard Huang. Hearing the mention of Huang Chul, Jamyan didn't mind. The founder of the White Dragon Group believed that bodyguard Huang was a reliable person, and in case of emergency, he would help contact their main branch. Before sending her son to solve the problems of the branch, she asked him to take care of himself, because the situation in Unnam is not easy. After the summit ended, only Mrs. Thay Thay and her son Human remained in the hall, who inherited the family business. The woman asked if he was worried about his younger brother. The man replied that this was true, but he was more worried about the fact that they did not have reliable information about how things were now in that city. In response, the woman agreed with his words, but clarified that just because it is dangerous does not mean that the main family should not intervene. She believed that at such times their family had a responsibility to take the initiative and set an example for others. She believed that her son would be fine. She wanted Human not to worry, and then asked him to send bodyguard Huang to her. The man responded to her request with a smile. It seems that for them he had some special value. He knew that Master Huang was not talented in martial arts and did not particularly stand out among others. Therefore, it was a mystery what he did to earn his mother's trust and favor. The training of young masters took place in the inner palace. The guys gave their best, The teacher tried to set them on the right path and taught them to focus on internal energy. According to the mentor, the children did not give their best and did not behave seriously. As it turned out, this mentor was bodyguard Huang. The head of the family took him by surprise. At the request of Lady Tay, he went to meet her. The woman invited him to sit down and asked how he was doing. The man confessed that thanks to the generous kindness of his lady, his life was blessed with ease and comfort. For the founder of the merchant troupe, this was pleasant to hear. The bodyguard asked why he was called to a personal meeting. The woman informed him that his third son wanted to go to Unnam, and since this place was his special interest, he considered it his duty to regulate the situation there. She said that she wanted her faithful subject to go with him. She also said that 7 years ago her eldest son managed to escape an extremely dangerous situation, and then, 5 years later, she herself found herself in a critical situation and only miraculously survived. Looking back, she believed that the person who helped them get through the difficulties safely was Huang. As it turned out, she believed that he was blessed with great luck and had the power to allow people to escape dangerous situations. The woman believed that this was a talent given by God, so she asked if she could entrust her third son to him. As a result, he had a trip to Unnam planned in 2 weeks, so he had to rush to fulfill his previous plans. He was also worried that young Master Munjong might come with them, who was quite a clumsy guy and could end up getting hit by a sword, which would make it worth spending a lot more time on his training. As the man moved forward, he saw the destroyed cart and remembered that due to the great influence of bandits in the area, the Imperial Army began to manage his security with special attention. But to his surprise, no matter how many times he had passed here in the past, he had never met them. Heading towards the mountains where he left the young master, Huan thought that he must really be lucky if no Tai was sending him with his third son. Meanwhile, Mu Wan grew stronger. He had already become accustomed to this difficult place to live. The mountains were covered with snow, but he made a place for himself in the rock, to which he carried a small supply of wood. Inside, many destroyed swords were evidence that he was not sitting idle. In an instant, he heard someone come to his door and ask him to come out. The guy recognized Mr. Huang's voice and happily ran towards him. Not even a year had passed since they last saw each other, and now Jin Mu Wan looked like a completely new person. Turning to the young master with tears in his eyes, Huang Chul thought that if he died on this journey, he would no longer regret anything. As expected, Master Jin was very grateful that Mr. Huang reached him at such a cold time of the year. He invited the man inside. Inside his cave, there was a very good dwelling. Although the guy had changed noticeably, he believed that he still lacked a lot and should be more diligent in his training. Taking another look at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the merchant said that he was simply amazing. Every time he saw his young master, he seemed to be a new person, which was quite mysterious. The guy sat down to drink tea. Mr. Huang said that he arrived earlier than usual because he was being rushed to Unnam. The guy asked what was going on. He hoped it was nothing serious. The man replied that he doubted that it was dangerous. According to him, even if something bad happened, he is more than capable of protecting his own body. After that, he asked what kind of mysterious large blade was in the corner of the room. The young master replied that it was a blade that he forged using the stone that Huang gave him. It took him a lot of time and effort to curb something like this. Taking a closer look at the blade, the man stated that a rather ominous vibration was emanating from it. Next, Mr. Huang decided to talk about the events that have happened recently. It has been 7 years since Mu Wan was forced to leave his palace. The 4 pillars of the Northern Heavens had gained enormous power in the world, and the Central Heavenly Alliance was trying its best to keep them in check. They struggled with each other, which meant that the quiet night had not yet returned. Because of this, even the Central Heavenly Alliance was in complete confusion and seemed unstable. While saying goodbye, Mr. Huang Chol convinced the young master that he should not worry, because until the world again sees the glory of the Northern Heavenly Clan, he will never get sick or die. He also said he would be back by early spring in about 3 months. Mu Wan wished good luck to his faithful comrade and asked him to take care of himself under any circumstances. After these words, Huang looked at the clan heir with a smile and said goodbye. The young master took a closer look before he set off. Yet this was the only person whom he saw once every few months for 7 years. Looking up at the sky, he wondered how Hasal was doing. 3 months later, Mr. Huang still did not come to the young master. The guy understood that something had definitely happened to the old man. After many years of training, he was no longer the same person and was ready for any challenge. His blade could even cut through stone. These mountains, which terrified the masters of his clan, were cut by his blade. Mu Wan continued to train, and his skills in using eternal darkness reached a completely different level. There was an unshakable will in his eyes, and now he was ready to show everyone the heritage of the Northern Heavenly Clan. With one powerful blow, he created a huge destructive wave of eternal darkness. The result of his training was simply amazing, because he managed to easily destroy a mountain range, against which he looked like a small and helpless ant. He believed that there was no point in waiting any longer, and it was time to find the master, who is one of the 3 members of his clan. Master Mu Wan went to the city of Nanju in the Orchid region. First of all, he went to a local hotel. Looking at the guy in some old and dirty raincoat, the man thought that he was a beggar, and it would be better if he said that they had no numbers left. But a moment later, the guy covered his table with gold. The hotel owner's attitude immediately changed, and he happily greeted the guest and said that he would take him to their best room. According to him, that room made even noble families covet it because it had everything and even a private bathroom. When Mu Wan walked inside, he thought that he had spent too much time in solitude, and his memories of the locations of the cities had become foggy. He was surprised that he was somehow able to reach Nanju. It was difficult because the journey took more than 10 days. He had to go to this place because all he knew was that the old man worked as a bodyguard for the White Dragon merchant troupe. He didn't know much about the new world he had returned to, so he felt it was a mistake to be overconfident the moment he let Huang go into danger. Because the guy was focused on learning martial arts, he had to act too late. Leaving his things in the hotel room, the guy went to the palace of the White Dragon merchant troupe. He introduced himself to the guards as Master Jun and said that he had arrived in search of a boy named Kwak Munjung, who was the pupil of bodyguard Huang Chiul. Hearing this name, the man asked how he knew the bodyguard student. The guy replied that he didn't know the student personally, but his uncle said that he was close to the guy. When asked who his uncle is, Mu Wan replied that it was Huang Chiul, Mrs. No's bodyguard. Hearing this name, the man reacted with a smile and assumed that this was their dear brother's nephew who liked to show off his family. After a short period of joy, he became tense and said that it had been 6 months since they last heard from Mr. Huang. The main entrance guard agreed to take the guest to the place where Munjong was located. He said that since that student never had any talent with a sword, now he is just doing a bunch of random tasks here. Among the local bodyguards, there were those who looked extremely hostile. Despite their piercing gazes, Mu Wan was not worried at all. The guard asked the young master to wait while he talked to the mentor. The man walked up to the man with gray hair and whispered something in his ear. After that, the old man turned around in surprise to look at bodyguard Huang's nephew. His name was Kan Jinsen, and they greeted the young master as befits. According to him, Munjeong is still busy, but he can return at any time. Next, Mu Wan asked what was known about his uncle and where he might be. The man thoughtfully replied that he heard that there was a problem in the city of Unnam, so the deputy general and the 3rd son of the founder went to resolve the situation. In addition, he also knew that Lady No had specifically asked bodyguard Huang to accompany them. In response, the guy asked for what purpose she sent his uncle on such a dangerous mission. He was worried why those guys were missing and why the founder didn't assemble a rescue team for them. Hearing this, Mr. Khan sharply replied that the young master's words were rude if he thought that Lady No was a heartless person. According to him, everyone was worried not only about the disappearance of Huang, but also about the rest of the expedition members, and this is a big problem for the White Dragon merchant troupe. That is why Lady No is hiring many experienced mercenaries and plans to send them to Unnam in the near future. Until now, the White Tiger merchant troupe acted independently and did not receive any help from the Furious Fist Squad, which is the most powerful group in that city. Due to this incident, they asked for their cooperation, but the mentor did not know what their response was. According to him, they probably tried to use quite a lot of supplies and items to bribe them. The man asked the guy to believe that Mrs. No was also desperate and was doing everything possible to sort out this situation. After these words, Munjong came running to them, and the mentor decided to leave them alone, while he himself was about to go to meet the mistress. The young master wondered if there was a possibility that he would be allowed to join the people heading to Unnam. He said that he was ready to work at any job just to get to that city. The man replied that he looked like he could wield a blade, so he promised that he would try to help him with it. After this, Mr. Huang's student turned to the young master. The ridiculous guy asked why he needed it. The meeting of the White Dragon Troop has begun, and it is worth mentioning the events that are natural. Every year, numerous talents pour into the world of Murim. People choose masters whose skill soars so high that they become worthy of becoming part of the 7 lower heavens. The person who was directly opposite Kong Jin-sung failed to qualify for the 7 lower heavens, but his ability to think and analyze is unmatched among all the people. He is known as the Eternal Mind, a master named Mu Huan. Afterwards, a woman appeared who is capable of single-handedly destroying several dozen strong men. She is known as the violent force of Che Yakran. There is a martial sect that consists of only a dozen traveling mercenaries. They concentrated their forces around a martial artist named Yang Musan. At the right price, these guys will do any job and are known as the Iron Dozen. Your talented young guys are known as the vice leaders of the White Dragon. Looking at the youth, the mentor admitted that their aura was simply amazing. The girl's aura shocked him the most. He thought it was truly amazing and couldn't look away. Meanwhile, the most important document of this summit appeared on the table. Mu Huan signed a contract with them. The White Dragon leader said that they would now be under their care. With a smile on his face, the guy stated that he had successfully received the White Dragon merchant troop's request and was ready to go to Unam. Excited from the difficult negotiations, Tay-Tay thanked them for their cooperation. The guys continued to show off, saying that they should be thanked again after they saved the 3rd son of the great family. The woman asked if they would go just the 2 of them. The Great Intelligence replied that they would also be accompanied by the last breath hunter named Lim Jinem, the setting sun arrow named Tam Jinhong, and the blade of the 7 paths named Kong Seong Chang. He stated that the 5 of them would be leaving the next day, while the rest of their Iron Dozen were busy having followed their clan leader and were currently working on another mission. He stated that they planned to reunite in Sashin on their way to Unam. Holding her head, the woman replied with relief that she now felt less worried. A satisfied and joyful smile appeared on Mentor Khan's face, because he was sure that if the entire Iron Dozen were there, the chances of saving the 3rd master would increase significantly. After concluding cooperation and clarifying all the details, representatives of the Iron Dozen decided to bow out and leave to prepare for the trip. When everyone had left, Master Khan approached the founder and leader of the White Dragon and announced that the nephew of Huang's bodyguard had arrived. He shared the news that that young master was asking permission to go to Unam with the rescue team. The woman replied that she did not see a problem with this and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. The caring son noticed his mother's fatigue, so he invited her to return to the room and rest. Meanwhile, a commotion began inside the White Dragon Palace due to the fact that the youngest daughter of the Soin family decided to go with the rescue team. The determined girl stated that she studied martial arts at the Kuntun Monastery and was able to protect her own body. The leader of the White Dragon and also her brother tried to stop the self-confident girl who insisted on putting herself in danger. But she only did this because Jaemin is a member of her family. Loyalty to each other was their strong trait, so Yun Human could not dissuade her and understood this very well. The next day, everyone was ready to begin the mission. Young Master Mu Wan also arrived at the meeting place. He found it strange to feel that nothing would go according to plan. While the heir of the northern clan was enjoying the journey, Huang's disciple tried to start a conversation with him. He admitted that he was very worried and could not sleep. As expected, Mu Wan was very quiet. Taking a closer look at his teacher's nephew, he thought that they were not alike at all, because the older brother was calmer and more reserved, and moreover, silent. Trying to continue the conversation, Kwok Munjung admitted that this was his first route. His father was also a bodyguard, but had died a few years ago during a similar route, so he was more nervous than usual. With a not-so-cheerful tone, he remembered his mentor's words that he would be the first to die if something went wrong, so he personally taught him some cultivation methods and also nagged him a lot and told him that he shouldn't relax during training. Hearing this, Mu Wan asked what cultivation technique Huang taught him. As the dialogue progressed, the guy happily stated that it was a 3-step technique, the key aspect of which was that if he was patient and stuck with it to the end, it would help set him on the path to becoming a martial artist. He admitted that even though everyone said that he was untalented and should stop studying martial arts, Mr. Huang was the only one who understood his feelings and cared about learning. So he trained as hard as he could. Taking a closer look at the student, Mu Wan noticed that they were somewhat similar to Mr. Huang. Master Jin told him that if something happened, he should stay close. Kwak Moonjeong wondered if his older brother was truly a strong and reliable person. He was worried about whether to listen to his words. After all, it was logical to assume that it would be safer to stay with the Iron Dozen, because they are known as one of the strongest mercenaries. At one point, Che Yakran distracted her comrade. The guy looked at her and said that apparently she also noticed that guy. According to him, the person who caught their attention was on a completely different level compared to other bodyguards. Experienced warriors felt something strange in the key energy of Huang's nephew. It seemed to them that it was not there. The furious force was very interested in finding out what mystery that young master was hiding. Meanwhile, the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was thinking about how he should now live further. He dedicated his entire life solely to studying martial arts, and now the only thing he wanted to do was find Huang and Yun Ha-seol. He thought about what he should do after he achieved these goals. He was faced with the question of whether to take revenge on the Heavenly Alliance or continue to live as if it did not exist. On the other hand, he was sure that his father would want him to give up the resentment and start living a normal life, free from all worries. Despite understanding these things, he was not sure that he could live the way his father would have wished. Mentally turning to his father, he said that his blood was boiling with rage, and he really didn't know what to do next. He was distracted from deep thoughts by a cry that the vanguard had stopped. They arrived at the river and planned to cross in about 4 hours. Until this time, it was planned to divide into 2 groups, which would take turns resting and standing guard. This plan was agreed upon between the White Dragon's bodyguards and a group of mercenaries they hired to help them. There was a small establishment near the river where they were happy to see them. Addressing the waiter, Master Mu Wan asked to bring something simple and satisfying for 2. The girl replied that in that case they would like their signature roast pork. It seems that the young student Kwak fell in love with her at first sight. Master Mu Wan noticed this and smiled, after which he put the guy in an awkward position, noting that he liked that waitress. Kwak tried to lie and told his older brother that this was not so, but his ridiculous expression gave him away, causing him to visibly blush. Meanwhile, the mercenaries also entered and behaved somewhat rudely. While the mercenaries took their seats and thought about what kind of drink to choose for the meat, the waitress brought the guys their famous roast. Addressing the student, she said that her name was So Ren. The guy answered hesitantly that his name was Kwak Moonjeong. As it turned out, the girl immediately realized that he was a bodyguard, so she asked if she needed protection, then maybe she could come for him to the White Dragon merchant troop. The girl's cunning manipulation worked, and the shy guy replied that she could count on him. Children's love conversations began, hearing which, Mu Wan began to smile. Meanwhile, ascetics from the Kuntun monastery arrived at the tavern. The great mind noticed that the boy between the 2 bodyguards must have a high status. He understood this because their monastery usually does not release young students into the outside world, and the only exception is when they have achieved high skill in martial arts, or if they are a first-generation student. Noticing his younger brother's reaction, Mu Wan asked if he felt jealous, but he replied that he was not at all jealous. As it turned out, he liked being a bodyguard, and remembered his father's words that although they are paid to do their job, their duty is to protect the lives of their masters, as well as their property. He believed that because of this, people have great faith in their abilities and cannot help but rely on them because their lives are built on honesty and modesty. The young master could not even imagine a more magnificent job for the one he does himself. Sincere words interested the heir of the Northern clan. He replied that his father must have been a noble man. During their calm and peaceful meal, one of the monks suddenly rose from the table and began shouting that he wanted to see the cook of this tavern. Loud cries of dissatisfaction forced the establishment to stop fulfilling orders. The worried cook, wiping his hands on a towel, decided to check what happened. Seeing the visitor, he realized what was happening. As soon as he entered the hall, a plate of his famous roast pork flew into his face. Seeing what happened to Dad, the little girl screamed. An angry and arrogant man shouted that because of this food, their genius named Saul Gunn broke a tooth. This monk believed that this was the cook's way of taking revenge on the great family of the Kuntun monastery. As it turns out, A local chef named Ham Thayfun had a past connection with Kungtung Monastery. He believed that the visitors' dissatisfaction was due to the fact that he had left them, but the rude monk shouted that his words were just excuses. In response, the excited chef said that he does not make excuses and always checks the quality of the dishes before serving them to customers. Turning to his older brother, he assumed that he still held a grudge against him. In response, the martial artist remained silent. What we are talking about happened 15 years ago. Every 3 years, fighting competitions were held in the monastery. After another friendly battle, Master Ham, as usual, emerged victorious, but did not become arrogant and tried to help his comrade get up. A student named Muhe knew that while this guy was in the Kuntun Monastery, he would not be able to reach the highest peak of their glory, because together with this comrade, he was destined to always be second. He considered defeat at that fighting competition humiliating. He saw other masters discussing that battle and harbored a deep grudge against his comrade, who was superior to him in skill. Despite this, Master Ham Thapeng found himself embroiled in some kind of scandal a few months later, and, as a result, his career was forcibly destroyed, and he himself was expelled from Kuntung Monastery. Even though that guy had lost his status, Muha still remembered the humiliating defeat, and the rage continued to burn in his heart. Recalling those events, Chef Ham said that the only thing his comrade lost that day was his pride, while he himself was unfairly accused and eventually lost the ability to practice martial arts. He couldn't understand why his comrade still held a grudge. Addressing the visitor, the chef asked to clarify whether he really broke a tooth while eating his food. The genius student replied that it should be obvious that his tooth was clearly broken, and it hurt like hell. As expected, it was all a vile lie. A few days ago, Sol Gun was training with his older brother Muhe, and according to him, he tripped over some roots and broke his tooth. In response to his statement, the cook said that the future of Kuntung Monastery looks quite gloomy, because there is no trace left of Master Thay's teachings and beliefs. He was dissatisfied with the fact that the followers of the monastery resorted to such lies. Hearing this, Muhi began to feel angry and shouted that he could no longer bear to look at his arrogance. Filled with rage, the man hit the cook in the stomach with his palm overflowing with chi energy. The man flew into the wall and blood began to flow from his mouth. The excited daughter, with tears of panic, asked why they were doing this to his father, who was not guilty of anything. Seeing this, one of the bodyguards worriedly said that he was losing his appetite. His comrade replied that they just needed to focus on their task, since there was no need to get involved in other people's affairs. The little girl ran up to her father's abuser and shouted that his words were a lie, because she was the one who prepared the ingredients, and therefore their words could not be true. As soon as she hit the man with her fist, he shouted that she was stupid if she dared to raise her hands on his sacred body, after which he hit the defenseless girl in the face. Seeing this, Che Yakran couldn't bear it and broke her chopsticks. She was furious at what the monks allowed themselves to do. But at the same moment, the great mind asked her to cool down and said that the Kuntun Monastery belongs to the 9 great clans, and their interference could cause some problems. He believed that if they became enemies, the Iron Dozen would be in a difficult position. Things started to get out of control the moment Quack's bodyguard volunteered to defend the waitress. Despite the trembling in his body, he decided to negotiate and introduced himself properly. Having learned that this was a student of the White Dragon merchant troupe, the man asked if the boy knew about their relationship. Looking at the unconscious girl, Quack asked them to grant them their mercy at least this time. He asked the monk to close his eyes to this incident. In response, Muse began to laugh arrogantly at the noble boy's words. He then began to manipulate the facts and said that the bodyguard's words sounded like they had done something bad. He asked how dare a humble bodyguard, who receives money to train martial arts, stand in the way of an ascetic of the Kuntun Monastery. His words hurt the guy, and with tears in his eyes, he asked not to speak in such a tone about his work, saying that the duties of a bodyguard are something more, which is why this work is honorable and has no equal. In response, the man, filled with anger, shouted that he had stood in his way and dared to lecture him. The arrogant ascetic decided to draw his sword to prove that he was right. He said that he would show the guy mercy and take only one of his hands. The situation was extremely hectic. Master Jin could not allow his faithful ward student to become a victim and decided to get up from the table. Mu Huan noticed this. He was very interested in the identity of this guy, but he was afraid of the consequences. Turning to the master, Mu Huan asked him not to be stupid and to restrain his anger, because that guy decided to intervene, although he knew that he should not have. According to him, Kwok's disciple will be punished for his ignorance, and there is nothing they can do to stop it. But at least only his body and pride will be hurt by this situation. In response, Mu Huan asked if the student should be happy about his body being mutilated. According to him, when a martial artist loses his arm, it means the end of his life, while even a dog has pride. Mu Huan stated that true pride is enduring the hardships of complete loneliness while doing your best to fight for your beliefs. Looking into the face of the great mind, the guy said that people like him were unable to understand something similar that was inherent in true warriors. In response, the wise guy said that Master Jin looks at this superficially. He couldn't believe that he was really going to become an enemy of Kuntun Monastery with such a stupid and irrational belief. But as it turned out, Mu Huan thought it was wonderful that there was at least one such idiot in this world. A moment before the ascetic struck, the young master found himself directly in front of the bodyguard and stopped the sword with his bare hands. The guy was simply shocked when he saw that at the last moment his older brother came to his aid. Seeing this, all the mercenaries were shocked by the dexterity and amazing skills of the master unknown to them. Not only they, but also the monks of the Kuntun Monastery could not contain their surprise. Master Muhe couldn't believe that a sword block was used against him with bare hands, but he was sure that highly advanced fighting techniques were no match for his skills. The man was furious. He didn't know where the impudent man had come from, and how he dared to block the blade of a respected martial artist with just the fingers of his dirty, ignorant hand. His rage burst out from the fact that the guy opposite him didn't even flinch. First of all, he asked who he was dealing with, and how he dared to stand in his way, and whether he knew who he was. Mu Wo replied with a serious and piercing gaze that he could be considered the elder brother of the boy who was targeted by that blow. He suggested ending their conflict at this point, but the arrogant master shouted that he was not seeing the eyes of the one who was asking for a favor. At the same moment, he filled his left palm with ki energy and used the rising clouds palm technique. Noticing this, Mu Huan calmly repelled his attack with the sheath of his blade. Looking into the eyes of the ascetic who began to panic, Mu Huan said that the duty of a child is simply to enjoy life, while the duty of a parent is to raise him. While the man tried to snatch his sword, which the master held only with his fingers, he continued to listen to the lecture. Mu Huan reminded him that the duty of an ascetic is to cleanse oneself of one's worldly desires, including anger, hatred, and envy. When the arrogant ascetic tried to twist his blade, Mu Huan clenched his fingers even tighter, and the blade was destroyed. Addressing the impudent man, he declared that everyone has duties that he must fulfill, while those impudent guys dare to disgrace the rest of the ascetics of their monastery. Master Mo, who held in his hands the destroyed sword which was part of every ascetic, was in confusion. Seeing this, two more followers of their great clan rushed to attack the unknown young master who was trying to teach them about life. They shouted that the insolent person should shut his mouth, since he had no right to address them in such a tone. Before facing fools like this, Mu Huan asked Munjong to take the waitress and her father away from this place. The guy was shocked by what was happening, but found the strength to accept the order of his older brother. Two martial arts masters simultaneously attacked the guy who didn't even hold a blade in his hands. Mu Huan was on a completely different level and easily dodged the first sword strike. The genius disciple of the monastery struck in the air, but the young master defended himself with the scabbard of his blade. No matter how they tried, even together, they could not break through the defense of the master, who was much faster. Mu Huan had no intention of resorting to killing these ill-mannered members of the big clan, so he sent Seol Gun flying with a strong kick. As he lowered his foot to the ground, he also hit the senior monk hard. Just a moment later, he felt another hostility. He easily dodged the sharp object that was flying towards him. As it turned out, it was a broken blade that flew into the wooden wall of the tavern. Mu Huan had to teach Master Mohi a lesson the right way. Filling his palms with internal energy, the man directed his blow at the young master, threatening to destroy him for his insolence. But Wu Mon, possessing incredible speed, managed to quickly close the distance and hit the enemy in the forehead. Having destroyed the pride of the clumsy monk, the guy grabbed him by the clothes. After that, he freed his other hand and attached the scabbard with his blade to his clothes. Having his other hand at his free disposal, The young master delivered several instructive blows to the insolent person's face. The enemies did not give up until the very end. The genius of their monastery, the toothless Solgun, approached him with a fragment of a sword and boldly asked how the stranger dared to attack the ascetics. He tried to stab him in the back, but as expected, nothing happened to him. Mu Wan grabbed the blade of his broken sword so tightly that no matter how much effort the monastery disciple made, he could not escape. A moment later, a loud crunch of bones was heard. Looking around, Kwak Munjong saw what had happened. Sealgun's arm was broken and he started crying because of the pain. Watching all this, the mercenaries were completely shocked by the strength of the stranger and the situation that was happening in this tavern. The brilliant ascetic, on whom the monastery had pinned its hopes, was defeated and lost consciousness. Mu Huan was simply shocked. He understood that all this was bad, because in this place there were members of the Iron Dozen who were probably noticed by those ascetics. He knew that if they interfered, they would face consequences, because the people of Kuntun Monastery would harbor a deep grudge against them. They could no longer turn a blind eye to this incident, but the great mind could not think of a way out of the situation. The young master continued to hold Mo by his clothes. The arrogant ascetic continued to talk nonsense about insulting the monastery and the fact that the guy could forget about his sense of security. Hearing the threat, Mu Wan wondered if he was worried that they might do something. The beaten man replied that the whole monastery was one and that was their strength. He shouted that without knowing this, the guy should not dare to attack them. Mu Wan was not going to listen to these screams and decided to answer the impudent man. He whispered in Mo's ear that if the monastery was full of such bastards, then he should just get rid of them. Hearing the threat in his direction, Mo thought that this master had gone crazy. Mo Vin replied with a smile on his face that he could afford it. At that moment, Soin came to them. She was in a good mood, since she heard that her brother Mo was in this tavern. Seeing the state of her brother and his comrades, the girl was surprised how the bodyguard's nephew managed to do this. After this meeting, Mu Wan became involved in a not very pleasant conversation, in which the girl scolded him, saying that because of his actions, the relationship between the monastery and the White Dragon merchant troupe had deteriorated. She did not understand why he did this, because their families are closely related to each other. The daughter of the organization's founder wanted to hear his answer. She thought that Mu Wan should be grateful that they allowed him to go to Unnam together, so she couldn't believe that he acted like that. In response, Mu Wan apologized for the inconvenience, and then asked if their first priority was to find out the exact details of the situation and check the safety of the people involved. Turning his attention to the student, Master Jin said that although Kwak is young, he serves as a bodyguard in the White Dragon merchant troupe, so they are obliged to take care of people like him. In addition, he mentioned that due to the actions of the ascetics, a young girl in the tavern almost died, and the boy only tried to prevent this, and almost lost his arm. Mu Wan stated that just because Kungtung Monastery is highly respected does not mean that such actions by their students should be justified. It turns out that he knew that Mrs. Yun was a student of the Kungtung Monastery. He asked to behave not like a student of the monastery, but like the leader of the dragon merchant troupe that is in charge of this journey. That's why he thought it would be wise for her to listen to her people before making any decision. The guy's words put the girl in an awkward position. Still, she agreed with him and admitted her mistake. Despite this, she stated that the fact that Mu Wan brought those ascetics to such a state is not a small problem. Mu Wan replied that he would take this responsibility upon himself, because he was ready for this when he intervened in the conflict. After that, he said something strange regarding how the Kuntong Monastery of the 9 Great Clans is not something eternal, just like anything in this world. The girl asked to clarify what they were talking about, and Mu Wan replied that although the Great Kuntung Monastery has a solid foundation, they will not exist forever. Hearing this, Soin was worried about what was in this master's head. In order to relax the situation, the master again mentioned that he was ready to take responsibility for this situation, and stated that if this satisfied Lady Yun, then he and student Moonjong would leave the White Dragon merchant troupe and begin to act on their own. Mentor Khan intervened in their conversation. He suggested that everyone calm down and postpone the solution to this problem until the morning. Mrs. Yun didn't know how to respond. When she left, she accepted her mentor's offer. Returning to the young master, the mentor asked what he would do now, because he had created a rather large problem. Mu Wan replied that he would be waiting for them. The man was surprised by his intentions, but understood that Mu Wan was absolutely serious. It seemed to him that this guy was just crazy, and not at all like his uncle. When they returned to the camp, Munjeong began to awkwardly apologize, but Mu Wan replied that there was no need to worry about it, and asked him to prepare a place to stay for the night. The boy listened to his older brother's request and went with the things. After that, Mo Huan approached the young master and said that it was his turn to talk, but Mo Huan did not want to listen to the reaction of the monastery and replied that he wanted to take a break because he was tired of all this talking. The great mind was simply amazed by his answer and shouted that he still did not have the opportunity to explain the situation to him, after which he asked for just a moment of attention. Mu Huan stated that if they acted together, the current situation would be more favorable than the one they are currently in. In response, Mu Huan only asked if the great mind always calculates all its actions in advance. The captain of the Iron Dozen replied that this is so, because calculating actions is the only way to survive in the treacherous world of Murim. He said that a master should act based on his strengths and weaknesses. It is thanks to this strategy that the Iron Dozen has existed for so long. The calm Master Jin replied that he understood all this and asked him to understand it correctly. He believed that there was nothing wrong with his action. Mu Wan believed that there are times when a person should listen to his heart more than his mind, and this day seemed like a perfect example to him. The rest of the mercenaries were also watching their dialogue, ready to help the leader if something went wrong. Mu Wan stated that everyone believes that compassion and kindness have disappeared from this world because people with power will continue to take everything from the weak, while the poor souls will have nowhere to go to complain. The words that martial arts were abusing their power in the world shocked everyone nearby. Mu Huan was in a cold sweat. He understood that this was an extremely dangerous person in front of him, because in the future his beliefs would become a great threat to the entire Murim world. Trying to somehow influence the amazing master, the excited leader shouted that one person cannot change the whole world, because the world is not as simple and forgiving as he thinks. In response, the guy with a smile asked if he really thought so, because even one candle can drive away the dark one. Therefore, Mu Wan could become a light that leads people to the truth. Master Jin said that this was the reason why he learned martial arts, and why he should continue on this path. This ended their conversation. When the young student Quan returned, he continued to apologize to his older brother, feeling guilty. He said with regret that if he had not intervened, they could have avoided such a situation. In response, Master Mu Wan said that his only mistake was that he did not take into account his weakness. He believed that anyone can get into trouble, so the only thing that matters is how well you can fix the situation you're in. According to him, Kwok simply found himself in a situation that he could not cope with himself. Mu Wan was sure that the student had already learned that the world of Murim is a cold and unforgiving place where the weak die and the strong survive. Therefore, he asked the student to do everything in order to become stronger. Listening to all this, Kwok was very tense and lost in his thoughts. To give the poor fellow some encouragement, Master Jin put his hand on his head and said that he should be proud that he had the courage to stand up to enemies who were stronger than him. Mu Wan considered his action to be correct, because he saved the lives of 2 people. Hearing this, the boy began to cry and promised his elder brother that his words would remain in his memory forever. After the boy saw his older brother fight, he was well impressed. The inspired guy asked what kind of training he needed to undergo to become as strong as his older brother, to be able to break a blade with only his fingers. He talked about blocking the blade with his fingers. Mu Wan remembered that he had been trained in blacksmithing since childhood, and because of this, he learned not only to forge, but also to understand swords. Spending countless hours working in the forge, he was able to see flaws in the blade, although this would not have happened with the thin blades forged by master blacksmiths. At that moment, the guy remembered Mr. Huang and the black stone that he gave him. According to the man, this stone fell from the sky and a certain tribe worshipped it as an object from the heavens themselves. But this tribe was destroyed, after which the mysterious stone lost its owners. At that time, even 2 years later, the guy could not cope with him. He continued to work with the hope that the steel would accept him. One day, he still managed to subdue that ore. The blacksmith's skill level increased and he was able to forge a good sword. It was the same long black blade that he carried with him. The guy could see his reflection in the blade of the sword. but its edges were still dull, and no matter how many times he tried to sharpen them, his whetstone would not hold up. At one point, the guy realized that his sword just wanted to see which of them could last the longest. Pouring his chi into the sword, the master continued to work on making his weapon truly sharp. The hard work was worth the results, so the guy didn't stop. Looking at his creation, he was able to call it truly beautiful. Remembering Hasal, Muwan decided to name his blade Snowflower because the girl's name means snow. The blade he forged was neither divine nor demonic. He found himself enchanted and filled with sinister chi energy. The master felt that if he was not careful, the Snowflower would swallow him. Looking at the master, the guy noticed an amazing energy emanating from his blade, which was simply captivating. While they were hanging out, the vice leader of the Iron Dozen came to them and brought food with her. She also had a drink in her hands. Muwan looked at her side with interest to understand her intentions. Che Yakran invited him to take this food as dinner. The guys didn't refuse and started eating, which seemed pretty good to them. Kwok asked his older brother why the violent force personally brought them food, and then assumed that they were trying to convince him to join the Iron Dozen. He continued to think out loud, and said that in that case, she would not have given them the food without saying anything. Muwan noticed something strange and asked his younger brother to be quiet. He noticed something among the grass not far from them. The student did not understand anything and asked his older brother what was happening. In response, Master Jin asked him to return to the tavern. He asked the guy to hurry up, after which he picked up his sword. Mujong sped up, although he was worried about his mentor's nephew. Master Jin noticed that enemies were approaching him, so he approached them. An unknown warrior, who was moving from the side of the tall grass, accompanied by his team, noticed that Master Jin possessed an excellent blade. After that, he asked who he was. Mu Wan replied with a serious look that he was just a swordsman from the north. The elder brother of the Kuntung monastery, named Mu Guan, replied that the swordsman from the north was arrogant for attacking his disciples. As it turned out, the mentor of those 3 ascetics came to him, as well as a dozen more fighters. Mu Wan stated that he did not attack anyone, unlike the ascetics. He guessed that Mu Guang still hadn't heard the truth. After these words, the dissatisfied Moa shouted that this guy was insidious and should not be listened to. Solgun supported his comrade and also impatiently shouted that their enemy not only uses strange martial arts, but is also cunning, so he should be taught a lesson in politeness. The naive man had no honor and did not even doubt the words of his vile subordinates, so he declared that the master from the north dared to lie to him and tarnish the honor of the Kuntun monastery, while disgracing the names of their ascetics and the fate of the sacred blades. Pointing his finger at the swordsman, he said that he would be punished for his actions. Mu Wan understood that a fight could not be avoided, so he began to take out his sword and said that this conversation was useless, since the ascetic had planned to attack him from the very beginning. Releasing the power of the blue flower sword, Master Jin suggested that they hurry up and begin the battle. At the same moment, 8 ascetics of the Kuntun monastery attacked him simultaneously. Without any delay, Mu Wan released his bankai, or more precisely the energy of eternal darkness, and directed it at the insolent people. The ascetics did not even have time to land on the ground when they encountered a force that none of them could cope with. They were all thrown into the air even higher than they were before their stupid outnumbered attack. The monastery master was worried because he only noticed a simple movement of the enemy's blade. He even naively assumed that the wind was strong enough to blow away all the first-generation disciples. Still, he could hardly believe his own nonsense. While the first generation was floating in the air, another group of great family fighters rushed to attack. In response, the master decided to deal with them with one blow. His attack covered a huge area, and all the enemies were thrown back in an instant. Ahead of the master, there were no more people willing to launch a frontal attack. At the same moment, a brave man appeared behind him, confident that he could stab the swordsman from the north in the back. But when the blade was close, Master Jin used his crushing fingers. With one precise move, he completely destroyed his opponent's sword. After that, without even turning around, he aimed his blow at the poor guy who hoped to become the hero of the evening. At the last moment, Mu Wan turned his weapon around, so that fighter received a solid slap in the face with the blunt side of the snowflower. But even such a blow turned out to be so impressive that the poor guy flew several tens of meters, and his landing turned out to be very hard. Having taken a good look at the enemy's movements, Mentor Mu Guan noticed that the swordsman was using only the sheath of his blade. At that moment, he realized that they were dealing with such a powerful martial artist that out of boredom, he was not even going to kill the pathetic ascetics. One of the students shouted that that master was going to destroy the entire monastery. The mentor tried to stop them, but the ascetics were confident in the strength of their numerical superiority. The man shouted that they were no match for him, but it was too late. The movement of the master from the north looked as if he was gliding along the ground. His speed didn't even compare to his enemies. Mu Wan simply mocked the enemy fighters, and instead of finishing them off with one blow, he hit them with his scabbard, and they began to spin around their axis. Mo was simply shocked. Previously, he thought that their weakness was in numbers, but when he brought many ascetics and saw the same result, all his expectations from the battle were destroyed. Mu Guan looked quite angry as he took his sword out of its sheath. He stated that the swordsman from the north was simply playing with his charges. Turning to the guy and simultaneously releasing his energy, the man stated that he easily recognized another martial artist. He believed that Mu Wan was not capable of anything else, so he was confident of his easy victory. The determined old man shouted that he would no longer delay the logical conclusion of their battle and would finish off the enemy with one blow. After that, he closed the distance with the enemy and dealt a crushing blow using the technique of spreading destruction. Having released a huge force that was supposed to incinerate his enemy, Mentor Mu Guan exhaled heavily. But after a moment he realized that the battle was not over, as his opponent dodged and even moved behind him. Turning to face the swordsman, he quickly launched another killing blow called Moonlight Sky Slash. Mu Wan decided to make him understand that there was no point in this battle, so he easily stopped even such an attack. The mentor was furious at how helpless he was against the master he had previously threatened with death. Somewhere from a safe distance, people from the White Tiger merchant troupe watched that battle. As we already know, Lady Yun was previously a disciple of the monastery, so she knew that the first generation of Kuntong disciples were very dangerous enemies. She was shocked that when they all attacked the mysterious master, they could not even touch his clothes, while the guy simply blew them away like a gust of wind. No less shocked by what was happening, the mentor replied that in the world of Murim, there are people who hide their true powers. According to him, such people are known as revered beings. He knew that truly powerful warriors focused their beliefs on the pain of this world. They also strive to be like ordinary people, without causing too much attention from the public. According to him, this was the reason why Miss Tay always paid closer attention to people who never stood out. Hearing his story, the daughter of the White Dragon founder assumed that this was the true identity of Huang's bodyguard's nephew. At that moment, the mentor wondered where bodyguard Huang himself was from. Watching the battle, the great mind assumed that the master, who joined their squad of his own free will, intended to destroy the Kuntun monastery himself. Hearing his words, the archer standing behind him expressed a desire to join the battle, but the muscular man said that this was impossible. Among them, only Che Yakran felt calm. The girl said that those fools reveled in the glory of their families rather than their own merits, so they would never match the person they were fighting. She was annoyed that they were not on their level, and only their leader could cope with the first generation of the monastery. The great mind thought that if that person is so strong that even the proud elder sister shows respect to him, then perhaps he can change the world. They were in trouble, so the guy thought they should hurry up and regroup with their leader. Meanwhile, the duel of the strongest continued. Mu Wan didn't even make much effort to fend off the enemy's blows. The man was furious that the battle looked like the enemy was just toying with him. The ascetic master was very angry that Mu Wan was simply blocking his attacks and not even taking the fight seriously. Releasing a huge amount of energy, the ascetic unleashed the single blade of heaven and shouted that the swordsman from the north must fight him with everything he had. Hearing these words, Mu Wan apologized, saying that he must have looked disrespectful to the ascetic's personality all this time. With a confident and piercing look, the master said that it had been a long time since he had a real fight. After these words, the guy's movements changed sharply, and he asked to be allowed to show his full strength. The blade of eternal darkness was released. Master Jin resorted to using the spirit of the fallen star, and because of this technique, a huge amount of energy appeared above him, which looked like a hurricane. The incredible power made the man think that this was his end. He no longer even resisted in the face of such a terrifying force that he had never encountered before. Seeing the enemy's blade in front of him, he completely forgot about his weapon and fell to the ground. At the last moment, someone asked the master swordsman to stop, so Master Jin stopped the effect of his technique at the very neck of the enemy. It was the cook. Together with the boy, they ran to the battlefield. The mentor immediately recognized Master Tafin. When they met, the cook told how everything really happened. All the ascetics felt guilty because they attacked the swordsman, who was not guilty of anything and did not even intend to kill them. Recalling the past, the mentor mentioned that during that time, he was isolated and focused only on training, while the Taipeng energy meridians were destroyed and he was expelled from the clan. Taking a closer look at the pitiful students, he could not believe that this was not enough for them. The man said that Mo and the others were so vile and treacherous that they resorted to such terrifying methods. Addressing Taipeng, Master Mu Guang revealed that he thought that he had killed many of their brothers because he was suffering and was consumed by demonic energy. This is exactly the version of events he had when he thought about why the great master was kicked out of the monastery. Now everything made sense to him, and he was convinced that that story was not just strange, but artificially created. It was indeed difficult for the mentor to believe that a person who had earned the title of the highest peak of the Kuntun monastery would resort to such things. He sincerely apologized to the former master for accepting that lie, calming down and even believing that his brother chose a terrible path to become stronger. Mu Guan stated that he felt remiss for allowing this to happen, and then stated that if Taipeng had informed them of what was happening, he would have talked to the elders to find out the circumstances. In this case, the guy who possessed incredible strength could have avoided a similar fate. But the master unexpectedly replied that at that moment he decided to resign himself because he was tired of his life. The cook said that his previous position in the monasteries had exhausted him. As he became more and more respected, he began to realize how many people disliked and envied him, so his life in the monastery became miserable. As a result, he was left completely alone as soon as he reached the pinnacle of fame. However, during this time he met his wife, who never stopped supporting him and always remained by his side. It was then that he realized that there was no point in staying in the monastery anymore. The man decided to give up everything for the peaceful life with his wife and daughter, which he now enjoys. Despite this, the ascetics refused to leave him alone, and the cook was in despair, as he did not know what else he needed to do. Addressing his mentor, Sol Gun continued to lie and shouted that he never wanted to harm that person or his family. There was even a grain of truth in some of his words, because he stated that all this was planned by elder brother Muhe. The stupid ascetic was betrayed by one of his comrades, over whom he had great influence. When everything was revealed, Muhe stormed out and called his mentor an ignorant bastard who was drunk on martial arts. That impudent guy said that the man knows nothing, what hatred he feels for all those whose achievements overshadow his glory. That's why he did everything he could to get rid of Ham Taipeng. In addition, he found room for lies, and even stated that he did this so that mentor Mu Guan could become the next head. According to him, he was a devoted ascetic to the very end, and defended the interests of the monastery in every possible way. The excuses continued to pour out of his mouth. When Muhe finished, the mentor did not know how to answer. After a few seconds, he began to laugh loudly, and said that he could not even imagine how rotten the Kuntun monastery had become. He said that his student is absolutely right, and he really doesn't know anything other than martial arts, which is why he became just a puppet for this whole farce. Pointing his finger at Muhe, the man shouted that he couldn't even imagine how much he wanted to cut off his head at that moment. But he couldn't do it, because it would be more of a blessing than a punishment. The man said that the culprit would suffer the same fate as Taipeng. With a piercing and cold gaze, the mentor declared that from that day on, he would exterminate all the rotten ascetics in the Kuntun monastery in order to prevent something like this from happening in the future. According to him, anyone who dares to object to his will be torn to pieces, so he asked the ascetics to be prepared for the consequences. Returning to Ham Taipeng, Mu Guang admitted that after everything that happened to him, a simple apology would not be enough. The mentor stated that from now on, the Kuntun monastery will do everything in their power to support his family, who have suffered from the actions of those ascetics all this time. Although the cook tried to calm the man down by saying that all this was in the past, the mentor believed that it was his fault, since he was ignorant and stupid. The former brothers from the great family continued their conversation, while Master Jin and his younger brother watched from the side. Taking a closer look at the guy he fought with, the man thought that his belief that he had reached one of the highest ranks was only a deception to himself. He dedicated his entire life to becoming a great martial artist. But when he fought with a guy who was about 20 years old, he realized that he was not a worthy opponent. At that moment, Master Mugwan admitted that the heavens were indeed unfair. After he saw the 7 lower heavens, he found it hard to believe that people like him still existed. He believed that Master Jin could even rise to the top of this world. When he approached the young master, he said that because of their ridiculous ascetics, a big man like Muwan had wasted the day. Yet he admitted that thanks to his actions, he was enlightened about the corrupt nature of their monastery. For everything he had done, the man was ready to provide the master with someone who could help him. Mugwan said that as soon as Master Jin arrives in Unnam province, he should look for a scholar of the 3 thoughts named Ha Jinwol, who is his longtime friend. According to him, Ha Jinwol stands out a lot, so it shouldn't be difficult to find him, and he will definitely help him with the task. Master Jin thanked the monastery mentor for his help and then asked why he was doing this for him. The man replied that he was in debt, and his intuition also told him that Master Jin and Ha Chin-wol must definitely meet. Bowing respectfully before the monastery master, Jin Mu-wan asked for forgiveness for the disrespect he showed him during the battle. When they said goodbye, the mentor thought that the name of that swordsman from the north seemed familiar to him. At one point he remembered that he had already heard something similar. Looking closely at the back, he couldn't believe that this was exactly the guy he was thinking about. After some time, a ship arrived on which the squad was going to continue their journey. While Kwak was saying goodbye to the girl he liked, Mu-wan noticed that the other fighters were not behaving the same way as before. He realized that this was due to the fact that he was too impatient and showed the level of his capabilities, causing others to become wary of him. Sighing heavily, the guy thought that things had become less pleasant than before. When the guys finished swimming, they again mounted horses and carriages. Mu-wan couldn't rest properly because Kwak was literally trying to pierce him with his gaze. The boy said with admiration that he respected his tough older brother and that he had shown amazing skills in battle. He again wondered what he needed to do to become as strong. Mu-wan is not used to such obsession because he lived for a long time as a hermit. It was tiring, so he explained to the guy that the 3-step technique that Mr. Huang taught him was not an ordinary cultivation technique. Although it was much worse than a normal technique, Master Jin believed that when a student reached a certain stage, his rate of progress would increase significantly, so it was worth mastering it thoroughly. He also had advice. He believed that Kwak should use a heavier blade. Master Huang's words were similar. Looking at the disciple's physique, he said that he could become bigger and stronger with enough training, and also that a heavy and long blade would suit him better than the one used by the White Dragon's bodyguards. Kwak Munjong was determined as never before. He stated that in this case he would use the kind of blade that his older brother spoke about. Meanwhile, the detachment reached the province of Sachin, in which the Iron Dozen was going to unite with part of the detachment with which their leader was traveling. The team decided to stop here for the day and rest in one of the taverns nearby. In their free time, Mu-wan and Kwak walked around the city, where the boy found a blade that seemed suitable for him. The merchant approved of his choice, but Mu-wan did not agree with them. After this, Kwak Munjong suggested another option, but it was also not what was discussed. When they walked a little further, Mu-wan became wary when he noticed a silhouette nearby that seemed suspicious to him. His younger brother noticed a strange interest in the alley and asked what he wanted to find there. As it turned out, there was some kind of trading shop where an old, bored merchant was sitting. Seeing the incredible blade in the hands of the young master, the man assumed that he himself was engaged in its manufacture. The man with the red nose asked why Mu-wan chose the enchanted blade. Mu-wan was surprised at how he was able to identify the type of his blade so easily. The man replied that he could see this from the master, because his hands had done a lot of work in the forge. Taking a closer look at his knife, Master Jin said that he did not make such a blade on purpose, and believes that most likely it is due to the material he used. The master mentioned that the material he used for the blade was a stone that some tribe worshipped as a sacred object, But since the tribe was destroyed, the stone was tainted by the sinful will and desire of those people. In response, the man cryptically said that there is something called a god weapon. Those blades are made from the will and desire of a master blacksmith, and depending on who that person is, the weapon can become divine or demonic. This is why master blacksmiths, who can create anything, must always be careful when crafting their weapons. He believed that if anyone else had had this blade, he would have been in big trouble. He asked the guy to be careful, because one mistake could make him go crazy and be consumed. After these words, the old blacksmith rose from his chair, stretched, yawned, and invited the guys inside. He believed that Mu-Wan had the skills to become a master blacksmith, so he was probably not looking for a blade for himself. It was logical for him to assume that the blade was needed by the young man who stood behind the master. Mu-Wan confirmed the old man's guesses, and said that he was looking for a long and heavy blade for the boy, the weight of which should be about 3 kilograms and the length of about a meter. He reported that the cultivation method that his brother was learning allowed him to use a long blade that would help him master the sword of domination. Taking a closer look at his things, the man remembered that he had a blade that he had made when he was young and more energetic. The old man poured out his heart and soul to make it, but since it was very heavy, no one wanted to take it. Trying to pick up his weapon, the man admitted that he was no longer as strong as before. When Master Jin took the sword and raised it up, he said that judging by the faint red glow, hematite ore was used. The blade was perfectly balanced and really well forged. While Kwok was yawning in admiration of the blade, the old man asked him to try a new weapon. The guy was born with a strong body and was confident that it could cope with a long and heavy blade. But once the sword was put into his hands, it turned out that he was overly confident in himself. Even with both hands, he was unable to support the weight of this weapon, and the blade quickly fell to the ground. Mu-Wan tried to hold back his laughter because he passed this sword with just one hand, while the old man was indignant that children these days are too weak. Kwok began to make excuses, and with an incredible trembling in his body and arching in his back, barely raised his new weapon, declaring that he had not dropped it, but simply lowered it to the ground. Mu-Wan suggested that he take familiarization with new weapons as part of his training. After that, the young master reached into his inner pocket and asked the old man how much it would cost him. His younger brother didn't want Mu-Wan to waste money on his weapons, so he tried to stop him. But to their surprise, the old man replied that he did not need money, and this sword was gratitude for the fact that they came to his dirty forge and had a little fun. Just as Mu-Wan was about to offer something in return, the blacksmith stopped him and said that if he really wanted to repay him, then he could buy him a drink the next time he came. His attentive gaze noticed that Mu-Wan had already faced many difficulties in life. With a smile on his face, the blacksmith said that with a master like Jin, he could spend the entire night drinking and talking about many things, especially blades, which he could talk about for ages. After this, the man began to tell something about his work, since he hardly had anyone to share with him about how he lived his long life. When he was tired of talking, Mu-Wan chose the right moment to say goodbye and promised that he would come to him again. Lastly, the blacksmith asked Kwok to take care of the red-toothed one. In response, the guy asked the blacksmith to stay healthy so that they could meet again. Turning to Master Jin, the young bodyguard thanked him for what he had done for him. As it turned out, the student was already thinking about how he would start training. Hearing the name of the blade, Master Jin noticed that it was very cute. When the guys were returning to the tavern where their squad was staying, they noticed that a whole crowd of onlookers had gathered in the middle of the city. The guys decided to go closer to find out what was happening there. As it turned out, several bandits attacked defenseless old people who were shopping. At one moment, a huge man appeared behind the master and his younger brother, who was indignant at what he saw. It also bothered him that everyone had gathered around just to watch, but none of them were going to help the poor souls. He knew that the clans of the Blue Hills and mountain peaks were protecting this place, but he could not understand where they were looking if such madness was happening during daylight. At one point, he intervened in this unpleasant situation and grabbed one of the offenders by the hand. With just one squeeze of his hand, he broke the robber's fist. After that, a huge and strong man sent another bandit flying, hitting him in the jaw. While the armed men tried to find out who he was, another attacker was sent flying by an unknown fighter. In addition to his strength, he also had incredible speed. When one of the fighters tried to pierce him with his sword, the man managed to miss the attack under his arm and grab the attacker. With one mad click, he sent the bandit flying. The problem was solved, and Mu Wan suggested that they return to the tavern. Kwok never ceased to be amazed at how the unknown doer could get rid of the attacker with just a click. When the guys returned to the rest of the squad, they saw how the entire Iron Dozen began to greet them with respect. But Mu Guan turned in their direction, greeting his leader. Kwok was confused because he did not understand what he was talking about. Looking back, Mu Wan saw that they had not come alone. The leader of the Iron Dozen, the same man who dealt with the bandits in the square, also entered the tavern with them. First of all, Yang Musong asked whether his team's trip was safe. The great mind immediately made a report, and the large and muscular man noted with a laugh that they had done a good job. After that, he introduced himself to the young master and said that he had heard that Jin's personality was quite terrible. In response, as befits, Mu Wan introduced himself to the leader of the Iron Dozen. The leader embarrassed his deputy the moment he repeated his words that dealing with the young master was not an easy task. Having met, Mr. Yang invited him to join their meeting. It seems that Mrs. Yun, who was responsible for the trip, did not fully understand why he was inviting the troubled young man. The man replied that this master was directly related to their mission, since his uncle had gone missing. He believed that in such a case, Master Jin had as much right as any of them to attend the meeting. The bodyguard mentor was excited and tried to convince the leader of the Iron Dozen, but the man stood his ground, saying that Master Jin was rumored to be damn strong and should be a good addition in order to successfully complete the dangerous mission. Looking at the excited meeting participants, he suggested forgetting about the small details, reminding them that they were in a situation where anyone with power would make a difference. After these words, the crazy man began to show off his muscles and laugh loudly. The incredible pressure of strong people around told the guy that he did not belong here. By saying that he needed to train, Kwok justified his departure from the meeting. When everyone took their seats, Mr. Yang announced the beginning of the meeting. Addressing the members of the White Dragon Party, he said that since they were already familiar with the people who had accompanied them from Nanju, it was time to get acquainted with the part of the party that had arrived with him. He started with a crazy guy with blades hidden in his sleeves. His name was Shredder, and no one was sure what his real name was, but it was clear that he was a real psychopath. The next fighter with a large scar on his neck was known as the main womanizer of their squad. It was a swordsman named Man Sochin. Last but not least, a man with a long spear named Chi Sionel. He was very hot-tempered and nervous, so the leader urged the guys to be careful with him. As befits him, Mu Wan introduced himself to those who did not yet know him. Having looked closely at the young master, Master Yang was convinced that he did not feel any key energy from him. He wondered what Jin was going to do next, and whether he would hide his skills until the very end. Mentor Khan decided to continue the discussion and asked to allow them to pay attention to the fact that in the city of Unnam there are not many clans with a good reputation, with the exception of the Blue Swords clan. He believed that this was why the Furious Fists were able to easily seize power and settle in that city. Hearing the name of that guild, Master Jin remembered that he had already met their leader before his father died. According to the bodyguard, they managed to create a large clan and become one of the largest and most influential people in the city. Because of this, they are constantly at war with the Blue Sword sect. Under normal circumstances, the Central Heavenly Alliance should mediate these disputes. Turning to the map, the man clarified that for some reason, the authorities are not going to intervene in that conflict, and that is why the situation in Unnam province is getting worse every day. For these reasons, not only the White Dragon merchant troop is affected, but also many other merchants. In the past, their organization sent a large amount of money to the Furious Fists to ask for their help. But this gesture did not help them come to an agreement, and all this makes many merchants doubt whether to visit the province of Unnam. As a result, the doubts of the Furious Fists destroyed the entire economy of their region. After hearing these details, Yang Museong concluded that someone was trying to stop the flow of money in Unnam province. His deputy suspected that both Blue Swords and Furious Fists were involved in this. Hearing this option, the muscular man wondered if there was a possibility that there was actually a third party involved. According to Che Yakran, they cannot rule out this possibility, but they did not have any evidence. Picking his nose, the leader of the Iron Dozen admitted that their mission was troublesome, and the White Dragon had given them an extremely unpleasant job. Master Jin believed that this whole situation, as well as his uncle's disappearance, would only be resolved when they came to Unnam and took action. The Great Intelligence was sure that sooner or later they would have to solve these problems themselves, but he had already sent a spy in advance to gather some information for them. By the time they get to the province, they will already know something around the problem, what is happening. At that moment, the leader realized that the disappearance of his tracker was due to the actions of his deputies, who did not inform him of their plan. The girl justified herself that Mu Huan did this himself, believing that the ranger was a weakling and would never be useful to them in battle. Wiping his snot on his ward's shoulder, Master Yang laughed and praised him for a job well done, after which he said that he would leave the rest to the vice leaders, since it was time for him to finish one recently started task. Rising from the table, he asked his comrades not to forget to inform him of the final decisions. He already had a basic idea of the whole situation, so he was going to figure something out from his side as well. Without even hearing the opinion of the White Dragon representatives, the leader of the Iron Dozen left the meeting. On the way, he suggested that Master Jin do the same and invited him to take a little walk. Along the way, the man said that his deputy Mu Huan is a real thinker, so he is in charge of all the internal affairs of their mercenary group. The leader truly trusted his mentee because he was sincere and honest. According to him, Mu Huan understands that his actions decide the fate of all his comrades. He has a deep sense of responsibility because of the heavy burden that he has to bear, and it is because of this that he lives this life, calculating all his actions in advance. But at the same time, the leader believed that understanding his ward becomes difficult at the moment when it is necessary to make comparisons or stop. Still, he treated his brain of the organization with understanding, since anyone can doubt when more and more responsibilities fall on him. He hoped that Master Jin would be able to understand a little better what kind of person he was after some time. Continuing to walk, Mu Huan asked why Master Yang was leading him to some kind of dead end. The man replied that the guy shouldn't worry about killing him. In response, the calm Master Jin addressed the leader by name and asked if he really thought he could do it. Hearing his confident words, the man began to release his fierce inner energy and said that he could find out after they exchanged blows. In response, Master Jin also began to demonstrate his strength, although he was probably holding back. Their fierce energy and cold glances began to heat up the situation. The clash of chi power seemed equal, and the battle was a moment before it began. But at that very moment, Master Yang suddenly stopped releasing energy and laughingly said that they would have to leave it for another time, since now they had more important things to do. After these words, he walked up to some nondescript door and began knocking on it with a certain rhythm, saying that first they should collect some information about the situation in Unnam province. The door opened, and an old man appeared and said that they were closed. In response, the man introduced himself, but the old man began to act as if he did not understand what his visitor was hinting at. Next, the leader of the Iron Dozen winked at him and said a code word. Hearing this, the old man checked to see if there was any surveillance on them. The old man invited them to enter, and Master Yang hurried his cautious comrade. When they got inside, they were asked to wait a little. When asked what this place was, the leader replied that it was one of the branches of the Black Moon. The person they were about to meet with might even be the leader of the entire organization. This place provides valuable information to martial artists who are of the same rank as them. This is why it is extremely difficult for normal people to get in touch with them. Mu Huan asked why young Musung decided to bring him to this place. The man replied that he just wanted the young master to know about it, because he should always remember that such places exist throughout Murim. Addressing his new comrade, Mr. Yang said that Murim is much larger and more mysterious than it seems at first glance. Hearing this, Mu Huan thought that he was trying to warn him that he should be careful with how he behaves. In response, the young master said that he would definitely remember Leader Yang's advice. After this, a representative of this branch came to them. He apologized for the wait on the part of the guests and said that it was an honor for him to meet the leader of the Iron Dozen. The origins of the Black Moon organization remain a mystery, and nothing is known about who their master is. The purpose of their creation, as well as the number of employees, is still unknown. They really inspire fear. However, one thing is for sure, they can get absolutely any information before others. The leader of the Sakyan branch of the Black Moon, named Mei Wolren, came out to them. He recognized their regular customer but asked who he brought with him. The smiling man replied that he was my friend. Mu Wan introduced and heard in response that if he is related to leader Yan, then he is an incredible person. The leader of the Sakyan branch of the Black Moon asked what information Mr. Yan needed. Handing over an impressive amount of money, the man said that he wanted to know more about the situation in Unnam province. Seeing the money, May Walren replied that Unnam was one of those places that they paid special attention to, but they were not able to collect the required amount of information. But they managed to understand something important. According to them, the dispute between the Blue Swords and the Furious Fists is currently being organized by a third party. Leader Yang replied that he guessed that most likely the merchants who went missing in Unnam province were being held hostage or killed by that third party. But May Wolren did not agree with his assumption, since he believed that if they had been killed, their bodies would have already been discovered. It seemed that a third party would not be able to get rid of the large merchant group without leaving any traces that the Black Moon members could find. Still, they were unable to find out who exactly the third party was, so the leader said that if Mr. Yang had come later, then perhaps they would have found some clue for him. In response, the muscular man shared rumors that the Central Heavenly Alliance was doing nothing to resolve this situation. But as it turned out, according to May Wolren, in fact, the Central Heavenly Alliance had recently sent a group of inspectors. This news made sense because Leader Yan was confident that there was no way the government would sit quietly and watch the province's economy collapse without their knowledge. Rising from the table, Mr. Yang was about to leave, saying that this time they had gotten into a whole series of troubles. Seeing the truly impressive amount the client came with, Leader Mi decided to share something else interesting. In order for it to be a fair exchange, he offered to give them one more part. The leader of the Black Moon branch said that a man named Nong Wanpen seeks to harm the Iron Fist group as well as its leader. As it turns out, that ill-wisher is walking around looking for hired killers. As soon as the negotiations ended, the Dark Elder called his ward, Grandpa, who let the clients inside. Taking off the mask, it turned out that it was a girl. She asked her ward to start spying on the client from the moment he set foot in Unnam province. At first, the old man accepted this order regarding Mr. Yang, but as it turned out, it was Master Jin who was interested in the girl. She requested that celestial rank hidden moon fighters be used for this mission. The man was surprised that we were talking about a man who came with the leader of the Iron Dozen. He seemed very unattractive to him, so he could not believe that they were planning to use the strongest among their fighters for this mission. Still, without waiting for an answer, he humbly obeyed his lady's order and declared that he would soon convey the order to the heavenly rank group. The girl was extremely interested. She probably did not feel the Chai energy from the young swordsman, but she was sure that there was something in him. Nevertheless, the assumption that a third party was involved was confirmed. On the way back, Mr. Yang said that the young master may think that this information is of no value. But in fact, this confirmation will turn the potential threat into a real danger for his group. He also said that, in addition to the task, he had another unpleasant matter that he needed to deal with. It was about some madman named Nong Wanpen. When asked who he was, Master Yang replied that he was a man of high status in Saxian province. That madman was the one who hired him shortly before this job. They were tasked with guarding his route between the provinces, and all he knew was that they had found some kind of treasure. Leader Yan was asked to keep this a secret, but apparently he was never able to trust and, out of greed, decided to get rid of the witnesses. The man could not believe that that scoundrel decided to sign their death warrant because he felt mistrust. His words sounded extremely tense, and a short pause began in their conversation. After this, the cheerful Yang began to laugh and asked the young master not to worry, because he would make sure that nothing happened to them during their journey to Unnam province. The leader of the Iron Dozen still had some work to do, so he invited the young master to return without him. Yang Musung went in the other direction, and Master Jin wondered what the man was planning to do late at night. Meanwhile, student Kwak continued to train, and by looking at him one could say that he was making some progress. Mu Wan watched his younger brother train his body and spirit, but at one moment he noticed that the Iron Dozen detachment had left the tavern. In full force, they took weapons with them and headed somewhere. Mu Wan understood that their actions were connected with the plans of their leader, and most likely, we were talking about the person who entered into a contract with them earlier. The next day, the guys set off again, and the young bodyguard considered it a mystery why the soldiers of the Iron Dozen were so tired. They slept in the middle of the day because they were tired the night before when they left on a mission. Leader Yong Musyong slept on the roof of the cart driven by Master Jin. The guys who were driving nearby began to discuss the morning news. They heard that Mr. Noon died last night. Some noisy killers broke into his residence and ended up getting rid of not only him, but also all his guards and workers. Therefore, the Imperial Army was sent to Sakyeon to catch the people behind this incident. The night turned out to be eventful. Since the Iron Dozen was behind this case, Mu Wan asked their leader if they really needed to kill even the innocent people who worked for that gentleman. The man thought for a moment before answering. His answer turned out to be very logical. He believed that when you leave someone alive, their group will be reborn and will take revenge on you with even greater hatred. Yeon said that he had to learn to dull his feelings towards the pain of others, because even the smallest threat could harm his people. Hearing this, Mu Wan wondered if this was really the faith of the Iron Dozen with which they had earned their reputation. In response, the man said that Mu Wan should not follow their example. He admitted that at some point in his life, he had a stage where his passion for justice burned as brightly as the young swordsman's. Although he shed blood, it was Nong Wanpen who planned to kill them because of his distrust, so a fight could not be avoided. According to the leader of the Iron Dozen, his position forces him to prioritize the lives of his subordinates, so if he had not thrown the first blow, it would have been dealt to them. He believed that this was the sadness of the shitty world of Murim. Hearing this, Mu Wan felt some anger and seriously called them cowards. Despite the personal insult, Leader Yan took his words for granted. A few days later, they arrived in Unam province. As soon as they entered that zone, Leader Yang mounted a horse and asked his charges not to let their guard down. Immediately after these words, he felt something strange. Mu Wan also couldn't miss this energy that was nearby. Master Jin looked into the forest next to the road. Someone was approaching them as if they were running from danger. He felt some tension and began to prepare for the meeting of strangers. A few seconds later, two wounded martial artists appeared, a young girl and an old man, whom she was dragging on her shoulder. To understand who they are and how they ended up in this difficult situation, it is worth going back to recent events. Next, we will talk about one of the most famous cities in the entire country, the place where the Tang clan lives and where they practice their poisonous arts and murder. Their leader, the 10,000 poison emperor named Tang Gongwu, asked his nephew if they had completed their preparations. Tan Ki-moon, the one who comes closest to being the living embodiment of poison after the emperor. He replied that there was no need to worry, because everything related to poison was a petty matter for them. This time, they fulfilled the request from the Central Heavenly Alliance, and it did not make the old man very happy. Speaking to a family member, he warned him that if they felt that the situation was heading down a dangerous path, they should do everything to leave and save their lives. Addressing his granddaughter, the man asked her to take care of her uncle, who does not know martial arts. Tang Meyer assured the emperor that she would cope with the task. After these words, the head of the family sent his nephew and granddaughter on a mission from the Heavenly Alliance. A whole team of fighters also went with them. The old man prayed for the safe journey of his family members. Representatives of a large family from the city of Sacheon arrived in the outskirts of Unam province. Mire watched with a smile as her uncle, as usual, studied various types of poisons even while traveling. The girl was already tired from the journey, but thought that she should be on the alert. A moment later, a surprise attack was carried out on their squad. Some of the fighters who were behind came under attack. It was an ambush and they had to flee since they were not able to take the fight. Another enemy attack frightened the horse on which the uncle of the girl who knew martial arts was sitting. The man could not resist and fell to the ground. He was filled with anger and shouted that they would regret daring to attack the Tang family of Sakyeon. But at the same moment, one of the killers rushed at him. The old man was lucky because Muhe was nearby and managed to protect him from the attacker. The man understood that they would not last long like this. He turned to his niece and asked her to focus on getting out of the encirclement. The remnants of their team grouped together in order to allow the nephew and granddaughter of the family leader to escape from the encirclement. Turning to her uncle, the girl reached inside her bag. The man immediately understood her plan and put on the mask. He also opened his vessel, which contained poison. Tan Ki-moon directed his poison forward and filled the girl's daggers with it. After this, the girl asked her team to get out of the way, and directed the attack towards the enemies that were pursuing their squad. Tang Meyer threw her daggers towards her enemies, spreading poison. The explosion of a powerful attack covered everyone behind them. Despite this, the heavily poisoned killers continued to pursue. The Tang family fighters could not believe that they were willing to continue even after being directly hit by poison. But for the girl, everything was obvious. These warriors are used as murder weapons, so they don't care about their own lives. The enemies began to break through the poisonous curtain and immediately headed towards the weakest fighter, who had knowledge only of poisons. Even though the man had not studied martial arts, he was ready to take the fight. The moment the enemy approached, he changed his stance. The man knew that if his enemies were within reach of his poison, it would be much more terrible than any martial art. As soon as the enemy was within attack range, the man directed a concentrate of his poison at him. The enemy fighter fell to the ground within a moment. The master of 10,000 poisons could fend for himself. But at one point, Mira saw something was wrong. A huge man with a trident in his hands appeared behind her uncle, and the girl shouted to her uncle that he needed to run. Since the man had never studied martial arts, his speed was not enough to react to the threat in time. He received a heavy blow from enemy weapons. Within a moment, Mirai rushed forward to avenge her uncle's injury. The man was in extremely serious condition and barely remained conscious, but as soon as the emperor's granddaughter approached the enemy, she saw that he had swung in advance in her direction. She miscalculated and came under enemy attack. At the moment when the enemy was ready to finish them off, the rest of the survivors from their squad came to the rescue. The Tang family warriors distracted the terrifying enemy. Meanwhile, the girl with a wounded arm reached her uncle. The man was lying on the ground and could not get up on his own. The situation was worse than ever. Trying to escape, Mira raised her uncle. Looking around, she silently said goodbye to her faithful charges. The loyal warriors understood what was going on. In response, they shouted that the young lady needed to hurry up, since they would not be able to hold off a monster like this opponent for long. After some time, they managed to leave the battlefield. Seeing the first oncoming detachment, they asked them for help. Their appearance was unexpected, and the great mind of the Iron Dozen did not know how to act in such a situation. Mu Guan only watched what his colleagues would do in search of the missing merchants. Mu Guan took responsibility and asked the strangers to stop and introduce themselves. The injured girl replied that they were from the Tang family, and then said her name and the name of her uncle. She also said that they were ambushed and wounded. She begged for help and promised that their family would definitely repay the debt. Hearing the mention of the Tang family, Leader Yang was surprised that they were also involved in the situation surrounding Unnam province. But he was more worried about what kind of ambush could bring the detachment of the great Tang family to such a state. Based on such events, the man was sure that their enemies were not ordinary bandits, and since they were most likely pursuing these members of the great family all this time, they must be somewhere nearby. He understood that their meeting was unlikely to be pleasant. Addressing his deputy, the man asked Yakren to take one of the guys with him to check the area from which the injured Tang family members came. He asked to thoroughly search the area. Mu Guan began to analyze the situation. He understood that this great family not only repays its debts, but also does it 100-fold, because there is no one better than them in this regard. But he did not know what to do, because if they became their allies, they could find themselves in a dangerous situation. Alternatively, he was thinking that they should simply focus on their original task of finding the third young master of the merchant troupe, and simply ignore the Tang family. At one point, he began to doubt that they were truly from the Tang family and thought that this might be a trap. While he was thinking about options for getting out of a difficult situation, one of the members of their squad began to act, disagreeing with the plan with the rest. It was Mu Wan. He picked up the wounded Tan Ki-moon and asked his niece to follow him. Mu Guan was infuriated by the rash actions of the swordsman from the north, so he shouted that he should not act on his own, since it was not for him to make the decisions of the entire squad. In response, Mu Wan said that they were already surrounded, so they should prepare for battle. He was surprised by the young master's words. At that moment, the leader approached him to calm the ardor of his deputy. Leader Yan said that Master Jin was right. They were indeed surrounded. In addition, there were quite a lot of enemies. They even took up positions in the trees. Taking a closer look at his ward, the man thought that he had taken too long to make a decision. Because of this, he began to doubt whether the great intelligence was truly the one who should be in charge of this mission. Moreover, he also made a mistake and was too focused on the situation, so much so that he didn't even notice how they were surrounded. The man thought that even if he had known in advance, helping the family would not have made any difference, because a collision would have been inevitable. Most likely, Master Jin sensed the presence of enemies in advance. The swordsman brought the wounded poison master and asked his younger brother to make room for him. Master Jin decided to entrust the guard of the cart to a young bodyguard, believing that this would be the safest task for him. Addressing the guy, he said that there is no better training than fighting in a real battle. The girl wanted to thank the guy for saving them, but a moment later, enemy shelling began. Mu Wan went to the vanguard. The mercenaries prepared for defense. The strongest of the enemies appeared first, and addressing the travelers, said that they had taken his booty and would pay for it. He said that as long as he asks politely, it would be better for strangers to simply hand over the people they agreed to help. Mu Wan, who was already ready for battle, volunteered to answer. He said that if they were planning to give away the injured Tang family members, then there would be no reason for them to help them. Pointing his long spear at the swordsman, the enemy fighter said that the master would soon pay for his wit. Yet he admitted that even if strangers handed over members of the Tang family to them, they still would not be able to avoid death. After this, the captain of the Bloody Ghost Squad gave the team the order to attack. At the sight of the enemies, Kwok began to worry, but next to him was Mirai, who, although she was wounded, was good at martial arts in order to support the young bodyguard. The White Dragon merchant troop suffered from the enemy's welcoming attack, but they were already grouped in order to defend themselves. The Iron Dozen also prepared for battle. All mercenaries used different martial arts, so they worked together to level out the disadvantages of their techniques. The Shredder took over the battle at close range. A strange guy with a sword, who was already fighting with the enemies, came to his aid. The archer controlled those who attacked them from a distance. In the vanguard was the same strange guy with whom the leader asked not to get involved. Using his huge blade, he could deliver devastating blows over a large area. The mentor was not afraid to fight. The experienced bodyguard not only repelled attacks, but also managed to interrogate his enemies, as he suspected that they were involved in the disappearance of the third son of the merchant troop. During the battle, Sion, despite being a graduate of Kuntun Monastery, continued to tremble. At one point, the girl began to panic because there were too many enemies. Having gotten rid of another enemy, she felt a presence behind her. The huge man with the sword was already aiming at her, and she was afraid that this was the end. But at that same moment, a girl whose strength is considered frantic intervened in their battle. She shouted that if Miss Yun was planning to die, then she should not do it in front of her. Turning to her, she shouted that every time they go out into the real world, it becomes their battlefield. So this is not a place for thinking and doubt. Within a moment, the vice-captain of the Bloody Ghosts burst onto the battlefield. Destroying several of the White Dragon's bodyguards at a time, he shouted with a terrifying cry that there was no one who could compare with him. Oddly enough, he hurried to conclusions, and a moment later the leader of the Iron Dozen appeared above him. Master Yong's powerful attack destroyed everything that fell under his blade. Landing on the surface, the leader turned to the vice-captain of the enemy squad and urged him not to move. He was surprised that he couldn't kill him with one attack. An enemy warrior from a squad of bloody ghosts was able to block his crushing blow. This was the first time Yong Muson had heard of such a unit, so he assumed that they were not from the mainland. Within a moment, the enemy's mace was aimed at the leader's head. The man managed to dodge and even carry out a quick attack. After the lunge, he realized that the battle would not be as easy as he expected, because the cut was shallow, since the enemy's armor was thicker than he expected. Trying to strike back, the big man declared that his opponent was even more agile than he looked. Yong Musong understood that in this case he should aim for the enemy's neck, but first, he was going to disarm this vice-captain. With a quick jerk, he managed to damage the bones of his opponent's right arm. As the huge fighter tried to figure out what was happening, Leader Yan was behind him. After that, he shouted furiously and used the scaled dragon blade technique. The powerful attack caused a massive explosion. After this, the enemy was stuck into a rocky surface, which was destroyed by the force of the blow from the leader of the Iron Dozen. Looking at the lying enemy, the man thought that he should have left one of them alive to interrogate him later, but he never managed to do this, because they all attacked without caring for their lives. In this case, he wanted to attack the leader, but at the same moment he felt that the vice-captain of the Blood Ghosts was still alive and had even risen to his feet. Meanwhile, Mu Wan encountered the enemy leader. Throwing an incredible number of quick strikes, the man was surprised that Mu Wan knew about their ambush even before they arrived at this place. Calmly defending himself, Master Jin suggested that their detachment was behind the disappearance of the merchants and all the troubles that were happening in the province of Unnam. As he struck again, the enemy leader said that he was just a tool used to kill and capture people, while there was someone else who was running all this madness. Dodging a strong blow, Mu Wan did an epic backflip. Having landed on the surface, Master Jin decided to stop playing. Inflicting a long-range strike with eternal darkness, the guy asked the enemy to name who was behind the situation in the province. The experienced fighter barely had time to dodge this unexpected attack. He was concerned about his opponent's skills. He thought not only that he couldn't sense the young master's ki, but also that he was experienced enough to detect their ambush before the clash. The leader of the Blood Ghosts was surprised at the young swordsman's abilities that he could stand up to such an experienced master like him. Respecting his opponent, he introduced himself. Nam Gonwi stated that he would have to deal with him before he could find out the answers. After these words, the usual exchange of blows turned into a serious battle. Within a moment, Nam Gonwi disappeared from the master's field of vision. He appeared from above and Master Jin managed to feel it and block the blow. While in the air, the enemy decided to kick, but Mu Wan blocked it too. Swinging before the next blow, the man expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he promised to tell everything if he lost. But despite this, his opponent continued to hold back. Delivering another furious blow, he shouted that he wanted the swordsman from the north to show what was so sinister he was hiding. Mu Wan was in no hurry. He was focused on the battle and managed to dodge every attack. A moment after the enemy strike, the guy again made a cut with eternal darkness. Nam Gonvi dodged and said displeasedly that he had seen this movement before. As he struck back, he noticed that his opponent had managed to escape. Mu Wan moved, and his opponent realized that this was his way of trying to close the distance. Dodging another blow, he thought that the Blade Master was in this way trying to exploit the shortcomings of the spear techniques. But as it turned out, the experienced fighter miscalculated, and within a moment Mu Wan was behind him. The young swordsman's speed was incredible, and the Nam leader barely managed to dodge. While moving to a safe distance, the leader of the enemy group was wounded in the right arm. Just a moment later, Mu Wan sent another blow of eternal darkness at him. The man was forced to change strategy and went into the forest where they had previously attacked the Tang family. Moving deeper into the forest, the man analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that his opponent was definitely different from the mainland martial artists he had faced before. Mu Wan kept up with his speed, and the man couldn't believe that someone like this guy really existed. Taking a closer look at his opponent, the leader of Nam Gongwi stopped. Releasing a huge amount of energy, he furiously shouted that he would fight with everything he had, after which he used the primordial dragon spear technique. A powerful blow aimed at the young master caused a powerful explosion that destroyed a section of the forest. Having completed this blow, the man considered that the matter was over. He said out loud that he couldn't believe that he had come this far, and was forced to use the flaming fire dragon spear. He thought he had torn the young master to pieces, but within a moment, he was staring at the sky with a shocked look. High in the sky was his opponent. Mu Wan was extremely angry. His clothes were damaged due to the enemy attack that Blood Ghost leader was so proud of. With an angry and serious look, Master Jin turned to the enemy and said that these clothes were a precious gift from his dear Master Huang. After that, the guy pointed his blade towards the enemy. The powerful attack from the eternal darkness caused an incredible explosion. Noticing this from afar, the leader of the Iron Dozen was simply shocked by the strength of the guy who had been hiding his potential all this time. The vice-captain of the Bloody Ghosts was worried, as he understood that their leader had a hard time. Due to Master Jin's furious blow, the trees around him were destroyed and his enemy was injured. Throwing off the destroyed armor, the disgruntled man who had leaned against his spear asked who the swordsman he was fighting was. Turning to the young swordsman, he stated that their duel was still not over. Watching this entire battle from the carriage, Mrs. Tang could not believe her eyes. She was shocked by the strength of the swordsman who was part of the squad that agreed to help them. Addressing her wounded uncle, she said that they were being helped by an incredible person. But Poison Master Tan Ki-moon did not answer her. He could hardly remain conscious due to the severity of the wound. Bodyguard Quack continued to shake next to the carriage. He felt a rapid heartbeat from the excitement of the first battle. He prayed to the sky that no one would come to them, but it seems that several assassins noticed the carriage containing their target. Within a moment, the guy with the big sword noticed the enemy's gaze. One of the soldiers of the bloody ghost squad finished off another bodyguard and found his next target. Quan was frightened. He was filled with fear and mentally begged the enemy not to approach. But it was obvious that it was too late. The guy tried to move because he understood that he would not be able to withstand the enemy attack. But his body did not obey him, and he simply froze in place in fear. Remembering his training with his older brother, he thought about how much work he had done before facing his first enemy. The enemy had already begun to approach, and Quack felt his terrifying thirst for blood. The young bodyguard began a dialogue with himself. Out of fear of the enemy, he called himself pathetic and doubted that he could protect anyone this way. Remembering the people dear to him, he struck a powerful and furious blow with his heavy blade. Despite his best efforts, he missed, and even his opponent was surprised by what happened. As soon as the enemy fighter realized who he was dealing with, he decided to rush into the attack without any fear. But at the same moment, his head was thrown back from an unexpected attack. The man fell to the ground, and Quack could not understand what happened. As it turned out, his enemy fell from the dagger. Looking around, the frightened guy saw Mrs. Tan. She said that he shouldn't worry too much, because suddenly she would cover for him. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the two monsters continued. Mu Wan repelled all the attacks of the huge enemy spear, while the leader Nam Gongwei realized that even the terrifying person whose instrument he became could not have guessed the existence of such a master as the one he had to meet. Trying with all his might to defeat the swordsman from the north, he realized that if he left him alive, he would become a huge threat to them. The furious man began to twirl his huge flaming spear above himself before delivering his next blow. Picking up speed, he shouted that this was the end, after which he used the mad dragonflying technique. But this did not bother Master Jin at all. The guy even used his sword. He stopped the enemy attack with his bare hand. His enemy was simply shocked that his terrifying attack was stopped without using a weapon. Holding the enemy's spear, Mu Wan decided to do something that his enemy clearly did not expect. He suddenly hit it hard with his sword, and the spear broke into 2 pieces. After that, he asked the enemy, who was no match for him, how long they would continue this senseless fight. Addressing the enemy, Master Jin said that it was time to tell everything he knew. Trying not to show his fear of the enemy's terrifying strength, the man hesitantly replied that he could still fight. But just as Mu Wan began to slowly approach, the inattentive leader of the blood ghosts tripped and fell to the ground. As soon as he said that this was not the end, the furious Mu Wan stabbed him in the shoulder with his own spear. Master Jin was completely serious when he said that his next target would be the neck. Continuing to press with his broken spear, he asked the enemy to hurry up with answers. In response, the leader shouted that the young swordsman was right, and they were indeed the ones who made the White Dragon merchant troop disappear. Meanwhile, Yang Muxiong decided to speed up and rushed into the attack with a more serious technique. He used the Fire Dragon Fang technique, and a huge, terrifying aura targeted the vice-captain of the Blood Ghost squad. With a powerful and quick attack, the leader once again knocked down the enemy. Addressing the clumsy but resilient opponent, the leader of the Iron Dozen admitted that he tried to be gentler until the very end. But looking at the enemy, the man noticed something that shocked him. The enemy was defeated, but at the same moment, poison began to come out of his body. Leader Yang Muxiong understood that this was a threat to the entire team. He shouted to the members of their expedition that they should stay away because the defeated enemy had turned into a poisonous bomb. Meanwhile, Mu Wan's interrogation continued. Having heard the obvious answer to his question, he asked to tell about the customer. But immediately after that, he felt the approach of an enemy arrow. Master Jin immediately jumped back, leaving the enemy in place. Taking a closer look, he noticed a bag of poison. Mu Wan realized that his opponent was well prepared. The fog of poison limited his field of vision. The leader of the enemy group used this to escape. Even though the enemy had thought through everything down to the last detail, Mu Wan couldn't just let him go. The young master jumped up to look around. There was a dense forest ahead of him, so it was not easy to see the enemy. Using his sense, he was able to track the movement of the enemy key. The enemy was already far away, but Mu Wan was not going to stop until he got answers. He realized that he still had time to catch up with the enemy and therefore rushed forward. As soon as he entered deep into the forest, he felt the presence of other masters. Within a moment, an enemy attack was aimed at him. Mu Wan acted quickly and changed his trajectory, pushing off from the tree. Landing on the surface, the guy saw arrows flying at him. To avoid enemy attacks, he began to move unpredictably and continued to move through the trees. He was fast enough to evade all enemy arrows. At one point he stopped to assess the situation. He managed to calculate the location of the enemy archers. They were on one of the trees and did not even expect that their enemy would be behind them in an instant. But instead of a crushing blow, Mu Wan landed next to them and asked them to answer his questions in order to avoid bloodshed. Despite the fact that he had no bloodlust, the mad archers decided to capture him. At first, Mu Wan didn't understand what they were doing, but within a moment, their bodies began to swell from the huge amount of poison they had swallowed, shouting that this was the beginning of the end. Master Jin managed to return to the surface moments before those madmen exploded. He could not believe that those fighters did not regret their lives. Having encountered such enemies, the guy began to worry about whether Mr. Huang had been hurt. Then he decided to return to pursuing the leader of the bloody ghosts, but realized that he no longer felt his presence. Based on the situation, he decided to return without learning more details. Returning to the others, the inattentive guy wondered where his scabbard had gone. The battle ended, and representatives of the merchant troop and the mercenary group of the Iron Dozen began to deal with the wounded. Mu Huan began to apologize for the fact that he had been thinking about a way out of the situation for a long time, but putting his hand on his shoulder, the leader reassured his deputy and said that everything was okay, because in fact he himself had made a big mistake. The experienced fighter told his ward that they will always have problems, so the only important thing is how they solve them. After that, he suggested forgetting what happened and starting to deal with the consequences of what happened. Before they began, they silently looked at the ruins that remained after their battle. Leader Yan remembered that his team might have been hurt, so he asked if everything was okay. As it turned out, none of the Iron Dozen were injured. The cart in which the wounded man was located was partially destroyed, but Quack, although very tired, was able to survive, like the Emperor's daughter. When Yang Munsong came to the representative of the Tang family, he said that he, as a member of the younger generation, showed respect to the venerable, older generation of the Tang family, after which he greeted the poison master from the entire Iron Dozen. Hearing the appeal, the man looked around and was surprised that it was the group of the Iron Dozen that saved them. He replied that he was pleased to meet them, after which he introduced himself as the owner of 10,000 poisonous poisons named Tang Gimun. He apologized for the trouble they had caused the travelers. Tang Gimun mentioned that he would make sure to pay back the White Dragon merchant troop, and the Iron Dozen 10 times what he owed. Hearing this, the guys were embarrassed as if they didn't know what awaited them. The second person in the Tang family said that the niece told him everything the two of them did to save them. With a smile on his face, he declared that he would never forget the courageous actions of his new comrades. The Great Intelligence began to apologize for the fact that, due to his incompetence, they could not immediately help. The man replied that there is nothing to regret, because this is the true essence of this world. In turn, the leader of the Iron Dozen asked the elder for forgiveness, saying that if they knew that they were from the Great Tang family, they would not hesitate to put their lives on the line to help them. According to him, the Iron Dozen were not sure whether they should intervene in this situation. Hearing this, the old man said that their squad was like those who value a person's life based on his status. In response, Yang Musong, with a sly and malicious smile, said that this is the true essence of this world. The man was surprised that the leader took his words that way. Then he began to laugh loudly and said that Master Yang is absolutely right, because this is really how this world works. He admitted that he learned a valuable lesson thanks to his words, and thanked him for his frankness. The cunning old man said that in this case, the Iron Dozen should not expect anything in return, because they must always adhere to the true essence of this world. Yang Musong began to realize his mistake, and replied with an awkward laugh that just the fact that the Tang family did not hold a grudge against them was enough as a reward. So the man was wounded. He asked to postpone this conversation until later, at the same time thinking that the leader of the Iron Dozen, Yang Musan, was far from being the person to mess with. Turning to the White Dragon's bodyguard, she thanked him for his help and suggested they go and rest elsewhere so as not to be affected by his poisons, with which he planned to cleanse the ones that still remained around them. Addressing his niece, he asked her not to worry about his health, since thanks to her treatment, he managed to avoid death. After thanking Mireille for her hard work, he decided to repay another favor and asked the girl not to let anyone near him while he was working. Next, Old Man Tang released the poison from his vats and began to cleanse the area. He used the exchange of white toad venom for the poison that gives life. The Great Intelligence was surprised that the old man was treating his wounds using poison. Leader Yan turned to his ward and said that the owner of 10,000 poisons had reached the level of poison not only for killing, but also for healing. Previously, he only knew the title of the second man of the Tang family, but now he saw his strength in person. The lack of information regarding the Tang family members was due to the fact that those people are quite special and prefer to live only with their clan mates. Absorbing the poison, the man began to neutralize its effect. At the same time, he managed to improve his health. At the same moment, Mu Wan returned to them. He was glad that he had found his scabbard, while Mireille noticed him and turned to her savior. The old man also noticed him and introduced himself, thanking him for his help. Tang Gimun said that he planned to go and meet his savior, but they met a little earlier. He had just finished treating his wounds with poisonous qi, so he was temporarily unable to move. In response, Mu Wan said that anyone would do the same if they were in his place. After that, he asked how the poison master was feeling. The man replied that he had already managed to recover, after which he promised that he would repay the debt to the master. Watching their conversation, Yang and his deputy realized that they had missed their prey. Not only he, but also the rest of the team understood where this would all lead. Deputy Che Yakran was sure that from now on, everyone in Murim would only talk about him. After some time, their detachment reached the province of Unam. Master Meyer and the young bodyguard were riding in the same carriage, and the girl took the opportunity to thank him for his courage. Kwak replied that all she did was block one attack. He was sure that if it were not for the help of his older sister, he would have left this world long ago. Old man Giman looked at his savior and realized that the guy was not in the mood at all. He was sewing up his clothes with an extremely dissatisfied face. The master of 10,000 poisons decided to start a conversation and said that they had arrived in Unnam province and should already be close to the trading district. He asked why the young master didn't buy new clothes there. The old man was even ready to buy it at his own expense. The young master thanked the second man of the Tang family for his concern and then politely declined. He said that he actually takes great care of his clothes, since they were given by someone important to him, and naturally, he was talking about Mr. Huang. The old man was surprised by his sincerity and the fact that Mu Wan is a person who knows when to be grateful and when to be modest. Continuing to demonstrate his manners, Master Jin once again inquired about the well-being of the master of 10,000 poisons. As it turned out, the man had already fully recovered and believed that this was the merit of his savior. Continuing to work, Mu Wan said that the elder recovered on his own and that he had little to do with it. Watching the young master, the man was surprised at how difficult it was to find such people in their world, not to mention the fact that he mastered his martial arts terribly well. The old man assumed that the young man had studied with a famous master or in a famous family. He admitted that he noticed Master Jin's small wound on his left shoulder and then reached into his pocket. Mu Wan asked not to worry, believing that it was a scratch that would stop bothering him after a good sleep. But despite this, the man handed him healing pills and said that a young man should not behave like that, because if he takes care of himself in his youth, it will be much easier for him in his old age. After several decades of research, the old man managed to create these medicinal pills that have an instant effect. They are also known as sacred scarlet pills. According to the old man, they can provide an instant antidote effect and can also improve health for 10 years. Mu Wan was disturbed by such generosity and said that these were quite valuable things and too expensive a gift for someone like him. In response, the old man agreed with the value, adding that they were valuable because they were made by his hands, the owner of 10,000 poisons. However, he believed that this was a small reward for saving his life. Mu Wan accepted the gift, and Tan Gimwon advised him to use it when he was in a life-threatening situation. This was all he could do to thank the young master now. Young Mirai seemed to like Master Jin. With a blush on her face, she asked if Master Jin would continue to travel with the White Dragon merchant troupe. In response, the guy with a look that was unusual for him replied that he had already reached the right place, and therefore it would be better for him if he stopped traveling with those people. Hearing this, his younger brother began to become extremely nervous. In response, the girl asked why he made such a decision. Continuing to sew up his clothes, the young master said that there was nothing special about it. It just became obvious to him that he was causing inconvenience to the people of the Iron Dozen, which meant that he had become more of a burden to them than a support. After such words, the girl had hope, and she asked if he would mind joining them. They were just planning to stay with the Furious Fists group. They needed to team up with the martial artists from the Central Heavenly Alliance. Hearing the mention of Furious Fists, Mu Wan began to feel furious. The 9 unattainable ones that currently rule the world of Murim are referred to as the 9 Central Heavens. These are martial artists whose strength is equivalent to the personalities of the 4 pillars who once proudly supported the Northern Heavenly Clan. Of the 4, there was one person who had a very close connection with the Master's father and was the one he called his uncle in the past. He was the first person who betrayed his father on that fateful day, Zhou Qianwu. With his betrayal, he gained support, Central Heavenly Alliance, and settled in Yunnan Province to create a squad of Furious Fists. Master Meyer was confident that if Master Jin asked the Furious Fists for help, then they would find his uncle after all. It shouldn't be too difficult a job for fighters like them. Putting on his sewn clothes, the guy thanked the Emperor's granddaughter for the offer, but refused. The girl was surprised that he did not want to take advantage of such a good offer. Mu Wan explained that he needs to do something first, and once he finishes, he will definitely find the Tang family members. Concerned, Mireille responded to his words with understanding. She handed him the amulet, saying that with this item, he would be allowed into the clan of Furious Fists. In the Tang family, only a small number of people have this jade tablet. With this, even the Central Heaven Alliance would not be able to question his authority, so he would have free access. The young master was very grateful to her for her care and rewarded her with his kind smile. Looking at the girl, the old man said in a whisper that he saw her gaze in love. In fact, he thought they were just the perfect couple. Noticing her uncle's behavior, the girl began to feel shy and blush. While Master Mireille shyly tried to avoid being seen by her uncle, Mr. Tang asked the young master to be careful, because even their family was worried that the Central Heavenly Alliance had attracted them to such a risky business. He assumed that the situation in the province was really difficult, so he should behave carefully. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to Yunnan. Mu Wan understood that in this place he could meet the squad of Furious Fists that he hated so much. At that moment, it was time to say goodbye. The young master set off separately from the others. Master Meyer, with the hope of a new meeting, said that they would wait for his arrival. As befits a well-mannered person, Master Jin wished them good luck on the road. After that, the Iron Dozen detachment left along with the representatives of the Tang family. Worried about the fate of the young, attractive master, the girl looked around in his direction. Mu Wan was unshakable, because he had interests in this place. When he approached the bodyguard mentor, he thanked him for everything he had done for him. He said that since they had already arrived in Yunnan Province, it would be better if he acted on his own. In addition, he apologized to the merchants for all the trouble he caused them during the journey. Looking around, Leader Yang noticed this conversation and heard the guy's words. In fact, he was surprised that Master Jin decided to work on his own. It was truly a great loss for him. He believed that although the young master's character was far from being the most suitable for their squad, he valued his enormous strength, for which he would like to invite him to his mercenary squad. Still, young Musong had no doubt that he would not be able to tame such a beast. Despite this, he had a feeling that they would meet again someday in this world, where even your closest friends can betray you. Leader Young Musong hoped that they would never see each other on the battlefield as enemies. He sensed the enormous power that was hidden within the young master. At the same time, the mentor also understood that traveling with the young master would ensure their safety. But on the other hand, he noticed that his bodyguards were afraid of that swordsman from the north. He believed that even the detachment of the Iron Dozen, which according to the agreement is engaged in their protection, feels that their pride is hurt. They were all on edge and were closely monitoring Master Jin. Mu Wan was unlikely to be convenient for anyone, because he is not one of those who will adhere to the rules, since he does not act relying on profit. In response to the young master's words, he treated him with understanding and said that he was glad to cooperate, after which he stated that he would do everything possible to find Huang. He also asked if the guy could find out anything about the disappearance of the third gentleman. But unexpectedly for both masters, Kwok approached them to say goodbye to their mentor. Captain Khan was surprised that Munjin was going to follow a man whose path would be quite difficult. Quack proudly replied that his elder brother was the person who gave life to his dream, and that is why he wanted to see his limit. Hearing this, Mu Wan was sincerely surprised by the mature words of the young bodyguard. Turning to his older brother with an uncertain smile, he admitted that he hardly seemed like a reliable person. Despite this, he was familiar with the local streets and a good map maker, so he was confident that he would not become a liability. Besides, he was confident that he could protect himself. The man believed that this situation was very logical, since Quack spent all his time with a person from whom he really should take an example. He respected the young bodyguard's decision and said that the troop of merchants would always keep a spare room in order to take him back. Hearing the conversation, Master Soin was surprised that two people were leaving their squad at the same time. Still, she understood that they could never gain the power of a master from the north. The girl remembered well the identity of the man who saved them during the battle with a squad of bloody ghosts. Meanwhile, the Broken Fist clan was already receiving their guests. Old Man Tang Giman informed their leader that he was ambushed on the way. The clan leader replied that he had already sent fighters from the investigation department in order to find out the identities of the criminals. He spoke of justice and how their enemies would not be able to escape their sight while they were in Onam province. While in the same room with Zhou Cheon Wu, Tang Gimun felt a shiver throughout his entire body every time he heard the words of a member of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. He couldn't believe that those masters were always so terrifyingly strong. In addition, he felt some disappointment from the leader of the Furious Fists, and understood that this was due to the fact that he was never able to become the leader of the sect. Hearing claims of justice, the old man shared speculation that their enemies were not ordinary bandits from the mainland. He admitted that they managed to get help, without which they would not have been able to get to this place. In response, Zhou Cheon Wu stated that the savior of the Tang family is also the savior of the Furious Fists. He asked to know the name of the one who helped them, because he wanted to adequately reward him for his courage. The concerned old man replied that he could not find out the name of the person who helped them. Still, he admitted that he was a wonderful young man whom they were still destined to meet. In response, Cho Cheon said with a loud laugh that he couldn't wait to meet the one who saved their dear guests. This was the Demon Fist, the terrifying leader of the Furious Fists clan. At the same time, Mu Wan and his younger brother are located in a tavern, which the bodyguard believes is one of the best places in the area. Hearing the praise, Quack was very glad that he had met the expectations of the respected master. Addressing his younger brother, Master Jin said that he should find one person. He said it would take a few days, so he wanted Moonjong to stay at the tavern and get back to his training. He asked him to focus on accumulating as much ki as possible so that their training together would be more productive. In response, bodyguard Quack asked his elder brother to be careful. While going down to the first floor of the tavern, Mu Wan noticed a local worker. He told him that he was trying to find someone and would like to hear where he might be. Mu Wan mentioned a scholar of three thoughts named Ha Jin. The hotel worker was surprised and called Ha Chin a crazy psycho. It turns out that everyone calls it that in this province. According to him, he was considered a genius for a very long time. But one day, he suddenly went crazy and has not recovered since then. Having taken a closer look at the client, the man began to assess his solvency. After thinking for a moment, he extended his hand to the side and showed his inside pocket, demonstrating that it was worth paying for. Mu Wan handed him a fairly large amount of money, which greatly interested the hotel employee. He remembered that if an incredibly generous client wanted to find a mad scientist, he should take a carriage on the main road and head south, where he could find the slums. There is a place called the West Wind Tavern, which is actually a gaming house. While saying goodbye to his client, the hotel worker asked him to be careful, because the residents of those slums are not the most kind. As soon as Mu Wan arrived at the previously indicated place, he met some bandits who called Hua Jin Wool a crook. One of them, who was sitting behind, said that if a young guy came to them in search of someone they hate, then he probably has a lot of guts. Master Jin was surprised by his words and asked if everything was okay and if anything strange had happened between them. Rising to his feet, the bandit said that now everything would be much easier for him. Addressing his team of not the most kind people, he said that a crazy psycho had sent them a young guy who should be captured immediately. Mu Wan replied that he still didn't understand what he was talking about. Still, it was going to be a fight, and using only crushing fingers, the guy proved that beating is incredibly effective in obtaining valuable information. The instant the bandit leader saw the deadly finger in front of him, he realized that they had attacked a martial artist and made a terrible mistake. But at that moment, the confident Master Jin stopped and asked the leader of the bandits if they had any other problems. The frightened man replied that there were no problems, and that he was ready to happily tell everything that the master wanted. According to him, he is Maden, the owner of the gaming house. One day, out of nowhere, a crazy man named Hachin Wol appeared and emptied the gaming house, which brought them a good income. According to him, there is usually a limit to how much you steal, but this is not the case with the mad scientist, because he stole a huge amount of money from them. These bandits still wanted to take them back to run their gaming house and make a living. Therefore, in order to take back their money and prevent the insolent man from deceiving more people in the future, they planned to cut off at least one of his hands. But he didn't stop laughing as he pointed his finger up. At first they thought that the psycho was simply crazy, but then suddenly their minds became clouded. Looking up, they could not contain their feelings. The next thing they saw were the most beautiful women who looked like goddesses. They were so seductive that the guys couldn't resist. At that moment, crazy Hajin Wall realized that people are more interested in their carnal desires than in their brains. It seemed to him that those bandits were no different from animals. Hearing this story, Mu Wan assumed that they had been deceived by an illusion. While all this was happening, Hajin Wall stole the bandits' money, and running the gambling house became impossible. Their image was destroyed, and the business was doomed. All this snot was not in the interests of Master Jin, so he directly asked where he could find that psycho. The frightened bandit replied that he tried his best to find him for the purpose of killing him, but was unable to do so. The last thing he heard was that Hajin Wol showed up at the cattle market at the end of this city. When Mu Wan arrived at the market, he learned that Hajin Wol had bought 10 strong bulls a few days ago and driven them to another city. On the way to that city, the guy found out that that madman had organized a bullfighting competition, and it was thanks to him that they managed to make a good profit. They earned enough to throw a big banquet. Moreover, Hachin Wol even gave the oxen to the townspeople and left in another direction. The next witness said that a crazy wanderer started a fight with their chief monk. His master lost the fight and ended up having to isolate himself to learn the ways of asceticism. Each subsequent witness redirected the young master to another distant place, and he was already tired, realizing that at this rate he would not have time to search for Mr. Huang. Master Jin, wandering around the province of Unnam, could not even imagine where the scientist of three thoughts was now. As he moved on, he wondered why the senior disciple of the Kuntun monastery advised him to find such a strange person. He couldn't say that the actions of that mysterious master could be called normal. It seemed to him that Ha Jinwol was trying to understand the true nature of man. All these stories created a feeling of affection for Ha Jinwol in him. He was very curious about what he really was. At one point, Master Jin noticed a strange stone that was located nearby. He was sure that he had seen him at the entrance to the forest. Looking around, he noticed that the forest looked cyclical. The stone was always near him. Master Jin was simply shocked that he fell for the illusion. He couldn't even say exactly when he hit it, even though he was observing the entire area with the help of Qi. The illusion was not ordinary at all. At one moment, it began to change. At that moment, a predator appeared in front of the guy, most likely created by that crazy master. Seeing this, Mu Wan realized that the strength of the person he was looking for was not something to be laughed at. In order to get out of this situation, Mu Wan decided to concentrate and calm down, believing that he should not worry in the face of the illusory technique. Realizing that this was a mirage, Master Jin remembered that in the battle of wits, the winner is the one who is wiser. However, he did not neglect to use brute force to force the three-thought scholar to show up. Within a moment, the illusion technique was destroyed, and Ha Chinwol appeared in front of the young master with a most surprised look. For a pleasant conversation in the depths of the forest, a strange man invited the young master to have a cup of tea. After hearing the story from Master Jin, he asked in disbelief how he managed to defeat the monastery's senior disciple. The guy only replied that he wouldn't lie about something like that, and then continued to enjoy his tea. Mr. Ha looked at his guest with some suspicion. It was difficult for him to believe that he had defeated such a skilled master, but he could confidently say that Mu Wan was clearly not a weakling. Analyzing Master Jin's appearance, he felt that he could not be extremely strong, but still admitted that he could be at the highest level. Breaking the silence, the strange man mysteriously called his guest a naughty boy. As it turned out, his strange words were due to the fact that he noticed how the young master carefully concealed his true strength. Mr. Ha turned out to be quite shrill, so Mu Wan laughed politely. Master Jin explained his behavior by saying that he wanted to live as long as possible. The guy's answer turned out to be extremely unusual and really surprised the scientist of 3 minds. Still, he agreed with his words, remembering that those who like to show off their strength die first, while those who hide their abilities live longer. At one point, his former tension returned, and he asked the young master how he managed to break out of his illusion. At that moment, he began to imagine countless possibilities as to where the security gap was in his technique. He completely forgot about the previous conversation and drew on the stone a diagram of the distribution of energy to use and strengthen the illusion. Watching this, Mu Wan did not fully understand his interlocutor's train of thought. He was surprised with a smile at the unexpected change of topic and thought about whether all geniuses are so crazy. To prevent the poor fellow from racking his brains, Mu Wan clarified that in fact he could only rely on his feelings. As it turned out, he did not think about the illusory technique, but simply using his senses was able to understand where he should attack. Hearing this, the genius began to silently look into the eyes of the young master. Throwing his chalk on the stone, he was pleasantly surprised by his statement. But in defense of his illusory technique, he said that the guy must have noticed that one mistake could cost him his life. In response, Master Jin asked why that illusory technique was so powerful and suggested that Ha Jin Wall was going to take over the heavens or something like that. The guy's words amused the strange scientist. He replied that it would be great if he could do it. Then, for the first time, he decided to ask who he was dealing with, after which the guy said his name. But Ha Chinwo wanted to hear not this, but who the master really was. Still, Mu Wan couldn't just reveal his mysterious identity. He replied that it did not matter, because at the moment he did not have any personality. Hearing this, the genius again called the guy a naughty boy and said that with such behavior, it was not worth looking for him. Master Jin explained that he did this because senior student Mu Guan advised him to meet the genius. Therefore, by searching for a genius, he simply satisfied his curiosity. Ha Chinwo was surprised that this master was so trusting of his feelings. Nevertheless, his proud nature took over, and he boastfully invited the young master to ask questions, for example, regarding the secret of youth of such a genius like him, or how he was able to keep his skin so smooth and healthy. As expected, Mu Wan was serious and asked if the genius knew about the man who went missing about 6 months ago. The genius suggested that we were talking about a troupe of white dragon merchants. Since Mr. Ha immediately understood what was going on, it became clear that he knew something. The man thought about whether to share his observations, so he asked whether the young master was related by blood to the man who had gone missing. Mu Wan answered briefly that no. Hearing this, Mr. Ha said that in that case it would be better to give up. When Master Jin refused this option, the genius wanted to make sure that the guy was ready to move on, even if his own life might be in danger. Mu Wan said seriously that the person for whom he was ready to sacrifice his life has disappeared. Hearing such purposeful words, Mr. Ha realized that there was simply no other option. In this case, he invited the guy to go to the Jade City. He didn't know all the details, but he noticed that strange things have been happening there lately, as the market turnover is not looking good. He was willing to bet it had something to do with the people who had gone missing. The mention of that place made the guy think about his plans for the coming days. With a sly look, he persistently invited the genius to come with him. The proposal took the brilliant scientist by surprise, and he nervously replied that they didn't even know each other well enough to solve problems together. With a sly smile on his face, Mu Wan said that his heart told him that they should try together. Ha Jinwal was really puzzled by the young master's logic and said that all this talk about feelings and the heart shows that Master Jin is a dreamer. In his defense, he said that he did not understand why he should interfere in other people's affairs while his life was very comfortable. Mu Wan understood what was going on and directly said that this was due to the fact that Mr. Ha was afraid of it. In response, the man with a piercing gaze thoughtfully stared at his interlocutor. Mu Wan revealed his cards and said that while he was trying to find the scientist, he talked to many people and they all said that he was a crazy psycho. But the master himself believed that, in fact, this was not characteristic of his nature, and there must be something that led him to such a state. He believed that the actions of a truly crazy person are quite illogical due to the fact that his mind is clouded, while a scientist acts naturally. Master Jin believed that Ha-Jin Wool sincerely wanted to understand the true nature of man, wanted to see how people would react when they went beyond their limits, and how they could gain the ability to reason in such a situation. After this, the young swordsman asked the scientist if he had made any mistakes in his assumption. After all this speech, Mr. Ha was, to put it mildly, surprised by the insight of his interlocutor. After silence, he began to laugh loudly and called the young master a really funny and interesting person. Having finished laughing, he said that in any case, he was not ready to travel yet, so he could only bet on the luck of his interlocutor. Going into the forest, he said that between heaven and earth, a person remains alone, and his existence maintains harmony. He believed that a person's existence depends on circumstances, and without his presence, the world loses its reasons for existence. The scientist's mysterious conclusions made the young master a little tense, and in response he only awkwardly thanked him for the tea. When the old man went into the forest, the last thing he said was that if they were truly connected by fate, they would definitely meet again. Meanwhile, inside the Broken Fist clan, one of the fighters prepared a report to the leader that the White Dragon merchant troupe had sent them a 6th request for help. According to him, recently there have been 6 incidents of missing merchants in Unnam province. Hearing this, the fist demon named Zhou Qianwu thought hard. The eldest son named Cho Yongken came to him with a report. He asked his father to listen to the requests of the merchants. The man coldly replied that he would take care of current affairs in Unnam province. Despite his clear answer, Cho Yongken asked if everything was okay. The experienced and incredibly formidable warrior never answered his question, but simply asked his son to deal with the troop of White Dragon merchants and allowed him to go. The faithful follower respectfully said goodbye and carried out the order. There were several more followers nearby, discussing the presence of their guests in the meeting room. The leader of the Broken Fist asked a gentleman named Pen to come to him. A faithful subordinate immediately came and inquired what the conversation would be about. First of all, the man mentioned his son and said that he was quite good but had a weak heart. The experienced leader believed that in order to become a dominant ruler, the heart must never experience the slightest compassion. Next, he asked the leader of the investigative department of the oracles for his opinion about his son's competence as an heir. Mr. Penn replied that his son was respected as he was quite smart and could handle all tasks well. In response, Cho Cheon-woo unexpectedly said that his son Yong-kyung would not inherit the family business. He was worried about how he would take this news, so he asked his ward to resolve this issue, since he understood that if Yunkin found out the truth, he would not wait quietly. Penn accepted the order and asked not to worry, as he believed that his son would gradually learn about what was really happening. Having huge ambitions, the man said that only the province of Unnam would not satisfy him. Feeling the strength in his hand, he said that if he were satisfied, then there would be no reason to attach the elder brother, sect leader Chin. According to the hypocritical leader, his brother, known as the Wall of the North, who was the father of Master Jin, was satisfied with his duty to prevent the invasion of the Silent Night and had no ambitions despite having the strength and power to conquer the entire world. Having an extremely limited mindset, Master Cho had no idea why his brother chose to live a life dedicated to only one single noble goal. He believed that if a person has great power, then it is normal to want more. After these words, he mentioned that the Central Heavenly Alliance had made its move and even sent the Tang family. Before they made any more moves, the man was going to finish his business before them. Leader Pen replied that there was nothing to worry about. He swore allegiance and asked the head of the clan to focus on the upcoming affairs, while he would take care of all the minor concerns. Still, he warned the master that they would have to deal with quite a lot of bloodshed, with perhaps even thousands of victims. In response, Cho said with a malicious look that in order to achieve results, one must make sacrifices. He did not feel pity for the future victims of his actions, so he stood firm on his path. Under the terrifying lightning, he declared that he had already forgotten the taste of real battle, because a long time had passed since he shed the blood of the infidels. Meanwhile, the son of the evil provincial leader met with representatives of the White Dragon merchant troupe and their escorts from the Iron Dozen. Leader Yong Musan introduced himself and also introduced his first deputy, known as the Great Mind. To his right were White Dragon Troop Captain Khan and Lady Yun. Mr. Cho's son seemed to be a good person. He greeted his guests with a kind smile. It seems that Leader Yan was interested in this mysterious youth, who is known as the eldest son of the Demon Fist. Cho Yunken invited the dear guests to sit down at the negotiating table. Analyzing Venerable Yongken, Leader Yong noticed that unlike his father, he did not look like a strong man at all, but he had a strong character, not to mention the fact that he had dignity in all his speech and even in his movements. Yunken's eyes seemed bright to him, and his actions were truly graceful, yet the blood of a famous family flowed in his veins. Addressing the leader of the Iron Dozen, the young master noted that he had heard stories about his fearless actions. He guessed that the White Dragon merchant troupe hired him because of his good reputation. Leader Yang agreed with the young master's assumption and said that their mercenaries are trying their best to find the people who went missing in Unam province. With a smile on his face, Yunken called the leader of the Iron Dozen a reliable person. Looking closely at the look of this young gentleman, Yong Musan noticed that this look reminded him of his father. It seems that Yang had a very good pedigree. In order not to delay, he apologized and suggested getting straight to the point. With a big smile, he was frank and said that he was confused, which is why he came to ask them for help. According to him, they have been in Unam province for about 4 days, but so far have not been able to find any leads or information regarding the missing people. Even the person they sent earlier had mysteriously disappeared. The meeting with the bloody ghosts made them understand that many dangerous encounters still await them, to overcome which they need the help of furious fists. His deputy supplemented the leader's report. He clarified that by helping the White Dragon merchant troupe, which is one of the greatest organizations in the entire country, the furious fists will be able to strengthen their relationship, which is a very profitable deal. In response, the level-headed and intelligent Yunken inquired about the nature of the help they needed. He was frank and immediately warned that information was a problem, because at first they believed that these attacks were organized by robbers, but it turned out that everything was much more serious. Hearing this, Captain Kohn became worried. He decided to join the conversation and said that the young lady was responsible for their journey, and also added that she was the younger sister of the missing third son. That is why they were ready to do anything to solve this problem. Yongken understood their situation and said that in that case, they would do everything in their power to help the young lady find her missing brother. From such pleasant words, a blush appeared on Soin's face, and she thanked the man for his honesty. Taking a closer look at Yun Soin, the young master believed that she was not the person with whom he should negotiate. He believed that the people who would bring the most profit were the mercenaries from the Iron Dozen group. Having learned all the details, Yunken suggested moving on to the main topic of conversation, namely strategy. His wards confirmed his words, and that they would come to a solution to the problem. The young master hoped that they would find a solution that would suit them all, and then suggested that they begin the discussion. Yet his convictions haunted him among all these people. The young master understood that justice and honor are something that no longer exists in the world of Murim. All that is left, in his opinion, is small privileges and money, since they estimate the cost and value of people's lives based on their status. Peering out the window, he remembered that it wasn't always like this. Previously, the northern region looked completely different, despite the fact that in those days they lived in harsh and barren lands. Looking into the past, he remembered the sincerity and honesty of the people who surrounded him. Then, he was truly the happiest in those peaceful times when he was not limited by anything. Of course, he could not remember those sincere and pleasant conversations with his cousin, who constantly begged him to teach him martial arts, since he had long been tired of reading books. Remembering little Mu Wan, he sincerely regretted what happened to him. However, he had already chosen a path that he could no longer refuse, and even if it led him to the abyss, he still could not give up his intentions. He didn't even expect that Mu Wan was still alive, and even in the same province as him. The young leader of the legendary Northern Heavenly clan recalled the words of the so-called madman that if he got involved in this story, he would certainly become a part of it. In fact, Master Jin felt that Ha Jinwal knew a lot more than he said, but at least he managed to find out about the Jade City. At the same moment, he remembered the leader of the Bloody Ghosts. and how he was just a tool, while some mysterious person controlled everything that happened in the province. Remembering the good martial arts skills of that man, Mu Wan thought about who he would have to fight with if he were to use such power as a consumable. There was a high probability that the man who hired the bloody ghosts was the true organizer of all the incidents. Moving further, Master Jin heard a mysterious sound. It was the sound of a lyre, an ominous melody as if calling him to itself. Master Jin decided to find the one who called him to him. He was a very rare master, and Mu Wan understood this. After all, instead of becoming a master of a blade or a spear, that unknown person became a master of creating sound, which is something much more complex in terms of martial arts. Thanks to this, finding such a master is truly rare and very lucky. Moving towards the sound of the lyre, Master Jin was able to see where that stranger was. As he approached, he was surprised at how terrible the sound art of that unknown master was. As soon as Master Jin arrived to him, he was surprised by his reaction. The mysterious master of sound called the heir of the northern clan by name and said that he was waiting for him. Mu Wan said that he only came because he was called. He still didn't know who he was dealing with, so he politely asked to introduce himself. The sound master apologized for his rudeness and said his name was Dan Yup. As it turned out, he learned about the young master from some person, whose name he did not mention at first. The sound master believed that Mu Wan was an amazing fighter because he was the first to answer the call of his divine sound of 1,000 steps. Mu Wan was ready for anything, and in order to understand whether he was a friend or an enemy, he asked for the name of the person from whom he learned about him. Dan Yup was sure that Jin had already met him before, because we were talking about his close friend named Nam Gunwi. Hearing the name of the leader of the bloody ghosts, Mu Wan assumed that this was the person who was responsible for the events in Unnam province. In response, the sound master admitted that he did not expect Gunwi to tell him so much. On the other hand, he understood the motives of his ward, because this was the first time Gunwi found himself in such a pitiful state. It was because of the young master's success that he was interested in him. Still polite but cunning, the man asked which combat school Master Jin belonged to. Mu Wan replied that he does not belong to any martial school because his martial arts are something that was left behind by his family. Master Sound replied that in that case, his combat school should be quite impressive. Mu Wan clarified that in fact, a long time has passed since they were destroyed and forgotten. Dan Yup decided to be honest and admitted that his plans never included the possibility of such a person as Master Jin existing. He wanted to know why he came and whether he was connected with the Heavenly Alliance. The young master replied that he had nothing to do with the Central Heavenly Alliance because he came to Unnam province in order to find a person who disappeared here 6 months ago, working with a troupe of white dragon merchants. In response, the sound master said that those guys were still alive. Hearing this, Jin asked the sound master to release the prisoners and promised that in this case he would calmly leave the province of Unnam and would not interfere in their affairs. Despite the request of the young and talented master, Dan Yup could not do it, and said that it is not as easy as it seems. In response, Mu Wan silently waited for an explanation as to what the problem was and whether they needed to fight. Putting his hand on his snowflower, he still asked about the reason for his refusal. The sound master asked him not to rush and said that everything was complicated and he should explain the situation in more detail. He wanted Mu Wan to understand that freeing those merchants would put him in a difficult position. He swore on his own name that after he finished his business, he would calmly return the merchant to the talented master who appeared before him to free them. The mysterious master with a rare martial art was very pleased with this meeting. But as it turned out, he felt that they had some kind of problem. The man said that they were destined to shed blood. Mu Wan didn't understand what he was up to, so he asked directly and took his blade out of its sheath. Addressing his dear visitor, the master began to play the lyre and said that he was sorry, but they were destined to fight in another place. Despite his answer, Master Jin was serious and directly asked the villain to answer where the missing people were and what they planned to do with them. Finding the right moment, he struck his first blow with eternal darkness. The sound master did not expect to encounter such an attack. Fighting her off, he called the situation unfortunate and said that recent events were very sad. Just one light touch to the instrument created a strong shockwave. Turning to the young master, he apologized, but a moment later Mu Wan rushed to attack again. His opponent did not want to fight and only avoided the attack. While chasing the master of sound, the swordsman from the north tried to hear the answers. Inflicting the next blow, he asked not to hesitate, but his opponent once again used the sound martial art technique and repelled the attack. Additionally, his blows could reach Master Jin and cause him minor cuts. At the same time, he reported that those people who still remain a mystery to them say that the world consists of two parts. Reality and illusion will become one as soon as the mind chooses what it wants to see. Continuing to run away from pursuit, the sound master continued to talk about some riddles. It became clear that he was trying to warn the young master that the secrets of the night would inevitably awaken. Before the next attack, he called people unknown to us the sad people of the abandoned lands. All of his attacks could reach the young master, but they were not serious. The guy received only shallow cuts. The sound master ran away, saying there was no time to waste. Mu Wan was left alone. Meeting this man was not the most pleasant because his clothes were damaged again. But he was sure that he would return it for a long time and that they would soon be able to meet. This short journey took him longer than he expected, so upon returning to the tavern, the master was worried whether his younger brother was all right. But as soon as he walked inside, he was very surprised. The younger brother followed his advice and did not stop training. In addition, he even noticeably changed in appearance. Mu Wan was surprised and simply said that the result of the training was quite good. He had previously heard that children develop quickly, but he did not even expect that it was so much so. Disciple Kwok was glad to see his older brother. He admitted that due to the fact that Mu Wan did not return for a long time, he even thought that he had been abandoned. Although he was a little worried, every time he had these thoughts, he translated them into training. While the representatives of the Iron Dozen and the White Dragon were conferring inside, the deputy mercenary captain was suffering from the rain outside. They were forced to accompany the trade association's bodyguards to the infirmary. One of the fighters suggested relaxing the situation and advised them to go to a tavern. He was even ready to treat his comrades at his own expense. Inside the infirmary, a vile atmosphere reigned. The wounded soldiers were groaning because of their wounds. As the doctor passed by, one of his patients grabbed him by the clothes. He begged him to help, fearing that he did not have much time left. The dissatisfied doctor replied that nothing would happen to him. He was surprised that bodyguards who lived to do their duty showed their weaknesses. After that, he threw some kind of bag of medicine and said that the poor fellow could use this ointment internally or smear it on the wounds. Having looked around, he moved on because he still did not find the one he was looking for. But a moment later, another doctor with the same appearance came. He began to politely apologize to the patients, saying that he had many patients to take care of. Addressing the patient, he asked him to tell him what complaints he had. In response, the surprised man said that he had just given them some medicine and left. The doctor did not understand what he could be talking about, because he came running here only after he had finished working with other patients. Hearing this, the bodyguard asked what kind of medicine was provided to him. When the doctor examined the bag, he replied that this was not used in their infirmary. As it turned out, some spy was here who had the ability to transform. He felt some sadness that he had simply wasted his valuable medicine on a poor fellow from the infirmary for the sake of a mission. After these words, he returned to his true appearance. It was a member of the Hidden Moons from the Dark Moon organization, a heaven-ranked fighter named Chun Ying. The man was extremely dissatisfied with the violation of labor standards. He was already tired of working for a long time and thought that when he returned to the office, he would complain because he should be given proper time to rest. Once he completes his mission in Akyan City, he will be sent to another mission in Unnam Province. Even if the mission was of exceptional importance, he was still concerned about the working conditions and even complained about the low pay. There were so many tasks for this master that it seemed to him that his superiors thought that he knew how to create clones. At the end of his dissatisfaction, he was ready to accept the circumstances because he could not expect more from those who never stuck their head out of the meeting room. A moment later, a raven named Dancer returned to him, who apparently had already delivered a message to the office. He praised his bird for its efforts, and the crow answered him happily. Then they were joined by a black dog named Earth. It seems he found something. The dog began to bark, and thanks to this, the spy in some incomprehensible way realized that his target was heading to the Jade City. In fact, he somehow enjoyed such hard work. Master of 10 reincarnations, Chun Ying thought with anticipation about what kind of disguise he would use to track down Master Jin. Master Jin and his younger brother left the tavern and hit the road. Kwok boasted that he had learned a lot during that time. He was looking forward to the long journey and spending the night in the open air, even though he complained about his lack of camping experience. He assured his brother that he would do everything possible not only not to become a burden, but even to help him. Mu Wan was not sure that the young bodyguard was truly ready for their dangerous mission, but the guy asked not to worry and said that he had lived his whole life on the road and was incredibly glad that he would travel with his older brother, thanks to whom he had become much stronger. But it still seemed that his emotions were slightly unnatural. The guy directed his gaze forward and with a tight smile began to confidently step forward. At that moment, Mu Wan decided to support him, and placing his hand on his younger brother's head, said that Munjun was a bright and courageous boy. Such care was something rare in relation to the young bodyguard, and he sincerely enjoyed this moment. Remembering the past, he thought that shortly after his birth, his own mother abandoned him. His father was busy working as a bodyguard, so he couldn't visit him often. He was forced to live on his own for quite a long time, so he was very lonely. But his father still loved him, and Kwok felt it. Addressing his son, he apologized for acting like an irresponsible father who could not properly care for his child. He promised that a little more time would pass, and he would have enough money to open a dumpling shop for the two of them. With a pleasant smile on his face, he asked him to be patient a little longer, not to be upset, and to take good care of the house. Putting his hand on his son's head, the man asked him to be brave, respect his elders, and always smile, because this would give him more strength to complete his missions. The boy promised that he would always listen to his advice. Shortly after this sweet moment, his father died in an incident during another mission. Having learned about this, Mr. Huang came to him, which is when they met. He introduced himself and said that Kwok's father was his close friend. The man invited him to live together and promised that he would make sure that his childhood was happy. After that, the man asked Captain Cone if he was against it. The man replied that everything was fine. The trembling boy was glad that he would not be left alone. The people who allowed a child abandoned in this world to live in the White Dragon Trade Association were Mr. Huang and Captain Gon. His sword skills were still poor, so the guy was worried about how the mission would go. In addition, he noticed that as soon as they reached the next city, he felt how the weather changed and became more pleasant. Mu Wan agreed and explained that this place is on a plateau, so it is much cooler here than other places. He also told his younger brother that if they set out early in the morning, they could arrive at the Jade City by evening. As soon as it got dark, the guys set up camp and started preparing dinner. The young bodyguard continued to train in his free time. As soon as they finished dinner, Mu Wan sat down to rest while Kwok continued to train. Watching him, he remembered that previously he had no idea that his life was so difficult. Mu Wan believed that they were somewhat similar, especially since his time when he had to train alone on Mount Jok-am. Kwok's age is about the same as Master Jin's when he was left completely alone. In order not to watch him in vain, he decided to help the young master a little. Master Jin asked his younger brother to come closer. As soon as Kwok saw the wand in the hands of his older brother, he did not understand what he wanted to do. It seemed quite strange that Master Jin wanted to fight him using only a bamboo chopstick. The guy was excited that he would soon receive personal training from a master he looked up to. But after a moment, he felt that he was so scared that he could not move forward. His sparring opponent simply held the chopstick, but the boy could already feel the pressing energy, which seemed simply incredible to him. Thinking about how to carry out an attack, Kwok did not notice how Master Jin appeared behind him, hit him on the back of the head with his wand, and asked if the guy was going to be afraid and stand on the defensive for the rest of his life. The pressure of his wand seemed incredibly terrifying. Mu Wan said that Kwok can't do anything with passion alone, so he should become more cold-blooded. As a result, Mu Wan only touched his student a little, but with the same movement he sent him flying. The younger brother understood that now everything was different, and he was on a completely different level compared to those guys from the Bloody Ghost team that he had encountered recently. After exchanging a few swings, he thought that he had become a little better at wielding the sword, but looking at it now, he realized that he had simply blocked the enemy's attack back then. Plus, his older sister helped him take care of the enemy. The incredible strength of his older brother made him think that despite hard training he was still weak, or simply afraid to demonstrate strength. Rising to his feet, the determined boy decided that he would soon find out. He understood that this chance could not be missed. He was going to give it his all, as this would be a good combat experience for him. He didn't even have time to notice how the enemy again stood point-blank towards him and hit him on the hands with his wand. Mu Wan gave him another piece of advice, telling him that when a swordsman holds his weapon in his hands, he should extend them slightly forward, as this will allow him to have more power when swinging. Disciple Quack fell face first onto the ground with a crash. Master Jin's upbringing came with blows. The experienced fighter explained to his younger brother that he was still tense, and therefore his reflexes were too slow, and his eyes were losing concentration. As soon as the guy stood up, he received a blow to his lower limbs and learned that his feet must always maintain a position on the ground. Throwing the poor guy into the air, Mu Wan advised him to take deep breaths before lunging. The young bodyguard was never able to demonstrate his skills. He lost the sword in his hands and learned that he should first understand his weaknesses, while understanding the basics will come to him over time. Despite the trembling all over his body, the determined young man replied that he could still continue. After breaking his chopstick, Mu Wan refused to continue and said that it was time to rest, because this was also an important part of training. For the future, he advised using 3 fundamental cultivation techniques to properly circulate qi within the body. Looking at the student with a smile, Master Jin decided to support him so that he would not think that he had shown himself poorly. Looking up at the stars, he said that his little brother had done a good job. Munjun was very happy with this praise and thanked his mentor for the valuable lesson. Meanwhile, in some creepy temple, one of the recently wounded soldiers was recovering. Remembering his battle with the swordsman from the north, he called him a ferocious beast. Nam Gongmi had been circulating qi non-stop for the past few days, but his wounds were still not healed. He believed that he was in this state because he had weakened his defenses. He wasn't going to make his mistake twice and was ready for their rematch. Turning to his enemy, he wished him to prepare for a real battle. As soon as Master Nam left the temple, he saw someone's silhouette. It was the Master of Sound, Dong Yup. Turning to his ward, the man noticed that the leader of the Bloody Ghosts was feeling better. Master Nam replied that he had not yet fully recovered, but was ready to move forward. He admitted that his opponent was very dangerous, and he should be grateful to fate, because he thought that his head would fly off his shoulders. At one point, he noticed that his friend was twirling the leaves in his hand, which meant that he was worried about something. Gonmi assumed that Don had personally met the one he had to fight. Dong Yup replied that this was true, and their plans had become even more difficult to implement. The leader of the Blood Ghosts was surprised that even such an amazing master was alarmed by meeting with the strange swordsman. In response, Dong Yup stated that their enemy was abnormal. It seemed to him that Mu Wan was an impenetrable wall. This is exactly the impression he left, because those guys didn't even think that such a person could exist. What worried him most was that they would never be able to come to an agreement with him. Hearing such hesitant speech from the boss, Gonmi asked what their plan was and whether they were going to just give up their ambitions. Dong Yup replied that they couldn't do that, and even though they didn't take such a person into account when they made the plan, they couldn't just give up. Despite the gravity of the situation, the leader of the Bloody Ghosts was not against revenge, and said that although he could not win, he would at least protect the life of the Soundmaster. He asked him to trust him, and in this case, they would be together until the end. They've come too far to just give up. Rolling up another sheet, the Soundmaster said that even though they had poured their heart and soul into preparing their master plan, an unexpected variable was just bound to appear. He believed that this is why they say the world is worth living in, because anything can happen. In any case, he was sure that now all this would be a little more interesting, after which he began to laugh, which caused some confusion in his ward. He believed that the situation should be like this, in order for the sleeping Silent Night to awaken. While the enemies planned the return of Silent Night, Mu Wan and his ward continued to move towards the Jade City. A large detachment suddenly appeared past them, moving in the same direction as them. As one of the carriages passed them, Master Jin saw a familiar face. It was Mr. Tang, the master of 10,000 poisons, asked his squad to stop. Together with their niece, they were glad to see their savior in good health. It turned out that they were also heading to the Jade City. Master Jin was surprised by this, as he believed that they were going to meet the members of the Central Heavenly Alliance in the Broken Fist clan. The man replied that the alliance had changed their plans and asked them to hurry up to a meeting in the Jade City. Although he was dissatisfied with this news and considered the Heavenly Alliance to be arrogant scoundrels, he was glad that the Broken Fist clan provided them with some bodyguards. At that moment, the one in charge of the trip approached them. Mr. Tan apologized for the sudden stop and said that he had met Mr. Jin, who was his savior. General Im So-Guan, known as the Eight Arms of Heaven, was in charge of safety on the road. The heavily armored man was one of the 5 clan masters who was well versed in the fist style. With a smile on his face, the general introduced himself and said that according to rumors, Master Jin was quite skilled for his age. Mu Wan replied that he was simply experienced enough to protect himself. In fact, he knew this fighter well. He was surprised that the one who happily carried him in his arms 10 years ago could not recognize him as he grew older. Mr. Tan invited a fairly experienced guy in martial arts to join the escort detachment. The general did not object. They had little room in the carriage, so Mu Wan and his younger brother had the honor of traveling with members of the great family. At that moment, the general experienced a strange feeling that he could not explain to himself. Not wanting to fill his head with unnecessary thoughts, he ordered his people to prepare for departure and continue on their way. They were already near the Jade City, so Mr. Tang suggested they rest for a while. Having prepared a delicious porridge, the general almost remembered the old days in the north, but stopped in time, not daring to touch on a sore subject in the world of Murim. Kwak was very surprised, because he was prepared the same dish that his older brother had prepared at night. The general was interested in whether the young masters liked what he had prepared. The well-mannered young master replied that everything was delicious and thanked the general for the food. Taking a closer look at the young master, the man thought about his surname, because the guy very much resembled the son of the leader of the clan in which he once belonged. He understood that if Mu Wan were alive, he would be about the same age as that guy. But his doubts were dispelled by his memories that the 4th-generation leader of the Northern Heavenly clan had never taught his son martial arts. He recalled that Jin Kwang Ho forced the heir to read books instead of teaching him his skills. Therefore, he was sure that this was not Mu Wan, because he could confidently say that the young master knew some martial arts. Feelings took over, and Im So-Guang felt discomfort due to the memories that he tried so hard to forget. They appeared out of nowhere just by looking at the master, which reminded him so much of Mu Wan. The general believed that that child was forced to live independently in the barren lands of the north, endured a lot, and eventually died. 10 years had passed since that moment, and the man believed that he had made a mistake that no martial artist should make. At the same time, he thought that he had no other choice at the moment when even the great 4 of the Northern Heavens turned their backs on the defenseless heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. In fact, he was afraid, so he did not have the courage to defend his loyalty. He was gripped by fear, and if he had resisted and not done what others were doing, he would have been killed. He considered himself sinful to heaven, because with each passing day he felt more and more guilt and shame. When he thought that he had finally begun to live, despite the past, a man appeared in front of him, who stirred up the memories that he tried to hide deep in his soul. When he thought that if it was really Mu Wan, he would not be able to ask this question. He believed that because of what had happened, he was no longer allowed to face it. Denying this, the man began to think that this was impossible. At one point, the general simply could not stand it and left. Mu Wan noticed his nervous behavior, but his thoughts were not at all about what happened in the Northern Heavenly clan 10 years ago. In fact, he was thinking about those enemies who took away one of the most valuable people in his life, namely Mr. Huang. The young master did not understand what the purpose of that third party in the incident in Unam province was. Moreover, he did not even understand who those masters were who were clearly not from the mainland. At that moment, he was even bold enough to suggest that they were representatives of the Silent Night. At one point, the general was called to look at something strange. A trace of the battle was found not far from their camp. The smell in this place made the young bodyguard feel nauseous. The general suggested that these people might have been caught in some kind of ambush that they did not know about. As soon as Mu Wan heard the general's words, he realized that there were similar cases in the past that the Broken Fist clan decided to keep silent about. Moreover, the Central Heavenly Alliance usually takes such incidents quite seriously. At one point, the young master, in front of the general, went forward to examine the bodies of the victims of the ambush. He was sure that there were no signs of teeth or claws on the wounds of those people, but at the same time, the injuries were not inflicted by weapons. Old Man Tang was surprised that the young master could tell just by his appearance. It seemed to him that someone had torn the bodies of the victims with their bare hands, as they had incredible strength. But Mu Wan denied such an assumption, since he knew that this was not an easy task. Master Jin suggested paying attention to one more thing, that the poor fellow was not attacked by someone who mastered martial arts, because the masters use a clean and effective method of killing. Based on what the young master said, Mr. Tang assumed that the person who created the chaos here has incredible strength, but apparently is insane and lacks common sense. Taking a closer look at the horrifying crime scene, the general decided to strengthen the defense. Since they were already close to the Jade City, he asked his comrades not to relax and carefully monitor their surroundings, after which he asked them to monitor the possible presence of enemies. Mu Wan was sure that after strange incidents an unfortunate event would occur, so he was on alert. As a result, their detachment moved further towards the city. Luckily, nothing happened along the way, so they headed to the nearest tavern where the hotel was located. Addressing the general, Mr. Tang said that Master Jin had some unfinished business, so he would need to go out often. He said that he would most likely choose another place to spend the night, because there he would be able to get in and out without hindrance. Im So Guang understood this and said that he would pray for his safety and success. After thanking their squad for their help, Mu Wan decided to say goodbye. The Mad Master of 10,000 Poisons wished them luck, and said that he would like to meet again. Excited Mirai asked them to be careful because this city is dangerous and full of secrets. The general was unable to say anything on his own, and only looked thoughtfully towards Master Jin, who reminded him of Kwang Ho's son. As soon as the guys moved a little further, Kwak said that he saw no reason to leave their squad, because while in that hotel, they could count on the help of the Broken Fist clan. From his older brother's reaction, he could understand that this was clearly not what Mu Wan wanted. The master asked his younger brother where the White Dragon merchant troupe would go. Hearing the question, Kwak began to think that most likely they would stop at the largest tavern, because they always move in a large group. Within a moment, the guy realized that his older brother was planning to look for clues, starting from that area. It became clear to him that since the Jade City is not very big, there are not many places where Mr. Huang could have stayed in the past, even before he was kidnapped. As soon as it got dark, they reached the so-called Priceless Tavern, which was the largest in the Jade City. Quack knew that large groups mostly stopped here, so he directed his brother inside without hesitation. As it turned out, the place was empty, and even the hotel owner was surprised that visitors came to him. He immediately said that they were quite empty, due to the unpleasant rumors that were circulating in this place. Even after 6 months, his tavern looked like it was abandoned. First of all, the owner asked how long the travelers planned to stay here. Mu Wan replied that they were interested in renting a room for about 4 days. As it turned out, the man was already planning to close his tavern, but thanks to these visitors, he could work a little longer. He sincerely thanked them for their visit and declared that he would accommodate them in the best rooms and provide them with the best of the dishes that he prepared. In addition to the clues, the young bodyguard was able to find out that Mu Wan expected people from the Association and the Iron Squad to also arrive here. Master Jin really didn't doubt it, since those guys moved in groups, so they were doomed to bump into each other. The roads of all the detachments they knew were aimed at this city. Quack asked who else they might meet here. Putting his blade aside, Mu Wan replied that he was not sure who else would be here, but he believed that this was just the beginning of something bigger. Meanwhile, the hotel owner knocked on the door and brought his only visitors a treat. This was the best food of the Priceless Tavern, a dish of stewed carp that immediately made Quack's mouth water. As he said goodbye, he once again thanked them for their visit and wished them bon appétit. The guys immediately started dinner, and Quack noticed that the broth was very tasty. But after a moment, the guys fell asleep right at the table. The hotel owner mixed some kind of poison or sleeping pills into the broth. As soon as he could no longer hear the dialogue of his visitors, he opened the door inside and made sure that they were not conscious. As it turned out, it was not the owner of the tavern at all, but a spy from the secret organization of the Black Moon disguised as him. He used sleep pills and was once again convinced that their action was reliable. As he passed by, he decided not to pay much attention to the bodyguard from the White Dragon merchant troupe, as he felt that he was not very important and was more like a servant of the young master. The person he really had his eye on was Master Jin. He had heard that he was a peculiar guy who hid a lot, while little was known about him. The spy was confused due to the lack of information, so he planned to find something interesting. He didn't have any information about the young master's martial arts, status, or age, but he knew that he had joined the White Dragon Trade Association's mission. After looking around, he found something that interested him very much. As expected, it was a snowflower. This mysterious blade radiated some kind of unusual energy, which attracted the spy. Seeing this sword, the man began to become interested in learning more about it. As it turned out, the energy of the blade simply attracted the spy to itself. Sometime later, Mu Wan woke up to the feeling that someone was whispering in his ear. When the guy regained consciousness, he realized that he had been careless and had fallen under the influence of sleeping pills during dinner. He couldn't believe that he had let his guard down, even though not much time had passed since he entered the world of Murim. He still had room to grow, so he focused on his surroundings. At one point, the guy noticed a strange man in the corner of the room and realized that the sleeping pills mixed into the food were his doing. As soon as Master Jin came closer, he realized that the strange spy was possessed by the aura of a snowflower and could not move. At that moment, the guy wondered if his enchanted sword was the one that brought him to his senses. When Mu Wan came closer to the spy, he felt that his chi energy was the same as that of the tavern owner. Mu Wan assumed that the stranger was using the art of disguise. He wondered if he had lowered his defenses since he was unable to sense the sleeping pill and understand that this was a martial artist in front of him. The celestial rank spy was conscious, although he could not move his body. Master Jin asked who he even was. Chun Ying introduced himself as a member of the Dark Moon organization and admitted that the head of the Satchel Tavern ordered him to follow a man named Jin and find out everything about him. The young master realized that Chun Ying could not answer himself while in such a state, but due to the influence of the enchanted key, he revealed all his secrets. Hearing the spy's words, he realized that Mei Wolryong's Dark Moon was behind his actions. Taking advantage of the moment, Mu Wan decided to ask how much the Dark Moon knows about the fact that near the Jade City, several people became victims of an unknown incident. According to the spy, a few days ago, abnormal people appeared in the city of Gongmin, who lost their minds and became much stronger than an ordinary person. They attacked everyone. The Central Heavenly Alliance and the Broken Fist clan determined the cause of the madness. It was an unusual type of poison, so they called in the elite members of the Tang clan. Someone deliberately spread this poison, and the Dark Moon was sure that that stranger was behind the disappearance of people in Unnam province. At one point, mysterious animals that had previously worked with Chun Ying rushed inside. Mu Wan immediately took his blade from the spy's hands and jumped to a safer distance. Chun Ying regained consciousness and began to feel uneasy that something unpredictable had happened. Seeing the master in front of him, who should be unconscious, the man immediately asked in confusion what was happening. Addressing the Hidden Moon member by name, Mu Wan suggested that they have a clean talk. The spy's anxiety increased due to the fact that he had been found out. He couldn't remember what happened after he picked up Master Jin's sword. Within a moment, the man was furious that his secrets had been discovered and he had disgraced the Hidden Moon. He prepared to attack his target and shouted that after killing him, he would commit suicide, because only death would atone for his sins against the organization. In response, Mu Wan began to stretch his hands and asked if the spy was sure that he would not regret this decision. The crazy member of the Hidden Moon shouted that he never regrets what he did, and then rushed to attack. Despite the seriousness of the enemy, Master Jin did not even intend to use his sword and dodged the attacks without any problems. He moved extremely gracefully and did not make any mistakes. The fight could not consist only of avoiding the enemy's weapon, so Mu Wan found the right moment and struck the enemy with an unexpected uppercut with his elbow. After this, Mu Wan decided to demonstrate his superiority in a more impressive manner. He delivered a crushing punch to his opponent's stomach. The end of his combination of punches was a high kick to the poor guy's head. A separate punch sent Chun Ying flying and he crashed loudly into the wall. Seeing this, the animal masters of transformation did not even think of poking their noses into such a dangerous matter. The younger brother Kwok woke up a little later because a black dog began to lick him. When the guy woke up, Mu Wan asked how he was feeling. Kwok Munjong replied that he was fine. He was worried about what happened in their room while he was sleeping at the table. Chun Ying, beaten beyond recognition, joined their carefree dialogue and asked Master Jin where a monster like him came from. When he saw that his animals decided to join his goal, he called them traitors. Leaning on his knee, he sighed heavily and said that he could not believe that he was in such a deplorable state. His heart as a spy was destroyed, and he asked the terrifying master to hurry up and finish him off. Feeding the raven named Dancer, Mu Wan replied that he was not going to kill the spy, after which he asked what would happen if the Black Moon found out about what had happened. Although Dark Moon wanted to get more information regarding his identity, Mu Wan replied that he had no desire to know anything about her. He said that he was interested in only one thing: the names of those who were behind the disappearance of people from the merchant troupe. Hearing this, Chun Ying asked him to say directly what he wanted. In response, Mu Wan unexpectedly invited the spy to go with him and said that if he helps, he will allow him to collect information about his identity in the required amount. He proposed to form some kind of alliance until they received from each other what they came to the Jade City for. Meanwhile, General Im So-Guan and Mr. Tan saw with their own eyes one of those who had gone mad due to the action of an unknown poison. According to the general, they were able to capture it only with the support of martial artists. Before completely losing his mind, he was able to reveal his identity. As it turned out, it was an informant from the Iron Dozen. They still had not confirmed whether this was the case, so they wanted to know the opinions of the 10,000 Poisons senior master. Taking a closer look, the old man said that this was not a typical case of madness, although the symptoms were similar to rabies. In order to find out more, he needed to look closer, so he asked the general if they could put the man to sleep. The general replied with concern that they had already injected a sedative into the blood of the insane poor fellow, but it had no effect. Hearing this, the old man suggested that if the sedative did not work, then this informant's veins were damaged. Since he had no other option, the man decided to take action and asked General Im to step back a little. For his next actions, he decided to use poison extracted from the blood roots on the southern islands. According to him, it not only reduces bloodthirst, but also slows down a person's brain activity. According to the master of 10,000 poisons, this gas is the highest quality sleeping pill. As expected, as soon as the infected person inhaled the gas, he immediately fell asleep and fell on his back. When the old man entered inside the cage, he asked the general not to approach because he was planning to use his art of poisons. After the first sample, he did not notice any reaction, which meant that the poison that struck the informant of the Iron Dozen was not made from an animal base. The general was surprised by the old man's knowledge and asked how he managed to find out. Mr. Tan replied that the poison he used only reacts with animal-based poisons. As it turned out, the poisons with which he was familiar could be divided into several categories. After the animal base, the man checked for the presence of poison in the flower base. Lastly, there was a test for the presence of mineral-based poison. When using the last specimen, a clear reaction was detected. Watching the actions of the owner of 10,000 poisons, the general was surprised by the incredible abilities of the Tang family. But at one point, the old man became worried that something had gone wrong. The infected man suddenly regained consciousness. As soon as he saw the old man, he immediately grabbed his hands, but Mir managed to intervene and kicked him in the neck. She was excited by the terrifying power of the maddened man and what he could do to her uncle. Seeing what was happening in the cage, the general immediately ran inside. Mirai couldn't do anything to him, so she grabbed him by the neck. She screamed for the monster to stop resisting and let her uncle go immediately. At the same time, the old man urged her to loosen her grip and not kill the infected person. At that tense moment, the general ran inside the cage and, preparing his fist to strike, called on the young mistress to move out of the way. After that, he hit the infected man hard, and he flew to the side and let go of Mr. Tan's hands. The worried young lady immediately ran to her uncle to make sure everything was okay with him. Luckily, his bones were not damaged. He came to the conclusion that even if the poor guy was poisoned with a mineral-based poison, his behavior was too strange and raised questions. While the captain held the distraught informant against the wall, Mr. Tan said that the mineral-based poison usually sucks the life out of the person infected with it and slowly kills him, but this one, on the contrary, increases the person's strength and makes him plunge even deeper into the abyss of madness. After some time, they saw something very sudden. The infected person no longer showed signs of life. Mr. Tan understood that this was not due to the fact that the general would be very rude. He theorized that it was due to the man's sudden surge of power causing his body to give way. They planned to take his body to another location and conduct a thorough investigation. The poison master wanted to know the origin of this riddle. He warned the general that something incredibly large and certainly dangerous was happening. No one could say for sure what was happening in Unnam province. In the morning, Master Jin and his younger brother went to the market of the Jade City, which, due to recent events and supply problems, looked too empty. Local sellers looked destitute. Their work was no longer profitable and their goods were not as good as before. Mu Wan felt some sympathy for the people who worked here. Together with them, a man with a strange mustache was looking for clues. It was a member of the Celestial Rank Squad from the Hidden Moon who had acquired a new appearance through the transformation technique. He was worried that not only had he failed the mission, but he was also forced to travel with his target. He was nervous that if the Dark Moon found out about everything, it would be a shame that simply could not be described in words. Now he understood why the head of Mei Wol Ren called his target an unusual guy. Chun Ying believed that there were not many young martial artists who could become his opponent, because only the 7 lower heavens were capable of this. But when he met this guy, he realized that he was too self-confident. Noticing Quack's gaze, the spy became furious and asked him to stop staring at him as if he were a circus monkey. Quack Minjong apologized and pointed his fingers at the spy and asked if this was his real face. After that, the man changed completely and began to look like some kind of old man. He stated that he could completely transform his appearance, and to prove this, transformed himself into a sumo wrestler. This also applied to his clothing, because using the technique, he could look like a monk with a staff. After finishing his introduction, Chun Ying said that his title was not for show. With a sly look, he declared that he was a master of 10 transformations. Quack was simply delighted and called it incredible. At the same time, Chun Ying felt some tension due to the young master with whom he had to form an alliance. Ever since Mu Wan was able to recognize his first reincarnation, he immediately knew that it was Chun In, and he didn't care what form he was in. The master of transformation found himself in a sticky situation. He came to keep an eye on Master Jin, but ended up becoming his target. He believed that the snowflower, the blade of the young master, who acquired the consciousness of the spy, was to blame for everything. Thoughtful, Mu Wan continued to walk forward. At one point, he was distracted from his thoughts and paid attention to a strange feeling. Taking his sword in his hands, he wondered why the snowflower was reacting again. Still, it was an enchanted sword that no one but him could hold. Master Jin admitted that Chun Ying is a martial artist with whom he should be careful, because he has considerable mental strength. But at the same time, he was surprised by the fact that he was easily captured by the snowflower's aura. The blade made by his hands turned out to be terrifyingly powerful. Ever since they arrived in Unnam province, the blade had become more restless, and its chi power had increased significantly. Mu Wan assumed that his sword reacted this way because it was close to the material it was made from. At that moment, the guy thought that it would be nice to visit the lands where the tribe that Mr. Huang was talking about existed. The enchanted key became more and more powerful, and Master Jin assumed that because of this, he might lose control of the sword. After all this thinking, Mu Wan stopped. Disgruntled spy Chun Ying immediately asked why they stopped after wandering around the market for hours. It turned out that Mu Wan was interested in the items of one of the weapons sellers. Taking a closer look at the weapon, he noticed a good blade, but noticed that it needed to be improved. The seller said that the choice was good, after which he named the price, which seemed too high to the young master. Chun Ying continued to mutter dissatisfiedly under his breath, and said that such an inexperienced slacker could not know anything about swords. Unexpectedly for him, Quack reported that his older brother had learned blacksmithing and therefore forged his own sword. Hearing this, the man was simply shocked that such a hated master was able to forge an enchanted sword that absorbed the consciousness of a martial artist like him. Since Master Jin said that it was expensive, the seller decided to manipulate the situation and said that in this case, there was no point in looking at it. Mu Wan accepted his words and said goodbye, wishing him successful trading. But as soon as the master stepped aside, the seller immediately rushed towards him and said that he was ready to sell the blade at half the price. Hearing this offer, Mu Wan said that if he found out where the seller got that sword, then he was willing to pay 3 times the last price for it. The man was simply shocked by such an offer, but decided to take advantage of the moment and said that several months ago he had visited the black market, where rare weapons became available to the public. Most merchants from the Jade City get things to sell there. After hearing the seller's words, the spy was able to reveal something very unobvious to himself. As it turned out, he knew where that black market was and informed his alliance comrade about it. While Brother Kwok was surprised that Master Jin paid such a large sum for that strange sword, the spy noticed that the blade was unusual for Unnam Province. Mu Wan agreed with his words and said that it was most likely made somewhere in the northern parts of Honam Province. After exploring the market, he noticed that almost all the weapons were from the mainland. It was difficult for merchants to enter Unnam Province, so the fact that there were a lot of foreign weapons in this market seemed rather strange to him. Hearing the young master's logical conclusions, the spy admitted that Mu Wan was an amazing person, having been able to figure this out when he was wandering around the market earlier. When Kwok asked why the older brother decided that this was so, Chun Ying intervened in their dialogue and asked the young man to turn on his brain. He asked his opinion what it could mean that weapons from outside appeared in the province of Unnam, which does not have adequate trade. With a smart look and instructive gestures, Chun Ying stated that the local merchants took the weapons from another place, and most likely they belonged to the missing bodyguards and merchants. He explained to the young student that in this case, it was logical to assume that the people responsible for the disappearance of the dealers had taken the weapons and sold them on the black market. Thanks to this campaign, the spy was able to find out that Mu Wan is not only incredibly experienced in martial arts, but also has well-developed intuition. Having learned more details, the guys decided to go look for new clues. Without wasting any time, they headed to the black market of the Jade City. At the same time, regular trading was held on the market. Local sellers presented the weapons and said that the price had not changed, but the new weapon was in excellent condition. The local leader invited interested parties to take a step forward. One of the visitors, wearing a cape that hid his appearance, asked whether the weapon was really of good quality, and then asked where they got it. The manager began to suspect something was wrong and said that if the buyer was bothered by this, then he did not belong here. In response, the man who was hiding his identity concluded that the weapon was obtained illegally. His words greatly infuriated the leader. After that, the stranger took off the hood from his head and said that he had finally caught them. Seeing this man, the leader shouted to his wards to kill everyone and run away. The fighters began execution and attacked the poor fellows, who were not at all involved in the conspiracy. Having destroyed the witnesses, the leader shouted and asked who he was dealing with. The mysterious man opposite him responded by asking if he had ever heard of the oracles from the Broken Fist clan's reconnaissance squad. Hearing this, the man began to worry. Still, there was a reason for this. The representative of the oracles began to laugh and said that it was not entirely normal to do such things on their territory. Within a moment, the underground traders were surrounded by fighters from the strongest clan in Unnam Province. The leader didn't even notice how they appeared here. Within a moment, he tried to escape, but with one movement of his hand, he was stopped. The Broken Fist intelligence representative sent the black market executive flying. Addressing the defeated enemy, he asked him to stop beating around the bush and asked him to report to him everything he knew. But the leader did not lose hope of escaping. Seeing this attempt, the mad leader of the oracles called upon his fighters to pursue him. The cruel man clarified the order by saying that if the fighters cannot understand who is on their side, then they should kill everyone indiscriminately. All his wards rushed in pursuit without fail. The head of the oracles had no intention of letting anyone go alive. The situation looked like the representatives of the Broken Fist could not distinguish between civilians and martial artists. Mr. Penn, observing this bloody operation, could not understand when they managed to penetrate into the province of Unnam and how they dared to plot intrigues on their territory. For them, the situation in which merchants entered Unnam province and lost their own things was not a big problem, but since their reputation was at stake, they could not stand by. Because of this, the Central Heavenly Alliance announced a visit to Unnam province. Mr. Penn called the province a sacred place, which he and his master received after they betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan. They did their best to keep the alliance away, but now everything began to fall apart. Cho Cheon-woo gave him orders to find out who they were dealing with before the alliance arrived. He wanted to solve the problem himself, even if it meant they would completely destroy the Jade City. The head of the Oracle's pen promised his ruler that he would do everything possible to restore honor to their clan. At the same time, Mu Wan and his comrades arrived on the scene. Everything around them indicated that there had been a battle here, and that they had arrived too late. There were both Crimson Ghosts and civilians here. Mu Wan was simply beside himself with anger when he saw the cruelty that happened here. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward in search of those who were responsible for this tragedy. The spy was immediately confused. He tried to bring the young master to his senses so that they could catch up with the leader of their squad. Meanwhile, in the Azure Hotel, where Mr. Tang and his escorts were located, the general was drying his armor and thinking about life. He doubted that he should have followed his master to this terrible province for the sake of the silver scale gloves. Since they settled in the province of Unnam, the master he trusted had changed and became even more cruel beyond recognition. Im So-guang needed time to think, so he silently accepted the order to guard the Tang family on their way to the Jade City. But all this time, he was worried about whether he was doing everything right and what his future would be in the clan of the Broken Fist. He was distracted from his thoughts by one of his subordinates. His ward burst into his chambers, shouting that several unknown martial arts masters were causing chaos in the Jade City. The general did not understand what was happening, so he asked to be shown the scene of events. When they arrived at the place where the black market was located, the man first of all asked who started all this horror. He gave the order to protect the Tang family, while he himself was going to deal with those who staged the battle in which many civilians died. Seeing what was happening with his own eyes, he shouted that he would never forgive the culprits. At one point, he saw some master killing another person. Using the 8 fists of the gods technique, he charged with a shout, calling for the villain to stop immediately. After this, the rage-filled fighter used the silver dragon's enlightened palm and easily defeated his opponent. The enemy was defeated. General Im So-guan grabbed the wounded man by the clothes and asked who they were. But after a moment, he realized that he had mistook an active member of the Broken Fist clan for the villain. Even the beaten fighter himself tried to justify himself and address the general as a senior comrade. General Im So-guan realized that this was Jan Oh from the Oracle Reconnaissance Squad. He asked furiously what they were doing here. His answer is simply shocking because killing these people turned out to be the desire of their master. The fighter said that they had finally found those who were behind the problems associated with the reputation of their clan. Therefore, the master ordered the complete destruction of everyone who stood in their way. According to Leader Pen, the enemies disguised themselves as ordinary residents of the Jade City. Filled with rage, they shouted that no matter who their victims were, ordinary citizens or disgusting enemies, they could not kill everyone indiscriminately. According to the wounded Jan Oh, while they were chasing their enemies, they were suddenly attacked by an old man, and he was helped by a nanny who had a child behind her. Showing his panic, he said that they had no way of figuring out who was who. So that the clan would not suffer anymore, they were ordered to kill everyone. After these words, the general decided to give him a rest and hit him on the head so that he lost consciousness. Now he understood that their actions were due to the incompetence of their superiors. Observing all this horror with his own eyes, General Im So-guan could not even imagine how far the bloodthirsty leader would go, even if all this chaos was his will. As the general approached the scene, several fighters were about to execute another frightened civilian. But at the same moment, they were blown away by a powerful shockwave from an unknown warrior with red chi energy. As it turned out, this was done by the owner of the convincing spear, the leader of the Bloody Ghosts, Nam. He thanked the members of the Broken Fist clan for creating the chaos and all the conditions for it to continue. At the same time, he dissatisfiedly asked how the fighters of the Broken Fist dared to decide who should live in this prosperous place and who would be expelled to abandoned lands. As expected, the clan fighters sensed a strong aura and incredible strength from their opponent, but none of them had any idea who they were dealing with. The Blood Ghost General declared that he had returned from the lands of death. He was going to show them who the real monster was, and was going to tear his enemies to pieces. His intentions were connected with the order of the Soundmaster, who asked him not to hold back and create the greatest chaos, because the harsher he dealt with them, the better it would be for their plan. As Dan Yop wanted, the bloody captain began the battle with incredible enthusiasm. Events were gaining momentum, and Mu-Wan could not hesitate. Moving forward, the Hidden Moon member was quite worried. It was the first time in his life that he had seen something like this while on the battlefield. In turn, Master Jin understood what a terrible world the Heavenly Alliance had created, who sacrificed his father for the sake of their ambitions. A moment later, he met the eyes of the Oracle Squad soldiers. Those cruel killers were surprised that there were survivors among the population. One of them displeasedly asked the Mu-Wan squad how they dare to pull their muzzles out of their holes while the masters of the Broken Fist were working. They were arrogantly going to show all their power in order to clear the city to the very end. The agent of the Dark Moon organization clearly did not expect to see the oracles here and understood that the amount of information he had obtained was simply inestimably huge. After this, Chun Ying, using telepathy, turned to his comrade and asked him to listen carefully. He said that before them were oracles from the reconnaissance squad of the Broken Fist clan. According to him, they are a shadowy organization that specializes in collecting information for the Broken Fist clan. Yet the spy could not say exactly why they killed all the innocent inhabitants in the vicinity of the market. In response, Mu-Wan, filled with rage, said that most likely this is due to what a terrible person the leader of their clan is. Considering all the people in the Jade City to be their enemies, the fighters of the Broken Clan began to prepare one of their joint techniques for attack. Taking a closer look, Mu-Wan realized that they were using the Fist of 100 Days, an ancient technique of the Northern Heavenly Clan that was created when the war with Silent Night was on the brink. Mentally turning to his Uncle Joe, he wondered why killing innocents was not enough for him, and he even decided to provide his subordinates with equipment that makes them vulnerable to high-level masters. He didn't know how far they wanted to go, but he was going to stop them before it was too late. As soon as the enemies began to approach, the guy took his blade out of its sheath. The use of his eternal darkness was so powerful that it did not even give any chance for enemies to get closer. Powerful energy did not allow even his comrades who stood behind to stand confidently on their feet. The entire area of the battlefield felt a powerful shaking of the ground from the incredible amount of power. With one swift attack, Mu-Wan defeated the 3 fighters who were carrying out the terrifying order. They didn't even notice how the master defeated them in an instant. Watching this, Quack realized that he had never seen his older brother so angry. Filled with rage, Mu-Wan destroyed all his enemies without a drop of regret. Watching this, the Transformation Master couldn't believe that a swordsman of such incredible caliber existed in this world. What worried him most was not his talent with the sword, but the rare aura that he gave off, which certainly could not be called normal. Seeing the terrifying aura of the master he was forced to follow, Chun Ying felt as if the energy alone could tear his soul into pieces. He had not felt such fear for a long time. The mysterious swordsman did not give him peace. This was the first time the younger brother had seen Mu-Wan kill someone. He couldn't understand what happened between him and the Broken Fist clan, since he was willing to kill his enemies without a second thought. At the same moment, several more soldiers from the Oracle Squad arrived at the scene. Using the same technique as the previous fighters, he charged with a shout. The comrades standing nearby rushed with him. Without an iota of doubt, Mu-Wan got rid of these cruel villains too. Addressing the young master, Chun Ying noted that this was the first time he had seen this side of his older brother. He suggested that Quack keep his distance and slowly follow their comrade, realizing that such behavior makes him dangerous to everyone. The worried master of transformation feared that the worst could happen, and Master Jin was consumed by the power of his enchanted sword. Addressing his animals, he said that he would follow the master from a distance. He asked them not to lose sight of the swordsman and warned them that if they felt their lives were threatened, then they should forget about the mission and immediately flee the battlefield. Approaching the center of events, General Im So-Guan began to sense a strange chi, realizing that something terrifying was happening there. At one point, he saw another assassination attempt on the part of the Broken Fist clan fighters. Approaching him, he shouted to all the oracles that they should immediately stop their cruel and inhumane actions. A fighter named Guan immediately recognized his older comrade. As Master Im approached, he asked what the hell he was doing. In response, the man said that there was nothing to be surprised about, since his sacrifice was a threat to the entire clan. Shocked by what was happening, the general shouted that this was not a reason to torture his enemies. After that, the man silently got rid of the enemy. With an arrogant look, he turned to the elder and stated that he did not understand when his path led to a dead end, because he did not pay attention to his own surroundings. The Oracle Squad member believed that the general was too absorbed in his ideals. After that, he asked why such a righteous person would take part in the betrayal, even though he knew that Jin Kwang Ho would never collude with Silent Night. After these low and pathetic words, he began to show feigned awkwardness due to the fact that he said too much. After that, he rudely stated that their master considered General Im a pain in the ass, so he forced him to be a bodyguard and sent him to this place, which was a premeditated plan. At that moment, General Im realized that Mr. Cho had been trying to get rid of him from the very beginning. And so it was. Within a moment, he found himself surrounded by soldiers from the Oracle Squad who were going to get rid of him because he was too righteous. The honest general came to the realization that he had become a hunting dog who was no longer useful to his master. At the same time, while on an abandoned rocky mountain, the head of the oracles named Pen was discussing a plan to build a white pavilion. His ward, who had been skipping dentist appointments, said that the martial artists from the Central Northern Alliance had not yet reached the scene. This was luck for them, because if they had arrived there before them, then their plan would have been in jeopardy. Leader Pen himself understood this, so he said that this was the reason why they had to deal with this incident before the Central Alliance arrived. He was sure that even the slightest mistake could be disastrous for their master. The man thought that now they know who was the reason for the appearance of crazy residents. He believed that once they dealt with that problem, the foundation of their clan would be stronger than ever before. At the same time, he assumed that saving the merchants would make them even stronger. With a terrifyingly malevolent look, he was even grateful to the bloody ghost for coming into their territory and causing a mess. He knew that a crisis could always become an opportunity if you were patient enough. Leaving the scene, he suggested that his deputy take further action. Meanwhile, Mu Wan moved closer to the epicenter of events. At one point, he saw the place where the battle had recently taken place. As soon as he arrived, he noticed some injured Broken Fist Clan fighter sitting alone. As he approached him, he realized that it was General Im So Guan. As it turned out, the man was seriously wounded, but was able to deal with all the traitors who attacked him at the same time. Turning to the wounded general, he heard his heavy and deep breathing. As soon as the man heard his name, he began to look around. He was surprised when he saw Master Jin. At that moment, he no longer doubted that they knew each other, so he assumed that he was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan looked at him with contempt, because he himself was to blame for what happened to him. In response, Master Jin said that it was indeed him, and to confirm this, he remembered that when he was little, Im So Guan was the one who taught him the basics of martial arts. Hearing this, the mortally wounded man began to remain silent. Gathering his strength together, he said that he was right when he felt this way earlier. With tears in his eyes, he thanked God that the heir of the Northern Clan was still alive. With trembling all over his body, he could no longer contain his emotions and began to cry. He admitted that when he heard that the heir was killed, he felt unbearable guilt that a small child who had done nothing wrong was trying to cope with everything alone. He asked the young master's forgiveness for everything that had happened, and also begged him to stop the terrible destruction that Cho Jong-woo had planned. He hoped he could figure it out on his own, but he couldn't. Within a moment, he lost consciousness. Mu Wan approached Big Brother Im to check on his condition. As it turned out, Im So Guan died from the severity of his injuries. Mu Wan said goodbye to him as a warrior of the Northern Clan. Everything that happened made his mental pain even stronger. Mu Wan was going to personally deal with those who created all this terrifying chaos. Meanwhile, one of the organizers of the dark market was able to escape from the battlefield. He was being pursued by several people from the Oracle Squad. The man understood that they were too careless, and therefore the remnants of the bloody ghosts were destroyed. He was sure that their general, Nam Gonmi, was a man of terrifying strength, but he was afraid that he would soon be at a disadvantage. To avoid the failure of the plan, the fighter went to his master in order to report what had happened. As soon as the man entered the master's chambers, he immediately turned to the master of sound with a panicked cry. He told him that they were found even though they tried to act with extreme caution. In addition, he clarified that it is the oracles of the Broken Fist Clan that are hunting their fighters. In response, the sound master said that he was already aware of the situation after which he apologized for putting the members of the Bloody Ghost in danger due to his ambitions. Hearing his words, the fighter asked the master not to speak like that because they all believed that the master of sound was the one who saved them and gave them hope. For them, his wishes were law. At the end, he shouted that Mr. Geumdan is the only one who can awaken Silent Night. On behalf of the fighters, he said that if their lives could speed up this process even a little, then they were ready to sacrifice everything. But on the other hand, he was afraid that their general might not be able to withstand the battle alone against an entire detachment. He asked the gentleman to leave this place because he believed that it would soon be too dangerous here. The calm Mr. Geum replied that Silent Night is a giant who has lost his strength, which means he has lost both his goal and his will. Therefore, he could not leave this place, and considered it his true destiny to succeed in the mission, even at the cost of his own life. With a terrifying look, he said that they no longer had any reason to run away, and so they should prepare. As soon as the Oracle's troops entered the lair of the Bloody Ghosts, they were shocked by an unexpected sight. Behind bars were many merchants and bodyguards who had disappeared earlier. Now it became clear to them that their enemies were kidnapping them in order to turn them into crazy killers. Master Pen understood that their task of rescuing the merchants was becoming more difficult due to the fact that he still had not obtained a medicine that could return the infected to their previous form. He had hoped that this would not be a big problem, but now it became clear that he would have to hurry before the Central Heavenly Alliance arrived. In addition, the leader of the Oracles had a bad feeling. Addressing his charges, he stated that the enemy leader must be nearby, after which he repeated the order that they should not leave anyone alive. As soon as they opened the door to the chambers of the gentleman who commanded the Bloody Ghosts, they were surprised that such a place could exist. They were shocked by what was inside. It was a huge spherical room inside a cave, on the ceiling of which there was a hole through which moonlight fell on the master himself. The head of the Oracle squad suggested that the one who is behind all the incidents and the one who is responsible for turning people into madmen is in front of them. Geumdan did not expect that the head of the Oracles himself would personally come to greet him, but he was not surprised, since he made it clear to them where he was. Afterwards, he congratulated those who had worked hard to reach his lair. Filled with anger, Master Pen asked how he dared to think that he could remain unharmed after what he had done in the territory of the Broken Fist clan. In response, the cunning Soundmaster asked since when the Unum province became the territory of the Broken Fist clan. Without any doubt, the cruel Master Pen replied that 10 years ago, they gained power here when their clan was created within the province. In response, Geumdan suggested that it was a reward from the Alliance for betraying the legendary Northern Sky clan. Filled with anger, the leader of the Oracles impatiently asked the enemy to watch his words, after which he threatened to kill him in a brutal manner and make him regret his foolish decisions. In response, the Soundmaster said that he had not given up yet, after which he asked whether his opponent was sure that he had planned all this in order to die just like that. He declared imperiously that he never intended to leave this place. After that, he said that there was a misunderstanding because the members of the Oracle squad are the ones who never had any rights. When he thought through this plan, he was so afraid that he did not sleep for months, but he continued to bring his idea to life. He had no choice but to do this, or to humbly accept death. The world made them suffer for years, and they did everything they could to repay it in full, so they decided to awaken Silent Night and release it into the outside world. This is how Geumdan saw his fate. Hearing that this mad master was trying to awaken Silent Night, Master Pen was simply shocked. After this, the Master of Sound asked whether his dear guests had seen those brutal people who were in the corridors leading to his hall. He said it had been several days since they last ate. After these words, the man announced the beginning of the feast. In the corner of this room was his last charge of the Bloody Ghosts. The Soundmaster nodded to him, which meant that the signal for action had occurred. The soldier nodded in response as a sign that he accepted the order. After this, the soldiers of the Oracle squad heard the opening of cells and the bestial growl of people who had become crazy after being infected. Addressing the warriors of the Broken Fist doomed to a terrifying battle, Mr. Geum declared that now they are nothing more than a snack. According to him, he was planning something grander. In fact, Master Geumdan had planned to serve the main dish, a former member of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens named Zhou Zhongwu, but this plan had to be postponed since he did not arrive on the battlefield. The Oracle Squad was surrounded by countless brutal bodyguards and merchants. The Sound Master enjoyed the spectacle and thought that it would be too greedy to witness the destruction of the oracles and the leader of the Broken Fist clan at the same time. The intelligence deputy was simply shocked by the situation, because among the distraught people were those who belonged to the 10 great trading families. Master Pen replied that they had no choice but to kill everyone, because if they retreated, then the massacre in the Jade City would lose its meaning. Having accepted the order, the deputy turned to his charges and shouted that they must get rid of all the brutal traders and bodyguards. The infected people rushed to attack. The Oracle Squad Masters had no other option but to accept this fight to the death. A terrifying battle began, and the room was filled with screams and bestial growls. Watching this, Master Jin remembered the basic principle of the world of Murim, which sounded like an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Looking at the moon through the hole in the ceiling, he thought about the past and the number of lives that had fallen at the hands of the Central Celestial Alliance. He believed that his actions were completely justified and everything would be okay. But after just a moment, the Master of Sound felt the appearance of a terrifying aura. Another person appeared at the entrance to his hall. His incredibly powerful energy began to spread inside, and most of those present felt a trembling that could cause them to lose consciousness. The Snowflower appeared first, and the bloody ghost fighter, pierced by this blade, began to apologize to his master for not being able to fully carry out the order. Filled with rage, Mu Wan showed his lust for blood. The Sound Master recognized Mr. Jin, but did not think that their meeting would happen so early. Moreover, he felt that his aura was completely different from the past. The fighters of the Broken Fist were excited by his appearance and thought that he was with their enemies. At the same time, Mu Wan was looking around for Mr. Huang. The angry heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was serious, and addressing those Hearing his words, the bold members of the Oracle Squad began to show their pride and asked who he was and how dare he threaten them. But within a moment they were destroyed with one imperceptible swing of the blade. After this, another daredevil, the deputy head of the oracles, MacGwen, rushed to the attack and shouted that he would be an opponent of a master unfamiliar to him. It was the one who ordered the death of General Imi. But after a moment, he lost the ability to fight. The man fell to the ground and started screaming. Mr. Pen was simply shocked by what was happening. Calling Master Jin crazy, he asked his ward to deal with him. Shouting furiously, the fighter with nice teeth declared that in front of them was the true organizer of the tragedy in Unnam province. Releasing his strength and demonstrating his muscles, he called the young master unknown to them an arrogant idiot who arrogantly dared to attack the Broken Fist clan, thereby bringing death upon himself. He believed that he could teach him a lesson. But after a moment, his head flew off his shoulders. Mu Wan reminded them that Murim is a world where people kill each other. Believing that they were the oracles who wanted a bloodbath, the young swordsman, with all seriousness, furiously declared that if that was the case, then they would have to fight him first. Even the Master of Sound, who had previously demonstrated calm under any circumstances, was visibly alarmed. What bothered him was that Master Jin had completely changed and was no longer the same as before. All the soldiers of the Oracle Squad were in despair because their captain Yule was killed without even having time to use the techniques of the 13 Fists of Death. Master Pen, frightened beyond recognition, could not understand who they were dealing with and how the Broken Fist clan could have offended him so much. He assumed that he was one of those who belonged to the groups consumed by their hands in order to take control of the Unnam province. Having no other choice, he stated with a trembling voice that they were from the Broken Fist clan, whose leader was Cho Chen-Wu. He couldn't believe that knowing this, the unfamiliar swordsman was going to continue fighting them. He asked the master to tell him his name before doing anything rash. In response, Mu Wan thoughtfully said the name of one of the 4 pillars of the Northern clan, and wondered if the Broken Fist clan was as powerful as they say. The confused Mr. Pen did not understand what they could be talking about, since he believed that their strength was undeniable. After this, Mu Wan asked if the great clan had to resort to killing the innocent people of Jade City in order to capture their enemies. He asked how many had died because of this. At that moment, Master Pen was shocked to realize that the terrifying swordsman was not a member of the group that had brought them unnecessary trouble. He was so frightened by the sudden appearance of such a powerful martial artist that he could not move. At one point, he began to feel a strange feeling as if they had seen each other before. But despite this, he decided to deal with it later, because he should first find a way to survive. Addressing the incredibly powerful swordsman, he declared that for the sake of a great goal, they had to commit such a terrible crime, after which he shouted in his defense that they would not have resorted to such measures if not for the action of their enemies. The Sound Master, remaining calm, only said that Mr. Jin was much stronger than he expected. In response, the evil Mu One said that he, Mr. Geun, is more cruel than he previously thought. But the Master of Sound did not agree with his words, and said that a person who thinks so is nothing more than an idealist. According to him, using all possible measures to achieve the goal is the basis of Marim's life. He believed that people who are able to survive to the end are the winners, because they can justify their actions. Mu Wan simply took his words as an excuse for the countless innocent lives he had taken. After a short silent pause, Mr. Geun replied that he would not hesitate, and stated that if Master Jin really wanted to put an end to this madness, then it would be better to kill him right now. It would be an honor for him to die at the hands of a man like Mu Wan. With a cold look, he said that he spoke from the heart. But just a moment later, another terrifying master appeared here and shouted that he would protect Dan Yup no matter what. As expected, it was the captain of the Blood Ghosts, and he managed to survive despite the difficult situation. He apologized for being late and said that fighting the broken fist fighters took him too long. Mu Wan recognized him, but said the warrior's name incorrectly, which caused him indescribable anger. The situation became even more tense. Master Pen could not believe that the oracles, who were personally trained by his master, were killed in an instant by the captain of a previously unknown detachment. He thought only about how to get out, believing that only his master could cope here. Calling the swordsman from the north a demonic blade, Namgumwi said that they had an unsolved matter. He admitted that Master Jin was quite skilled, but stated that he only screwed up because he underestimated his opponent. The man was about to take the enemy seriously, but at the same moment he noticed that the guy was not following the conversations and was looking at the people in the room. All this time, Mu Wan tried to find Mr. Huan, but since he was unable to do this, he assumed that he was being held in another place. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Namgumwi rushed to the attack, being extremely dissatisfied with the enemy's behavior. As expected, Mu Wan easily dodged even such a sudden and powerful attack. After that, the fighter with the spear struck another blow, but Master Jin parried it without any problems with one swing of his blade. Rushing to attack, the captain of the Bloody Ghosts tried to find out who he was and why he was standing in their way. While parrying the blow, Mu Wan said that he was only here for his uncle. Mu Wan was inattentive and the enemy caught his leg. The reason for this was the thoughts that made Mu Wan not serious. Throwing the sword master to the ground, the captain of the Bloody Ghosts shouted that he should find his uncle and get away, since their problems are much more serious than his. Mu Wan managed to stay on his feet and minimize the damage from the attack. Furiously rushing to the attack, Master Nam revealed that their previous generation was overthrown and forced to live out their days in complete poverty while they were completely different and returned to return the anger and hatred to their enemies. As the terrifying battle continued inside the chamber, the leader of the oracles continued to speak the name of his master in a trembling voice. But after a moment, he felt that his enemy was behind him. The Master of Sound silently approached him and looked arrogantly at the coward. Repeating the name of his master, he began to grimace, considering the master's behavior pathetic and unworthy. It was disgusting for him to watch someone who destroyed peaceful people, and when he found himself in a difficult situation, he began to cowardly think about escaping. Addressing this terrible man, the Master of Sound declared that they were Silent Night, and had come to the outside world to awaken their former power. The man was simply shocked when he learned that Silent Night was really on the verge of returning. Noticing the reaction of the pitiful master, Mr. Geun only confirmed his guesses that Murim had long forgotten about their existence. As soon as the Master of Sound began to play his instrument, the man felt incredible pressure. He decided to run away. It was already too late. The power of sound technology destroyed not only him, but also the brutalized people and the rest of the oracles. Not far away, Mu Wan also felt this tension. He realized that Gyeomdan Yup was using the cave to amplify the frequency of sound. Feeling incredible pressure, this was the first time he had encountered such madness. Wan decided to hurry up and use the 1,000 shadows to close his key circulation areas in the body. But the captain of the bloody ghosts did not let him relax and continued his ferocious attacks with a spear. Taking a closer look at the enemy, Master Jin noticed that Nam Gongmi had become stronger than before. He was surprised that sound attacks had no effect on him. Taking a closer look at his opponent, he recognized that he was a fighter with incredible skill. Before him was a new generation of Silent Night, which was engaged in the return of their powers. The mention of Silent Night reminded him of Eun Ha Seol. The pressure from sound technicians became even greater. These attacks were aimed at the young master. Their destructive power was so incredible that the cave could not withstand the pressure. In addition, Namginmi did not stop attacking, and was as serious as possible as he resorted to using his strongest techniques. Wan was a little annoyed that he had to fight two inconvenient opponents. He understood that the longer this went on, the worse it would be for him. The situation was serious, and the guy decided not to hold back in order to finish everything quickly. Within a moment, he disappeared from the enemy's field of view and found himself right behind him. Using the 5th right of the shadow blade of the end, Wan performed a blood dance, which turned out to be multiple lightning attacks that caused horrific damage to his enemy. Seeing the fall of his close comrade, the sound master was simply shocked. Continuing to use his sound technique, he furiously shouted the name of the blood ghost captain. Within a moment, the swordsman from the north began to close the distance incredibly quickly. Worried by his strength, Mr. Goon decided to dodge the attack and tried to jump back. But something very unexpected happened that he could not predict. He could not move because the captain of the Oracle's pen, lying at his feet, grabbed his clothes with all his might. Moments before colliding with the enemy's blade, he thought that this was an end he could not predict. But at that moment he was not destined to die. His wounded faithful comrade, Captain Nam Ganmi, was exposed to Master Jin's blow. When the death of the Master of Sound from the demonic blade was inevitable, his comrade lay unable to even move. As he watched the battle, he realized that Master Jin had cut the nerves of his body, and because of this, he could barely move a finger. But even so, despite the trembling, he resisted. He could not allow the death of the person he loved most. Gathering his remaining strength, he rushed to the defense of his comrade, who had become his master. In the past, they had to live in a wasteland where there was no happiness or joy. When Geun was a child, he was hated by the other children because the adults gave him most of the food. Among all of them, there was only one guy who came to his aid, and that was Nam. Running up to his comrade once again, he wanted to find out if everything was okay with him, but GYN, as usual, lied that he was safe. Raising the beaten guy from the ground, Nam did not understand why such a strong warrior allowed himself to be beaten every time. Because of this, it was difficult for the future captain to understand how this child would become their hope if he continued to behave like this. But Gyun thought there was nothing wrong with it since they were all angry about the situation. The smiling guy did not worry for his life, knowing that Ganmi was always there and would protect him from threats. At that time, such an appeal to a future captain was rare. He was confused by this treatment and tried to talk his way out of it. Still, he believed that Gaon should behave more courageously, because in this case, he would stop being bullied. In response, Gyun asked his comrade for his opinion regarding why the elders cannot leave the place that only causes them problems. Nam reminded him of the words of his elders that as soon as they leave here, evil people will immediately kill them. Despite his age, Gyun was already asking quite adult questions about hunger and lack of medicine. He asked his friend why no one is trying to change their lives, despite the fact that now it is even difficult for them to live until the next day. Looking up at the sky, he didn't understand why he was considered hope and the future. But he could tell for sure that they all needed a chance to live this life profitably. Even then, he planned to awaken their people who had plunged into the abyss of despair. He believed that the meaning of his existence was to pull Silent Night into the outside world. Upon hearing this, Nam admitted that he had no idea what he was talking about. But still, he began to rejoice and laugh, stating that Dan Yeop should focus on the mission while his brother will always protect him. As Captain Nam had said in the past, he kept his promise. Wan was about to destroy his opponent with one blow, but Gimwi exposed himself to the attack. Within a moment, shocked by what had happened, Mr. Goon moved to the side, avoiding his opponent's attack. After that, the man, filled with rage, grabbed his musical instrument as tightly as ever. With great anger and a sense of sorrow, he used the sonic attack for the last time, because after it, the instrument was destroyed. The incredible force of the attack threw the northern swordsman away, and Gaon himself returned to his dear comrade, who was on the verge of death. Namgimwi said that he just wanted Dan Yop to smile until the very end. Addressing his comrade for the last time, he asked him to smile and not make a face sad with grief. His spear was left without an owner. It stood alone on the battlefield. Saying goodbye to his comrade, Mr. Gaon thanked him for everything he had done for him. Mu Wan has already returned, and said that the despair he feels from losing his loved one is the result of his stupid plan. He asked him to think about the fact that while they were talking, hundreds of people were experiencing these emotions. He asked to say what was the point of turning them into madmen. Despite the sadness of the situation, Master Gon agreed with the words of his worst enemy, believing that he too should know what the consequences of his actions were. At one point, he suddenly suggested that Master Jin's sword art was a collection of 10,000 shadows. Noticing the young swordsman's surprise, he took this as an answer and said that his master had once mentioned this. The master of sound said that when his student sees the user of this art, he will feel as if a strange darkness is slowly enveloping everything around him, and the soul will feel as if it is being torn into pieces. This was exactly what Mr. Goon himself felt and saw live. Realizing the situation, he said that rumors could not be trusted, because now standing in front of him was Jin Mu Wan, the heir to the Wall of the North, the master who died 10 years ago. Mu Wan replied that this was true, after which he suggested that he had the honor of fighting someone who could compete with the strength of the four lords of Silent Night. He said that Gyun is the heir of the 1,000 sounds of death. His assumption turned out to be correct, and Gyundap Yong was indeed a follower of the master of 1,000 sounds of death. Now this title belonged to him. Now he began to see how everything made sense. Using his next technique of playing the flute, he connected events. He understood that the sudden appearance of the mysterious martial artist was due to the fact that he was the head of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Cutting through the enemy's sound attacks, Mu Wan rushed to the attack again. He struck incredibly quickly, but his opponent managed to escape. While chasing the Soundmaster, Master Jin was incredibly focused. He asked the enemy where else he was keeping prisoners. In response, the master of 1,000 sounds of death remembered that when he heard that the heir of the Northern Clan was killed, he felt nothing but despair in his heart. Gaon believed that due to the disappearance of their archenemy, Silent Night would be forgotten forever. They were slowly withering away in the lands forgotten by heaven, and he despised their inaction towards what was happening in the world. While he shared his memories, Mu Wan continued to evade enemy attacks. Dodging another attack, he suddenly appeared behind the enemy and aimed his blow at him. But the skilled Soundmaster was able to dodge this attack. Turning to his opponent, Mu Wan wanted to know why he was doing all this. He didn't believe that Gyun wanted the world to remember him as someone who brought them pain because of his hard life. In response, Gaon said that there is something more complex in this world than the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan can imagine. He stated that the world is not so simple as to look only at actions and their consequences. In this case, Mu Wan decided to assume that this had something to do with the four lords from Silent Night. Hearing such words from the heir of the Northern Clan, the surprised Gaon asked how much he knew. Mu Wan asked him a question regarding whether they were alive or not. Creating incredible pressure with his flute performance, the Soundmaster replied that all the overlords were still alive, but had been doing their own thing for a long time. While defending himself from enemy attacks, Mu Wan realized that if he was telling the truth, then Ha Seol was safe. Continuing the battle and dodging the enemy's attacks, Gyun noted that it was funny that the world believed that Silent Night and the Northern Sky Clan were completely destroyed, without even imagining that their descendants were fighting at the same moment. After a moment, he reminded his opponent that he was looking for his uncle. He apologized to him in advance if it turned out that he had turned into one of the crazy people. Unfortunately, he could not help in this case. In fact, the Soundmaster was hoping that Mr. Jin would ensure the grand finale of the plan that he had prepared especially for the Central Heavenly Alliance. But as it turned out, everything had gone too far. After that, He finished his preparations and used the destructive sound of the falling end. A powerful blast wave destroyed everything around, but the Master of Sound could not see where the swordsman of the northern clan had gone. As it turned out, Mu-Wan ran upstairs, preparing for a retaliatory attack. Master Jin, with a serious look, asked one last time where the rest of the prisoners were. In response, Mr. Gown suggested using force to find out the details that interested him. After these words, he again used an incredibly destructive sound technique, from which the cave began to collapse before our eyes. The ceiling began to collapse, but Mu-Wan managed to dodge this attack. The Demon Blade Master was heading to the side. He avoided all subsequent devastating attacks from his opponent, moving even faster than his opponent could notice. While avoiding the enemy's attack, he remembered the words that the destructive sound of the falling end is one of the strongest techniques in the art of sound, because during the Northern Clan War and Silent Night, there was a rumor that this technique was used to destroy countless people. Under incredible pressure, Mu-Wan had no doubt that this was the truth, but despite the terrifying danger, he was going to end everything with one blow. At one point, Mr. Goon felt a sharp pain and realized that he had used too much ki energy in a short time. Meanwhile, his opponent had already descended to the surface. Mu-Wan continued to close the distance to strike, while simultaneously dodging sound attacks. He was furious that his opponent was not going to admit to him where the other innocent people were. Approaching the enemy, Mu-Wan was ready to strike a crushing blow. Continuing to play the flute, Mr. Goon began to create defensive techniques, and noticed that Mr. Jin was demonstrating quite impressive skills. As soon as Mu-Wan struck with his blade imbued with eternal darkness, his opponent began to use a sound defense technique. Despite his efforts, Master Jin made every effort to ensure that the blow reached its target. Sighing heavily, Master Jin looked at the huge cut in the rock where his opponent should have been after receiving a powerful blow. But as it turned out, the Sound Master managed to avoid the full impact of the attack, although he was hurt. Mr. Gyun Din Yup said that he had previously heard that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan had never studied any martial arts and was always lazing around. But after fighting with Master Jin, he realized that their clan had not lost its monstrous power. Returning to the center of the cave, he noticed that if he had been even a little slower, he would have left this world long ago. He was surprised that Mr. Jin managed to hide such power from the whole world. He felt that their fate was somewhat similar. But within a moment, Mu-Wan managed to rush past him and strike with lightning speed. A moment after the impact, the rock on which the Sound Master stood was destroyed into small pieces, and Mr. Goon's body itself was seriously injured by cuts. Mu-Wan did not relax until the very end. Maintaining his concentration on his opponent, Mu-Wan said with a fearsome gaze that the Sound Master should not relax during the fight. Approaching the heavily wounded enemy, Mu-Wan said that the Northern Heavenly Clan was created because Silent Night was the first to attack and plunder the mainland. But at the same time, in a quiet and weakened voice, Mr. Gyun replied that this was not true. After many decades of bloody war, Silent Night was defeated. Mu-Wan did not understand what was unfair about this. He wondered what kind of warning the heir to mastery of sound was trying to send to the Central Celestial Alliance. Not knowing all the details and how far Silent Night would go, Mu-Wan asked his honest opponent if war was really the only way to resolve their conflict. While the Master of Sound tried to get up despite the trembling in his body, Jin asked why he needed all these innocent victims. Addressing the enemy, Mr. Goon Din Yup said that Master Jin was probably tired too. He tried to stall for time and told the young master that they were not different at all, but you should understand that there is more hidden in this world than meets the eye. Despite the trembling in his body and the low amount of ki reserves, the Sound Master did not stop trying to continue the battle. At the same time, he said that the heir of the Northern Clan is probably interested in what is actually true. But after a moment, he shouted that he did not receive answers due to the fact that his plan was not yet completed. He stated that Mr. Jin was not part of it at first, but he was inspired by the fact that the appearance of such an opponent was an addition to the plan, allowing him to gain a more perfect form. But the moment he finished his nonsense and decided to carry out the final attack, his weapon was destroyed in an instant. Although the battle was difficult, Mu-Wan did not lose his speed and was able to carry out another lightning attack. After that, he decided to return to the words about whether he was tired during the battle. Mu Wan said that at that moment when he was drowning in despair and suffering, there was only one person who supported him. Naturally, he spoke to Mr. Huan, who was taken from him by the Master of Sound and his charges from the squad of bloody ghosts. Finding himself unarmed and powerless against his opponent, Mr. Goon said that he still doesn't know what Master Jin's uncle looks like. He was surprised by the cruelty of fate, because by some miracle, Mr. Huang was drawn into his plan. Having thoroughly enjoyed the battle, he invited his enemy to put an end to this performance. Hearing his words, Mu Wan felt some anger knowing that his enemy was going to remain silent until the end. Out of respect for his enemy, Master Jin used his technique to fulfill his last request. Having finished what he started, he said that if there was even the slightest chance that Mr. Huang would end up in a brutal state, then he would never forgive the heir to the Master of Sound. As soon as Mu Wan sheathed his demonic blade, the technique came into action. A huge number of cuts of eternal darkness formed around them. Looking back, Mu Wan was convinced that it was all over. The battle with the heir of the Quiet Night was not an easy task, but as it turned out, even though Master Jin used one of the techniques, Gyun could still breathe and move. Despite the trembling in his body and the lack of feelings, the Master of Sound moved towards the enemy. As soon as he got close, he gently punched him in the face, demonstrating his strength of will. He called Mr. Jin peerless and acknowledged the awesome power of the Northern Heavenly Clan. In response, the vile Mu Wan hit him on the legs so that he would finally end his resistance. He could not accept his enemy's senseless attempts, but Gaon, who was lying on the ground, continued to try to get up. Looking at his opponent, Dan Yup was surprised that his facial expression spoke of pity for the enemy. He asked not to think that their deaths were useless. Gyun believed that this was a small price that they had to pay in order to achieve a great goal. As it turned out, he got what he wanted, because his ultimate goal was his own death. Pan Yop stated that it was grandiose, after which he added that the fate of Silent Night and the Northern Sky Clan was sealed. All this was because it was a quiet night to wake up after his death. That is why he had no regrets, and instead of hatred, he only thanked Mr. Jin for his actions. He planned to end things by fighting the former member of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens, but a more suitable opponent appeared before him, the new head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. With the appearance of Master Jin, his plan became even more perfect, so he could not answer the question, but continued to provoke in order to prevent the battle from ending prematurely. Gun apologized for the fact that the uncle of the heir of the enemy clan became part of his plan, and then named the place. With his last words, he said that there are many more merchants and bodyguards on the Mountain of Sorrow, and they are all their prisoners. He sincerely hoped that Mu Wan would actually find his uncle. After these words, Gyun Dan Yup met his end. Mu Wan wondered what the last thing his enemy told him was. Within a moment, he felt unexpected weakness and sat down. This was due to the fact that he had used up too much internal energy in the battle. He felt unbearable pain, which only became stronger. At that moment, he remembered the divine pills that Mr. Tang had given him. According to the old man, they produce an immediate effect and can become an antidote, as well as extend life by 10 years. Mu Wan took the miracle medicine without delay. After that, he decided to look at his enemy one last time. He was surprised that the Master of 1,000 Sounds was so similar to him, believing that the so-called ideal was more valuable than his own life. But Master Jin believed that in fact, by trying to achieve something, coming up with a terrible plan, he only brought himself to a terrible end. Within a moment, a terrifying shadow of a man with a spear appeared. She was very close, and Mu Wan felt it too late. He couldn't even move from the incredible pressure he felt being next to such a terrifying warrior. It seemed to him that fighting such a person would inevitably kill him. At one point, Master Jin realized with horror who he was dealing with. A long black cloak that resembles the wing of a large bat was a well-known attribute of one of the most terrifying enemies, as well as a silver spear with the seal of ghosts engraved on it. Looking at the face, he also saw a pale glow in the eyes, which could frighten anyone upon whom their gaze fell. Master Jin guessed that this was one of those he had previously heard of, namely a member of the 4 demonic lords of Silent Night. The name of this fearsome warrior is the Spear of Black Wings. Even though Mu Wan had taken the silver scarlet sacred pills, he had no chance against such an enemy. Before him was a truly legendary figure. Addressing the heir to the Silent Night organization, the Spearmaster apologized to him for being late. He remembered that Dan Yup was considered the hope of their organization. He was an amazing child who shone brightly like a star. He could not imagine that such uniqueness would put the Master of Sound in such a position. Lifting his body in his arms, he sadly said that Dan Yup knew the truth of the world at such a young age, but still said that he wanted to bring them into the light. Yet his method of waking up the rest of the quiet night brought about death. After that, the terrifying master looked at Jin Mu-wan and said that he was surprisingly still alive. Feeling incredible pressure, Mu-wan asked in surprise how he knew who he was. The Spearmaster replied that he simply could not help but recognize the sworn enemy of their organization, the young tiger of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He reiterated that Dan Yup was the figure of the quiet night that shone brightly even in the darkest days of their lives. Taking the spear in his hands, he said that since their light had gone out, those who had been in darkness for so long would have no choice but to seek the light outside. After these words, he launched a lightning-fast strike towards the young master. The enemy was too fast. Master Jin could hardly escape from his attack. But within a moment, the enemy's spear was aimed at his heart. Mu-wan was shocked because he believed that he was out of range of the enemy and not within the radius of a possible spear attack. A powerful blow sent him flying, during which he destroyed all the stones in his path with his body. As it turned out, he only miraculously managed to survive such an attack. He was protected by an item given by the daughter of the Tang family. It was previously speculated that he would use it to access the Heavenly Alliance buildings, including the Broken Fist clan. As he retreated, the Jade Amulet was able to block the terrifying attack. If it weren't for him, Mu-wan would already be dead. As soon as Mu-wan rose to his feet and began to draw his blade, he assumed that his enemy could extend the spear because its attack radius was too large. He couldn't deny the fact that the Ghost Spear's nickname was true. Meanwhile, Chun Ying was already watching them. He was shocked the moment he saw one of the legendary demonic lords of the Quiet Night, known as the Black Wing Spear. Moreover, he now knew that Master Jin was the last heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, which meant that the revival of the Northern Heavenly Clan and Silent Night was happening before his eyes. He was horrified by the realization that he was witnessing the beginning of a great war. Meanwhile, in one of the taverns of the Jade City, attempts continued to cure one of the infected people. Mr. Tan was able to reduce the effects of the poison, but needed more time to figure out what he was dealing with. His niece was next to him. Mirai tried in every way to help him. She wondered if her uncle was able to find out what turns people crazy. The man replied that he assumed that the poison, which was formed from simple substances, was to blame. In his opinion, whoever created this poison is an extraordinary genius. The more important thing was to find an antidote, but again this took time. At one point, visitors came to them. The bodyguard tried to stop them, but as it turned out, they were representatives of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Looking around, Mr. Tan and his niece were surprised that those guys appeared so early. The men in white cloaks were indeed a detachment from the government. Seeing them, Mr. Tang immediately went out to meet them. The man held out a letter and introduced himself as Chok Mu, a member of the Central Heavenly Alliance Investigation Bureau. In his hands was confirmation from his older brother named Quan Dai Xiong. While reading the letter, Mr. Tan remembered that Mr. Quan was very busy, as he had to manage the 9 heavens alone while they were away from their posts. After that, the Bureau representative said that from the moment they arrived, all issues related to the situation were taken under their complete control, so the presence of representatives of the Tang family did not make sense. The master of 10,000 poisons was surprised, because he believed that the Heavenly Alliance asked them to investigate this incident. In addition, he was surprised that the Bureau was going to take over everything, even though they had only recently arrived and did not know the whole situation. In response, Chok Mu admitted that in fact they had arrived in Unam province a long time ago. He apologized for being forced to withhold information. All Bureau fighters remained undercover and conducted an investigation, but after seeing the cruelty of one of the clans, they took action. Mr. Tang did not understand why, in this case, they did not appear earlier, while his niece asked to clarify what exactly the terrible cruelty was on the part of the Broken Fist clan. The Bureau representative realized that they did not yet know what was happening outside, so he replied that they would soon see it for themselves. Moreover, he said that with the appearance of the famous poison master from the Tang family, those behind all this began to worry, which forced them to speed up. The Alliance wanted Mr. Tan to steal the spotlight, while the Investigation Bureau continued to gather information. The 10,000 Poison Master was shocked by the audacity of the Central Heavenly Alliance to use them as bait. In response, Chok Mu apologized for their behavior, but clarified that only because of this, their actions were not discovered, and they were able to calmly collect information regarding the crazy. He stated that the Alliance will be in their debt, and they will not forget it. The situation was quite complicated, so the man with the incredible chin asked the Tang family to put aside personal feelings. He also asked them to leave all their investigation materials and research results so that the Alliance could save time to solve the problem. Holding his descendant in his hands, the Spearmaster raised his weapon high before the next blow. An aura of a beast appeared above the spear raised high, describing the incredible power of its strength. Within a moment, he aimed a blow at the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. The crushing power destroyed everything in its path. Mu Wan realized that he could not dodge, so he prepared to parry the blow. With the help of eternal darkness, he managed to protect himself from being hit over a huge area. A moment later, he was behind him and said that with the death of the young master of sound, the quiet night that had been sleeping for many years would finally awaken, and the whole world would once again plunge into the abyss of chaos. After these words, the legendary warrior with a terrifying silver gaze dealt another crushing blow. His technique was again accompanied by the appearance of a terrifying aura that was about to swallow his enemy. Mu Wan did not have time to escape or repel the attack, so he defended himself as best he could and covered himself with a sword. Powerful enemy energy threw him aside, destroying everything in its path. As soon as the ardor set in, Mu Wan, while in flight, realized that he would not be allowed to relax in battle. The enemy, possessing incredible speed, had already caught up with him and was ready to strike a blow that was impossible to dodge. Mu Wan did not give up and decided to ignore the restrictions on the use of chi energy, because in this battle his life was in danger. The legendary warrior was surprised that his opponent continued to resist and even demonstrated such terrifying skills despite his young age. The Northern Heavenly Clan swordsman released a huge amount of ki, and using the Eternal Darkness technique, created enough energy to delay the enemy's attack. The expanding spear aimed at the swordsman, exhausted from heavy fighting. The clash of powers between the two monsters caused an incredible explosion. Surprisingly, the spear warrior decided not to finish off his opponent, but only said that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan should witness their actions. Before losing consciousness, Master Jin heard that this war would be the price that Silent Night would exact on him and the mainland for what happened to their organization. The cave turned into ruin, and Chun Ying, wandering through the stones, was finally able to find a snowflower, the blade of the heir of the Northern Clan. A moment later, the hand of a seriously wounded master broke through the stones. Thanks to his comrades, Mu Wan was saved, and he was sent to the infirmary, where he began his treatment. When he woke up, he thought about the words he heard from the mysterious and experienced people he met after returning to Murim. They talked about a large and mysterious world that Master Jin still did not understand. It was still a mystery to the guy what the world in which he lived was like. Additionally, as a result of his battle with the Sound Master, the plan to bring the Silent Night organization back into the light was realized. Master Jin was able to learn firsthand that the 4 demon lords were still alive. In his 20 years of life, he had already seen with his own eyes the strength of 2 of them. All these events told him that Yun Hasol, so dear to him, was still safe. The recent meeting with members of the Northern Heavenly Clan, whom he had not seen for over 10 years, also served as a lesson for him. He managed to learn from his lips that hatred breeds even greater hatred. Based on this logic, he understood that from the moment he returned to Murim, he himself became part of this cruelty. He had to take the lives of other people even though they were villains. All this cruelty made him smell blood, which he considered disgusting. Master Jin has finally entered the real world of Murim. He hated to admit that this was his fate as the sole heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. After these thoughts, he noticed the presence of the aura of his blade, the snowflower. At that moment, he remembered the words of the blacksmith about the weapons of the gods, which were made from the will and desires of the blacksmith. Recent events and emotional instability only confirmed the old man's words, that if the master made a mistake, the demonic blade would swallow him whole as soon as it sensed the weakness of its owner. Mu Wan was planning to go in search of Mr. Huang as quickly as possible. He had spent too much time looking for clues, but now he knew that it was about the mysterious Mountain of Sorrow, in which the Cave of Despair is located. Although the name of that place seemed like some kind of metaphor, Mu Wan had not thought about it yet, because all that was in his head was the hope that Mr. Huang was still safe and could be saved. Then a girl with pigtails came to him and in a pleasant voice asked the master how he was feeling. Mu Wan didn't answer and just looked at her awkward behavior. She said that the master fainted on the street, so she brought him to the infirmary. But in response, Master Jin still stared and remained silent, making her think that something was wrong with her. Then the guy asked what the hell Chun Ying was doing. The master of disguise was a little furious that he had been seen through once again. The moment the Spear Lord struck his final blow, the entire battlefield turned into chaos, and the spy was caught in a blizzard of dust. He understood that finding the injured Mr. Jin was the most important task. Heading towards the destroyed hall of the Soundmaster, Chun Ying asked his animals to drag Quack behind him. His crow dancer had already noticed the place where Master Jin was located. The crow led the Master of Transformation to the place where the Snowflower, the blade of the swordsman from the north, was located. Once safe, Mu Wan thanked his savior for helping him survive. Hastily grabbing a chair, Chun Ying replied that he did not need thanks, because his target turned out to be a more significant figure than the Dark Moon organization thought. Because of this, all the information he collected regarding Master Jin was useless. Therefore, the man displeasedly said that he needed to reinvestigate. He insisted that it was only because of this that he had no choice but to save the swordsman's ass from trouble. In fact, he was quite alarmed by what he saw. Master Jin, who continued to amaze him with his incredible skills, fought and survived a battle against one of the great demonic lords called Blackwing Spear. Still, he did not understand how the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was able to pass off false information about his death as the absolute truth, which the entire world of Murim still believes in. The spy suspected that someone was secretly helping him. Assuming this, Chun Ying had no doubt that this could be true, because due to the status of this swordsman and the fame of his clan, it was possible. The spy was forced to start all over again, and the first thing he decided to do was investigate the people who surrounded the swordsman. He understood that Dark Moon would undoubtedly want to be the only organization that knew that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was still alive. But due to the recent bloodbath in the Jade City and the conflict with the Broken Fist and the representatives of the Quiet Night, all this will be impossible to hide. Chun Ying even assumed that the fact that the young man had dealt with such a serious incident alone might already be spreading. In this case, the Central Heavenly Alliance will soon learn about the existence of the Master, who is the heir and leader of the clan so hated by them. And in this case, the head of the Dark Moon Division, Mei Wol Rin, will no longer be able to change anything. The matter was so serious that Chun Ying thought that he should report everything directly to the leader of their organization. Until then, he was forced to stay with the leader of the 5th generation of the Northern Clan, and also find evidence that all this was true. The appearance of a Quiet Night was no less alarming news. His head was already pounding from all this responsibility. While Mu Wan and Chun In were sitting in silence, a noisy quack rushed in and first of all said that he had mended his older brother's clothes. With a smile on his face, he said that he remembered that these clothes were a precious gift from Mr. Huang. Such a pleasant gift made Mu Wan even a little confused and sincerely thanked his younger brother. Taking a closer look at the young swordsman, Chun Ying thought about the pressing issue. He wondered whether the northern swordsman would become a terrible disaster or a light that would lead this world. Meanwhile, the male bird with a letter in its paws was already striving for its mysterious owner. A man with 2 swords on his back, who was in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, dozed while sitting on a chair. The arrival of the bird brought him to his senses. The mysterious master with long black hair, mustache, and beard yawned after a nap. A letter arrived to him from the province of Unam, which he was eagerly awaiting. While taking the letter, he remembered that Masters Chokmu and Heidong were sent to that zone. As he read the news, he learned of horrifying, world-changing events. The last time this master saw the incident with the appearance of the night with his own eyes was about 10 years ago, but all the information was classified. He also had information that a few months ago, in the region ruled by the monastery, countless first-generation followers and their elder brother Mu Guan were defeated. According to witnesses, the person responsible used an unknown sword-fighting style. Then, to save the Tang family, he fought the bloody ghosts and won a stunning victory. The report stated that the one who dealt with the problems of the reappearance of the Quiet Knight and the destruction in the Jade City was none other than the young swordsman from the north. Mention of the Northern Blade appeared several times in reports. The next report only said that this information was not rumors. The master who received the letter said out loud that his assumptions turned out to be correct. He thought that the man who would change the world had finally returned. This master was a loyal follower of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Xiaomu-san. With a determined look in his eyes, he concluded that his master had already made his move. Meanwhile, one of the most terrible enemies of the world, Murim, the Lord of the Spear, was returning home through the deserted wasteland. In his arms, he carried the body of the Soundmaster, who was the light of their organization. Remembering his recent meeting with the heir of the Northern Clan, he recognized his power, despite such a young age. A few days later, a detachment of the Iron Dozen, along with the bodyguards of the White Dragon merchant troop, arrived at one of the taverns of the Jade City. Mu Wan finally recovered and was able to leave the room. Having looked around, the brothers were surprised by the unexpected guests of the Forgotten Hotel. The leader of the Iron Dozen squad greeted his comrades and said that he didn't even know that they also lived here. Despite his respectable status, the man began to fool around, saying with a crazy smile that fate had brought them together again. The leader's behavior put his deputies in an awkward position, and they thought about how not to die of shame. Captain Khan and his mistress were also here. Strange behavior and excessive attention from hotel visitors did not allow the master to clearly understand what was wrong. Everything became clear after those present began to talk about how Master Jin was much more impressive than they thought. While he was undergoing treatment, he gained quite a lot of fame. Mu Wan didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked about fame. Leader Yan was surprised that the youth still didn't know this. Pointing his finger at the guy, he said that he had now acquired the nickname of the Northern Blade. What was on everyone's lips was that there was finally a new rising star. Yet the Dark Moon Spy's worst guesses turned out to be true. Information about the recent incident spread too quickly, and he could only guess how far the news of the appearance of the master from the north had reached. Looking at the big, muscular master, Chun Ying had no doubt that this was the head of the Iron Squad, a famous group of mercenaries. Since Yong Musan already knew about this, the spy guessed that in this case, the Central Heavenly Alliance also knew something. True, he doubted that information regarding the likelihood of the appearance of an heir had time to reach them. Leader Yang no longer paid attention to formalities and greeted his young comrade in a friendly manner. Mu Wan first asked if they were able to get what they wanted from the Broken Fist clan. Grimacing, the leader answered displeasedly that due to the chaos caused by that clan, they were practically driven out of their territory and they could not find out anything. A few days after Master Jin left, they were about to finish the meeting, but the Central Heavenly Alliance Investigation Bureau suddenly appeared. They then learned that the incident in the Jade City was the work of the clan. Additionally, Leader Yan shared his opinion that things would get even more complicated later. Analyzing the situation, the spy Chun Ying decided that since Leader Yang was unable to get help from the Broken Fist clan to deal with his problems, he decided to quickly defect to the other side and came to the Northern Blade. The Master of Transformation recognized the cunning of the leader of the Iron Squad, realizing that for them there was nothing more important than the final result. However, Mu Wan himself also understood what would be discussed. Meanwhile, the second representative from the Investigation Bureau was inside the Broken Fist Palace, complaining that the room was too hot. Although he was a man in body, compared to the clan leader, he looked like a child. The huge master with a terrifying aura wanted to make sure whether the Order of the Heavenly Alliance was really the inaction on the part of the Broken Fist clan. Heidong replied that he didn't say anything like that. He tried to maintain subordination and asked the leader to relax. According to him, the number of people who died in the Jade City is more than 300. Addressing the leader of the Broken Fist clan, he directly said that they had crossed the border, subjugating the entire province of Unam. He dared to say that greed never brought anyone any good. In response, Cho Cheon-woo stated that their actions deserved reward, because by doing so, they were able to reveal the truth about the Quiet Knight. But as it turned out, 10 Heavens had a different opinion. Raising his index finger instructively, He addressed the leader of the Broken Fist clan and declared that brute force alone cannot be used in politics. According to him, overdoing it leads to inevitable destruction. Hearing the speech of the representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance Investigation Bureau, Leader Cho was beside himself with rage. He could hardly contain himself as the power and influence he had spent decades trying to gain disappeared overnight. Due to the recent failed plan, he felt shame as his clan's strength was reduced by half. He was furious that his boastful charge Ping was the cause of such a high-profile fall for the Broken Fist clan. The useless ward assured him that he would sort out all the minor problems himself, but in the end, he made a mistake and led them into a difficult situation. He had to look up high to notice where the lords of the world of Murim, known as the Nine Heavens, were located. Leader Cho, with great greed and immeasurable ambitions, did not understand what more he needed to do to reach such heights. The fat but reasonable representative thought about how this even happened. In fact, he guessed about a similar outcome. Recently, the Broken Fist has relied too much on strength and has stopped being afraid of the Heavenly Alliance. He believed that this was not so bad for their government, since now they had the opportunity to further control one of the troublesome Great Four of the Northern Heavens. Cho Chan-woo understood that his situation was difficult, so he decided not to hesitate and asked what task he would be given. In response, Haedong asked him to forget about the Broken Fist clan for a while. Hearing this, the man was angry. He asked furiously, how dare the Alliance say something like that? He could not come to terms with the fact that he was being called upon to destroy his own clan. The mere scream of such a terrifyingly strong man was enough to make the Bureau of Investigation representative barely able to stay in his chair. Addressing the troubled head, the worried Haedong asked him to think about how the quiet night would soon prove itself, and when that happened, he could erase his shame by achieving great victories. He tried to convince him that it shouldn't be difficult for one of the Great Four of the Northern Skies, a warrior who had personally fought against the Silent Night for decades. Although he tried with all his might to calm the violent and dangerous warrior, it was not an easy task, and the Bureau representative understood this. Turning to Master Cho, he said that this should not be a difficult task. Trying to relax the situation, Haedong suggested using this opportunity so that the whole world begins to create legends about the Broken Fist clan. But all his deceitful speech was not something that an experienced, battle-hardened warrior could do. His son Yunkin, who had been listening to the entire conversation, was devastated that his father had given a reckless order without consulting him. The sensible guy understood that he was still perceived as a useless heir. He couldn't accept the fact that his father still thought he was the best in the world, and that's why he chose a terrifying path of destruction. At the moment of his thoughts, Haedong suddenly asked the leader of the Broken Fist to send his son to the Central Heavenly Alliance at the first opportunity. When it came to his son, Cho Cheon-woo became even more unbalanced, and shouted that the Heavenly Alliance was planning to use his heir as a hostage. In response, Haedong assured that nothing like that would happen. He also said that the Heavenly Alliance had already begun preparations to confront the terrifying organization. They began to gather strong martial artists to form a group of conquerors. According to him, the members of the conquering party will be endowed with powers beyond their wildest imaginations. This will be an army of young heroes from all regions. According to him, those who perform well will have a chance to personally rule the continents. It became clear that he was hinting that Mr. Yunkin would be able to receive a worthy reward for his participation in the war. The Demon Fist was so enraged that he could not restrain himself, and destroyed the railing of his throne. He was ready to show the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Nine Heavens his true rage, because after betraying the Northern Heavenly Clan, he was willing to go to the very end for his goal. But before demonstrating his strength to the Heavenly Clan, he was going to personally see the martial artist who was involved in the problems related to the Jade City. Because of the Northern Blade, they felt a disgusting shame as their plans suddenly collapsed. While Cho Chang-woo was drowning in his own rage, Master Jin, his student, and the spy Chun Ying set off. Behind them walked the Iron Dozen squad, as well as the bodyguards of the White Dragon merchant troop. Turning to them, Mu Wan asked how long they planned to follow on their heels. The daring leader Yong showed feigned confusion at the question, and assured that this was just a delusion, and that in fact they were simply following the path. Hearing such words, Master Jin suggested that they go ahead, but in response he heard that the Iron Dozen did not want to do this, because they liked to watch the rising star walking ahead. According to the leader, they are pleased to watch Master Jin's broad shoulders. At the same moment, the more conscientious Master Mu Huan apologized for the behavior of his head, which he considered undignified. He admitted that they were ashamed that their squad had no one else to rely on except Mr. Jin. According to him, their work in the Jade City was disrupted due to the incident. Not only was this a waste of time, but they also didn't get any leads. Therefore, the Iron Dozen came to the conclusion that Mr. Jin had the necessary information, and it would be better for them to follow him. In addition, another argument in favor of such actions was that, from their own observations, they saw the power of the Northern Blade. Apologizing for past misunderstandings, he asked Mu Wan to help them with a task from the White Dragon. Master Jin was surprised that among them there was a really smart person, who found the determination to admit how everything really is. Taking advantage of the moment, Leader Yang pounced on those two guys and said that they should forget about the past and help each other, because together they went through a difficult battle and now can be considered comrades. Trying to get the master to cooperate, Leader Yang Musan mentioned that the reputation of the Northern Blade was growing rapidly and would soon become even more famous, so in the future he would need the help of reliable guys. He said that the Iron Detachment would not remain in debt. In a quieter and more cunning voice, he mentioned that he should join forces, because in this case, Master Jin would be able to receive a good monetary reward from the White Dragon, which would be enough for long travels and comfortable living conditions. Not embarrassed by Lady Yun's presence, Leader Yang invited the Northern Blade to take full advantage of the merchant troop's bottomless purse. Such a bold and frank speech did not even surprise Captain Khan, because he knew what to expect from the mercenary Yang Musan. After all this sickening speech, Mu Wan sighed heavily, as he understood that it was impossible to get rid of them. Mu Wan walked forward and asked the mercenary squad to hurry up, since they had already wasted a lot of time. After this, he announced that they were heading to Mount Sorrow. As the young master walked forward, Leader Yan was left behind and a young girl was next to him. The talkative and cheerful man tried to get to know her. Having introduced himself, he asked what common cause the young mistress and the cold Northern Blade had in common, since they decided to walk together on such a dangerous road. Taking a closer look at the girl, Leader Yang began to sincerely envy the young master, as he believed that she was a very enviable beauty. But after a moment, he saw that the girl had a very impressive secret. Leader Yang was simply shocked by the young master's preferences. He immediately asked the attractive girl what he had to see, because that thing was a little larger than his own. Meanwhile, in one of the canteens of the Heavenly Alliance, it was time for dinner. This place belonged to the government, and everyone who was here worked for the Alliance. In a separate room was the head, to whom his ward came. The head of the Secret Intelligence Department of Pursuit and Capture was Seo Mu-sang. The ward came to him with a report, and said that he had delivered their reports to the Management Department of the Central Heavenly Alliance, and in response, received a letter from them. Seo Mu-sang learned that the Broken Fist clan had suspended its activities. Looking closely at the map, the master was surprised that the Central Heavenly Alliance was somehow able to neutralize the rogue member of the four great pillars of the Northern Heavens so easily. The head of the department thanked his ward and asked him to continue to monitor the province of Unnam, and also make reports on even the slightest changes in affairs. After that, he asked if everything was all right with his ward. The man looked tired due to the great amount of work, so the caring head of the department threw him a bag of coins and asked him to have a good rest. This unusual attitude towards his wards always worked to his advantage. Becoming the head of the intelligence department was not easy. Mu-sang was forced to go through very difficult times in the Zinning branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance. 7 years ago, he was a victim of torture by local workers who were trying to find out accurate information regarding the heir to the Northern clan. The persistent guy kept repeating the same thing for a long time, despite the fact that he continued to be brutally beaten. The same story was repeated every day. Master Seo convinced the Heavenly Alliance that he had seen it with his own eyes, and was sure that the heir of the Northern clan remained in the building that burned to the ground. One of the agents who interrogated him recalled that night, the first person to come to the Sining guard post to request reinforcements was none other than Chung Pa-san, the captain of the squad in charge of guarding the palace of the destroyed Northern Sky clan. Through him, they were able to find out that the 4 dead heavens were able to escape. The 3 descendants of the 9 heavens were in danger, but thanks to their brave actions, the Shini were able to save many warriors who had received terrible injuries. On the other hand, it still seemed strange to their unit that Seo Musang not only managed to survive, but also remained unharmed. During the next interrogation, Seo repeated the same story countless times that he, as the deputy head of a group of mercenaries, was patrolling the surrounding area. While checking the area, he was unable to receive a response signal from one of the observation posts. He discovered something strange was happening with the guards, so he went to check on them. But when he arrived at the right place, a terrifying sight awaited him. When he returned to the Northern Heavenly clan, the battle was already underway, but he was unable to join as he lacked the skill and strength to achieve results. Each time he stated that as a member of the Alliance mercenary group, he had only good intentions when making decisions. Moreover, he mentioned that Chung Pa-san, despite being the leader, decided to abandon them and ran away as a coward. The next severe torture, which led to the same result, forced Shinin to believe in the words of the mercenary. Remembering the past, Master Seo thought about how rotten and corrupt Chung Pa-san, the leader of their mercenary squad, was. His anger towards that bastard knew no bounds. But at the same time, he found a ray of light in the form of a new master. Seo Musang witnessed with his own eyes how Master Jin went through many challenges at a young age and did his best to master the martial arts. He couldn't believe that such crazy guys existed. This is how he became a low-ranking warrior in the Zening branch. In fact, he was under surveillance all the time, so he was no different from a slave who did menial work. However, he did not give up. Instead, he persistently worked hard to become a worthy servant of his master. So he spent 3 years, at night, he continued to hone the martial arts skills that were bestowed upon him by his master. And throughout the day, he did everything to perfectly serve the head of the Sining branch, Master Yang Man Chok. Without any rest, he shed blood, sweat, and tears every single day for 3 years, and eventually, they became less suspicious of him. Moreover, over time he was recognized, and he was able to become the right hand of Master Yang Man Chok. One day, while working with him, the Central Heavenly Alliance sent a message requesting help in special reconnaissance. Without any doubt, he offered them his help. As expected, Yang Man Chok did not just let him go and said goodbye to his faithful servant with tears in his eyes. Thus, Musang began his journey as the lowest rank in the Special Intelligence Service of the Central Heavenly Alliance, and after some time he again achieved recognition. As a result, he was quickly promoted to a senior position in Special Intelligence. Special Intelligence. This is one of the places where many secrets and internal information of the Alliance are kept. It is a group that is responsible for disclosing and collecting secret information about the movements of enemies. Because of this, he did his best to spread the news of his master's death and continued to spread these rumors to the best of his ability. Although he could not visit Nanju City as often as he wanted, he kept an eye on Mr. Huang whenever possible to make sure nothing happened to him. Watching his master's uncle, he became convinced that everything was fine with them, and that the Central Heavenly Alliance did not learn from its mistakes. The government became intoxicated with security and power, becoming too arrogant and confident in the steadfastness of its power. But this played into their hands. Thanks to the overconfidence of his enemies, Mr. Huang did not fall under their suspicions, which allowed him to avoid unnecessary problems. Having made sure that the gentleman's uncle was not in danger, he believed that there was no longer any need to worry about his safety. At this point, it had been about a year since the last time he checked on Mr. Huang. Master Seo could not even imagine that he would be involved in the Unnam province incident. On his desk was a map showing the young gentleman's supposed movements. He already knew that Mu Wan had gone in search of Mr. Huan and was close to solving the problem. Master Seo felt a certain heaviness in his soul, because the call of his heart said that he should leave the Special Intelligence Service and immediately return to the Master to help him. But despite this, pure reason suggested that the time had not yet come. He wasn't sure whether the Master had finished his training, but he knew for sure that his entourage was still weak. Therefore, he believed that until the Master was strengthened, It would be his duty to protect Master Jin from the attention of the Alliance. All these events told him that a difficult era was approaching because Silent Night and the Central Alliance were already collecting information about each other, which meant that a bloody war would soon begin. But despite these events, he only had one master to answer to, so he was going to continue doing his job to keep Mu Wan safe. Meanwhile, the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan arrived at his destination. The place that looked terrifying and uninhabitable was the very Mountain of Sorrow, in which, according to the Soundmaster, the rest of the captive bodyguards and Uncle Huang are located. As soon as they arrived, Leader Yan noticed that the place was very ominous, and a frightening aura emanated from the mountains. He believed that this was not a place where an ordinary person could enter. Addressing the head as a bodyguard, he shared his opinion that from now on it would be better for them to separate. According to him, the energy emanating from the mountains is abnormal, so it is unknown what danger awaits them next. Out of concern for the safety of the White Dragon Trade Association, the mercenary leader asked them to return back. Addressing them, he promised that he would do everything possible to save every prisoner. He wanted the bodyguards and the great family's daughter to return to the tavern and prepare for their return. Captain Cone trusted his words and accepted the advice, but asked them to take care of themselves and assured them that they would pray for their success. The first group, consisting of Brother Im and Hong, were in the vanguard, because they are very good at searching and tracking. Seo Jin and older brother Gon were going to protect the flanks. Sang Yul and Shredder undertook to cover their rear. While Leader Yan was pondering how a girl could possess such an impressive instrument, Chun Ying asked Kwok not to relax. The spy was sure that these mountains were not simple and that something dangerous was hidden in them. While Mu Wan walked forward with a sour face as usual, the only real girl in the squad approached him. Furious Power Che Yakrin called the Northern Blade an interesting person in all seriousness. She noticed that the young master, on the one hand, is stubborn and straightforward, but at the same time, he is familiar with the concepts of mercy and understanding. According to her, the guy does not look special, but he has art strong enough to deserve the title and such sudden fame. Turning to the master, she warned him that most likely he would become even more famous than before, so perhaps he would be consumed by fame. With a serious look, Yakrin asked him not to let fame cloud his mind. She wanted him to remain the way he is now, because otherwise, he would hurt not only himself, but also those close to him. When the girl went further, she shared her opinion that Mu Wan would be fine and cope with all the difficulties. Mu Wan thanked Deputy Che for her kind words. After some time, they arrived at the Cave of Despair. It lived up to its name, and everyone present felt that the ominous aura of the mountains had become even stronger. Mu Wan noted that even though the Mountains of Sorrow are known for being shrouded in yin energy, this place is much more dangerous. While examining the area, Mu Wan noticed that the clouds were unusually concentrated in one place. He guessed it was some kind of illusion. He believed that if his theory was correct, then they would need to disperse the people in the northwest and northeast and force them to look for an object that could act as a key. After this, they needed to use a strong counter-illusion. Trying to carry out his plan, Mu Wan began placing his charges in places where they could weaken the enemy's defensive equipment. His older sister was nearby, holding a huge stone with her bare hands, which she was supposed to use after receiving a signal from the commander of this operation. When all the preparations were completed, Mu Huan began to perform the ritual. Mu Wan did not take part in it, but only watched from the side. The illusion turned out to be more complicated than he thought at first glance, so it took longer. Remembering the mysterious and slightly mad scientist, Master Jin was confident that he could destroy this illusion without much difficulty. He had a feeling that they would still need his help, so he thought about what he was doing now. A few minutes later, Mu Wan was distracted from his thoughts. He heard the high-pitched cry of the leader of the operation to destroy the enemy illusion. Still, they managed to complete it and the entrance to the cave was open. When they walked inside, they felt incredible pressure. The place caused some horror even in the experienced leader of the Iron Dozen. Looking around, they could only see darkness and the tall pillars that supported the cave. Moving forward, Leader Yan asked his charges not to let their guard down. When they walked a few hundred meters forward, they noticed a strange place. Naturally, having noticed him, they moved further. After looking around, they assumed that there had previously been a Buddhist temple here. Some members of the squad believed that spirits lived in this ominous place. At one point, Leader Yang stopped because of what he saw. In front of them was a cage containing people. Mu Wan realized that these were the people who were kidnapped by enemies from the bloody squad. Before his death, the Master of Sound said that there are many more merchants in the Cave of Despair than they might realize. As expected, the missing merchants and bodyguards were in front of them, and Mu Wan noticed that they were still alive. Leader Yan asked what was happening to them. Mu Wan assumed that at this moment the process of turning into madmen was going on in their bodies. In response, Leader Yun said that he had not met them yet, but he had heard that these madmen were cruel and attacked like beasts. But it was noticeable that the prisoners had not yet completely turned into so-called madmen. But the number of people who suffered from the actions of the heir of the quiet night haunted him. He couldn't believe that there was a monster who did this to innocent people. Among them was Master Huang, who was able to slow down the spread of the poison with the help of 3 fundamental cultivation techniques, but was barely conscious. When he opened his eyes, he saw in front of him the heir of the northern clan, who extended his hand in his direction. The man was able to contain the spread of the poison only on half of his body, but retained his mind and recognized the young master. As soon as Mu Wan heard his answer, he immediately hugged the person dear to him. Hugging Mr. Huang, he apologized for having to wait so long. Master Jin apologized for being so careless all this time while someone dear to him was in danger. When asked what he was doing here, Master Jin replied that he could not help but come for Mr. Huang when he learned of his disappearance. Standing in front of the young master, the Northern Heavenly Clan's loyal follower couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, Mu Wan managed to save the silver scarlet pill that was made by the master of 10,000 poisons from the Tang family. Handing the medicine towards his uncle, he said that it was a famous spiritual pill that could strengthen his qi energy and cure most existing poisons. After that, he asked if he knew what happened here. Unfortunately, Master Huang was the only one who was able to retain his sanity. In fact, Mr. Huang didn't even know how much time had passed since that incident. All he could remember was that they were ready to enter Yunnan province. But then they were suddenly attacked and kidnapped by some unknown bandits, among whom the most terrifying force was possessed by a huge warrior in heavy armor with a long spear. Afterwards, he watched as all the captured merchants and bodyguards were forcibly injected with poison. Those who became completely insane were immediately released, and those who were still in the process of transformation were left in this chamber. Due to the fact that Mr. Huang did not completely lose all senses, he was able to forcibly block the blood flow, which allowed him to slow down the spread of the poison. However, he understood that if he moved even a little, the blood that had been stopped would immediately be released, and the poison would instantly spread throughout the body. So he had no choice but not to move. All he could do was diligently use the 3 fundamental cultivation techniques which helped him stay alive. Mu Wan remembered that these techniques belonged to the Taoist techniques of the Qinjin clan, which specialized in anti-demonic energy. It was true, and that was why his uncle didn't completely turn into a monster. However, after some time, which seemed like an eternity to him, he was ready to give up as he had reached his limits. He didn't even expect that one day a young master would come to his aid. The old man believed that a member of the Jin family saved his life for the 2nd time, so he confidently declared that he would not regret if he died that day. But his young master said that it was too early for him to think about death and asked him to hurry up and use the spiritual pill. Master Huang listened to him and started taking the medicine, but a moment before swallowing the pill, he remembered something more important. Hidden behind him was the 3rd master of the White Dragon Trade Association, Yun Yamun. The old man did his best to transport the young master to this place, avoiding the gaze of their captors. The man still resisted, but it was clear that the poison would soon consume him too. Carrying out his duty to the very end, Mr. Huang also blocked Yun Yamun's blood flow and hid it behind him. Now, he was ready to share with him the pill that the young master provided him. In response, Mu Wan called him amazing because despite the worst circumstances, he continued to do amazing things. Within a moment, Munjiang pounced on his precious teacher, happy to see him alive. The old man was incredibly happy to see his student. He noticed how much Kwak, the son of his dead comrade for whom he took responsibility, had grown. When Kwok saw the third son of the Tay family, he immediately shouted throughout the cave. Hearing this, Leader Yang looked around in surprise and headed towards the technical guard. Addressing his comrades, the mercenary leader stated that although the third master was suffering from poison, it was still possible to save him. As for the remaining prisoners, he ordered them to be identified by uniform and divided into groups of bodyguards and merchants. The Iron Squad has almost completed their mission. Leader Yang was confident that the reward was already in their hands, so he asked his comrades to hurry up, promising them a generous feast at the end of the work. As it turned out, thanks to the wonderful pill that the young master brought, Master Huang noticed that most of the effects of the poison disappeared. Mu Wan asked him not to thank him and assured him that they would be able to heal the others as soon as they left this ominous place. He said that he knew someone who was quite good at poisons and that he was currently developing an antidote in the Jade City. Mu Wan was confident that with the help of his medicine, Uncle Huan would be able to fully recover. While the old man could not describe in words his gratitude for such an unexpected rescue, Mu Wan asked his younger brother to give him the sword that they bought in the Jade City. Seeing the sword, Mr. Huang asked what kind of weapon it was. In response, he learned that his young master was able to find this very good item while they were looking for information in the Jade City market. A master with the skills of a blacksmith said that he would improve this sword when the opportunity arises. Master Huang was indescribably grateful to everything the young master did for him. As they walked towards the rest of the group, Chun Ying came up and asked the young master to step back for a second to look at something interesting. As it turned out, in this place he found the cause of madness. As Mu Wan approached, he sensed a rather poisonous ki energy. According to the spy who had already closed his nostrils, when ordinary people are exposed to this intense poisonous ki, they immediately feel dizzy and weak. Mu Wan was sure that this was the poison with which people were poisoned and became crazy. Since they were not entirely sure of this, Chun Ying was going to take a piece of this substance and bring it to the Dark Moon. He hid it in a leather bag and said that he would be careful with it so as not to accidentally get infected. Since this substance was extremely dangerous, the guys could not leave it in place and took the box with them. But at one moment, guys in white cloaks appeared in front of them, who were members of the reconnaissance squad of the Heavenly Alliance. Mu Wan did not expect them to appear and could not even imagine how they got to this place. In addition, among them was the eldest Tang, as well as his niece Mirai. Noticing the bustle, Leader Yang came out to them and immediately asked what was going on. Mr. Tan began the conversation by saying he was happy that Master Jin was okay. Chok Mu, who led this squad, introduced himself as a member of the investigation department of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Mu Wan briefly replied that his name was Jin. Rumors of his fame have already reached the Heavenly Alliance. Master Chok Mu said that he was honored to meet the rising star of the mainland. On behalf of the entire alliance, he thanked him for the fact that with his help, the situation in the Jade City was quickly resolved. After these pleasant words, his unpleasant face became more serious, and he persistently asked to let the Central Heavenly Alliance handle this matter. Without waiting for an answer, he called Mr. Jin an incredible person, but warned that this was not a matter that could be handled alone. Likewise, he was not sure that this was a task for the Iron Dozen mercenaries. Assuring that the Heavenly Alliance would never forget the feat of the mercenaries, he asked to be allowed to deal with everything to the end and urged them to return home. As expected, the squad was unhappy that the unexpectedly appearing reconnaissance squad decided to take responsibility for the situation, even though they were not the ones who did most of the work. In response, Mu Wan suggested that if they were going to finish the case, they would already know how to treat crazy people. Chok Mu, who does not have the most charismatic chin, replied that even before they requested the Tang family's help, they were already looking for an antidote themselves. The arrogant words, as usual, offended the master of 10,000 poisons, who had this title for a reason. With an unpleasant look, Chok Mu stated that they could be trusted, since they were already close to creating an antidote. After that, he asked what kind of strange box was in their hands. A fairly experienced master, and the head of this intelligence unit, immediately felt a large amount of poisonous energy. He understood that the substance inside was associated with the symptoms of crazy people. After these words, he convincingly asked them to leave the poison in place so that they could analyze it themselves. Wan was extremely cautious after hearing the hypocritical master's proposal. At the same moment, he turned his attention to his fellow Tang family member. The master of 10,000 poisons showed that this was nothing and the poison could be left behind. Confiding in his comrade, Wan replied that he would leave everything to the representatives of the Heavenly Alliance and would pray for their success. In response, Mu stated that there was no need to doubt the abilities of the mainland's highest authority. Speaking on behalf of the Iron Dozen, the deputy leader, Huan, known as the Infinite Mind, expressed his gratitude and honor that the Central Heavenly Alliance would be in charge of this matter, after which he declared that they would follow their words and humbly leave the scene of the incident. But he also added that their squad was forced to take the third master from the White Dragon Trade Association with them. He admitted that in fact their mission was to save everyone, including the bodyguards, but the priorities still remained in relation to the third master. The deputy hoped that the authorities would make an exception for them and allow them to take the third gentleman with them so that the Iron Dozen could confirm the completion of their mission. But despite his words, the unpleasant Mu refused their request. At that moment, the master of 10,000 poisons stepped forward and said that he would take Mr. Tay under his responsibility. According to him, their mission as the Tang family ended in the Jade City. The only reason they didn't leave and followed the alliance was for personal reasons. He wanted to take a closer look at the crazy people. Since the alliance representative continued to remain silent, Mr. Tang dissatisfiedly asked why they, after doing an excellent job according to them, using the Tang family as bait, were not going to satisfy at least this request. In response, Mu said that he would be sympathetic to the situation, and then stated that if they needed medical attention, they could not hesitate to send him to the Central Heavenly Alliance. But the proud old man replied that most likely they would be the ones who needed help, based on the knowledge and skills that the Tang family possessed. After that, Wan walked by and said goodbye. In response, Mu said that due to the fact that this was an urgent matter, they would turn a blind eye to all arbitrariness on the part of the Master of the North. However, he asked him to participate in the investigation regarding the Jade City. After these words, he not entirely sincerely wished the Northern Blade a good trip home. As soon as the Iron Dozen left the cave, Mu looked around to see for himself. Realizing that they were left alone, he shouted to his charges to hurry up and find all possible evidence. Without any delay, the soldiers of his squad began to carry out the order. When there was no one left around him, veins appeared on the unpleasant head of the investigation department's face with tension and anger due to the fact that the mysterious swordsman was one step ahead of the Central Heavenly Alliance, dealt with the person from the Quiet Night, and even saved the kidnapped people. Still, he understood that they could still take responsibility for the safe recovery and care of the captives. Since the Northern Swordsman had greatly spoiled his plans to spread the good glory of the Heavenly Alliance, Mu was going to carefully delve into his past. Of course, he was also unhappy with the actions of the Quiet Night, which played a nasty joke on them, putting the Alliance in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, one of the terrifying lords of Silent Night arrived at his destination. He came to the old man that he sensed Dan Yop's presence. The lord apologized to him for arriving at the scene too late. The child who was the light for all of them died in battle, so the old man wanted to know whose hands it was. Blackwing Spear replied that the last heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, named Jin Wan, was responsible for the heir's death. Hearing this, the old man was not surprised that their ill-fated relationship had gone so far. As the elder of Silent Night, and the one who was nicknamed the Thousand Sounds of Death on the battlefield, a blind old man named Yan Zhong-hak requested a great meeting and asked to make sure that all 4 great demons would appear before him. Meanwhile, assassins unknown to us tried to escape persecution, but they had no chance against the power of the icy sparkling rings of the girl in the white dress. Having no chance of winning against a mistress with terrifying power, the poor fellows tried to escape and called on their still-living comrades to do the same. But after a moment, they were finished. One of the fighters managed to move away from the dangerous girl and thought that he could escape. But with slight movements of her hand, the mysterious lady created another ice ring. The silver light ice crystal technique was aimed at the poor fellow. Naturally, this fighter was unable to escape. The mortally wounded man said that their Blue Flower clan had been hired to kill the young apprentice of the Silent Night Witch. Once he realized that she was an opponent, they couldn't handle, they gave up, and tried to escape. He asked the mysterious girl not to go that far and give them a chance to escape. In response, the young student asked that regardless of whether the enemies attack or flee in fear, why should she let them go alive? Without any human feelings, she got rid of the last mercenary. Having finished her work, her cold gaze did not even flinch. Within a moment, she felt the presence of a man. Saren appeared behind her. She immediately realized that these were the killers who had been sent for her by him. Remembering their previous conversation, she asked him to hire someone stronger. In response, her bodyguard said that most likely it was that the young mistress had simply become too strong. He came to her with a message that she had an appointment with the mistress. Lady Seo Gyumhan was waiting to meet her student under the light of the full moon. When the student arrived, she respectfully asked the master what the conversation would be about. When Ha Seol arrived, her mentor said that it was only a matter of time before the student refined the ice crystal's silver light. Lady So believed that now the title of Mistress of Silent Night was more suitable for her. After these words, Yun Ha Sol became the mistress of the Silent Night organization. About 20 years ago, the Master of Sound and the White Knight discovered two children in a village destroyed by their hands. The blind man could not see them, but he felt the energy of the little girl and boy. He was surprised by their strong will, but doubted that they could survive in such a terrible place. Moreover, the Master of the Thousand Sounds of Death felt that the eyes of these children were as deep as the abyss. He understood that these children had nothing but the desire to survive. He felt compassion for these poor creatures. In response, Lady Seo Gyumhan said nothing. The old man continued, saying that they, the adults, should be ashamed, because the children did nothing wrong and were simply unlucky to be born in such difficult times. After that, he asked if they would mind going with him. But hearing his words, Lady So Gyumhan only silently turned around to walk away, because she did not experience human feelings, like a true ice mistress. But at one moment, she felt that someone was holding her dress. Little Yun Hasol turned out to be so fearless that she brazenly grabbed the hem of the mistress of the quiet night herself. Addressing Gyumhan, the master of 1,000 sounds of death, asked her to remember that nothing in this world lasts forever. He said that she would need someone to pass on her ice crystal silver light technique to. As an example, he himself decided to take a child in order to teach him the technique of the 1,000 sounds of death. Of course, it was little Guillaume Denyup. Saying goodbye to the lady, the old man asked the boy to follow him. Realizing that the master of sound was right about something, the woman without any feelings called upon her faithful servant. Even at that moment, young Sa Ren instantly appeared in front of his mistress. Lady Gyumhan asked him to check the little girl and see if she had the right meridians. She said the more painful the test, the better it would be for them. After all, if she can hold out until the end, then she will take her as her student. She also asked her subordinate not to pay attention to the fact that the girl's memory was clouded, but to make sure and erase all her memories of this incident. It was at that moment that she received her name, Hasol, like a snowflower. Being alone with her student, who had reached heights similar to hers, Lady Gumhan asked if she despised her. In response, Hasiol firmly said that she, as a simple student, could not even think about something like that. Hearing her words, Gyumhan said that everything was fine, because she also walked this path and despised her teacher, who trained her mercilessly. In addition, these trainings made them lose touch with their feelings and desires, which made it difficult for them to understand who they were. Despite this, she encouraged Hasil to never doubt herself just because she can no longer feel anything, because it does not mean that she is no longer human. She also asked her not to forget that she was now a witch of the White Knight. Hasal coldly answered the master that she would always remember this. After this, Lady Gumman reported that the order for a great meeting had been given. The master advised that the great meeting could only be called when the fate of their organization was decided, and due to the nature of this event, it could be months before she could return. Lady Gyumhan believed that they would soon plunge into chaos. The order would take about 3 months to complete, so she encouraged the student to enjoy her free time. According to her, after the meeting, all of Hasol's personal freedom will completely disappear, and to her allies, she will become known as the Mistress of the Quiet Night, and to her enemies as the Witch of the White Knight. This will be a life she will have to put up with. Despite the lack of human feelings, Gyumhan praised the student for diligently studying her technique without interruption over the years. This was the first and last time she would give anything to Haseol, so she asked her to think of this free time as a gift from her master. When Haseol was left alone with the full moon, she thought about what her temporary freedom should be like. Besides Seiren, ice crystal silver light training, and fighting, she didn't know anything else, so it was hard for her to figure out what else she could do. She also thought about the fact that she didn't have many memories of when she was younger. Ever since she started honing her ice technique, she couldn't remember anything, even if it happened just a few years ago. But from time to time, it seemed to her that she had some distant, vague memory. She couldn't understand what it was, but it was about the time when she met the heir of the northern clan, whom she had long forgotten. Despite the strange, vague memory, she decided that it didn't matter, and thought about the fact that the master should send more assassins after her. She thought the battles were quite interesting, but she couldn't imagine how else she could enjoy her time besides that. The task turned out to be too difficult. Remembering the words that they would soon plunge into chaos, the ice-cold Haseol came up with a task for herself. She decided that she should take one last look at the mainland. Haseol understood that this was her last chance to see it inhabited and alive, because in the end she would have to destroy it. At the same time, Mu Wan also enjoyed the sight of the full moon. He retired to breathe a sigh of relief after everything he had to go through to save the person dear to him. But while he was on vacation, he was greatly distracted by the noise that came from the tavern in which they were located. Although the White Dragon Trade Association's youngest daughter Yun was happy to see her older brother alive, it quickly turned into despair. However, after Mr. Tang, the owner of thousands of poisons from the great Tang family, promised to cure the poor fellow's symptoms, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He also informed them that bodyguard Huang Chul was able to successfully block the blood flow of the eldest son of the Tay family, and allowed him to eat the silver scarlet sacred pill, thanks to which his condition improved significantly. Under normal circumstances, getting help from the 10,000 poison master is very difficult, but surprisingly, he himself offered it. Still, he needed to obtain the original source of this poison in order to create an antidote. But that box was taken by representatives of the Heavenly Alliance, who were not going to share it with him. With tension, he said that although he promised to cure the third master, it would be incredibly difficult for him to create an antidote in time if he did not have access to the poison in that box. Hearing his reasoning, Mu Wan looked at Chun Ying, who had a small amount of the substance with him. The confused master of transformation said in a whisper that he could not help, because he really needed to take the sample to the main headquarters of the organization. In response, Master Jin's gaze became even more intense and intimidating. Despite this, the spy held out until the end and said that Mu Wan could stare as much as he wanted, but he would not be able to give away the poison. He had a job to do. Master Jin had no choice but to take the poison by force and give it to the master with the hope that it would help. No matter how much Chun Ying was dissatisfied with what happened, he could not do anything to oppose the terrifying power of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Hearing that Mu Wan was able to take such an important substance with him, Senior Mr. Tang once again called the Northern Swordsman an amazing person. Taking the bag in his hands, he was surprised by the intense poisonous aura that emanated from it. He asked Miss Yun to give him some time to analyze the composition and make a suitable antidote. Mu Wan once again surprised the daughter of the Tan family. Her heart completely belonged to this lady, and she once again thanked him for his help. After this, Mr. Tan awkwardly informed the Iron Dozen that one of their charges, who was a ranger, was among the madmen and unfortunately could not survive the effects of the poison. After some time, Mr. Huang noticed that Mu Wan left the tavern again and went outside to be alone with himself. He admitted that after months of being locked in the cave, all he did was meditate, so now he wanted to enjoy the fresh breeze outside. The old man already felt good, and all this was thanks to the action of the sacred pills. While walking through the Jade City, Mu Wan told his uncle about what had happened since he left the mountains and entered the free world. As expected, the polite and loyal Master Huang continued to apologize. He felt bad that his negligence had caused the young master to interrupt his training and return to the world earlier than he had planned. As expected, Mu Wan replied that all this was not his fault, because Mr. Huang was much more important than training. Hearing these words, Yongwol replied that he had known this for a long time, that the heir of the northern clan had always been a noble and respected person of high rank. He believed that the young master had grown even stronger since their last meeting. A little embarrassed, Mu Wan thanked him for his nice words. After these words, Mr. Huang suddenly began to look around to see if there was anyone nearby. After that, he decided to whisper into the young master's ear the question that interested him so much. He never asked this because he didn't want to pry into his affairs, but in the past, Mu Wan said that the entire territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan of this great martial arts scroll. Years had passed since the palace was destroyed, so he did not understand how Mu Wan continued his training in the mountains, and even alone. Hearing such a question, Mr. Jin was surprised and said that if he was so interested in it, then he could have asked about it before. As it turned out, he simply remembered the entire territory of the clan and the scroll that was depicted on its walls. Mr. Huang was simply shocked by such an unexpected answer. Still, Mu Wan studied every day for 3 years, so one day he realized that he remembered everything, even if he did not fully understand what was said. Therefore, when he isolated himself in the mountains, he was able to continue his training, which allowed him to strengthen what he had previously learned. And as for the basic foundation, which he never fully understood, he constantly remembered what he had learned by heart, which is how he actually laid the basis for mastery. This is how he spent the last 7 years, relentlessly practicing the scroll techniques he had memorized. The amazing story amazed the old man so much that he didn't even know what to answer. He was amazed at how strong the young master was. The existence of his young master is truly the last legacy of the Northern Heavenly Clan. After that, Mu Wan remembered the conversation he wanted to have when meeting with his uncle. Master Jin reminded him of the stone his uncle brought from the tribe that destroyed the Broken Fist clan. As it turned out, Mu Wan planned to visit that place in person. To clarify his motive, Mu Wan clarified that his sword was forged from this stone, and his screams are getting louder. As it turned out, this was due to the fact that the place where that tribe lived was not so far from the Jade City. Mr. Huang invited him to go there together. Meanwhile, they were already being watched by some bandits who were going to rob someone. When the guys came closer, they could not help but notice those strange silhouettes from which not the most pleasant dialogues emanated. The bandits tried to take the girl's money and threatened that if she did not give them everything, then they would conduct a thorough examination of her body. Pointing his finger at her, the brave thief said that he would begin his inspection from above. But within a moment, Old Man Huang appeared in front of them and politely asked them to stop, saying that they had already stolen enough. As soon as he appeared in front of them, the girl began to run, and the thieves nervously wondered who had intervened in their business. The gentleman introduced himself as the White Dragon's bodyguard, after which he apologized for hurting their feelings, but warned that he would not let them go further. Hearing that the old man was a bodyguard, the leader of this gang became furious and declared that people like Huang should mind their own business and not stand in his way. After that, he declared that he was not a weakling and decided to hit the old man in the face. He could only do this with one hand because he had lost the other due to his previous theft. But Mr. Huang was not so simple and deftly dodged the blow, after which he directed his palm towards the opponent's body to push him away. But as soon as he touched the bandit's body, he instantly flew tens of meters to the side and loudly flew into the wall. Seeing this, the bandit's comrades were simply shocked. Mr. Huang himself was no less surprised, because he planned to simply push aside the daring bandit. Mu Wan couldn't miss such a sight. He couldn't believe that his uncle was capable of something like that. Seeing what the old man did, the rest of the bandits rushed to attack using their swords. The old man deftly pulled out his weapon and blocked both attacks at the same time without any problems. After that, he hit the bandits with the blunt side of his blade and they flew away just like their leader. The old man could not understand what was happening. He merely swung his sword to create a little distance, but something unexpected happened. Clapping his hands, Mu Wan gave him the answer and said that most likely, after circulating the qi to counteract the poison, he was finally able to break through the wall and advance to the next level of skill. Mu Wan could actually feel how Mr. Huang's qi level had increased. He explained that since he had spent quite a lot of time protecting his internal organs, he had forgotten how to control the external release of energy. If he trains, he will reach new heights. At the end of the walk, Master Jin once again asked to show his respect to the great member of the Northern Heavenly Clan for remaining true to their heritage all this time. The spy Chun Ying, observing all these events, already knew everything about his target's uncle. Looking at the old man, he said that he was an example of how bad luck turned into good luck. The Master of Transformation was sure that Mr. Huang was a very lucky man. Meanwhile, important events have already begun in the Central Heavenly Alliance. One of the 4 dead heavens, Shim Wan Li, was ready to receive the long-awaited guests. This was the girl with whom they visited the Northern Heavenly Clan approximately 7 years ago. Meeting her, Master Wan Li, as usual, showed his evil gaze and sly smile. The lady of the Western Gate, named Heron, arrived as usual, accompanied by her sister, who was her bodyguard. Seo Jung traveled with her, but did not join the visit as he continued to train in solitude. The stubbornness of that guy haunted Mr. Shim. He asked the lady to stop his brother and force him to return to the outside world. But Heron replied that they both knew the reason why he refused to stop. It was about the legend of the invincible Dam So Chan, who passed the test of hundreds of people and won 100 unconditional victories. 7 years ago, after suffering through his first humiliating defeat, he swore to himself that he would become stronger than anything. He stated that as one of the main representatives of the Azure Dragon Association, he could not afford to be weak. He temporarily entrusted the association to the hands of his older brother and sister in order to retire for the sake of training. As Dam Xiaojung left, he stated that he would appear again once he had mastered his final technique. Those events in the Northern Heavenly Clan were a time that Mr. Shim remembered with terrible anger, because then he lost his younger sister Su-Ah. Of course, his father, who belonged to the 9 heavens, the Crimson Demon King named Shim Mu-Wa, was very unhappy with his son and shouted that he might not come back at all after what happened. He shouted that by hiding behind his name, his son had become an arrogant piece of shit who did nothing but bring trouble to their family. The man was ready to expel him from the family because he could not save his only sister. Calling the already depressed guy a real disgrace, the Demon King could not understand how his offspring could be so mediocre. He claimed that at his age, he had already subdued the heavens themselves with his own hands and ascended to the position of the 9 heavens. Of course, all this swearing changed the young master, and he was no longer the same as before. His despair knew no bounds due to his father's cry that those events took place in the Northern Heavenly Clan, which the 9 heavens personally destroyed. Having said everything, the angry father already wanted to leave. But finally, filled with anger, he said that it would be much better if his mediocre son died with his sister, because this would bring less shame to his name. Mr. Shim was too ashamed to show his face to the other 9 heavens because of those events. Considering himself a useless creature, Mu-Wa began to lose his sanity. Even without his father's words, he could not describe the grief for his younger sister that made him suffer every day. At that moment, he became so distraught that he lost his left eye in the course of self-mutilation. Remembering the rumors, Heron remembered that Mr. Shim had fallen into such deep despair that even the servants could not stop him from harming himself. For a long time, he spent his days in vain and only recently returned to his normal existence. His thirst for revenge was what brought him back to his senses. Shim Wan Li, the young master of the false heavens and the heir of the infamous Demon King, decided to fight to the end. A real manipulator in the flesh, Heron understood that he was the one she definitely needed to control the lesser 7 heavens. Turning to the young master, she said that it was worth thinking about the fact that a terrifying storm was approaching the mainland in the form of the emergence of the Quiet Night organization. The heir of the Shim family was already aware of the events that took place in the Jade City. He believed that the mainland would soon plunge into chaos, and that powerful, hungry individuals who had long been held back by the Alliance would soon begin to act. They had been preparing for this era for a long time. He understood that they needed a sacrifice to achieve a great goal, following the example of the Jade City. After these words, Heron asked if he had heard the man who single-handedly dealt with that sensational incident. Shim replied that it is called the Northern Blade. After that, the lady asked if the mention of the swordsman's name being Jin reminded the young master. The young heir of the Shin family began to think, repeating in his head the name of that strange rising star of the world, Murim. He realized what he was talking about. As soon as Hyeryong noticed that Mr. Shim understood what was going on, She directly said that this must be the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jinmu Wan. Still, Mr. Shim was not sure of her words because on the day his death was confirmed, he personally received a report from the intelligence department. But it became clear that the time had come to see for ourselves. The lady asked the Demon King's heir to send a person to verify the information. Realizing that Master Jin was still alive, young Master Shim was filled with anger, after which he declared that if he saw that troubled heir of the Northern Clan, he would do everything possible to tear him to pieces. After these words, Hirin decided to draw his attention to the creation of an invasion force, and said that if Lord Shim became a member of it, he would not only be able to summon the great factions, but would also be able to control and exercise his jurisdiction over their power. In fact, she was still surprised that the old men from Nine Heavens would take advantage of such a devious plan and try to establish this kind of power. To her, this meant that the Nine Heavens felt threatened by the recent Silent Night incident, or were trying to reduce the damage they received by trying to take full control of the young martial artists, because there is nothing easier than seducing young warriors hungry for power and power. While Mr. Shim agreed with her every word, the lady added that soon the old people would start recruiting members of the invaders, so they should prepare for the opening of the Azure Dragon Association's recruitment campaign. She believed that they should pay attention to people who would benefit them. In response, Master Wan Li asked who else they would need, because they, the lesser Seven Heavens, are geniuses who are already considered the best of the best. In response, Hirin replied that there was no need to be mistaken, because there was someone who was more suitable for the title of genius, and she was going to lure this person to their side. The lady said that this is a scientist of 3 minds named Hajin Wol. Hirin believed that he was the only person whose intelligence could be comparable to her own. Recalling past events with a cold look, she said that she met this man 5 years ago and was quite surprised. They ran into each other by chance while celebrating the birthday of a great scientist named Seok Dae. The scholar of the 3 minds, Hajin Wol, was already known as the son of a farmer who had learned to their level with his own efforts. They exchanged opinions regarding celestial astrology, military tactics, and strategy, but it soon turned into a debate. Their views, philosophies, and personalities were completely opposite, but even so, she considered him a genius on her level. Hirin felt threatened, so she decided to test him by using her family's power to teach him the real meaning of doubting himself. Using all the strength and knowledge of the Westgate family, she forced him to realize his first humiliating defeat. Since he lost due to the use of 10,000 tactics of the 9 points of war, he suffered some mental damage, which is why he became less of a threat to the lady. After that incident, she heard rumors that he had gone crazy. But Hirin believed that if he really was a genius, he had already fully recovered and again represented some kind of threat to her authority. After hearing the crazy story, Master Shim wanted to see if Hirin was sure that Hajin Wol would want to join their association after he was raped. The girl replied that if they could not achieve this goal, then they would simply eliminate the Master of Illusions. She stated that if he didn't want to help the Azure Dragon soar, then they wouldn't let him help the other dragons soar. Walking further around the outskirts of the Jade City, Mu Wan and Mr. Huang reached a pond. At one point, they noticed something strange. Mu Wan was a little confused the moment he saw a man he knew doing something too strange. Looking at the man who was splashing water while in the boat, Master Huang asked the young master if he knew that psycho. Of course, the madman in question is the scientist Hajin Wol. While the guys had an unexpected meeting, an equally unexpected meeting awaited the leader of the investigation bureau, who was in the Blue Flower Tavern. The ward of the Northern Heavenly Clan, loyal to the heir, asked who came to visit their commander and what his purpose was for the visit. But the dissatisfied visitor began to scold him in response, asking how some low rank dared to stop a man who had come on the orders of the Great Master. After that, the stranger literally forced his way inside, despite the warnings of the soldier standing at the entrance. Seo Musang looked towards the door to see what the noise was. As soon as he saw the visitor's face, he was filled with rage at the appearance of his acquaintance, whom he sincerely hated. As it turned out, the arrogant and ill-mannered visitor is the former captain of a mercenary group that 7 years ago was located on the territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The last time they saw each other was the night when all the members of their mercenary group died because of the cowardly captain. He was the one who abandoned them to save his own skin. And so, Chung Pa-san appeared in front of the new leader of the secret detachment, greeting him as if they were good old acquaintances. He began the conversation by visiting this place, confirming the rumors that Xiao Musang had become part of the Heavenly Alliance. The impudent man admitted that he would never have thought that his former deputy would become the head of the secret group of the Special Intelligence Department. In response, maintaining an imperturbable calm, Master Seo replied that he had already heard that his former captain had become a dog of the false heavens and the Western Gate family. Sneaky Chung immediately became enraged at being called a dog and addressed without any manners. The stupid and nasty master called Master Seo a distraught vice-captain. In response, with a serious and cold look, Seo Musang suggested that if such a mongrel knows about the existence of special intelligence, then his owners told him about it. After this, he asked what the purpose of his visit was. But his calm and cold speech caused a surge of rage in the fat, impudent man, and he, reaching for his sword, called Seo Musang an arrogant bastard. But in response to his aggressive behavior, Musang did not even bat an eyelid, because a moment later many wards appeared in his room, ready to defend their leader. The cowardly Chung Pa-san could not believe that all these fighters could appear so unnoticed. After the special reconnaissance forces appeared, Mr. Seo approached his former captain. Being in front of him, Pa-san began to feel fear. He couldn't understand when his former ward had changed so much. Turning to the former captain, Musang asked if he still looked like the one who was his ward. Peerless Musang clarified that it doesn't matter if the cowardly dog's masters are the masters of the false heavens and the Western Gate family. For someone like him, whose meaning in life is to carry out the orders of those people, it is not a problem for special intelligence to come up with a reasonable excuse to get rid of his body. In front of his subordinates, Master Seo clarified that he could make sure that the existence, and even the name of his former captain, never existed in this world. Looking straight into his deceitful face, he asked if he was sure that his masters would care about a pathetic slave like him. After this, the leader of the Special Intelligence Service stated that Chang was useless trash and was only good at serving, but he could be easily replaced at any time. He further warned his former captain that if he did not want this to happen, then he should hurry up and go about his business without showing his face. Feeling incredible pressure, Chung realized who he was dealing with. Showing respect, he said that Hiran from the Western Gate family was looking for the head of the Special Intelligence Service. Stopping his charges, Master Seo thought about what she needed from him. He understood that most likely it would be about his master, which meant that the Heavenly Alliance was gradually beginning to fear him. Meanwhile, Mr. Jin quietly jumped onto the boat in which the misunderstood genius was suffering from madness. The scientist Ha Jin-wol realized that he had miscalculated when he thought that Master Jin had already left the Jade City. He admitted that even at the moment when Mu Wan broke through his illusion, he realized that he was not dealing with an ordinary person. But despite this, he could not even imagine that he would be able to cope with the situation regarding the Quiet Night and the Broken Fist clan alone. While Mr. Huang was on the shore, the scientist was surprised that he was found while he was in the middle of the lake, after which he assumed that Mu Wan could fly or something like that. Receiving no answers, he concluded that the nickname of the Northern Blade was given to the incredible master for a reason. After that, he asked how Mu Wan felt about his fame as a new rising star. The modest guy replied that he never thought that he would be given such a nickname. But the scientist replied that it is quite normal when the person about whom there are rumors does not know about these very rumors. He reported that news of the Northern Blade had already spread throughout the mainland. After this, the scientist decided to treat his guest, but this time not with tea, but with alcohol. Ha Jin-wol said that alcohol is best when you are on a boat. In response, Mu Wan said that he clearly didn't come here just to swim. Realizing what was happening, Master Jin surprised with his powers of observation and said that the scientist used his tactical illusions to gather all the fish in one place, as if they were caught in large nets. Northern Blade admitted that this was quite impressive. While drinking sake, the scientist replied that this should not be praised because he was just playing around. After that, he took a serious look at the young master. He suddenly assumed that this was Jin Mu Wan, the fifth-generation heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. In response, Mu Wan silently drank the alcohol. The scientist took this as agreement. Considering his assumption correct, he said that therefore one should never rely on rumors. Next, he asked what the young master's plans were and tried to guess, saying that Mu Wan wants to take revenge on the Central Heavenly Alliance. Alternatively, he suggested that Master Jin was going to restore the Northern Heavenly Clan or go ahead and take over the heavens. After a series of persistent questions, Mu Wan remained silent. It was hard to remember the last time he drank, but after the recent history-altering events, he didn't mind drinking more alcohol. His first words in response were the remark that the scientist had very strong liquor. After these words, silence began in the boat in the middle of the lake, which was illuminated by the bright full moon. Lowering his eyes, Mu Wan still replied that he was not sure what he was going to do next. He said that based on recent events, you would think he was planning something big, but admitted that he wasn't really thinking about anything ambitious, and was just trying to live each day to the fullest. But he knew one thing for sure. He would never betray his own voice. Wonderful words put even the mad scientist in an awkward position. Mu Wan continued talking about feelings and said that he was talking about the sound he hears inside himself. Master Jin planned to live by following his heart. The self-confident Northern Blade stated that if his heart desires to seek revenge, then he will do so, and if it is a desire to subjugate the heavens, then he will do the same. I asked my interlocutor whether he was too idealistic. The master decided to drink liquor again. Looking at the stars, the scientist thought about the words of his new comrade with extraordinary interest. In response, he suddenly began to laugh and said that Master Jin was funny, and most likely he had something on his mind after all. Still, he admitted that Master Jin was truly an idealist if he wanted to live his life following his heart. But at the same moment, he understood that his ideals made sense, which distinguished him from other idealists who were talking nonsense and did not have any basis for it. Looking at the Northern Clan heir, he thought it was because he had something on his mind, and even if what he said might seem frivolous, it at least brought a sense of confidence in his answer. Looking at his reflection in a glass of alcohol, the scientist thought about how attractive the simplicity of the young master is. Inspired by the ideals of the heir to the Northern Clan, he thought that he himself should learn to rest sometimes, because the search for truth leads him further and further from the happiness that the full-fledged experience. When he looked into the sky, he thought that every time this man appeared in front of him, the signs in the heavens began to change. He knew that there weren't many people who could achieve this just by showing up. With his hands folded importantly in front of him, he thought that those who influence the heavens themselves are either heroes who can lead the future generation, or villains who seek to tear the heavens apart. He was curious to know which path the leader of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan would take. Addressing the Northern Blade, the wonderful scientist said that he liked it. It seemed to him that they were similar, because they both had a debt that they must repay. After these words, he invited him to go to the Central Heavenly Alliance together. A little drunk, Mu Wan was surprised when he heard such revelations. Seeing his reaction, the man began to laugh and said that he should live following his heart. Pointing his finger at Mr. Jin, Ha Jin-woo said that from now on, he is ready to become a soldier for the 5th generation heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. In the morning, returning to the tavern after a walk, Mu Wan thought that the nickname of the Northern Blade had quickly spread and had probably already reached the Central Heavenly Alliance. So soon, many would want to know who he really was. Therefore, I thought it would be better to come to them first. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by Mr. Huang, whom he had completely forgotten about. The man asked what the young master was talking about with the strange man that he thought so deeply after that. In response, Mu Wan told him about a mad scientist who has incredible skills. He admitted that Ha Jin-woo asked to become one of his soldiers and expressed his desire to go together to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Since the young master respected that scientist, Mr. Huang was sure that he was an outstanding person, but still asked if Master Jin could trust him too and whether his joining was a good idea. Thoughtful, Mu Wan replied that it didn't seem like Jin-woo had any malicious intent. Still, they did not go together, since they needed to make some preparations for the trip. Master Ha was quite good and knew how to have fun, so he said that he needed to finish things off with the young widow. Despite some plans, he promised that he would join them when they set out, so he asked Master Jin not to worry and go do what he planned. Even though he was strange, Mu Wan had confidence in him, yet they had no idea how that amazing strategist would know when the heir's detachment would depart. As soon as the guys entered the tavern, they saw that the third son of the White Dragon merchant troupe had already come to his senses. The man was glad to see the young master and assumed that this was Mr. Jin. Once he was convinced of this, he began to thank him for everything he had done for their organization. To give weight to his words, Leader Yan said that the third son wanted to meet in person, and therefore had been waiting for him at this place since he came to his senses. Addressing the third son, the eldest Tang said that for at least 3 months, he would need to take the antidote that had been prepared. If the son of a great family does this, then his internal injuries will be completely restored. In response, the third son thanked the great owner of poisons and promised that he would repay his kindness. After this, the master asked bodyguard Huang to come to him in order to properly remove the poison remaining in his body. The old man could not believe that the day would come when he received personalized treatment personally from the greatest master of poisons himself. He admitted that it was a great honor for him. At that moment, Mu Wan and the daughter of the Tang family named Mirai were left alone, and the Northern Blade was relieved and asked how they were able to create an antidote so quickly. The girl was a little confused by his sudden address and thought about the answer. She said that when they were in the Broken Fist clan, they had the opportunity to investigate the madman. Therefore, they were able to prepare in advance the ingredients needed for the antidote. Since Jin provided them with the original source of the poison, they were able to thoroughly research it and make an antidote. When her uncle figured out how to suppress the effects of the poison, he was able to use the Tang family's special acupuncture technique, which is performed by 2 people. After this, Elder Tang drew out the poisonous qi from the master's internal meridians. Mu Wan replied that he heard that the Alliance Investigation Bureau entered Yunnan province 2 months before the Tang family, and then used them as bait in their future investigations. He admitted that after all this, he was impressed that the Tang family was able to make an antidote within a few days. Mirai replied that this was actually due to her uncle. She admitted that she was born with a body that rejects poisons, so she will never be able to learn poison techniques, but can only mimic some aspects. Hearing this, Mu Wan noticed that she felt some resentment that she could not achieve such heights. To cheer her up, Master Jin said that even so, thanks to her, the great owner of poisons is still alive, because it was Meyer who saved her uncle from countless dangerous situations, putting her own life on the line. Moreover, without it, it would be impossible to perform acupuncture. Looking at her with a pleasant smile, the Northern Blade said that she was truly impressive before thanking her for her hard work. Such pleasant words from an attractive young man instantly made the girl's face blush. Shyly looking away, she answered confusedly that this was not the case, and that in fact she had not done much. The third son intervened in their conversation with his thanks for the work done. Younger sister Swan told him everything, so he promised that he would repay the Northern Blade for his kindness. Mu Wan calmly replied that he had not done much, because the bodyguards of the White Dragon Trade Association, like the Iron Squad, suffered more than himself. Therefore, he asked to repay them. Jenkins said that he had already personally thanked them for their help, so he could not forget about Master Jin, being not one who quickly forgets about those to whom he owes money. Finally, he promised to do his best, and stated that if the Northern Blade ever needed help, then he could always count on the White Dragon Trade Association. After this, he swore on the honor and name of his family. Mu Wan once again replied that he did not do this in order to receive any kind of compensation, because his original goal was to search for his uncle. Despite this, he admitted that he was flattered by his words. Looking closely at the young master with a sincere smile, Mr. Yankin was sure that he was destined to leave a big mark in the world of Murim. Addressing the bodyguard, the third son noted that he had gone through a lot, after which he promised that he would pay for his kindness. He didn't even forget about the young bodyguard Munjun. In fact, he found it hard to believe that his actions would endanger the child's life. After that, Leader Yan joined the pleasant conversation and shouted to the entire tavern that they had 3 more days before they went home. Meanwhile, the Investigation Bureau continued its operation. One of his informants arrived to the captain of the first squad and reported that Mr. Yun from the White Dragon Trade Association had received treatment and had fully recovered from his illness. This was yet another tactical defeat for the Heavenly Alliance, and Chok Mu was furious that the Tang family had found the antidote before them, even though they had begun research months earlier. He regretted ignoring the famous family's knowledge. After this, he learned equally terrible news for the Alliance that the demon fist of Cho Chen-woo had disappeared, despite the fact that their gate was sealed. The captain was surprised, knowing that Heo-John was in charge of spying on the Broken Fist clan. In response, he heard confirmation of the information about the successful sealing of the clan gate, but as it turned out, even after Yunkin became a hostage of the Alliance, while they were escorting him to the appointed place, the demon fist suddenly disappeared. The situation became even more tense, and Chakmu could not think what the stubborn demon fist was planning. Everything did not go as smoothly as they had planned, so the captain decided to finish the work in the Cave of Despair and asked his ward to begin preparing for the road. He was going to quickly reunite with the second detachment of the Bureau. Meanwhile, the bodyguards had already prepared for departure. Captain Cone was surprised for a second when he saw a bodyguard he didn't know. But as it turned out, it was Chun Ying's spy who disguised himself as one of them in order to continue spying on his target. Mu Wan continued to flirt with the Tang family's daughter without taking his eyes off her. But at one point, he had to be distracted by the appearance of a strange man on the horizon. The leader of the Iron Dozen, Yang Musan, immediately asked what kind of wonderful master was approaching their squad with his arms outstretched. Of course, this was a mad scientist whose cart was pulled not by a horse, but by a real bull. With a sly smile on his face, he shouted to the Northern Blade that he should hurry up and hug his faithful comrade. Such an absurd appearance surprised the young master a little, as could be seen from his look. In response, with a crazy smile and a wink, Scientist Ha began to laugh quietly, anticipating an interesting journey. 10 minutes later, the scientist Ha Jin-wol completely forgot about his new master, as he got along well with the master of 10,000 poisons. Their conversation began about medical practice, but eventually came to astrology. It was clear that they would not stop there, but not everyone was given the ability to understand geniuses. Seeing a man about whom there were controversial rumors, Mu Huan, known as the Great Mind, was interested in talking with the scientist of the three minds. It was the first time he had seen someone who possessed an incredible amount of knowledge. When Mr. Huang approached Master Jin, she asked if he wanted to go to the place where the destroyed tribe had previously been located. It was not far from them, so it was the right time to satisfy the interest. Nevertheless, they decided to temporarily detach themselves, and Mr. Huang informed the captain of the bodyguards that they had temporary personal matters. Saying goodbye to his soldier, Mu Wan couldn't even attract his attention because he was engrossed in a conversation with a person with a mentality corresponding to him. Young Musan could not help but notice that one of the strongest warriors in their camp had decided to leave them for a while. He had a bad feeling about this, but he hoped they wouldn't run into trouble for not having the Northern Blade. Mu Wan and his uncle quickly walked towards their destination. Within a few minutes, the old man was exhausted, but they had just arrived at the location of the camp of the destroyed tribe. The snowflower began to scream even more. Sensing this aura, Mu Wan only made sure that they were in place. The rocky terrain, where there was nothing living left, gave them a certain sadness and a feeling of emptiness. While Mu Wan and his uncle were looking for what the snowflower was so interested in, their student was idle. For unknown reasons, he drew some marks on the ground and trees. At one point, he was so carried away by his work that he did not notice how he got caught up with some fighter. Seeing that everyone was standing still, he asked why they stopped. The soldiers of the Iron Dozen came forward, and it was clear from their faces that something wrong had happened. As it turned out, the premonition of the leader of the Iron Dozen turned out to be true, and they were unlucky enough to meet the remnants of the army of the Broken Fist clan. At their head was a demonic fist that had recently disappeared from the radar of the Central Heavenly Alliance Investigation Bureau. It was clear that this furious man did not come with good intentions. Looking around the wasteland, Mu Wan asked to tell what happened at this place. About 10 years ago, Mr. Huang passed here during one of his travels. They saw only ruins, and one of his familiar bodyguards, who knew about this place, said that the people who lived here praised the stone that fell from the sky. Since it was an unusual stone, he took it with him in the hope that it would be useful to the young master. Other than the fact that the Broken Fist clan was responsible for this destruction, he knew nothing else. It was unclear why the Broken Fist clan would do such a thing, since there was no obvious point in killing the innocent people who lived here. When they walked further, Mr. Huang offered to examine one of the caves. This was the place where he found the stone that fell from the sky. The rather spacious place was intended only for the worship of the gods. As they walked inside, the sword began to vibrate even more than before. Wan felt that the snowflower's crying was only getting stronger. At one point, the powerful energy of the sword showed him what was causing her to suffer so much. Holding onto his blade, Wan looked closely at the passage deep into the cave, which was blocked with stones. Watching the young master, Huang was worried because he didn't know what was on his mind. Wan suddenly approached the blocked passage and began throwing stones. Together with their uncle, they completed the task much faster and saw something that explained to them the behavior of the blade, created from a mysterious stone that fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the tension of the Iron Dozen detachment had reached its limit. The leader of the squad, Young Musung, did not understand why the demon fist named Cho Chen Wu purposefully came to meet them. He guessed that he was looking for Master Jin because of what happened in the Jade City. He thought that they were forced to seal their gate due to a warning from the Central Alliance, so he didn't expect to see them here. Cho Chen Wu was not in the mood, and Master Yang understood that this was dangerous. He immediately thought that they needed to get out of this situation as quickly as possible, because they had no reason to put themselves in danger, since their first priority was to complete the mission without any incident. The Iron Dozen were on edge. They all hoped that this was not a conflict with the Broken Fist clan. Addressing his new comrade, the master of 10,000 poisons asked what the Demon Fist was doing here. He, too, heard that he had sealed the gate and had to stay inside his palace. It was Hajin Wol who understood the situation best. Recalling the recent events in Jade City and the actions of the Broken Fist clan, he understood that they wanted to gain trust and respect in order to hide their brutal actions. He concluded that since Master Jin had single-handedly prevented the Broken Fist massacre and dealt with the Silent Night, the whole world had learned of their cruelty, and therefore, filled with rage, Cho Chang-woo decided to personally meet the culprit of his immeasurable shame. Realizing that the Demon Fist was like a wild bear with an innate bloodlust, Hajin Wol guessed that their situation would soon become even more difficult. Meanwhile, the leader of the Iron Dozen decided to introduce himself and stated that the person Mr. Cho was looking for was not among them. But in response, the man with a terrifying aura only remained silent. Worried about his reaction, Leader Yan was forced to explain that Master Jin had recently left the group due to personal matters, but did not say where he was going. He also admitted that the master would join them as soon as he finished with his business. Even after these words, the Demon Fist remained silent and only sawed the mercenary leader with its gaze. Addressing Mr. Cho, Leader Yang Museong asked if it would be possible for them to continue their journey, the purpose of which is to return to the White Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, Mu Wan and Mr. Huan saw the place to which the snowflower was so strongly drawn. As it turned out, here were the remains of members of the destroyed tribe. Mu Wan looked closely at their bodies to find clues. It became obvious that they were indeed victims of a broken fist. All these poor souls were sealed in this place. Mr. Huang could not describe the feelings he felt seeing the cruelty of the broken fist's actions. Taking a closer look, Mu Wan noticed that all these bodies belonged to women. When Mu Wan was little, he heard stories that could become the next clue to a crime. As it turns out, this is most likely a place of demonic art that uses women to increase the master's internal ki energy. Since this method was too cruel, Murim banned and classified information about it. But the picture in front of them was proof that this art had been used in recent times. Meanwhile, the time came when Master Cho, filled with rage, spoke his mind. He considered the Iron Dozen leader's words to be threats as he said the names of the Trade Association and the Tang family. Leader Yang Museong understood that the situation was difficult, so he apologized and said that he did not think to say something like that. In response, Cho Jong-woo decided to speak directly, followed by words that he was not in a very good mood due to recent events. He said that if he couldn't vent his anger, he wouldn't be able to voluntarily follow the orders of the Central Heavenly Alliance. After this, he said that based on the situation, his anger would be directed at those who traveled with Master Jin for causing him too much trouble. He believed that if he did this, then the Northern Blade itself would come to meet him. With a sly smile, The vile Master Cho declared that when the Northern Fist found out what he had done, he would appear before him very quickly. A truly terrifying grimace appeared on his face. After this, he ordered his soldiers to kill them all. Hearing this terrifying order, Leader Yan asked in confusion what Mr. Cho meant. In response, the leader of the Broken Fist said that if there is power, then it is a sin not to use it. In such a difficult and wild situation, Yang logically assumed that Leader Cho had gone crazy, since he was organizing a rebellion against the world and trying to overthrow the Central Heavenly Alliance, turning the entire continent against himself. Usually, the great mind of the squad took a long time to make decisions and doubted all the time. But this time, without much hesitation, he informed the head that their enemy would not negotiate. In addition, the second deputy spoke about the same thing and called on the head to give the order to accept the combat formation. Having listened to his faithful charges, Young Musong understood that they were right. Enraged by the absurdity of this dangerous situation, Leader Yan shouted that Mr. Cho was crazy if he dared to do such a thing. After that, he repeated his words regarding Master Jin leaving and asked why the hell they wanted to fight. Following these words, the man turned to his squad. The fighters of the Iron Dozen assumed a battle formation. The zombie-looking followers of the crazed Broken Fist clan were ready to fight. Pointing his sword at the enemy squad leader, Leader Yang asked if he was really the Great Four Northern Heavens Demon Fist. In response, the proud man, dissatisfied with a disrespectful tone, suggested that everyone had already forgotten what it meant to be one of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. He believed that this was stupid impudence for which they would soon pay. Clenching his fist, Master Cho Cheon-woo declared that he was chosen by heaven, so his honor should not be neglected, because his fist single-handedly killed hundreds of enemies from the quiet night. Looking at the leader of the Iron Dozen who decided to resist, the head of the Broken Fist clan stated that the peace that all of Murim enjoyed was achieved because of their efforts and strength. He called his enemies arrogant for not silently accepting their fate. In addition, he also declared his hatred to the government, which was trying to punish him for his actions in the province of Unnam, which he considered his own territory. The formidable enemy in the person of the Demon Fist Master said that he was not going to let everything take its course and would no longer turn a blind eye to the actions of the Alliance. With a terrifying smile, he announced in anticipation of his actions that once he dealt with the Northern Blade, he would take over the heavens. Pleased with his speech, the man admitted that it was a little worrying that he had to put in so much effort, but he believed that this was what it meant to be the fist of a demon. Looking at his enemy, he declared that this was the reason why none of his great deeds and words should be mocked. With incredible anger that caused veins to appear on his face, he declared that he was the embodiment of reason, justice, and strength. After these hypocritical words, Leader Yan called him a crazy bastard and rushed to attack. Let's return to the history of the settlement, the location of which was called the Cursed Mountains. In fact, the locals, who lived separately from the rest of the world, called the mountains sacred. Many years later, a star fell, leaving a large crater, which the local shaman began to worship. For the safety of her people, she spent her days praising the stone. But one day, something happened for which their lives did not prepare them at all. A brutal attack was carried out on their peaceful and non-disturbing settlement. The well-respected shaman, hearing screams from the burning camp, ran out. She did not understand who would attack her people and why. Before her eyes, all the men of their settlement were killed. The shaman was in despair. She did not know what they had done wrong to deserve this punishment. Unlike men, the enemies did not kill women, but they did not let them go either. The madmen who created this horror laughed before her eyes. Approaching the enemies, she shouted for them to stop. But as soon as she got closer, she was unable to find out anything. Her enemies caught her just like the rest of the innocent women. After being hit in the face, she lost consciousness. After some time, she came to her senses. But everything that was around seemed like a place of execution. Hatred for what happened was the only thing she felt at that moment. The girl cursed them all and promised that she would take revenge. The respected shaman wanted to become a spirit that could destroy them for what they had done to her people. In her final moments, she witnessed a demonic ritual. All these events and all this hatred of the tribe were embodied in the form of energy, so the stone they worshipped absorbed the energy and soul of the respected shaman. Seeing these memories that the blade shared with him, Mu Wan could not contain his emotions. The man he used to lovingly call Uncle Cho has become a terrifying killer. Zhou Qianwu not only betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan out of greed, but also sacrificed countless innocent people. He mercilessly killed the inhabitants of the Jade City, and also forced his followers to learn a forbidden art that shortens their lives. And now it has also become known that he destroyed an entire tribe in order to gain more power. Clutching his blade with incredible fury, Mu Wan turned to his uncle in a rage, not understanding how he dared take the lives of others as bargaining chips, despite the fact that he used to be a proud warrior who protected many lives while fighting against the Silent Knight. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was furious at how low his father's brother had fallen. Now he shared the scream and the fury of his blade. The young master's aura created incredible pressure that Mr. Huang couldn't help but notice. Turning to his blade, he asked the snowflower to wipe away her tears and promised that he would fulfill her vengeance. Captain Cone found himself in such a situation for the first time in his life. He understood that their enemy was consumed by rage, so they would not be able to come to an agreement with him. Addressing his charges, he gave the order to draw their blades and asked his guys to make their enemies regret that they attacked them. As expected, Master Mirai, without any doubt, took out her twin blades in order to protect her uncle from even such formidable enemies. The very intelligent master of 10,000 poisons understood that their enemy was a beast who had been killing people all his life, and it seemed that after many years of calm, he listened to his desire. He was incredibly disappointed in the man who was considered a war hero. Analyzing the situation, the strategic genius surmised that if leader Yang Musan could hold his own against the enemy leader, then the others would have to deal with the martial artists from the Broken Fist clan. After looking around, he decided to assess the strength of both sides. There were about 20 people on the enemy side, and each of them reached the peak of the sphere. On their side, there were about 8 capable warriors from the Iron Detachment. Less important were the 15 low-ranking bodyguards from the White Dragon Trade Association. Analyzing the future battlefield, he noticed that it was an open, flat area, surrounded on both sides by trees. Licking his finger, he found out that the weather here was good and the wind was weak. He also noticed that rain clouds were beginning to appear above them. Clear skies with a chance of thunderstorms seemed like the perfect conditions for his evil plan. After the calculations, he asked the young bodyguard to come closer. Munzdun was surprised that the mad genius remembered his name. The Master of Illusion said that he noticed that the young warrior had marked 17 places as they walked here. The guy was surprised by his observation and only confirmed his words. He could not understand when the strange master managed to notice this, if all this time he was tirelessly talking with the great owner of poisons. Handing the bodyguard a whole bunch of seals, Mr. Ha asked him to go over the marked places and attach the seals. After Kwok agreed, Mr. Ha whispered another detail of the plan into his ear. Hearing this, Munjong was confused and asked if the scientist was sure that he would be able to do this. Putting his hand on the young student's shoulder, Mr. Ha confidently said that he could do anything, after which he declared that he believed in him. Meanwhile, the Iron Squad that had already formed a battle formation was thinking about whether they should wait or go on the attack. The mercenaries asked their deputies to make a decision faster. The frantic force understood that if they moved rashly, they would instantly meet death. The great mind was tense and tried to calm down in order to make the right decision. But within a moment, the strategist of the Iron Detachment received a mental message. Ha Jin-wol informed him that on his signal, their squad should attack with all their might. Mu Huan did not understand what the scientist of 3 minds had come up with. Meanwhile, Kwok had already set off to complete the task. He acted exactly as the scientist of 3 minds ordered him. After attaching the seal to the tree, he immediately ran to the next position. As soon as he finished, he immediately ran to Mr. Scientist and reported the completion. Ha Jin-wol thanked him and praised him for his efforts, while Kwok wasted no time in running to give his next instructions. The preparations were completed, and the strategic genius thought it was time to get started. Looking up at the sky, he felt that the time had come. Maddened by the power, the martial artists of the Broken Fist clan awaited the actions of their enemies. The Iron Dozen squad waited for the scientist to give them a signal. In order not to waste time, the enemies decided to take the first step and slowly approached. Mu Huan was alarmed, because he completely trusted the scientist, not even knowing what he was up to. Within a moment, clouds of dust appeared around the battlefield, and the enemies thought that the Iron Dozen had more soldiers. Looking up, one of the masters did not understand what was happening. He expected reinforcements, but could not believe what he was seeing in the sky. Hundreds of arrows were aimed at them, falling almost at right angles. Turning to his comrades, he shouted that they should strengthen their positions and block the arrows. He stated that thanks to the 100 Days Fist technique, these arrows would not pierce their hands. All the martial artists of the Broken Fist squad formed to create an arrow defense. It was at that moment that Ha Jin-wol gave the signal. Hearing him, Mu Huan called upon the Iron Dozen to launch an attack. Taking advantage of the moment, they instantly gained some advantage, as they were able to strike the first blow. Looking up, Mr. Tang immediately realized that the cloud of dust and arrows was just an illusion of the incredible strategist who went along with them. Thinking over the situation, Mr. Ha understood that if they fought the enemies in the open, they would simply be overwhelmed by the difference in strength. He believed that the only chance was to force the enemies to lose focus and attack suddenly. For the great strategist, it was obvious that this battle was not about victory, but about endurance. He did everything so that they could survive until Mu Wan arrived. At this moment, the enemy's defenses were weakened, but Ha Jin-wol understood that trained killers were fighting against them, and that they would soon recover and turn the tide of the battle. Before this happened, he wanted to create another opportunity for salvation, and Munjun was in charge of executing this plan. At the same moment, Leader Yun struck his first blow, but to his surprise, it did not bring any results at all. The enemy was able to block his attack with a slight movement of his shoulder. Addressing his opponent, Cho Chian-woo said that the leader of the Iron Dozen was making a lot of useless moves. With a slight movement of his shoulder, he sent Young Musan flying, and he crashed into the rocky surface with a roar. Having incredible and undeniable strength, Master Cho continued to notice his opponent's weaknesses and said that because of such sweeping blows, his attacks were easy to read. Looking at the place where Leader Yan fell, Master Cho thought about his next move. Like a ferocious beast, the furious Yang Musan again rushed into a frontal attack. This time, he forced the enemy to dodge because he used the Dragon Fang Soul technique, which had impressive power. The leader of the Iron Dozen used a large amount of energy on this attack, but it did not bring any results, so he jumped back to a safe distance. Demon Fist noted that his opponent was a very bloodthirsty fighter, after which he admitted that he was even a little stronger than he thought. After that, he decided to take the fight seriously and said that it would be a good warm-up. Stretching his hand forward, he angrily declared that Yang Mushong was worthy of tasting his venerable fist. Rushing into another attack, the leader of the Iron Dozen turned to the enemy, calling him an old beast, and asked not to look down on him. The fierce battle of the rest of the detachment continued. Munjung tried to push his limits as he eluded his enemies while trying to complete his mission. He attached the first seal for the scientist's second plan to the largest tree in the area, but as soon as he did this, a terrifying fighter from the Broken Fist clan appeared in front of him, who was also a user of that dangerous technique. From his terrifying appearance, Quack was confused. The enemy suspected something was wrong and decided to strike the guy for doing something suspicious. At the same moment, when the guy was just swinging and could have been hit by a heavy fist, the spy's dog attacked the fighter of the Broken Fist and bit him on the hand. While the enemy was trying to deal with the dog, Quack caught and saw this as a chance. The furious guy was ready to demonstrate the results of his training despite the fact that his opponent was a martial artist. As expected, his strike was stopped with his bare hand. Before striking back, the master asked if the young man was really sure that he could harm the body, which was strengthened by the Iron Yang energy and the 100-Day Fist technique. A strong blow from the enemy threw the young student aside, and he crashed into the stone surface with a roar. The landing could not be called soft, and a column of dust rose. The young warrior's entire body began to tremble from just one blow from the martial artist. At that moment, he remembered the words of his mentor, Master Jin, who said that he should remain calm, extend his arm more when striking, and not make decisions on a hot head. The advice of his elder brother and the faith of the scientist of 3 minds was what gave him a second wind in such a difficult situation. Kwak Munjong did not give up and rose to his feet, encouraging himself that his opponent was nothing compared to his older brother. Both fighters charged furiously at each other. Noticing the trajectory of the enemy's fist, Kwak slightly changed his stance and swung his heavy sword hard. Slipping to the side, he delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's arm. In response, The furious master prepared his other hand to strike and shouted with mockery that it would not work on him. But after a moment, it became clear that he was wrong. The martial artist was simply shocked that his strengthened body could be injured by some brat. Dodging the second blow, Kwak Munjong pierced his enemy's stomach. The martial artist was shocked by the guy's impudence for managing to seriously wound him. At that moment, when the young bodyguard did not find the strength to finish the attack, a dog named Earth came to his aid, and with the inertia of his body, pushed the sword deeper. Despite his lack of experience, Kwak was able to cope with his first serious opponent. The excitement of his first serious battle clouded his mind. But as soon as he heard the dog barking, he immediately came to his senses. He couldn't stay here because he needed to hurry and finish the scientist's errand. While collecting information from the battlefield, the scientists of the three mines were surprised the moment they learned that Munjun was such a wonderful child that he was able to complete his task. It was time to once again shake the battlefield, releasing his ki. Hajin Wool began using another technique. Looking around, the highly intelligent deputy Mu Huan realized that it was time for their tactic's second move. Addressing the entire detachment, he ordered them to retreat. The enemies did not understand why the mercenaries suddenly decided to retreat, even though there were no losses on their part. But as soon as they looked around, they realized that something terrible was approaching them. A huge and terrifying palm appeared in the air and was aimed directly at them. Remembering the last enemy trick, they decided that this was again just an illusion, and that nothing threatened them. At the moment when they decided that there was no point in retreating, part of the detachment fell from a powerful blow. But as it turned out, they were partially right. The palm was not a physical object, and this illusion did not threaten them in any way. But at the same time, hidden in these palms were huge trees that were cut down and directed towards the center of the road. Addressing the deputy of the Iron Dozen, the scientist said with a sly smile that while the enemies were taken by surprise, this was the best time to get rid of them. This was their chance, and Deputy Mu Huan gave the order to the Iron Squad to continue the attack. Meanwhile, inside one of the caves of the Cursed Mountains, Mu Huan was emitting an incredible amount of energy, which excited Mr. Huang. At one point, the old man noticed the presence of a stranger. Mu Huan looked around as he also sensed his appearance. Mr. Huang turned to the stranger and asked him to introduce himself. It turned out that it was Chun Ying's spy. He was simply shocked the moment he felt that evil chi energy again. The man remembered that it was the same key that had taken over his mind while attempting to search the target's belongings. While Mr. Huang was preparing to take the fight, Master Jin approached him and said that this was his assistant, and he had been following in his footsteps for some time. As soon as Chun Ying decided to show himself, he declared that he was not an assistant, but was simply watching the rising star of Murma. At the same moment, a raven flew towards them. The dancer was horrified to tell them the news that the Iron Dozen had met the Broken Fist clan's army. Mu Wan was shocked that this actually happened while they were away. Realizing the danger of the situation, he immediately hit the road. The guys couldn't keep up with him, but Mu Wan didn't pay attention to them because he had to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible, not only to protect his comrades, but also to carry out the long-awaited revenge, the desire for which he shared with his cursed blade. Within a moment, Master Jin made such a powerful leap forward that he destroyed the stone surface and disappeared from the field of view of the others. The strength of the Northern Heavenly Clan heir and his blade raged at the thought that they were so close to their goal. Using demonic dragon sword techniques, leader Yan Museong continued to unleash an incredible number of attacks, regardless of the enormous expenditure of internal energy. But all these attacks were nothing to one of the strongest warriors on the mainland. Cho Cheon-woo continued to stand in place, and instead of dodging, he threw a strong blow. By creating a powerful shockwave, he was able to stop powerful enemy combinations. Leader Yan was alarmed the moment he saw that the enemy was able to block his attacks with just the wind generated by moving his hand. Within a moment, Master Musen decided to change tactics and found himself behind his opponent to strike him with an unexpected blow. At that same moment, Leader Cho spoke to him and said that it doesn't matter whether the opponent can anticipate your attacks or not, as long as your strength is significantly superior to him. After these words, he launched a terrifyingly powerful punch towards the leader of the Iron Squad. Despite all the efforts of Musen, he was simply crushed by the brute force of the furious enemy. Although Leader Yang was able to partially weaken the enemy attack by blocking it with his sword, he was still seriously injured. Turning to his opponent, Musan was perplexed as to why the demon's fist had not become weaker with age. Ignoring the question, Cho Qian-Wu prepared his fist for the next attack and said that he overestimated his opponent when he thought he would be suitable for warming up. Then he delivered a lightning strike, from which the surface began to collapse. Leader Yan barely managed to escape the deadly attack. Demon Fist was surprised that the enemy was still able to dodge. Trying to follow the leader of the Iron Dozen, he felt that he was caught on something. As it turned out, Musan managed to secure his cloak to the surface with the help of his blade. At that very moment, it was time to strike back. Leader Yang Muxiang took advantage of the moment to launch one of his strongest attacks. The Chaos Demon's cutting technique destroyed everything in its path, and it was hard to believe that anyone could survive such a thing. After the final attack, Yen could hardly stay conscious because he had spent too much energy and came under several heavy enemy blows. But looking at the column of dust, he saw that the enemy was still standing. Cho Cheon-Woo was able to defend himself with his fist, after which he admitted that he had aged, since he did not notice the primitive trick of a weakling. Releasing his power, the furious warrior began to destroy everything around him. Leader Yang understood that the situation could not be worse, since the enemy not only blocked the attack, but also changed his attitude towards the fight. The powerful energy of the enemy began to overwhelm the battlefield, and Leader Yang could not do anything about it, as he was already at his limit. At the same moment, the leader of the Broken Fist clan closed the distance with the leader of the Iron Dozen squad and struck him with a furious punch. On the battlefield of their troops, everything was also tense. Mu Huan saw that the trees that fell on the enemies only slowed down the progress of the battle, because the enemies quickly recovered and began to return to the battle formation. Users of terrifying, prohibited technology are back in action. Analyzing the situation, the scientist of three minds could notice some positive things, because wasting time on such tricks infuriates the enemies, and they begin to lose concentration. Based on this logic, he thought that if they continued such attacks, it would not only reduce the enemy's strength, but also cause confusion. After this, he asked Mr. Tan if he had completed his part of the preparation. Everything was ready, but the old man asked how the scientist planned to use his poison if it simply temporarily blocked the collection of chi energy. In response, the scientist only asked whether the master of 10,000 poisons would be able to spread this substance to the entire battlefield. As it turned out, Mr. Tan has the ability to control poison only within the radius of his arms, so it was impossible for him to achieve such a distance. Hearing his words, Ha Jin-wol thought about how to solve this situation. Observing the conversation, Master Tang Meyer offered to give her the opportunity to deliver poison to the battlefield. After some time, new traps were set. Having completed the task, Kwok shouted to the scientist that everything was ready. With a crazy look of anticipation, the scientist of three minds invited the guys to shake the battlefield for the third time. Rising to his feet, he began using the illusory technique again. After that, the entire area of their battlefield was surrounded by an illusory sphere. The enemies were surprised by the next trick and began to doubt whether it was a real illusion or not. Within a moment, they began to lose the ability to see. Enemies began to lose concentration and inform each other of their loss of vision. Even the great mind Mu Huan was shocked by what was happening. He recognized this illusion, which is called the charm of night ghosts. The educated master knew that this was an illusion whose protective properties were considered the best in the world. He couldn't believe that Mr. Ha was capable of something like that. In fact, the deputy also had mastery of illusion, but it would take him 4 days to recreate something like that. The incredible potential of the scientist of three minds made him think that such a person could control a large army with his skills. The talent of a scientist named Ha Jin-wol shone like never before. To cope with the enemy illusion, one of the enemy masters shouted to his comrades that they should collect chi and direct it to the eyes. But at the same moment, they realized that they could not do this. The reason for this was the spread of poison, which Mirai was already dealing with. But at one moment, some fighter felt her presence and directed his hand in her direction. Moments before the impact, she was able to dodge the deadly attack, but her poison vessels were destroyed. Noticing the enemy, the Broken Fist clan martial artist shouted that the poison user was right in front of her and was close to the ground. Sensing her presence, the furious warriors headed towards her with terrifying force. Just when it seemed like there was no way out of the situation, Master Jin appeared in front of her. The girl was already saying goodbye to life, and could not believe that this gentleman would save her once again from inevitable death. Mu Wan entered the battles, surprising everyone around him with his terrifying energy. With one cleaving blow of eternal darkness, he got rid of those warriors who threatened the daughter of the great Tang family. After that, he saw Yong Mu Song, who was on the verge of death, being in the hand of the enemy leader. Experienced warrior Cho Cheon-woo sensed a strong energy approaching. Within a moment, Mu Wan knocked out of his hands his comrade, whom the leader of the Broken Fist wanted to finish off. The appearance of the Northern Blade was unexpected and spectacular. Filled with the rage he had dealt with his blade, Mu Wan angrily addressed his enemy by name. Looking at the master he was trying to find, Cho Cheon-woo immediately knew who he was. He felt that this was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, so he called him by name. The shocked leader of the Broken Fist quickly returned to his senses. He began to shout with a crazed expression that no one else could become known by the nickname of the Northern Blade. He said that now, it was no wonder why the mention of this master got on his nerves. Holding his blade in his hand, Mu Wan greeted the enemy, calling him uncle. Cho Cheon-woo was surprised that his nephew did not die 7 years ago. He suggested that he should praise the heir for surviving. But he was still worried about the question of why Wu Wan returned to this world. If it was obvious that it would be better if he continued to live in silence, choosing a calmer and easier path. The leader of the Broken Fist believed that Mu Wan knew that no one in this world would accept his existence. In response, Master Jin said with a cold gaze that he thought about living an ordinary life. But over time he realized that the people of this world did not want to leave him alone. Looking at the hated uncle, he called him one of them, and mentioned his sins when, after the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan, he barely managed to capture the Unnam province, and could not properly take care of its prosperity, because of which the people dear to Master Jin were in danger. Moreover, it was because of the irresponsibility of the former member of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens that Silent Night was able to pull off his clan. Looking at his uncle with hatred, Mu Wan said that he once respected him. Master Jin said that when he was little, in his young eyes Master Cho seemed to be a strong and reliable person, but it turned out that this was a mistake, even though even after his betrayal, he considered his uncle a worthy person. According to him, Cho Cheon-woo has fallen beyond belief. Lowering his head slightly, the leader of the Broken Fist admitted that his dear nephew had indeed matured. Hitting the surface with the scabbard, Mu Wan spoke about something his uncle did not expect, namely the extermination of an entire tribe and the murder of the people of the Jade City. Mu Wan did not understand what he wanted to achieve and assumed that he started this battle to take out his anger on them. In response, Cho Cheon-woo stated that in order to achieve a great goal, it is necessary to make a small sacrifice. He was sure that this was one of the basic principles of the world, which operated throughout his entire existence. Hatred and anger consumed Master Jin, but he was still able to continue the conversation and asked if it was worth it, after which he again asked his uncle to look at what he had become. Mu Wan was distraught that the uncle he respected was now indulging his disgusting greed and lust for power, becoming nothing more than a decrepit, crazy old man. These words offended the former member of the Four Northern Heavens, and he asked the master to watch his tongue, after which he said threateningly that his small and stupid nephew needed to be taught an important lesson. While Mu Wan and his disgusting uncle were getting closer to the battle, the leader of the Iron Dozen finally came to his senses. At that moment, Mr. Huang ran up to him to make sure he was okay. This question was unnecessary. The condition of the leader of the Iron Dozen was deplorable, and he felt that all his bones were broken. Mr. Huang picked up the wounded fighter, who was dissatisfied with his disgusting luck against Cho Cheon-woo. He thought that after such an incident, the White Dragon merchant troop should double his reward. Still, Mu Wan arrived on time, and in addition, analyzing the situation, the chief tactician noticed that he had gotten rid of 3 opponents. Now they found themselves in an unexpected numerical advantage. Nothing was holding them back, because there were only 4 enemies left. For the first time in this battle, they took the lead. Meanwhile, Cho Cheon-woo was in no hurry to fight and shared the story that when he was young, the Northern Heavenly Clan was everything to him. He believed that he was prouder of the clan than anyone else, and the whole point of existence was to protect the people of the mainland from the quiet night. However, in the end, He erased this feeling from his heart, believing that people had no idea how hard and painful it was for him. Addressing his nephew, Demon Fist said that his father and he spent half their lives fighting against the Silent Knight, and thanks to this, they were able to return the world. After this, all that remained for them was to pass the clan on to their heirs and rise to the heavens, having every right to enjoy their glory. Cho Cheon-woo couldn't accept the fact that they were the only ones who suffered while the scum of the 9 heavens took all the credit for themselves. The former member of the 4 northern heavens believed that the leader of their clan was to blame for all this, that he was afraid of something, and refused to leave the north. Jo Cheon-woo believed that the fact that Jin Kwang-ho acted like this while being so strong could only mean that he was going to take over the world alone. In response, Moo Wan said that his uncle was wrong because he only saw him this way because of his own inferiority complex. With a sly and nasty smile, he responded with a laugh that perhaps his nephew was right, after which he stated that despite this, it was Jin Kwang-ho who was the only one who wanted to sell the Silent Knight mainland. After this, he stated that in this case, Moo Wan is nothing more than the son of a traitor. In response to these ambiguous words, Moo Wan said with a serious face that he knows that Cheon-woo believes this, even though he knows better than anyone that it is not true. The truth hurt the pride of one of the greatest warriors of the Heavenly Alliance. After that, without further ado, he sent a powerful blow of the king's fist towards his nephew. The incredible shockwave destroyed everything in its path, destroying the rocky surface and turning trees into splinters. Even the tops of the rocks that were in the path of his impact were destroyed. Despite this, Moo Wan continued his speech and said that his uncle threw away his honor to gain more power, which is why he strived for heaven, because they were basking in their glory, which he only wanted for himself. While the enemy was about to strike again, his nephew added that being part of the northern clan was only a burden for Jo Cheon-woo because he was afraid that if he left alone, his reputation would collapse and no one would respect him, and this was not the one image he wanted to preserve. Furiously shouting at the enemy that he should shut up, the demon's fist sent another blow in his direction. Although Moo Wan blocked the blow, the powerful shockwave threw him into the rock, which cracked due to such pressure. The northern blade was still intact. His opponent was instantly nearby, but Moo Wan, filled with anger, was not going to run away from the terrifying force and made a dash to meet him. With a cold gaze, he stated that his uncle had slandered his father, killed, and abandoned the Northern Heavenly Clan, and then asked the traitor if everything was exactly like that. Within a moment, 2 incredibly powerful forces collided in battle. Moo Wan underestimated his opponent and missed his blow. Because of this, he flew into the surface with a roar, experiencing not the softest landing. While in the air, Cho Cheon-woo called his opponent Dear Nephew, which earned him the royal wrath. He believed that now he must get rid of him so that the false rumors about the death of the heir would become true. But just a moment before the impact, he saw a bright purple flash at the place where Moo Wan landed. The darkness reached him before he could even think about how to avoid the counterattack. A huge amount of eternal darkness crashed into the leader of the broken fist. Having barely blocked this attack, Cho Cheon-woo landed on the ground, shocked that his nephew was still able to stand on his feet. He couldn't believe that his armor was damaged and an unexpected scar appeared on his face. Cho Cheon-woo realized that having underestimated his opponent, he had behaved too carelessly. With an arrogant and intimidating look, the serious Moo Wan stated that from now on, he will reclaim the Northern Heavenly Clan's former heritage one by one. The battle between 2 people with superhuman strength changed the landscape of the peaceful area of U-200 BG, U-200 Bunam Province. Now the tide of the battle had changed noticeably and Moo Wan was moving forward. The heir of the Northern Clan went on the attack and rushed to take revenge both for himself and for the tribe that was destroyed by the hands of his cruel uncle. A battle of this level was not what Cho Cheon-woo expected. His nephew turned out to be much stronger than he expected. The previous blow forced him to concentrate on his balance. Kicking the surface, he raised huge stone wings into the air. Moo Wan was eager to strike again, so the experienced warrior decided to resort to cunning. He aimed his blow at the stone that he pushed in front of him. A huge stone flew towards the swordmaster who was in the air and could not dodge. But this move did not at all change the direction of the heir to the Northern Clan. He decided to cut the stone that was flying towards him. As it turned out, this was a diversionary maneuver, and a moment later the enemy aimed his destructive fist at the swordmaster. Possessing incredible speed, The master managed to dodge. After that, Mu Wan aimed his blow at the old man, who now understood why his nephew was nicknamed the rising star of the Murim world. The fierce battle between the young master and the experienced warrior continued. They exchanged a series of blows, which were constantly blocked and brought no results. If this battle had taken place next to a detachment of the Iron Dozen, it is unlikely that anyone would have been able to survive. During the battle, the old man thought that the head of the Jin clan had never taught his son martial arts. He was sure that Kwang Ho only forced his son to read books, so he assumed that the Heavenly Alliance had missed some scrolls with techniques. It seemed to him that this was nonsense, because the great Lord of the Northern Skies had taken away all the techniques. The hand-to-hand combat techniques were taken by Master Cho, while the sword techniques were appropriated by Yongchen Hua. Because of these memories, the leader of the Broken Fist could not understand why his opponent was proficient in martial arts. While preparing for a serious attack, he thought that it did not matter where and how Mu Wan acquired this knowledge if he was still an inexperienced master. Despite this, he sensed its danger and intended to stop it before it became a threat to his future. After that, one of the Northern Heavens Four used the never-ending fists of destruction technique. Mu Wan did not have time to escape from this quick attack. The crushing force destroyed everything in its path. The hand-to-hand martial artist believed that this was the end. But within a moment he saw that Mu Wan was able to avoid serious injury. Only a few cuts appeared on his nephew's body, and he was ready to strike back. Filled with a desire for revenge, Mu Wan spoke the name of his shadow sword of the end technique. His enemy didn't even have time to block before the young master rushed past him. The Broken Fist clan leader's rough armor, which no enemy had even been able to damage in the past decade, was completely destroyed. To do this, Mu Wan used the Bloody Rain technique. The crushing power of the Northern Blade brought back memories for the experienced fighter. The memories of the leader of the fourth-generation Northern Heavenly Clan. He thought that Guang Ho was skilled with a sword, but was still better than him in fist fighting, even though he had been honing the way of hand-to-hand combat all his life. Cho Cheon Wu always puzzled over how Clan Chief Jin always won. He truly respected him and envied his skills because no matter how much he trained, he could not surpass the leader's skills. To him, the results of the battles looked like Jin Kwang Ho knew a secret technique that no one else had ever heard of. After their last battle, Cho Cheon Wu wanted to know the next technique, but the leader replied that he was already one of the best martial artists in the realm of transcendence. Despite his words, Demon Fist believed that he still lacked the skills to match the head. Master Kwang Ho replied that his follower was already incredibly strong and would have won if he had concentrated a little more. He was sure that there was no one in this world who could match his follower in hand-to-hand combat. He advised him to act wisely and curb his emotionless nature, because although it is good for a martial artist to have a thirst for power, he needs to know when to stop. Kwang Ho believed that when the student understood his message, he would surpass his limits and gain even greater power. After listening to his wisdom to the end, Cho Cheon Wu thanked the clan head for the valuable lesson. Next, he asked the master whether he had made a decision regarding his recent proposal to move to the mainland. In response, the leader simply waved his hand and said that he needed more time to think about it. Cho Cheon Wu believed that Jin Kwang Ho not only did not want to move to the mainland, but did not even want to teach him the last stage of martial art. He was sure that the leader feared that the demon's fist would one day surpass his strength. It was these guesses that brought him into the ranks of the traitors who overthrew the leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan from the throne. Once he completed his dastardly plan, he went to the library in search of knowledge about the final stage of mastering the hand-to-hand fighting style. He was desperate because he couldn't find anything. He began to realize that the leader had truly taught him everything about the Northern Heavenly Clan. Not accepting this information, Cho Cheon Wu continued to look for something else that he was missing. He thought there was something else great hidden somewhere, but at the same moment, he met the eyes of Mu Wan, the son of the leader whom he betrayed because of his thirst for power. Realizing the disgusting act he had done, Master Cho justified himself by saying that it was too late for him to retreat and he needed to go to the end. When it came to this, he decided to develop his own martial art that could surpass the Northern Heavenly Clan's techniques. The moment Mu Wan dealt him a blow that destroyed his armor, Cho Cheon Wu was cornered and said that he couldn't believe that he would have to use his own martial art that he specially created to defeat the 9 heavens. After these words, the incredibly experienced warrior breathed in a large amount of air. The clenching of his intimidatingly powerful fists began to emit a red light. Mu Wan felt that his opponent had become much more serious, and began to use a huge amount of his energy. The Broken Fist Clan leader's hands literally burst into flames. It was the Shining Fists of Heaven technique. Now Cho Cheon-woo looked completely different. Mu Wan already felt serious danger from the huge amount of chi energy. Taking a stance, he realized that now his opponent was on a completely different level than before. Clenching his fist, Master Cho looked simply terrifying, steam coming from his mouth as his body temperature increased to the possible limit. Mu Wan immediately became alert and prepared to attack. A powerful stream of energy was directed towards him. Mu Wan could barely contain this power with his blade. Within a moment, his opponent moved. Using this technique, the enemy completely transformed and became incredibly fast, so much so that even the northern blade could barely keep up with his movements. The enemy was already striking, and Mu Wan realized that he was too slow. The powerful destructive force of the Shining Fists hit Master Jin directly. Mu Wan could hardly hold on after being so seriously wounded. Within a moment, the enemy put his hand on his face. Grabbing his head, Cho Chun-woo lifted his nephew into the air. After that, he swung high to hit it on the surface again. But the master of hand-to-hand martial arts did not have time to complete this blow. Mu Wan managed to escape from his death grip, and preparing his fist for the next blow, Master Cheon-woo was surprised that the guy still had strength after the blow of his Shining Fist of Heaven. This only confirmed that he was the heir of the great master Kwang Ho. After this, the hypocritical uncle called his nephew a traitor and furiously swung a second blow. A huge flaming aura of chi energy appeared behind his left hand. A moment later, powerful energy was directed at the master, who was in the air and could not dodge. From a strong attack, Master Jin crashed into the top of the rock and destroyed part of it with his own body. Addressing his nephew, who was seriously injured from the last attack, Cho Cheon-woo said that it does not matter how much he denies that his father is a traitor, because if he cannot do anything, then the whole world will believe it, and the information will become true. Rushing into a furious attack, Master Cho called the young master of the northern clan the son of a traitor, and said that his time had come to join his father. Meanwhile, the ferocious fighters of the Iron Dozen finished off their enemies, without experiencing difficulties due to their numerical advantage. The Scholar of Three Minds diligently encouraged them and cheered for their victory with all his might. Mr. Tang stood silently next to him. He did not share the desire to destroy the enemies of his colleague, and said that despite the fact that it was these killers from the Broken Fist clan who destroyed a huge part of the population of the Jade City, they had already lost the will to fight, and now they could spare those who surrender. Hearing these words, Ha Jin-woo looked at Senior Master Tang coldly. Addressing him, he said that he was confident that the Master of 10,000 Poisons knew that he despised the world of Murim. He said that the mainland despises those who are not capable of being strong. Therefore, the weak are not only disliked by the strong, but also become targets for the weak and are consumed by both groups. He believed that this might not be the right time for them, but it was still necessary to finish everything properly, because in the world of Murima, it is always better to get rid of something that has reached a level far beyond your own capabilities. The same logic was followed by Cho Cheon-woo, who tried to destroy the threat that called into question his future dominance. Using the Rain of Heavenly Destruction technique, he aimed it at his niece. Mu Wan could not evade in any way, because he was in free flight. The powerful attack instantly created a huge crater in the surface, from which a powerful shockwave spread. The leader of the Broken Fist clan launched an incredibly powerful attack. Even after her, he continued to keep his fist on the face of the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. He was starting to feel a little tired from using so much energy, but he was going to see it through to the end. But at that same moment, he felt a sudden pain. Master Jin's sword pierced his side. Looking at the guy again, Cho Cheon-woo saw that he was still conscious and continued to release his cold and terrifying energy. At that moment, he was horrified by what was happening. He was shocked by what happened. He thought he saw the silhouette of a woman. As he walked away, he thought that the son of his leader, whom he had betrayed, was using some strange martial arts, because despite his experience, he could not read his movements. They were quiet, like a shadow, and disappeared without a trace. Mu Wan began to get up little by little, and thought that if it weren't for the snowflower, he would have lost consciousness due to such a dangerous attack. After these blows, it became clear that Cho Chan-woo's demon fist was much stronger than he thought. At the same time, the leader of the Broken Fist clan began to panic a little due to the strange influence of the blade distorting his senses. At that moment, Mu-wan realized that the subsequent attack was the chance given to him by the Snowflower. He struck the hilt of his blade hard with his fist, driving it even deeper. Angry at the situation, Cho Cheon-woo could barely move and felt unbearable pain. After that, Master Jin used the hilt of the blade as a support. Pushing away from the blade, he drove his knee into his enemy's face. The rage in the guy's eyes was simply indescribable. Grabbing the disgusting enemy by the hair, he slammed his elbow into his head. Holding on to his opponent, Mu-wan continued this series of furious strikes. He was the embodiment of the rage he shared with his blade and all the victims of this disgusting man. The great warrior of the four northern heavens could not resist. He wanted to stop his opponent but could not do anything. No matter how he tried, he could not move. As Mu-wan struck furiously, the enemy's body began to be enveloped in ominous chi energy. Gathering all his remaining energy, Cho Cheon-woo began to resist the darkness that was consuming him. Mu-wan immediately noticed that the time for unanswered blows was over. Having performed an epic somersault, he managed to dodge the enemy's retaliatory strike and even took the blade with him. For the first time in the last 10 years, Cho Cheon-woo was so seriously injured. He was furious at what had happened, but believed that his exhausted opponent was no longer capable of anything. But a moment later, Mu-wan rushed to attack again. Cho Cheon-woo decided to meet him with a blow, but the heir of the northern clan dodged the attack. At the last moment, Mu-wan started doing something strange with his sword and ended up changing his grip. Suddenly, he pierced his enemy's supporting leg. Then he delivered a series of fist blows to the enemy's body. To deliver the next blow, he grabbed his clothes. It was a high knee to the stomach, right where he had wounded his enemy with his blade. A series of lightning strikes caused incredible pain to the enemy and he coughed up blood. At the same moment, the weakened Cho Cheon-woo launched a menacing blow with his fist, but Mu-wan blocked it with one hand. After that, the guy instantly returned his sword. Then he thrust it into the enemy's right hand, with which he was trying to strike him. Filled with hatred, Mu-wan continued to shred the body of his enemy. His right hand was immobilized, and the furious traitor nervously clenched his teeth and swung his left hand. Mu-wan did not have time to defend himself from this retaliatory strike. At the same moment, he took his blade from the enemy's right hand. Instead of blocking the blow, Mu-wan plunged his sword into his forearm. Having wounded his opponent's pride, his hands, Master Jin switched to hand-to-hand combat and began to strike him with countless blows with his fists. The wounds were making themselves felt, and the demon's fist was already in a difficult situation. Filled with rage, he called his opponent names and missed again. In response, Mu-wan tried to strike vertically, but the enemy managed to dodge. Missing a second time, the demon's emotional fist missed the sword strike in the shoulder. The productivity of the battle was sharp, and it was worth regrouping. The leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan and the leader of the Broken Fist Clan jumped back a short distance. Mu-wan was ready to continue the battle with his disgusting enemy. At the same time, Cho Cheon-woo was on the verge of despair due to losing to some petty asshole. His arrogance did not allow him to stop. Without sparing himself, he shouted his nickname and declared that this was not the end. Without sparing his own body, the head of the Broken Fist Clan once again began to release a huge amount of energy to use the Shining Fist of Heaven. His furious cry spread to the entire surrounding area. Arrogance and pride did not allow him to soberly assess the situation. The battle reached its climax, and turning to his uncle, Master Jin declared that it was time to end this. With smooth and quiet movements of the blade, Mu-wan began to use the technique. Eternal darkness began to envelop his body. With an unshakable, cold and bloodlust-filled gaze, he asked the enemy to remember his words that he would kill him. After that, Mu-wan used his concentration skill and struck. His dissection was completed before Cho Cheon-woo could do anything. In a split second, a powerful stream of energy was directed towards the leader of the Broken Fist. Cho Cheon-woo didn't even realize what happened. The cut by the blade of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was not stopped by the enemy's body, and with its power created an abyss in the middle of the province. An incredible destructive force shook everything around, and the guys who were with the Iron Dozen couldn't help but notice it. The enemy was defeated and fell to the ground. Turning to his nephew, he asked in a trembling and weakened voice where he had learned this art of swordsmanship. Pointing his blade at his defeated uncle, Mu-wan replied that he learned it from the Northern Heavenly Clan. The old man, on the verge of death, was surprised that this kind of art existed in the Northern Heavenly Clan. It became clear to him that Yong Chun-hua only took the husk, and not the fruit itself. After this, Mu Wan asked why his uncle did not use the chi energy that he acquired through the bloody demonic art that uses the blood of women. Cho Chian-woo didn't understand what he was talking about. He said that even if he wanted power, he would never go down the path of the demonic arts. All he had were his fists of heavenly destruction. His journey began in the Northern Heavenly Clan. After another defeat from the heir of the legendary clan on the verge of death, he realized that he still could not surpass him. Without looking up at his nephew's cold gaze, he asked to finish what he started. In response, Mu Wan coldly asked if he should expect the last words. But the leader of the broken clan only laughed at his question, saying that this would be contrary to his entire conviction. Without listening to his speech to the end, Mu Wan finished what he started. The hideous fists of heavenly destruction fell and no longer threatened this world with their cruelty. The young master's revenge against the traitor was carried out. Chun Ying, who was watching what was happening, could not put his face together, being shocked by the battle between the two monsters. The battle of the Iron Dozen detachment was over. Mr. Tan tried to discuss something with his niece, but Master Meyer probably couldn't distract herself from thoughts about the beautiful northern blade. The Iron Dozen, with the exception of their leader, were almost unharmed. Less important fighters, such as the merchant troops' bodyguards, were tasked with clearing the battlefield. Among the bodyguards who eliminated the terrible consequences of the battle was Mr. Huang. The deceased martial artists they fought against were formerly members of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He still remembered them, and therefore he felt some sorrow and heaviness in his soul. At the same time, Captain Khan and the children of the Hui family watched one person in surprise. Their particular interest was the scientist Ha Jin-wol. They were surprised by his skill. Master Ha used his art of illusion to slow down his opponent's movements, while at the same time indicating how and when to attack. While the battlefield was in chaos, he maintained a barrier to protect those who were not proficient in martial arts. Captain Kohn considered him simply an incredible master. He had previously heard that the scientist Ha Jin-wol was traveling with Mr. Jin, so he was sure that if they wished for something, they would definitely achieve it. Ha Jin-wol himself could finally breathe a sigh of relief because all the battles, including his young master's duel, were already over. Nervously biting his finger, he thought that he had begun preparing for various events even when he announced that he would return to the world of Marima. Even a genius did not expect something like this to happen so quickly. Now it became clear to him that there was no turning back, and now he was officially in the same boat with Master Jin. Still, he did not understand when his young master would return. As soon as he thought about him, his view changed because someone appeared on the horizon. Mu Wan walked slowly towards them, but for some reason dust rose behind him. Everyone present looked excitedly at the one who was able to survive the battle with one of the 4 northern heavens. Within a moment, it became clear that he was pulling the hair of the former clan leader with a broken fist. Having completed his battle, he only now returned the snowflower to its sheath. Stopping, he was surprised at how the members of the Iron Dozen and the bodyguards of the White Dragon merchant troop began to behave. They all suddenly knelt down and bowed their heads respectfully before the one who saved their lives. Many people were injured, so the guys could not continue their return to the White Dragon Palace and set up camp. Mu Wan had already received medical attention, and his entire body was bandaged. Mr. Huang saw his attitude towards the gift of clothes for the first time, and excitedly tried to help sew them up, realizing that he would have to find something new in the near future. Addressing the Northern Blade soldier, Mr. Tang invited them to stop at their residence and rest on the way to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Scholar Huo didn't mind, but was worried that it would affect the relationship between the great family and the government. The old man replied that he would decide it himself. Meanwhile, the wounded leader of the Iron Dozen recalled recent events with dissatisfaction and said that all he now wants is to leave this problematic province as far as possible. The White Dragon's bodyguards were in charge of protecting their camp. Captain Khan was responsible for their work and asked to immediately report anything suspicious. As soon as Scientist Ho approached the fire where his master was sitting, he said that nothing in this world can be hidden forever because people simply do not have the will and strength to do this. He was worried that the Central Alliance was probably already monitoring all their actions. At that very moment, some weirdo appeared in front of them and said that they shouldn't worry about it. Of course, it was Chun Ying's spy. He was monitoring the surroundings and could definitely state that only the Dark Moon would have information regarding this incident. Hearing this, those present were surprised. Analyzing the situation and the reports of his animals, Chun Ying found it strange that none of the Central Heavenly Alliance spies were here. Although both the Broken Fist clan and the Northern Blade were involved in what happened, he expected that there would be at least one person from the Alliance here to spy on them. Yet he was in incredible shock when he saw even more power from the mysterious heir of the Northern clan that he was able to kill Zhou Cheon Wu himself. Looking at the master, he was even afraid to think about what would happen next. At the same moment, shocked by what was happening, Leader Yang asked what the Dark Moon was doing here. He even felt the presence of this spy, and was sure that in front of them was a martial arts master. In response, Mu Wan only silently nodded to him. Mr. Tang was also in thought. He thought that if the Heavenly Central Alliance was keeping an eye on Unnam Province, then it was strange that no one was keeping an eye on the incident here. Yet, he also admitted that he did not expect the Dark Moon to be involved in all of this. Looking at Mr. Jin, he wondered who that mysterious master with incredible power was. The scientist came to the conclusion that when the gentleman said that there was someone who was helping him from the shadows, it was precisely the spy of the Dark Moon, which already seemed like quite good support. Taking a closer look at the strange master of transformation, scientist Ha Jin Wool understood that the Dark Moon always wants to monopolize important information. But despite this, Chun Ying revealed his identity to them, which means that he is already an ally of Mu Wan. And the Iron Squad, which was responsible for protecting the White Dragon Trade Association, thanks to the young master, was not only able to complete the escort work, but also retained its fighters. They owed an indescribable debt to the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The same applied to the Tang family. Since they prioritize honor and respect, the scientist was confident that they would do everything to repay the savior. He couldn't say anything about Mr. Huan and Master Kwok, who looked ridiculous, because in fact, they were the reason why Mu Wan went to the province. There is still a White Dragon Trade Association left. They also received quite a lot of help from the master, so they will probably also return the favor and become a big financial captain for the future Northern Blade Squad. Still, the surprise that no one was watching them worried the scientist, but he chalked it up to simple luck. After that, he walked up to Master Jin and whispered something in his ear. As soon as he told the gentleman his plan, he invited those present to introduce themselves properly before continuing to talk about anything. After that, the scientist pointed his hand at the young master and suddenly declared that he was the head of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan named Jin Mu Wan. Hearing this, everyone present was in indescribable shock. The spy was simply shocked, because information that only the Dark Moon should have had was revealed to a large number of people. The shocked old man Tang could not believe that this was true, because the whole world thought that the last heir of the North had died in an incident approximately 7 years ago. Taking the opportunity, he turned to Jin and stated that their head of the family always regretted that 10 years ago he could not help the Northern Heavenly Clan. After that, he stated that if this was the case, then Mr. Jin should come and meet the head of the Tang family in person. Realizing that this was none other than the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Captain Khan realized that now all the miracles began to make sense. It was then that he realized that in this case, Huang Chul was also a former member of that legendary clan that saved Murim from a quiet night. Upon learning such unexpected information, Leader Yan began to shout in surprise that his dear comrade Jin could have said before that he was the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He stated that he always knew that the young master was not an ordinary person, but someone mysterious and amazing. After all these violent reactions, Mu Wan continued to calmly and silently sew up his clothes, while his soldier Ha Jin Wool asked everyone to calm down and remembered that everyone present had received some kind of help from the heir. To make sure of this, he piercingly examined those present and asked if this was true. After this, he stated that the Central Heavenly Alliance had already begun to take an interest in the rising star of the Murim world, a master known by the nickname Northern Blade. He meant that they still don't know that this is the last heir and the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, but once they find out the truth, they will do everything possible to capture him. The scientist admitted that, although he was quite strong, if the alliance came at them with all its might, then Mu Wan would not be able to win. He meant that now is not the right time to reveal himself to the world, because the young master still needs more strength and help. Extending his hands towards those present and theatrically closing his eyes, Scholar Huo said that now it was their turn to provide the heir of the northern clan with their support. Justifying the risks, he said that after the recent incidents, they are all in the same boat and bound by the same fate. Since the identity of the heir would be revealed sooner or later, Scholar Huo asked everyone to complete a simple task and try to keep it a secret for a while. Stating that he trusted everyone present, Scholar Ha-Jin Wool suggested moving on to the next topic. Pointing his finger at the ridiculous spy, he said that they needed Chun Ying to start working as soon as possible. In his defense, he recalled the words that they are connected by the same fate. Moreover, the Dark Moon wants to monopolize important information. He doubted that the representatives of that organization would be willing to back down after they had come this far. Having no other choice, Chun Ying resigned himself and asked what they wanted from him. The scientist replied that rumors are known for causing confusion, so he came up with an incredible and probably crazy idea. As it turned out, he did not want to draw even more attention to the identity of the Northern Blade, and asked to give out information about the death of the leader of the Broken Fist for an unsuccessful attempt to pursue and destroy the Quiet Night organization. The scientist was confident that if the Central Heavenly Alliance decided to personally investigate the matter, it would only be a matter of time before they learned the truth. But for now, it would be better if everyone accepted their story as the truth. Dissatisfied with outside instructions, Chun Ying had no choice but to call his animals due to the fact that they had a new job. The spy wrote letters which, with the help of his faithful animals, he transferred to the Dark Moon organization. Taking this opportunity, the third son, Yankin, approached the heir of the Northern clan and said that if he ever needed help, he could contact the White Dragon Trade Association. He assured that they would do everything possible to support Mr. Jin. Mu Wan politely replied that their words were more than enough. Worried, Mr. Huang was finally able to approach his young master. With a sincere smile on his face, Mu Wan told his dear one that everything was fine and he could take care of his personal task from Mrs. No Tay Tay. The old man simply did not think that their paths would diverge so quickly. He promised that he would do everything possible to be close to the master, but since Lady No asked him to complete the task, he would have to leave the heir of the Northern clan for a while. After listening to the young master's gratitude, Huang promised that as soon as he completed his business with the White Dragon Trade Association, he would continue to hone his martial arts, and when he finished, he would do his best to join the heir of the Northern clan. With tears in his eyes, the younger brother Kwok promised that he too would do his best to become stronger and surprise him the next time they met. After that, he suddenly rushed towards Master Jin and hugged him tightly one last time. He thanked him for everything he had done for him and asked him to take care of himself. Mu Wan was touched, and with a sincere and kind laugh asked his younger brother to also be careful, after which he assured him that they would meet again. Then the leader of the Iron Dozen approached them and asked if Mu Wan was really going to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Master Jin was surprised by his interest, and replied that this was so, and on the way they would stop at the residence of the Tang family. As it turned out, Leader Yang wanted to share rumors that due to the unexpected appearance of Silent Night, the Central Alliance had decided to recruit countless young masters to create a powerful organization. Most people from small factions and trade associations want to join, so they all head to the Central Alliance to avoid missing out on the opportunity. The world of Murim does not focus on strength, but on a person's belonging to a family, so it is now quite noisy there. At the same moment, a scientist joined them and said that all this seemed strange to him, but the Central Heavenly Alliance would gain two things from this situation. The first is not only the liberation of Unnam province from the greedy tyrant, but also the sealing of the gates of the problematic Chocheon Wu. This allowed the government to freely recruit young martial artists hungry for power. The second thing is that they were able to turn the situation with the advent of a quiet night in their favor. In response, the great mind of the mercenaries said that the government's plan was impressive, and what he thought was even more incredible was that they were able to pull off all this, as if they had already expected this to happen. Mu Huan assumed that the nine heavens could predict the flow of this world. The scholar of the three minds agreed with him. He believed that there was a reason why the nine heavens had remained at the top of their world for centuries. They looked like a giant tree, whose roots reached to unprecedented depths and whose branches hung above everyone. Without thinking about the scientist's wisdom, Yan assumed that most likely Mu Wan was interested in forming a new group. In response, Mu Wan said that he was actually heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance, since their confrontation was inevitable, and it would be better to attack them first. As it turned out, the only reason why the leader of the Iron Dozen spoke about this was because he was going to go to that place after completing the mission. He believed that they would see each other soon, and promised that he would never forget what Mu Wan did for them. After saying goodbye to his new comrade, the heir of the Northern clan asked him to take good care of his mercenaries. Leader Yang Musan replied that there was no need to worry about this and advised the head of the Heavenly Clan to look after himself, because a lot of danger awaits him. After these words, the squad split up, and Mu Wan, along with Chun-In and Hajin Wol, set off on the road on the Tang family's cart. Meanwhile, in another part of Unnam province, something unexpected happened. The Central Heavenly Alliance reconnaissance team fell at the hands of a man who used the forbidden martial art of the blood of 10 women. The leader of the squad, Chakmu, also fell at his hands. Behind it all was a man who was not happy with the way he was being treated. Yunkin revealed his true identity. He was furious, believing that he had worked for many years because of his stupid father, not to become a hostage to the Central Heaven Alliance. The hypocritical and deceitful heir of the Broken Fist clan, Cho Yunkin could no longer contain his thirst for blood and power, which was even more terrible than his father's. Continuing towards the Tang family's residence, the scholar of the three minds continued to explain his views on the world and said that a time would come when the past and present would mingle with each other. He wondered what Elder Tang thought about his words that fighting for supremacy would open the gate to the world of martial artists. All this talk did not really bother the young master because he was thinking about recent events. After slaying his bloodthirsty uncle, he learned that he was not the one who had drawn the wrath of his blade. Someone else was behind the destruction of the peaceful tribe in Unnam province, because Cho Cheon-cho stated that he would never have followed the path of demonic art. Thinking about who used the demonic blood art of 10 women, Mu Wan began to think about the possible culprits of the incident. He correctly guessed that it could be Cho Yunkin, but remembering his identity, he doubted it. He was distracted from his thoughts by the daughter of the Tang family. Master Meyer once again thanked him for his help. Mu Wan modestly replied that these were nothing because they counted, since he himself was saved thanks to her. By saying this, he meant that the jade amulet given to him protected his heart from the blow of the spear of one of the lords of the quiet night. The girl, of course, did not know about this and asked what he meant. In response, Mu Wan only smiled charmingly and did not admit what really happened. Meanwhile, Chun Ying was going crazy as usual. As soon as he appeared in front of them, Elder Tang asked if he could find a suitable road for them. The incredible master answered displeasedly that of course he could, because he is one of the best pathfinders, for whom finding the road is nothing more than some trifle. Mu Wan thanked him for the work done, but this did not make the spy feel any better. He said that it would take them about 10 days before they reached the small town, so Chun Ying suggested that they hurry up. One day of the trip, they stopped next to a small rock where Mu Wan could enjoy the full moon alone. He found peace in solitude and an opportunity to talk to himself. Of course, the scientist could not ignore him and joined him, beginning to preach his wisdom that despite the great disorder in the world, the sky is still beautiful, and it seems that they are all stuck in a crazy dream. Noticing the master's behavior, the scientist Hajin Wol suggested that he had something to think about, after which he suggested that living following the call of your heart is not so easy. Scientist Ha said that Murim has always been ruled by force because predators are at the top of the food chain. But on the other hand, it seemed to him that the strongest masters are not always at the top, because those who rule for many years plan their ascension. He continued the assault with his thoughts on how life happens in Murim, after which he shared his opinion that as soon as only the strongest remain, the world will once again enter a new era. This whole story led to the fact that if Mu Wan wants to live following his heart, then he needs eyes that can see how the world is changing. He wanted his master to have knowledge and understanding of everything that was happening around them. He warned the master that this was only the beginning of their journey, and he needed to focus on his goals, while his faithful comrades would be happy to help resolve other obligations. In response, Mu Wan promised that he would remember his words. On the way to the residence, Chun Ying noticed a small town and suggested taking a break. The guys, tired from the road, didn't mind visiting some tavern and finally getting some sleep on a comfortable bed. It turned out that this city was even larger than they expected, so they had the opportunity to find a decent tavern. Looking around, Mu Wan did not pay attention to the people, of whom there were quite a lot. One of the residents passing by grabbed the master's shoulder and angrily asked him to watch where he was going. Mu Wan was not one to seek conflict, so he politely apologized to the disgruntled person. But the strange man did not immediately move on. He took a closer look at the weapon that was in the hands of the stranger. After that, he looked displeased into the eyes of his offender. As soon as he moved on, he said that there are always scum like this man who kill people without thinking for a second. He was sure that Mu Wan was from the nobility and lived a carefree life, and then learned the basics of martial arts. Looking around, Mr. Tan asked what happened. The master of reincarnation was surprised at such audacity and suggested that that impudent guy could have lost his life at such a moment if Master Jin had not been kind to him. After the incident, Mu Wan moved on as if nothing had happened. But after a moment, the realization came to him of what he had noticed. Mr. Tan has already noticed something important is missing. He didn't understand how it happened, so he looked around. As it turned out, that impudent guy managed to steal 2 bags from him. He noticed in advance that the old man had bags of a very convincing size and therefore deliberately distracted the gentleman in order to steal them unnoticed. As soon as he moved further, he decided to see how much he managed to steal. He felt from the very beginning that the old man was very rich. As soon as he opened the bag, he saw some substance inside that resembled pollen. At the same moment, Mr. Tan shouted to him to be careful because there was poison inside. But it was already late and the pollen began to evaporate, completely covering the poor fellow's face. Mr. Tan called Mirai and said that they had an emergency problem because the thief could die from a collision with his poison. He understood that such an amount of yang poison could instantly kill the poor fellow. But after a moment, he was simply shocked by what was happening. The thief was fine and began to cough unhappily at the poison he had accidentally absorbed. After looking around, he looked offended and dissatisfied at the master of 10,000 poisons. He decided not to apologize and moved on, saying that it was just a waste of time and he should find a new goal. But after a moment, Master Jin appeared in front of him. The daring guy asked what he wanted. Mu Wan politely extended his hand and asked the thief to return the stolen goods. His strange but well-mannered request took the thief by surprise. After that, he grabbed his head and sighed heavily. The strange, impudent guy hid the bag of poison in his pocket and refused the offer, asking what the master would do for him in this case. After that, he said that he had already dealt with idiots who carried a sword for show. According to him, people like Jin act so arrogant and noble, but as soon as you push them a little, they fall down like a bag of straw. This behavior of people belonging to noble families infuriated the thief, so he liked to beat the crap out of them, and considering Master Jin to be the same, he rushed to attack. But just a moment later, Mu Wan not only dodged his furious blow, but also struck back at the opponent's stomach using the hilt of his blade. The thief jumped back and was surprised that some arrogant bastard was still able to hit him. He realized that his opponent knew something about fighting after all. Addressing the daring thief, Mu Wan calmly said that all this could be avoided if he returned the stolen goods. He promised that if the guy complied with his request, he would be released and forgotten about this situation. But the impudent guy still perceived his speech as hypocritical, so he replied that now he would definitely not give him up. Rushing into a furious attack, he stated that he had lowered his defenses earlier, but would be serious from now on. But as soon as he approached, he received a warning blow to the back of the head with a scabbard. After this, the thief began to quickly move around his target, trying to confuse the young master. Watching him, Mu Wan was surprised by the strange position in which the thief moved. Master Jin understood that this guy did not know the basics of martial arts, but was just fighting fiercely. Although the thief had explosive power, he did not know how to use it properly. Mu Wan clearly saw that the enemy was relying only on his instincts, and his method of fighting was intended solely for survival. Despite the thief's efforts, No matter how hard he tried, he could not reach the body of his target. Moreover, at one moment he became convinced that the master was significantly superior to him in speed. In a split second, Mu-Wan found himself behind the furious guy, who was unprepared to defend himself. After that, he stabbed him in the stomach using only the sheath of his sword. The thief could no longer continue the battle, and Mu-Wan decided that now they could talk. Having prescribed him medicinal bream with a scabbard, he asked if he was sure that the master whom he wanted to beat was really from the nobility, who lived a carefree life, and then studied the basics of martial arts. To change his attitude towards martial arts a little, Mu-Wan began to strike him with instructive blows and said that a good family means nothing, and he himself was never rich and did not have a comfortable life, because once upon a time his life was torture, and he did everything possible to survive. Mu-Wan stated that even if they don't know each other's situation, that doesn't mean they should live by hating others and committing petty theft. Filled with hatred for the people around him, the talented thief asked his enemy to shut up, believing that he did not understand at all what he had to go through. One day, while still a child, this guy from a poor family began to wander around different clans with a small amount of money, begging to be accepted into the clan. Turning to the master of the next clan, he apologized for the fact that he could offer only a little money, but hoped that this would be enough for the entry fee. The little tramp said he had talent, but the arrogant look of the master of one of the clans spoke for him. This situation changed the boy's life forever. The vile and disgusting master disrespectfully knocked out all the money that a boy from a poor family could hardly get. Tears appeared in the eyes of the poor fellow from that attitude. Returning home to the slums in which he lived, he had to constantly hear apologies from his sick mother. She was seriously ill and feared for what would happen to her son. Turning to him, she was sure that he had talent. A woman who was on the verge of death apologized to her son for giving him a poor life, because of which she was unable to develop his talent. After those words, she handed over to him all the money that she had managed to accumulate during her miserable life. Before her death, she said that she hoped her son would become an outstanding master. The cruel master could not believe that some peasant had come to humiliate their clan by calling himself talented. At that moment, the arrogant master said that real talent is to be born into a noble family and have a worthy origin. The words of the disgusting representative of some arrogant family set the boy on the path of contempt. At that moment, he rushed at the arrogant bastard with hatred and, not knowing how to fight, fiercely bit his shoulder with all his strength. Mu-Wan still stopped, seeing how the thief was behaving. The master guessed that this poor fellow had not lived the best life, which made him think this way and feel resentment towards martial arts. At the same moment, Mr. Tan ran towards him and asked him to stop. The 10,000 Poison Master said that this guy has a special talent and is a very unusual person. Hearing such speech, the thief looked with disbelief at the gentleman from some great, and in his opinion, arrogant family. Still, even this run was not the easiest. Senior Tang thought that although he was born with an innate immunity to poisons, his body was unsuitable for martial arts. Unlike him, Mirai has good physiology, which allowed her to study martial arts, but unfortunately, she is not immune to poisons. However, the boy they met in such a strange way had both qualities. Mr. Tang saw him display his martial prowess during his fight with Mr. Jin. In the Tang family, people who possess both qualities are incredibly rare. His personality might be a problem, but the 10,000 Poison Master believed it was fixable and definitely worth his time. As soon as he approached the thief, he extended his hand to him and said that he was sure that he must have heard the name of the Tang family of Sashon. The great lord of the Tang family introduced himself to the thief as the owner of 10,000 poisons. After that, he said that it was a pity that the guy they had so awkwardly met lived like a street thug, and no one noticed his talent. He admitted that he looked everywhere for a person who was blessed with good physiology and key energy meridians. After these confessions, he declared that the thief had excellent talent and invited him to become his student and master of poisons. The poor fellow, beaten for instructive purposes, could not believe his words. At that moment, he probably remembered his mother's last words and felt that there was still hope. Having respectfully bowed to the ground, the guy introduced himself as Miang Ryu-san and stated that he was bowing to his mentor. Meanwhile, somewhere on the mainland, a single trading caravan was traveling. At one point, the merchant decided to stop, since the sun had already set and it was worth setting up camp. Looking around, he saw a man on the site of a long-defunct village. It was some girl with long hair who was sitting alone by the fire. The stranger was surprised and decided to approach her. He greeted the young lady and introduced himself as Yu Chang Huan, the head of some new trade association. They had planned to stay here, but suddenly they saw a young lady and wanted to know if she would be against their company. It was Yoon Ha-seol. She looked around to see who had decided to disturb her. Seeing such a beauty in front of him, the man blushed and wondered why she was all alone in such a place. The girl shook her head that she didn't mind. The merchant thanked her for her kindness and decided to stay in the same place. After some time, his group set up a small camp here. They had enough provisions with them that they could even prepare a good dinner. Looking around, Chang Huan was surprised that the lonely girl was still sitting by the fire. He decided to give her a treat since he didn't see any food near her. The girl looked at the food with a calm gaze but said nothing. Seeing her reaction, the guy was a little confused and said that there was no need to worry. The food was not poisoned. It was meat soup. The merchant believed that it was not only tasty, but also filling. Yoon Ha-seol hasn't eaten something like this for a long time. She remembered that she had once heard similar words from a person who had vaguely returned to her in her dreams. Still, she accepted this soup and admitted it, that it is very tasty. After tasting this meat soup, she felt like she had eaten something similar before. Taking a closer look at the lonely girl, Merchant Yu was surprised that she was here. They were in the middle of a desert known for dangerous wolves and other animals. This was clearly not a place for walking, much less for a young lady to be alone. He was wondering why she was here, so he cautiously asked what her business was here. The girl replied that she had no business here. After that, the man asked where she was going. Enjoying the taste of the soup, Yoon Ha-seol replied that she was heading to the mainland. Most likely they were on their way, and the merchant asked to clarify where exactly she was going. Instead of words, Yoon Ha-seol simply looked at the curious merchant. While eating meat soup, she asked with a stern look why he was interested. The man was confused. He didn't want to arouse suspicion, so he justified himself by saying that it was quite dangerous here, and he wanted to invite her to join them. He convinced her that if she was uncomfortable, they would take it for granted. When the girl asked why he was interested in her, Trader Yu first complimented her on her appearance. But after that, he became embarrassed and said that she reminded him of his little sister, because they were about the same age. After these awkward words, a short, silent pause began. After finishing the soup, Yoon Ha-seol replied that in that case she wouldn't mind being in their care for a while, after which she politely asked for more soup. The man was glad for such company and replied that in that case they would continue the journey together in the morning. Having had a good rest in a tavern with good conditions, Mr. Tang's detachment began to prepare for departure. They replenished their supplies and were ready to travel for several days without stopping. Former thief Mieng Ryu-san gathered all his things and was ready to go with them. His eye shape noticeably changed after Master Jin taught him a lesson in life. The scientist was surprised at how the appearance of the new disciple of the master of 10,000 poisons had changed. Senior Tang replied that in addition to the beating, the swelling around his eyes was also due to the fact that the guy had been telling his life story all night. He shared information that the future master Mieng was a poor guy who grew up without adults on whom he could rely. Still, Mr. Ho asked if this guy was a good choice, because although he was born with talent, his manners were too wild. The scientist shared his opinion that people cannot simply be corrected and used again. The elder Tan agreed with his words, but added that Mieng himself could always re-educate himself. The old man believed in him, and judging by Ryu-san's reaction, he wanted to prove him right. Looking at his new mentor's niece, the guy blushed and noticed that she was very beautiful. At that moment, Mirai looked with particular interest. Sensing the right moment, Ryu-san decided to show his affection and blew her a kiss. But as it turned out, Mirai was not looking at him at all. A moment later, Master Jin passed by him, whom she greeted with pleasant words. The guy with the incredibly puffy face was unhappy that Mu Wan continued to get on his nerves. He decided to demonstrate his determination and approached his offender, after which he shared with him the words that his mentor had told him the previous night. Mieng stated that people looked down on him because they did not see his true talent. After this, he declared that this was just the beginning and that he would soon surpass the master who had recently defeated him. In order not to drag out this conversation, Mu Wan invited him to fight again, but he reluctantly refused and apologized for his rudeness. Meanwhile, inside the Central Heavenly Alliance, Former mercenary Captain Chong brought the leader of the Special Intelligence Agency to his young lady, as she ordered. The girl allowed the visitor to go inside. It was Mrs. Heron, and she still remembered the man she had seen 7 years ago. Without showing unnecessary emotions at the sight of the daughter of the Westgate family, Master Seo only agreed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl first of all said that she wanted to visit him earlier, but she was postponing the trip, so they met only now. As before, Heron was accompanied by her sister, who had mastered the art of using a spear. In response to the lady's apology, Head Seo said that this was unnecessary, after which he inquired about the purpose of their meeting. After that, the girl began to slyly remain silent. Then she suddenly said that the reason for their conversation would be Jinmu 1. Without showing any reaction, Master Seo was convinced that the conversation was really about his master. As it turned out, she was ready to assume that the master known as the Northern Blade was none other than Jinmu 1. In response, Chief Seo repeated his words that he personally saw Jinmu 1 inside the burning house and continued to watch the place for several days, waiting for reinforcements, but did not notice any signs of life. After these words, he said that if he really survived the fire and escaped from there after it left, then perhaps the Northern Blade could indeed be the heir of the Northern clan. In response to his words, the girl was only surprised that he agreed with her. Then Master Seo shared information that they had already begun to look for the Northern Blade. He admitted that the Secret Investigation Bureau was not as good as the Westgate family, and then asked if she wanted to hear what they had found out. In response, the girl said that learning something new would be very useful. Next, Seo Mu-sang shared some information, and since they finished, he said goodbye and promised that they would contact again soon. The polite and hypocritical Heron apologized once again for wasting his time. As soon as the door closed, her gaze changed. She doubted that she was wrong, as she felt that Chief Seo had kept a lot of information from her. At that moment, she thought about how to verify the veracity of the information. Without hesitation, she asked her ward to appoint someone to monitor the head of Special Intelligence, saying that he might be hiding something else. She warned her sneaky but loyal ward that this would not be an easy task, since their target was the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau. As he left Lady Hiryong, Master Seo remembered that whether it was 7 years ago or now, the only one who is in the spotlight of the Murim world is the young warrior, the lone star of the East, Dam Sojong. The whole world knows that he went to live alone to study after defeating 100 masters. Many of his followers believe that when he returns, the course of history will change dramatically. But the world does not know that he went into loneliness precisely after a humiliating defeat during an incident in the palace of the Northern Heavenly Clan. They had to keep it a secret, because their plan requires everyone to believe that Dam So-young is invincible. Seo Mu-sang understood that since his master had seen this defeat with his own eyes, the young Azure Dragon Masters were panicking that this information could come out and ruin their plans. The head understood that now he would be watched. This began to irritate him. The situation became increasingly tense, and Seo Mu-sang decided that it was time to make his move. Divine Radiance of Enlightenment is a martial art that is far from complete and requires continued cultivation and development. 150 years ago, an abnormal martial artist who was obsessed with winning appeared in the world of Murima. After countless battles, he was able to lay the foundation for his martial art. He did this so that in a world filled with darkness and chaotic techniques of fighters, a force would emerge that would rise to the top and shine brighter than anything else. Those times were the birth of the divine radiance of enlightenment, but this martial art has always been passed down from one heir to another. Each heir was obliged to spend his entire life cultivating this art and developing it further than his predecessor. And now the 6th heir to the generation of divine radiance of enlightenment is none other than Dam So-jong. It took him 7 years to improve his strength, which was once not enough for him. The world did not yet know about his first defeat in battle against the monster from Silent Night. The humiliation he experienced that day not only left scars on his body, but also changed him into a different person. Master Dam So-jong was going to repay his enemy 100-fold, and was determined to give him revenge. After this, it was time to leave the cave in the wasteland in which he was cultivating energy. His incredibly powerful force destroyed this entire mountain, and a huge crater appeared in its place. Meanwhile, Old Man Tang began discussing the topic of poisons with his new student. Since Miang thought that it was just a scary thing that could kill you, the master of 10,000 poisons added that although this substance is scary, it can also be used as a medicine. The guy who had been stealing all his life and never spent time studying did not fully understand what he was talking about. The old man understood that his student was still distrustful of his words, so he stated that they would first learn the restoration poison, which could strengthen the personality, while they would save the rest of the huge amount of substances for later. Having obtained such a disciple, he could return to the topic of the poison of rebirth, which would guarantee that a person would become much stronger than before. He personally created this poison and spent decades perfecting it, but he did not have the opportunity to use it without testing, because it was too dangerous. But now that he had Mieng Ryu-san at hand, who had not only strong resistance to poisons but also good physiology, he was confident that the effect of the substance could be tested on him. If successful, the Tan family would use their knowledge to medicine. To begin with, he decided to let the guy enjoy the poisons and offered to check how strong his resistance was. Closer to the morning, Mr. Tan spent his entire supply on the student and could not believe that the impressive guy had an immunity to poisons even stronger than himself. Mieng Ryu-san felt that he was simply filled with poison, but did not experience any particular discomfort because of this. After a few days of travel, the old man noticed that since the disciple had been consuming revitalizing poisons for a long time, his energy meridians should also have opened, which meant that his ki reserves had certainly increased. Now he invited him to familiarize himself with the basics of poison techniques and asked the incredibly talented student to focus energy on his fingers and then slowly draw out a small amount of poison. The guy tried with all his might to fulfill his teacher's request, and in an attempt to do this, his whole body began to shake. After some time of persistent attempts to complete the initial task, he saw the result. The poison from the vessel began to slowly reach his fingers. The old man was simply shocked that he managed to master this basics so quickly, although not perfectly. Rejoicing at his student's success, the master of 10,000 poisons began to laugh heartily and shouted that he was right about his student having incredible talent. Ryu-san showed tremendous progress in just 1 week of training. The lonely guy had never heard such compliments before. He began to feel embarrassed and, covering his face, thanked his mentor for teaching, but did not forget about his pride and loudly declared that his talent was simply incredible. While Myung's student was enjoying his small victory, Mr. Tan continued to praise him and suggested that he finish his training, after which he asked him to focus on martial arts. Unexpectedly for his student, he said that the person who would be responsible for teaching him martial arts would be Mr. Jin, after which he noted that it was a great honor to study with a master of such a level. Apologizing to the heir of the northern clan, the old man regretted that he did not give him the opportunity to rest. But Master Jin didn't mind helping and replied that everything was fine. As expected, the only one who was not happy about this training was the student himself. Mu Wan walked up to him and asked him with an intimidatingly serious look to prepare himself before he was beaten badly. After a few days, they finally arrived. Addressing his escort group, the 10,000 poison master thanked them for their work and said that after resting at the Tang family residence, they would head to the Central Heavenly Alliance. From the appearance of the poison master's disciple, one could definitely tell that his martial arts training had been very productive. Looking ahead, Jin Wol confidently said that this place is no different from an impregnable fortress. The Tang family's residence did look inhospitable to outsiders, but that was true for all the prestigious families in the Marima world. Addressing his master, he said that the clan's atmosphere, training hall, lifestyle, martial arts and such things could be assessed, as could their future. Soon they will become familiar with their history, and this will give the young heir guidance on the path he will choose. At the same moment, Chun Ying approached them and stated that he could not visit the residence with them. He stayed on the battlefield too long, so he needed to visit the main headquarters. He also said that when they move out, they don't have to worry about him joining him, because he will find them without much trouble. Before saying goodbye, Mu Wan thanked him for all the help he provided. Chun Ying headed to the main headquarters of his organization to report on everything that happened regarding the Northern Blade. Even though they were able to survive such a difficult mission, Lady Meyer looked somewhat sad. The uncle understood what was going on. He assumed that the niece was worried about the fallen warriors of the Tang family, who could not return home with them. Unfortunately, they could not even find the bodies of their comrades. Turning to Mira, he asked her not to consider herself to blame for this loss, because those fighters always lived on the edge, and there is nothing unusual in dying on the battlefield. Closing his eyes, he concluded that this is the fate that awaits all the warriors of Murim. The girl agreed with her uncle's words that they were able to survive only thanks to the valiant sacrifice of their comrades. Now it is their turn to repay this debt by continuing to live and glorify the family for their sake. After that, the guys looked at their guests and invited them to go inside the palace. A mysterious master of poisons was already waiting for them on one of the rocks. The head of the family was interested in his guests and looked forward to the productivity of their meeting. As soon as the main gate opened, many followers came running to meet the younger leader, who were sincerely glad that he was okay. Having walked inside, the guys began to look around with interest. Tang Gimun first introduced his students to his disciple, after which he asked them to give him a medical bath. Ryu-san did not show much admiration for this idea, and the followers of the Master of 10,000 Poisons had to drag him under their arms. Then Mr. Gimun introduced the honorable guests, who saved his life more than once. He asked the followers to put them in the best room and provide them with everything they might need. As soon as the guys settled down in the provided rooms, Mu Wan went out for a walk to inspect the estate of the great Tang family. His loyal soldier postponed this matter until later, because he planned to take a good bath, since it would be bad not to take full advantage of the Tang family's hospitality. While looking around the residence, Mu Wan noticed that the Tan family loves nature, and this place is truly different from other famous clans. The trees here were incredibly tall, and Master Jin looked up. At one moment, he felt something inappropriate for this situation. Somewhere near him one could notice the thirst for blood. In addition, Mu Wan noticed that the stranger possessed a huge amount of ki, but he could not find out the exact location of this person. Looking around, the guy realized that this energy had begun to spread. It became clear that he was suddenly trapped. The high level of stealth, due to which Mu Wan could not even calculate his location, told him that this was the work of a martial artist in a superior realm. The mysterious master must be nearby to maintain his trap. Mu Wan prepared to meet the enemy at any moment. Sharpening his senses, he began to control the area at a greater range. At that moment, he felt the presence of an enemy to his right. After that, surrounded by dense foliage, Mu Wan made a quick lunge towards the unknown, but very powerful ki. Master Jin began to draw his blade, his energy directed forward. There was a man in front of him who did not expect to be discovered so easily. Within a moment, the young master's blade appeared at the alarmed old man's neck. In his defense, the master who set the trap said that he had gone too far with his joke. He mentioned that he wanted to do something similar because he knew someone similar to their surprise guest when he was young. When asked who he was, the old man replied that he had the highest position in the family. Of course, it was the Poison Emperor, the head of Tanggong Wu. Looking at the young man, the man assumed that he was the last heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan named Jin Mu Wan. Having hidden his sword, the young swordsman was surprised that he was seen through so easily and quickly. After that, the guy bent down to pick up the old man's cane. Returning it to its owner, he confirmed the assumption of the head of Tang. Then they went for a walk together, and the head continued to complain that even small movements hurt his body. Taking a look at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the old man admitted that he was the first person to easily break through the twilight of hundreds of falling leaves. He was glad to see that the Northern Heavenly Clan's strength continued to live on. Having mentioned this topic, he had to pause before his next words. Feeling guilty, he said that he lived his life mourning and regretting what happened to the Northern Sky Clan. 10 years ago, he could not do anything to save the Northern Clan, and this continued to gnaw at his conscience. Addressing the heir, he asked to be forgiven for simply watching as the Northern Sky Clan fell into ruins. He knew that this might seem like a simple excuse, but he said that he really couldn't do anything at that time, because his main priority was protecting the Tang family. Recalling the past, Lord Tangim Wu said that these were harsh times, because anyone could become the target of their mad desire to destroy, and if they stood up for the Northern Heavenly Clan, they would also become their target and suffer the same fate. A wise old man called this a problem of group mentality, because when a crowd is influenced, it will not accept any other opinion. He further mentioned that when you have many people under your responsibility that you need to protect, it is only natural to become weaker. He admitted that instead of rebelling against the crowd, He took the easy way out and remained silent. He didn't agree with what was happening, but he couldn't change anything. Having the strength to resist, he chose the path of silence and believed that this was his cowardly sin. When old man Gim Wee heard that the leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan was killed by those scum, the heaviness on his heart became even more palpable, and even after a while he did not feel better. Speaking to Master Jin, he said that it seemed like he had no choice but to go along with the conflicts. He believed that his life would change the fate of many people, and his actions would also lead to the death of others. After these words, the old man asked if the heir of the Northern Clan was ready to withstand the treacherous fate that would fall on his shoulders. Mu Wan told him that he had no idea what awaited him, but he was not going to allow himself to be consumed by fear. Although he did not know what awaited him at the end of this journey, he believed that since he had chosen this path, he would go through it to the end. Hearing these words, the old man responded with a sincere smile. He went on to say that when he looks at the heir to his comrade's clan, he involuntarily remembers the words virtuous and just that illuminated the early years of his life. He was known as the fair hero of the Tang family. As the years passed, the words that had shone brighter than anything in his life began to fade, and after 60 years, they had no meaning to him. However, when he looked at Mu Wan, the flame of this meaning flared up again. The old man admitted that the young master was putting him in an awkward position, and he was again at a crossroads, but this time he would not turn away from his path. After that, he unexpectedly bowed and declared on behalf of the head that from this day on, the Tang family would fully support Head Jin. The old man promised in his name to protect the heir from any dangers that await him ahead. At the same time, recent news had also reached the Supreme Sword Castle. They learned that Qian Wu was killed on a quiet night, and his son disappeared. Having learned that the Broken Fist clan was ruled by elders, the head assumed that they would soon have an internal conflict. Remembering his comrade, the man thought that even though Master Cho was a cruel, evil beast that didn't stop and didn't think about the consequences, he was still too stubborn. While tending his sword, the illusory cursed blade believed that they, the four lords of the northern skies, must stick together to have the strength to face the 9 skies. He was excited about what would happen next. The Tang family began paying their bills as promised. The old man asked the guy not to burden himself with thoughts of excess, because he saved his life. While Mu Wan was in the healing vat, the master of 10,000 poisons and his followers used their energy to restore his body. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of their method. For him, it was simply incredible. He felt as if all his accumulated fatigue simply disappeared, and his blood circulation improved. For the first time since visiting Unnam Province, he was filled with power. The Tang family's abilities were something he truly admired. But treating such an incredible master was not easy. Tang Gimwi was surprised by the amount of qi that the heir of the Northern Clan possessed, because for most people, their therapy would have ended long ago. It was quite a difficult job. The followers were so tired for the first time after such a procedure, so the master of 10 poisons asked them to take a short break and focus on restoring their qi energy. After this, Master Gimvi shouted to his student that it was his turn. Mieng Ryu-san enjoyed a pleasant healing bath and did not want to get out of there. A week later, Mu Wan was ready to depart. Although his body was covered in scars, thanks to the Tang family, he was able to recover from the last battles. The largest scar on his stomach was a reminder of the past when he fought the demon of the quiet night. But in fact, Mu Wan didn't even think about revenge. Remembering that day, he thought about the girl for whom he fought. He missed her very much and would like to know how she was doing. At one point, he was suddenly asked to come inside. The guy returned to reality and began to get dressed, allowing him to enter his room. It was Master Meyer and one of the family's maids, the niece of the Poison Emperor, who said that their head had prepared a special gift and wanted her to personally deliver it. Continuing to get dressed, Mu Wan was pleasantly surprised that the head of the Tang family decided to give him a gift. As soon as Mirai saw his body, her face turned red and she was confused. The girl in love began to worry so much that she hastily and uncertainly clarified that this was the cloak that the head of the family wore when he was younger. It was made from the skin of a fire bear and the scales of a serpentine dragon, so it had high resistance to wind, fire, and rain. Embarrassed, Mirai looked away and also said that inside this cloak there are countless pockets where you can put personal items to save more luggage space when traveling long distances. The old maid noticed the young mistress's attitude towards such a respected guest and said in a whisper that it seemed to her that the young mistress was already ready to get married. In response, Mira asked her in a whisper to be silent. Mu-Wan himself was confused, but not because of Mirai, but because of such an unexpected valuable gift. He thanked them with a sincere smile for such a wonderful thing. On this day, his squad was about to leave the Tang family palace. As soon as he approached the main entrance of the palace, he suddenly heard a compliment that the cloak fit him just fine. These words belonged to the master of 10,000 poisons. He wanted to know if Mu-Wan was ready to depart. At the same moment, the scientist was pleasantly surprised by the quality of this gift and said that it looked very reliable. At the same moment, Master Jin was surprised why Mr. Tang Sr. decided to come out to them before the main entrance. In response, Master Gimvi said that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan is the type of person who does not worry about the health of his body. He stated that even if he was young, he would not be able to last long with such an attitude. That is why Gimvi believed that his squad needed a healer like him. He admitted that even though he had spent most of his life researching at the Tang family residence, he still believed that he still knew a lot about the world. However, after seeing the incident in the Jade City and meeting new people, he began to realize that the people of this world must learn the truth about the atrocities committed in Murim. He shared the feelings of the heir to the Northern Clan and wanted to do everything possible to fix the world. The old man had a premonition that Mu-Wan could change this world, so he firmly said that he wanted to follow him on this adventure. Mirai's lover decided to join his words and added that wherever her uncle went, she was obliged to follow him, since he was worth looking after, and this is also what the head of the family wanted. In addition, they were also going to take that eccentric who was picked up as a disciple on the way from Unnam province to the Tang family palace. Myungru-san was willing to continue training during the journey, even though it would be Mu-Wan's squad. While Mr. Tan shouted at the little shit for wearing the wrong clothes for their family, Mu-Wan asked what his fellow scientist's opinion was on this matter. Jin Wol had already heard that the head of the Tang family had sworn allegiance to his master. He believed that if this was true, then it would be a good idea to agree to their proposal, since having their power and knowledge at his disposal would be very useful. Having agreed on all the details, the guys accepted those from the Tang family into their squad and said goodbye to their followers with honors. As soon as Mu-Wan walked towards the exit from the palace, he saw an old man watching him at the top of one of the trees. The head of the Tang family was excited about how the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan would change the entire world. Noticing his presence, Mu-Wan respectfully thanked him for all his support. Meanwhile, Yoon Ha-seol continued her journey with the merchants. The girl seemed mysterious to the traders. She spent all her time on top of one of the carts, enjoying the wind. Driving past populated areas, merchants tried to sell their goods. But unfortunately for them, no one was interested in what they offered. Their journey was full of disappointments. After another failure, they silently returned to their cart, where a beautiful girl was silently waiting for them. Looking at her, Merchant Yu forgot that his business had no profit. Her mysterious appearance made him smile sincerely. While on the mainland, the girl continued to think about life. It was time for another dinner. Watching their journey, the White Witch of the Night saw that those merchants had not been able to sell anything over the past few days. They were refused wherever they went. The girl wondered why they continued to smile and laugh so much. The behavior of these guys seemed rather stupid to her. As soon as she remembered the words about stupidity, some forgotten memory seemed to her again. She realized that she had previously used this word in relation to some person whom she had forgotten a long time ago. She was curious about what connected them, and who the person was that gave her strange, long-forgotten feelings. After a hearty dinner, the merchants went to bed, but Yoon Ha-seol continued to look at the sky. Their camp began to be surveilled. Some guys saw the traders and thought that they must have a lot of valuable things. There were 4 brothers, but one of them did not come because, due to his unnaturally great libido, he went in search of a woman. Those madmen were known as the 4 tainted monsters. These 4 brothers were born from the same mother. They are strong masters who have learned the demonic arts and are located near Qinghai province. They are also extremely cruel people who primarily plunder villages. Just as they decided to attack the sleeping merchants, a girl suddenly appeared on a rock behind them and asked what they were planning to do. The fact that someone appeared behind them so suddenly surprised the brothers greatly. Addressing the pretty thieves, Yoon-ha-sol said that those merchants are hardworking and good people, although they cannot sell anything. She asked them not to even try to harm them. Still surprised by the appearance of the pretty girl, the brothers began to look at her in surprise. After that, they started getting embarrassed and talking about how cute she was. One of them thought that her older brother had sent her to them, but the smarter fool was sure and convinced them that she was with those merchants. Seeing a pretty girl in front of them, they could not resist and reached towards her, saying that they were not going to change their plans. Their pathetic behavior caused the White Witch to smile evilly. Rising to her feet, she called the thieves vile. After this, Hasiel suggested that they would not want to die that day. Hearing her words, the brothers stared at the beauty in surprise. After a short silent pause, they began to laugh loudly, thinking she was cute, while one of them dared to say that he was ready to play with her. But a moment later, his head was divided into two parts right in front of the brothers' eyes. Yoon-ha-sol, without further ado, struck the first blow. The brothers were shocked by what happened. They felt rage and understood that this pretty girl was a dangerous person who was not to be trifled with. As soon as these guys began to use their energy and took out weapons, the girl was surprised and said that she was disgusted to even think that she and such a rabble had the same weapons. With a cold gaze, the White Witch, filled with bloodlust, said that this made her want to get rid of them even more. Because of what happened, the brothers rushed to attack with threats. Even though they are martial artists, they were unable to hit the unarmed girl, and she easily avoided their combination of blows. Right during the battle, the girl began to yawn, wondering if all people from the mainland were so weak. While dodging all the furious attacks from the demonic arts masters, she said that if the rest of the mainland masters were so weak, then she would prefer the assassins that her master sent every day. Glancing arrogantly at the disgusting scum, she said that they were not even worth using moonlight chakra. The brothers' furious attacks continued, and they asked the unarmed girl to shut up and tell her who she was and who sent her. Not wanting to answer their stupid questions, the girl carried out an instant attack and ended this disgusting fight. Looking around, she did not feel a bit of pity for those scum, and thought that such people did not deserve the right to life. In the habitat of Silent Night, it was time for the meeting requested by the master of 1,000 sounds of death, Yeon Young-hak. Next to him stood the lord known as the Spear of Black Wings. He supported the parasol so that the old man would not get wet in the rain. The first to come to their meeting was an intimidating big man, who first of all asked which of them behaved like a little girl. As it turned out, he meant the demon of sound, because he was emitting a very sad melody. The old man with the huge axes on his back is one of the 4 great demonic lords, the axe of complete destruction named Manchu-san. Seeing the ghostly spear in front of him, the warrior, seasoned by fierce battles, said that 30 years had already passed since their last meeting. The terrifying lord of the quiet night, who almost killed the heir of the northern clan, was glad to see his old comrade. At the same time, a woman who thought she would arrive at the meeting place first also joined them. It was the lady witch of the White Night named Seo Jem-hyang. She came accompanied by her faithful ward, Master Sa-ren. Looking at the woman he called his elder sister, the axe master noticed that despite the fact that they had not seen each other for 30 years, she had not changed at all. Almost everyone was assembled. They were waiting for only one overlord, a master named Ye Seon-myun. Remembering the master with the nickname the Whirlwind of the Dark Spirit, the old man asked not to forget his life motto about his freedom, because of which he most likely hangs around somewhere and does not even think about the fact that his comrades are wasting precious time. However, the White Witch believed that when they made a decision, he would most likely be the first to come to their aid, because he had always been a sympathetic person. Continuing to play a sad melody, the Master of Sound said that it was unfortunate that their great gathering did not live up to its name due to the fact that it was a quiet night in a pitiful state, and the demonic lords had lost some of their power. Remembering his great loss, Master Yong said that although Dan EP was not his blood, he seemed like his own son, so he would not allow his enemies to get away with his death. The heir wanted Silent Night to awaken from sleep. He did not give up until the end, and did everything possible to save the organization. After these words, the old man asked the overlords to look at what they had become, saying that they had not only given up, but also accepted the reality in which they lived, refusing to change anything. He believed that they had all become useless adults who did not allow children's dreams to blossom. Addressing the old man, who was delivering his speech with pain, the White Witch noticed that, unlike such a life, his desire would lead to even greater sacrifices, and many innocent lives would suffer because of the war. But the bloodthirsty master with the title of the Axe of Total Destruction believed that even if sacrifices had to be made, it would be better to at least try to return to the mainland rather than simply wait for death in isolated lands. He vehemently declared that the blood of the heir to the mastery of sound was on their hands, because it was because of their negligence and incompetence that he died. Everyone believed that Dan Yep was the one who revived the passion that they had long forgotten. He felt sad about their insignificance because they threw their burden on him, calling the guy their last hope. But when times were hard for him and he needed their help most, they never did anything. Master Chun San's emotional words were a bitter truth, but the Spearmaster asked him to let off steam a little later. But the old man disagreed with his comrades' words and asked them not to forget how they were expelled from their own land. After these words, silence began, which was interrupted by the Master of 10,000 Sounds of Death. Pointing his hand towards the moon, he said that in any case, the final decision would be made according to the will of their leader. The old man declared that the Lord of the Night was already approaching. After the return of Silent Night, the Central Heavenly Alliance decided to create an organization of talented masters called the Invaders. By becoming a member of the organization, you will not only be able to have direct influence on the factions, but will also have the opportunity to control and regulate them. It is for these reasons that the organization has gained great recognition from many young but ambitious martial artists. The taverns between Sachong and Hubei provinces became very noisy, as many masters headed to the Central Heavenly Alliance in hopes of joining the Invaders. Among those interested were a pretty girl with an incredible appetite, which attracted the attention of the other masters. At one point, they forgot about her charming appearance, because a man entered the tavern, making them nervous. There were 3 iron rings on his blade, which immediately indicated that he belonged to a great family. The guys assumed that this was none other than the heir of a famous family in Shandon province, known as the Three Rings clan. They believed that in front of them was the swordmaster of the Fleeting Falcon. Looking at him, they remembered the other promising heirs, namely the members of the Azure Dragon Association, an organization that was created by the Children of the Nine Heavens, the leader of which was the infamous Dam So Jong. In addition, what was also interesting for their discussion was that all 3 of the key individuals of the Azure Dragon were also members of the 7 Lesser Heavens. They heard that other members of the 7 Lesser Heavens had also joined that organization. The first official member of the Azure Dragon Association was none other than the swordmaster of the Fleeting Falcon that suddenly appeared in this tavern. Looking at Cha Moon Ho, the ordinary guys were sad because in their world, those in power were devouring each other, not allowing them to make a name for themselves. After a moment, they were surprised. Mr. Cha approached the mysterious girl they had been staring at before and assumed that they were traveling together. As it turned out, recently the swordmaster had been very persistent in some proposal, but the girl again replied that she was not interested in it. In response, the annoying guy from the great family asked the Mu Mountain shaman named Nam So Ren to think about this proposal again. As soon as the onlookers realized who she was, cold sweat covered their faces. It is known that the Mount Mu clan is one of the few clans that is shrouded in secrecy. Although they played a large role in the formation of the Central Heavenly Alliance, they remained a clan that did not leave their domains without special circumstances. Only the successor of the Mu Mountain clan received the title of shaman, and it was sure to be a skilled swordmaster who had reached the peak of the spiritual realm. Since they were also responsible for preserving the future world of Murim, the people from the mainland chose them to be part of the 7 Lesser Heavens. And so, the shaman of Mount Mu named Nam So Ren became one of the 7 heavens. This was all that ordinary people knew about the mysterious organization. Previously, Miss Hiran, who manipulates the world of young masters, met with him personally and asked him to do his best to lure as many martial artists into their association as possible, especially someone from the 7 Lesser Heavens. She promised him a generous reward. Sitting down opposite the young shaman, Mr. Cha Moon-ho continued to pester her with stories about how the chance to join the Azure Dragon Association does not come often. Brazenly taking food from her bowl with his dirty hands, the Swordmaster also said that with him, the Alliance already had 4 of the 7 lesser heavens. He believed that even though they were already from famous clans, with the help of the heirs of the 9 heavens, they would gain even more power, which would allow them to control the world of Murim. Seeing that the girl did not change her mind, he suggested that she look at it as just a meeting or reunion, and not feel burdened by this membership. At that moment, the girl remembered the words of the head that he said during their last meeting. Addressing the heiress of the Mu Mountain clan, the man said that they were once again entering a turbulent era. As with the advent of Silent Night, chaos reigned. He mentioned that they usually ignore what happens in the normal world, but now it was clear that they could no longer turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, Namso-ren was ordered to go to the outside world. As the daughter of the head, the girl without a doubt agreed with her mother's order. After that, she decisively went to the outside world, where the bloodthirstiness of the arrogant great clans awaited her. During the conversation, she realized that since the world was descending into chaos, the Azure Dragon Association would benefit from this and gather its own army of martial artists. After that, the girl put her hand under her head and moved closer to her interlocutor. Master Cha was happy and thought that her reaction meant that he had finally gotten through to her. But just a moment later, the girl with cold eyes said that 7 heavens is nothing more than an exalted title that was forcefully imposed on her so that she would become part of the scum that belongs to the government. She insisted that she would never join their pathetic group of friends and asked not to distract her from eating and disappear from sight. His expectations were not met, and he was simply shocked by such a refusal of an incredibly profitable offer. He could not believe that he could not keep Lady Heron's promise. At one point, the girl noticed that a group of some craftsmen was entering the tavern. It was Mu Wan, accompanied by his squad, and unfortunately for them, this was not the first tavern that was packed to capacity. As soon as they were about to leave, the shaman of Mount Mu decided to take advantage of the situation and shouted that she had been waiting for them, after which she called them to the table. The guys noticed that they were addressed specifically to them, but did not understand what they were talking about. At the same moment, the girl apologized to her interlocutor with an awkward smile and said that she was already a member of another association, which bears the name So-Ren, which is why she rejected their offer. While the shocked swordmaster could not utter a word, Namso-Ren hurried the guys, whom she introduced as her comrades. Rising from the table, Master Cha said that he didn't even know there was an association with So-Ren, after which he apologized for his arrogance, clinginess, and what had happened over the past few days. As he left, he wished her a good time in the company of his colleagues. As soon as he began to leave, the shaman of Mount Mu forcibly seated Mu Wan's party at the table. Leaving the tavern, Cha Moon-ho was angry that instead of accepting their offer, the girl chose some second-rate masters. He couldn't accept her answer and believed that she was looking down on both him and their association. The guy promised to repay her for the humiliation that he experienced. The girl continued to feign the joyful reunion of her imagined association until the swordmaster left the tavern. As soon as she heard the door close on the other side, she stood up from the table and began to apologize to the people she had to distract, and perhaps even scare with such actions. Calmly enjoying the food that came to his hands, the scientist replied that everyone knows that beautiful girls bring problems. After that, he said that there was no need to explain himself, because they understood the essence of the situation, and whether they liked it or not, it was too late to do anything. Thanking the masters for not asking her unnecessary questions, she asked not to worry about the consequences, since she was sure that this man knew that her behavior was just a game and fully understood that she had refused him. After that, she asked to be treated to food for her help. It seemed to her that they were all good guys, and only the look of one of them made her nervous. Miang never had time to learn good manners from his mentor, and ill-manneredly stared at the girl with a loving gaze. While enjoying the food here, the girl nevertheless told about what happened between her and the annoying swordmaster. Representing the entire squad, scientist Jin Wool was sympathetic to her situation, after which he unexpectedly announced that following his observation, and based on the symbol of the girl's attire, He concluded that she was a disciple of the Mount Mu clan. In addition, he noted that since her sword had gold decoration on it, it was safe to assume that she was pretty close or even next in line to inherit the clan. After these words, he shocked the girl with the conclusion that she was most likely the infamous shaman of Mount Mu, Lady Nam So Ren, one of the 7 lesser heavens. While washing down her meal with alcohol, the scholar of 3 minds admitted that he was even able to determine that her persistent interlocutor was none other than the swordmaster of the fleeting falcon named Cha Moon Ho. Realizing that this was an unusual person in front of her, the shaman politely asked who he was. In response, Jin Wool said that there was no point in saying his name, since only a handful of scientists would recognize him. After that, he suddenly pointed his finger at Senior Tang and introduced him as the owner of 10,000 poisons from the great Tang family of Sashan. Hearing this, the girl jumped up and introduced herself respectfully, after which she declared that she owed her respect to their great family. With a pleasant laugh, the old man asked to dispense with formalities, while the restless Ming intervened in their conversation and introduced himself as the old man's student. Looking to the left, the shaman assumed that in this case the first flower of the Tang family was sitting next to her. A little embarrassed, the girl replied that she was indeed Tang Meyer, after which she admitted that it was an honor for her to meet the shaman of Mount Mu. What followed was an exchange of compliments from the 2 beauties, who were delighted with each other's appearance. As soon as the shaman asked who the last master of their group was, the old man decided to go to the toilet. It seems that he once again took too much poison, and now he was so excited about searching for the restroom that he did not even notice how the next visitors were passing nearby. Not noticing or not wanting to notice him, one of the masters caught him with his shoulder. Tang Gimwi fell to the floor, and instead of apologizing, one of the arrogant masters asked him to watch his step. Just a moment after their insolence, the insane Ryu-san flew towards them. With incredible speed, he flew past them, because the 2 still managed to dodge his rough and sharp attack. Landing on the floor, the guy with a cold gaze stopped in the same stance in which he fought with Master Jin during their first meeting. Addressing strangers and calling them scum, the defiant Miang asked where their manners were and whether they even knew who they had pushed so disrespectfully. Without waiting for their response, he furiously shouted that if they had offended his mentor, they should apologize. His impudent behavior could hardly be called timely. While everyone was trying not to attract too much attention, Miang created a conflict. Mirai ran to her uncle, who said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about him. With a dissatisfied and defiant expression on his face, Miang once again asked them to apologize for their rudeness. The guys who looked like brothers looked a little confused. After that, they avoided and started a sentence at the same time, trying to apologize. But just a moment later, those arrogant madmen simultaneously stabbed him in the stomach and said that they would not wait for this. Hearing the fight, the onlookers regained consciousness because they had been waiting for such a fuss for a long time. They shouted that in front of them were black and white bear brothers. Addressing the Tang family disciple, the dark-skinned guy asked who the vile brute thought he was and whether he knew who they were. After their joint blow, Ryu-san flew into the wall and didn't even move. All the masters present began to praise the Guan brothers and rejoiced that there was now going to be a decent fight. After this, Miang began to rise to his feet and asked in bewilderment what was happening. Scratching the back of his head, he asked in surprise if they were sure they had hit him. His words were perceived by his brothers as an insult. After that, they instantly rushed to attack and simultaneously struck with their knees, asking whether their opponent would be insolent after that. This time both blows landed in his face. After falling on his back, Miang began to get up again and asked them to stop fooling around. His nose began to bleed, but despite this, he asked with a surprised face whether his opponents were serious in this fight. His calm demeanor began to get on his brother's nerves. They again furiously rushed to the attack. After several combinations of punches, Miang Ryu-san found himself on the ground again. Despite this, he continued to laugh at his enemies. The Guan brothers were already tired of beating him and didn't understand what was wrong with him. Rising to his feet, the guy began to laugh loudly and shouted that they were too weak to be called masters. He pointed his finger at Master Jin and said that after being beaten every day by the devil known as the Northern Blade, all their blows looked like a joke. Mu Wan had no intention of revealing his identity in such a place, and looked at Mr. Tan's student disapprovingly as if he was going to teach him a lesson in politeness soon. As soon as the onlookers heard the mention of the current generation's rising star, whose popularity was already on par with the 7 lesser heavens, they were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. It turned out that rumors about the Northern Blade even reached Mount Mu, where the shaman Nam So-ren was from. Because of Miang Ryu-san's stupid actions, the scientist Jin Wol grabbed his head and regretted that he had agreed to take him with him. At that moment, the Guan brothers completely forgot about their daring opponent and were surprised that in front of them was really a Northern Blade. Considering their actions disrespectful, the unstoppable Miang again rushed to the attack, shouting and asking them if they were finally going to apologize. But even despite his unexpected attack, they struck him in the face again without much difficulty. At the same moment, daring and experienced in street fights, Miang managed to grab the dark-skinned guy's head. After that, he demonstrated a technique previously unknown to them, violently headbutting his opponent. As soon as the second brother tried to hit the impudent young man back, the boy jumped up and avoided his fist. While in the air, he took advantage of the momentum of the jump and kicked his opponent's neck. In front of everyone in the tavern, the Guan brothers missed some very unexpected blows. None of those present expected something like this. They had never seen anyone fight the Bear brothers in this style. It seemed to them that the strange and daring guy looked more like a fighting dog than a martial arts master. Calling him a mad bloodhound, visitors began to cheer for his victory. His incredibly chaotic but interesting fighting style delighted the audience. Hearing such a nickname, the scientist was not surprised, because in his opinion, Miang had always been a good fighter, and thanks to training with Master Jin, he also gained quite good resistance to blows. At that moment, Jin Wol suggested that if they could correct the violent nature of this Tang family disciple, then he could become quite a valuable asset. After another series of ridiculous blows from the enemy, the Guan brothers became enraged and shouted that they were sick of the disrespect of the impudent enemy, and they would end it with their combined power blow. In response, the mad Miang opened his vessels of poison. Calling them stupid weaklings, he invited them to try their fate. Seeing what the student was doing, Mr. Tang and his niece were shocked and asked him to stop immediately. But it was already too late for words because the Guan brothers rushed to the attack first. Shaman So-ren understood that the situation was out of control, but did not know whether she should intervene. Mu Wan was able to save the situation. He suddenly appeared between the two sides of the conflict a moment before they exchanged blows. Stopping a member of his squad, he turned to his still hostile brothers and said that this affected them too. After that, he looked into their eyes with a cold gaze. At that moment, the brothers felt the incredible pressure of his aura. Realizing the terrifying power of the Northern Blade, they simultaneously made the decision to simply leave without risking their own lives and reputations. Addressing a member of his squad, Mu Wan said that he had done more than enough for them to have some difficulties. Despite his words, Miang, without thinking about the consequences, continued to defy the brothers that they decided to silently leave the tavern. Old Man Tang took off from his seat, burning with anger. As soon as he approached the student, he shouted that he was a petty bastard, and expressed his displeasure that his ridiculous student would use the poison technique for something so insignificant. But even despite him, Miang did not understand what was wrong, so he made an excuse that they had insulted his mentor. As soon as the disgruntled Mr. Tang asked to repeat these words, the disciple humbly bowed and apologized for using the poison technique without the master's permission. And yet he dared to say that if such a situation were to happen again, he would do exactly the same. Mu Wan intervened in their conversation and said that in this case he would teach him a lesson in politeness during their evening training. After that, all the questions of the impudent student disappeared. Since the tavern was full, the guys could not find a free room to sleep in, but thanks to the help of Mrs. Nam, they still managed to have a good rest. The shaman of Mount Mu thought that this was nothing, because the room was too big for her alone. In addition, she admitted that she was tormented by a sense of duty, and it was the least she could do. After these words, Mireille embarrassed her new friend, saying that Miss Nam was also heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance, and they could invite her to travel with her. Mireille's words seemed like a great idea, and the scientist Jin Wol supported her initiative. In favor of this decision, Mr. Tan turned to the shaman and said that they would be only happy, because it was safer to go in a large group rather than alone. A little embarrassed, the girl began to remain awkwardly silent. Mu Wan looked in her direction with a kind smile, waiting for her answer. Not bad for his behavior, Mieng Ryu-san grabbed the shoulder of his martial arts teacher, saying that traveling was cool and he would take care to protect the beautiful ladies. Because of such persistence, the shaman of Mount Mu felt some discomfort, but considering their squad to be good guys, she still accepted the good-natured offer. The masters passing by already recognized the instigator of the recent fight. Seeing the so-called mad dog, they noticed that they liked his fight. The guy was surprised by the excess attention. He didn't even think that it would create such interest in his personality. As it turned out, the Guan brothers and the fleeting falcon swordmaster Cha Moon-ho were traveling together. As soon as they met in the forest nearby, they expressed their dissatisfaction that he did not warn them about her company, consisting of members of the Tang family and the Northern Blade. The guys didn't know what to do. They planned to humiliate the shaman, but in the end, they encountered some kind of psycho. Hearing this unexpected information, Master Cha was incredibly angry at the circumstances and, nervously biting his lip, could not understand what these guys were doing together with the shaman of Mount Mu that he hated. Despite their story, the master of the fleeting falcon sword did not feel any excitement about the famous Northern Blade in Murim. While they were discussing recent events, some mysterious master came to them with a large number of weapons on his back. Mr. Cha happily stated that he had made a good choice, after which he mentioned that 4 of the lesser heavens were now members of the Azure Dragon Association. As it turned out, a warmonger named Honggong Wei came to them. The swordsman stated that there were now 5 lesser heavens in the alliance. In response to his congratulations, Master Hong boldly said that he did not care, because he only joined so that he could fight their leader. The nervous guy asked to show him the way, after which Cha Moon-ho remembered their agreement. Taking advantage of the moment, the cunning Master Cha said that there was another member of the 7 lesser heavens nearby, and then asked if he would be interested in meeting this person. Soon they arrived at an unusual river, which ordinary people call the lifeline of the mainland. It could be said that whoever controls Yanzhe controls the entire mainland. It was no coincidence that the Central Heavenly Alliance was located nearby. The ship called Heavenly Vessel will sail along the river to Hubei province without stopping, so it takes them a quarter of a day to reach the heart of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Simply put, they needed to board this huge ship to arrive almost at the front yard of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The prudent Genie Vol urgently asked all members of the squad to stay out of trouble and not weaken their defenses. He shared rumors that they were leaving tomorrow morning, so they needed to find a place on the ship in advance so that they could have a good rest before arriving. The guys went onto the bridge that connected the skyship and land. At the same moment, someone turned to Mrs. Nam. Looking around, the girl saw the unpleasant Mr. Cha, accompanied by the Guiyang brothers, and behind them stood a large fighter unknown to her. The girl was not happy to see him at this time in this place, while the scientist realized yesterday's situation from the other side, because he saw all 3 problem guys together. Just as he began to talk about the pleasant coincidence, one of the strongest fighters of the younger generation, Murima, walked forward and asked the poor fellow to get out of his way. The behavior of the warrior from the 7 junior heavens seriously angered the swordsman from the great family. His whole body trembled with resentment, but he could not do anything because he was afraid of his strength. A warmonger named Honggong Wei stepped forward and addressed the shaman, calling her a little girl. As expected, the lady was unhappy with his inappropriate treatment. The daring warrior replied that he had heard that she was one of the 7 lesser heavens. After that, he introduced himself and said that all this time, something had been bothering him. He was surprised that they were called warriors of the same level. When the girl called him overly confident, Master Hong replied that he was more qualified than anyone else. Not wanting to show any respect, he said that if a girl wanted to deserve proper treatment, she should prove herself. Standing opposite him, the girl was clearly unhappy with such excessive insolence. But being a very smart and responsible lady, she turned around, saying that Mr. Hong was much stronger than her and she would obviously lose. The girl's refusal made it clear to the warrior that she did not succumb to his provocation. His plan didn't work, so he decided to resort to dirty methods. As soon as the mistress began to leave, the vile fighter said that she was like her mother, because she also knew how to escape well. Hearing such insolence, she asked to repeat it again with a terrifying look on her face. With ridicule, Mr. Hong said that this truth hurt her, because the title of shaman is just for show. He then stated that there was a reason her mother was hiding in the mountains, and that was because she was afraid of people finding out how weak they were. Resorting to dirty manipulation, the warrior stated that this is why he said that she looked like her mother, the current chief shaman of Mount Mu, because their entire clan is full of cowards. Hearing all these vile and disgusting words, Mieng Ryu-san was ready to stand up for his lady of the heart, but his mentor stopped him, saying that this was not a case in which he could interfere. He asked him not to act on emotions because this only brings problems not only to him, but to the whole squad. The time came for an answer, and the girl said that she had planned to ignore the damn pathetic fighter. But once she realized that he really wanted to fight, she decided to accept the offer. Master Hong was happy with the result and invited her to follow him. He had already chosen a good place for their battle. The two immediately went to the battle site, leaving their comrades in place without telling them anything. Jin Wool was surprised that martial artists were so problematic and always looking for a reason to fight. In addition, the scientists believed that those guys who followed them would certainly cause trouble. Mu Wan asked him to worry, saying that he would follow them while the rest of the party should go inside the ship and take good places to travel along the river. Once they arrived at the battle site, Master Han admitted that he never liked the title of member of the Seven Lesser Heavens because they had never fought against each other, and it was not very true to lump them together. In response, the shaman of Mount Mu said that until today she didn't care about it, but the fact that she shares the same title with such a bastard as Master Hong began to irritate her incredibly. With his weapons spread around him, the warmonger named Hong Gong Wei suggested getting down to business. The girl took her blade out of its sheath and pointed it towards the enemy, demonstrating her readiness for his attack. Using the Southern God climbing technique, Master Hong charged using his huge axe and heavy blade at the same time. In response, the shaman used the Thousand Swords hand technique. After their first encounter, they became convinced that they were worthy of each other. The strengths of these techniques were approximately equal, and none of them gained an advantage. After the first clash, the shaman decided to take the initiative and was the first to rush into the attack. But before she could strike, she saw that her opponent turned out to be very fast, despite his size, because in an instant, he was behind her. Once the girl repelled his attack, Mr. Hong jumped back, but was shocked by what she decided to do next. The girl found herself in the place where her opponent had left his weapon. After looking around, she made a very unexpected decision. Picking up one of his blades, she asked if he knew that she actually wielded two swords. After picking up the enemy's blade, she complimented her fighting style and suggested that in fact, if Master Hong knew about this, he would not have given her this sword. After these words, he warned the enemy that he was now coming through to attack. In response, the master, with an incredible thirst for battles, said that at least they didn't lie to him about her skills, because this was the fight he had been waiting for a long time. He didn't mind lending her his sword and agreed that it was her turn to attack. As she charged, she shocked her opponent with her unexpected technique, which made her appear to move like a tornado. Like Zoro, Master Hong decided to use all three weapons simultaneously for defense, but the shaman's attack unexpectedly destroyed his weapon. The previously self-confident warmonger finds himself in a difficult position. Remembering his daring words, the girl quickly rushed to the attack. But after a moment, she felt a sharp pain and decided to jump back. At the last moment, she had to block the enemy's blow because she was unable to carry out her attack. As it turned out, her hand began to tremble, and she realized that she was overexerting herself again, and it was because of this that she could not complete the battle after disarming the enemy. During her training, her mother told her that it would be better if she stopped using her left arm, because unfortunately, she was born with a weak left shoulder. As she continued her training, she reached the limit of using the dual sword technique. Her mother warned that if she continued on this path, she would soon be unable to use her left hand. With a feeling of guilt, she said that it was her mistake, because she should have stopped her earlier, instead of allowing her to train two sword techniques. The fact is that when she trained with two swords, her face shone with joy, and her mother could not forbid her such joy. Then she began to plunge more and more into the outside world. Her fame as a swordswoman wielding two swords spread. The head of the clan regretted that she had turned a blind eye to this all this time. Trying to improve the situation, she promised that they could still change her fighting style, and that her strong and talented daughter, so Ren, would be up to the task. During the battle with the fighter who also belonged to the seven lesser heavens, the shaman of Mount Mu understood that it would be difficult to fight him with the one-sword technique, because it was still far from complete. She hoped that her left hand would continue a little longer. She couldn't afford to fail. Meanwhile, the offender of her clan rushed into a furious attack. With some strange slap on his own ass, he made a distracting maneuver. After that, his spear, divided into two parts, headed towards the shaman with great speed. The girl repelled this ridiculous attack without much difficulty, but within moments she realized the meaning of his plan. This was a diversion, after which the Mad Master Hong closed the distance and was ready to deliver a terrifying blow. The girl decided not to injure her left hand even more and simply dodged. Fighting at such a distance was advantageous for her, so she hoped to catch him making mistakes and jumped a little further. At that moment, the enemy took one of his blades in his teeth and raised a small spear, after which he declared that he would no longer hold back. Lady Nam was angry, and with a serious look, she stated that she would end this with one attack. Filled with the desire to fight, Master Hong shouted that it was time to demonstrate his true strength. Using one of her strongest dual sword techniques, the girl rose up. The furious warmonger named Hong Gong Wei shouted angrily. Using the technique of falling 1,000 swords, the girl directed all her anger towards the vile opponent. In response, Master Hong poured a huge amount of energy into his weapon, using a technique called 100 Warrior Attack. The powerful collision between the two members of the Seven Lesser Heavens caused a massive explosion. The masters watching the battle between the two monsters began to shield themselves from the powerful flow of wind and stones that flew in all directions. As soon as this was over, the cowardly Guan brothers and their leader Mr. Cha looked in horror towards the epicenter of the battle. Shocked by what was happening, fleeting Falcon Swordmaster Cha Moon Ho had previously thought that Lady Nam had received a high status because of her noble birth, and therefore could not even imagine that she had such incredible power. But looking at the huge crater in the middle stood the exhausted participants in the battle, he thought that this was a defeat for both sides. After this attack, the left hand of the young lady of the Mu Mountain clan became unusable. Her opponent was shocked by the strength of her dual sword technique. Due to the last attack, he lost his right arm and was seriously injured. Master Hong tried to say that he recognized her strength, but without finishing his sentence, he fell unconscious. In response, the girl, whose eyes were filled with anger, said threateningly that she should not look down on the Mount Mu clan. After these words, she also fell unconscious. Assessing the situation and seeing the fighters in this state, Cha Moon Ho decided that this was the best time to get rid of them. He no longer thought about them joining the Azure Dragon Association, believing that it would be better if he increased his reputation by killing them both. His eyes were filled with hatred towards them for looking down on him, so as he unsheathed his blade, he declared that they had run into the wrong person. But as soon as he decided to head towards the unconscious fighters, a mysterious man in a dark cloak appeared in front of him. It was Mu Wan, and his look only confirmed that he did not allow the idiot's plan to come true. At first, the brothers reacted impudently to his appearance and told him to get out of their way. But as soon as they realized who exactly had appeared before them, they began to worry and asked their leader to stop. The fair-skinned brother told Moon Ho that there is a northern blade in front of them, and it would be better if they just leave here, because that guy makes him suspicious. The second brother confirmed his words, saying that it would be better to leave here because he had a bad feeling about this mysterious master. But the arrogant sword master of the Fleeting Falcon boldly declared that this was an ordinary swordsman in front of them, which could not be truly strong since he did not belong to a prestigious family. He believed that his reputation was based on unfounded rumors, so he wanted to go all the way. Introducing himself as a swordsman from the famous Three Rings clan, the naive master angrily asked the enemy how he dared to interfere with the work of the Azure Dragon Association. In response, the calm Mu Wan asked if Mr. Dam knew what they decided to do. Hearing his words, Master Cha began to get nervous and asked how someone like him knew Master Dam. Mu Wan said that the Dam So Jung he knows is a decent martial artist and is unlikely to have fallen so low as to issue such orders. After these words, he again asked whether the actions of the association member followed the beliefs of their leader. Filled with rage, the arrogant and offended swordsman could not tolerate another humiliation. Rushing into the attack with the Guan brothers, he shouted that he would kill the Northern Blade in the name of the Azure Dragon Association. Instead of further words, Mu Wan only took his blade out of its sheath for a moment. After this movement, their hair, along with all the grass behind them, was cut off neatly and convincingly. Mu Wan demonstrated his incredible power without even moving or showing his blade to his enemies. His strength was so convincing that the fleeting Falcon Swordmaster and the Guan brothers lost any desire to continue the battle. They were simply shocked by his superiority. After that, Mu Wan freely took Lady Nam with him and returned to the heavenly ship. Heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance, Mr. Tan began to treat her, while Mu Wan and his team scientist discussed how even if Dam So Young created the organization with good intentions, not all members share his beliefs. An example of this was Cha Moon Ho. Meanwhile, Heren of the Western Gate was getting ready for bed as usual. At one moment, she felt that someone was approaching her room. As it turned out, it was Dam So Young. The girl was simply shocked that he had finally returned to the world after such a long training. Seeing him, she immediately rushed to meet him. After that, they continued to hug each other for several minutes. As soon as the girl realized that he had already returned for good, she decided to make sure of this and asked if he had finished his training. In response, Dam So Young confirmed her words and said that he missed her. Following this, they unexpectedly kissed because it turned out that they were lovers. The father of the leader of the Azure Dragon organization was the head of the Valley of No Return family. He is also known as the fifth inheritor of the divine radiance of enlightenment, Master Dam Chok Shim. He was part of the 9 heavens. One of the 3 wives of that disgusting man was a maid, whom the others despised, considering her to be nothing more than a pretty face. The 3rd wife, who was a simple servant with an ordinary background, was his mother. Observing her unhappy life, little Dam Chok Shim shared her suffering. The children of his father's more noble wives despised him and constantly mocked him. They dragged him to training, where he showed no results, threatening that he would be beaten even more as a punishment for slacking. Together with their mother, they were weak, and even their father despised them, calling them pathetic. He said that they not only had no talent, but also no ability. Because of this environment, he became very timid and depressed, and his dependence on his mother only grew. And this is because she was the only one who gave her warmth and showed care. He felt safe in the arms of his mother, who was the only person dear to him. Mom was everything to him because one day she couldn't stand it. A fire suddenly started in their clan's palace, shocking everyone around them. His reason was precisely the 3rd wife of the head of the clan. His poor mother, who had been through so much, was filled with anger. At that moment, she looked with hatred at those who despised her all the time while she was the wife of the head, but at one moment her view changed. Then she saw her shocked son with tears in his eyes among the crowd. Addressing him for the last time, she said with a kind smile that he should never become as weak as she was. The only person dear to him disappeared right before his eyes. At that moment, his disgusting father did not even appear at the scene of the incident. After that horrific incident, little Dam Chok Shim promised himself that he would become stronger. This was his only way to survive, and soon those of his age were no match for him. Noticing his success, the hypocritical father began to show more attention to him and promised that if he continued like this, he would most likely become the 6th heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment. Dam So Young, as a child, despised himself. After receiving a confession from the father he had feared and hated for so long, he felt good for the first time in a long time. But he could not squeeze anything out of himself. He was devastated because he missed his mother, who could no longer be returned. But at one moment she appeared in front of him. The small and polite Mrs. Heron is from the Westgate family. At the same time, he also met Shim Wan Li from the Deadly Skies, as well as his crazy little sister. While still small, they were distinguished by their cruelty, although they were not particularly talented. Among them, he attached importance only to Heron. She politely complimented Mr. Dame's strength, and admitted that she had always wanted to become a martial artist like him, but her body was too fragile. Therefore, having good intelligence and knowledge, she developed another talent. The girl was embarrassed that Master Dam was so silent, unlike her, but still called him incredible because, despite his young age, he proved his strength. This acquaintance changed his state of mind. Little Lady Heron and her words reminded him of the care of his mother, whom he missed so much. In response, the taciturn Dam So Young declared for the first time in his life that he was going to become the strongest in the world, and promised the girl that one day she would see it with her own eyes. In response, he saw her kind smile, which again reminded him of his own mother. After that, they were distracted by the ridiculous airs of the Shim family, who could not cope with the repulse of the ants, on whom they carried out a brutal attack. Seeing this, Hiren grabbed Mr. Dam and pulled him along. At that moment, Dam So-jung decided that he had found another goal in his life. He wanted to become the strongest for Hyeryong, and in return, he hoped that she would become his everything. And this is how he became the head of the Valley of No Return family, as well as the sixth heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment. This was just the beginning, because he was going to absorb everything his father taught him and make it his own. The moment he learned his family's martial art, he immediately decided to go into battle. He wanted to fight with 100 martial artists. Although he was called a talent, the whole world mocked his ambitions as a young man. However, he exceeded all expectations and defeated not one, not two, but 30 martial artists. Muram admitted that he was a rising star, and to his surprise, the whole world began to praise his name. But one day, he had to meet a terrifying monster. A mysterious demon in the Northern Heavenly Clan gave him his first humiliating defeat. Feeling his lover's concern, he wondered why they ran away 7 years ago if he could continue. Heron replied that even though he was strong then, he still could not compare with that demon. She admitted that at that moment she was afraid of losing him. After these words, Master Dam promised her that this was his first and last defeat, and he would never put her in danger again. He declared that he would become stronger than the 9 heavens, the strongest in the world, so that she would no longer have to worry. Having called her lover incredible, the girl changed the topic and asked if he had heard of the Northern Blade. Hearing this name, he rose to his feet and asked, realizing that we were talking about some talented master, Master Dam. So Jong had no idea that the one who could interest him with his power was already on his way to the capital. Approaching his goal, the brilliant scientist Ha Jin-wol continued to think about who he would meet. Of course, he was thinking about the one who taught him the meaning of the word humiliation. Heron of the Western Gate brilliantly defeated him in a competition of strategists, and then told him to join the Azure Dragon Association. However, their ideals and opinions about the world were strikingly different. So Ha-jin was forced to do everything to escape her power. He believed that it was better to leave everything as it was, since only the world, untouched and going on as usual, would have its purest form, become the way it should be. After losing the competition, he began to act as if he had lost his mind. The scientist of 3 minds, even at a young age, thought about how to bring the world to its purest form. Unlike the 9 heavens, Lady Hiren wanted the world to obey established rules so that she could control people. Therefore, she chose Dam So-jung as the representative of the Azure Dragon Association, since he was a symbol of youth and power, and people revered him. While he had no idea how far their association would go, he knew that they did have great potential and would likely become a force to be reckoned with as time went on. Looking appraisingly at his master, Ha-jin thought that Jin Mu-wan was the only one who could resist the lone star of the azure sky. The master of poisons and his student, who had already been nicknamed the Wild Bloodhound, continued their daily training. Lady Nam So-ren came to them, accompanied by Lady Mirai. Mr. Tan asked how she was feeling and noted that she seemed to him like a master who recovers quickly. With a quiet and polite laugh, the shaman of Mount Mu replied that everything was thanks to their help. The 10,000 poison master himself was treating her, and she didn't even know if she was worthy of being indebted to the great Tang family. The lady then thanked Master Jin and also apologized for getting him into trouble again. Jin Mu-wan replied that it was nothing. At the same moment, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by an address to Tan Ki-moon. Looking around, they saw a daring master who addressed the master of 10,000 poisons, as if he were an old acquaintance. Calling the man in purple clothes a chubby hog, Mr. Tan said he was pleased to meet him even after 20 years. Looking at him, the shaman realized that in front of them was none other than the sword master of the Plum Blossom style, the elder of the Hua Mountain clan named Chil San. He belongs to one of the 9 great families. They are head and shoulders above the rest. Only there they could train several thousand martial artists. Addressing the master of 10,000 poisons, Mr. Chil mockingly said that he thought that Master Tang was dead because he was constantly hiding in his clan. These words greatly hurt Ryu-san's feelings, but he could not interrupt his teacher, who replied that the ugly face of the elder of Manhwa remained the same as before. After these words, the masters bumped their heads like wild sheep, not paying attention to the others. Lady Mireille brought clarity to the situation. She awkwardly said that although the Tang family rarely does business with other clans, everything was different with Hua. Since Ki-moon and Chil-sang were the same age, people expected that together they would succeed overcome any difficulties. However, not only were they unable to do anything together, but they also always ended up causing trouble. They wanted to surpass each other, and soon their rivalry turned into real enmity. Looking behind the master of 10,000 poisons, Master Chill noticed Ryu-san and asked if he was his rival's student. Mr. Tan, with a serious and cold look, replied that this was so, after which he asked where he got such an interest. Trying to contain his laughter, the rough hog said that since his opponent's standards had fallen, then it was not surprising that the student lived up to them. After that, he arrogantly introduced the guys behind. Those guys were the pride of the Hua Mountain clan, being true examples of what disciples should be. Naturally, these words hurt Ming, since they were talking about the pride of a person who saved him from a previous life. Who knows what would have happened next if Mu Wan had not stopped him from the conflict. He was unable to resist Jin's decision. Despite the tension, Ryu-san decided to accept it. He decided not to be led by emotions, since his mentor had already talked about thinking before acting. Self-control allowed him to avoid interfering in the affairs of others for once. Looking at the Hua clan's students, he knew that since they were students of such a famous organization, then they must have been studying martial arts since childhood. He started much later, so he expected that the difference between their skills was simply huge. Myung thought about when he would become something his mentor could be proud of. Mr. Tan answered unexpectedly for the others. He assumed that Chil-san was probably pleased with the number of his students, although he did not even understand that Ryu-san would be able to deal with them without any problems. Fortunately, Chil-san was already fed up with his boasting, and did not offer to check it out. He called his competitor a rare humorist, after which he suggested that if they were on this ship, they were also heading to the Central Celestial Alliance. He hoped their paths wouldn't cross again. As expected, Mr. Tan responded in kind. Their competition continued even though 20 years had already passed. Chil-san and his disciples walked away, and only one of the followers of Mount Hua politely said goodbye to Lord Tang. When the masters left, Gi-moon turned his attention to his student. This was the first time Myung Ryu-san looked so self-absorbed. The old man came closer to him and, clapping him on the shoulder, said that he should not lose heart, because in this state he did not look like himself. To encourage him, Mr. Tang said that whether there were 100 or 1,000 students like his opponent, he did not need them. Most of all, the old man valued sincerity and dedication to his work. He noted that although they cannot help but look at natural talent or background, only people with perseverance ultimately survive. According to him, the fact that Chil's son travels with the students means that they are at least the first generation. Having a large number of students has become quite common, but this goes against Guy-moon's principles, as he believes that it is best to educate one student at a time. The old man argued that even if Ryu-san felt that he was not up to the level of others, he did not need to worry, because it did not matter what others said. In response, Ryu-san lowered his blindfold and, hiding his tears, thanked his mentor for the kind words, promising that he would live up to his expectations. Closer to midnight, Jin Mu-wan decided to retire under the sail of the ship. He couldn't feel calm because his blade's crying didn't stop even after his battle with Zhou Chen-wu. The assumption that he was the instigator of the brutal murder of the tribe turned out to be incorrect, and the cry of the snowflower only became stronger. This could only mean that her thirst for revenge was not yet satisfied. Now Jin Mu-wan was sure that the killer of the tribe was Zhou Eun-kun. At such a late hour, he was suddenly distracted by the creaking of the door. A man came out onto the deck. Taking a closer look, it became clear that it was one of Mount Hua's disciples. Jin Mu-wan recognized him and was surprised that he went out so late to drink alcohol without his mentor finding out. The drink was so strong that despite the distance, Mu-wan could smell it. Seeing nothing suspicious in this, the master of the Northern Blade decided to return to his cabin. The next morning, a crowd of anxious onlookers gathered on the same front deck. They all gathered around the Mount Hua disciple who was brutally killed with one swing of the blade. Trembling from shocked information, Mentor Chill could not understand what had happened. Chang Woon was one of the most promising students. There were other students next to him, and they were the ones who found the body. According to them, they have no idea what happened, because they found him this morning in this condition. What happened made Chill indescribably furious, because it was hard for him to imagine that someone would dare to do something like that to a disciple of the Hua Mountain clan. Meanwhile, Mr. Tang and the others couldn't help but notice such a huge crowd of masters in one place and became interested in what was happening. They came closer to see what happened. As they got closer, they heard conversations and saw the mentor of Manhwa. Seeing the body of one of the students on the ground, a worried Mr. Tan asked what happened. Mu Wan, when he came closer, immediately realized that this was exactly the guy he saw on the deck. Looking at the body, he noticed that the cut wound from left to right speaks volumes. In addition to one clean blow on the poor fellow's body, he also noticed that he smelled the stench of cheap alcohol. The astute Jin Wol thought about his words and began to analyze the situation based on the information that was available to him. Looking around, he assumed that the killer was among them. Naturally, such an assumption sounded not only impudent, but even rude. Enraged by the situation, the nervous Mr. Chill angrily asked who they were. Mr. Tang replied that they were reliable people, and he was willing to vouch for them as the eldest of the Tang family. After this performance, Master Jin came forward and asked permission to test the disciples of Mount Hua. Naturally, the hog reacted extremely dissatisfied, because he could not believe that the stranger was openly suspecting the students of the Mount Hua clan of murdering his comrade. The scientist of three minds explained that his colleague's assumption was related to the unusual cut wound and the specific smell of alcohol. As expected, the disciples began to be indignant, saying that there is no line that cannot be crossed, and the point is that they dared to suspect them of such a sin. But this did not stop the guys, and Jin Wol came a little closer, taking a closer look at one of the students. After that, he looked into the eyes of the suspicious guy and with a piercing gaze asked why he did this. The student was confused by such a sudden appeal. Hogg was simply furious and said that suspecting a disciple of the Hua Mountain clan without convincing evidence was a crime that he would not turn a blind eye to. In response, Jin Mu Wan demonstrated the trajectory of the alleged killer's blow, saying that only an experienced master could do this in one swing. Jin Wol concluded that although such a wound can be inflicted using the right hand, if you take into account the depth and width of the cut, it becomes obvious that the killer is left-handed. Among them, there was only one person who wielded a sword with his left hand, and he was a suspected student. The follower of Mount Hua showed disbelief at their assumption, saying that they were crazy if they suspected him just because he was left-handed. Another argument from the investigation was the words of Mu Wan that last night he saw the deceased drinking some kind of alcohol. He stated that the drink had such a strong odor that he could smell it even where he was. Jin Wol agreed that this information was confirmed, because there was indeed such a strong smell around the suspect. The confused student continued to make excuses, saying that since the mysterious master saw the dead guy last night, this makes him even more suspicious. After that, he invited him to tell him what he himself was doing there at such a late hour. In response, Mr. Tan stated that his comrade Master Jin spent the night with them in the cabin, and he was ready to swear that it was so. At that moment, the rest of the students began to show distrust of him, noting that he actually smelled a faint smell of alcohol. In his defense, the guy stated that he remembered talking to Zhang Wung's older brother before he left, which means his clothes smelled of alcohol at that moment. At this point, his lie came to its logical end, because Jin Mu Wan said that Chan Wung only opened the jug when he went outside. Taking a piercing look at the suspect, Mu Wan again asked why he smelled the same. That night, when Jin Mu Wan returned to his cabin, a terrifying event occurred on deck. While the greedy student was drinking cheap alcohol, his comrade struck a terrifying blow. At that moment, a few drops of strong drink fell on him, which became another and decisive proof of his guilt. No one could find the jug itself, because the ridiculous student decided to kick it. The suspect turned out to be the real killer. Realizing that this was so, Mr. Chill forgot about his pride and began shouting to rush Min Wan to explain the situation. The confused student realized that he had been caught in a lie, and now his career was over. Realizing that there were no other options, he decided to escape. The mentor was shocked, because his action was only confirmation that he was guilty. While running away, Min Van was very nervous, realizing that he had relaxed and made a mistake in executing the plan, which he had spent 10 whole years preparing. He understood that he should have been careful in this matter and thrown the student's body from the ship. Moreover, strangers intervened in the matter. He failed, and his escape also had no chance of success, because Mu Wan had already gone after him. With one deft kick, the northern blade knocked the student off his feet. As soon as Min Wan fell to the ground, Jin grabbed his arm and pressed his face to the surface. The student was immobilized, and his mentor began to run towards him with a loud cry. He wanted to know why Min Wan did such a terrible thing. The student lying on the ground began to apologize, realizing that there was no longer a way out of the situation. Within a moment, his entire body began to tremble, and many veins appeared on his face. Jin began to remove his hand from him, realizing what he was up to. In this situation, the Blade Master could not stop him, because the desperate student began to destroy his meridians. Within a moment, right in front of their eyes, Min Wan committed suicide. The students and their mentor were shocked. Master Chill could not believe that he would so suddenly lose his two dear disciples, with whom he had accomplished many great deeds for the Manhwa clan over the past decades. Great grief caused him to uncontrollably release emotions in the form of rage. His madness and screaming began to worry everyone present. The students excitedly ran up to their mentor to try to bring him to his senses. But Mr. Chill was so consumed with rage that he threw them aside with one blow. The man began to destroy everything around him, accompanying his madness with a terrifying scream. Seeing what he was doing, his old friend Mr. Tan tried to calm him down, shouting that he should come to his senses. But it was already too late. Jin knew he couldn't stand by. He approached the distraught master, trying to convey to him in words that this was not a suitable place for a riot. But it was not easy to calm him down with words. Mr. Chill even tried to hit him, but Jin managed to dodge the swing of his blade and shouted that he understood his deep sadness. But his behavior was unworthy of the elder of the Hua Mountain clan. By blocking his hand, Jin decided to immobilize the violent elder. Putting his sheath under his neck, Mu Wan went behind him and began to strangle the restless man, saying that he should control himself, since many people were watching them. Jin suggested that he temporarily put aside his grief and instead focus on the current situation, but the elder's inner demon continued to run rampant. In response, the man hit the caring master in the face with the back of his head and freed himself from the grip. After that, he struck fiercely. Master Mu Wan easily dodged this blow. Just when he thought he should leave the elder alone, the madman charged again and aimed his blade at his neck. The furious blow was so strong that the huge ship tilted on its side. Jin managed to block this unexpected blow, but despite this, part of the deck was destroyed. Now he was forced to draw his blade, because no one but him could calm such a terrifying and violent man. The situation was somewhat reminiscent of when he had problems because of the students of the Gongdong Monastery, but Jin had already resigned himself to a similar fate. The furious Chilsan truly lost his fear and decided to take out his anger on the unknown master. He made a huge mistake when he rushed at Jin Mu Wan again. Northern Blade was now serious about this being a real battle. He parried the elder's attack without much difficulty. After that, he struck him with a strong blow with his shoulder, and the master of Mount Hua flew to the side. The elder didn't even have time to notice how Mu Wan was behind him in a moment and grabbed him by the clothes. There were too many people on board. Jin could not allow them to get hurt, so he decided to move the battle to a safer place. His idea was simply crazy. He was going to deal with the violent elder in the air, so he threw him high into the air. After that, he himself jumped to meet him. While in the air, the furious Chil San was not at all worried about what was happening. Concentrating on the enemy, he embodied all his anger in using the 32 plum blossom petals technique. But just a moment after Manhwa Elder released his power, Master Jin performed a quick attack, shattering his blade into small pieces. The old man who spent his entire life cultivating his power, known throughout the world, was shocked that some stranger could destroy his blade in an instant. Even without sensing the enemy's presence, he saw that Jin Mu Wan was already above him and was about to deal him a terrifying blow. The impact was so strong that Chil San, which fell into the river, raised a splash of water tens of times higher than the ship. All the people on deck could not believe what had happened. The disciples of Mount Hua began to look around awkwardly, realizing that the defeat of the Lord was a humiliating event for their entire clan. Jin Mu Wan had no other choice, because otherwise Mr. Chill would have destroyed everything around him. Having finished the battle, the Northern Blade returned to the deck along with the Elder, who lost consciousness due to the last blow. A few hours later, Chill's son returned to consciousness. Mr. Tan was the first who decided to approach the self-absorbed master to inquire about his well-being. Chil-san did not think about his feelings at all, and in response only asked if they managed to get more information regarding the incident with his students. Mr. Tan nodded silently in response. The elder of Manhwa had to learn the bitter truth about why this happened. The remaining disciples of the two masters and Lady Meyer remained outside. They went to the place where the bodies of the dead students were located. Mr. Ki-moon had already finished his work and decided to notice an important clue that he had discovered. Using his special medicine to dispel illusions, he was barely able to detect the tattoo on the killer's body. This tattoo could not be unseen before because it was carefully hidden by the student himself. Mr. Chill's son was simply shocked when he saw something similar on the chest of his student, whom he had been teaching for decades. In addition, after checking the deceased's belongings, one interesting thing was discovered. It was some kind of powder that Min Wan used to hide the tattoo on his chest. Based on the elder's memories, Min Wan came to the Hua Mountain clan when he was 10 and had never left the clan's territory until that day. It only meant that he had the tattoo before he joined their clan. All this time, he hid his affiliation with another organization. It was logical to assume that Chan Wung was actually his victim because he found out his secret. Chil-sang thought that he still had a lot to learn. Turning to his old comrade, he asked him to keep what was happening a secret. Putting his hand on his old friend's shoulder, Ki-moon replied that he understood everything. The tattoo of a two-headed demon on the student's body haunted the great scientist of three minds. Jin Wol had never heard of an organization using such a symbol before. While on deck, he discussed this with the master from the north. It was clear to the scientist that someone specially sent this child to the Hua Mountain clan, but it was hard to imagine who could have raised children for many years just to carry out orders. Moreover, if this mysterious double-headed demon organization managed to infiltrate the Hua Mountain clan, the possibility that they had already managed to infiltrate other clans cannot be ruled out. Jinmu Wan just silently listened to the thoughts of his comrade, thinking that this reminded him of some kind of demonic organization that could be behind the incident with the use of the forbidden demonic blood art of 10 women. When Chil-san finished saying goodbye to his students, he decided to approach the mysterious master, who was forced to intervene in the situation in order to calm his madness. Although the defeat was a kind of humiliation to the honor of the Hua Mountain clan, the elder sincerely apologized for showing such a side of himself. He thanked Jinmu Wan for stopping him, and also promised that he would definitely repay the debt. In response, the young master only calmly nodded his head to him. Taking a closer look at the young and incredibly talented master, the elder thought that he was much stronger than he was said to be. The man was sure that a new star had risen over the world of Murim, and that the Northern Blade would probably be the one to lead the future of this world. The students standing next to him were worried about the consequences. They asked their mentor what they would do after the incident, which showed the unfavorable side of the Hua Mountain clan and could ruin their image. The man thought about the answer, but at the same moment he noticed his old friend, with whom he had been competing all his life. Tan Ki-moon returned to his cabin accompanied by the caring attentions of his only student, who thanked him for his hard work in training him. Chil-sun realized that despite the gravity of the situation, he should not forget about his faithful followers. Meanwhile, a meeting began of that secret demonic organization that was behind the atrocity that the child was about to commit, who, at the age of 10, penetrated the Hua Mountain clan as a student. Their guest turned out to be a member of a demonic cult. Un-kun was part of the organization. Due to the fact that he played the role of the heir to his father's clan for a long time, he had to avoid meeting with the cult. Despite this, according to one of the leaders, nothing unusual happened, and they have everything under control. After the greeting, a mysterious stranger, hiding his identity, asked Un-kun if he knew what happened to his father. The cousin of the Northern clan heir replied that he had heard the news that his father had been killed by the Silent Night organization. He did not believe in this, believing that it was an obvious lie, because no matter how old his father was, he would not die in such a battle because all his life he fought with them on equal terms. In response, the cult member shared that he had the same thought, because everything was quite suspicious, and there were a lot of things that didn't add up. By the way, I didn't forget to remember the incident with the death of the scouts of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The man suggested that it was Kun who killed them. As it turned out, there were rumors that they were killed using the demonic blood art of 10 women. Kun really was the owner of this power. He apologized for what he had done, without hiding the fact that he had personally created this nightmare. Although his insolence could have brought some problems for the secret organization, one of the elders simply accepted his confession and stated that since his father was dead, and he no longer belonged to the Broken Fist clan, he would now be entrusted with the children of demonic power. Kun looked around and saw those children with the help of which their sinister organizations secretly penetrated inside the great families. There were so many such children that it is difficult to imagine what other atrocities they were going to commit. At this time, the long-awaited celebration began at the White Dragon Trade Association. The leaders of the Team Dozen were glad that they still managed to cope with such a difficult task. Quack and Uncle also spent a lot of time on the road and could not wait for a decent rest. The eldest son of the great family returned safe and sound, as did their daughter. It's time for the long-awaited reunion. While the family shared warm words of joy, the bodyguard mentor stood nearby, happy that he managed to survive such a difficult journey. Hugging her precious son, Lady Tay-Tay noticed that the so-called mascot of the merchant troupe was able to return safely. Turning to bodyguard Huang, she thanked him for looking after her son, and also expressed how glad she was that everyone was able to return home safely. In response, the polite bodyguard pointed to the mercenaries of the Iron Detachment, saying that all the credit belonged to them. Mrs. No wasted no time in expressing her gratitude towards them. She promised that their family would definitely pay them a decent amount for their work. With a smile on his face, the leader of the Iron Dozen stated that they were hired for this, and they were just doing their job. In addition, he clarified that in fact, Jin deserved such gratitude. He admitted that he didn't really like to admit that without him, they would hardly have been able to return alive. Master Musong's words gave the old woman the impression that he was truly a noble man. Turning to her youngest son, she said that the time had come to fulfill her part of the bargain, since Mr. Yong and his iron squad had completed the task impressively. Yun Human handed the document towards the mercenaries and said that it indicated the amount they had earned, which could be used anywhere on the continent. The deputy captain accepted their reward with respect, expressing his complete confidence by not even checking the contents. Late in the evening, they were invited to a celebratory banquet, but Yang Mushang was forced to politely decline, saying that they needed to go to the Central Heavenly Alliance as soon as possible. The family of the merchant troupe could not bother them with such an invitation, so they thanked them again for their services and wished them good luck on the journey. Young Musung was glad that their relationship with the huge and influential family had become so stronger. When leaving, he did not forget to say goodbye to those thanks to whom they managed to survive. Quack and Mr. Huang, because of whom Master Jin intervened in this incident, respectfully bid farewell to the mercenaries. After saying goodbye, the uncle asked his student to rest before they began hard training again to perfect the skills they had acquired during the journey. Both of them were serious about becoming much stronger in order to be useful to the young master of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It was too dangerous to return to him, so they were going to hone the cultivation technique he taught them during the journey. Meanwhile, the masters of one of the distant mainland clans discovered the site of a recent battle. They found the bodies of 3 brothers from the 4 tainted monsters that they had been pursuing unsuccessfully for a long time. The Kunlun clan felt that their pride had been hurt, all because someone had beaten them to the punch. They found only 3 bodies and realized that another of them was at large. The assumption that they killed each other seemed impossible to them, because even though they were cruel robbers, they were still brothers. The 4 tainted monsters have destroyed countless Kunlun clan disciples over the past few months. No one could think that they were already dead and the death of their students was in vain. So the decision was made to find the one who killed these monsters. While sending his warriors on a mission, one of the clan elders warned that there was a possibility that the last of the brothers was still alive. They split into 2 teams in search of the monster slayer, as well as the last of the bloodthirsty brothers. Meanwhile, Hasal continued her journey with the merchants. All this time her ear itched and she thought that someone was talking nasty things about her. Looking at the merchants, who were fooling around at a small reservoir on the way to the city, she was surprised, thinking that the mainland was inhabited by 2 strange people. The situation before the visit of the Northern Blade to the capital continued to heat up. Chong Cheon of the Western Gate, the current head of the family, came to visit one of the 9 heavens. He addressed his father, saying that he had arrived on his instructions. Within a moment, the gate to the illusory dimension of the strongest owner of the family techniques of the Western Gate clan opened. Many years passed, but Chong Cheon still could not comprehend the depth of his father's illusory techniques. After the destruction of the Northern Heavenly clan 10 years ago, he ordered him to take the place of the head of the family, while he plunged into seclusion. However, the power of the sage's spiritual realm is still great. Chong Cheon bowed to his father with respect. In response, the powerful master of illusion welcomed him as a guest and asked him to raise his head. He said that the 9 heavens would soon make their move. All this time, the man was gathering his strength to maintain balance among the 9 heavens. According to him, with the advent of the quiet night, there is no longer any point in continuing this. He saw with his own eyes the changes in the world. The peaceful sea of stars was disturbed by a lone unknown force, powerful enough to attract his attention. According to him, the Northern Sky Clan, which they thought was destroyed, is now emitting a faint glow. Sage Seo Manhwa, who took part in the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan, was going to return to the world once again to finish what he started. He is known as the omniscient saint of the Western Gate family, one of the 9 heavens, and the first illusion master of the Western Gate. That night, Jinmu Wan felt an incredible surge of rage. His hands began to tremble, and he could barely hold his blade in his hands. After a long time, he finally arrived at the place where the collapse of their clan began. They arrived in a huge city, the capital of the mainland. The Central Heavenly Alliance was very different from the places he had seen before. When the guys got off the ferry, they found themselves on the crowded streets of the capital of Hubei province. Because of the news of the creation of the invasion force, many martial artists flocked here. Mr. Ki Moon was sure that local taverns and shops had already raised their prices. The appearance of the quiet night was the perfect opportunity for the Central Heavenly Alliance to improve the economy. Jin Wall knew that the only one who could achieve such an incredible result was the divine scientist, and the first of the Western Gate, Seo Manhwa. He understood that if they had to face the forces of the 9 heavens, then he would be confronting precisely the strongest tactician in history. Returning to the current situation, he remembered the rumors that famous families had personal residences in the Central Heavenly Alliance, so the Tang family was no exception. It was easier for them because they would not have to look for a place to stay. Mr. Tan agreed with his words, saying that although their residence was smaller than most other families, it was quite good. When they reached their destination, the shaman with a smile on her face announced that it was time to leave. She admitted that although they did not spend much time together, she was sincerely glad that she was able to meet them. In response, Mr. Tan stated that they, too, were glad that they had the honor of traveling with the shaman of Mount Mu. He expressed hopes that they would meet again. After these words, they said goodbye, and the Northern Blade Squad went to the Tang family residence. At one point, Jin stopped and asked his comrades to go forward, since he still had some matters to settle. Jin warned that he had already had time to relax on the ship and was in a hurry to try one place that interested him. As expected, even late in the evening, the city was crowded with craftsmen. Jinmu Wan expected to meet members of one of the mysterious organizations that he had to deal with in some cities before. He doubted that there would not be room for their representation in the Central Alliance. In the center of the city, he discovered one nondescript alley that seemed very intriguing. Among the inconspicuous houses, there was a building marked as the organization's building. The dark flag at the entrance told him that he was there. Jin came closer, and making sure that he was not being followed, knocked on the door. A yawning, sleepy girl opened the door and said that they were closed at night. It was clear that this was just a cover. Jin remembered the moment when he, together with the leader of the Iron Dozen, visited the representative office of this secret organization. In response to her words, the master raised his dark straw hat and introduced himself as the Northern Blade. The girl looked confused, showing that she did not understand what was going on. But Jinmu Wan did not give up and said the key word that Leader Yan used more convincingly. Even after these words, the girl continued to look at him with some kind of misunderstanding. Still, it worked and she allowed him to go inside. The building turned out to be very spacious inside, but there were no people here. Having gone down to the ground floor, the girl turned to the lonely visitor, saying that he would have to wait a little. The old man, who was trying to meet with representatives of a secret organization, began to grumble with displeasure. He was short. On his face was a strange mask with large eyes, a gray beard and mustache, and in his hands was a tall cane. Passing by the young master, he began to look closely at him. When he passed by, he began to laugh, saying that the organization was visited by a rather serious young man. Jinmu Wan looked with interest towards the old man who was going up the stairs, but at that moment, he was invited inside. As he entered the dark room, he was greeted by a woman with a cloth over her head. Hearing her voice, Jin assumed that she was Mei Wol Ren, the head of the Sashan branch of the Dark Moon organization. The woman was surprised that he had not forgotten this, after which she invited him to sit down. She said that she decided to move to this place because the capital was becoming the place of the most interesting events. According to her, she is only temporarily responsible for the Hubei region. In response to her words, Jin began to silently look into her eyes with suspicion through the fabric covering the woman's face. Lady Wolren was surprised by his look, and assumed that he thought she had been following him all the way. In order not to escalate the situation, the Northern Blade said that he did not suspect them of being pursued, after which he inquired about Chun Ying's condition. The lady immediately realized that one of the best agents had told him the secrets of their organization. She replied that he was currently on a mission and completing some tasks, before mentioning that the revelation that he was an elite member of the Hidden Moon was quite disturbing news for them, and yet he believed that nothing could be done about it, since his opponent was such an impressive person as Mr. Jin. After that, she addressed him by his real name, calling him the last young head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It was clear that Jin did not visit the Dark Moon office to ask about Chun Ying. The lady inquired about the true purpose of the visit and suggested that he might be interested in joining the invaders, although this is hard to believe. Jin replied that judging by her words, they did not think highly of creating invaders. He was right, because anyone who is in any way involved in the current affairs of their world is not too happy about the creation of this organization. Countless young masters are now joining the Central Heavenly Alliance, hoping to make their dream of greatness come true. However, the leadership positions have already been determined. They are reserved specifically for the heirs of the 9 great factions and 5 great clans. Unfortunately, all the young martial artists will be used as cannon fodder. This was clear without words, but wanderers have even fewer opportunities, even if they are talented. Ultimately, the 9 great factions and 5 great clans are ruled by the Central Heavenly Alliance. This is the world created for them by the Alliance. The lady went off topic a little when it came to the invaders. She again asked what the actual purpose of the visit was. Reaching into his pocket, Jin said that he wanted to find someone. Taking out a rather impressive amount of money, he said that he was looking for a gentleman named Seomu Sang, and also said that 10 years ago he was sent to the Northern Heavenly Clan as a mercenary. He shared rumors that he returned to the Central Heavenly Alliance soon after. Taking the money, the lady replied that although she had not heard this name before, as long as he was alive, they would have no problem tracking him down. The head of Mei Wol Ren could not even think that Jin would have someone he would look for. After accepting this task, she asked if he needed any more help. The lady became very interested in the young master when she said that she had information regarding the Great 4 Northern Heavens. Seeing the Northern Heavenly Clan heir's reaction, she revealed that they had recently received a report that Senior Yang Chenhua had left the Sword Fortress and was now heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Hearing this name, Jinmu Wan clenched his fist nervously, knowing that it was only a matter of time before they met in the Central Alliance. Yang Chenhua was one of the few martial artists who had reached the peak of the spiritual realm and surpassed even the likes of Zhou Chenwu. He was the one who played the biggest role in the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jinmu Wan changed a lot after mentioning this name. He asked with a serious look what the reason for the great swordsman was in the capital. The lady replied that she was not sure of the answer, but could investigate. Leaving the room, Mu Wan replied that there was no need for that. Looking around, he said that it looked like he would soon meet him himself. Leaving the room, he said that he would eagerly await the results of his request. The head of the Dark Moon Division replied that he should not worry, and they would definitely find the person he was looking for. After a short conversation with the heir of the Northern Clan, Lady Mei Wol Ren was intrigued as to what would happen next. Now she understood why Chun Ying said that Jinmu Wan was someone who was difficult to understand. Opening the cloth mask, the lady continued to think about the direct heir to the northern heavenly clan. To her, it was a double-edged sword that, depending on how they used it, could do harm or be a very good blade. Having finished her thoughts, she turned to her subordinates to hide in the shadows of the room. The lady ordered them to start investigating and find a man named Seo Mu Sang. After visiting the Dark Moon organization, Jin decided to go to one of the observation decks with a beautiful view of the city. Having retired, he remembered the words of his father. He once said that if the opportunity arises, he would like to ascend and drink with the valiant heroes of the past. Suddenly for him, the old man with whom he had crossed paths inside the Dark Moon building appeared nearby. The stranger drank alcohol greedily and debated whether he should crave immortality or dream of living like an emperor. He shouted that it all boils down to the fact that this body is immortal and truly imperial. Jinmu Wan was surprised when the old man appeared nearby. He didn't even notice how he came here, since he didn't feel his ki energy at all. The old man continued to behave extremely strangely, tossing the bottle and playing with it as if it were a football boy. After this, the mysterious stranger began to laugh slyly and take off his mask. As it turned out, it was an elderly lady. Showing her face, she held out a bottle of booze towards the young man and asked if he wanted to drink. In response, Jin continued to silently watch her. The stranger understood his distrust. She continued to drink alcohol and said that he should not be so wary because she did not add poison inside. After drinking a strong drink, she again handed the alcohol towards the Blade Master and said that it was not so pleasant to enjoy a good view alone, and also that it was the strong smell that made this alcohol a work of art. Turning to the master, she sadly said that young people are too fixated on wanting to join the invaders or becoming something great. Simply put, she wanted to say that only a few are able to understand the beauty of what is already in front of them. However, she was sure that the words she uttered were unlikely to concern the mysterious master. Turning to Mu Wan, she suggested that he was not here to join the squad as an invader, after which she explained that that was why she was offering him a drink, so that he too could fully enjoy the view. Seeing the young man's doubts, she said that if he doesn't want to, then there's nothing wrong with that. Jin Mu Wan still could not refuse her offer, and thanking her for the treat, he happily took a few sips of the strong drink. Looking again at the city that was built on the manifestations of the bad character traits of people, she said with an ironic laugh that, although there is not much in this world, why be greedy? She believed that all a person needed was a good drink and a beautiful view like this. Without heeding her words, Mu Wan continued to greedily drink the drink, so the lady nervously shouted that he was an asshole and should drink more slowly. She asked him to save the alcohol to enjoy the night. After finishing drinking, Mu Wan returned the bottle to her and apologized, saying that he also wanted to drink with someone. After that, he admitted that she was right when she said that this drink was a real work of art. Hearing his sincere words, the stranger replied that she was glad that he liked it. After that, she asked if he really wasn't going to ask who she was. Jin Mu Wan responded by asking if she would tell if he asked directly. Continuing to drink the strong drink, the old woman said that she was not sure. Jin confirmed her words, saying that that's why he didn't ask. Hearing his words, the lady almost choked on her drink. Wiping her face, she noticed that he had an incredibly sharp tongue. Despite her backhanded compliment, Jin didn't react and continued to stare into the distance, thinking about his life. Suddenly, for him, the old woman said that he was also a very sinister bastard in his own right. She said there was no point in hiding it, because she could see right through him. Jin began to look in her direction with even greater interest, trying to unravel the mysterious personality of the old woman, who said that she could clearly see his thirst for destruction and revenge. Wearing a mask, the mysterious woman asked him to be careful, saying that if he continued to let his temper get the better of him, he would not be satisfied with the life he had lived when he was about to die. She hoped that he understood that sometimes it is better to simply submit to the nature of this world. Jin Mu Wan listened carefully to the mysterious speech of the stranger, who seemed to know more about him than it seems at first glance. Suddenly, the young heir of the northern clan became distracted by the conversations behind him. Strangers began to climb the tower, discussing some kind of meeting, to which they apparently came first. When Mu Wan turned around again, he saw that the crazy old woman suddenly jumped from the tower, saying that this was just advice from a person who had lived much longer than himself. Finally, she threw a bottle of alcohol in his direction and generously informed him that he could drink the remaining alcohol. Before he could say goodbye to the mysterious stranger, Jin Moo Wan thought that he was right when he assumed that he could not sense her ki. Based on this, he guessed that she was a martial artist who had reached the absolute spiritual realm. It seemed to him that they had already met. When the stranger jumped from the tower, he was approached by one of those who suddenly rose to this platform. Addressing the young master at the very edge of the tower, the young master said that he should leave as they had an important meeting here. It was Moon Ho and the rest of the young masters who were going to join the Azure Dragon organization. Seeing who he was dealing with, the heir of the great family did not pay any attention to the fact that their meeting was about to take place. Noticing Jin Moo Wan, the warmonger Honggun Wei began to slowly walk towards him. He began to feel furious as he remembered who the young master was, that he was at the site of their meeting with the candidate member of the Azure Dragon organization. When Master Hong was defeated in battle against the shaman, the last thing he saw before losing consciousness was the silhouette of the master known as Northern Blade. Jin Moo Wan decided that he had nothing to do with these losers and simply walked past towards the descent from the tower. The unfamiliar master, whom the members of the Azure Dragon were waiting for, was surprised that the guys were focused on the stranger and did not show outright joy at his appearance. When Jin passed by, Hong, not understanding what he was doing, grabbed him by the shoulder and asked where the shaman Nam So Ren was now, and who the mysterious Northern Blade really was. Seeing what he was doing, fleeting Falcon Swordmaster Cha Moon Ho and the Marshall brothers were worried, realizing that they could now not escape the wrath of the furious Northern Blade. Seeing Jin Moo Wan's cold, murderous gaze, Hoon decided to remove his hand, but continued to look at him. The unfamiliar master they were about to meet also became interested in the identity of the one who made his appearance less striking. In order not to escalate the situation, Master Cha grabbed Mr. Hong by the shoulder to stop him from making rash decisions. With an angry look, the warmonger called him a petty piece of crap and asked him to let him go, saying that he must have forgotten why he joined the Azure Dragon Association. Saying his name with incredible pride, the big man recalled his words about joining their organization, which he considered idiotic, in order to fight their leader, Dam So-young. Looking at the blade that replaced his hand, he remembered that before he could engage in battle with the strongest among the young masters, the shaman of Mount Mu, one of the 7 lesser heavens, crippled him. In response, a concerned Master Chang said that he was sure that Mr. Hong would have many more opportunities to regain his honor, while now the main thing was to recruit as many people as possible into the association, mentioning that although he was defeated in the battle with Nam So Ren, he is still a member of the association and should focus on recruiting people. Throwing his hand away, the big Hong rudely replied that he didn't care what they were going to do. After that, he again turned to the mysterious master of the Northern Blade, and once again asked where the shaman was and who he really was. Moo Wan remained silent, but his look said that he was not going to play games with them and was serious. Analyzing the situation, Master Cha was excited because they had just arrived at the Central Alliance and were immediately met with such a problematic situation. Meanwhile, the stranger began to warm up, wondering why everyone else was so afraid of the stranger. He said that he was interested to know who he was dealing with. Master Cha and the Guan brothers began to get even more nervous, realizing that the situation was heating up because the Sword of the South got into this conflict. The conflict stemmed from the fact that this guy is the first son of the Southern Clan, one of the 5 great clans. Mr. Hong began to feel competition with him because he was interfering with his own business. The Sword of the South approached the mysterious master in a black cloak and introduced himself, saying that the stranger may not have heard of him, since he is not particularly interested in fame and glory. After these words, he declared that if he tried, he would be much stronger than the 7 lesser heavens. The heir of one of the 5 great clans also asked Jin Moo Wan who he was, in anticipation of revealing the guy's identity, which made his comrades tremble in fear. Jin continued to remain silent, so the Sword of the South began to laugh loudly, saying that the stranger was probably deaf. After that, he reconsidered with Mr. Warmonger, realizing that a fight could not be avoided. Both naive fools charged furiously, shouting that Jinmu Wan would regret looking down on them. While the guys were thinking about which of them would be the first to punish the daredevil, the Northern Blade, with his usual calmness, decided to teach the fools a lesson in politeness. The first son of the Southern clan, famous throughout the continent, caught a bottle of strong drink with his face, losing control of the situation. After that, Jin instantly approached the warmonger and dealt him a strong blow to the jaw, followed by a blow to the stomach, which threw the big man aside. Fleeting Falcon Swordmaster and the Guan brothers knew that since it had come to this, then they really should join in to get rid of the troublesome guy. When they rushed to attack, they were sure that even though he was a famous newcomer called the Northern Blade, he would certainly not be able to withstand the simultaneous attack of 5 masters. They couldn't even imagine how wrong they were. Overestimating their strength, all 5 became easy targets for the experienced warrior, who dealt with them with his bare fists. Within a moment, Jinmu Wan scattered all his opponents and grabbed the self-confident heir of the Southern clan by the clothes. Without wasting any time talking, he beat him up in front of everyone present, who considered this guy to be a noticeable increase in the power of the Azure Dragon Association. The guy who called himself the strongest among the younger 7 heavens fell on his back. The master's incredible strength was what made them tremble in fear. The master of the fleeting falcon sword tried to say something, but the trembling in his voice indicated that he was now afraid to voice even empty threats. But at the same moment, Mr. Hong rushed to the attack. The fierce warmonger armed himself with his various weapons, believing that such an enemy should not be underestimated. Such an act by the enemy forced Jinmu Wan to resort to using his blade. Taking out a snowflower from its sheath, he sadly asked how arrogant they were. Within a moment, he was right in front of the big man and delivered several blows that blocked enemy attacks. Jinmu Wan was not going to play around and resorted to using the power of the shadow. His powerful attack aimed at his opponent was capable of killing him in the blink of an eye. But at the last moment, he stopped his blade, leaving a small cut on the face of the scared-to-death master. At the same moment, the swordsman of the south returned to consciousness. The heir of the great clan could not accept defeat, so he grabbed his sword and rushed to the attack with a scream. Jinmu Wan immediately pointed his blade at him and destroyed the enemy's sword with one swing. His blade, releasing darkness energy, was aimed at the neck of the self-confident young master from the 7 junior heavens. The snowflower was stopped at the last moment, leaving a small cut on the neck of the beaten youth. Jinmu Wan once again demonstrated his incredible superiority and precise swordsmanship. Having seen with their own eyes the power of the monster known as the Northern Blade, Master Cha and the Guan brothers were once again convinced that they had no chance of fighting against it. Having beaten the strongest among the participants in this so-called important meeting, Mu Wan, with his blade threateningly lowered to the ground, began to slowly walk towards those remaining with weapons in their hands. The Guan brothers began to run away screaming, looking around at the formidable enemy, while the sword master of the fleeting falcon still stood in place, frozen with indescribable fear. His legs were shaking so much that he couldn't even move. With a trembling voice, he tried to justify himself, but could not even utter the first word. At the same moment, Mu Wan grabbed his sheath and raised his blade at an angle. With terrible fear, Master Cha dropped his blade to the ground and began to scream with tears on his face, awaiting his own death. But when he fell to the ground, Jinmu Wan never struck. Scared to death, Master Cha could not believe that he was still alive. When he opened it, due to the sudden clicking sound, he learned that the Northern Blade was not actually going to attack, but simply put his sword back into its sheath. But it was too late. In fear of death, the sword master of the fleeting falcon wet his pants, demonstrating what his reputation really was worth. Seeing this pitiful sight, Mu Wan looked with contempt at the one who dared to arrogantly think that he was capable of fighting him. Without saying a word in response to the shameful sight, the Northern Blade Master simply turned around and began to walk towards the descent from the tower. Shocked by what had happened, the young masters of the Azure Dragon Association could not budge after such an insignificant defeat in a battle where they had a numerical advantage and the ability to attack first. Addressing the fools, Mu Wan finally said that they must know that murder in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance is punishable by death. Since they made a lot of noise, he decided to go back and said that he hoped that they would do the same and turn a blind eye to what happened today so that they could just continue doing their own things that did not interest him. Looking at them with a piercing gaze, he warned the young and naive masters that if they refused to listen to what he said, then he would not hesitate to kill each and every one of them. The next morning, Jinmu Wan went to the training ground to discuss what had happened with his advisor, the great scholar of the three minds. They stood from the side and watched the training of the Tang family disciple. Mieng Ryu began to demonstrate some success in using poisons for battle and could not contain his joy. Even his mentor recognized his development and began to loudly applaud in response. Having tasted success, the young disciple of the 10,000 poison master began pointing his finger at the northern blade and shouting that he would soon catch up with him. In response, Master Ki Moon expressed his dissatisfaction and asked him to watch his language in order to show at least a little respect and humanity. Jinmu Wan did not react to the promising student's cries. He had already told the whole story about what happened the previous evening, and Jinwol was very interested in the mysterious martial artist whose ki even he could not detect. The scientist could say with confidence that people like that old woman are just the beginning. He warned his comrade that he would meet a huge number of such masters, so it is worth keeping in mind that they are now in enemy territory, which means that they have already entered into an unpredictable battle. In addition, he admitted with a thoughtful look that the moment when he single-handedly dealt with the small midges from the Azure Dragon Association should not be missed. Jinmu Wan was sincerely surprised when he heard that the great tactician did not condemn him for this, but rather praised him, saying that he did a good job, because if you show too much gentleness to the enemy, he will not stop. From this it was worth learning the lesson that in the world of Murim there is no place for forgiveness. With a loud laugh, he said that if you do not stand firmly on your feet, then sooner or later you will be pushed and your support will disappear. He sincerely asked the Northern Heavenly Clan heir not to repeat the mistakes he had made several years ago. Although Jinmu Wan taught the fools a lesson, the scientist still believed that the possibility that they were up to something could not be ruled out. Jin Wall suggested that it would be worth keeping this in mind when they had to make their next plan of action. After these words, he suddenly jumped up and shouted with a crazy laugh that he had a great idea. He suggested going to a place that should help them with some problems they would encounter while inside the capital of Hubei province. Meanwhile, important guests arrived at the office of the Hubei provincial administration. The guards informed the gentleman that people from the Hua Mountain clan had come. Mr. Chil San received permission to go inside but left his students outside. Minister Wang was sincerely surprised that the famous Chil San himself from the Hua Mountain clan honored them with his visit. He also apologized for the lack of hospitality due to his busy schedule. Mr. Chil replied that this was nothing, because he had made an appointment with a very busy person. Minister Desen thanked the honorable guest for his understanding and invited him to sit down. Wang Desen, as the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Central Alliance, has enormous influence over the future of the alliance for certain reasons, making him the most important figure in the entire Murime world. This man is very busy, so the elder of Manhwa was forced to get straight to the point. After listening to his story, the concerned minister, with a cold sweat on his face, showed that he could not believe what he had heard. It was about a story about students and a tattoo from an unknown organization. The minister logically assumed that in this case, the two-headed demons had already infiltrated the vast majority of their clans. Elder Chill agreed with him and said that the rest of the Murim clans must also have become victims of the deeds of the two-headed demon organization. The minister replied that it was even worse than he had imagined. But as it turned out, when asked whether the alliance knew about them, Mr. Desen replied that all their resources were currently aimed at solving the problems of the Quiet Night, so they received little information about their internal affairs. Chil Sun admitted that because of this incident, the Hua Mountain clan not only lost their honor, but also their trust among the people. That was why he personally came to the Central Heavenly Alliance Minister's office with a similar request to track down the double-headed demon clan. After a thoughtful pause, Mr. Desen replied that, unfortunately, he could not make such a decision personally, and for this he needed to send a request to the 9 heavens. When Chil Sang left the minister's office, Mr. Dae Sung continued to think about this situation and twirl his gold ring on his index finger. Late in the afternoon, Jinwoo and Mu Wan visited an old friend of the scientist of three minds. After a short exchange of compliments, the great tactician got down to business and said that from the great assortment of books of his comrade, he needed any strategic map of Hubei province, drawings of the Central Heavenly Alliance, and most importantly, key information about the Northern Heavenly Clan. Meanwhile, the clan, which has earned a reputation for carrying out ruthless contract killings, receives an unexpected visitor with a huge wallet. Members of the clan of ghostly killers thought that such a sum was payment for a very difficult order, for example, to kill an entire organization or a small family. As it turned out, the customer was the disgraced and anger-filled swordmaster of the Fleeting Falcon. With incredible anger, he said that he was ordering the death of the Northern Blade. Meanwhile, Mu Wan had no idea that he had become the target of professional assassins. While in the library, to which he was led by scientists of three minds, he was dying of boredom. They have already spent 2 whole days here. Despite this, Jinwoo and his comrade were not tired at all and continued to work on some kind of strategy all this time. The fellow scholar of the three minds who owns this place is Zhang Dai-seo. While Mu Wan and Jinwoo were walking here, the scholar also said that Zhang Dai-seo's ancestors had collected a large number of ancient books over the years, of which they had more than 10,000. Containing at least 2 centuries of history, this place is considered the fruit of knowledge. Most scientists dream of getting here. When Ha Jin-woo was younger, he studied in this very place for many days. This is how he accumulated the large amount of knowledge that he has now. Listening to their conversations, Jin-Mu Wan realized that their knowledge was on par. Having assessed the information at his disposal, Zhang Da-seo asked his old friend what he planned to do next. Taking the drawings for himself, Ha Jin-woo mysteriously replied that he was going to give a new day to this world. The mysterious words of an old comrade made the library owner think about how large-scale strategies are pursuing the scientists of the three minds. When the guys went outside, Jin-Mu Wan covered his eyes with his hat due to the dazzling sun, while the scientist of three minds enjoyed the pleasant sunlight that he had not encountered for 3 whole days. Finally, the librarian inquired about who his friend's companion was. Jin-woo was surprised that Zhang Dai-seo only now showed interest in the identity of his companion. He replied that Master Chan had probably heard about the Northern Blade. Jin-Mu Wan looked back, realizing that now he would have to introduce himself properly. Hearing the words about the Northern Blade, Zhang Dai-seo calmly accepted this information. But after a moment, he shuddered from the shock of realizing what was happening. He remembered that the three-mind scholar had mentioned the need for many things regarding the Central Alliance, as well as key information about the Northern Heavenly Clan. With a cold sweat on his face, he realized that the Northern Blade was actually the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, whose death turned out to be false information. Turning to his friend, he panicked and asked what he was up to. Dai-seo finally guessed who his comrade's companion was, so Jin-Mu Wan introduced himself properly. Recalling the past, Ha Jin-woo mentioned that he and his friend spent all their time studying from an early age, so he couldn't believe that he really wanted to live the rest of his days at the lower levels of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The scientist of three minds appealed to the feelings of his comrade, saying that he probably devoted himself to books for a reason, and stayed in his family's library. In the end, he asked why they shouldn't try to live following their dreams, if everything would come to an end sooner or later. Glancing at his comrade one last time, the scientist said that he would not force him into this matter, but would still like him to think carefully about the proposal. After these words, they said goodbye, and Mr. Dai-seo continued to stand in that very place, trying to realize how crazy his comrade was. Meanwhile, Ha Sol reached Shanxi Province, which is close to the White Dragon Trade Association as well as the Central Heavenly Alliance. This time, the merchants she was traveling with could treat her to a nice meal inside the tavern. Yu Chang-hwan was happy to feed her something truly worthy of her beauty. He said with an awkward laugh that this became possible only because they managed to earn some good money while traveling through this province. His attention to the beauty made his comrades feel awkward, because his love of love left them aside. Continuing to dine, the merchant gathered his resolve and asked the lady why she preferred only lamb dishes. Ha-seol admitted that she is not sure, but she thinks that when he eats lamb, he begins to remember something important. Chang-hwan asked her what she meant, but at the same moment, he was distracted by the large silhouette of a man with a disgusting corpse smell that approached their table. One of the vile brothers who was not with the others finally found the one behind the murder of his brothers. Turning to Ha-Sol, he boldly asked how she dared to enjoy food so calmly after what she had done. The girl looked in surprise towards the insolent man, while the merchant stood up for her and, apologizing to the stranger, stated that he had rather rudely interrupted their meal due to some kind of misunderstanding. Continuing to eat, Ha-Sol replied that she now realized that he was one of those disgusting monsters. She described the brothers as living extremely vile lives, robbing others, and enjoying murder and violence against women. Mr. Chang Huan did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at the lady in surprise, not understanding how they knew each other. After these words, the girl with dark hair looked at the last of these monsters and asked what right he had to worry about the lives of his brothers if he did not value the lives of others that he was taking. At his words, the last of the brothers began to tremble violently, filled with hatred. Taking out his chakras, he furiously shouted that he would tear her into pieces and avenge the death of his brothers. But at the same moment, a martial artist burst into the tavern and had been pursuing him all this time. These were the masters of the Kunlun clan. The man standing in front pointed his finger at the last of the brothers and shouted that in the name of their family, they would bring down sacred judgment on him, after which he called on him to immediately surrender. Seeing them, the monster in the flesh became agitated, realizing that he was dealing with very problematic guys. Not intending to deal with them, he asked if they could stand quietly and not interfere with his business. But at that same moment, he saw something that changed his attitude towards the sudden guests. He originally smelled his brother's blood on the girl he was about to kill, but suddenly he discovered his brother's heads on the Kunlun clan members' belts. The monster, filled with anger, shouted that they were scoundrels who would pay for this with their lives. After these words, he launched a furious attack that destroyed part of the building from the inside. Ha-Seol was shocked by what happened. The naive merchant, who did not know about her strength, decided to stand up for her and stood in front, blocking her from the enemy attack. He was seriously wounded, and at the last moment of his life, with tears in his eyes, he asked the lady if everything was okay. His crazy act evoked feelings in the girl that were deep in her soul. She felt that there had already been a moment in the past when some guy protected her, exposing his own fragile body to attack. From such memories, she suddenly felt bad and grabbed her head. The monster began to walk towards her to finish what he started, not paying attention to the mortally wounded merchant. The warriors of the Kunlun family were on the other side of the tavern and understood that things were gaining dangerous momentum. The elder knew that if they didn't hurry up and kill this cruel killer, then even more people would suffer. But in an instant, he froze in shock. The most brutal killer had exactly the same reaction to what was happening. An ordinary girl who was in this tavern suddenly acquired a dazzling white appearance that smacked of cold. Most of the people began to run away from the tavern, looking around to see what was happening. The confused monster began to stutter, asking what was going on. In response, the ice-cold Ha-Sol looked piercingly into his eyes and extended her hand in his direction. A circle of moonlight appeared in front of her, directing it at the disgusting killer. She said that he was like an insect before her eyes. Within a moment, her attack took off the head of the last of the brothers, because of which the merchants dear to her suffered, who had been taking care of her safety and satiety all this time. The last of the terrifying 4 cruel monsters could not even imagine that he would fall at the hands of such a powerful warrior. Seeing what happened, the Kunlun clan elder realized an important detail. The remaining brothers, whose bodies they discovered in the wasteland, were also killed by the Chakrama in one blow. Now he was sure that it was she who was behind that reprisal against the cruel killers. But most of all, he was worried about the girl's appearance. White hair and chakras shining with moonlight, as well as her coldness, were what gave him the opportunity to assume that in front of him was the legendary White Witch. Scared to death because of what had happened, the merchants tried to stay close to their comrade in his last moments of life. But as soon as they saw the approach of Ha-Sol, with whom they had previously gotten along well, they immediately began to run away in panic. Approaching the poor fellow, Ha-Sol wanted to say goodbye to him. She recalled those pleasant moments that connected her with this man. Speaking to him one last time, she told him that he didn't need to go that far since she had been the one all along who could easily take care of someone like such a monster. Yu Changhuan was in the last seconds of his life. He could not answer her and only continued to look at her. Ha-Sol began to experience the human feelings that her mentor tried to take away from her. Pleasant moments associated with this person began to fill her thoughts. As she bid him farewell, the young white witch of the quiet night thanked the merchant for everything he had done for her. At the same moment, an image of a guy from the past appeared in her head, whose actions reminded her of this poor fellow. Until the very end, she couldn't remember who he was and why he kept popping up in her memory. These memories and the strange sensation of touching the hairpin only made her headache worse. At the same moment, she was approached by the warriors of the Kunlun clan, who, calling her a witch, declared that those four brothers were villains who had committed countless cruel crimes, and therefore deserved sacred punishment from their clan. The girl looked in their direction in surprise and replied that if this was so, then she had done them a favor, and now they should hurry up and thank her for saving them from unnecessary losses during the battles. But instead of words of gratitude, the elder shouted displeasedly that this was not the point, because even if they deserved to die, there were standards and procedures that they had to go through. Addressing the White Witch, he said that if she simply mercilessly kills villains, then she is no different from them. After these words, he continued his speech by saying that this leads them to another point of the situation, namely that she is a White Witch from the criminal organization Silent Night. The man, on behalf of the Kunlun clan, said that they would detain her, after which he called on the girl to stand still. Hasol did not understand his logic, because the man himself said that these were criminals who committed murder, theft, and rape. Moreover, those scoundrels ended up killing a small group of merchants who led honest and hard-working lives. She believed that they simply paid for their actions. Having reminded them of these facts, she decided not to deviate from the main topic, and asked if they were really sure that ordinary defenseless people should suffer while they waited for the implementation of their so-called standards and procedures. Her words angered the elder of the local organization. He shouted hatefully and asked how she dare criticize the dignity of the great Kunlun clan. In response to these words, the lady said that their arrogance was simply immeasurable and did not correspond to the situation at all. Then she asked why they continued to call her a white witch. Their behavior began to make her angry, and the girl said that people like them make the quiet night look like true evil, although this organization is not so terrible, because if the struggle for survival is a sin, then all life in this world is sinful. Turning to the fools, she asked why they were the only ones allowed to judge the lives of others, and who gave them such a right. Hasol, with a cold and piercing gaze, said that the arrogant, insolent people from Kunlong should know their own place and stop creating falsely righteous laws. At the moment when the elder called his fighters to attack the girl, Hasol declared that she, as the sorceress of the quiet night, is the one who has the real right to bring about holy justice. Meanwhile, Jin Mu Wan and his fellow scientist entered the tavern, which was surprisingly empty despite the fact that all the others were full due to news of the invaders. This seemed strange, especially after they were convinced that the food here was not bad. Pouring a strong drink, the scientist of 3 minds announced that he was going to make a toast. Mu Wan was surprised because this man had never done anything so formal before. Ha Jinwol expressed his wish that this would be the last time they drink without achieving their goal. In response, the heir of the northern clan asked if he was sure that it was worth drinking for it, because they didn't even know how long it would take to implement their plan. Jin Wall responded with a laugh that if he put his mind into the matter, it wouldn't take too much time. With a confident look, he said that their plan was already in motion. He also decided to recall the words of the heir of the northern day on the day they first shared a drink together. Now there was no turning back. All that was left was to go forward, no matter whether it was revenge or the desire to capture heaven. Raising the strong drink upward, Jin Mu Wan, with an interested look, asked his comrade if there was anything else that the scientist would want from him. Ha Jinwol immediately replied firmly that the only thing he wanted was for his wish to be fulfilled, because watching it from the back rows would be enough entertainment. After listening to his words, the heir of the northern clan said that it seemed that their future together was full of blood. The scientist agreed with his words and, while drinking sake, said that Jinmu Wan must personally face the crazy bastards, while he, as a scientist, must put the plan into action without being personally involved in battles. Mu Wan was surprised by his words. Jin Wol is indeed very savvy in how to help his master and create a path for his future. The scientist of 3 minds considered his mission to be the main responsibility of his life's journey. He was determined to prepare for anything that might happen. Continuing to enjoy the evening, Mu Wan assumed that the heavens would become his enemy, but then corrected himself and said that in fact, they were already preparing for their meeting. Ha Jin-wol reacted to his serious words with crazy laughter and said that this is at least some kind of challenge for such a great scientist like him. The behavior of his comrade seemed very funny, but the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan fully enjoyed the silence before the storm. But at one moment he felt something was wrong. Danger came from a thirst for murder nearby. Mu Wan felt the presence of a stranger under the floor and pushed his comrade and his chair forward with his foot. Within a moment, the hand of some killer broke through the floor, and if Mu Wan had not thrown his comrade away, the insolent blade would have pierced his head. The scientist could not believe that they were ambushed. Jin Mu Wan began to sense the presence of a huge number of enemies. A clan of phantom killers came after them. Members of this secret organization began to make their way into the tavern from the walls of the ceiling. Without wasting any time, Mu Wan threw a bowl of hot soup towards the three assassins who were targeting his back. After that, he noticed another killer who was next to the scientist. Mu Wan threw a wooden plate at his face to immobilize his opponent. The situation was incredibly dire. Dozens of armed masters had gathered in this place. Jin Mu Wan was greatly limited by having a scholar of 3 minds next to him. Throwing his cloak over his comrade, he asked not to take it off, since this clothing could protect him from most enemy attacks. Looking around, the concerned but still cool-blooded scientist said that there were about 30 murderers inside the tavern, while there were about 50 more outside. The guys could not expect to see so many killers on the border of the Central Heavenly Alliance, where killing is strictly prohibited. Jin Mu Wan decided not to hesitate and took out his blade. He could not immediately notice the enemies, although he was constantly monitoring his surroundings. Based on this, it became clear to him that he would have to fight with a highly skilled group that specialized in murder. Addressing the scientist, he said that this time they would not be able to avoid the murders, because otherwise they would not be able to get out of this place. The scientist agreed with him, because based on the situation, the law regarding murders within the Central Alliance does not matter, since their first priority in this case is survival. Serious about fighting, Mu Wan asked his comrade to stay behind him so as not to put himself in danger. Within a moment, several assassins rushed at them simultaneously, while several more martial artists followed. Master Jin took a small step forward, and closing the distance, blocked the blows of 2 opponents with his scabbard, while with his return blow, he got rid of the enemy on the left. Having disposed of the enemy on the left, he moved his attack to the right, and destroyed 2 more assassins with 1 blow. This was the first time the Phantom Killer clan accepted an order where they had to face such an opponent. After seeing the opponent's movements, they noticed that the opponent was incredibly fast and had excellent swordsmanship, so it was no wonder that the order price was so high. Despite this, they were sure that in front of them was a beast shackled, because he fought alone, and also had to protect the one who stood behind him. Sensing a tactical advantage, the assassins charged again, taking advantage of their numerical advantage. Even though Mu Wan was pinned against the wall, he was still able to handle the enemy pressure and stop most of the attacks. The assassins eagerly rushed forward because they wanted to be the one who could put an end to the enemy for whom they had paid so much. The incredible speed of the mysterious master they had to face did not give the enemy a chance. Still, the enemy's numerical advantage was something that was difficult to overcome with a man behind him to protect. Jin Mu Wan got rid of several more opponents, but the last of these 3 assassins miraculously managed to block his blow. When the master made a mistake, the enemy began to mock him and called on his comrades to take the chance to finish off the enemy. But at the same moment, Mu Wan broke his bones with a powerful blow to the neck with a scabbard. Jin Mu Wan got rid of another group of enemies, but it was not enough. The enemies continued to press with their numbers, so he was forced to step back. At one point, they hit a wall. There were enemies ahead of them. They were driven into a corner. Analyzing the situation, the scientist of 3 minds understood perfectly well that his master could not give his best, since he had to protect him. Ha Jin-wol knew that in this situation, it would be a good idea to use illusory arts to help him. But in order to release his full potential, he would first need to find a flow of nature energy and a suitable vessel to use his technique. No entanto, como estavam numa situação terrível, era difícil até mesmo tomar a posição necessária. O único que pode usar sua arte ilusória sem nenhum treinamento é o sábio Seo Manhwa. At that moment, Ha Jin-wol thought about his enemies, remembering that Heron of the Western Gate was also almost capable of similar use of illusions, although in comparison with his grandfather, he was only a weak parody. In fact, the scientist of three minds had a certain trump card in his hands, but it was too early to use it. The enemies did not give them time to rest. The assassins shouted that they needed to concentrate, since they could no longer afford to make any more mistakes. Their attacks seemed endless, but Mu Wan did not stop fighting back. There were even more of them than he could have imagined. Trying to protect someone in a confined space and fighting off so many attackers was even more difficult than he had imagined. He understood that there was no point in trying to push them away with one attack, because the distance between the pillars of this tavern was too small, and he would simply destroy the building. The moment they hit the wall, Mu Wan suddenly felt the approach of an enemy blade and barely managed to remove his comrade from there. The scientist of three minds understood that because he was defenseless in such a battle, he exposed his comrade to attack. Mu Wan, seeing his concern, replied that everything was fine because it was just a slight puncture wound. Now it was clear that the walls were also unsafe. Grabbing his tactician by the arm, Mu Wan, continuing to fend off attacks, rushed forward to find a safer place. Enemies were everywhere and they kept up with his speed, which was limited due to the need to protect the scientist. Mu Wan was forced to stop in order to instantly get rid of several pursuers who were already within striking distance. They were surrounded again, and the battle became even more troublesome. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Ha Jin-wol asked his comrade to stop protecting him in order to finish off his enemies with one powerful blow. Mu Wan replied that most likely they simply have no other choice. But at that moment, when he was about to use the shadow technique, two blades were thrown in his direction, and while the martial artist was distracted by this maneuver, the killer had already rushed towards the comrade who was standing behind him and was ready to strike. The guys understood that the blow was inevitable, but at the same moment a stranger fell through the ceiling. He finished off the killer with one blow, which was a moment before delivering the fatal blow to the scientist. The members of the clan of phantom killers were shocked by his appearance, realizing that the stranger could not just sneak into the tavern that was surrounded by their people. Within a moment, the brutal killers felt that many fighters had appeared behind them, who had previously carefully concealed their presence. Jin Mu Wan was shocked when he saw strangers starting to fight on their side. Even the great scientist of three minds could not comprehend such a tactical turn. At that moment, the leader of this small detachment addressed them and entered the battle. He apologized for being late to join their defense, as he was a little busy getting rid of the people who were following him. Showing his face, Xiao Musang greeted his master. The fighters of the reconnaissance squad that belongs to Musang continued to destroy the killers that were inside the tavern. The phantom killers didn't even know who they were dealing with or how their plan could have failed. Moreover, they now realized that their forces that were guarding the perimeter were most likely completely destroyed. Seeing in front of him the comrade who swore allegiance to him 8 years ago, Jin Mu Wan was joyfully surprised. All this time, Xiao Musang worked to be useful to the master. After such a long time, they were glad to see each other. The head of the Secret Intelligence Detachment shook his master's hand, saying that he had grown noticeably, and now it was safe to say that he had become an adult. With a joyful expression on his face, Master Jin said that he actually asked the Dark Moon Organization to find him the moment he arrived at the capital of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Seo replied that he had indeed recently been visited by a mysterious man who must be one of the agents of the Dark Moon. He also apologized for not being able to meet with him earlier, because it was due to the people who were following him since he came under suspicion, and also because he became the head of the Department of Pursuit and Capture, one of the many departments intelligence of the Central Heavenly Alliance. But Jin did not at all believe that Master Seo was guilty of anything. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan only thanked him for not forgetting about him after so many years, and continuing to work despite the difficulties. Seo Musang replied that towards his master, he felt only gratitude for his salvation. In addition, he said that he had been collecting information about him, but did not expect to have to face so many elite assassins within the alliance. At that moment, Mu Wan remembered that his faithful subordinate and the scholar of the three minds were still strangers. Mu Wan introduced Ha Jin-wol, as well as his old comrade whom they met many years ago. The guys exchanged opportunities, although the situation was very tense. Ha Jin-wol noted that since Seo appeared at such an important moment, he must be a very reliable person. Analyzing the situation, he decided to ask a question, saying that it would sound a little disrespectful, because this was their first meeting. After looking around, the scientist of 3 minds asked the leader of secret intelligence whether his squad could be trusted. Taking out his blades from behind his back, Seo Musang confidently replied that there is no need to worry about this, and his people can be relied on, even though they are all in the service of the Central Heavenly Alliance. After that, he suggested that they discuss the details a little later. Musang advised them to go and leave these killers to them. They had already dealt with those enemies that were outside. Mu Wan trusted his comrade and asked him to be careful. Seo promised that they would see each other again soon. After leaving the tavern, the guys were convinced that the path to escape was clear. After making sure that his comrades were safe, Seo Musang called on his comrades to finish what they started, and also called the enemies arrogant bastards for daring to attack his master. The furious man called on his comrades to get rid of all the killers, leaving only one for interrogation. Jin Mu Wan and Ha Jin-wol ran to safety. At one moment, the heir of the northern clan felt a presence. A single fighter was pursuing them. Mu Wan suddenly rushed towards him, taking out his blade. As it turned out, the man in front of him was unarmed. It was Chun Ying. The worried ninja from the Dark Moon Underground organization asked to be careful with the blade at his neck. The guys were surprised that they would meet him at such an unexpected moment. Chun Ying suggested postponing the greetings until later, after which he pointed his finger in the direction where the killers were. In addition, during his reconnaissance, he also learned that there were people waiting for them outside the Central Celestial Alliance. The enemies continued to approach this place, carefully planning the execution of the assassination order. The 3 Mind Scholar was puzzled, realizing that it was like 2 groups decided to attack at the same time. He concluded that it was a trap with the idea that within the Central Celestial Alliance, it was impossible to kill anyone without permission. Chun Ying agreed with his assumption, saying that someone deliberately spread the information. It became clear that the enemies were seriously working on how to get rid of the heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan. But the guys still didn't know who exactly was the customer, and whether the Central Heavenly Alliance or the Azure Dragon organization was behind this. Ha Jin-wol decided that in this case the ambush was just a deception maneuver, while the real goal of the enemies was to lure them beyond the borders of the Central Heavenly Alliance, where the murder would be out of the eyes of the government. Understanding these details, the scientist of 3 minds came up with some crazy plan and said that they could take advantage of the situation. Hearing the words that everything was fine, Chun Ying thought that the scientist Jin-wol had completely lost his mind. In response, the scientist of 3 minds stated that it does not matter how well the enemies are able to hide, they will still be taken into custody for mass murder within the alliance. Based on this, he remembered that he had been thinking for a long time about how to penetrate the alliance, but now everything is simpler. Chun Ying was worried about the situation. He still didn't understand what exactly Jin-wol was up to, so he said that they couldn't waste time in this place, and they should get out immediately, because otherwise they risk getting into a big mess. Mu Wan understood perfectly well what exactly the scientist was up to. Jin-wol asked him to trust and continue moving forward. After taking a closer look, they said goodbye for the time it would take to carry out their insidious plan. In parting, Mu Wan asked Chun-in to take care of his comrade. The Dark Moon agent and his rider Ha Jin-wol set out on a safe path where they could not meet the assassins. They were also helped in reconnaissance of the road by the animals with whom the ninja worked. The scientist of 3 minds was more serious than ever. Mentally turning to his master, he urged him to fight so that his strategist could free him from his shackles. Meanwhile, the 2 groups of phantom killers continued to pursue. At one moment, they saw in front of them the silhouette of some master who looked as if he was waiting for them. As they approached, they realized that this was their target. The Northern Blade, whose murder was ordered, did not run away, but was in one place, as if waiting to meet them. Seeing the enemies, Jin Mu Wan wondered if he could really deal with them without any hindrance. Olhando em volta, ele tentou se certificar de que Chun Ying e o cientista das 3 mentes estavam longe o suficiente para que ele não pudesse se distrair. Para proteger seus amigos, ele decidiu prender. After making sure that he was alone here, Mu Wan took a deep breath, realizing that he had the opportunity to fight with all his might. While warming up, he asked his enemies if there was any point in asking who hired them. As expected, the phantom assassins were ready to fight, and had no intention of answering his question about who ordered the murder. Grabbing the sword and taking a fighting stance, Master Jin began to use the 10,000 Shadows blade technique. His cold and terrifying ki began to surround the blade, and he invited the enemies to end this quickly. Within a moment, he carried out his attack. An entire squad of enemies did not even notice how he rushed past them. With one incredibly fast attack, he got rid of part of the group of killers who did not even notice his movement. Now they understood what a difficult situation they were in. The northern blade they had to fight was much stronger than they expected. The incredible pressure of the master with the mysterious ki energy forced the frightened killers to step back, seeing him approaching. It was clear that it was Jin Mu Wan who was hunting on this battlefield. Like a true beast, he took out his enemies one by one while the rest of the group looked on the sidelines, scared to death. Jin Mu Wan rushed forward without stopping, destroying everyone in his path. Their defense had no effect. The northern blade dealt with them with incredible speed. Having destroyed most of the enemies, Mu Wan stopped, looking at the killers. Despite the situation, the ghost killers could not retreat. The frightened guys realized that out of the 80 people who had been sent to the tavern, only 27 were pursuing him. He finished them all off, and then began to wait for the other two groups. Throwing sand at the face of the mysterious demon with a terrifying blade, the assassins charged furiously, hoping that the northern blade would be killed before he single-handedly destroyed their entire clan. They hoped that one chance would be enough for them to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Mu Wan stood motionless in place until the very end, right up to the moment when their blades were at his neck. Within a moment, he escaped the crowd of killers and used the northern heavens barricade of the Shadow Blade of Heavenly Destruction to destroy them all. All the forces of the clan of ghostly killers were destroyed, and their leader began to regret accepting such an expensive order. Facing a terrifying monster that had dealt with all their forces single-handedly, he realized that he simply should have killed the customer, the master of the fleeting falcon sword, Cha Moon Ho. But it was too late to beg for mercy. Mu Wan slowly approached the last fighter of the Ghost Killer clan, who was trying to hold back the bleeding. In the last moment of the existence of the leader of the ghostly killers, he managed to find out who was behind this order. Having destroyed an incredible number of enemies, Master Jin realized that he was too careless. Returning his blade to its sheath, he promised himself that he would not make such a mistake again, and would immediately get rid of those who could bring him problems. Meanwhile, the masters of the Central Heavenly Alliance were already heading towards the battle. Seeing the bloody battlefield in front of them, they could not hide their shock. It was hard to believe that there was a master who could single-handedly get rid of the clan of phantom killers without receiving a single injury. The guys began to fear for their lives, realizing that in front of them was a real psychopath with terrifying power. Despite the fear, one of the Central Alliance fighters found the courage to shout to the master that taking the lives of others without permission is prohibited on their territory. Fearing for his life, he hesitantly urged the master to give up. Despite their concerns, Jin Mu Wan reacted very calmly to their words. He silently and submissively raised his hands up, signaling to them that he was not going to resist. The leader of the patrol squad was shocked, realizing that this psychopath would seriously allow himself to be captured, even though he had such incredible strength. Realizing that he really had no intention of harming them, the man plucked up his courage and shouted to his boys that they should confiscate his weapon and arrest the killer himself. As the Alliance fighters approached, Mu Wan asked them to be careful with his weapon, saying that this sword was unique, and most people except himself would not be able to handle it. The man, who was sick of the battlefield overflowing with blood and bodies, did not take his words seriously, and reached for the blade, considering the words of the terrifying master to be empty chatter. But the moment he touched the blade, he felt a dark energy emanating from it, which caused him to tremble uncontrollably throughout his body. The fighter broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Mu Wan turned to the others and said that they should not repeat his mistake. Within a moment, the fighter who touched the snowflower lost consciousness. Master Jin asked the guys to forget about removing his blade, saying that he would just peacefully follow their orders and not create any problems. The restless fighters were afraid of an object that seemed truly demonic to them. but the words of the master that he was able to destroy them in an instant calmed them down a little. Mu Wan was captured by the Central Heavenly Alliance fighters, just as the scientist of the three minds had planned. Meanwhile, Seo Musang finished his part of the work. While in the forest, he waited for the return of his squad. Running to him, a subordinate reported that they had captured one of the killers and killed the rest, as he had ordered. However, he had another piece of information that shocked the head of the Secret Persecution Department. The subordinate reported that the man they were protecting had dealt with his pursuers and then surrendered to the Central Heavenly Alliance without resistance. Seo Musang realized that in this case, there was another group of killers who were chasing his master. He expected that Mu Wan would not be harmed, but it seemed strange to him that he allowed himself to be captured. Thinking for a moment, he came to the conclusion that the gentleman definitely did this on purpose. Master Seo was sure that the heir of the Northern Celestial clan had decided to take advantage of the situation to gain some kind of tactical advantage against the Central Celestial Alliance. When the subordinate asked without further questions what the next orders would be, Seo Musang remembered the conversation with his master's tactician. When meeting in a tavern, Ha Jin Wool asked if his people could be trusted. After a year of torture in the signing branch, Master Seo Musang became a low-ranking warrior who was actually a slave who was closely monitored by the branch. Then he met the guys who became his comrades. Working hard for the department for the sake of his master's future, he noticed guys like him. Having at least some access to provisions, he decided to support those who were on the verge of death. The guys who were on the verge of starvation inside the Xening branch prison could not understand why he was sharing food with them. Addressing them, Master Seo declared that he was a slave like them. He asked them to hurry up and eat the food, as he would get into trouble if others saw him helping them. Remembering the past, he told the group of poor souls that they reminded him of him during the torture, as well as his people, whom he was unable to protect when he was the deputy of the mercenary group. Seo Musang felt incredibly sad that he could not save his former subordinates. Addressing the strangers he was trying to help, he talked about his life and how he wanted to repay his fallen comrades through them to ease his guilt. He asked them not to feel obligated and instead just enjoy the food. These prisoners were the ones who stole food from the Xening branch. Seo treated them with understanding, saying that they are similar because they do everything possible to live another day. He believed that because of the great difference between rich and poor, they end up in such situations. On the verge of death, the robbers, imprisoned for stealing food from the Heavenly Alliance Department, trusted the stranger, listening to his stories. Finally, Musang gave them hope, saying that even though the head of Shinny ordered them to die, this is not the end, because he will allow them to live if they work and do everything he says. He promised that even if they were treated like dirt and suffered humiliation, they could survive if they did what was required of them. These were the words he wanted to say to himself, but he told them. Later, Yang Manchak, the head of Shining, began to respect him, and he was able to leave the branch to gain an important position in the Heavenly Alliance. But one day, they appeared in front of him. They listened to his words and did everything to survive, and then ran away. They had been looking for him for more than 6 months. They wanted him to teach them martial arts. They wanted to become his subordinates. He told them to be careful what they wish for because doing so would put themselves in danger. However, they insisted that they had already died once, so they wanted to do everything to help him and get a second chance at life. After working under his command, they became stronger. Thanks to these people, they were able to become a separate group of the Central Heavenly Alliance, a special reconnaissance unit. That is why he could say without any doubt that he could trust his comrades with such secrets. The thoughtful look of the head, whom the subordinate considered his elder brother, worried him a little, so he asked him to let him know if he had any further instructions. In response, Seo Musang asked him not to worry and praised the entire squad for their good work, after which he gave them money for rest. Putting on his mask, he said that this time he could not join their meal, since he still had some unfinished business. When the Three Minds scholar returned to the Tang family residence and explained what had happened, everyone was shocked. Mr. Kimoon could not believe that the heir to the Northern clan was captured, despite the fact that he was defending himself from the assassins who attacked him first. Of course, It seemed strange that the fighters of the Central Heavenly Alliance considered him the criminal. The 10,000 Poison Master was surprised that Ha Jin-wol continued to remain calm. Moreover, the scientist of three minds insisted that there was no need to panic, because what happened was actually to their advantage. Gi-moon did not understand what they were talking about, because the Central Heavenly Alliance resembles a lair full of dragons and tigers. It seemed to him that the guys simply did not fully understand the situation, because it would be quite difficult to get Mu-won out if he ended up in prison. Moreover, horrific torture will await him. According to him, law enforcement agencies will also be involved in this case, and in this situation, it is only a matter of time before the world learns about his origins and plans. He believed that although Mu-won was incredibly good at martial arts, it was too risky because his fundamentals were still weak. The worried Tang family representative believed that if everything was revealed, the Central Heavenly Alliance would do everything possible to eliminate him. Madame Meyer decided to intervene in the conversation. She suggested that her uncle first listen to what the scientist of three minds had to say. Ha Jin-wol understood the situation perfectly, so he was calm. He explained that the alliance is truly special, because in the world of Murim there has never been a case where such enormous power was concentrated in the hands of one organization. At first, they simply worked to achieve peace. However, now he is only part of the system that controls their world. The alliance has accumulated enough power and can do anything without the support of other factions. A monster that is able to maintain its autonomy is the Central Heavenly Alliance. Gesturing to the capital, which continued to grow its economy at incredible speed, he said that even with war on the horizon, they continued to recruit more and more warriors into their ranks. The alliance is no longer part of Murim, it is Murim itself. All this time, he conducted the dialogue to the conclusion that the Central Heavenly Alliance had long ceased to be the defender of the world and began to dictate its own rules. But what horrified the scientist even more was that everyone was turning a blind eye to this and no one wanted to start an uprising. Ha Jin-wol could not understand this, because all martial artists who received power are characterized by a love of freedom and a hatred of restrictions. The fact that they completely accepted the dictatorship of the Central Heavenly Alliance did not fit into his head. It was obvious that over time the influence of the alliance would only grow, and soon no one would be able to do anything about it. Realizing that the scientist was making a plan based on this situation, Mr. Tan asked what he really had in mind. Ha Jin-wol knew very well that they all have reasons for revenge, but the only one who can shake the foundations of their world even a little is none other than Mu-won. His plan was based on the belief that the meeting between the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan and the Central Heavenly Alliance was inevitable. This was their destiny. Therefore, he decided that in this case, they should enter the whirlpool of fate first. Addressing his comrades, he asked them not to doubt the heir of the Northern Clan, saying that he is even more impressive than they think, because all his deeds are living proof of this. Moreover, the situation with the attack by the killers will be played out in such a way that the customer will regret his decision. Referring again to Mr. Tan's words, the scientist noted that he was also not mistaken, because law enforcement agencies will be involved in the matter. Perhaps the Nine Heavens will also be involved. There is a possibility that they will try to use the last heir for their own purposes. It would seem that if the Nine Heavens could get Mu-won so easily, it would be a hopeless situation, but the scholar of three minds was exactly what he wanted. Having finished discussing his crazy plan, the scientist of three minds invited the Dark Moon Ninja to help him with the preparations. Looking at his expression, it was clear that Chun Ying was not happy with such an offer. However, in this case, he could not refuse. The head of the Dark Moon ordered him to help Mr. Jin for a while. The master of the art of transformation would like to stay out of problematic situations for as long as possible. However, he had no other choice, so he grudgingly agreed to the request. At that moment, the one to whom the information reaches with a delay burst into them with a wild cry. The 10,000 Poison Master's disciple couldn't believe that Master Mu-won had been caught. He was serious and shouted that they should hurry up to save their comrade. Myengru-san turned to his mentor, shouting that the head of the great Tang family must help his savior without delay. The young student of the art of poisons did not yet understand the situation. At the same time, Knowing the details, Mirai continued to worry about whether Mr. Jin would be okay. Difficult trials awaited him. The news of what happened quickly reached the Westgate family. The family's bodyguard, Yon Seo Seo, arrived at Mrs. Hiran with the words that the Northern Blade had massacred a group of people in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance and was now in custody. Hearing this, Mrs. Hiran jumped up nervously. Shim Wan Lee was also next to her. He also could not believe that such a thing could happen. He reacted to the news that the Northern Blade had been captured with an evil, quiet laugh. Hyeryong felt that something was wrong here, so she decided to see with her own eyes whether it was really Jin Moo Wan. The three of them decided to take advantage of the situation to see if the assumption that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was still alive was correct. Despite his incredible desire to meet with the outstanding master known as the Northern Blade, the head of the Azure Dragon was away from the capital at the time the news spread. He went to Shanxi Zhengzhou province on government orders. Dam Sojong had to get rid of the bandits who were robbing the village. Upon meeting them, he asked if they were part of the Silent Night criminal organization. The bandits did not understand what they were talking about, so they simply suggested that he leave his things and leave without any problems, if his life was important to him. Realizing that they were not from the Quiet Night, Master Sojong asked why they were robbing other people, even though they were also part of the mainland's population. The man was surprised by his words, and in response called him a crazy bastard, who probably lives in a cave if he doesn't understand how this world works. So Chan really didn't understand that in order to be a robber, you don't have to be a member of a Quiet Night because there is enough poverty on the mainland without them. In response, Dam So-young began to release his power, saying that in this case, this world needs to be remade. Addressing the bandits, he explained that at this time, they need to gather forces to destroy the Quiet Night, and not maim, rob, and kill each other. The discord within Murim gave him no rest. With a furious look, he said that the enemies should get ready, because there won't even be a wet spot left of them. The bandits called him too self-confident, saying that at this rate he could get into a fight. But within a moment, Master Dam grabbed one of them by the face. After that, he stuck it into the ground with incredible force, causing the stone surface to begin to collapse with a roar. During this attack, the bandit literally disappeared below the surface. Seeing the terrifying power of the mysterious master, the bandits realized that they could not cope with him. But it was already too late, because no one could match the speed of the Azure Dragon head. Master Dam in an instant found himself behind the two bandits and pushed their heads together. Such a terrifying blow destroyed the fighters, while the master continued to look for the next victims. The bandits could not believe that they would encounter such a monster because of a simple robbery. He had no chance of escape. While running away, they saw a flash and a loud whistle in the sky. The owner of terrifying power was right above them with a prepared blow. A moment later, he delivered a blow of incredible power that destroyed everything around him. The bandits were destroyed in less than a minute. The battlefield turned into a wasteland filled with huge pits. By fulfilling the request of the village that suffered from the actions of bandits, Dam Sojong gained even more fame. For the local residents, he was a real lifesaver because he not only destroyed the bandits, but also returned everything they had stolen. People shouted his name loudly, while the head of the Azure Dragon, having glorified the name of his beloved's organization, tried to escape from too much attention. The representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance in charge of this village thanked the master for the work done. In response, Master Dam said that he was always happy to help, after which he asked if they could find out anything about the demonic man of doubt about whom he was asking. In response, the Alliance representative said that first he would like to inform the gentleman that they had received a message from Mrs. Hiran. As it turned out, it was about the news that the Northern Blade had been captured by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Hearing this, Master Dam completely forgot about the demonic man about whom he wanted to find out more information. Having apologized to the elder in charge of this village, he said that he urgently needed to return to the capital. The three junior heavens couldn't wait to meet who they believed to be the surviving heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. 8 years have passed since their meeting within the ruined clan, which changed their lives forever. Meanwhile, within the capital, the Dark Moon Ninja was carrying out an assignment for the scientist of 3 minds. He felt extremely awkward that he was forced to bury strange stones with runes in the ground at specific points in the city. Such a task seemed simply humiliating to him. He could not believe that he, Chun Ying, One of the best spies of the Dark Moon would be busy with something like this. And yet, such a peaceful and calm activity seemed to him a good alternative to the dangerous situations in which he found himself because of Mr. Mu Wan. Along with him was a scientist of 3 minds who corrected the instructions. Towards evening, they finished part of the work. The next day, they planned to go to another part of the capital. Then they said goodbye, and the ninja returned to the building of the local Dark Moon unit. When the scientist returned to the Tang family residence, he saw Miang Ryu-san sitting alone with a very sad expression on his face. The scientist of 3 minds decided to sit next to him, saying that it wasn't very like him for him to still be upset. Miang Ryu-san replied that although he knows that Mu Wan is a fairly strong and resilient guy, he is still worried about whether everything will be okay. Hearing these words, Ha Jinwoo grimaced in surprise, asking since when did the student worry so much about the one who previously beat him mercilessly. As it turned out, the 10,000 Poison Master's disciple somehow thought that all this happened because Mu Wan was too self-confident and began to row. In addition, it seemed to him that Master Jin was greatly weakened because he had never trained when he was with them. Ha Jinwoo asked if he even knew what his life was like before meeting them. Even though they had been traveling together for several months, Miang didn't know that Master Jin's every day was a nightmare. The scientist said that that period of the young master's life was an endless cycle of torture and training. Despite the difficulties, Jin always did his best to survive. It turns out that Jin also told him that for 7 years he trained in the mountains and honed his fighting skills. Ha Jinwoo convinced the young disciple of the Tang family that the fact that Master Mu Wan was lucky to be born into a famous family was nothing more than nonsense, as were the words that he was destined for such greatness. He was sure that even if Jin Mu Wan received all the benefits that people with such a background usually have, he would still not want anything like that, and would seek a normal life. The student should have known that even though Mr. Mu Wan had not had proper training during their journey together, the reason he was so strong was because his entire life had essentially been training. Every moment of his life is spent developing. Even in prison, he will continue to become stronger. The scientists of 3 minds considered him a real monster. Every second of his past life he had to be under fear and pressure. He became hardened steel thanks to all the hardships he went through. It was only through his own efforts that he became known as the Northern Blade. After the scientist's story about what Master Jin's life was like, Miang Ryu-san remembered their first meeting. While beating the thief, Mu Wan clearly explained to him that a good family means nothing because everyone's life can turn into real torture. Even then, the master urged an unfamiliar guy with great potential not to live hating others and committing petty theft because of his own problems. Now everything has fallen into place. Unexpectedly for the scientist, Miang asked who Jin Mu Wan really is, since he had such a shitty life. Ha Jinwoo was simply shocked when he realized that all this time Miang had not realized that Mu Wan was the direct heir of the great Northern Heavenly Clan. The worried guy quietly whispered that since Mu Wan is so strong, then he should hurry up and get out of prison. To a scientist, this guy seemed like a crazy simpleton, because after spending time with their master, most people would already understand what was happening. In fact, he thought it was good that such an impulsive guy didn't know the whole truth. The scientist decided to leave, and finally asked the student of the art of poisons to stop worrying about the master, and instead start training to become better. While in prison, Mu Wan began to think about a recent incident. He couldn't understand whether his opponents were really becoming much stronger, or whether his senses were simply dulled. For some reason, it even seemed to him that he was becoming more and more useless. He was quite ashamed of that battle with the killers in the tavern, because he began to panic, since this was his first battle in an enclosed space, where he was also protecting a comrade. Mu Wan began to think that he was just pathetic, because if he had been a little faster and more focused at that moment, he would have been able to handle everything better. He realized that he should return to training again to increase his experience. First of all, he had to become strong enough to react quickly and accurately to any situation. To become truly unshakable, he returned to learning the basics of the 10,000 shadow energy. But just as he began to concentrate on studying and cultivating energy, he suddenly heard the impudent greeting of a prison visitor. Mrs. Hiran and Shim Wan Lee appeared in front of him. One of the junior 7 heavens recalled that 8 years had passed since their last meeting, while the lady of the Western Gate said with a shocked expression that she could not believe that the Northern Blade was really Mr. Jin. Now her guesses were confirmed. Jin Mu-wan, the direct heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, was able to survive the incident 8 years ago. 7 years ago, after they were attacked by a chaos demon, Mu-wan became the only witness to the great humiliation that the founders of the Azure Dragon suffered. Heron feared that if the public knew that they, the representatives of the Azure Dragon Association, had been defeated in a quiet night, then people would stop believing in them and would not follow them. Master Shim, addressing the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, called him a vicious bastard, saying that he could not even imagine that he could survive and disappear for so many years. He admitted that it was really impressive. He was still looking at Mr. Jin based on their past experiences. Now he could confidently say that the heir of the Northern Clan studied martial arts and hid it from them, even despite the danger of dying in battle. Mu-wan agreed with his words without any hesitation. He admitted that he studied martial arts because he wanted to survive. Hearing this, Master Shim reacted with an evil grin and said that in that case, Master Jin was lying to his face. With a sly smile, Jin Mu-wan replied that now he cannot repeat such a lie to his eyes, because now he only has one eye. Shim Wan Li was not happy with such a joke. The master, filled with rage, grabbed the bars and shouted that because of him, Sua's younger sister died. In response, Mu-wan said with a calm intonation that he was sorry to hear this, after which he asked what his fault was, because Master Shim could not save her only because of his own weakness. From these words, Master Shim began to lose his mind. Mu-wan struck a chord with him because it reminded him of his father's hateful words about how he couldn't save his only sister. It was at that moment that Wan Li lost his eye, because he injured himself as he suffered from deep mental pain that his father left him, saying that his son was a complete mediocrity and a disgrace to their family. The provocation of the heir of the Northern Clan hurt his pride so much that he grabbed the steel grate with incredible fury, which began to collapse under the pressure. He shouted that Mu-wan should have just sat quietly in the northern region instead of showing up now. The heat from his fists was so intense that the steel grate literally melted from its force. The furious Master Shim shouted that Mu-wan was only bringing bad luck, because if only they had not gone to the Northern Heavenly Clan, then this entire incident would not have happened. With an insane expression on his face, he thanked fate that the heir of the Northern Clan ended up in such a place. Shim Wan Li promised that he would be the one to tear him to pieces, and then started laughing like crazy. But despite his behavior, Mu-wan remained calm, and replied with a serious look that they should clarify something. He said that no one invited them to his house, because they came to him themselves. It was impossible to deny his words, and Master Shim, believing that Mu-wan was again blaming him for what happened, began to clench his teeth even more furiously. At that moment, Mrs. Heron stopped him and asked him to calm down, making it clear to him that he should not succumb to his provocations at such a time. She was willing to create an opportunity for him to take revenge, but at another time. Despite the enormous hatred, Master Shim was forced to retreat. As he left, he made a threat that he would be the one to kill the Northern Blade. He has indeed become significantly stronger compared to what he was 7 years ago. And yet, if he continued to brawl, he would only play into the hands of this master. Mrs. Heron continued to behave carefully and respectfully. She again apologized for the fact that, like 7 years ago, she was forced to answer for Mr. Shim's ridiculous behavior. After these words, she again asked if Master Jin was really the so-called Northern Blade. Mu-wan calmly replied that that is what they call him. The confirmation of these words gave her reason to think about what the consequences of his return would be. Due to the appearance of the quiet night, many began to think that they were too hasty in their decision to destroy the Northern Heavenly Clan, but now the heir appeared before them. Analyzing the situation, she had several options for the development of events. Firstly, she believed that she could kill him, and secondly, she could try to lure him to their side. The third option seemed to her the most realistic with a high chance of success. She wanted to use it. Having decided to implement the last plan, she asked if he was eager to rebel against heaven and his fate. Mu-wan answered with a confident look that he just wants to survive, and over the years this desire has not changed. But after these words, he declared that if this helps him achieve his goal, then he will rebel, even against heaven. Mrs. Heron was shocked to hear his determination. Now she understood that he was an inconvenient guy to cooperate with. Expressing her pity, she took leave, saying that she would pray for his success. The realization that Mu Wan deliberately allowed himself to be captured made her dramatically change her attitude towards this situation. When Heron left the prison building, she turned to one of the managers of this place. To destroy the Northern Blade's plan, she asked the prison workers to release the prisoner. The man walked away, which he did not hear, so the lady again insistently said that they should hurry up and release the Northern Blade. Judging by the reaction of the prison director, her request was beyond his competence. He scratched his head a little confusedly and replied that the report had already been sent to the interrogation department, so they had no right to release such a prisoner. At the moment when the lady began to be surprised at who dared to send a report in the first days of the arrest, someone she clearly did not expect to see appeared in front of her. Her longtime rival, the scholar of 3 minds, accompanied by Lady Tang, calmly walked through the palace near the prison, surprised at how good the weather was, even though he had given up drinking. At one point, the two companies made eye contact and stopped. Heron's reaction was something that brought great pleasure to the scientist. The lady of the West Gate couldn't believe that Ha Jin-wol had come to his senses. Seeing the young lady, the scientist of 3 minds began to say with a crazy look that their long-awaited meeting was unexpectedly pleasant. Meanwhile, the incredibly drunk mastermind behind the Northern Blade's assassination was enjoying a wonderful evening celebrating his victory. The arrogant man continued to say out loud that whoever dared to go against the fleeting Falcon Swordmaster was dead. He was so drunk and overwhelmed with the joy of the outcome of the order, which he falsely considered a victory, that he did not notice how they approached him from behind. Seo Musang, a man with 2 blades on his back, quietly kidnapped the arrogant heir of the 3-ring clan. There was no trace left of the self-confident member of the Azure Dragon organization, except for a bottle of strong drink lying on the ground. Returning to the meeting of 2 incredible strategists, the surprised Heron first of all asked her competitor why he was here and not in Unnam province. With a satisfied smile stretched from ear to ear, Ha Jin-wol replied that he could not even imagine that it would take so long for information to reach the Westgate family, known for their knowledge. After this irony, he declared that he had finally come to his senses. With a confident and serious look, he said that after the kindness that the young lady showed him 5 years ago, disrupting the flow of his ki, it took some time to get over it. Looking back, he admitted that it was quite difficult. He said that her actions literally caused his brain to shut down. Indeed, he pretended that he had not been in his right mind for several years. Still, he thanked her for allowing him to become much more enlightened through the restoration of the normal flow of ki. Moving away from this topic, he mentioned that the person he was traveling with had gotten into trouble and was currently in one of the Central Heavenly Alliance prisons. The lady still couldn't get over the shock that the 3 mind scholars were able to overcome what she had done to his ki flow. After that, she asked if he really was Mr. Jin's partner. In response, the scholar reacted with surprise, saying that he did not expect that the lady of the Westgate family was also familiar with him. After that, he suggested that most likely she was here because she also decided to visit him. The situation's awareness continued to change, and now Heron had a new problem. Having learned about such an alliance between 2 dangerous masters, she only confirmed her opinion that Ha Jin-wol is the one to be feared. They first met 5 years ago at an annual meeting of scientists. When she first saw him, she could not hide her surprise. The fact that he was able to reach the highest spiritual level on his own was unthinkable to her. At a certain point in her life, she realized that her job was to destroy such terrifyingly powerful people, but then she could not cope with him using only her skills. Therefore, at the end of the day of competition, the best illusion techniques of the Western Gate family, which her grandfather had collected for decades, were used to achieve victory over the sharp mind of this scientist. Looking back on her life, Heron thought about how she had gone through countless hardships to get to where she was now. When she was still a child, their family was on the verge of collapse, yet she was revived by none other than the great genius, Seo Manhwa, the first of the Western Gate. He is her grandfather, and also the one who has all the knowledge and greatest wisdom in the world. Her young family, being associated with such a prominent personality, carried the burden of high expectations from everyone around them. For the family to survive, they had to exceed the wildest dreams of others and satisfy their requests. It was not an easy task, especially for a child who had high expectations. She could only dream of a happy family life. To at least get closer to the level of her grandfather, Hirin did everything she could. Thanks to their hard work, people began to say that the Westgate family had a genius. Everyone began to praise her, and thanks to the little girl's efforts, the burden her parents had been carrying was reduced a little. But in reality, it was overwhelming her. Even though she knew that she was good enough compared to others, deep down she knew the truth. Moreover, she guessed that her grandfather was of the same opinion. Even being a genius, she could not achieve his wisdom. They both knew that her talent had reached its limit, and there was no way she could catch up with the enlightenment of sage Manhwa. Hirin lives with the knowledge that she was never the real genius her grandfather was looking for. In fact, she believed that the one her grandfather was looking for was Ha-Jin Wool. Unfortunately for them, he had already joined Jinmu Wan. Finally, they exchanged false wishes and went in different directions. Ha-Jin Wool had been waiting for a long time for the moment when he could enjoy such a dissatisfied expression on the face of the young lady of the Western Gate. Leaving the prison palace, Hirin made a very displeased grimace. She asked the bodyguard to immediately gather the Azure Dragon Association and make sure everyone was there. When the scholar of 3 minds entered the building, he could not hide his joy. Seeing him in this state, Jin was a little confused about the reason for his joy, and asked if he was happy because his master was imprisoned. Ha-Jin Wool continued to laugh, answering that Master Mu Wan simply did not see Lady Hyeryong's face twisted with anger. Missing this point, the heir inquired about the progress of the plan that had been prepared by the scientist of 3 minds. With a smug smile, the scientist replied that everything was going smoothly, and the master just needed to stay in prison and prepare for the next battle. At that moment, Mrs. Meyer turned to him. She handed him food through the bars, saying that he should hurry up, because it was unlikely that he could eat here normally. Mu Wan was caught off guard by such a caring gesture. Mrs. Tang actually brought an envelope of rice with her. In fact, the scholar of 3 minds didn't even see that she was taking it with her. Moreover, the situation began to become clearer in his bright head. A caring girl has feelings for the heir of the northern clan. Realizing that at such a moment they should not be disturbed, Ha-Jin Wool said that he just wanted to make sure that the gentleman was okay, after which he began to walk towards the exit, saying that he urgently needed to go to the restroom. As he left, he winked slyly at the young master, thereby saying that this was his chance to act. Such a gesture from his strategist made Mu Wan feel a little awkward. After handing over the rice to Master Jin, the girl asked if everything was okay with him. Nicely sitting down opposite him, she said that she was sure that everything would be all right, because her grandfather and the scientists of the 3 minds were doing everything they could. She also said that if he needed anything, she would bring it next time. After these words, an awkward pause began and they looked into each other's eyes. Master Jin decided to speak first and turned to Mrs. Tang. Lowering his eyes, he apologized to her, saying that he already has a person whom he loves. Hearing this, the girl was a little shocked, because she understood that her feelings would remain unanswered. Lowering her eyes, she sighed heavily, saying that everything was fine. Hugging her knees, she admitted with a sweet expression that she had guessed that he already had a lady of his heart. To break the awkward pause, she offered him something to eat, saying that he was probably hungry. Mu Wan thoroughly enjoyed the rice that the caring lady brought. He thanked her for her valuable support at such a difficult time. After the guys left, Master Jin continued to improve his control over energy. At the same time, he continued to control his surroundings using shadow energy. At one point, he felt that a stranger had entered the prison. The man approached the cell where Master Jin was imprisoned and introduced himself as Gyeom-jo-san, the head of law enforcement. The head of the law enforcement agencies said out loud the suspicions for which the master known as the Northern Blade was detained. He also mentioned that if the claim that they were assassins sent to kill him turned out to be true, then he obviously couldn't just allow himself to be attacked. They needed convincing proof of his statement, because then they would be able to find out the truth. But in fact, he admitted that he came here not by order from above, but for another, personal reason. He had his own suspicions, and turning to the prisoner, he admitted that he would be grateful if the story was honest. Addressing the master by his nickname, Mr. Gyeom-jo-san asked who he really was. Mu Wan raised his cold gaze and spoke the truth that the head of law enforcement wanted to know. The information that the Northern Blade had declassified was something shocking. The moment Mr. Gyeomjo's son heard this truth, his eyes opened wide in surprise like never before. Meanwhile, the master of the fleeting falcon sword, Cha Moon-ho, found himself in a dark room, where the dark bag was finally removed from his head. Cha Moon-ho sweated with fear and with a trembling voice asked who kidnapped him and what the hell was going on. Without further ado, they pointed a finger at the tied-up man who was hanging next to him. Looking in his direction, Cha Moon-ho recognized the clothes of a member of the Ghost Killer clan. The beaten man, seeing the master of the fleeting falcon in front of him, admitted that it was he who hired them, after which he began to beg for his life. Seo Musang asked the prisoner whether the killer's words were true that he hired them to eliminate the Northern Blade. Confused, Cha Moon-ho shouted that this was nonsense. Then he began to say in a trembling voice that he was one of the members of the Azure Dragon Association, so if the kidnapper did not let him go, he would not survive what he had done. Realizing that Master Cha was going to remain silent, the mysterious silhouette standing opposite him said that he had guessed that he would not confess. The man admitted that he hoped for this, because he wanted to tell an interesting story. Taking off his t-shirt, he showed off the huge number of scars on his body and began his story by saying that long ago, in order to keep a secret, he endured 8 months of torture. Putting on gloves, the master of his craft clarified that during all 8 months of torture, he never let anything slip. Addressing the prisoner, Seo Musang admitted that he couldn't wait to find out how long the young and frightened child of the Three Ring family could hold out. After looking around the hall, Mrs. Hiran said that she had clearly stated that everyone should be present at this meeting. Mr. Cha was absent, so she asked what the reason was. The question was asked directly to the Guan brothers. Confused, the twins replied that they hadn't seen him for the past few weeks after a bit of confusion. The remaining 2 masters who participated in the incident with the Northern Blade decided to remain silent so as not to remember the shame that they had to endure. The lady was dissatisfied that Cha Moon-ho from the Three Rings clan, who was recruiting a newbie, had disappeared somewhere. Despite this, she greeted everyone present and congratulated the newcomers on joining their organization. Separately, she thanked one of the 7 lesser heavens, Mr. Hong, for such an honor. She then suggested getting straight to the point, saying that the reason she had called them together was because they had some unexpected difficulties. Lady Hiran stated that it would be about a master named Northern Blade, who had recently caused turmoil within the Central Heavenly Alliance by slaughtering a large group of warriors. She also expressed confidence that he probably knew that bloodshed in the Central Heavenly Alliance was a sin, because of which he was destined to end up in one of their prisons. The deputy head of the association suggested that if he killed these people anyway, then there was a high probability that they were assassins hired after his soul, and he had no other choice. Moreover, she also shared information that someone had made an anonymous report about this incident to the Central Heavenly Alliance, which means that it was planned. Hearing about what happened, all the guys who had recently participated in the conflict with the Northern Blade realized that the order to eliminate the powerful master was the work of Cha Moon-ho. After sharing the details of the situation, Miss Hiran decided to share even more important information obtained during the recent investigation. She stated that the Northern Blade was actually the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan named Jin Mu Wan, who was thought to be dead. Hearing the mention of the Northern Heavenly clan, the Guan brothers and 2 of the junior heavens were truly shocked. She justified the disclosure of such valuable information not by the fact that she wanted to spread the news, but by the fact that she wanted to warn members of the Alliance that they should not contact him. She further mentioned that it is no secret that Silent Night is slowly showing itself to the world again. Because of this, the Central Heavenly Alliance began to take action by recruiting the best warriors to join the invader squad. The leadership of the Azure Dragon Association considered it necessary to obtain the positions of captain, deputy, and ordinary fighters. Hiran continued her speech by saying that the invaders, made up of people of the association, must do great things to gain the trust of the people. According to her, their goal has always been to reduce the number of those who still harbor hope for the revival of the Northern Sky Clan. That is why they believed that it was important for them to succeed at the front. Another risk to their reputation was the appearance of the last heir to the Northern clan. She informed everyone present that the Tang family supported the Northern Blade. Considering how they behaved, She believed that there was a very high probability that other great families would side with the Northern Blade. Because of such details, she added that this means they should always be careful about how they interact with others. One of the problems she described to them was that due to the oversight of some idiot, it happened that the Northern Blade, which should have been quietly gotten rid of, is now in the mouth of many, which is the worst possible situation because this will be discussed at the next great meeting. The deputy head stated that the Northern Blade named Jin Mu Wan is truly the one who will stop the Azure Dragon Association from taking off. She again warned that everyone present was forbidden to contact the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. She named getting into the ranks of the invaders as the first priority for the association masters. It was an order that, upon hearing, the ridiculous Guan brothers and their comrades in misfortune realized that they were in trouble. After these words, the one whom all members of the association dreamed of seeing alive appeared in front of them. Seeing his old comrade, Master Shim greeted him with a wave of his hand. Lady Hirin introduced the head of the Azure Dragon Association, Master Dam Sojong, to everyone present, saying that he had successfully subdued the bandits in Shanxi province. Seeing him live for the first time, everyone present was simply shocked by his amazing power. It was the first time they had seen him so close and understood that the head of the association was really a person at a completely different level of power. Even the warmonger, Master Hong, was shocked by this incredible power. He had never cared about the association of the Azure Dragon after all. As a member of the 7 lesser heavens, he simply wanted to fight the one who was called the strongest among them. When he finally met this incredible master in person, he realized that someone like him, who couldn't even scratch the Northern Blade cape, had no right to fight such a person. Looking at the Dam Master, he felt that his mere existence exuded power, like an erupting volcano. He felt this incredible power with his entire body, and could confidently say that Master Dam Sojong was on par with the incredible Northern Blade. Lady Hirin foretold that the events surrounding the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir would cause unrest among the great families and cause a great gathering. This is exactly what happened. Those present were concerned that just when recruitment for invaders was open, a Northern Blade suddenly appeared, who turned out to be the living heir of the Northern Sky Clan that was problematic for them. Elder Gal Moon Hong was the first to express his dissatisfaction. Elder Ye Chun Wol echoed his words, noting that they were now in quite a predicament. Turning to the head of the hidden clan, he asked him to explain why his information that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was dead turned out to be untrue. The concerned head of the alliance in charge of collecting and storing information, Wol Sangjong, answered uncertainly that 7 years ago there was confirmed information, so even he was confused that Jin Mu Wan was alive. The head of the great southern clan, Chun Sang Yuga, voiced his displeasure after him, saying that they should destroy the current heir just like they did with the traitors from the Northern Heavenly Clan. He stated that while they had Jin captive, they should execute him as a message to the others. His words were driven by anger that the Northern Blade had humiliated their heir. Since the Northern Blade turned out to be the heir of Jin Mu Wan, the Southern Clan had an ideal opportunity to restore its honor, because the shame of the Sword of the South is also the shame of the great Southern Clan. OK Hwasan also joined Mr. Chun's words. She stated that if the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan roams freely in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, then their authority will be in question due to the fact that they could not finish what they started. The first person to voice his disagreement with the previous prefects was Mr. Tan Ki-moon. He stated that the Northern Heavenly Clan's sin had already been paid for with Jin Kwang Ho's life, so they should not do this to his only heir, since he was not the one who committed the betrayal. After listening to the words of the 10,000 Poison Master, Elder Dae Ryuk Shim realized that he was openly demonstrating that he supported the Northern Blade. He felt in him a serious opponent, because Tan Ki-moon knows more about poisons than anyone in the Alliance. The influence of the Tang family is something that cannot be ignored. In turn, Elder Seop Yeo Chong joined the opponents of the Northern Blade, saying that no one dares to slaughter so many people on their territory without permission, because this is a crime. Elder Chil San clarified the situation by saying that while the anonymous report indicated the innocence of those killed, it was clear that the Northern Blade had no choice but to defend itself or be killed. He asked to collect evidence and then deal with legal procedures. As expected, the elder of the Mu Quan monastery supported his words. He stated that shortly before he became an elder, he had the opportunity to meet the Northern Blade in person, so he certainly knows that he is a noble man of high virtue. The Northern Blade also gained the support of the Mu Mountain clan. Shaman So Ren stated that their clan agrees with the Great Tang family, the Hua Mountain clan, and Gongdong Monastery. Elder and Grand Marshal Gong Cheon was surprised by their support, so he said with contempt that it was strange for him to hear such bold statements from ordinary representatives and current heads. He directly asked how they dare to shield the heir of the clan, which is known for its conspiracy with Silent Night. With a serious and piercing gaze, Tang Kimun replied that the great elder's words were quite sharp. In turn, Shaman So Ren recalled that they were all called upon to represent the positions of their clans, therefore their status and position are the objective opinion of their families. Elder Beck Lee replied sharply that everything was obvious to her, although it would be difficult for people of low status to understand. The cold and reasonable head of law enforcement agencies, Jem Jo Sun, volunteered to calm their conflict. A man with a high sense of justice called on those present to calm down, saying that they had not gathered to argue among themselves. Seeing the conflicting mood, he only confirmed to himself that the appearance of the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan had put the Central Heavenly Alliance in a situation on the verge of becoming a laughing stock. Moreover, he understood that even while in prison he managed to shake the calm of everyone present. After this discussion, one of the elders invited the Prime Minister to express his opinion and share the words of the Nine Heavens regarding this incident of concern to the entire alliance. Mr. Van de Sen replied that in fact, the Nine Heavens believed that they had no need to interfere, since this was a minor matter in their opinion. They stated that they had more important matters to attend to, and they wanted the elders to decide for themselves. After listening to the opinions of the elders, the minister concluded that their opinions were divided. Therefore, he considered it appropriate to either punish the Northern Blade for the heir of the traitors or keep this issue separate and judge only for the crime that he committed on the territory of the Alliance. Solemnly raising his hands, he asked what the elders thought about fulfilling the wishes of both parties. Considering that the invader's establishment ceremony was approaching, he proposed to execute him publicly in front of all the martial artists. Turning his attention to the head of law enforcement, the minister stated that they could allow him to make a statement about the crime that the Northern Blade committed, while the betrayal of the Northern Sky Clan would be told by the one who witnessed the incident closest. As soon as he mentioned the so-called witness to the Northern Heavenly Clan's betrayal, a master walked into the great assembly hall with terrifying energy. Seeing the tall swordsman with the red cloak, Minister de Sen asked those present to show respect to their dear guest. One of the four pillars of the Northern Clan said that he was glad to meet the elders. Phantom Cursed Blade Yan Changhua, one of the traitors of the Northern Heavenly Clan, will be the judge for Jinmu Wan. After the meeting of the Azure Dragon Association, Damso Chen decided to retire on the roof under the starry sky. Peering at the building nearby, he remembered the conversation with his lover after the meeting. Lady Hiran thanked him for his hard work, while Master Dam himself, first of all, wanted to inquire whether it was true that the Northern Blade had been captured. Hiran replied that she was surprised that the news had reached him too. She said that they were able to meet him, after which she confirmed that he was indeed Jinmu Wan from the Northern Heavenly Clan. Seeing his reaction, she assumed that he would like to see him, so she said that she could send a message to the guards, but Master Dam replied that it was not worth it, because he just wanted to make sure that it was really Jinmu Wan. Recalling their only meeting, which happened briefly, he said that he was sure that Master Jin was not the kind of person who would enjoy killing innocents. Looking into his beloved's eyes, he firmly declared that he would meet her only where he could respect him as a fellow martial artist. With thoughts about this meeting, he was on the roof of a nearby prison with the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The chi energy of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan seemed something mysterious and interesting to him. Mu Wan also sensed his presence. During their first meeting, he also felt that he was a good person to strive for justice. Sometime later, when Master Dam returned home, Mu Wan suddenly felt a strong resonance with his blade. He realized that in front of him was the one whom his snowblade so badly wanted to destroy. Jo Un-kun suddenly appeared in front of Mu Wan and began to be surprised with a smile that the northern blade really turned out to be Mu Wan. At first, Master Jin did not feel his energy, but once in front of his face, he immediately rushed forward. Without hesitation, he grabbed his blade to deliver an instant blow. But his first thrust with the cursed sword was blocked by the bare hands of the user of the demonic blood technique of 10 women. With an intimidating, cunning smile, Un-kun continued to hold his younger brother's sword. Looking at Mu Wan, he laughed arrogantly and called his greeting unexpectedly warm. Trying to cut the claws of the killer of a peaceful tribe, Master Jin replied that his elder brother could not expect any other greeting. Un-kun was the kindest person in the bleak and desolate region of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He was someone that Mu Wan truly respected. As a child, Mu Wan never thought that Un-kun would be the one he wanted to kill the most. Holding back the enemy, Un-kun said that little Mu Wan had grown up and become a real man. He admitted that although he had his suspicions, even now it was quite difficult for him to believe that his little brother would turn out to be a Northern Blade. Mu Wan replied that he also found it hard to believe that he would meet him in such a place. The Northern Heavenly Clan heir speculated that Master Jo had decided to stay in the Central Heavenly Alliance rather than Unnam Province. His words turned out to be true, which was confirmed by the killer of the peaceful dumpling. Un-kun jumped back, raised his hands, and said that the Central Heavenly Alliance had formed invaders and he was being taken as a hostage. Since his father was killed on a quiet night, there was no longer any reason to keep him around. He saw no point in returning and taking over his father's clan. Now he called himself nothing more than a wanderer. The elder brother apologized to Mu Wan, saying that he regretted that he could not do anything for the Northern Heavenly Clan and the late head. According to him, at that time, he was simply powerless. Un-kun continued by saying that his younger brother must still have some grudge against him because of that incident. But despite this, he has no desire to fight him as he actually wants to help him escape. Unexpectedly for him, Mu Wan replied that his uncle was not killed on a quiet night. Jin Mu Wan said with a serious look that it was actually him who killed the demon fist Jo Jong Woo. Hearing the truth, Un-kun froze for a moment. After a moment of silence, he grabbed his head and began to laugh loudly. He shouted that he knew that the old man would not have died at the hands of the quiet knight that he had hunted all his life. The elder brother admitted that no matter how long he thought about making an official statement, this information could not fit into his head. Having calmed down a little, Un-kun admitted that he believed that Mu Wan had done a good job, because it certainly would not have been easy to destroy such an opponent. He was sure that Mu Wan did it for revenge, and then praised him for his bravery. Mu Wan was surprised by his reaction, realizing that he was not at all saddened by the truth about his father's death. Un-kun explained that this was because in his entire life, he never received a single compliment or kind word from his father. No matter how hard he tried, he never acknowledged it. Master Jo only beat him on a whim and took out his anger on him, so he did not feel any sorrow. Moreover, he said that he was actually glad that his father was killed at the hands of the younger brother he cared for so much in the past. After the death of his father, who conspired against the leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and considering that he himself was only an observer, Un-kun thought that they could be called brothers. In response, full of hatred, Mu Wan asked if Un-kun really decided to play with forbidden arts, such as the demonic blood art of 10 women, just because his father did not kiss his ass. The hypocritical elder brother continued to listen to his speech with a smile, but when he realized what had been said, he grabbed his head. He couldn't even think that Mu Wan even knew such details. Releasing his demonic power, he was surprised with evil and insane joy that his younger brother even knew about that ritual. In response to his revelation of demonic power, Mu Wan released his snowflower aura and took a stance to perform an attack. Seeing the sword's aura, Jo Un-kun realized what was happening. He guessed that this sword was supported by the shaman's hatred. He couldn't forget the woman whose tribe had died out because of his demonic ritual. Now it became clear to him that she had become a vengeful ghost and became attached to his younger brother, filled with a sense of justice. It was obvious that knowing about his elder brother's crime, Mu Wan would not back down. Licking his lips, Un-kun thought that he and his younger brother were truly connected by the same fate. Spreading his arms to the sides, he released the forbidden blood art of 10 women. Mu Wan attacked the devilish bastard, saying that the Woon Kun he knew was humble, and never said an evil word to another, and did his best not to hurt people. All this turned out to be a lie, and now he was forced to attack the demonic monster. Kun was able to dodge his quick attack without much difficulty, coping with the incredible speed of the heir of the northern clan. The snowflower's next cleaving blow was stopped by the demonic monster's bare palm. Feeling safe, Kun called his younger brother a naive child, and added that he should not forget that everyone follows their desires, so he should not trust anyone, because there will always be an ulterior motive behind everything. In response, Mu Wan shouted that these were just excuses, and then delivered a cutting blow in the direction of the enemy's head, but he managed to crouch down, losing his long hair. Grabbing the snowflower again with his demonic claws, Kun continued the conversation, saying that Mu Wan was going too far, because he himself became so strong only because of the secret teaching that the Northern Heavenly Clan left him. He admitted that his martial art was the strongest that he had seen. Mu Wan, with his eyes filled with rage, was so overcome with hatred that he began to be absorbed by the aura of his blade. He said that Kun is no longer a man, but is now even worse than a beast. At the same moment, the guards burst into the prison and heard the sounds of battle. Kun decided to run away, so he said goodbye to his younger brother, saying that it would not benefit either of them to make a fuss. As he put on his long cloak, he said that he simply wanted to confirm that the northern blade was the Mu Wan he knew. He wanted to know if his younger brother would work with him for some great purpose, but during the meeting he realized that they would definitely not get along anytime soon. As he said goodbye, Kun asked his younger brother to remember that their world was not one-dimensional, as he thought. The owner of demonic power said that there are two sides to everything, and they cannot do anything about it. Full of anger, Mu Wan said that in response, Kun must remember that he will die from his sword. After these words, Master Jin whispered an apology to the snowflower, asking the blade to wait a little longer before they could fulfill their mutual vengeance. Seeing the interaction between the heir of the northern clan and his animated blade, Kun noted with a sly demonic smile that it was very cute. Without wasting any time, he ran away while Mu Wan returned to his prison cell without resisting. While escaping from the Central Heavenly Alliance prison grounds, Kun could not stop thinking about a clash with the heir of the northern clan. Looking at the scar on his arm, he admitted that his little brother's strength was simply impressive, and that if he wasn't careful, he would definitely lose his arm. With a smile anticipating intriguing events, he thought that Jin Mu Wan, with whom he could not agree to work together for a great goal, was a real loss. While Mu Wan remained in prison, his comrades continued to work. Ha Jin Wol and his old comrade Zhang Dai Seo continued to develop and improve a plan to resist the forces of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Chun Ying was also with them, using a disguise. At one point, the Master of Reincarnation felt that they were not alone here, and that someone was watching them. Being in a rather crowded place, he whispered to the scientist of 3 minds that there was a tail behind them. Carefully looking around, Ha Jin Wol was not particularly surprised by this news, realizing that most likely Heron of the Western Gate had long ago sent someone to keep an eye on them. Despite this, he was not at all worried about the safety of the traps installed throughout the city. The skillful ninja Chun Ying gave him confidence in the success of the work done. Without showing the enemy that he had noticed the pursuit, the hidden moon spy asked the scientist if he was sure that the list of personalities important to their cause was correct, and that the person they were looking for was alive. Due to pressure from the persecutors, he decided not to wait for an answer, and after changing his identity, told the scientist that he was going to distract the strangers so that the scientists would continue searching for the person they needed. Taking the blank sheets of paper in his hands, the ninja walked in a different direction, separating himself from the team. The guys walked on, and at one point Chan Dai Seo suggested stopping. The man said with some anxiety that they had found who they were looking for. At that moment, they reached one of the walls of the capital of Hubei province. The man they were looking for looked like a homeless man. He had no limbs, so he clenched the pen between his teeth and, with his body trembling, tried to write something on the paper. At one point, a feather fell out of his mouth and rolled down. Taking it back into his teeth was not an easy task for a man with such a deplorable body condition. But suddenly a stranger, accompanied by a serious comrade, came to his aid. The scientist of three minds said with a triumphant smile that they had found someone who had long disappeared from the public. Seeing the strangers, the mysterious man who lived on the street displeasedly asked who they were, after which he asked them to stop bothering him and get out of his sight. In response, Ha Jinwo looked into his eyes, saying that they are fishermen who know the truth about his identity. After these words, he looked towards the homeless man with contempt and called him the one who betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan and led the famous and influential family to their downfall. The man was shocked to hear that his identity had been revealed. This is the one who was responsible for collecting all the secrets and information, the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan's hidden intelligence, Dong Ha-ping. The scientist then said that the heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan was in the capital of the Central Alliance. A few days after this event, the time came to begin recruiting for the invaders. The minimum requirements were recommendations from prominent people in Murim, or recognition for outstanding deeds in the world of martial arts. Hearing this, most of the masters present began to feel panic and express dissatisfaction because no one had spoken about such conditions before. They shouted with displeasure that this was a blatant act of discrimination, because in this case, representatives of the Commission of Invaders literally abandoned those who were not from prestigious families. Trying to renew their chances, they shouted that joining the invaders was supposed to give them the opportunity to do great things. After voicing their demands, unknown warriors like them could be left with nothing. The disgruntled masters wanted justice and shouted that they should get a chance. Dan Wu-kang, one of the representatives of the external faction, volunteered to calm their riot. He stated that he had a message for everyone who came to the recruiting ceremony for the invaders. He stated that the son of a traitor who was known for the incident with the Northern Heavenly Clan was now in their prison. He further recalled the story that the head of the Northern Clan, Jin Kwang-ho, was the one responsible for protecting against the Quiet Night, but was about to join the enemies. The story continued with the words that the Central Heavenly Alliance decided to show mercy and spare his son, but this young man grew up and decided to reveal himself to the world, appearing with the advent of a quiet night. For this reason, they came to the conclusion that the heir was collaborating with the enemies. After that, Da Wukong shouted that everyone must have heard of his pseudonym. What followed was a statement that the Northern Blade, known for his exploits, turned out to be the son of the traitor Jin Kwang-ho. That's why they planned to publicly execute him before recruiting him as an invader. The man expressed hopes that each of those present would become a witness, because participation in the execution of a traitor would be considered as having accomplished a great deed. Thus, it was announced that when the time of selection came, all those present at the execution would meet the minimum requirement for recruitment as invaders. The shocked audience began to look around and whisper. No one else shouted that they had been deceived and not given a fair opportunity. Dan Wukong, looking closely at the audience, understood perfectly well that they would soon find out whether these masters would listen to his words. He had previously received an appeal strategy from the minister, but was not confident that the announcement would be enough. The cunning Van de Sen, folding his hands in front of him, replied that the plan was ideal. He asked the faction representative to make sure that he read word for word without any improvisation. To be on the safe side, he said that if the warriors were still dissatisfied, then it was worth stating that it was personally given to them by Seo Manhwa, one of the great 9 heavens. This kind of calculated provocation was truly a plan without any weaknesses. Finally, the minister asked the ward to be calm, because everything will go smoothly. Then he again emphasizes that the message should be conveyed word for word, without errors. In response to his words, the audience really calmed down. Realizing that everything had gone as planned, the man took their reaction as agreement and ordered them to line up and get ready. The people quietly complied with their request. Everyone followed the instructions so as not to miss their chance to get into the invaders' detachment. Among those present was one very famous and powerful group of mercenaries. The Iron Detachment managed to arrive at the capital and find out how things were going with their comrade, with whom they had fought more than one battle. Their leader Yan Mu Sang analyzed the situation. He couldn't help but notice that there were a lot of people gathered in this arena, more than expected. Moreover, the announcement regarding the Northern Blade worried him. because he could not imagine that Mu Wan would embroil himself in a huge mess at such times. The members of the Iron Squad began to argue that it was hard to believe that Jin Mu Wan could make a mistake for which he would be caught by representatives of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Previously, they thought that their battle comrade was an overly cautious person. Some of the fighters suggested that Jin Mu Wan became a little arrogant after making a name for himself, because when people get fame, they often lose their way. Unlike the others, Deputy Head Cha Ya Ran was convinced that since the true identity of the Northern Blade was revealed, Jin Mu Wan must have done it on purpose. Mu Huan, the master of endless thought, agreed with her assumption. He said that Mu Wan is not the type to let his guard down or act without a plan. Although the secrets of the heir of the Northern clan were revealed, the strategist of the Iron Dozen thought that he had a plan. Besides, he couldn't mention that Mu Wan has a scholar of 3 minds on his side, so it wouldn't be strange that this whole situation is part of Ha Jin Wool's plan. After listening to the words of his comrades, Yong Musan thought about what the Northern Blade was like. He knew that Mu Wan was really strong, and had been dealing with the Central Heavenly Alliance for quite a long time, which was his real enemy. Ready for any turn of events, the head of the Iron Dozen hoped that Mu Wan did not bare his fangs too early. Still, he urged his comrades not to worry, saying that they should feel proud that they had worked hard to get to this place. He warned that if they didn't want their beloved leader to get into trouble on day 1, they shouldn't overreact. Yong Musang advised his boys to be vigilant and not do anything stupid. In response, Deputy Master Ya said that it is their leader who should be careful, because it is he who always gets into all sorts of troubles. Hearing her words, Leader Yan began to fool around, saying that he was not sure of her words. Meanwhile, the Lady of the Western Gate continued to prepare for her appearance in public. At that moment, Master Shim came to visit her. As it turned out, he was the same person who tried to track down the scientist of 3 minds on behalf of Hirin. Unfortunately for them, he was unable to complete this mission successfully. Mrs. Hirin took it with understanding, saying that she had assumed that this would happen. Mr. Shim concluded that in this case, someone helps them from the outside. One of his charges continued to pursue the target, but when he got closer to it, it turned out that it was a completely different person. When it came to who was personally leading the persecution, Lady Hirin said that she did not expect much from such a ridiculous dog as the former commander of the mercenary group in charge of the Northern Heavenly clan. Moreover, she understood that the scientist of 3 minds should not be taken lightly. Realizing the danger of the enemy strategist, Master Shim asked whether it would be easier to quietly eliminate their enemy in the form of a scientist of 3 minds. Mrs. Hirin replied that in fact, they were in this position precisely because of such thoughts. She was sure that the plan of the scientist of 3 minds was reliable enough, and everything could continue on its own, even without his control. Master Shim was surprised to hear such a thing from the one who was called the great genius of the Western Gate. He said that she thought too highly of her opponent, and probably overestimated his capabilities. He did not have time to hear her answer, because at the same moment he noticed another leader of the Azure Dragon in the room, whom he considered his younger brother. It was Master Dam. Rising from the bed, he asked his elder brother not to stoop low by resorting to killing at a time when it was a strategic battle. In response, Master Shim began to make excuses, and without losing his pride, said that in war all means are good. But such a response did not satisfy the high demands of the leader of their organization. Master Dam asked his elder brother if he really believed that this was all that their Azure Dragon Association was capable of. He further stated that their priority is to resolve problems in a fair and just manner. Mrs. Hirin behaved as if she adhered to the beliefs of her lover. Master Shim could not say anything against it, although he understood that the main thing for their chief strategist was victory. Their conversation was interrupted by a visit from their elder sister, the bodyguard of the Westgate family. When she walked inside, she asked everyone present to prepare to leave as the recruitment ceremony would begin soon. Meanwhile, at the White Dragon Trade Association, the training of Mr. Huang and his young disciple continued. By improving their techniques, they could demonstrate noticeable results in friendly sparring. The skill of both fighters had increased significantly, and now they could fend for themselves. Despite the differences in age and experience, they could be worthy opponents, giving their all. And yet, at the end of the sparring, Mr. Huang was the first to give up, inviting the student to stop. Kwok Mun-jin continued to vigorously jump on the spot, begging the teacher to continue practicing so that he could use his strength to the fullest. The tired man said that he was glad to see that his student was indeed becoming stronger every day, after which he remembered that the young man had only recently learned to hold his sword correctly. With a smile on his face, grateful for the support, the young man said that his successes were only possible because he had such an outstanding teacher. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the leader of the trade association's bodyguard squad. He hurried to meet them with a message in his hands for Mr. Huang. The man shouted that they should see the latest news. While the leader of the bodyguards was trying to catch his breath, Mr. Huang and his disciple looked with great interest at the newspaper that their leader was so hastily trying to get them. They were shocked to learn what happened to their young master. Now everyone associated with the Northern Blade knew what had happened. Jem Jo-san came to the heir of the Northern clan and said that the time had come to make his decision. He warned Mu Wan that due to others' inattention and disrespect, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Taking a closer look at the head of the Northern Heavenly clan, he expressed the hope that Master Jin would not harbor a grudge against those present, after which he invited him to go outside. Rising to his feet, Mu Wan replied that he understood everything. The proud heir of the Northern Heavenly clan said without any doubt that he was ready to show himself to the public. On the way to the arena stage, the head of law enforcement and Mu Wan saw a speaker who was rehearsing before appearing in public. He talked about which proposals should be removed, because they don't sound impressive enough. Before them was a real manipulator of public opinion. While discussing where to place emphasis in his previously prepared speech, he saw something that did not fit into his understanding. Putting his hands on his hips, he turned to the head of law enforcement with a dissatisfied grimace, asking why the criminal was not in shackles, and also where the guards were located to accompany them. With even greater dissatisfaction, he asked why the criminal was allowed to keep a weapon with him. Mr. Guillaume Jo-sun calmly and judiciously replied that there was no need to seize this defendant's weapons, and a report on the reasons for such a decision had already been filed. He firmly stated that as long as Mu Wan is not found guilty, he will continue to be the head of the Northern Heavenly clan. The speaker was cornered by the phrase that they should show respect to a person whose guilt was not confirmed. The speaker of the silver tongue thought that this old man had fallen into insanity. On the other hand, he understood that it was precisely because of his stubbornness that he managed to maintain his post all this time. Having put the speaker in place, Mr. Guillaume Jo-sun said that he was looking forward to the prepared speech, after which he announced that they were going outside. Mu Wan, sensing the presence of a huge number of masters, stepped forward without any doubt, not fearing anyone, trusting the plan of the scientist of three minds. Before leaving, Mr. Guillaume Jo-sun glanced at the steadfastness of the so-called criminal. The man, who perfectly remembered the Northern Heavenly clan at the peak of its power, recognized the heir of the family as its former head, who was forced to sacrifice his own life. It was a mystery to him whether the young master was destined to repeat the cruel fate of his father. Before leaving, the fair and honest head of the support authorities said that he would pray that the young head of the Northern Heavenly clan would successfully cope with this obstacle. Mu Wan did not expect to hear words of support from a representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance, but he took it for granted and proudly remained silent in response. When Mu Wan stepped outside, he was faced with a blinding light, unusual after the dark room he had been in for the past few hours. Seeing the number of those who came to his execution, he was simply shocked. The territory of the huge arena and the area around it was crowded with interested people with different views on the situation around the heir of the Northern Heavenly Alliance. Naturally, in the stands there were those who distinguished themselves by their status. This solemn event was attended by representatives of the largest and most influential families of Murim, who were the elders of the Great Assembly of the Alliance. On the other hand, he could discover those whose influence was just beginning to grow. These were representatives of the leadership of the Azure Dragon Association. Remaining calm, Mr. Shim and Miss Dam looked unwaveringly at the arena, while Master Dam decided to stay away and rested his back against a pillar. Among the crowd, Mu Wan quickly discovered those who had no doubt that he could cope. It was the scholars who planned worthy support and an additional plan for the young master, as well as Lady Mirai and the Tang family disciple on whom Ji Moon had high hopes. Besides them, Mr. Jin was able to find other comrades among the huge number of masters. These were members of the Iron Dozen. They stared at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan with some surprise, trying not to show their excitement. At the same moment, the speaker of the Silver Tongue also appeared on stage, attracting the attention of the crowd with his signature cough. Addressing those present, he asked to pay attention to his further words. Nam Su Wu introduced himself with solemn pathos as the one who had been given the great honor of being allowed to carry out the recruitment process for the invader squad. The public was fascinated by his appearance because the speaker of the Silver Tongue was considered the most eloquent person in the Central Heavenly Alliance and therefore had great influence on the public. As it turned out, he even has 2 pseudonyms because he is also called the Roar of the Lion. He met the audience's reaction with a smug smile, after which he decided to make the audience fall in love with him even more by thanking all the martial artists for coming to this event. Demonstrating his charming acting skills, he decided to get down to business and began his speech by saying that the quiet night had returned, and as we know, every appearance of it, no matter how fiercely they defended themselves, led to suffering for the people of Merim. Painfully clutching his clothes, he shouted that for centuries the Silent Night had longed to take over the mainland and had used any means to destroy them. He further stated that countless innocent lives were given to protect what they held dear. With real tears in his eyes, he began to play with the feelings of those present, mentioning the heavy losses of loved ones whose valiant sacrifice had enabled them to live to see this day. Continuing to crack his voice, he yelled that the land that was once protected by their ancestors would be under the reliable protection of an invading force, the vanguard of the coming war. Romanticizing even possible sacrifices for victory, he stated that the Central Alliance would do everything possible to provide unlimited support to the invaders, even granting them power and authority. He promised that when the war was over, those who survived would lead their generation into the future. The audience reacted to his words with real delight. Loud applause made the speaker feel a unique shiver of pleasure. Capturing the attention of those present, he stated that under normal circumstances, they would have already started recruiting, but they were forced to postpone it due to the situation, which should be discussed with everyone present. Pointing his hand disrespectfully and defiantly at the Northern Blade, he called him by name and declared that he was a criminal who should be judged before proceeding to celebration. He further mentioned that everyone had heard about the Northern Heavenly Clan, which was previously highly respected, but betrayed them by allying with Silent Night. The next words were a mention of the fact that this is why they executed the previous head of the Northern Clan, Jin Kwang Ho. Seeing the reaction of the public, he continued to play with their emotions, saying that it was difficult for him to believe that the clan that was supposed to protect them from the enemy had sided with them and forgot about its honor. The deceitful speech continued with the words that history repeats itself, and like his father who created problems by collaborating with enemies, his son also follows the call of criminal blood and slaughters innocent masters right in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Without an ounce of conscience, the deceitful manipulator repeated that since the son is like the father, there is a possibility that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jin Mu Wan, committed these terrible acts under the orders of the Quiet Night. Mu Wan only paid attention to him for a moment before looking back at the audience's reaction. People began to feel enraged. They shouted with hatred that the traitor's son should be executed, while continuing to shout insults towards the deceased previous head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Raising his head high, Mu Wan turned to his father with disgust at the presence of the masters, saying that now he understood what he saw before his death. Remembering his father, he thought that only at such a moment could he fully realize the loneliness that his father experienced in the last moments of his life. The speaker continued his speech, furiously announcing that before they passed the final sentence, they must allow the criminal to speak his name and status. Only Mu Wan and his supporters at such a moment thought that despite the false statements, in reality, Jin Kwang Ho gave his whole life to protect these people and the mainland. But instead of the respect he deserved, he was faced with cold and indifferent glances. Faced with reality, Jinmu Wan was able to somewhat understand the suffering his father must have felt before his death. While Mu Wan froze for a moment due to the memory of his father, the speaker, warming up the audience, fiercely demonstrated his importance by shouting that the criminal should hurry up with his words, which the audience expects. At that moment, Master Jin began to experience incredible rage, which caused him to bite his lip for the first time in his life and grimace with anger. Turning to his father, he mentally said that 10 years ago he saw his death at the hands of these bastards and was finally able to meet them in person. Taking advantage of the situation, the silver tongue of the Central Heavenly Alliance shouted with an arrogant laugh, which is natural when the heir of such a wretched bloodline feels deep shame and cannot even say a word. But at that moment it was clear that in fact, Mu Wan was plunged into a deep, real rage due to the realization of what was the end of the existence of his great and powerful clan, which protected the entire continent. Returning to reality, Mu Wan released his anger and urged those present to listen carefully to his words. With a decisive and incomparably furious cry, he introduced himself as the son of Jin Kwang Ho, who was nicknamed the Great Wall of the North. The fifth head of the Northern clan, Northern Blade Mu Wan, announced himself in front of a large audience. His loud and powerful statement left the audience silent, in awe of the mighty resilience of a man who was being paraded around like a captured predator. Not only the audience, but also the previously confident silver tongue of the Central Heavenly Alliance fell silent upon hearing the words of the powerful young master. Master Jin's speech was something that made even the head of the Azure Alliance take notice of the scene, while the Northern clan heir's comrades stared in admiration in his direction, feeling proud of their young master's unwavering spirit and determination. 10,000 Poison Master Gi Moon was amazed by Master Jin's words. In all the time they had traveled together, none of the Northern Heavenly Clan heir's comrades had seen him show such emotions. Previously, Mu Wan always maintained a strong steadfastness and calmness, being prepared for anything. This guy's determination made even those who were once surprised by Mu Wan think. The elder of the Gongdong Monastery could not help but remember their common path. He thought that Mu Wan was a person who was stronger than anyone. Despite the young master's power, he noticed that even so, he had not lost his modesty. But these words from the previously quiet heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan made it clear to him that his patience had run out. The elder of Manhwa was also amazed by these words. The cold nature of the young master literally frightened even such an experienced warrior. But now the great master Chil San saw that the silence was broken by the roar of defiance of such an incredible person. The shaman, who had previously lived away from the outside world, could not help but notice her connection with the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Their journey at first seemed carefree and did not speak at all about who the Northern Blade really was. Even despite the events before arriving in the capital, she only now thought about how difficult this man's life had been up to this point. Minister de Sen continued to remain calm, even though he began to feel a real threat from the man they wanted to use as a tool to promote the creation of an invading force. Naturally, Leader Yang could not help but react to this moment. He thought that Mu Wan had finally decided to be truly proud of his name. He had such an opinion of him not at all because Mr. Jin had previously been ashamed of his pedigree. Of course, Yang Musong understood that the Northern Blade was forced to hide his identity. He couldn't help but notice the emotional presentation of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who maintained his composure even when he was saving his uncle, which was more important to him than his own life. In turn, the scientist of three minds was incredibly proud of the man in whom he saw a ray of light among the dark future of Murim. He thought with a determined look that it must have been difficult for his young master to restrain himself all this time. Among all Mr. Jin's acquaintances, there was only one person who was dumbfounded by the truth about who the Northern Blade is. Seeing the others' reactions, he felt very uneasy, realizing that his comrades had long known the truth about Master Jin's origins. When the Mieng student, with a strange burden on his back, continued to rant about revealing the identity of his abuser, a concerned Mrs. Tan quietly asked him to mind his manners. In fact, Miri tried not to show that she was very worried about the situation around the person she was so partial to. After a furious, heartbreaking speech, Jinmu Wan realized for the first time that he had lost the composure that he had worked on all his life. To return to his senses, he inhaled and exhaled deeply, concentrating on stabilizing the flow of his qi. The head of law enforcement also could not utter a word due to the emotional speech of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who had been hiding from the world all this time. But looking at the speaker of the Silver Tongue, he saw that he was completely frightened by the rage of the master of the Northern Blade. Mr. Gem decided to continue his speech and, turning to the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, said that he was accused of 2 crimes, so they would start with the first, concerning the massacre on the territory of the Central Alliance. Addressing the public, Guillaume Jo-sun reintroduced himself as the head of law enforcement and said that he will conduct this trial without any bias and will do his best to reach a fair verdict. Next, he asked Master Jin to speak only the truth, so that his words would have value in the upcoming compilation of facts. The first question was whether Mu Wan actually killed a large group a few weeks ago in front of a tavern in the capital of Wuhan. Mu Wan didn't hesitate to admit that he was the one behind it. Continuing the interrogation, Mr. Guillaume mentioned that they were told that these people were innocent, and then asked if Mu Wan agreed with this statement. Master Jin calmly and firmly replied that he did not agree with the words of the witnesses, because those he killed were well-trained assassins sent by the clan as mercenaries to eliminate him. Mr. Gem assumed that such a statement meant that someone had hired a group of assassins to eliminate the Northern Blade, and therefore he had no choice but to kill them to protect himself. Mu Wan reiterated his words. Having taken a closer look at the heir of the Northern Clan, the judge asked if the defendant had any evidence. At that moment, Mu Wan fell silent, because he understood that he personally did not have such data. Mr. Head of Law Enforcement clarified for the public that they cannot simply rely on the words of the participant in the incident, since many people were killed. He asked the Northern Clan heir again if he could provide significant evidence. At the moment when Mu Wan, feeling hopeless, decided to calmly answer that he could not confirm his words, but he was unable to finish his sentence due to shouting from the audience. Someone shouted loudly that he had proof. The entire audience froze the moment the 3 masters began to enter the central arena. It was Mr. Mu Sang and 2 fighters who brought with them one of the assassins, as well as the master of the Fleeting Falcon, Cha Mun-ho. The head of the Secret Intelligence Department unexpectedly announced to everyone present that he had brought with him solid evidence of the defendant's innocence. The great scientist's plan began to show its strengths. Ha Jin Wol had already met with Mr. Seo after the capture of Master Jin. He was surprised that his young master's faithful comrade turned out to be such a reliable person that he did everything himself, without waiting for advice or orders. Mr. Seo did whatever was right for his master. After their general meeting, they said goodbye and agreed to meet on the day when Master Jin's trial would begin. The guys also made sure that their evidence could be used during interrogation in public. Shortly before the start of the celebration of recruiting masters into the invaders' detachment, the head of the security agencies received an unexpected letter, delivered to him with the help of a raven. Mr. Gem did not know who the sender was, but after reading the letter he learned that someone had confirmation of the defendant's innocence. The stranger asked him to make sure that on the day of the trial, clear questions would be asked about the evidence of Master Jin's guilt. When Mr. Seo entered the arena, the head of law enforcement asked the man who brought the evidence to introduce himself to the public. Seo Mu Sang introduced himself as the head of the Pursuit and Capture Department, and again said that he had evidence that could confirm the innocence of Northern Blade Jin Mu Wan. The elders present were shocked by the statement of this master with 2 blades on his back. They began to panic, reasoning that the head of the Department of Pursuit and Capture was not on their side, but on the side of the heir to the criminal Northern Heavenly Clan by their standards. Then Mr. Seo presented evidence, saying that on his right is the one who hired the clan of ghostly killers, and on the left is the killer from the clan of ghostly killers who carried out the order. Addressing the prisoners, Mr. Gem asked them to state their names and status. The trembling and badly beaten assassin was the first to answer. He confirmed that he was a mercenary from the clan of ghostly assassins who had received an order to kill the Northern Blade. With an equally pitiful look, the master of the Fleeting 3-Ring Falcon, who clarified that he was a member of the Azure Dragon Association, stated that his name was Cha Mun-ho. Presenting his status, he said with a trembling voice that he was the one who started everything and did it for personal reasons to get rid of the Northern Blade. Hearing these words, the leaders of the Azure Dragon Association were shocked that that idiot was not only the true customer, which played into the hands of their enemy, but also revealed his membership in the association. Now Hirin faced what she feared most. Seeing the trembling master she hired to recruit masters for her association, she realized that the Scholar of Three Minds was able to very successfully take advantage of his naivety. The trembling master of the fleeting falcon sword, in complete despair, turned to Lady Hirin, begging her to help. In response, Mrs. Hirin showed a calm, albeit feigned, smile. Opening her eyes wide, she asked with contempt who he was. Now the master of the fleeting falcon realized that his life had come to an end. Lady Hiryong nervously bit her lip because she knew that Xiao Musang was the deputy leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan surveillance group 7 years ago. Her suspicions were justified, because this person turned out to be loyal to the Northern Blade. What worried her even more was that the mediocre Cha Moon Ho, an idiot shaking with fear, had become self-willed out of his own pride, forgetting about her instructions. Not wanting to repeat her mistakes, she decided that she should restore order to the Azure Dragon Association so that no one else would jeopardize their authority. She thought with anger that their masters had become overconfident, uncontrollable, careless, and inattentive. Turning to her elder sister, she ordered her to immediately destroy all records of Jang Moon Ho that were in the Azure Dragon Association. After that, she embarrassed her older brother by saying that Mr. Shim should order all members of the association not to tell anyone anything about their relationship with Jang Moon Ho. From that moment on, he was supposed to become a complete stranger to them, with whom they had no connection. The tense Mrs. Hirin sensed danger and decided to try to take control of the situation. She knew that if an official investigation began, it would only be a matter of time before the Alliance learned that Cha Moon Ho was connected to the Azure Dragon Association. It was obvious to her that Cha Moon Ho was entangled with Master Jin for personal reasons, without knowing who he really was. That is why he gathered a group of mercenaries and did such a stupid thing. She had no doubt that her enemies would seize the opportunity and use it as a stepping stone to carry out their plan. Looking at the Scholar of Three Minds, she wondered if he really thought that such a strategy would cause the Azure Dragon Association to falter. Ha Jin-woo seemed to feel her gaze. They had to meet eyes after that. This is how their next competition in strategy took place. Mrs. Hirin, looking arrogantly at her competitor, clearly saw that it was he who was behind this, and again recognized his skill. But despite the defeat, she was not going to stand aside and promised that he would soon see how she would respond. Realizing that the daughter of the Western Gate highly appreciated the work done, the Scholar of Three Minds began to tease and wave his finger, thereby saying that it was too early to praise and extol him. Pointing his finger at her and biting his lower lip in anticipation, he wanted to ask her to wait a little longer, because the show was not over yet. The games of great minds continued. Ha Jin-woo continued to lay out cards on the table, while Lady Hiryong could only watch. Mr. Guyom took note of the defense's evidence and concluded that based on the confessions of these two participants in the incident, it can be concluded that Jin Moo Wan was simply defending himself. Then he officially confirmed that the mercenaries tried to brutally kill the defendant. In the name of the law, he ordered the masters of the Central Heavenly Clan to detain the organizers of the incident and escort them to prison. Che Moon Ho and the Phantom Killer Clan mercenary were captured and taken away from the arena. After this, the head of the law enforcement department decided to satisfy the interest of those present and asked why the leader of one of the information organizations of the Central Heavenly Alliance, Seo Mu Sang, decided to help this person. Mr. Seo calmly replied that killing is prohibited in the Central Heavenly Alliance, while Cha Moon Ho hired an entire clan, which is why an excellent warrior was unjustly captured on suspicion of brutal murder. After this, Master Mu Sang firmly stated that he personally intervened for the sake of his true master. Everyone present was shocked by his unexpected statement. The head of GEM was dumbfounded. He asked if the intelligence leader understood what such a statement meant. Seo Musang immediately replied that he understood like no one else, and also knew that his new path would not be easy. Looking around at his faithful comrades, he realized that they were also involved in this situation. The interrogation of the fleeting falcon's sword turned out to be boring. He gave up quickly, and then they had convincing proof of the young master's innocence. When Seo Musang finished with this, he turned to his fighters and said that the public trial would begin soon, and the overall picture was already clear to everyone. He was going to take care of the one whom the whole world calls the child of a traitor as his master. The man warned his faithful comrades that the time had come for the sake of the master to show his true face to the world. Turning away, he admitted that he did not know when or how he would die, because life on the run was difficult and tiring. He feared that his trusted comrades would also be in danger. Thanking the guys for following him up to this point, he ordered them to live as their hearts dictated. Seo Musang thought they would leave quietly, but the fighters showed their displeasure. Throwing his distinctive hat on the floor, one of the fighters shouted that this was the first time their brother had made such a sad speech. After this, he assumed that Master Seo had forgotten that they had sworn to always follow him. He remembered the day when their brother Seo said that he would become the worst traitor to the alliance, putting his life in danger for his master. They knew this truth and were grateful to him because they had found a goal and decided to live for his sake, even though they had previously dragged out their existence in anticipation of death. Turning to the elder brother who put them on the true path, the fighter said without saying that if Seo calls the Northern Blade Master, then for them he is also the one for whom it is worth sacrificing his life. They promised that they would follow their brother to death, so that such a sad speech would not be repeated. The determination of the faithful comrades was beyond praise that it was worthy to reward them for this. Seo Musang resigned himself to their sincere will and offered to continue their journey together, following the will of their young master. Mu Wan looked with kind eyes at the one who swore allegiance to him after the incident in the destroyed Northern Heavenly Clan. His faithful servant Seo Musang was determined to declare himself as a subordinate of the master, revealing the truth about his identity to the whole world, despite the danger. Seeing how the situation had suddenly changed due to the intelligence chief's betrayal, the head of the hidden temple, Wol Sangjong, angrily hit the wall with his fist. The elder trembled with anger, realizing that a huge number of information organizations were under his responsibility. But it was this man who was good at hiding his true intentions and decided to stab him in the back. He promised that Seo Musang would pay for this in the most horrifying way. Prime Minister Van de Sen saw the dissatisfaction of his subordinate, realizing that his mistake could not be corrected. Despite this, he remained calm. The minister carefully planned the execution of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and even prepared a backup plan. Glancing at the speaker, he made eye contact with him to give him a signal. Nodding his head, he suggested that the Silver Tongue move on to a backup plan that the enemies would not find a refutation of. Having received the signal, the speaker began the second part of the accusation, ending the previous part with the words that the defendant committed mass murder in the territory of the Central Celestial Alliance in self-defense. After these words, he pointed his finger at the master of the Northern Blade and invited the public to move on to the second crime of the traitor's son, namely the suspicion of collusion of a descendant of the Northern Heavenly Clan with the criminal organization of the Quiet Knight. After these words, a short, silent pause began, and, meeting eyes, the defendant and the speaker demonstrated their confidence in their position. Pointing his finger again at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the speaker asked whether Jin Mu Wan recognized his actions as criminal. Mu Wan calmly replied that he did not admit their accusations, because his father had never had any connection with the Quiet Knight. Having stated this, he said that therefore his father is not a traitor, he is not the son of a traitor, and will never become a problem for the mainland. With a piercing gaze, the speaker asked for confirmation that the defendant denied that the Northern Heavenly Clan had a connection with Silent Night, despite the arguments of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Mr. Jin calmly said that his father valued peace above all else and never exposed him to any threat, but his reputation was tarnished by being falsely accused of treason. After these words, he asked the speaker of the Silver Tongue to be fair. He further stated that the Northern Sky Clan had protected the mainland for generations, even though they did not have a single moment of comfort due to the gloomy and cold skies of the north. Without leaving the cursed lands, they protected people, and only for the sake of the mainland, they fought for more years without sparing themselves. Mu Wan insisted that thanks to the fact that his family, which was slandered, broke its back, the rest of the inhabitants of the mainland could exist peacefully and without deprivation, but instead of valuing order, they divided into groups and began to fight. Then he again asked what kind of betrayal we were talking about. The dissatisfied speaker, denying the defendant's statements, shouted that the former head of the Northern clan personally confirmed everything, and the Central Heavenly Alliance presented evidence of his guilt. He rudely asked if the heir was going to deny the obvious to the last. Jin, losing his calm, replied that the Central Heavenly Alliance distorted the facts, and in fact did not prove anything, but only denigrated and betrayed the former head of their clan. After these words, he suddenly heard a man's low and domineering laugh, asking if the alliance had really betrayed the Northern clan. Mu Wan recognized this voice and began to lose his composure, realizing who these words belonged to. His uncle Yongchen Hua, a man with a fearsome aura and the fame of the strongest swordmaster, entered the arena. One of the four pillars of the Northern Heavenly clan, turning to his nephew, said that he had clearly heard the boy's deceitful words. Mu Wan finally met the second of the four pillars, which was the reason for his family's downfall. He was filled with anger, seeing the pathetic traitor who had become the loyal dog of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The public was shocked by the appearance of one of the Northern Heaven's Great Four and the current head of the Supreme Sword Fortress. They discussed that he had reached that level of oneness with the weapon where the sword is an extension of its owner. The masters present were in admiration, because they say that if you reach the level of this swordsman, you will not be able to distinguish where the sword is and where you yourself are. Yong Chenhua has reached the peak and mastered the strongest known sword technique. It is said that his body itself is no different from the legendary sword. The appearance of a truly impressive individual was the revelation of the Central Heavenly Alliance's trump card. The silver tongue speaker enjoyed the situation, feeling superior to his opponent. Addressing the audience, he asked them to pay attention to the living witness of the Northern Heavenly clan, after which he introduced the head of the fortress, Yong Chen Hua. Then he asked those present whether he was sufficient evidence to convict the son of a traitor. Turning to the head of the fortress, he carefully and respectfully said that the rest of the evidence of Master Jin's guilt was his. Mr. Yong continued the conversation, and again called the Northern Blade a kid, asked how he had coped all this time, and why he didn't come to him at the Supreme Sword Fortress if he was able to survive the incident of the appearance of the Quiet Knight. Mu Wan, holding back his anger, addressed the man he hated as an uncle, saying that he was a little busy surviving. The swordmaster falsely said that he was worried about his nephew, and if he found him, he could treat himself to a warm meal. Master Jin replied that he did not really want to risk his life for some food. With anger in his eyes and a certain contempt, Yong Chenhua asked if he really didn't have even an ounce of courage to meet them. Mu Wan said with a piercing gaze that he used to live by being wary of his surroundings. The moment of their conversation seemed so tense that everyone present felt a lot of pressure from the arena. Mr. Seo, who was standing nearby, felt as if they were crossing blades rather than just having a conversation. Watching what was happening, Ha Jin Wol thought that his expectations were justified, and Yong Chen Hua had indeed shown up to become an argument from the Central Heavenly Alliance. Addressing the comrades with whom he had come to observe the trial of the young master, he asked them to be prepared to intervene. Continuing to carry out the Alliance's order to accuse the heir, Master Yang Zhonghua asked if Mu Wan really believed that the Central Alliance was conspiring with the Great Four of the Northern Heavens to betray and destroy the Northern Heavenly clan. Master Jin didn't even want to confirm this primitively, so he turned to his uncle and with a serious look said that his heart was breaking from hearing the traitor he met 10 years later loudly speak the truth, passing it off as a lie. Remembering the past, Master Yang again called the heir a kid and stated that he, too, had once been part of the loyal fighters of the Northern Heavenly clan. He stated that he respected Chief Jin the most, but fell into despair when he learned the truth about his conspiracy with Silent Night. Playing to the public, he began to say with some suffering that he had been trying for days to convince the head of Jin, but he did not listen to his words until the very end. Then he repeated again that the reason for the fall of the Northern Heavenly clan was the stupid decision of the father of the Northern Blade. Addressing the hateful young master, the experienced fighter said that he could not even imagine that Mu Wan would repeat his father's mistakes 10 years later. He declared that he had the blood of a traitor in him, and no one wanted to see him roaming the Central Plains freely. Clasping his hands in front of him, the hypocritical bastard declared that all this was for his own good, after which he invited the young master to destroy his martial arts and return to the northern region. He promised that if he did it like this, they would forgive him, because this was the last thing his uncle could do for him. With a serious look, Mu Wan asked his uncle again whether Chief Jin had really conspired with the Quiet Knight. Yang Changhua got angry at his insolence and rudely asked why he kept questioning it. In response, Mu Wan furiously said that his uncle should look him straight in the eyes and give a final answer. One of the 4 great pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan took this as insolence and shouted that his nephew was a vile insolent who dared to direct his bloodlust at him. Vendo sua reação, Mu Wan respondeu calmamente que agora ele apenas confirmou que Demon Fist Jo Jong-woo e a lâmina fantasmagórica amaldiçoada Yang Changhua foram os que iniciaram a destruição de seu clã. One of the most experienced swordmasters continued to say that he did not understand what he was talking about. He said that Mu Wan was talking nonsense. His patience was at its limit. When asked that he couldn't always hide the truth, Yang Changhua replied that Mu Wan started talking nonsense as soon as he was pushed into a corner. At the moment when the conversation reached the point of denying the facts, a young man suddenly appeared on the stage and shouted the name of the master of the ghostly cursed blade. This guy turned out to be a disciple of the Tang family. Mieng Ryu-san stood decisively on the edge of the arena and directed a serious look at the traitor of the Northern Clan. Without another word, he turned around and showed him the weight that was on his back. This was a miserable old man, the former head of the Northern Heavenly Clan's hidden intelligence. Addressing an even crueler traitor than himself, Dong Ha-pin declared that Mu Wan's words were true, and Yang Zhonghua naively thought that he could hide the truth of what he had done to deceive the world for a long time. The man, who had nothing left to lose, called on the swordsman to end this. Mu Wan didn't know about his strategist Hajin Wol's plans, so he was shocked to see the man Ryu-san brought. He recognized the keeper of documents and secrets of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who was also called the head of the Hall of Secret Origins. The last time they saw each other was before the Chapter 4 betrayal incident, so he couldn't understand why Dong Ha-pin was in such a terrible state. Seeing before him a living witness to his betrayal, Mr. Yang felt incredible rage, not understanding why the person whose death he personally witnessed was still alive. Waving his cruelly shortened limbs, Mr. Don again greeted his old acquaintance and said his full name, introducing himself as a man whom Master Yang had lured away and then brought to this state with his own hands, after which he threw it away as an unnecessary thing. The head of the Hall of Secret Origins did not even realize that in his life there would still be an opportunity to meet the Lord of the ghostly cursed blade in this way. 10 years ago, the head of the Jin clan took his own life in the Northern Heavenly Clan, and the events related to the keeper of documents and secrets took place a year before that. During a normal workday, someone quietly approached him and offered him that ill-fated deal that destroyed the entire Northern Sky Clan. He was given a report that stated that the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jin Kwang Ho, had conspired with Silent Night. In front of the entire audience, he stated that that document was written by the Sword Lord Yang Chen Hua. He recommended that he send a report to the Central Heavenly Alliance and negotiate with the Central Plains about the dissolution of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mr. Don admitted that he was being scammed, because for this, he was promised riches and a high position. But everyone in the Northern Heavenly Clan knew that Chief Jin would never do such a thing. The document was forged by Master Yan to achieve his own goals. Speaking of his own position, Mr. Dong was weak and tired of living in the dead lands of the northern region. To endure the hardships of being in the clan, he needed a truly enormous sense of duty, which he did not have. This is what ruined him. A tiny part in the dark depths of his heart wanted to live in warmth and peace, and everything got out of control because of Yang Chen Hua. So he made a decision that he cannot forgive himself. It all started with a false document and 4 pillars, and a century-long story came to an end all too easily. That night, when the head of the Jin clan committed suicide, the clan was disbanded, and Yang Chen Hua got rid of all the secret documents in the Hall of Secret Origins. He also pointed his blade at everyone who worked there, even Mr. Don, no doubt. At their last meeting, the keeper of the clan's secrets begged the Lord of the Sword to spare him, promising that he would take this secret to the grave. But the cruel and hypocritical Yang Chenhua was not going to leave loose ends that could bring him to light. The end of the story of the former head of the Hall of Origins was that, intending to kill him, the Lord of the Sword only left his limbs to die in his own blood. After hearing the true story of his miserable past, the Sword Lord began to laugh loudly and arrogantly, declaring that this homeless man had made up a very interesting story. He was sure that he had burned all the documents and killed Dong Haping with his own hands, so he did not understand why he was still alive. Showing bloodlust, he threateningly asked how they dare conspire against him and talk such nonsense in his presence, thinking that someone will believe them. In response, the man, who was no longer afraid of death, asked the Sword Lord if he knew why such an old man was responsible for storing the secret documents of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Naturally, Yang Chenhua had never thought about this, so he asked what it was all about. Dong Hapin always seemed like a strange choice on the part of the head, because this man did not possess martial arts or any special abilities at all. With a satisfied smile on his face, Mr. Dong said that the pillars could not have known, because only Chief Jin knew everything about him. After that, he said that he had a unique skill, thanks to which he was able to preserve a 10-year-old fake document that was created by the Lord of the Sword. After telling the public about such details, he thought about the day when the workers of the Hall of Origins were killed. Some stranger saved him, and it was hard to think that he knew that the time for revenge would come. Everything was as he said. Don could spend the rest of his life usefully to pay off his sin. After that, the secret keeper of the Northern Heavenly Clan began to cough heavily and raised his mouth upward while his throat began to swell. Within a moment, a scroll containing the false document in question appeared from his mouth. Everyone present was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. No one had previously even thought about the existence of such a power. It was an internal storage technique granted to the head of Dong Haping. Seeing in front of him the scroll with the false document in question, Master Yang Changhua was convinced that the enemy's arguments were not a bluff. He immediately grabbed his legendary blade to get rid of the last witness to the crime. The great sword sovereign, taking out his blade and scabbard, rushed towards Dong Haping with incredible killing intent to kill him. But at the same moment, the hilt of his sword, which he was trying to reach, was stopped by a joint block from the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan and his loyal subordinate SEO. Unable to withstand the pressure, Master Seo Mu Sang jumped back within a moment, shocked that someone whose best years were already behind him was still so damn strong. Mu Wan, being extremely serious about his uncle's betrayal, continued to hold his blade to avoid tragedy. Before he could draw his blade, the Lord of the Sword furiously asked how they dare to go against him. His nephew, the heir to the Northern Clan, only said that by such actions, Yang Changhua only confirmed that the arguments were true. The shocked audience began to make noise again because of the event that had taken place in the arena. Yang Chenhua was reacting to the accusations, so all the masters present began to doubt his arguments, and were already discussing the fact that Jin Mu Wan and Dong Hapin were probably telling the truth, inconvenient for the Sword Lord. They were shocked by the realization that if the defendant's side was not lying, it meant that Jin Kwang Ho had been unfairly convicted, and the collapse of one of the mainland's most reliable pillars in the battles against the Quiet Knight was the result of betrayal on the part of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Being among the crowd, the scientists could see that their plan was working perfectly. Chan De Seo once again confirmed the genius of his colleague. When Hajin Wall came to his library, he began searching for a list of those names who were in the Northern Heavenly Clan. After reviewing the details of the incident, they were able to find clues that would help clear the reputation of his young master's family. So he came to Dong Haping, which hid his truth about what happened, and actually turned out to be alive, outside the attention of the four great pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mr. Chan only now saw what exactly his comrade was planning. Jin Wol apologized with a smug smile for not revealing all his trump cards in this team game, regarding the fact that there were many obvious signs that had surfaced even before the incident. The brilliant scientist said that in any scheme that people have implemented, there are mistakes, and the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan was no exception. Now everything has fallen into place. The plan of the young scientist of 3 minds has come into action. in order to prove that Mu Wan is the heir to the sadly destroyed Northern Heavenly Clan. Yong Chen Hua was expectedly the best solution that the Central Heavenly Alliance possesses. However, he admitted that his plan was not ideal because they were lucky that Dong Ha Pin was alive and felt guilty. If he had not taken this step, everything would have been in vain. Their plan was successful because it was he who kept all the books and documents, and Chan De Seo was able to find out exactly where this person was. After that, Ha Jin Wol suggested to his comrade to prepare popcorn, because the stage was ready, and now both sides of the conflict were ready to start the real show. Continuing to look at the scientist of three minds, Mr. Chan admitted that he was simply incredible. The librarian knew that he was unusually smart, but he was still wary of his confidence that Mu Wan would be able to withstand a fight with Yong Zhonghua. The chances of victory or even survival seemed slim. Observing what was happening, the cold and reasonable minister of the Central Heavenly Alliance knew that these details put them in a difficult position. He considered the reason for another tactical defeat to be the lack of skills of the martial arts masters of the northern region. He couldn't understand how Yan Changhua could think of great success in the political arena if he couldn't handle such a small thing. He knew for sure that people who carry out massacres and survive are simply talented, but those who can foresee the situation succeed. The enemies turned out to be those people who outmaneuvered them due to the fact that they respect loyalty, glory, pride, and have the ability to show strength. Yang Changhua proved to everyone that his opponents were right. Public opinion has changed, and no excuses will now help them recover from this. Doubts have taken root in the hearts of the public, and will only continue to grow. The minister understood that rumors would spread, and people would pay even more attention to what was happening. Watching the Sword Lord, the minister wondered what his next move would be, being backed into a corner. It was very clear that the only thing left for him to do was kill the heir. On the other hand, there remained the question of what to do with public opinion that the alliance had betrayed its comrades from the north. The minister believed that they would simply cover it up with an even bigger scandal, so everyone would forget about this incident. In the end, Mr. De Sen didn't think there was any reason to worry, because even if Jin Mu Wan defeated him, they would still win, since one of the problems of the Four of Heavens would be eliminated. All that remains is to come up with an excuse and take care of the heir later. As he left the scene, he decided not to waste time observing the failure of the alliance, thinking that in the end, they would simply kill everyone they disliked the government. He had only one concern regarding the confidence that there was a strategist who was helping the heir of the northern clan. After an unsuccessful attempt to get rid of a witness to the betrayal of the clan by the great pillars of the north, Master Yong Changhua decided to turn to the public again. He began to lose his composure, and with a furious look asked whether the present masters had really fallen for the nonsense of the defendants, after which he justified his rash actions by saying that he was going to punish them for their insolence and disgusting behavior. However, it was already late. The world hero, a member of the Great Four, who had defended the Central Plains for decades, gaining his glory, now appeared before the eyes of the public in his true, pathetic form. The head of law enforcement understood that no matter what the Sword Lord had previously done, the public would follow him as people trusted him and considered him a hero. But now he had definitely made a serious mistake. Even the title of World Hero would not be able to change how the public saw the Sword Lord at this moment. Now for them, he is just an unfeeling killer who, with his betrayal, destroyed and desecrated a family that, without any doubt, held back the enormous power of a quiet night. The organizers of the execution understood that the second charge would be dropped against the heir. Plus, the whole world now knows about the injustice he faced and how hard it was for him. Now Guillaume Joseon understood why Mu Wan allowed himself to be caught. Looking at the ranks of the Alliance administration, the speaker saw that the minister had left his seat, which meant that this was the end. Now people will have many doubts, because the secret has become clear. No matter what they say now, without weighty arguments, they will not be able to influence the crowd. The realization of the hopelessness of the situation came to the Lord of the Sword himself. In fact, he was justifying to himself that he did not care about the opinion of society, because if everything sounded like an excuse to them, then he might as well get rid of the source of all the troubles on the scene. Throwing off his huge cloak, young Manhwa turned to his nephew and said that he did not think that he would fall into his trap. Taking up his sword, he decided to continue to narrate the justification for his action, saying that he simply prevented Jin Kwang Ho from handing over the Central Plains to the enemies. Then he asked the heir how the son of a traitor dared to frame such a hero of the mainland as him. After removing the seals from his terrifying blade, he said that because of their relationship, he invited his nephew to peacefully destroy the martial arts and live peacefully in the north. But he responded by distorting the truth and tarnishing his honor. He stated that now there is no other choice but to get rid of the traitor. Pointing his huge and terrifying blade at Jin Mu Wan, he spoke his name and declared that he was declaring himself the personal executioner of the son of a traitor who should have been punished long ago for his traitorous blood in his veins. The battle was a moment before it began. At the same moment, the head of the Hall of Origins let go of the scroll and began coughing up blood due to the use of a secret technique that he had not used for 10 long years in the life of a dying homeless alcoholic. Seeing this, Mu Wan realized that his condition had worsened because the Sword Lord began to spread his terrifying energy. Using sound propagation control, Mu Wan secretly approached Seo and asked him to take everyone to a place under the training grounds, since even a scientist of 3 minds could be in danger due to their battle. Mr. Seo was entrusted with protecting his comrades who were near the arena. Hearing this order, the man was excited that his young master would dare to fight such a terrifying monster like the Sword Lord. But Master Jin's gaze was unshakable, filled with anger and hatred for the traitor. He was going to see the matter through to the end. Mr. Seo understood his feelings perfectly. He followed the master to the end, and without discussing the order, began to carry it out. The Northern Heavenly Clan's side's resolve was demonstrated by their actions as the battle between the 2 monsters drew closer. Shocked by what was happening and scared to death, the speaker of the Central Heavenly Alliance began to run away in panic, asking Mr. Gem how such a small event had acquired a scale in which everything turned into a huge mess. The head of the law enforcement agencies, remaining calm, watched what was happening, while the speaker of the Silver Tongue, running away, grabbed him by the clothes and said that their work was finished and they should get out of here as quickly as possible. But Mr. Gem, feeling great solidarity with the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, whose name had been cleared, mentally promised that there would be no problem if he drew his blade against the hypocritical traitor of his family. Looking at Master Jin, he let him know that even if anyone had a complaint, he would take care of it. The head of law enforcement wanted him to give it his all, and of course survive in such a terrifying and shocking battle. Jin Mu Wan spent his entire life thinking about how he could take revenge and clear his name in front of the public. Now that he had freed his father from the false, heavy burden of a traitor, he could begin what he considered his duty. The 5th head of the clan, with a terrifying release of his power, said that he was passing judgment on the true traitor who was standing right in front of him. Yong Changhua arrogantly asked if someone who did not study martial arts as a child could resist his power. He said that there were no secret techniques with which one could learn, but Mu Wan still learned to fight and received a big name. Taking out his blade and throwing the sheath aside, the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, ready for battle, asked the traitor why he was so sure that there were no techniques left in the Northern Heavenly Clan. After that, he assumed that it was because he stole all the sword techniques. His words seriously angered the Lord of the Sword. He considered the spoken truth to be insolence towards his great personality, so he declared that he would first tear out the tongue of the owner of treacherous blood. In response, Mu Wan remembered his father's words that when it comes to the sword, Yong Changhua is better than him, better than any master he knows. Furiously rushing to the attack, the Lord of the Sword asked his nephew how he dared to oppose him, knowing this. Defending himself from the incredibly powerful blows of the strongest of the swordsmen, Mu Wan said that it was precisely because of this status that he could not stand being inferior to someone. The great swordmaster's movements were truly mesmerizing, seeming to be as smooth as possible. Mu Wan continued to reveal the identity of his opponent, saying that the clan was not a strong fence for him, but only a bird cage that did not allow him to fly. The smug scoundrel, with rage and an incredible thirst for blood, confirmed his words and, madly calling the heir of the clan an arrogant bastard, asked how he, knowing all this, decided to draw his blade against someone whose strength no one could compare with. Tired of listening to the vile nonsense of a pathetic and narcissistic traitor, Mu Wan rushed into a retaliatory attack. While at long range, he greeted the enemy with his first swing of his sword, using a normal shadow blade of heavenly destruction attack. For the first time in the past 10 years, the great sword sovereign's blade felt such incredible energy. After placing the block, Castle Chief Yong Chen Hua was shocked, remembering that there should not have been any secret techniques left in the Northern Heavenly Clan. He could not help but recognize the strength he had met in battles with the fourth head of the Northern Clan. In response, Mu Wan asked if he was really sure that the Northern Clan did not have any techniques. The faithful weapon, the blade called the Snowflower, was ready for justice. Taking a stance, Mu Wan, demonstrating his disgust for the traitor, coldly said that he was deeply mistaken. Releasing his power, he declared that he himself was a secret technique, and the Northern Heavenly Clan rolled into one. Having defended himself from the blow of the heir of the Northern Clan, who did not intend to kill him with such an attack, Yong Chang Hua felt a trembling throughout his body from the encounter with such a powerful sword art. Enraged, he reiterated that he was confident that the Northern Heavenly Clan's sword techniques were what he had fully gained. In response, Mu Wan said with incredible anger in his eyes that Yong Chang Hua had probably already noticed that he had encountered an unusual technique. He further stated that the four great pillars stole all the arts that their clan had. Hand-to-hand combat techniques were taken by Zhou Chenwu, movement techniques were taken by Kuyun Mu Sheng, strengthening and cultivation techniques were taken by Jie Hek Shim, and sword handling was taken by the Lord of the Sword himself. The heir to the Northern Clan revealed the truth that they were wrong if they thought he would forget about it simply because he was still a child at the time of their betrayal. Mu Wan watched with his own eyes as their clan was destroyed from within. Coughing importantly, Yong Chen Hua again asked his question about where Mu Wan learned this sword technique. Continuing his false story, he said that he certainly got her when, like his father, he conspired with the Quiet Knight. The heir of the Northern Clan nevertheless revealed the truth and stated that he learned this technique from the Northern Heavenly Clan. He also said that the secret technique containing the true essence of the Northern Clan is the Northern Clan itself. In response, consumed by rage and madness, the Sword Lord shouted that he had had enough of jokes and should not assume that he, Yong Chen Hua, did not know something about the Northern Heavenly Clan. But just a moment after he said this, his facial expression changed from the realization of what the son of the fourth chapter was trying to convey to him. During his time in the Northern Heavenly Clan, what he admired most was the mystery of the tallest building, the House of 10,000 Spirits. Now he understood why Jin Kwang Ho often climbed this tower and spent time looking at the Northern Sky Clan. He finally came to realize the shocking fact that the clan itself was a secret technique. The words of the last heir opened his eyes and made him understand why Mr. Jin behaved this way. All his life the Sword Lord had been asking himself a question driven by his own jealousy and insecurity. The pathetic Yong Zhang Hua wondered why Jin Kwang Ho became the fourth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and not him. Despite his deep resentment, he had to live with this thought, worshipping the current head and demonstrating false loyalty. Now he looked at this battle differently. He became even more eager to destroy the heir of the Northern Clan, realizing that the incredible secret technique of this family, which should rightfully belong to him, went to Jin Mu Wan. Two real monsters with excellent sword techniques were moments before the battle. Mu Wan got down on one knee before making a powerful lunge towards his opponent. Yong Zhang Hua's crazed gaze countered Jin Mu Wan's cold hatred. Within a moment, both of them rushed to attack with furious swings of their blades. The incredible clash of these monsters caused a loud sound throughout the entire arena. Yong Chenhua looked at the heir as a pathetic failure and his own mistake that should be eliminated. The gaze of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was still piercing and murderous. The furious fighters decided to continue the battle at close range. Yong Chenhua was the first to raise his blade to deliver a heavy blow. Mu Wan, whose sword was much thinner and smaller, resisted the attacks with confidence. Possessing incredible determination, He felt intense pressure every time the enemy swung his sword, which continued to increase. Analyzing the opponent's strength, he understood that this sword technique consumes a lot of internal energy. So if the owner does not have an excessively large supply of ki, then he will not be able to use it. Continuing to deliver heavy blows, Manhwa demonstrated a sword art that existed only for him, because only he could use this technique. Manhwa is the only user of the White Ghost Sword and the Heavenly Infinity Sword technique. Mu Wan, knowing this, came across a technique that contained everything that the traitor of their clan had achieved. He was serious and focused, wanting to see everything his uncle could do. Having seen its power in full, he was going to destroy it once and for all. After another heavy blow, Manhwa was surprised that Mu Wan did not block the blow, but jumped up from it with incredible speed, finding himself in a convenient position for the subsequent attack. The heir of the northern clan was about to strike back and swung his blade furiously while in the air. Despite the weight of his sword and its unfortunate position near the ground, the sword lord easily managed to block his opponent's powerful attack. Looking into Jin Mu Wan's eyes, Manhwa knew that this was the true heritage of the northern clan. Previously, he could not have imagined that until now he had only seen such a small part of the true secret technique of the Jin family. Before the sword lord struck back, Mu Wan managed to jump back to a comfortable distance. Before continuing, Master Chen Hua, with a crazy smile, mentally called on the enemy to continue dodging, slashing, swinging the sword, using his skill, so that he would subsequently steal his secret technique right from under his nose and appropriate it for himself. The smug and arrogant Lord of the Sword looked forward to his sweet triumph, which would allow him to gain previously unimaginable power. But his victory was not at all part of the plans of the heir of the northern clan, who was going to give his all to destroy the traitor. Manhwa was again the first to attack. At the same moment, Mu Wan responded in kind with incredible speed. Within a moment, they rushed past one another and carried out their instant attacks. Mu Wan didn't even have time to notice how a sudden cut appeared on his right shoulder. The sword lord experienced real shock when he saw that his body was injured in the left thigh area. Mu Wan, pressing his fresh wound, looked at the opponent's condition to make sure whether he had achieved the result. The great swordmaster was surprised by the fresh feeling of the moment when the sharp and burning cold sword pierced his tough skin and hot flesh. With a crazy smile, he thought about the last time he had experienced something like this. After this collision, heavy rain began. Looking at the sky, the Lord of the Sword thought that he once did not like the desire of the 10 heavens to maintain peace on the mainland. He had always had an incredible thirst for battle, but now he admitted that in the end, he himself got used to a quiet life. Turning back to his opponent, the Sword Lord turned to Mu Wan and suggested that he was the one who killed the demon fist Zhou Zhongwu. The heir of the northern clan, directing his cold gaze at the enemy, said that the master of the ghostly cursed blade would be the next to fall by his hand. Hearing these words, the Sword Lord replied that his opinion was now confirmed that the Quiet Knight would never be able to kill Zhou Chen Wu, who lived fighting with them. Grabbing his blade with incredible strength, Manhwa said that he recognized the strength of a true master, that he was truly worthy of being called the Northern Blade. Gaining an even more terrifying aura due to the release of a large amount of internal energy, he admitted that if he treated it lightly, he would end up like Chen Wu. Now he has declared that he will fight at full strength. The Heavenly Infinity Sword in its peak form looked incredibly terrifying, emitting a huge amount of destructive power. Mu Wan took a stance, realizing that from now on the enemy would no longer hold back. He was not prepared for the fact that in just a moment, the enemy would be right in front of him and deliver a wide, cutting blow. Master Jin barely had time to jump back, defending himself from the phantom sword with a large strike radius. The sword sovereign rushed forward, applying considerable pressure. In such a situation, Mu Wan was forced to hastily block the blows. He barely had time to dodge the most inconvenient of them. The sword sovereign continued to move forward, striking countless times. After another swing of the sword, he jumped up before the next attack. While in the air, he released a large amount of energy, which he directed at his nephew. This time he used the signature glowing sword flash attack. The powerful blow created an incredible destructive force that fell on the heir of the northern clan. Mu Wan was able to block this crazy attack by holding his blade with both hands. His opponent was probably surprised that he was unable to break through the defense. But he was not going to stop and threw the young master away with a powerful swing. Wan could barely stand on the surface, destroyed after the previous blow. Just a moment later, the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan sent a retaliatory cleave at his opponent using a similar technique called Blade Flash. The old man did not expect such speed and was forced to defend himself using the armor on his arm. At the last moment, he realized that the blade's trajectory was not aimed at his body. A minor collision between the blade and the hand saved the sword lord. This blow left a scar on his face. Young Hua looked at the young heir with mad bloodlust. Wan, full of rage, finished his attack. But at that very moment, he realized that he had behaved too frivolously. He didn't even have time to notice how the enemy cut him, hitting him on the body under his right arm. The smug young Hua began to grimace madly, as if mocking his opponent for underestimating him. Being in a situation like this, where the enemy could kill you simply by swinging his sword to the side, was too dangerous. Wan jumped back to continue fighting safely. He was not going to give the initiative to the enemy. Spinning the sword in his hands, he again resorted to using the 10,000 Shadows technique. Within a moment, he made a quick lunge and found himself on the enemy's back, inflicting retaliatory injuries on him. The sword lord did not expect such an attack, and called his nephew a demon-like bastard because he turned out to be quite fast, despite his condition after the missed blow. A moment later, Jin struck again with a quick blow, managing to dodge the enemy's attack. Now this battle took on even more brutality, cold and furious gazes colliding before the next attack. Wan rushed forward, clenching his teeth angrily. This fight began to destroy everything around the masters as they began to strike at incredible speed. The battle turned out to be so incredible that Young Hua, with a crazy look in his eyes, began to laugh loudly. As he continued to swing his sword, he thought about how incredible this fight was, in which such a young Jin Wan impressed him and made him try so hard. Remembering the head of Kwang Ho and addressing him as an old comrade, the sword lord wondered if Kwang Ho could see how amazing his son was. He admitted that he thought that Wan would die quickly if he remained all alone in the northern Deadlands, but he has become so strong that he is able to fight equally in a bloody battle. Being honest, Hua thought about his envy before the chapter, because he got a body that is not capable of producing offspring. Turning to Kwang Ho, he admitted that he was terribly jealous of him, even though he was dead. The sword lord had lived for so long under the pressure of his disgusting feelings of inferiority. At one point, Jin Wan jumped back, realizing that the enemy was once again releasing his power to become even stronger. Turning to Kwang Ho, Yang Zhonghua thought about how he always fought until the very end. The young master prepared himself for a blow of incredible destructive power. The sword sovereign's illusory cursed blade began to emit a huge amount of profound energy. Hua launched a powerful long-range slash towards Wan without closing the distance. The rain of blades was followed by a powerful, blinding flash. The entire arena area was split into two while the area around the sword lord was destroyed. Just a moment after the cut, powerful destruction began, from which not only the surface began to collapse, but also the buildings opposite the user of the ghostly cursed blade. Wan barely had time to jump up to avoid a powerful blow. Yang Hua, who believed that he had finished off his opponent with this blow, was shocked when he turned back and saw that the young master was about to strike back at him. At that moment, Wan was high in the air and heading towards his uncle, and his sword emitted a purple flash of cold energy. Using the shooting star spirit technique, Wan released an incredible amount of shadow energy and directed it towards the traitor of his clan. His opponent had no intention of leaving the spot. Wan directed his furious shadows at his opponent, demonstrating that he was also taking this battle seriously. Seeing the power of the blow comparable to his own, Yang Hua took a defensive stance with mad excitement. From such a force, the surface of the arena was destroyed, and both warriors fell through the ground with a roar, destroying the surface under the arena. The sword sovereign could barely contain the pressure from the young master. Wan tried to break through his uncle's defense with incredible fury, putting even more force into that blow. In such a tense situation, the two incredible masters crossed their swords and tried to outdo each other until the very end. Yang Hua couldn't believe that a crack appeared on his sword. He now realized that Mu Wan was using a blade made with the heaviest and strongest material known as crimson black steel. Fearing that he would lose his weapon, he swung his sword furiously, knocking the heir of the northern clan aside. But the young master was not going to stop. He again rushed to the attack. Even before the sword lord raised his weapon, Mu Wan was right in front of him. The young master did not have time to strike when his opponent pointed a blade at him with incredible speed. With a quick swing, Mu Wan repelled this attack and freed up an area for himself to strike. But the incredible anger that filled young Manhwa did not even give a chance for delay. The Lord of the Sword swung hard again, and Master Jin, seeing the amount of energy released, took a defensive stance. The illusory cursed blade technique with its large release of ki energy once again demonstrated its enormous destructive power. Mu Wan was able to defend himself, but the shockwave threw him high into the air, where he felt safe. However, within a moment the enemy surprised him with its speed, and despite being wounded and exhausted during the battle, found itself right behind him. It was simply impossible to dodge in such a situation. Moreover, blocking a blow in the air simply turns you into a cannonball flying into the ground. Young Manhwa placed a huge bet on this attack. He was not going to miss the opportunity, and releasing a huge amount of energy, he again used the Ghost Blade technique. An incredible destructive force once again shook the entire arena. Buildings around them began to fall, while the audience began to run away, fearing being hit by the arena's fragments and the shockwave. No one could believe that this battle would be so terrifyingly powerful. The Central Heavenly Alliance was forced to use fighters with barrier techniques to protect the elders from the blast wave. Seo Musang stood in front of his comrades to protect them from possible fragments and a powerful stream of the shockwave. When the column of dust cleared, the aftermath of this terrifying blow was revealed. Mu Wan was leaning on his knee, holding his stomach, coughing up blood. His uncle was able to survive. He stood on his feet and dangerously slowly approached the young heir of the northern heavenly clan. When he came closer, he pointed his blade at his nephew and turned to him and said that he was truly magnificent. Young Manhwa admitted that he could not even think that such a young master would be able to resist him, the sword god himself. In response, Mu Wan said something incomprehensible without raising his head. Leaning over a little, the surprised Master Manhwa asked what he was muttering, and assumed that these were the last words of his opponent. As it turned out, the young master asked him to come closer in a weakened tone of voice. Raising his head, he said with a cold and piercing gaze that he asked the traitor to come closer to him. Within a moment, he rose to his feet and, taking a stance, released the terribly cold energy of the shadow. Shocked that the enemy was still able to continue fighting, young Manhwa froze in place. Within a moment, Mu Wan lunged forward incredibly quickly, and using the 10,000 Shadow Blade Rain technique, cut through the enemy's armor, leaving more wounds on his stomach. The phantom cursed blade master fell into a rage and waved his blade menacingly, shouting that Mu Wan was a bastard. But the young heir of the northern clan easily dodged this attack. Maintaining the same speed, he rushed forward again. Master Yang Zhonghua couldn't believe that Mu Wan was still capable of something like that. Keeping up with such speed after such a difficult battle was something impossible. Within a moment, the Sword Lord was surrounded by an incredible number of shadows. He did not have time to defend against so many attacks and missed many cuts. Having finished the attack, Mu Wan stopped in front of the enemy and rushed forward again. Within a moment, he used the sea-cutting technique and dealt the final blow to the enemy, causing him to lose control of the battle. The wounded Yang Manhwa barely had time to put up a defense, but such a powerful blow even shook the destroyed surface of the arena around them. The Sword Lord looked at his opponent and said that he could not think that the battle would end like this. Within a moment, his blade was cut in half and a huge wound from the blow opened on his chest. Yang Manhwa, unable to resist, fell to his knees. This attack was so powerful that Jin Mu Wan, standing opposite him, was illuminated by the light of the sun, which broke through the thick clouds cut by this technique. The elders and young masters who came to recruit for the invaders were shocked by this outcome of the battle. Yang Zhonghua was defeated in this battle and could not rise to his feet, while his opponent, Jin Mu Wan, could barely stand on his feet, holding his side. With his final attack, the thick thunderclouds cleared and the rain stopped. Without raising his head, the Sword Lord admitted that Mu Wan was no longer a small child, because he had become a first-class swordsman that could conquer the whole world. He asked the name of his sword art. The clan heir replied that it was a heaven-destroying demonic shadow blade. Thoughtfully pronouncing this name, the sword lord who lost the battle summed up with a laugh that he himself only possesses a few ridiculous techniques compared to this power. Having uttered the phrase that no matter how strong a twig is, it will never become a tree, he doubted its reliability, telling his opponent about it. Calling him his uncle again, Mu Wan asked why he betrayed his father and the Northern Heavenly Clan. Young Manhwa, having lost the battle in which he tried to kill his nephew, thought deeply about his life. Looking at the reflection of the blade of his broken blade that lay on the surface, he saw some resemblance between the fifth head of the Northern Clan and his father. He went on to say that he simply wanted to become stronger and not be in the shadow of the head, but while he continued to strive for the top, he realized more and more that he did not want to be just one of the Great Four. He wanted to be stronger than Jin Kwang Ho, to surpass the 9 heavens, to have power like the universe. Now realizing how pathetic he is, Manhwa admitted that as he grew stronger and gained more recognition, he eventually became obsessed with success. The desire for power turned into his vile addiction and greed. Recalling the chapter, he said that Jin Kwang Ho wanted world peace. Unlike him, the members of the Great Four pursued their own personal goals. And for example, Zhou Chen Wu wanted to gain the power of the 9 heavens. Ashamed to raise his eyes during such a story, he looked at the clan heir through the reflection in the blade, and admitted that he simply wanted to become so strong that even the heavens could not compare with him, and so that the whole world would be at his feet. The pillars made decisions based on their desires. Then he nevertheless looked at the man who suffered most from his betrayal, and warned him that he, too, had already stepped on a path drenched in blood. The sword lord asked the heir of the Northern Clan if he could cope with this. At the moment of such a conversation, Mu Wan decided to kneel opposite his opponent, which was defeated. Looking into his eyes with a cold gaze, he said that the one who was once revered as one of the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan should at this moment have the pride of not trying to justify what he had done. With some anger, he revealed the truth that young Manhwa was just a vile and cowardly bastard who could not overcome himself and decided to resort to lies. In response, the Lord of the Sword laughed ridiculously, saying that Mu Wan and his dad were not the most wonderful people either. After these words, he asked the clan heir to just end it. Mu Wan immediately heeded his words and dealt him the final blow. But at the same moment, young Manhwa grabbed the back of his head. Mu Wan did not expect that the Sword Lord would continue to act even despite being defeated and mortally wounded. But at that moment, his uncle just wanted to pull him closer and whispered in his ear that something unknown was hiding in the current Murim. It was only years after the betrayal that he learned about it and realized that Kwang Ho was aware, but simply could not talk about it. According to him, the Great Four Northern Pillars only learned some terrifying truth when they left the north and arrived in the Central Plains. He warned that with the exception of Kuyun Mu Sheng, they were all traitors and were not going to just sit idly by. His last words were a pleading phrase that the Northern Blade, who defeated the vile traitor to the path of the sword, must find out the truth and restore true peace on the mainland. Now the second of the Northern Heavenly Clan's traitors was also dealt with. Mu Wan sighed heavily, thinking about the journey he had taken to this point. After that, he looked up at the sky, wondering if his father was looking at him. When the noise of the battle died down, Chun Ying appeared among the destroyed huge slabs of the arena, who all this time had been blending into the area with the help of an invisibility cloak. He looked around worriedly, saying that he had almost died because of another fight by this master, which had caused terrible destruction. At one point, he managed to discover something interesting, something for which he risked getting into the arena. Among the huge parts of the destroyed arena was a scroll that Mr. Dan took out. Having grabbed such an important document, Chun Ying looked around again and made sure that no one was watching him. He was going to get away with the secret of a horrific incident from 10 years ago. The elders, some of whom could no longer sit still, were shocked by what was happening. They knew that one of the Great Four of the Northern Clan, the illusory cursed blade Yang Manhwa, was incredibly good, but this battle exceeded all expectations. After this battle, they learned that Jin Mu Wan, who defeated someone so powerful, is more terrifying and incredible. They thought with some apprehension about his strength, realizing that if he was so good now, it was scary to imagine what would happen in a few years. One of the elders decided to break the silence, saying that now that the training grounds are in this state, they should think about a way out of the situation. The point was that this event destroyed the site for selection into the invader squad. The monk noted that the price for destroying the property of the Central Heavenly Alliance would be simply enormous. The head of the hidden temple was no less worried than the others. He said that if Jin Mu Wan was not able to pay, then they should think about what to do with him. The one who remained calm was the one who felt incredible relief at the victory of the Northern Blade. Mr. Ki-moon stood up and said that they should not worry, because the Tang family would pay for everything. Seeing the dumbfounded looks, he asked them not to remain silent and to say how much money they demanded for this arena. At that moment, representatives from Mount Hua, Gongdong Monastery, and Mount Mu clan joined his statement. They were also willing to pay part of the payment, so they assumed that the problem had already been resolved. The firmness of their inclination towards the one who was previously called traitors, the rest of the elders simply fell silent in response. The entire Central Heavenly Alliance was shocked just because of Master Jin's appearance, but how his battle with the real traitor of the Northern Heavenly Clan ended left everyone in shock. This only meant that such a threat could only be dealt with by the intervention of the 9 heavens. Having won, Mu Wan addressed the audience and said that with regard to self-defense from the assassins sent by Cha Moon Ho and his father, Jin Kwang Ho, not colluding with Silent Night, it was all a conspiracy and betrayal, the Great Four, which Yang Chen Hua confirmed with his actions. He further asked a rhetorical question about whether he should still destroy his martial arts, and whether it was a problem that he was the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan. In response, the audience could not utter a word. They were shocked by what they saw and heard. Their world literally turned upside down, and after that day the whole continent would know about what happened. As for the elders, they could not help but agree with his words, realizing that they corresponded to reality, even if it was inconvenient for them. Glancing coldly towards the elders, Jin Mu Wan suggested that since his innocence was proven, he should not have any problems in the Central Alliance. Among the crowd were several members of the Azure Alliance. Master Hong, the Guan brothers, and Mr. Shim witnessed the true power of the Northern Blade, which they had previously looked down upon. Mr. Shim was incredibly angry at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, realizing that if he was so intimidatingly strong, it meant that since the moment they met, he had been hiding his skills so as not to cause fear from the Alliance. The building that housed the top of the Azure Dragon Association had tilted to one side due to the battle. Mrs. Hiran was shocked by what happened, but tried to keep a cool head. Jin Mu Wan has become a much more important figure, far beyond her expectations. Now she understood that he should not be compared to the 7 lesser heavens. After all, he had defeated the Sword Lord himself, and would probably soon become even stronger, which would put him on the same level as the 9 heavens. All this was bad for the Alliance and Association, while its affairs were going smoothly. The cold sweat on her face was also due to the thought that since Mu Wan had won this unexpected battle, there would be people who would be interested in the fall of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The elders will not be able to escape unscathed if the Alliance is found to be colluding. She doubted that the leaders of the Central Alliance would simply sit idly by. She wondered how they would handle a situation like this, and whether they would try to pin it on Cha Moon Ho, who was part of the Azure Dragon Association. At that moment, when she was puzzled by the consequences of such an unexpected outcome of the execution of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, her attention turned to the strange behavior of her lover, Master Dam. So Zhang was simply trembling with excitement. There was a crazy smile on his face and a burning gaze like never before. He looked like a real beast that was literally breathing steam. It seemed that he was having a hard time breathing. He said with incredible excitement that it was incredible, and Mu Wan himself, incredible as he expected, knew about it from the very beginning. He believed that the successor to the clan he admired could not be weak. Mrs. Hiran grabbed her head, seeing him in such a state. Master Dame had always been someone who enjoyed fighting. He was already dreaming of fighting with the one who defeated one of the Great Four at that age. He was afraid of going crazy from obsessive thoughts about how incredible Mu Wan was. Among the crowd, there was also another person interested in the identity of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The demonic scumbag, Jo Un-kun, was delighted with the result of the battle. It was hard for him to believe that Uncle Yong lost so easily, justifying it with the ruthlessness of old age. Still, he admitted that Mu Wan was a real scoundrel, good enough to understand why Demon Joe's fist died. He wondered if his brother was able to become stronger because he had the opportunity to come face to face with his father, who was one of the Great Four, and also wondered if it was the secret technique of the Northern clan that was so good, or Mu Wan himself. Itself is terrifyingly strong. In fact, he didn't care, because he believed that it could even be a combination of these assumptions, including the fact that he had the blood of the head of the Jin clan. Leaving this place, he thought with a smile that he could not tolerate such people. Kun thought that if such a person lives without losing his tenacity and desire for development, then who is he, who abandoned his humanity at the moment of acquiring the forbidden demonic power? Sighing, he thought again about how much he hated his younger brother. Now no one will have any doubts that Mu Wan is definitely the son of the head of the Jin clan, whom the Central Heavenly Alliance was so afraid of. When Mu Wan returned to his comrades, he was distracted by Seo Mu Sang, returning the sheath of the snowflower blade to him, while Hajin Wol decided to take advantage of the opportune moment for a ridiculous congratulation. The scientist of 3 minds happily attacked the wounded gentleman, who immediately shouted that he was in pain. His strategist said that Mu Wan is simply incredible. Although Jin Wol feigned confidence, he was afraid of his defeat. He justified himself that this did not mean that he did not believe in victory. With tears in her eyes, the excited Lady Meyer found the strength only to say the name of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, for whom she had feelings. Then Mu Wan drew attention to the man who was also one of the traitors to his clan. It was the head of the Hall of Secret Origins, Dong Haping. Mu Wan looked sternly in his direction, not wanting to even think about the fact that his crime could not be atoned for even by what he did for him. Mieng Ryu-san began asking countless questions, saying that he did not know that Mu Wan was the 5th leader of the Northern clan. Ignoring him, the scientists of the 3 minds suggested leaving to treat the wounds of the leader and Dong Haping, whose condition had worsened due to the use of the technique. Mu Wan agreed to the proposal to return to the Tang family residence, but as soon as they took a few steps, they froze in surprise. Mu Wan couldn't believe the public's reaction to their approach. All the masters present, who witnessed the acquittal of the 5th head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, dispersed to the sides, forming a free corridor for movement. Jin Mu Wan did not expect this and was very surprised, but still took it for granted. Without losing his pride, he silently continued to walk forward with his comrades. Walking among the people who had previously despised his clan due to a false accusation, he remembered his uncle's last words about that. It was about the words that he had already set foot on the path drenched in blood. Demonstrating his determination, he firmly told himself that the path to his goal would suit him even if it was bloody. No one in the world of Murim was prepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Jin Mu Wan left a huge impression on everyone. After this event, the masters, who witnessed the restoration of justice, began to vigorously discuss whose side was right. Those who remembered the heyday of the clan claimed that the head of the clan, Jin, was a hero. Dong Haping, the head of the Hall of Secret Origins, shed the truth on the events. From now on, the Central Heavenly Alliance can no longer use the lie of the Northern Heavenly Clan's betrayal to their advantage. It is unknown what consequences will come from trying to threaten Jin Mu Wan. Before this, there were many people cursing the heir and the Northern Heavenly Clan itself. However, now they insisted that the former head of Jin was a real man, that he preferred death to attempts to justify himself. Now they understood that he was forced to do this in order for his son to survive. The legend of the Northern Heavenly Clan, which had gradually faded in people's memories, came to life again. Meanwhile, the selection for the invaders took place on a simple site prepared at the last minute. In fact, now almost no one was interested in this, because recent events that were supposed to be a warm-up for the selection overshadowed the glory of the masters. Among the victims was Mr. Shim, whose successes did not attract much interest from the public, and did not bring much benefit in the form of fame for their Azure Dragon Association. When the travelers arrived at the Tang family's residence in Wuhan, Dong Haping was barely breathing. Surrounded by those who were going to revive the Northern Heavenly Clan, he, on the verge of death, told how he was saved after a brutal reprisal by the Lord of the Sword. Being seriously wounded, he could barely see, so he was guided only by a familiar voice. Although the voice was familiar, he could not make out whose it was. The savior stopped his bleeding by blocking the large vessels around the wounds and told him that such a traitor who showed his fangs deserved to die like this, but then added that Ha Ping could still be useful in the future, so he would spare his miserable life. After that, he fed him a healing pill and told him that if the fateful day did not come, then he would simply continue to drag out his miserable existence and eventually meet death. He also warned that in return for saving him, if the most important day of his existence came, he would do everything in his power and then die to pay for his sins. After sharing the story of how he managed to survive the injuries inflicted by the Sword Lord, he weakly apologized to the young master for colluding with the Central Heavenly Alliance and young Manhwa, justifying himself by saying that he could not resist the temptation. He knew his words of regret weren't enough, but it was all he could do. Mu Wan, biting his lip with hatred and closing his eyes, thought that all this horror could have been avoided. After the events in the arena, the master of reincarnation, Chun Ying, who was able to obtain the lost scroll with the secret of the falsified document about the betrayal of the head of Jin, decided to personally check its text. But when he opened the document, he was shocked and froze in place. As it turned out, this scroll that Mu Wan's comrades brought was empty. Little is known about Dong Haping's internal storage technique, but the scientist of 3 minds knew for sure that he could store something for only 6 months. The fake report that Yang Chanhua and Dong Haping compiled and submitted to the Central Heavenly Alliance was lost long ago. In order to use the potential of one of the traitors, who had been waiting all his life for the moment to at least partially atone for his sin, the strategist was forced to resort to cunning. In fact, this plan came to his mind during a conversation with the former head of the Hall of Secret Origins. That's when Dong Haping told them about his special ability, calling it something that could make a difference. When Chun Ying realized the whole truth, he called the scientist sick because he bet everything on a fake. Taking the scroll back, the scientist asked him not to bother himself with such excitement, because everyone bought into their trick, and it didn't matter whether it was a scam or not. With a satisfied smile, he said that this reminded him of the story about the thief who tripped over his own feet. He meant that they defeated other lies with lies. When Dong Hapin died, they saw him off on his last journey, as expected. Jin Mu Wan became a truly significant figure in just 1 day. Now he is a completely different person because everyone has heard about the Northern Blade. People in the Central Plains predict that Jin Mu Wan will be able to reach the power of the 9 heavens. That's how much the battle between Yang Zhonghua and Jin Mu Wan amazed everyone and became stronger in their minds. After his battle, Jin Mu Wan decided to take a few days alone so that his wounds would heal faster and his body would recover. Ha Jin Wol, thinking that he had not communicated with him for a long time, was bored and thought about visiting the young master. On the way to the house where Mu Wan was, the scientist of 3 minds met Mr. Tan and his disciple, who were returning from the city. The scientist was surprised by the sweeping, confident steps of Miang Ryu-san. He called him a warrior who had participated in the selection for invaders in order to gain more combat experience. Then he asked how it went and why he was beaten so badly. Ryu-san, despite his extremely deplorable appearance, proudly said that he was not beaten at all, but simply that everyone's blows were so frail that he did not even dodge. A few hours ago, during the selection process, he fascinated everyone present. He had very strange tactics, because at the beginning of each battle, he missed an incredible number of blows, being an unanswered defense. But at one point, he demonstrated his strength and ended the fight with just 1 powerful blow. The audience was delighted, because the severely beaten participant boldly and recklessly found himself severely beaten, but each time he ended the fight with a courageous blow. Recalling his performances, he raised his hand in joy, remembering that they called him a mad bloodhound and cheered for him every time he came out to fight. Mr. Tan, losing his head, called his student a stupid puppy that would die at this rate. Despite the teacher's words, Miang Ryu-san continued to laugh and confidently shout that he was going to defeat everyone. Mr. Tang asked him to stop clowning around and quickly go to the treatment room. The scholar of 3 minds, who did not understand the strange Ryu-san, felt a little uneasy. Mu Wan, being in a dark room that was illuminated only by rays of light from a small window, thought about what his path would be like. From the moment he left the Northern Sky Clan, all the people who lived their entire lives in the Murim world insisted that he was much bigger and more mysterious than he thought. Even the heir to the mastery of sound, being a representative of the quiet night, spoke of the fact that they were united by ignorance of the true essence of the world around them. Demon Joe's fist, one of the four pillars, during the battle, completely revealed the secret that he was forced to develop a martial art that he specially created to defeat the 9 heavens. His son, Brother Un-kun, when visiting the heir of the Northern Clan, said that it is worth remembering that their world is not one-dimensional, because everything has 2 sides, and nothing can be done about it. Even the hypocritical traitor of the clan, Uncle Yong, spoke of such things in the last moments of his life. In addition, as it turned out, the 4th head of the Kwang Ho clan also belonged to those who saw the unknown of Murim, but simply could not talk about it. Mu Wan, thinking about these words, could not fully understand what they could mean. One thing he could say for sure was that the situation became more difficult with each new obstacle overcome. He saw too much blood to stop there, even though he felt that it was about to swallow him completely. Remembering his bestial instincts, he wondered if he would become a monster like the people he fought, feeling contempt and disgust for their existence. Still, he didn't want to delve into those thoughts. He felt that he simply shouldn't say something so pitiful because of his responsibility to follow his ideals without hesitation. After thinking about his own path, he finally went outside and saw the scientist of 3 minds, the master of 10,000 poisons, and the disciple of Ryu-san in front of his house. Ha-Jin-Wol was happy to see him and noticed that he looked good. Mr. Tan also felt good that Jin-Mu Wan was feeling better, thanks to the medicine he prepared for him. As before, the modest Mu Wan apologized to his comrades for all the trouble caused, after which he sincerely thanked them from the bottom of his heart, saying that he appreciated their help. In response, the scientist asked him to remember that he himself was the one who had suffered the most trouble. He stated that it was thanks to his work that the atmosphere is now completely different, and now no one will dare to mess with you simply because he is the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mr. Tan clarified that Master Seo will go away for a while to settle some matters for the head of the Department of Pursuit and Capture. Myung Ryu-san, skipping the formalities, boasted that he had made everyone in the selection and became famous under the pseudonym Mad Bloodhound. Mu Wan felt a little embarrassed by this shout and praised him for his excellent job. At that moment, Lady Tang came outside and froze in place when she saw that the heir of the Northern Clan was finally able to appear in front of them. Caring Mira came up to him, inquired how he was feeling, and said that she was just sewing up his clothes. Confused, Mu Wan thanked her for this, saying that it was probably not easy, because his things were badly torn after the next battle. The girl agreed with him and cautiously said that it would be nice to get new clothes. This time Mu Wan didn't mind. During a moment of pleasant conversation after a horrifying incident, an unexpected guest suddenly visited the Tang residence and immediately politely apologized for his unofficial visit. Those present were surprised by the appearance of this person and began to suspect something was wrong. It was the minister of the Central Heavenly Alliance, Wang Desen. Mr. Tan, being the head man, was the first to approach Mr. Minister with polite interest as to what brought him to this place. The scientist of 3 minds tried to analyze the situation and possible risks, because he never expected that the minister would personally come to them after such events. Mr. Desen awkwardly replied with a polite laugh that he came because he heard that a very important person for the Alliance was in this place. Of course, he was talking about the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan, with some caution, but attentiveness, watched this most influential representative of the political elite of the Central Alliance. Wang Desen, addressing Mr. Jin, introduced himself as befits an official communication. In response, Mu Wan also said his name, saying that he was glad to meet them. Then they looked at each other. Mu Wan made it clear that he had no idea what was going to happen next. Interrupting the tense pause with a cough, the minister shared his opinion that the inhabitants of this residence were probably surprised by his sudden visit, after which he apologized for shocking them. He clarified that given the position of the Alliance, he should have found them as quickly as possible. He then proposed to get down to business, and began with the fact that the Central Heavenly Alliance decided not to punish the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and also spoke about the decision to review the event regarding the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He made it clear that it was not that simple, saying that even though the head of the Northern Clan's secret origin hall made a loud statement, young Chunhua's actions really looked suspicious. He hoped for their understanding, saying that it would be difficult to judge what happened 10 years ago. It was also discussed that the most important document in this case, which was evidence, was lost. Still, he promised that they would do everything possible to reinvestigate the incident and find out the truth. Bowing respectfully, on behalf of the Central Heavenly Alliance, he expressed condolences and apologized for all the torment that Mu Wan suffered during these events. Naturally, these words were not enough, but the heir to the Northern Clan, well-mannered and competent in negotiations, immediately said that he accepted their official apology. At this point, the minister's visit was over and he left the Tang family residence. Leaving the residence, he returned to his carriage, where his faithful servant was waiting for him with great respect. Mr. Descend looked around again to make sure no one was watching him. After making sure that there were no extra eyes, he said with a truly terrifying expression that difficulties might arise due to the appearance of the Northern Blade. He planned to meet with his master to discuss a way out of this situation. Meanwhile, far from the mainland, in the territory of lifeless wastelands, 4 demonic lords gathered, who were the elders of the Quiet Night. In front of them was an old man who looked like he was on the verge of death. He said in a weakened voice that he accepted the report of the elders, after which he asked if they had prepared a new body for him. The Master of Sound answered the Lord of the Night that this task had already been completed. The great Lord of the Spear had not seen his comrade in such a state for a long time. Standing in front of the Lord of the Night, Sound Master Yan Young-hak trembled all over, bowing his head down. Upon learning that most of the preparations were completed, the Lord of the Night declared that once the ritual was completed, they would travel to the Central Plains. The Central Heavenly Alliance did not yet know that the completion of preparations was approaching from the side of the Quiet Night, but the members of the 9 Heavens, who were in their residence in the capital, were always ready. In this place, there was already an old man with many blades behind his back, a representative of the Wudan Chok Yep sect. He was a little saddened by the news that the only blade worthy of his recognition, Yong Chen Hua, was defeated and lost his life. Observing the bustling life of the capital from the window of the tower, he mysteriously uttered the phrase that no one would water a flower that could not bloom for a long time. Then he turned around displeasedly and said that the vile habit of the one who dared to disturb him would never change. The corridor was empty, so he asked if he should drag the visitor inside with his own hands. After these words, an elderly woman appeared inside, who had previously met with the heir of the Northern Clan. She said with a laugh that the bearded hermit's canine nose remained the same, despite his age. As it turned out, a mysterious old woman visited him with a question about whether he still had the dew wine that he himself had prepared. She said that she had to give what she had to a wonderful young man. Without asking any further questions, the great master of blades reached into the closet for a bottle. He abruptly and not very respectfully threw it towards the elderly woman, but without much difficulty she caught the valuable, excellent alcohol. After that, she began to greedily drink the drink. Wiping her mouth after drinking wine, she joyfully said that the old man's wine tasted divine. In response, the old man, with a cold and intent gaze, asked what a person was doing in the residence who did not even show up at meetings. He wasn't sure if she was really just here for the wine. As it turned out, the lady, who was actually one of the 9 Heavens, was interested in her comrade's opinion about the invaders. She immediately assumed that it was Sage Seo Moon Hua's idea. Her guess turned out to be correct. Master Chok Yan replied that although Moon Hua proposed the plan, the rest of them agreed because in order to solve such a sad situation, they needed to attract young martial artists. Filling herself with alcohol, the old woman said that their words about the sad situation sounded as if they wanted to seem like real good guys, even though most of them would not participate in the war against the Quiet Night. Chok Yep looked at her disapprovingly, wondering if she was going to object to their actions again. Stretching her palm forward, she asked how she dared, after all her previous attempts to resist had been severely punished. This time she was going to just leave things as they were. The old man hoped that she would keep her words, while the lady replied that there was no need to worry, because she knew better than anyone that she could not change the course of events alone. After these words, Chakyep invited her to stay in the residence if she was not going to interfere with them. The lady replied that she did not even intend to try to interfere in their grandiose affairs, but only wanted to get another portion of the wine prepared by her old friend, who was currently enjoying such an early morning. According to her, she was only interested in this wonderful drink. After that, she said goodbye, saying that she was very grateful for the dew wine. Meanwhile, the selection for the invader squad continued. Each subsequent stage became more and more difficult for the rabid bloodhound, but despite this, he continued to fight like a lion, rushing into attacks. This time, he came across a worthy opponent, whose blows really brought results. This time, another missed blow was too difficult for Myung Ryu-san. The mad bloodhound lost consciousness for the first time during the battle and fell to the ground. The judge declared his opponent the winner, and he raised his hand up with a shout. But at that same moment, he felt something was wrong. Myung Ryu-san, despite the fact that he was lying on the ground unconscious, grabbed his leg with his teeth. The audience began chanting his name, admiring the fighter's perseverance. Although he lost this time, everyone supported his performance by shouting that he fought well. Mu Wan felt better, and even came to see how the selection for the invader squad was taking place, where Myung Ryu-san decided to practice fighting with more or less equal opponents. Suddenly, for the air, a tall and muscular man in a purple cape approached him and called him the man who became famous faster than anyone in the history of Murim. Mu Wan immediately recognized his old comrade, who whispered the pseudonym of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It was unexpected for the young master to meet the head of the Iron Detachment in such a place. Still, he knew about their plans to visit the Central Heavenly Alliance, so he inquired about whether everything was okay with the trade association. The boastful master pointed a finger at himself and said that thanks to their squad, everyone reached their destination safely. After that, he said that he saw Mu Wan fight against one of the four pillars. He admitted that it was amazing. Every spectator was amazed with goosebumps all over his body. Mr. Yong Musan admitted that he again realized that it would be terrible to quarrel with the heir of the Northern Clan. The modest guy again began to downplay his merits, saying that this was also due to his luck. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Yong posed a serious question to him regarding whether he had bared his fangs too early. He again warned the young master that the beasts that lurk in the darkness could come for his soul, and would certainly come, smelling the scent of blood that he left behind him. Returning to the situation, he asked him to be extremely careful because now he has something to protect. Mu Wan was not on his own. The duty of responsibility was noticeable in his behavior. Seeing the seriousness of the heir of the Northern Clan, Mr. Yong decided to relax the situation a little after such a serious conversation, and began to fool around, saying that he said all this only because of some anxiety, which could calm down after a few pieces of advice. Despite the attempt of the head of the Iron Squad to relax the situation, Mu Wan was as serious as before, and reminded him of his words that Murim is larger and more mysterious than it seems at first glance. Mr. Jin asked his friend to tell him more about this, as well as what animals would come for him. Mr. Yong had indeed warned him about this, but he did not want to return to such a tense conversation. Realizing the responsibility, his gaze suddenly changed to a colder and more serious one. Touching the scar on his forehead, he asked his comrade to simply be vigilant, because caution would clearly not hurt him. After these words, Mu Wan directly asked whether he should be especially careful with Minister Wang. Mr. Yong could not even think that the heir of the Northern Clan had already directly come into contact with such an influential and dangerous representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He let his friend know that this was so, after which he again asked him not to trust anyone and to always be attentive. Then he decided to say goodbye, saying that he had an urgent matter that needed to be settled. He also mentioned that since every dog now knows him, then protection will not be superfluous, and you can turn to them for help. Mu Wan just silently followed him with his gaze. Meanwhile, it was announced that the end was near, and that on this auspicious day the leader of the detachment would be elected. According to the speaker of the Silver Tongue, the leader of the invaders will have a major role in the fight against the Quiet Knight. Whoever takes this position can be called the hope and future of Murim. The speaker tried his best to interest the audience, and said that they should stay put to see with their own eyes this historical moment of a new beginning for Murim. Raising his hands in the air, he shouted with actorly admiration that they had invited the best martial artists to observe the fights so that the outcome would be even more exciting. When Mu Wan heard that it was about the 9 heavens, he felt furious, realizing that they were one of his father's killers. The speaker of the Silver Tongue announced that 3 of them would be present, and the first was the master of the Shaolin Temple, Pulen. The second of the 9 heavens was Chok Yep from the Wudan sect, the strongest blade master. Of the latter was young Master Shim's father, the head of the false heavens named Shim Mu Wa, also known as the Crimson Demon King. The speaker said that it was a great honor for everyone present to contemplate the 3 of the 9 heavens here. It looked like his words were indeed true, because the audience began to shout about it in admiration. But among them there was also one who remembered the 9 heavens in their real form. Mu Wan immediately remembered the death of his father, which was to blame for the decision of the Central Heavenly Alliance. At that moment he felt incredibly angry and could hardly contain himself. His whole body began to shake with hatred, and he grabbed his right hand so as not to draw his blade. At that moment, the lady who once treated him to wine from dew quietly approached him again. She said that he controls himself well even in such a situation. In response, Mu Wan said that he had thought a lot about their meeting and remembered that they had met somewhere before. His memories of his father's execution were extremely accurate, and he was able to remember that this old woman was one of the 9 heavens. He named her the Storm Lord Nunggong Hui. The lady agreed with his words and said that she felt guilty before the heir of the northern clan, but the only thing she could do was ask for forgiveness. In response, Mu Wan asked if she was really hiding near him just to apologize. Opening her mask slightly, she said that she would not stop the young master, even if he was going to oppose the Central Heavenly Alliance, and even if he wanted to kill her as punishment for her sins. She believed that he had all the necessary skills and opportunities, but not yet the time. She believed that although he had prepared the groundwork, he was still too weak to fight against the whole world. When asked by the heir why she was telling him all this, Mrs. Noon replied that as the person behind the death of his father, she was embarrassed to talk about it, but her behavior was associated with a feeling of guilt. Moreover, she admitted that she did not want to see him die, so she hoped that he would be able to pass such a difficult test of fate with dignity. After that, she said that she was chained to the 9 heavens, and these shackles were incredibly strong, so much so that they could not be broken by ordinary means. She has almost no free will. Even this conversation with the heir of the northern clan was a great risk for her. As she left, she again asked him to think over her words several times in order to remember them accurately. Before disappearing, she again said that she was very sorry for what happened. At that very moment, the ordinary masters who were next to him began to recognize him as the master of the Northern Blade, and Master Jin was forced to hide. Meanwhile, Master of Transformation Chun Ying decided to risk his life by going on an extremely dangerous mission. He penetrated into the heart of the 2-headed demon organization. This was the lair of a demonic sect, where there were an incredibly large number of their followers, including children. While under the roof, at one point, he was discovered by none other than the user of the demonic blood art of 10 women. Un-kun rested his head on his palm with an interested look and said that the stranger was able to get so close that it seemed quite amazing. At the same time, the last stage of selection for invaders was approaching its logical end, at which the future leader of the detachment was determined. The ferocious spear user threw an incredible amount of punch at his opponent, applying significant pressure. Shim Wal Li, one of the 7 lesser heavens, fought against him. The enemy infuriated him with his impudent words that he, as a representative of such great masters, was nothing of himself. Mr. Shim, striking back, shouted that he was fed up with this annoying babbling tongue. The spearmaster easily stopped his attack and smugly replied that he would become the squad leader. But within a moment, he witnessed the strength of the enemy, which he had been hiding all this time. Master Shima's sword began to lengthen, and within a moment surrounded the spearmaster. The poor fellow, unable to escape this attack, felt as if he had been caught in the grip of a huge snake. At that moment, Master Shim swung his sword, brutally defeating the only obstacle to the title of commander of the invader squad. With a smug and arrogant smile, the eventual winner turned to his losing opponent. saying that he shouldn't have been so cocky. The audience, delighted by this battle, began to chant the name of the winner, who would lead the invaders to war against the enemies of the Silent Night organization. In parallel with these events, the Hidden Temple of the Central Alliance was alarmed from within. The Hidden Temple is an organization that controls numerous intelligence branches and collects all possible information. Seo Mu Sang caused incredible anger among the leader of this organization by announcing that he was resigning from his post and returning the sign that had been a symbol of his affiliation with the Persecution and Capture Department for all these years. The Alliance Elder shouted that he could not believe that Seo would dare to come to them with such news after what he did during the execution of the Northern Blade. He was simply furious and stated that for making Seo the head of this department, he stabbed him in the back like that. In response to Wol Sang Chan's statements, Master Seo responded with patience and respect, bowing down and saying that the one he should serve had appeared before him. At the same time, he stated that he never neglected his duties in the department and served as expected. When Seo began to leave, the head of the Hidden Temple told him after him that he was wrong if he thought that after this he could calmly walk around the territory of the Alliance. He convinced that Seo and his arrogance, as well as Jinmu Wan, would not last long, because punishment would overtake them for everything they had done. After leaving the office, Master Seo went into one of the offices, which contained all the news and information that had arrived recently. Since this was the last time he would be in the Hidden Temple, he decided to one last time to gather as much information as possible before leaving. One of the reports had shocking information that he had to immediately report to his master. Horrifying events took place under cover of the dark night. The seriously wounded Chun Ying could barely find the strength to run forward. He looked around to know how close his pursuers were to him. The members of the double-headed demon organization's reconnaissance squad were very close, and they were in no way inferior to him in speed. These fighters were so well trained that they once again caught up with the elite spy of the Dark Moon organization, inflicting further blows in the back to the already seriously wounded Transformation Master. They knew that he was looking for them, so they deliberately led him to their hiding place, where they set up an ambush. Chun Ying, exhausted from his severe condition and blood loss, fell to the ground. The new leader of the demonic organization immediately ran up to him. Kun sat down next to him and, hypocritically sympathizing with the spy's condition, asked who was behind him. He was surprised that a guy in such a deplorable state was actually going to remain silent. Even in such a hopeless situation, he maintained his determination and loyalty to the mission. After biting into the enhancer pill, he promised himself that he, Chun Ying, from the Hidden Moon of the Heavenly Rank Squad, would continue to fight even if he could not complete the task. After using the pill, he immediately felt an influx of strength and was able to distract his enemies by throwing smoke. Having cleared the smoke around him, the monster in the flesh named Kun continued to behave frivolously and said that he was glad that the enemy was trying so hard. Unfortunately, even by resorting to such methods, Chun Ying was not able to distance himself much from his pursuers. He again missed several blows and found himself on the ground, where he had to draw his small blade to protect himself from the enemy who was about to deal him a fatal blow. But at the last moment he was protected by his prey named Earth. It was the worst thing that could happen. Fearing his death, Chun Ying panikedly shouted the name of his faithful pet. At the same time, Jinmu Wan was walking around the city. It took him longer than he thought to get his clothes in order, so he was unaware of what was happening. At that moment, he even considered taking Madame Tang's advice about buying new clothes. While he was arguing with himself over the conflict of rationality and feelings regarding Uncle Huang's gift, a bird appeared above him. It was a spy raven from the Dark Moon organization. He began to scream in panic, thereby making it clear that something had happened to Chun Ying. During the spy's battle, his dog was seriously wounded. Chun Ying was already saying goodbye to his life, so the last thing he wanted to do was protect his faithful pet. The master of transformation, being seriously wounded, covered the animal with his own body. The enemies were already ready to strike the final blow. Chun Ying, on the verge of his own death, gritted his teeth with hatred, because he was never able to complete such an important mission and endangered the one who had never failed him. At the last moment, Master Jin appeared in front of him and launched an incredibly fast strike towards the attackers. Seeing him in front of him, Kun immediately stopped his fighters. He suggested with a thoughtful look that the man they were pursuing was his younger brother's scout. It seems Mu Wan wasn't interested in having a friendly conversation. Only a few seconds after he returned his blade to its sheath, the heads of the two attackers were lifted from their shoulders. Addressing the one whom he had previously honorably called brother, Mu Wan said that Kun is still associated with the organization of two-headed demons. Kun was forced to think about how to get out of such a difficult situation. He clearly did not want to meet his younger brother at such a moment. In response, he scratched his head in displeasure and said that Mu Wan should have just talked to him, because of his hasty actions, the lives of his precious subordinates were simply wasted. Addressing the rest of the fighters, the leader of the detachment asked them to collect the corpses. Throwing his cloak over his head, he said that it would seem contradictory, but he is not against the fact that Mu Wan is trying to dig up any truth about the world, as long as it does not concern the two-headed demon. Raising his little finger, he warned that if Jin and his comrades did not listen, then not only they, but everyone around them would be in mortal danger. Before disappearing into the darkness of the night, he admitted that he really did not want to become the enemy of his younger brother. Then he asked me to remember the last piece of advice from my younger brother, which was very dear to him. Kun said that Mu Wan should take care of his comrade, because he was hit by something known as a soul waste needle, which makes him experience unbearable pain. Finally, Kun was surprised that for the first time, he saw someone who was able to hold out for so long, after which he disappeared without a trace. Mu Wan understood that it was too late to pursue his older brother. He decided to stop and rush towards his wounded comrade, whose salvation was an urgent matter. Upon returning to the Tang residence, he asked his comrades to put aside their conversations and attend to the wounded Chun Ying. Mirei and Ki Moon immediately set about stopping the bleeding and restoring blood volume. Chun Ying was in a really bad condition. It was not the Dark Moon organization that sent him on this mission, but Mu Wan himself. He wondered if a spy could track someone using scent and gave him the hair. Mu Wan explained that they belong to someone who uses demonic blood arts and is most likely associated with an organization whose members wear tattoos of a two-headed demon. Chun Ying let his dog smell this hair and replied that this should be enough. He boldly declared that he would show what a person who had reached the celestial rank in the Dark Moon could do. Having accepted the mission, he confidently asked not to worry, but Mu Wan still asked him to retreat if he felt that it was becoming dangerous. Now, remembering that he himself had given such a dangerous assignment, Master Jin began to feel angry towards himself due to a deep sense of guilt. At such a difficult moment, scientists of 3 minds came up to him and silently put their hand on his shoulder for support. With incredible haste, the current head of the local Dark Moon division also arrived. Mu Wan was surprised as he did not expect that Lady Mei Wool Ren would leave the confines of the building inside the capital. He said that Mr. Tang was now treating their spy, after which he apologized with incredible pity for asking Chun Ying to fulfill too dangerous a request. Having calmed down a little, Lady Mi replied that although Chun Ying followed Mr. Jin of his own free will, he was still one of the members of the Dark Moon. She also said that their organization is in a difficult position if things like this happen. After another apology from the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the head of the Dark Moon division replied that they could rest assured, because the owner of 10,000 poisons was treating the agent. After that, she asked to be told that Chun Ying should find her later. After leaving the Tang family residence, the lady met a mysterious man, with whom she shared information that Master Chun Ying was seriously injured. Turning to the mysterious man, she explained that Chun Ying wanted to help. Moreover, the one she was talking to had himself instructed Chun Ying to help the heir of the Northern Clan. Madame Mei was worried that Jin was too dangerous at the moment, and they might get into trouble. In response, the man who turned out to be the head of the Dark Moon said that even if Jin Mu Wan had not appeared, they would still have to investigate the organization of the two-headed demon. Respectfully addressing the head, Mei Wool Ren asked why he went to such lengths for Jin Mu Wan. In response, the head suggested ending this conversation after returning to the Dark Moon base. On the day when Jin Mu Wan's trial took place, the team of the heir to the Northern Clan did not yet know what difficulties they would face. At the same time, in another place, the White Witch of the Night, forced to fight, mercilessly destroyed the masters of the Junin and Kunlong clans. Those whom she destroyed without an iota of doubt were nothing more than arrogant and hypocritical scum to her. As expected, such events could not escape the attention of the Central Alliance. The news that a white witch had been spotted in Shaanxi and Hubei provinces reached Master Dam. A representative from the Central Heavenly Alliance came to him with the news that the Kunlong clan had encountered a witch and they needed help. So they called the Chunan clan, but everyone was killed. After these events, they turned to the Great Master, famous for his exploits. Mrs. Heron was suspicious of this news, not understanding how this was possible, and yet she did not doubt the strength of her lover. Mr. Dam said he was immediately heading to the scene, leaving behind only the bloody battlefield. Yoon Ha-sol walked on, thinking that the great meeting must have already ended. She thought that it was time for her to stop wandering everywhere and return, since the time had come to fulfill her duty. But her memories haunted her. They continued to pull her to a distant place in the Central Plains that she could not clearly remember. Her solitude was suddenly interrupted by someone she shouldn't have encountered, Master Dam. So Zhang arrived at the call of the Kunlun clan, although it was too late to save them. Seeing the one who was called the White Witch, he froze in place. He thought that he had already seen her once. His scars began to ache just from remembering the events of 7 years ago in the Northern Sky clan. Mr. Dam was sure that in front of him was the same girl who was next to the heir of the Northern clan. With a shocked look, he said her name, surprising the girl. Sighing heavily, he scratched the back of his head and admitted that 7 years ago, he felt that she was an extraordinary person. He explained his strange behavior upon meeting by saying that the fact that she was a witch exceeded all his expectations. Replying that she was not a witch, Yoon Ha-seol coldly asked who she was talking to and if they knew each other. Master Dam was surprised that she had forgotten him. Then he asked why there was a bloody trail behind her. The girl didn't even think to look around, because she already knew that there was no point in denying her actions. In response, she stated that representatives of the two clans attacked her first. After that, Master Dam politely asked what clan she belonged to. As expected, Yoon Ha-seol could not reveal such information. Mr. Dame clarified that he heard her sing a song about organizing a quiet night. Then he said with a menacing look that he had no doubt that this was the current witch of the White Night. Realizing that a battle could not be avoided, Yoon Ha-seol said with a furious expression on her face that she was not a witch, but only her heir. Both great warriors rushed to attack. Master Dam didn't even think of underestimating her abilities, so he immediately resorted to using his power, using a technique on his fist. As expected, Yoon Ha-seol also thought highly of him and summoned ice chakrams without a doubt. The speed of their collision was on a completely different level. The place where they collided turned into a fierce battlefield. Dam Seo-young jumped back to deliver a more serious strike using the Divine Radiance maneuver technique. Yoon Ha-seol had not felt such a powerful release of power for a long time, so she immediately realized the level of danger. Her opponent immediately unleashed 3 successive bursts of light. The attack came towards her with incredible speed and raised a whole column of dust, destroying the surface. But a moment later, Seo-jong saw an oncoming attack. 2 ice chakrams were directed towards him. Realizing that this was just a diversion, he calmly dodged this attack and prepared for the enemy's subsequent attack. Unexpectedly for him, Mrs. Yoon appeared behind him and had already managed to reach him. While at close range, Ha-seol used her bare hands to inflict a deep wound on his left shoulder. But even in this position, Master Dam was not at a loss and deftly removed her hand. While holding the White Witch's heiress in this position, he used the Fist of Justice and struck her hard in the face. While the 2 real monsters were fighting to the death, the Tang residence was still calm. The Master of Transformation's condition began to improve, and Mr. Ki-moon continued treatment using needles. Lady Tang and Master Jin were in the inner palace. While changing his bandages, she said that she was making him clothes from the strongest materials available so that he would be protected in truly dangerous situations. Mu Wan, surrounded by the spy's pets, humbly thanked her for always taking the time to help with his wounds. At that moment, their dialogue was interrupted by the sudden return of Master Seo. He hurriedly walked towards his master. Running closer, Master Seo Mu Sang reported that he had found out important information while studying reports from the hidden temple. He whispered that a witch had appeared near Hubei province and killed all the martial artists from the Kunlun and Jonan clans. When Mu Wan heard that the girl in question used chakrams and also had fair skin and silver hair, he had no doubt that she was Hasil. The battle between the two monsters continued. Master Dam's fist of justice seriously injured the girl and caused her incredible anger. Using her power, she summoned another chakram and aimed it at her opponent. The young martial artist barely dodged the attack that was aimed at his neck. Within a moment, he again rushed to attack and found himself behind her. Grabbing her body, he formed a strong lock with his hands. It was the first time in her life that the White Witch's heir saw something like this. Dam Sojong, grabbing her by the waist, threw her over himself and hit the ground with incredible power. He put in so much force that this blow caused a powerful destruction of the surface. Rising to his feet, Master Dam began to brush the dust off his shoulder wound. Referring to Miss Ung as a White Witch, he asked her to stop resisting so as not to make the situation worse. But within a moment, he was sent flying. Using silver chaos energy, Yoon Ha-seo launched a powerful, devastating blow towards him with just her palm. Dam So-young barely managed to stay on his feet. He was very lucky that he managed to react to this attack and put up a defense. But after that, he saw Miss Yoon fly into the air. The heiress of the White Witch was angry. She again turned to her chilling power and created the Great Twilight Chakra. A huge attack was aimed at the fighter who was standing on the surface. The destructive force was already close to Master Dam Sojong, but he was not going to dodge. In fact, he froze in admiration at the incredible power Lady Yoon had inherited from one of the 4 demonic lords of Silent Night. Releasing his chi energy, he used the Divine Fist armor and madly called upon Lady Ung to show her best so that they both could enjoy the battle to the fullest. The Great Twilight Chakram and the Divine Fist armor collided with such force that everything around them began to collapse. Having achieved no result, Yoon Ha-sol and Dam So-young again rushed to attack at close range. A moment before the blow was struck, Master Dam saw that 2 chakramas were aimed at him, approaching from different directions. Looking at the lady, Master Dam said with some chagrin that this was too boring. After these words, he easily stopped the chakras using his extra hands from the Divine Fist armor. He admitted that he also regretted that he had used too many techniques that he had prepared against the Chaos Demon. The mention of the Chaos Demon made the girl think for a moment, because the name of this monster seemed somehow familiar to her. After these words, Master Dam admitted that he had faced a rather strong opponent. Then they clashed again in a furious close combat, inflicting an incredible number of blows. Releasing even more energy, Master Dam, trying to overpower his opponent, shouted that soon he, the heavenly sage Dam Sojong, would destroy the legend of the 4 lords of Silent Night. Trying not to give in to her opponent, Mrs. N finally remembered the battle 7 years ago, where the demon of chaos was present, who was seriously wounded and retreated. She was sure that that terrifying monster was still alive and was probably hiding somewhere. At one point, they stopped at the same time with some surprise on their faces. Mrs. Eun, who had been controlling her chakras all this time, with which she had unsuccessfully tried to strike the enemy, looked to the side in surprise. Being completely focused on the battle with such a strong opponent, she did not even notice how a blade pierced her side. It was the work of one of the masters she had fought earlier. The seriously wounded man lying on the ground shouted joyfully that he had finally hit the White Witch. Master Dame, whose battle was interrupted by such a vile act, furiously asked the insolent man who gave him the right to interfere in a fair fight. The same joyful idiot who was able to wound the White Witch at a moment when she was focused on the battle shouted that he does not care about honesty when it comes to the enemy of the entire people of Murim. Within a moment, he paid for his action. With a slight wave of her hand, Yoon Ha-sol sent her chakram in his direction and deprived him of his head. The moment she pulled out the blade that was stabbed into her stomach, Master Dam grabbed her hand and apologized for what happened. After that, he stated that even despite such an unfortunate incident during their battle, she still should not kill people. But just a moment later, something happened that shocked the great heavenly sage. Jin Mu One appeared in front of them, and taking the White Witch heiress by the hand, politely asked Master Dam if he could remove his hand from her. The moment he received the news that a White Witch had been spotted, he immediately set out in search of her. He was very excited, knowing that she was fighting alone. Approaching the indicated scene of events, he saw the site of the battle, from where an incredible amount of energy emanated. At that moment, he immediately went to the epicenter of the battle, leaving his faithful comrade behind. Seo Musang was in no hurry to follow him. His comrades were following them, So he, using sign language, asked them to make sure that no one would be near their master. He also clarified that they should act very carefully, since this is a matter that concerns the life of their master. The soldiers immediately went to their positions to carry out the order of their elder brother. Mu Wan rushed forward with all his might, realizing that Ha Sol was fighting a real monster. As he approached, he noticed that his beloved was at a disadvantage. At that moment, he was able to recognize the energy of the one she was fighting. Having stopped Master Dam, he persistently looked into his eyes, saying that his intentions to stop fighting were very serious. Dam Seo Young was surprised that he would meet the Northern Blade at such a moment. Still, he listened to his request, but looked with great interest at the one whose strength aroused his admiration. Mu Wan did not expect that Master Dam would so easily agree to his request, and yet he didn't care much about this man, because he came here to meet Ha Sol, whom they had not seen for 7 whole years. Looking at her, he saw that she was breathing heavily. Master Dam continued to think about the fate of the Northern Blade here, and yet he too could not lose sight of the state of the White Witch's heiress. When Ha Sol moved back a little, she began to emit a lot of chi energy and looked like she was enraged. Respectfully addressing the head of the Jin clan, Master Dam remembered that 7 whole years had passed since their last meeting. He took the opportunity to state that his heart was on fire when he saw how boldly Mu Wan decided to tell the world who he was. Moreover, he also shared his emotions regarding his battle with the Sword Lord. Recalling the past, he admitted that he immediately realized that the heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan was a strong man who would definitely fulfill the will of his family. What was impressive to him was the way he appeared to the world with his sword drawn. And yet, with a more serious look, he wondered why Ha Sol was with him in the Northern Heavenly Clan at that time. He wondered how it happened that after 7 years she appeared before him as the Witch of the White Night. Mu Wan understood that he had no choice but to tell him what really happened. Remembering that 7 years ago she was his relative, he clarified that in fact she just appeared out of nowhere. He further called her a friend, which provided him with great support during a time when he lived alone for a long time in the ruins of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Just in case, he also clarified that at that time he did not know who she really was. He also mentioned the fact that Ha Seol left immediately after the Chaos Demon attack, and they first met after 7 years. After listening to his story, Master Dam thoughtfully scratched his beard, saying that he had been trying to find the damned Chaos Demon for a long time, but to no avail. And yet he expressed that he was surprised that Mu Wan made such a shocking discovery about Ha Sol. He believed that Mu Wan was an honest person. Despite his complete trust in the heir of the Northern Clan, he firmly stood that the Witch of the White Night was an enemy of the people of the Central Alliance, which had already claimed countless lives. He asked the head of the Jin clan to provide her to him, and also swore on his name that she would not die. Master Jin made him understand that despite his words, he could not do such a thing. Seeing his reaction, Master Dam shouted with a serious look that the head of the Jin clan had only recently gotten rid of false accusations. He stated that he understood how important this was to him, but also warned that his actions would lead to many problems. Despite the warnings, Mu Wan still calmly and politely asked to entrust her to him. Seeing that Jin was not going to back down, Mr. Dam realized that he could not convince him. Releasing energy with the Divine Fist technique, he stated that if the head of the Jin clan refused to cooperate, then he had no choice but to fight him. Mu Wan, realizing that there was no other option, also grabbed his blade. Being completely serious, he again asked Master Dam to listen to his request. So Chan could not do this. Furiously rushing to the attack, he asked his comrade to understand the difference between personal and general affairs. 2 incredibly powerful forces collided, causing the battlefield to once again fall into ruin. The Celestial Sage's Divine Fist strike was strong enough to put significant pressure on the Northern Blade's defense. The moment their battle began, Ha Sol managed to freeze her wound using her ice technique. She was consumed by rage, causing the ice technique to spontaneously release itself. Releasing a huge amount of energy, the White Witch heiress screamed furiously. Feeling a large surge of energy and hearing Yun Ha Seol's scream, Mu Wan turned his attention away from the battle and looked behind him excitedly. At that moment, the furious Master Dam was just sending a high slashing kick at him. But at the last moment, he saw what was happening around him. Mu Wan did not look in his direction at all. His gaze was directed towards the raging heiress of the White Witch. He realized how important this was for Mu Wan. Head Jin wasn't even focused on his opponent. Now he understood what was going on. Damn So Young was familiar with the feeling of anxiety when someone close to you is in despair. This concerned only two people from his life, his lover and also his late mother. Stopping his blow, he turned to Chief Jin, saying that the feelings he has for Ha Sol are surely love. Putting his hands on his sides, he stopped releasing his chi energy, realizing that he was acting strangely, because he himself said that it was worth separating the personal and the general. He was determined to duel with the Northern Blade, but he knew that now was not the time for his opponent to do so. Head Jin still didn't pay attention to him, so he was forced to shout his name. Leaving the battlefield, he said that he had received the task of subduing the Witch of the White Knight and fought with her to the very end, but she managed to escape. He was going to justify himself to the Alliance by saying that the enemy had left no traces, so he decided to abandon the search and return. Mu Wan was surprised that Mr. Dam decided to give up his intentions. Stopping, he warned that if after this, the Witch of the White Knight commits atrocities again, then any prayers and requests, even from the head of Jin, will not stop him. Finally, he expressed the hope that it was not in vain that he trusted the honest heir of the Northern clan. With a serious look, he asked his comrade to stop Mrs. Yoon's madness. In response, Mu Wan only respectfully declined, silently thanking the master for his understanding. Leaving the battlefield, Master Dam understood that Hirin would probably be furious if he found out about this. He knew he would have to keep it a secret. The rampage of the White Witch's heir only intensified. Her destructive power continued to spread across the entire battlefield. Despite this, Mu Wan continued to approach her and entered into the effects of her destructive technique. Furious Ha Sol, having lost control over her own actions, used the silver light of an ice crystal towards the one who dared to get so close to her. Mu Wan continued to move forward slowly, calling out her name, despite the numerous injuries he received due to her technique. Moving forward, he said in a calm voice that it was all over and she could calm down. But the girl, absorbed in emotions, did not even think about stopping. Even though he received many cuts, Mu Wan still moved forward. The closer he got, the harder it was to resist the territory of her ice crystal technique. As he approached, he extended his hand towards her. Being close enough, he touched the back of her head and pulled the girl closer to him. Ha Sol, destroying everything around with her technique, did not resist. Mu Wan hugged her and said that he had missed her all this time. At that moment, her rage subsided, and she realized what kind of person had disturbed her during the rampage. The memories that had been haunting her all this time finally appeared vividly in her memory. She remembered the events of 7 years ago, where she met someone who was so kind to her. This hug reminded her of how she felt when she was around Mu Wan. The strange sensations associated with her hairpin now made sense. She remembered that it was an item that the same person from before had made for her. Feeling his embrace, she stopped. Ha Seol's ice technique began to weaken, and her emotions returned and she began to cry. The area of ice they were in breaks down into small pieces. Remembering the name of the guy who was the first to treat her with such kindness, she said that she also missed her. Mu Wan replied that he also missed her during these 7 years. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked in a calm tone what happened here and how he ended up here. Not wanting to make her feel guilty, Mu Wan simply replied that everything was fine now. Noticing his injuries, she hugged him even tighter, telling him she was sorry for hurting him. But at the same moment, her chakras appeared behind Mu Wan. She didn't understand what was wrong with them, because they were aimed directly at him. Mrs. Yoon jumped back and tried to influence them and shouted that this was enough and they should stop. Mu Wan grabbed his blade, realizing that he would have to intervene. No matter how hard Yoon Ha Sol tried to stop the moonlight chakras, she couldn't do anything. Her body wouldn't listen and she could no longer control them. As the moon chakras approached, Mu Wan unsheathed his blade. In an instant, he repelled all possible attacks directed in their direction. But while he was busy protecting himself from the chakras, some kind of wooden stick began to fly towards Ha Sol. Ha Sol, not feeling any particular danger, tried to stop this object flying towards her, using silver chaos energy. But as soon as she acted on the object approaching her, it collapsed and a huge number of needles flew towards her. After finishing with the chakrams, Mu Wan saw what happened behind him. Ha Sol replied that she was injured by needles, but she still doesn't understand how it happened. At the same moment, Sa Ren appeared. A subordinate of the White Witch of the Quiet Night rushed towards the heiress of his mistress with the intention of getting rid of her. There were blades on his hands that he had been hiding all this time. Sa Ren was never able to approach the young lady, as he was stopped by Master Seo. Seo Musang knocked the White Witch's subject down, then immobilized him and pressed his sword to his neck. In fact, Master Seo allowed him to appear only because the opponent was a master of stealth techniques, whose presence was too difficult to sense. Seeing that Sa Ren was the one who pointed the needles at her, the girl froze in surprise. When Mu Wan worriedly asked if she was okay, she kept wondering why the one who had been taking care of her all this time decided to stab her in the back. In response, Sa Ren shouted whether the young lady was really asking this. He reminded that the mistress of the White Knight should not indulge in emotions, because she is a witch, a deadly weapon that exists to kill, being a reliable comrade only for allies. With incredible anger, he continued to shout that he had put a lot of effort in 7 years to use the Chaos Mind Art to erase her memories and get rid of her emotions. He had hoped that the Moonlight Chakrams could cultivate madness in her, but now everything had turned to dust. But now, seeing her in this state, he began to shout that his young mistress was a mistake, a non-entity, and a useless loser. At the moment when Ha Sol began to feel despair because of the words of the one who was so dear to him, her chakras lost their strength and fell to the surface. Seeing this, Mu Wan said that it was now clear that the demonic energy that came along with the moonlight chakras could not be controlled, and that in the end, this energy would consume a person. Sa Ren continued to shout furiously, and this time he spoke out about the fact that Jin Mu Wan is their main problem, because he continues to appear in front of the young mistress and ruin their plans. He stated that he should have killed him when he was weak, 7 years ago. After these words, Ha Sol could not stand it and screamed and asked why Sa Ren behaves like this because she has emotions. She stated that she could still cope and intended to continue following her mistress's orders, as she had always done. But Sa Ren believed that this was the end. He asked with tears in his eyes what someone who had feelings for the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the enemy of Silent Night, could do. In his eyes, she was to become the witch who sows the fear of the Silent Night in the hearts of the people of the Central Plains. He further stated that a witch cannot fall in love and give in to feelings because personal emotions are as temporary as a flash of flame. According to the opinion of a quiet knight, they will jeopardize their plans, and because of this, there should be no place for feelings in it. With tears in her eyes, Ha Seol desperately began to justify herself as she spoke. That all this is very unexpected and confuses her. Hoping for understanding, she also asked if their mistress knew what was happening. At that moment, Sa Ren responded with pity that in fact their mistress had ordered to get rid of the one whom she considered a mistake. Hearing this, Ha Sol froze, realizing that the man she had been devoted to all her life had decided to abandon her. According to Sa Ren, their mistress said that she could not trust her successor. She was prepared for such a situation and ordered the servant to get rid of Ha Seol if he noticed a change in her emotions. They believed that they did not need the imperfect mistress of the White Knight, and in this case, they would have to find another vessel to nurture her. Ha Sol couldn't believe that Sa Ren's words were true. Mu Wan replied that in that case, she was simply a victim that the White Witch was using to achieve the goals of the Silent Night organization. Within a moment, Ha Sol grimaced in pain and began to fall. Mu Wan managed to catch her, but saw that her whole body began to tremble, and blood began to flow from her mouth. Sa Ren decided not to hide what was happening to her and admitted that he injured her with the Azure Spirit Needles, which contained energy that would react fatally with the energy of Silver Chaos. If this happens, her own energy and blood flow will be overwhelmed, and she will die as a result. After Sa Ren told the truth about what happened, he again asked with an incredible feeling of guilt and pity why Ha Sol regained her emotions and forced him to do something so cruel. Mu Wan, filled with rage, threateningly asked what he did to her. After these words, with a strong thirst for blood, he ordered Sa Ren to help Ha Sol, who was in pain. Within a moment, cold energy began to gather around Seo. Mu Wan, realizing that these were ice chakrams, ordered Seo to immediately flee from that place. Master Musang knew that he could no longer hold Sa Ren in such a dangerous situation. He was forced to jump back, but even so, the chakramas continued to pursue him. After fighting them off several times, He landed on the ground and was able to stop the enemy attack. But it was already too late. They were in an awkward position to hold Saren. Dissolving into thin air, the bodyguard of the young lady, the successor of the White Witch, said goodbye to Ha-Sol. Before he disappears, he will threaten the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan that this is not the end. Just moments after the bodyguard disappeared, Ha-Sil began to feel even worse and lost consciousness. Mu Wan and Seo Mu Sang immediately went to the Tang family residence. Lady Mirai had just finished making clothes for the young master. She was glad to meet him, and immediately shared the good news that she managed to make a good replacement for Uncle Juan's gift. But the Northern Blade did not pay attention to her at all. He walked past her with a white-haired girl in his arms and with cold sweat on his face. His look said that he was in real despair. The white-haired girl in his arms was obviously seriously wounded. At that moment, Mirai realized that Mu Wan was in an extremely difficult situation. She already knew that Mu Wan had feelings for another woman. Seeing that even Master Seo was walking with a very worried look, she understood that they were in a hurry to get back to get help. The girl decided not to interfere in what was happening and remained in place. When Mu Wan arrived at Mr. Ki Moon's house, he heard a hysterical cry from the scientist of 3 minds from the entrance. Mu Wan apologized to him and promised to explain the details later, after which he asked the poison master to examine the girl, who was unconscious and suffering from convulsions. As soon as he handed Ha-Sol into the hands of the master of 10,000 poisons, he was forced to listen to the displeasure of his strategist. Ha Jin-wol was afraid to even imagine that he had actually brought the mistress of the White Knight. He asked in panic how Jin even thought of bringing her to the capital. Mu Wan calmly replied that he had no choice since the situation was out of control. In response, the scholar of 3 minds shouted that although he does not know what is going on between him and this lady, it is worth thinking about that they only got rid of the accusations that the Northern Clan was working quietly at night. The strategist was shocked by what was happening and shouted that the people of the Central Plains would not blindly trust him, and the Tang family, who decided to publicly support him, would also be in a difficult position. He couldn't understand why someone as careful as Jean would do such a thing. Clutching his head, Mu Wan, feeling incredible tension, replied that he didn't know what else to do, because she had nowhere to go now, and besides, she was in serious condition. He also confirmed that he knows that the Central Plains could use this to bring charges of collusion with enemies. Mu Wan was truly in deep despair. He only had to promise that he would take care of everything as soon as she woke up and recovered. It was the first time Ha Jin-wol had seen him in such a state, and understood that the heir of the Northern Clan was simply not able to realize what he had done. Seeing the warrior Seo Mu Sang in front of him, the scientist turned his attention to him, asking why he didn't stop He Jin, even though he was next to him. Master Seo answered tensely that he could not do anything as he had to follow his master's orders. The realization of how terrible their situation was did not give the scientist any peace. With his hands folded in front of him, Seo asked their tactician not to worry about it. He said that he made sure that there were no witnesses on the way back, and his subordinates were still patrolling the area around the house. After these words, he invited the strategist to think about what to do next. Ha Jin-wol, shocked by what was happening, could not move. The realization of the situation made him scream with trembling throughout his body. He sighed heavily and said thoughtfully that he did not think that this would be his first conflict with the good-natured gentleman. He then reminded himself that all heroes have a woman who can get them into trouble. In fact, Ha Jin-wol never thought that this would apply to Mu Wan as well. Looking at his master, he said that since everything turned out this way, it was his job to figure out what to do next and offer the team options. He had to resolve this situation as quickly and quietly as possible so that no one would ever know about it. As usual, Mieng Ryu-san was the only one who was not privy to the essence of the matter. These events took place during his evening training, but the noise made him stop and look around. Looking inside the building where his mentor was, he saw a girl with white hair lying on the floor, suffering from convulsions. Scratching the back of his head, he could not understand who she was and how she was related to their young master. After the Northern Sky Clan was destroyed, even abandoned houses and buildings were burned to the ground and turned to ashes 7 years ago. The Alliance flag was placed on top of where the Northern Sky Clan had once been located. The northern branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance was supposed to monitor the activities of the Silent Night organization and suppress any of their activities, as the Northern clan once did. Due to irresponsibility, those who were entrusted with serious responsibility made a terrible mistake and were destroyed in an instant. When they met the old man and his army, they felt the wrath of those they feared so much. The vanguard of the Quiet Night, under the control of the master of 1,000 sounds of death, began to move, and Yong Chong-hak personally erased those who were supposed to stop any activity of their organization. After the destruction of the main forces, the Northern Branch was forced to retreat and send a request for help to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Therefore, a detachment of invaders was sent out, led by their leader Shim Wan Li. His deputies were Yang Wol, Hong Gong Hui, and the Quan brothers. Leaving the capital, Shim Wan Li thought that he would do everything for his father to recognize him. He thought that he would soon be proud that his son had become part of the invading force and was leading nearly 1,000 warriors to eradicate the Silent Night organization. Even so, the Crimson Demon King, Shim Mu-wa, never came to see him. But young Master Shim was not going to give up and promised that he would soon return as a hero, revered by the whole world. He was going to find new strength in himself, no matter what, in order to defeat the 9 immortal monsters. Leaving the capital to a storm of applause from the public, he mentally turned to his father and wished him to remain in good health until the moment when he could greet him with pride. Minister Vaughn and the up-and-coming strategist of the Western Gate, Hiren, watched as the invaders were sent on their way. Mr. Dae Sen asked the young lady if Dam So-jung would accompany these warriors. Hyeryong responded that Him Won Lee needed a chance to contribute, so Dam So-jung would only go to help if the invaders lost. The minister believed that this statement was befitting of him, but he wondered whether a person who valued justice would really remain on the sidelines. Hearing that the Azure Dragon Association leader's priority was bandits rather than a quiet night, the minister concluded that he would not have time to be distracted from his task for now. Still, he admitted that he believes Dam So-jung will handle everything on her own. After this, Miss Hiren reminded that since the invaders had left the capital, the time had come to launch their overall plan to destroy the internal enemy. She confidently and coldly stated that she would come up with a reason as soon as possible. Minister Vaughn pinned his hopes on her being able to find a gap in the tactician's defense, which put the Central Heavenly Alliance in an awkward position. Before this conversation, the most powerful person in the Heavenly Alliance visited the one he called his master. He bowed to the man who, like a deity, was lying on pillows and smoking a long pipe, causing everything around to be covered in thick smoke. This king, who stood above the minister, is the representative of the 9 heavens, the invincible warrior Yul Jong from the Mo Yeon clan. The minister reported that a detachment of invaders had been created and was sent on the road to oppose the vanguard of the Quiet Night. He also said that they had a little commotion, but they managed to recruit people after what happened. Known as an invincible warrior, the man with the dot on his forehead was pleased with the success of his subordinates and praised the minister, and also asked him to convey his praise to another member of the 9 heavens, Sage Seo Manhwa, who developed the plan to create this unit. Without raising his head, Desen thanked the master and mentioned that he had to raise one more question. Continuing to smoke his pipe, Mr. Yul Jong asked him not to hesitate. As it turned out, the minister believed that they might need to awaken the chaos demon. The invincible warrior, having heard about the demon of chaos, realized that the minister was afraid of something. He said that this meant that the minister was afraid of the boy he mentioned earlier. Minister Wande Sung, without raising his head, replied that they wanted to be on guard, since the future was unknown to them. Exhaling another cloud of smoke, the invincible warrior said with a satisfied laugh that the Northern Heavenly Clan was really strong, because even when everything was taken away from him, he managed to raise such an amazing child, putting the unshakable minister in an uncomfortable position. As a result, Yul Jong allowed his subordinates to use the chaos demon as he wished. The invincible warrior wanted to see how far Mu Wan and his comrades could go. He found this to be a very exciting sight, so he wanted Master Jin to entertain him a little more. After the minister said that he had everything ready, Miss Hiren replied that in this case, she would take action as soon as possible. Even though Seo Mu Sang had left his post, he was able to obtain fresh reports that Silent Night had destroyed the Northern Heavenly Alliance. A couple of months ago, he had thought something like this might happen, but now it was clear that they had finally made a move. Scientist Ha Jin-wol was excited to see if the situation would change when the raiding party intervened. At the same time, Mu Wan, listening to their conversations, sadly thought that the impenetrable wall in the form of the Northern Heavenly Clan was now replaced by powerless alliance troops. A moment later, he saw Miss Tan carrying food inside the building where Ha Sol was. Mu Wan wanted to thank her for the clothes she sewed for him, but the lady passed by without paying attention to him. Her cold behavior made him feel uneasy for the first time in a while. When Mirai went inside, she asked her uncle to go and rest, saying that she herself would look after the patient at this time. When Mr. Tan went outside and began to stretch his body, Mu Wan bowed deeply and thanked him for his great service. The old man replied that everything was fine, but asked him to hear something regarding the condition of the girl with white hair. The 10,000 Poisons Master took care of her blood circulation and heart with the help of Qi energy, but still could not accurately figure out the root cause of this condition. He believed that it was worth waiting until she regained consciousness and recovered a little before trying other methods of treatment. Watching his niece feed the unconscious white-haired girl, Master Ki-moon said that he could not say for sure whether she would even wake up. Mu Wan, as before, humbly apologized for the inconvenience and thanked the great Poison Master. In response, Ki-moon, without looking in the direction of the young master of the Northern Clan, promised that he would make every effort to fulfill this personal request. Despite the fact that the situation was difficult and dangerous, he still did everything to find out what the problem was with the patient's condition. Before going on vacation and doing research, Mr. Ki-moon asked Mirai to buy some medicine before the sun went down. This task required a lot of things, so he offered to take his student with him. Communication with his comrades became quite cold, so Mu Wan again remembered how loneliness felt. He understood that only he was to blame for this, since for the sake of Ha Sol he had to put those who support him in a very dangerous position. Despite this, no one abandoned him and only silently continued to do what was needed. Although Chun Ying had not fully recovered, he decided to leave the Tang family residence, saying that he could not rest anymore, as the head would be angry because he had so much to do. Mu Wan, feeling guilty towards his comrade, apologized to him, saying that he was to blame for what happened. Looking into the eyes of the head of the Jin family, Chun Ying replied that everything was fine because the dark moon would have intervened in this without him. The Master of Transformation asked him not to worry, saying that it was just an accident and also a real shame for their organization. After these words, he said goodbye to Mu Wan and left the residence along with his animals. Sighing heavily, Mu Wan understood that he could not influence this situation in any way and only hoped that over time everything would fall into place. Meanwhile, the mood of the capital's residents began to change. People succumbed to panic over the attack of the Quiet Night and thought that they should collect provisions just in case. On the other hand, they still hoped that the invading force would be able to stop the terrifying enemy. Mrs. Mirai and Myeng Ryu-san, being on one of the crowded streets, did not attach importance to conversations because they were sent to get medicine for their sudden patient, which put everyone at risk. When Mrs. Tan entered one of the shops to look at the assortment, Myeng Ryu-san decided to stay outside so as not to bother himself with studying the medicines. At that moment, 3 masters who were passing by noticed him. Seeing Ryu-san in front of them, they knew that he was what is called a mad bloodhound. The boys were crazy about his personality and began to praise him for his success during selection for the invader squad, talking about how great he was despite losing. There was no end to their compliments regarding how intense and chaotic Ryu-san was. Pegando-o pelos braços, eles começaram a gritar que o destino os abençoou com este encontro, após o que o puxaram para a taverna mais próxima, com as palavras de que não poderiam simplesmente sair sem ouvir sobre isso. Myeng Ryu-san didn't even have time to notice how he ended up inside the tavern. His new friends tried to force him to drink, saying that he was more like a cowardly puppy than a rabid bloodhound, since he did not even take a sip of the strong drink. The attractive sight of free food and alcohol, as well as the words that new comrades had come to this place only to listen to his stories, began to tempt him to agree to the proposal. He thought that it had been a long time since he drank alcohol. Ryu-san decided that he would drink once, since the doctor's shop was very close and he would quickly return to Mrs. Tan. As he enjoyed the alcohol, he thought about how it was a gift to him for all the hard work he had put in lately. He was very pleased to again experience the joy that alcohol brought him in the past. But after a moment he saw that a lady with very revealing clothes suddenly joined them at the table. Ryu-san knew who was sitting in front of him, but he didn't even have time to notice when Haren from the West Gate family appeared next to him. The lady's bodyguard also approached their table and in a serious tone asked all the masters, except Ryu-san, to leave this table. Showing feigned surprise, the masters agreed to leave. As they passed by, Master Yunso handed over a bag of gold to the craftsman who had brought Ryu-san to this tavern. One of the masters escorted Mrs. N with a sly look, leaving for another table. Haren decided to start her conversation with compliments on how the mad bloodhound had been impressive in his last battle, demonstrating amazing fortitude. As expected, the drunk, unprepared guy couldn't resist the seductive woman's compliment. Continuing the conversation, the lady said that she was sure that he was a reliable person, regardless of the side he was on. As she poured the shy guy another drink, she mentioned that the alliance needed people like him. In response, Ryu-san shouted that she was right, after which he drank another glass of alcohol with a joyful laugh. The drunken and smug disciple of the master of 10,000 poisons thought that the world had finally recognized him, and he was no longer an ordinary simpleton. Seeing that the poor fellow had fallen for her tricks, the charming Haren decided to get straight to the point and said that the Azure Dragon Association needed someone like him. Speaking about his support for Mu Wan, she charmingly asked if this conversation would remain only between them. With some feigned shyness, she embarrassed the guy by excitedly asking if there were any suspicious interactions between Jin Mu Wan and the Quiet Knight. Seeing that Ryu-san was beginning to doubt and was ready to jump off her bait, Lady Haren calmly said that she was interested for the sake of his safety, as well as the safety of his comrades. She promised that the Great West Gate family could provide them with great support. At that moment, Ryu-san thought, and the first thing that came to his mind were the words of the scientist of 3 minds. Ha Jin-wol asked him not to forget that he should not tell anyone other than his allies about what was happening around the young master. Remembering these words, he roughly and loudly slammed his glass on the table. Suddenly, Miss Haren's skillful manipulation was interrupted when Ryu-san rudely asked her to stop this conversation. Seeing such rudeness that stunned the lady, bodyguard Yunso in a rage asked the insolent person to repeat this gesture again. A woman with a spear in her hands was ready to tear him to shreds. But Mrs. Haren decided not to lose control of the situation and reacted to this with an absurd laugh. Looking down at the table and covering her face with her hand, she called her interlocutor a very interesting person and said that she thought that a real man should have a similar approach to business. After that, she made another compliment regarding what she considered worthy of him. As expected, Ryu-san could not control himself and gave free rein to her emotions, succumbing to her pathetic provocation. The skilled manipulator continued to put pressure on him and again handed him alcohol with the words that he was now greatly underestimated. After that, she asked if the Bloodhound knew about the hero of the Central Plains and the leader of the Azure Dragon Association named Dam So-jong. Seeing that this was the case, she introduced the Dam Master as the one who protects the Central Plains from all kinds of misfortunes. After that, he complimented that Mieng is definitely someone who is capable of becoming the same person. A little confused by such a loud statement, Ryu-san hesitantly answered that it seemed to him that he was late with Murim's appearance, because he had simply wandered from place to place for too long. In response, the lady said that she had heard that the leader of Dam had responded to help the clans because of the White Witch. She also mentioned that the Quiet Knight began to move along with the white-haired woman. She continued her speech by saying that the witch ran away after seeing the power of the lone star in the azure sky. The sentence ended by repeating that Mieng was losing his potential because of Jin. Continuing to drink alcohol, a noticeably drunk Ryu-san said thoughtfully that just recently the asshole Jin brought some white-haired girl to the Tang family residence. Realizing that he had revealed the secret of his comrades, he drank the alcohol in a cold sweat with the hope that his words were not given much importance. To reassure himself that everything was under control, he carefully looked at Mrs. Heron. The charming woman with an incredibly sharp mind continued to smile deceitfully, but suddenly fell silent. The silence was broken the moment she addressed her bodyguard. Standing up from the table and straightening her clothes, she decided to leave the tavern immediately and asked Lady Yun So to tell Minister Wang that it was time for them to begin. Together with her, everyone present in the tavern suddenly stood up and began to silently walk towards the exit. Myung-ryu-san, not understanding what was happening, began to look around in panic as everyone suddenly began to move. At that moment, he realized what a terrible mistake he had made. The ridiculous boy set the Central Alliance in motion, giving them an argument to oppose the head of the Jin family. Meanwhile, Lady Tang was forced to carry 2 huge bags of medicine alone, cursing Ryu-san. Despite her plight, she was still worried about whether he was okay. Approaching the residence, she saw countless armed masters gathered nearby for unknown reasons. She didn't know who they were, but the atmosphere seemed quite tense. No less exciting was the fact that they all gathered near the place where the head of Jin and their comrades were located. Mu Wan and Master Seo, suspecting nothing, calmly talked about life while inside the palace. Within a moment, a restless member of Seo's reconnaissance squad arrived and shouted that dozens of martial artists were approaching the residence. Another fighter who was monitoring the perimeter of the residence arrived with a report that a huge crowd of warriors was also moving from the south. It became clear that the forces of the Heavenly Alliance decided to suddenly surround their palace. Mr. Seo could not understand how it had come to this. If the whole situation was under control, and he was convinced that there were no witnesses that there was a white witch in their residence. First of all, he ordered to hurry up and hide Mrs. Yoon. Ha Jin-wol ran out to them and immediately nervously asked what was happening. Within a moment, the masters burst into the palace with orders to thoroughly search the place. It became clear that it was too late, and the Central Heavenly Alliance was determined to find evidence of the crime of the head of Jin. Hearing the noise in the palace, Mr. Tang came out of the house and saw a huge crowd of armed masters in front of him. Turning to them, he furiously asked who they were and whether they understood where they had invaded. In response, they heard the minister's voice, which indicated that they all knew very well that they were in the Tang family's residence. Mrs. Heron and Minister Van de Sen came along with the craftsmen to make sure that their plan was working. Mr. Tan was shocked that they were somehow able to find out what was happening. At that moment, Mrs. Myra broke through the crowd and ran towards her uncle. Standing next to him, she looked at the intruders and warned her uncle that their residence was surrounded. Mr. Kimoon, remaining calm, asked whether Minister Wang understood what he was doing. Lady Heron answered him, saying that the Central Heavenly Alliance usually acts very quickly when it comes to issues that could discredit the state of affairs of Murim. With a worried look, the minister said that the Tang family would have to explain themselves for taking part in the treason. Addressing Mr. Jin, the minister asked whether he understood the situation his comrades were in now. Analyzing the situation, Lady Hyeryong did not understand why Seo Jung claimed to have lost the witch, while Myung Ryu-san definitely mentioned that Jin Mu Wan brought the white-haired girl to the residence grounds. She assumed that Jin Mu Wan got to her first. She believed that even if Mu Wan did not bring the White Night Witch, their search would still have a basis, and if something went wrong, she would be able to claim that Myung Ryu-san reported the conspiracy between Jin Mu Wan and Silent Night. Seo Jung and the invaders were outside the capital, so she thought this was a good opportunity. Decisive government officials believed that retreat was impossible and that it was worth ending Mu Wan right here. Addressing Mr. Jin, Heron said that they had received strong evidence that he had brought the White Night Witch to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Mu Wan and Mr. Tan had no idea how they had been exposed. The direct accusation indicated that they somehow managed to obtain information that they carefully hid. Having no idea how this happened, Mr. Kai-moon continued to defend himself, saying that their accusations were complete nonsense. At that moment, the hero of the occasion returned inside the residence. The daring disciple of the Master of 10,000 Poisons broke through the ranks of the hostile masters. Seeing him in front of her, Lady Heron, who stood in front of a huge number of masters, said that the man who stood next to Chief Jin and his comrades was the one who told their terrible secret. She firmly stated that Mr. Mieng confessed everything. In response to these accusations, Ryu-san shouted in rage that she was crazy and her words were a complete lie. After another insult towards her mistress, the warrior Yunso So pointed her curved spear towards the disciple of the Tang family, saying that her patience had snapped at the moment when Mieng gave out the necessary information, so she had long been planning to tear his jaws apart for his insolence. The provocation worked perfectly, and Mieng, succumbing to emotions, was ready to attack, confirming the accusations. But Mr. Tan grabbed his hand in time to prevent him from making the situation even worse. With a great feeling of guilt, Mieng, with cold sweat on his face, began to make excuses to his mentor for not even looking in his direction. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Ha Jin-wol still decided to try to somehow influence and firmly stated that Mrs. Seo Moon had completely bewitched Ryu-san. After that, he wondered if that was really all she could come up with for the final move. Remaining extremely calm in a situation where she had a significant advantage, Mrs. Heron replied that the statements of the scientist of three minds were too harsh and unfounded. Minister Wan, deciding that they should not waste time on empty talk, ordered the masters to finish the search and detain everyone, including Mr. Jin. Addressing the defense, he stated that this is the only way to avoid bloodshed. In response, the serious Mr. Tang said that they were on the territory of the Tang family, visiting the head of the house of 10,000 poisons. He further asked if he didn't know that his actions amounted to an insult to the Tang family. With an arrogant laugh, Desen asked, since when the Tang family has the right to direct the representatives of the alliance. After that, he threatened that if Gi Moon continued to refuse to cooperate, then he would not look at the fact that he was the head of the house of 10,000 poisons, and it would not help him. Mu Wan already understood that in this situation, talking meant nothing. Minister Wang was firm in his intentions and had no intention of backing down. Now the words of the head of the Iron Detachment became more understandable. Previously, Mr. Yang asked the head of the Jin family whether he had bared his fangs too early, and also asked him to be careful with Minister Wang. Being next to Day Sen, Mu Wan realized what his comrade was talking about. He smelled the same smell from the minister as from Zhou Un-kun and the people who followed him. Now Mu Wan had no doubt that the minister was behind Zhou Un-kun and the two-headed demon organization. Whatever one may say, Un-kun was right, but his warning could not change the intentions of the head of the Jin family. Even if things had turned out differently, the representatives of the Central Heavenly Alliance would have found a way to get to and get rid of him. Realizing this, he turned to Seo and asked him to lead all his comrades outside the Central Heavenly Alliance. For the first time during his loyal service, Master Mu Sang allowed himself to object. In response, Mu Wan said with a feeling of guilt that everyone had suffered because of him, so he was going to detain the enemies in the residence until his comrades were safe. Seo Mu Sang, trusting his master, listened to his words. Mu Wan, pointing his blade at the masters of the Central Alliance, thought that this was the price to pay for the fact that everyone was suffering through his fault. He believed that he should deal with everything right here. Minister Vaughn was prepared for such events, or more precisely, he was preparing for battle from the very beginning. He asked Mu Wan if he was really going to make his situation worse by starting bloodshed. In response, Mr. Jin asked whether the Alliance already had hundreds of reasons to get rid of him. Continuing to stick to his role, the hypocritical minister began to reveal that he had no idea what he was talking about. He said that as a minister he could not remain calm, knowing that he was one of the 4 great demonic lords of the Quiet Night brought into the Central Alliance. Mu Wan, pointing his blade at them, understood that he was just a pitiful person in their eyes, so there was simply no other choice but to fight for his life. Looking coldly at the minister, he said that he had never done what he was accused of, after which he asked for at least some evidence of his guilt. Continuing to stall for time to give his comrades the opportunity to escape, he whispered to himself that Ha Sol was now just his woman, who had nowhere to return. As evidence, the minister decided to use the words of Mieng Ryu-san, who is a close associate of the accused. Mu Wan replied that he could not believe that they believed the words of such a reckless and stupid person. In addition, he was also surprised that just based on the words of the former street bandit, they brought an entire army to the residence of the great family to detain head Jin, while making an enemy of the Tang family. Defending his position, Day Sen asked why his comrades were running away, and Mu Wan himself was drawing his blade, if he could have simply allowed them to conduct a thorough search in order to ensure their innocence. In response, Mu Wan reiterated that the Alliance would definitely do everything possible to get rid of him in the future. He coldly said that they would find the slightest grain of dirt on him and present it as a terrible crime. This is how he justified why they were running away. Minister Vaughn no longer had any arguments or desire to continue their communication. He clearly did not come here to talk, so he decided not to waste time, and before giving the masters an order, repeated the words that Mu Wan is the son of his father, a traitor to the Central Alliance. After his order to capture the heir of the Jin family, all the masters immediately rushed to attack. When the battle between Mu Wan and the Alliance army began, Ha-Jin Wool and his comrades had already reached the bull with the cart. The scientist of 3 minds stood opposite the animal and began to convince him that he was a famous horse that was used by famous military leaders on the battlefields. Surprisingly, the madman's words worked like hypnosis and influenced the animal. The bull believed this and began to behave like a horse. The preparations were almost completed. The necessary things for the journey, as well as poison, had already been loaded into the cart. One of the fighters brought Miss Ha-Sol, who also remained unconscious. When Miang Ryu-san climbed into the cart, he continued to make excuses to his mentor, saying that he did not intend to tell anything, and this was a mistake. In response, Ki-moon calmly said that he was sure that his teachings did not do this out of bad intentions, but simply made a mistake. After this, Mr. Tan said that he considers himself the one who is most to blame for what happened, because he should not have allowed his student, who was still unprepared for life in the Alliance, to leave the family residence. Miang, with a cold sweat on his face, continued his speech, saying that he held up well, but Heron continued to tease him, so he became too excited and let his guard down. Unable to bear this whining, the scientist of 3 minds decided to clarify the situation and said that although they were in such a situation because of Ryu-san's stupid conversations, in fact, the culprit who put them all in danger was Mu Wan. According to him, Master Jin greatly damaged the Alliance during the trial, and she was just waiting for a chance to counterattack. But he believed that it was not so much about their specific case, but about any minor oversight that Mu Wan might have made. And yet, a recent meeting had made him understand something important about the Lady of the Western Gate. He believed that although Seo Moon Hyereong thought she was in control of everything that was happening, in reality she was nothing more than the minister's henchman and shield. The scientist realized that he had overestimated her and that the demon he saw in her several years ago was only the residual influence of her grandfather, the sage Seo Moon Hua. Lady Mirai, Mr. Tan, and Ha-Jin Wool climbed onto the cart and rode forward, guarded by Xiao Musang and his comrades. Behind them, Miang Ryu-san was in control. While trying to leave the capital, Ki-moon shouted that the minister was crazy for ignoring the strength of their great family. Yet they had no choice but to maintain their innocence going forward. The scientist of 3 minds asked his comrades to adhere to the position that they never allowed the Witch of the White Knight into their presence. To everyone, he presented Ha-Sol as a simple woman of the head of Jin, who had nowhere to return. He now fully realized that his young master's unknown past was a real problem. Trying to keep up with the cart, Miang Ryu-san continued to suffer due to a deep sense of guilt. Calling himself a complete idiot, he wondered if all he could do was ruin the lives of others. Looking around at the capital, which greeted him so warmly, he sadly thought that he was mistaken when he thought that his damned life would change. Within a moment, a huge number of craftsmen appeared behind them. They were pursuing on the orders of the minister. The situation worsened, and Seo Musang, realizing that a battle could not be avoided, reached for his blades. His faithful brothers made it clear to each other that they should take more care in protecting the cart. Mr. Tan was very wary of the situation, while Mirai, despite her anxiety, took out her kunai and prepared to defend herself. While the guys tried to leave the Central Heavenly Alliance, Mu Wan continued to brutally deal with the enemies. There was no end to the masters of the Alliance, but none of them could cope with such a monster as the head of Jin. Despite their numerical advantage, the Alliance fighters could not match the skill of their opponent. Mu Wan, even without using his 10,000 Shadows techniques, dealt with his enemies without any problems. And yet he knew that this was not enough. Although he resisted well even without using ki, there was no end to the enemies. Fighting each individual individually was not a bad task, and Mu Wan realized that he should save his strength for tougher enemies. Swinging his sword furiously, Mu Wan sent a huge attack of eternal darkness towards the crowd that was moving towards him. Dozens of craftsmen were seriously injured and were thrown into the air. After this attack, Mu Wan walked forward, heading towards the minister and Mrs. Hyeryong, who was being held behind by Yoon So-seo. Concentrating on the enemies, Mu Wan walked forward again. A large number of masters gathered around the minister and had no intention of retreating. All of them were destroyed by an instant attack from the heir of the northern clan. Despite this, the minister did not even flinch and continued to stand calmly, being several meters away from the bloodied master who had just gotten rid of most of his fighters. But at the moment when Mu Wan called him a two-headed demon and asked why he did not bring all his troops to this place, Minister Wang Daisen opened his eyes wide in surprise. Within a moment, a terrifyingly evil smile appeared on his face, and his eyes changed color to dark, giving the minister a demonic appearance. He was interested that Mu Wan was able to reveal his identity. Calling the heir to the northern clan an arrogant bastard, the arrogant demon said that everyone would be eliminated, both Mu Wan and those who were in any way connected with him. After that, he wondered if Jin really did not value his life, since he even dared to mention the name of their organization. In response, Master Jin said with a cold gaze that the Central Heavenly Alliance was ruling the world with the help of dirty demon followers. He stated that he would reveal the truth about the organization behind Minister Daisen. But just as Mu Wan was about to attack, demonic energy began to spread around the minister. Within a moment, demonic followers appeared around Mr. Wan, and Jo Un-kun stood in front of them. Confident of his superiority, the minister began to laugh restrainedly. Everything he had arranged earlier was calculated on the fact that Mu Wan would spend a lot of energy. The minister thought that Jin Mu Wan was an ordinary brat, so he didn't see the point in rushing. In addition, the head of the Jin clan was young and was not prepared for the fact that the alliance network was much stronger and more extensive than it seemed. Looking at his younger brother, Un-kun, who had a demonic look, said that he was not very happy that Mu Wan had created problems for himself. Seeing him in front of him, Mu Wan felt even more angry and called his older brother a two-headed demon. Stretching his arms to the sides, Un-kun said in the same friendly tone that he had warned his brother about the danger. After that, with a crazy smile, he asked why Mu Wan persistently continued to cause inconvenience and suggested that he simply missed his older brother so much. After these words, the snowblade began to strongly resonate with the energy of its owner. Mu Wan was not surprised, because in front of him was the one who was to blame for the death of the shaman's tribe, whose soul was imprisoned in this blade. Addressing the snowblade, Mu Wan coldly said that the time for revenge has come. Immediately after these words, his blade began to release a large amount of energy. Behind him appeared the energy of a woman who wanted revenge. Unleashing the demonic blood energy of 10 women, Un-kun said that his younger brother's blade always caused a commotion as soon as it appeared. Furiously rushing to attack, Mu Wan asked who they were and what kind of demonic organization they belonged to. Also rushing to the attack, Un-kun replied that Minister Wang would be angry if he found out that he had spread secret information, but admitted that if Onyi-chan joined, then he would not mind. Finding himself next to Mu Wan, he shocked him with the words that they could be called the Second Quiet Night. Mu Wan was confused by what he heard. Despite this, he did not loosen his grip, and two powerful energies collided with incredible force, spreading destruction to everything around him. After an equal collision, Un-kun jumped back and explained that the two-headed dragon was something of a backup option in case Silent Night stopped following the instructions. It turned out that they were growing power, introducing spies and putting the right people in high positions. In addition, he also said that they deal with curious kids like Mu Wan. Then Un-kun, with a crazy wide smile, stated that he had already answered all the questions. As it turned out, his father knew nothing about this, but the demonic bastard was interested in his little brother following his example and joining them. Despite Mu Wan's deep condemnation, the demonic technique user still stated that they always welcome such martial artists. Releasing even more cursed ki energy, he said with a threatening look that if Mu Wan refused, then he would have to kill him with his own hands since he knew too much. Mu Wan, consumed with rage, said that he would never join someone who killed innocent people in order to master forbidden arts. In response, Un-kun, with a piercing gaze, asked what Mu Wan himself had been doing all this time, and whether he really believed that he was different from him. After these words, he invited his younger brother to look around the battlefield, where the martial artists, whom he had mercilessly killed, lay. In addition, he said that he was sure that the saint had never counted how many he had gotten rid of since his arrival in this world. Mu Wan, shocked by the realization of the situation, continued to succumb to his older brother's manipulation. Eun-kun let him know that he was fooling himself if he thought it was a defense. Thinking about the question of whether he himself killed innocent people, Eun-kun answered that no, because by this logic, he was also defending himself, because his enemies also raised weapons against him when they came for his head for their own benefit. Referring to the past, when the Northern Sky Clan, which protected the Central Plains for 100 years and was stabbed in the back by those they protected so much, Eun-kun said that no matter how much time passes, the rules do not change, and the weak will become the prey of the strong. Mu Wan himself understood that there really is no absolute evil or absolute righteousness in this world. Eun-kun continued to point out that Chief Jin had become a true predator and was ruling before he realized it. With a demonic look and a crazed smile, the older brother suggested that Mu Wan was also becoming addicted to the feeling of power and unknowingly enjoying it, since every swing of his sword ended with those around him turning into chopped tofu. Dizendo que Jin também gostava desse tipo de diversão, o irmão demoníaco perguntou como eles eram diferentes um do outro. Eun-kun acreditava que, embora Mu Wan não concordasse com ele, Mu Wan, overwhelmed by the wrath of his blade and his own hatred, calmly replied that his elder brother was right as always. Grasping his blade with both hands, he said that he was a monster and that he had shed too much blood. He even admitted that he was a pathetic and weak person, that he could not control the events in his life. Rushing into the attack, he shouted that despite this, he understands that fighting to protect and fighting to take away are completely different things. In response, the master of the forbidden demonic arts shouted that Mu Wan was full of contradictory hypocrisy. In a sense, Eun-kun was right, but he did not take into account the fact that the younger brother was not only acting for his own interests. Meanwhile, his comrades continued to desperately fight their pursuers, and Seo Musang demonstrated the power of his Azure Cloud Sword technique. Addressing his brothers, he gave the order to put their lives on the line to protect their master's comrades. Despite the complexity of the situation, the guys continued to shed blood without fear for their own lives. Ha Jin-wol continued to analyze the situation. He had previously prepared for their grand battle with the Alliance, but there were 3 points that he did not take into account. It was about the master's woman, Ryu-san's cursed large company, and the fact that the enemies attacked much faster than expected. He could not even imagine that such unexpected factors would lead them to such a situation. Realizing that he was still inferior to his enemies in terms of strategy, the scientist firmly promised himself that he would not repeat the same mistake again once they got out of this place alive and began to prepare for the future. At that time, Guy Moon thought that the Central Heavenly Alliance was aiming to kill them all without leaving any witnesses. He understood that they did not have time to sort through options for further developments. There was no way he could help his comrades, because his poison was too dangerous. Lady Tang tried her best to fight off her pursuers using her kunai. She asked her uncle to stay behind her so as not to succumb to danger from the Alliance Masters. Ryu-san, who has impressive strength, fought with his bare fists, also fearing to use poison near his comrades. But there were so many enemies that it seemed like there was no end to them. Feeling a deep sense of guilt, the Tang family disciple understood that the situation was extremely difficult. Mr. Tang and his niece Mirai were under threat, because keeping such a number of masters was too difficult a task. But fortunately, they were already very close to the outer gate of the Central Alliance territory. At that moment, a crazy idea came to the guy's head. He suddenly turned his back on the enemies and began to catch up with the cart. As he ran closer, he grabbed the huge vials of his teacher's poison. Mr. Ki-moon managed to notice what happened. Looking at his student, he shouted in confusion and asked what he was doing. Mieng Ryu-san, holding 2 large vessels with poisons under his hands, suddenly stopped with his back to the cart. Looking around, he shouted to his mentor that he would try to buy them as much time as possible, after which he asked them to be careful and not linger. Mr. Tan could not believe that Mieng would act so recklessly and insanely. He desperately shouted that Ryu-san should stop, because there were too many enemies for him alone. In response, Ryu-san called upon the scientist of three minds to keep his mentor from doing anything stupid. Finally, the mad bloodhound promised the mentor that he should not worry, because he would soon catch up with them. No matter how desperately Mr. Tang begged him, it would not bring any result. Moving away from the student, Guy Moon began to blame himself for not being able to dispel the student's deep sense of guilt. At this moment, he was helpless and could not do anything about the fact that the student was left behind. The determined Ryu-san followed them with his eyes until the very end to make sure they were safe. Countless masters with incredible bloodlust were approaching the gate, but having placed the vessels with poison, Ryu-san blocked the exit. A lone warrior was going to hold off an entire army with his own hands. With a cold and determined look, he said that from now on no one will pass through this gate, and he, Ryu-san, will finish off anyone who tries to approach. Seeing that the overconfident masters, counting on a numerical advantage, were moving forward, Ryu-san shouted furiously that they would regret their decision to oppose the great Tang family. Using the poison control technique, he sent many furious gas animals towards his enemies. The enemy masters had no chance of resisting an attack that was impossible to block with their skill level. Some of the enemies that stood in front were already neutralized, and from such an amount of poison absorbed, began to fall to the ground. Those who survived became new targets for the rabid bloodhound. Concentrating on the poison, Miang again directed a huge amount of corrosive gas at his enemies. It was very difficult to resist his skill, but the fighters of the Central Heavenly Alliance relied on their numbers. Ryu-san decided to rush forward to finish off with his bare hands those masters who managed to break through his poison technique. His close combat skills amazed the masters that they could not do anything to him using blades. Even as several fierce alliance masters marched forward, Ryu-san unwaveringly maintained his cool head. The quick attacks with blades that the enemies tried to carry out were nothing to him. Even when fighting with his bare hands, he was vastly superior to those he faced. Using the power of poison, he strengthened his attacks and neutralized his opponents with ease. While he had no difficulty in one-on-one combat, he felt that controlling so many enemies at once was not an easy task. Some of the enemies decided not to risk their lives in battle with him and ran towards the outer wall of the Central Heavenly Alliance, bypassing the gate. But even they had no chance to avoid the poison, which could be controlled at a distance using the Tang family's technique. Ryu-san, trying to control all possible areas through which enemies could break through, did not notice how one of the masters was behind him and inflicted a cut on his back. Dodging the next attack, he furiously dealt with that insolent one using poison. Grasping his wound to ease the blood loss, he did not think at all that his situation was terribly difficult. The only thing he thought about was that what was happening was a consequence of his mistake. Furiously attacking, he called himself a bastard, blaming his chatter for putting the others in danger. A deep sense of guilt prevented him from concentrating on the battle. He again noticed that he had let several enemies through to the wall. The masters who managed to avoid confronting him were still trying to climb the fence to continue pursuing the Tang family unhindered. With a trembling hand, Ryu-san stopped them again with poison. Distracted by the wall, he again missed several more enemy attacks. Several masters rushed at him at the same time and inflicted several injuries. Ryu-san was furious, but the difficultly rabid bloodhound did not stop and angrily shouted that he would tear everyone to shreds. After these words, he again spread an incredible amount of poison, affecting a huge area with enemies around him. Mrs. Heron and Minister Vaughn watched with calm as their plan progressed. Right before their eyes, two brothers fought with terrifying force. At that moment, the daughter of the Western Gate family was disturbed by one of the masters who was pursuing the comrades of the head of Jin. The man worriedly reported that the fugitives had overcome the central gate, but the mad bloodhound remained and was not letting anyone through. Their forces had to split up to get around the gate. Hearing that the persecution had suffered due to the poison master, Lady Heron ordered to bring in even more masters, saying that they could not allow any of the fugitives to leave the Central Heavenly Alliance. Turning to Sister Yoon, Hiron asked her to personally deal with the rabid bloodhound. Yoon So-seo, the best guardian of the Seo Moon family, vowed that she would deal with the enemy in the most brutal manner and would tear out his tongue. She was so determined because from the very beginning, she dreamed of making Ryu-san answer for her insolence towards her mistress. Mu Wan and his brother, who uses demonic techniques, fought on equal terms. Watching the battle, Lady Hiran was sure that the man emitting terrifying energy was Jo-un-kun. She had known the eldest son of one of the great four of the northern heavens for a long time, but she did not understand when he managed to change so much. The terrifying unknown energy that emanated from the air of the demonic fist caused her some fear. Moreover, she was also concerned about the fact that Un-kun reported directly to Minister Wang. Mr. Day-sen, noticing her gaze, laughed and suggested that she was wondering what kind of mysterious internal energy the master had, who fought on equal terms with Mu-wan. After that, he said that she was probably surprised that, being one of the smartest people on Earth, she didn't know a lot of things. Hiding his demonic gaze, he said that the best was yet to come, so the lady should enjoy the show. He calmly said that the network of the Central Heavenly Alliance is strong and extensive, so this is not all that should be surprised, because someone more mysterious will soon appear. The mysterious words of the minister interested the lady, but she continued to coldly analyze the situation, realizing that she did not know everything that was really happening. As he continued to fight, the mad Un-kun continued to try to convince his younger brother that they were the same. Sticking his tongue out at Chief Jin, the demonic bastard invited him to look at the results of his desire to kill. The surface around them was covered in the blood of the masters who were trying to capture Mu-wan. Within a moment, this blood began to tremble. Un-kun shouted with a crazed look that his skill was enhanced on such battlefields. Raising his hands up, the crazy elder brother began to use the demonic art of the bloody cross, collecting all the blood around him. Mu-wan was shocked by this sudden turn of events, as everything around him was becoming dangerous. Within a moment, countless attacks from blood saturated with demonic energy were directed at him. The powerful attack seemed to cover Jin's head like a wave, and he disappeared from sight. Addressing his younger brother, the crazy demon said that he knew that this was not enough to stop Mu-wan. In reality, he just wanted to show off his new skills. His words turned out to be true, because Mu-wan broke through the blood technique within a moment. Looking into the cold eyes of the heir of the northern clan, the follower of the demonic cult laughed and shouted that such a perfect killer would not fall from such a simple attack. In order not to remain constantly on the defensive, Mu-wan used the techniques of 10,000 shadows and rushed at the enemy with a powerful attack. The clash of the blood and shadow technique spread destruction throughout the Tang residence. Mu-wan easily overcame the blood attacks aimed at him. Having broken through the enemy's defenses, he came to close range and, while in the air, carried out an attack. Using the power of the snow flower, he accelerated and quickly struck his opponent. Un-kun, unable to withstand such pressure, missed several blows that left wounds on his body. The bloody cross-demonic art was truly terrifying, but Mu-wan was able to dodge and avoid hitting the vital points. He needed the support of the energy of his cursed blade in order to fight the enemy on equal terms. For the first time in a long time of using his demonic techniques, Un-kun felt the pain of being wounded. Furiously rushing to the attack, he shouted madly that his elder brother had shed his precious blood. By enhancing the technique with his own blood, he created an even more destructive vortex with the attack. Mu-wan was forced to defend himself. He withstood the blow, but was thrown to the side. Sliding across the surface, he was focused on Un-kun's movements, but suddenly collided with someone standing behind him. Looking back, he was shocked by such a sudden meeting. The demon of chaos, Tai Mu-kang, appeared in front of him, a meeting with whom 7 years ago became fateful for him. A huge monster with terrifying power looked down at Mu-wan and said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. With a satisfied look, the demon said that the heir of the northern clan had grown a lot since the last time they saw each other. After that, he asked how long ago those events took place when they had to collide in battle. Mu-wan could not believe that this terrifying monster, one of the instigators of the internal conflict of the Quiet Night, would suddenly find himself inside the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Tai Mu-kang is known as the one who hunts martial artists like the 4 great demon lords. No one knew anything about him, so it was believed that he was from the Quiet Night. But now Mu-wan realized that this terrifying monster obeys the orders of the minister. Angrily addressing the demon, Mu-wan asked if he belonged to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Looking up at the sky, Tai Mu-kang replied that he belongs to no one, but since he acquired an invulnerable body, he was left with no choice, and now he has to follow the will of the bastards who made him this way. Not understanding how this happened, Mu-wan asked in confusion what it all meant. At that moment, Unkun was already approaching him. The elder brother, addressing the heir of the northern clan, suggested that he end everything right here. The situation became even worse, because now Mu Wan was forced to fight against two monsters with demonic techniques at the same time. Mrs. Hirin, who saw this demon for the second time in her life, could not contain her emotions. 7 years ago, when they tried to quietly leave the Azure Dragon Association to get to the Northern Heavenly Clan, this terrifying monster suddenly appeared and attacked them. She will never forget what happened that day. During their meeting, Mr. Shim fell into a rage at what was happening, because the demon of chaos, with one wave of his hand, erased his younger sister into powder. In addition, the members of the Azure Dragon are unlucky to encounter the only creature in the world, in their opinion, capable of defeating the invincible legend, their leader, Dam Sojong. Now Mrs. Hirin saw with her own eyes the bitterness of the truth. The appearance of a suspicious organization that protects her and the minister, the demonic arts of the son of the demonic fist, and the chaos demon that obeys the minister, told her that she knew nothing about Murim. With cold sweat on her face, the daughter of the Western Gate, shocked by what was happening, asked the minister what was happening with the words about whether the chaos demon really belonged to the Central Alliance. In response, Minister Vaughn said with a playful tone that everything was exactly as she saw. With a sly smile on his face, he said that the chaos demon is not actually part of any organization, but is simply a demonic creature that carries out the will of a certain person. When Hirin asked what kind of person he was talking about, Mr. Desen clarified that he was talking about the true ruler of Murim. He also said that if she was really that curious, she should ask her grandfather about it. According to him, the sage Manhwa came closest to the truth about their world, so he could give her answers to all the questions that concern her. The shocked Hirin, realizing that the horrific events of 7 years ago were the work of the Alliance itself, asked what the hell was happening in this world. In response, the minister again reminded her that Murim was much larger and deeper than she was used to thinking. In the depths of this world, incredible things happen that go beyond imagination. The minister believed that the exact definition of Murim is the world of the abyss, the darkness of which is unknown to most. Having revealed the horrifying truth, the head of the demonic organization asked Hirin if she really thought that he did not know about their plans to create a new Murim. He knew very well that in order to do this, Hirin allowed the heavenly sage Dam Sojong to become the leader. Looking at the lady trembling with fear, the minister said that he knew about everything, but the ruler of the world was eager to see what the association and Master Dame could achieve. Then he invited her to give up the charming dream of creating a new order and begin to quietly cooperate and adapt. As an example, he said that Manhwa, who is closest to the ruler, did this. The minister mentioned that if the association did this, then they would definitely be helped to reach the level of 9 heavens and would be revered more than heroes. The ruler himself wanted them to lead the next era. After finishing the story for Lady Hirin, Minister Vaughn addressed the chaos demon, saying that he was sorry that he had to be disturbed so soon after his awakening, after 7 years of long sleep. Looking around, Taemukang displeasedly replied that he would tear the minister's chatty mouth apart if he continued to say these crazy things. He asked to give in to formalities because they both know that his awakening is connected to eliminating those who threaten their power. Warming up, the demon was surprised that 7 whole years had passed since his last battles. Both terrifying monsters began to release their demonic energy. Before going on the attack, the chaos demon said that he was eager to see how much the baby from the Northern Heavenly Clan had grown. In turn, Unkun simply apologized to his older brother and walked forward. Analyzing the situation, Mu Wan understood that it would not be easy for him, because the martial art of the demon is as strange and dangerous as the art of the cross. Within a moment, his opponents disappeared from sight. Mu Wan immediately jumped back to avoid their attack. However, the enemies turned out to be incredibly fast, and within a moment they were targeting him. The first blow from the chaos demon was successfully blocked. Within a moment, Unkun tried to strike Master Jin with his claws using the energy of the bloody cross, but Mu Wan managed to dodge. Even though Mu Wan successfully defended himself from their initial attacks, competing against 2 enemies of this level at the same time was incredibly difficult. Master Jin was unable to cope with the speed of the chaos demon, who again rushed to attack, after which both enemies dealt him a heavy blow, from which the surface collapsed with a huge roar. After a powerful joint attack, Tae-mu-kang called the stranger a notorious madman who was studying the demonic art of the bloody cross. Junior Jo Un-kun expressed his respect, after which he noted that the one who masters the demonic arts of chaos purgatory is the same monster. When the dust settled, they noticed that Mu-wan had managed to escape. Tae-mu-kang was surprised and laughingly remembered that the guy from the northern clan was as fast as the last time they met. Fighting Mu-wan reminded him of hunting a rat. Then the demon of chaos asked why Un-kun was next to the minister. In response, Master Zhou replied that he was able to learn a lot from Mr. Wang, and he studied the arts of his own free will. Yet despite the common task, they had no particular desire to become similar to each other or to unite. Looking around, the chaos demon and the follower of the demonic arts saw their opponent moving with incredible speed among the destroyed buildings of the Tang residence. Watching Mu-wan, the chaos demon noticed that usually his memories are a little confused, but this guy from the northern clan is the one he remembers quite clearly. Mr. Jin was unable to block the combined attack of the two monsters, so his condition worsened. He understood that the longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. Watching the enemies, he intended to end this with one attack as soon as possible. Rushing into the attack, he sent slicing shadows at his enemies with a huge affected area. But even such a large-scale attack was not enough. The enemies were somehow able to break through his darkness. The situation became even worse, because the blow on which Mu-wan spent a lot of energy, hoping to get rid of both enemies at the same time, turned out to be ineffective. Demon Tae and the demonic cult follower continued their furious attacks without giving Mu-wan a second to think. The pressure from the two terrifying monsters was so great that the heir of the northern clan was forced to only defend himself, slowly retreating back. The chaos demon's heavy blows were what prevented Mu-wan from concentrating on changing the situation. At the same time, Un-kun was so fast that after each blow of the demon he managed to end up behind the heir of the northern clan. After fending off one attack, Mu-wan was immediately faced with an attack from a second opponent. At one point, he found himself in such a difficult situation that he could barely hold off the simultaneous attack of the chaos demon and Jo Un-kun. Tae-mu-kang, considering this the end of the battle, was amazed at how long their opponent was able to hold out. The elder brother of the heir to the northern clan, with a smug and cunning smile, thought that in a moment he would get rid of the threat to the world order, as well as the vengeful spirit that had already gotten him pretty bad. Although the demonic power users were already confident that their battle was over, Mu-wan, despite the incredible pressure from his enemies, could not afford to fail. Feeling furious, he released a huge amount of dark energy, scattering his enemies in all directions. Without wasting any time, he again pointed his blade at the chaos demon using the sky-destroying shadow blade technique. Sensing this danger, Un-kun, who was next to the chaos demon, decided to jump to the side. Tae-mu-kang single-handedly began to block the huge attack with terrifying power. Holding back the attack, he shouted with joyful excitement that he had not faced an attack for a long time, which was preventing his immortal body from healing. He had been waiting for the moment of such an intense battle for a long time, but in response, he used the demonic arts of the origins of chaos purgatory. Reflecting Master Jin's attack with his energy, he shouted that although he would like to finally be free, he would not allow him to get rid of him so easily. The warriors again unleashed their strongest attacks with terrifying force, continuing to create chaos in the territory of the former residents of the Tang family. Mu-wan furiously continued to direct his energy towards the enemy to deal with him here and now. Focusing on the demon of chaos, he completely forgot that this was not the only opponent. At that moment, he felt the vengeful spirit of the snowflower asking him to look around. Un-kun, using the demonic art of the bloody cross, said with an arrogant look and some pity that if Mu-wan had listened to him earlier, this would not have happened. Within a moment, Mu-wan froze in place. His leg was grabbed by Un-kun using a bloody technique. Distracted by his younger brother, he missed that the chaos demon had already dealt with his attack. Using demonic chaos cyclones, Tae-mu-kang rushed towards him with a furious cry. Despite the pain from his injuries, he shouted with insane admiration that the scion of the northern clan was one of the few whose death he would enjoy. He never managed to finish his sentence and strike the heir of the northern clan, because within a moment he felt the heavy blow of the divine fist technique. Heavenly Sage Dam. Sojung unexpectedly joined the battle and, as expected, chose as his opponent the chaos demon that almost killed him 7 years ago. Appearing on the battlefield, he was shocked to see within the Central Heavenly Alliance the one he had wanted to destroy for so long. Wan couldn't believe that at such a moment he would receive support from this person. This all happened at a time when the occultists, Minister Vaughn and Mrs. Heron, already believed that the heir of the Northern clan was finished. The appearance of the Heavenly Sage infuriated the minister because this was not part of his plans. Mrs. Heron could not believe it, and said that this could only happen if he managed to deal with the robbers in such a short period of time. Addressing the daughter of the Western Gate, the minister with a dissatisfied tone asked what was happening and how he ended up here despite the fact that she claimed that she had taken care of the problem. Seeing his plans begin to fall apart, he angrily said that he had hopes for Heron, even though he knew that she did not live up to the level of her grandfather, which was one of heaven. And yet, he could not even think that the difference between them was so great. Minister Vaughn, knowing her weaknesses, pressed on her self-doubt, saying that he now understands that the opinion that she is the smartest in the world is wrong. Turning his gaze away from her, he wondered why it seemed to him that the younger generation was worse than the older one. Observing the events on the battlefield with arrogance, the minister said that Mrs. Heron had disappointed him. Nervously biting her lip, the daughter of the Western Gate apologized and promised that this would not happen again. As soon as the minister's words ended, her lover's anger fell on her. Master Dam, noticing her presence, shouted her name without turning around, and said that she had sent him to get rid of the bandits in Anhui province in order to carry out her plans. He said that he was dealing with the task when some old man approached him and reported horror inside the territory of the Alliance. As expected, the old man who told him about this was the Storm Lord Nunggong Hui. Calling the young master to help was the only thing she could do for the heir of the Northern clan in such a situation. Returning back, he could not believe what was happening here due to Heron's participation. Confused, Heron, who could not even allow such a thing, tried to justify herself in a trembling voice. But Master Dam did not listen to her, and with a terribly cold look said that they would talk about this later. Heron couldn't believe that her plans were crumbling before her eyes. Minister Wan Dae-sung decided to intervene, and addressing the leader of the alliance, said that they were busy with an urgent matter. According to him, what is happening can shake the foundations of the Central Heavenly Alliance, so he should not interfere when the punishment of the criminal is being carried out. In response, Mr. Dam asked what they would do if he did not listen to them in this turbulent time, when the army of the Quiet Night began to attack, and a detachment of invaders was just leaving for war. With a disapproving look, he asked if they really thought it wise to pit several hundred martial artists against one criminal right in the Central Heavenly Alliance when they were threatened by a Quiet Night. By the way, he also asked a question about what the demon of chaos was doing here. With a threatening look, the demonic bastard Desen asked if Dam was going to challenge the order of the Central Alliance. He warned that even though he was the hero of Murim, as well as a disciple of one of the 9 heavens, the consequences of disobedience would overtake even him and would not be easy to cope with. With a smile on his face, the master replied that if they were going to punish him for interfering, he would accept it as his due. In his defense, he asked if the minister was sure that Dam Chok Shim of the 9 heavens would simply sit idly by when he found out how his heir was treated. With a sly smile, he said that although he was not on the best terms with his father, he could ask him for a little help in such an exceptional situation. Interrupting the conversation with his quiet laughter, the minister admitted that he never expected to hear these words from the all-powerful Master Sojung. After this, he said that the heavenly sage does not yet know what the real Murim is. After stopping using his demonic energy, Minister Wang tried to clarify that the heavenly sage's father did not have much attention. However, Master Dam was not even going to listen to him, and pointing his finger in their direction, shouted that he knew very well what the real Murim was like. He stated that they supposedly stand for justice, but in fact, the alliance is rotten to the core and is not what it claims to be. After these words, he loudly declared that with the help of his power he was going to create a new Murim. After hearing the seriousness of the young master's intentions with incredible strength, the minister, trembling with excitement, looked at him with demonic eyes and said that it seemed that he could not simply ignore such a person who was going against the will of heaven. Grimacing in response, Master Dam showed his fist and said that he would do what he saw fit. Returning to the battle, he addressed the heir of the northern clan, saying that he needed to clarify some details, after which he apologized for the actions of Lady Seo Moon. He also mentioned that he didn't expect that Clan Chief Jin was able to add to his troubles again. In response, Mu Wan thanked him for his help, but warned him that this was his personal matter and he did not want to drag Master Dam into this situation and put him in an awkward position. There was no time to think. The enemies were already approaching, so Master Dam turned to Mu Wan with the words that he also had personal motives. Looking at the demon of chaos, he said that he also needed to settle scores with one monster. Adjusting his jaw, Tae Mu Kang said that he remembered who he was dealing with. He said that he missed a blow from the brat, who used divine radiance maneuvers in a battle with him 7 years ago. Extending his fists with anticipation, the threatening and joyful Master Dam said that they had not seen each other since the time of his crushing defeat. He went on to say that he had been looking for him diligently after 7 years of studying all alone, but he did not expect to see him here. When asked who he really was, Tae Mu Kang replied with a crazy smile that there was a certain order, so the brat had to stand in line and wait until he finished fighting the guy from the northern clan. Showing his incredible desire to fight, Dam So-young said threateningly that he was eager to pay off the Chaos Demon right now. After these words, Mu Wan and So-young took a step towards those they were going to fight. Looking at the Chaos Demon, the leader of the Azure Dragon Association addressed the head of the Jin clan with respect. He asked him to return the favor and give him the opportunity to fight the one who crushed him 7 years ago. In return, he promised that he would not stop him from settling scores with the demonic man he had fought earlier. Mu Wan was not against it, but warned that he would get into trouble if he did so. Realizing that Master Dam was not going to miss such an opportunity, the heir of the northern clan asked him to be careful. After these words, they rushed to the attack with incredible speed. With a cry that he had been waiting for this day all his life, Master Dam aimed his divine fist at the Chaos Demon. Using the Chaos Whirlwind, Mu Kang said with an anticipatory laugh that he was eager to see how much his opponent worthy of him had grown. The two masters clashed with terrifying force 7 years later. The first blow of both fighters was equal in strength. However, Master Dam had not fought against fighters like him for a long time. After he collided with the enemy with his divine fist, he decided not to waste time and grabbed his hands. The pressure was simply incredible, but the heavenly sage put in a lot of effort to overpower the enemy. For the first time in 10 years, the demon of chaos felt that he was inferior in terms of brute strength. However, the trembling in his hands was not what could stop him. The experienced fighter took advantage of the moment and delivered a powerful headbutt to his opponent. Master Dame had not expected such a dirty trick, but it reminded him who he was fighting against. In response, he struck the chaos demon's torso, but as it turned out, Tae Mu Kang managed to block it with his bare hand. Fighting him without using divine radiance maneuvers was pointless. Having not felt the blow of the heavenly sage, the demon Tae dealt him another blow to the face. A good slap in the face brought the Dam Master to his senses and he got serious about the battle. Concentrating the energy of the divine radiance maneuvers into his fists, Dam So-young charged with a fierce look. Without waiting for the enemy to strike, Mu Kang also pounced on the enemy, concentrating the energy of the demonic arts of the origins of Chaos Purgatory in his hands. The Chaos Demon felt that his opponent was no longer the same as he was 7 years ago. The Heavenly Sage appeared before them in literally a new guise thanks to his long training. With a furious cry, they unleashed their terrifying techniques. The powerful collision of two energies once again turned the battlefield into real destruction. Meanwhile, Mu Wan, using the energy of darkness, again rushed at his older brother who uses demonic blood arts. They both took this battle seriously. Un-kun asked with a menacing look whether the appearance of a trusted friend really had such a big impact on the confidence of the head of the Jin family. After these words, he tried to strike with his claws at the face of the heir of the northern clan. Mu Wan barely managed to dodge, receiving only a small cut on his face. After the attack failed, he changed his stance and quickly turned his sword around to use a quick attack. The self-confident Un-kun, rushing into the attack, shouted that Mu Wan was only postponing the moment of his loss, because even the heavenly sage would not be able to defeat the chaos demon Tai Mu Kang so easily. With a terrifying thirst for blood, the brothers rushed at each other. Mu Wan, who had previously changed his grip, was able to plunge his blade into Un-kun's body, while he himself missed a heavy cut in the left hypochondrium. Joe Un-kun, feeling the deep wound from the stab wound, screamed in pain. But in this situation, he remained confident, seeing that Mu Wan was also seriously injured and was grimacing in pain while holding back the bleeding. With a sly smile on his face, he said that Mu Wan had miscalculated, because of this attack, he had lost his sword. Reaching for the snowblade, Un-kun arrogantly asked whether the warrior could cope without his sword. But after a moment, he felt that his body began to be filled with some kind of cold, terrifying energy. Due to the snowblade's energy, he was unable to move his body. Within a moment, he realized what was happening. An aura of a snowblade appeared next to him, which belonged to the shaman. Jo Un-kun faced her power again, but this time she put him in a difficult situation. Looking towards the blade, he saw the face of the shaman, who could not restrain her emotions from hatred towards the one who brutally destroyed their peaceful tribe. Within a moment, Mu Wan, finding himself without a blade in his hands, demonstrated with a terrifying look that he was capable of fighting even with his fists. The demonic cult member was shocked, realizing what his younger brother was going to do. Seeing Mu Wan's moves, he remembered that they looked like one of his father's moves. This is a terrifying destructive power that he has never been able to master. Mu Wan furiously used the technique of the endless fists of destruction that belonged to the demonic fist Joe. The immobilized Un-kun could not defend himself. He was shocked by what was happening, and could only assume that Mu Wan had mastered such a terrifying technique during the fight with his father. The fact that his youngest Jin managed to use her began to sow deep resentment in his soul, because he believed that this was madness and cheating. At the last moment before the blow, Un-kun thought that he hated geniuses because he himself suffered so much and endured beatings from his father for more than 10 years in order to master his martial arts, but still had not fully mastered such techniques. The blow with the fist technique performed by the heir of the northern clan turned out to be so powerful that it was in no way inferior to the destructive blows from the battle between So-jong and the demon of chaos. After this terrifying blow, the snowblade ended up in the air. Mu Wan wasted no time and rushed towards him. Grabbing the blade, he rushed with terrifying speed at the stunned opponent, who could only continue to defend himself after the destructive fist, his father's technique. Un-kun said with hatred that he was impressed that Mu Wan was able to copy the demonic fist technique. And yet, being in a difficult situation, he said that the destructive power of this blow was at an average level, since Mu Wan is not a true user of their family techniques. Mu Wan did not pay attention to his babble and furiously rushed to attack, not holding back the energy of the vengeful spirit of his blade. Using the energy of the demonic blood art, Un-kun shouted that he would eagerly wait for the moment when his despicable little brother tried to take away his art. Within a moment, Mu Wan was right behind him. His attack was much faster than Un-kun expected. The user of the demonic power of the bloody cross failed to block this blow and lost his arm. Meanwhile, the battle at the outer gate of the Central Heavenly Alliance continued. The mad bloodhound continued to resist with all his might, not allowing the Alliance Masters to pass through the gate. The trembling killers, with no end in sight, continued to move forward, trying to get rid of the fighter with terrifying endurance. Mieng Ryu-san, despite his terrible condition and numerous injuries, stood firm until the end. His determination was something that made the Alliance Masters tremble and fear to move forward. In front of them were countless bodies of comrades who decided to fight the mad bloodhound. Mieng Ryu-san, despite the insane pain, still firmly stood his ground and was not even going to retreat, even though he had already given his comrades enough time to escape. At one point, the bodyguard of the Westgate family arrived on the battlefield and ordered the masters to disperse. The trembling masters, who were afraid to engage in battle with the rabid bloodhound, recognized Lady So-So and began to whisper that she was the best guardian of the Seo Moon family, as well as one of the 7 lesser heavens. The arrogant spearmaster, approaching Mieng Ryu-san, said that the day had come when she would finally beat the crap out of the mad dog. In response, Ryu-san urged her to come closer and asked how she even dared to open her mouth without Lady Hiran's permission. Despite his condition, he boldly declared that he would do it without any problems, as he intended to become one of the 7 lesser heavens. At the same time, Mu Wan, who was in the Tang family residence, finished his attack and did not even think about turning towards the despised enemy. Clutching his serious wound, the follower of the demonic art turned to the head of the Jin family and said that he was still a villain. Addressing Mu Wan as his younger brother, he said that he had been spying on him so diligently in the harsh north in the Jin clan that now it's hard for him to believe how he raised his hand to inflict such a serious wound on him. Just a moment after the words were spoken, Kun felt a sharp pain in his stomach from the opening of the second wound that Mu Wan inflicted on him. Clutching his head, Master Zhou fell to the ground, feeling exhausted from the loss of blood. Mu Wan, having defeated his older brother, did not feel any sympathy for him, but only disgust. Holding his blade with both hands, he asked the vengeful spirit to calm down. In this situation, they could not mindlessly continue to cut into the enemy's body, no matter how much the Snowflower wanted to do so. Moreover, the battle was not over yet because the Chaos Demon continued to resist. Moreover, Mr. Dam experienced some difficulties and once again missed a heavy blow. His fighting spirit did not weaken. The leader of the Azure Dragon Association, in the heat of battle, even managed to be surprised that the monster he was fighting was not getting weaker. Within a moment, the enemy was behind him and was ready to strike. Master Dam did not expect this. Looking around, he realized that he was late, and this blow would certainly reach him. But at the very last moment, Mu Wan appeared behind him and deflected the furious fist of the Chaos Demon. Tai Mu Kong did not expect that the brat from the Northern Heavenly Clan would continue the battle again. Now the situation has changed for the first time since the incident began in favor of the heir of the Northern Clan. Mu Wan and his comrade Dam So Young, using their powerful techniques, simultaneously attacked the Demon of Chaos, which obeys the will of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Feeling the menacing power of darkness of the heir of the Northern Clan, and the power of the maneuvers of the divine radiance of the Heavenly Sage, he shouted with admiration and laughter that it seemed that it was time for him to say goodbye to his life during such an incredible battle. Like a true warrior, he summoned the remainder of his terrifying Chaos Purgatory power and shouted that he would pour his entire soul into the final attack. Mu Wan and Seo Jung rushed into a joint attack with a furious cry. Although the Demon of Chaos understood that his situation was difficult, he did not even think about retreating and rushed to attack. The clash of 3 incredible martial arts caused a powerful outbreak. The destructive power turned out to be so strong that it spread throughout the entire residence, creating a huge destructive whirlwind. Tai Mu Kong was amazed for the first time in decades and lay motionless among the mountain of stones. Mu Wan and So Young were not particularly injured, but they felt very exhausted after using such powerful techniques. Despite the danger, Master Dam warned that he would remain here to watch over the enemy, because the Chaos Demon has an immortal body, so it can recover and rise again. He asked Chief Jin to entrust him with this matter and leave the Central Alliance. Mu Wan wanted to object, but Dam So Jung replied that there was no need to worry, because it was an honor for him, since he was a person who decided to train all alone because of this opponent. As an argument, he reminded Chief Jin that he has those worth protecting. Finally, the Heavenly Sage, turning to Mu Wan as his comrade, invited him to meet more easily in order to build a new Murim, where justice would reign. Mu Wan could not argue with the decision of such a noble man, so turning to him as the leader of the association, he thanked him for his support, as well as for helping him in the previous incident. The heir to the Northern Clan promised that someday he would repay him for everything. Mr. Dam, having listened to his words, only silently nodded in response with a kind smile on his face. The situation was so difficult that Mu Wan was forced to listen to his words. The heir of the Northern Clan, having defeated terrifying enemies, went on to follow his comrades. Just as the Heavenly Sage had said, the Chaos Demon's motionless state was only temporary. Within a moment, his lifeless body began to recover and he began to breathe again. Kun, lying on the ground with a serious wound, attracted the attention of his charges. 2 masters from the Two-Headed Demon organization worriedly ran towards their master to help him survive. Despite his serious condition, Kun urged his comrades to pursue the criminal. The soldiers, trying to stop the leader's bleeding, said that they would immediately begin to carry out the order as soon as his condition was stabilized. Within a moment, they heard an order from the minister, so one of them hastily began pursuing the fugitive. Unkun, who was lying on the ground, suddenly turned to the old man, who remained in place. Grabbing his hand tightly, the leader of the two-headed demon cult said that he was sorry. The old man's face was covered with cold sweat, as he did not understand what was being said. Within a moment, Unkun used his power and began to drain the life force from his comrade. Having taken the life of his subordinate, Unkun, licking his lips, showed the rest of his human emotions and shed a few tears, saying that it was quite difficult to suck out lives. Minister Wang and the followers of his demonic organization watched as Mu Wan overcame obstacles with incredible speed, leaving the Tang residence. In fact, he could still fight and didn't feel much danger from them. However, he didn't have time for that now. But seeing the crazed looks of the demonic arts users, he promised that he would definitely destroy them all. Minister Wang perceived the northern clan's heir as a threat of the highest importance, as he was having difficulty getting rid of him for the second time. And he still admitted that this time his strength would not be enough. Addressing his ward, he ordered him to ask the 9 heavens to arrive quickly for support. Leaving the residence, he turned to Lady Hiran and asked her to prepare, saying that he was going to the Tower of Abundance of the 9. Mrs. Hiran was shocked, because in order to achieve his goal, the minister was interested in attracting even 10 heavens. Meanwhile, Master Seo continued to get rid of his pursuers. Together with his team, he controlled the area around the cart. Although Myung-Ryu-san held back the bulk of the masters at the outer wall of the alliance, some enemies bypassed him and continued to pursue him. And yet, over time, they felt that the number of pursuers had decreased significantly. Addressing the warrior Seo, the scientist of 3 minds asked him to hold out a little longer, saying that they would very soon leave the boundaries of the Central Heavenly Alliance and be safe. As expected, Ji-moon continued to worry about his student. Ha-Jin-wol supported him, saying that they were able to come this far only because of him. He said hopefully that he was sure that Myung-Ryu-san would survive and catch up with them. At the moment when it seemed that the main danger had passed, the scientists of the 3 minds froze in place, feeling incredible energy. Looking ahead, he admitted with horror on his face that his worst expectations had become reality. Their path to freedom was cut off by illusion techniques of the highest level. There is only one person in the world who can realize something like this. One of the 9 heavens, Sage Seo Manhwa, joined the battle. Seeing such a powerful opponent in front of him, Ha-Jin-wol addressed him using his title and name. In response, Sage Hua arrogantly said that he assumed that the strategist of the heir to the northern clan was able to recognize him. Analyzing the situation, the scientist of 3 minds explained to his comrades that Seo Manhwa had formed an illusory trap, which affects their perception, which allows him to distort the area around him and thus creates the impression that he is floating in the air. Addressing the fugitives, one of the 9 heavens reintroduced himself and asked to look at him with the idea of whether they had any chance. In response, Jin-wol said that he was mistaken if he thought that someone might not recognize the sage with such a powerful pressure that he puts on space. In response, Seo Manhwa looked at the scientist of 3 minds and said that he was curious to see in person a person who could plunge his granddaughter into despair. Trying to control his emotions, the scientist of 3 minds replied that his interest was very obvious. Despite his confident reaction, he was troubled by the thought of when they fell into the sage's trap. The situation changed quite suddenly, because only recently it seemed to them that the danger had passed. Looking at the fugitives, Sage Hua asked if they knew why people from the Seo Moon family were considered one of the smartest. In response, the scientist of 3 minds called the question unexpected and suggested that it is in their blood, because from birth, the children of the Seo Moon family have amazing mental abilities. He also mentioned that their family has hundreds of years of experience and amazing skills. The sage acknowledged his opinion, but clarified that there was something else. The scholar of 3 minds, seeing the terrifying expression of his opponent, asked what he was talking about. In response, the insane and arrogant Seo Manhwa stated that since ancient times, they have been finding all the smart, wise, and talented people who could challenge their family, and then erasing them from the face of the earth. Hearing such an inadequate statement, Ha-Jin-wol thought that the old man was crazy if he dared to say something like that with such terrifying pride. He understood that this meant that he was also the target of the Westgate family. In response to his words, Ki Moon shouted that one of the greatest families in the world should be ashamed to use such dirty methods. Looking at the head of the House of 10,000 Poisons, Seo Manhwa calmly and arrogantly said that if such a person is the leader, then the Tang family will face a dark future. He believed that the willingness to lead people in any way is the main advantage of someone who rules the world. Not sharing the feelings of the just and honest master of 10,000 Poisons, the sage inquired about how one could rule, talking about virtue and the order of things. He reminded him that although Gi Moon denies it, it was through methods like these that the Tang family ended up where they are now. Seo Manhwa reminded him that the head of the family, the Poison Emperor, killed many people and did not even leave the names of many clans to establish the Tang family in Sichuan. According to him, in order to consolidate its position, the great family sacrificed at least thousands of people. Moreover, he reminded Master Gi Moon that he himself, being an incredible user of 10,000 poisons, played a big role in this. After these words, the sage said that he had talked too much, so it was time for him to finish off his enemies. He also stated that when he was done with the fugitives, he would look at the last moments of Jin Mu Wan, the child he should have gotten rid of a long time ago. After these words, he began to go down, using the seals as steps. Ha Jin-wol had seen a similar technique before. He now realized that the enemy was using the sky-devouring tiger step. Within a moment, the perception was distorted even more, and the worst expectations turned out to be reality. The guys were surrounded by a terrifying darkness that continued to plunge them into the abyss of despair. Mirai felt the most difficult about being in such a state. She immediately began screaming in panic, losing her composure. Even the scholar of the three minds, despite his incredible knowledge in the field of illusory techniques, also could not contain the darkness that was consuming him at great speed. Addressing his comrades, he asked for some time and advised them to remain calm and try to concentrate. The scientist of three minds understood that if nothing was done in this situation, then everyone would soon find themselves alone with their inner demons. He needed to quickly destroy the great sage's trap. He never thought that he would use his trump card so soon. He had previously spent a lot of time preparing when he obtained the strategic map of Hubei province, which was centered around the capital of the Central Alliance. It was in this place that they were now, where many traps had previously been set. Ha Jin-wol prepared everything for the day when he would have to meet the great sage Seo Manhwa. By activating the technique, he set into motion all the traps that he, together with Chun Ying, had carefully placed throughout the province. Every single day, in every corner, he missed nothing. The entire territory directly owned by the Central Alliance began to emit the green light of the illusory technique belonging to the scientist of the three minds. All this in order to use the entire Central Heavenly Alliance as a powerful trap. A technique similar to that used by the sage Seo Manhwa was also used by his granddaughter in order to plunge him into the darkness of his inner demons. Of course, that skit could not compare to the power of the great sage, but it was quite useful to learn the basics of its use from her. Using the full force of his trap, the scientist of three minds shouted that he was not going to fall like this. Seeing his unsurpassed creation begin to crumble, Seo Manhwa, forgetting his pride, said in surprise that Ha Jin-wol was not so bad. Meanwhile, on the territory of the destroyed Tang residents, it was time for the second round of battle with the Chaos Demon. Rising to his feet, Taimu Kong, having recovered his body, said that, unfortunately, this attack was not enough. Gathering his forces, Dam Sojong nicknamed him a very persistent opponent, which does not give him a second to rest. Wasting no time, he rushed to the attack. With incredible speed, he aimed his fist at the Chaos Demon. Taimu Kang, anticipating the continuation of the fierce battle, rushed towards him. Even without using their techniques, when their fists collided, they created an incredible wave of destructive force. The ground shook again from their power, and the stones lying around them flew into the air. After the greeting clash of fists, neither of them was going to yield. Against the background of the activation of the scientist's trap of three minds, they continued their battle, striking each other with furious blows. Once in the air, Dam So Young took advantage of the situation and launched a roundhouse kick. Using the divine glow maneuver, he enhanced the attack with powerful energy. Despite this, the Chaos Demon managed to catch his shin with his bare hand. Grabbing the Master by the leg, he threw him to the ground with incredible power. Master Dam felt incredible pain. He couldn't believe that his opponent still had such an incredible amount of energy. The Demon of Chaos did not give him a moment's peace and continued to press, forcing him to dodge his attacks. Dodging the attack, Master Dam rushed forward again. In the heat of battle, they began to exchange blows, not paying attention to their wounds. Even without an immortal body with incredible regeneration, Master Dam continued to furiously exchange countless blows with the Chaos Demon. At one point, the strength of the Master of the Arts of Divine Radiance weakened, and Taimu Kang, taking advantage of the moment, caught him by the hands. Holding him in place, the terrifying monster began to release a huge amount of energy using the demonic arts of the origins of Chaos Purgatory. Spreading energy into the Dam Master's body, he shouted madly that his arts could penetrate the opponent's internal energy and destroy it. But as it turned out, he could also absorb other people's energy, transforming it into his own. The Chaos Demon began to laugh madly, hoping to see despair in the eyes of his captured opponent. However, So Jong, without losing his intentions to take revenge on this monster, calmly said that since he had heard an explanation that he did not ask for, he could allow the enemy to try to absorb as much of his energy as he wanted. But after these words, he released even more energy, creating fists of justice, and shouted that the Chaos Demon was mistaken if he thought that he could handle the maneuvers of divine radiance. Within a moment, using his fists, So Jong pierced the opponent's body and began to help him with his idea, pouring a huge amount of his energy into him. Furiously continuing to release his own power, the Dam leader asked the Chaos Demon if he could recover if all his meridians were burned to the ground and destroyed. The Chaos Demon's body could no longer resist. Within a moment, he began to be torn apart by the incredible amount of energy of divine radiance. The incredible pressure from within, which Mu Kang could not control, began to burst out. Jumping back, the Chaos Demon began to scream furiously, trying to resist the power of the Azure Dragon Association leader. Master Dam was severely exhausted after transferring an incredible amount of energy into the Mad Demon's body. Despite this, he concentrated on his breathing and took a stance. Having seized an opportune moment, he directed his blow at the weakened enemy. The speed of his strike was so incredible that the bandages placed on his hands began to tear to shreds. Within a moment, his devastating blow from the Fist of Justice reached the body of the Chaos Demon. A terrifying force destroyed the body of a huge demon who had been trying to resist the energy of divine radiance all this time. All that was left of the terrifying enemy named Tai Mu Kang was the upper half of his body. The demon said that this was the first time that someone was able to reverse the absorption process, penetrate his internal energy, and destroy it. Looking at his opponent with a smile, he uttered the long-awaited words that he felt that he could not recover from this blow. Calling Master Dam an excellent opponent for the Chaos Demon's final battle, Tae Mu Kang solemnly congratulated him on his victory. In turn, Master Dam, having won, asked who the Demon of Chaos really was. The question of this made the man think deeply, because most of his life had long been forgotten due to endless battles. And yet he could not forget the events that unfolded 150 years ago. There was a woman in his life who was obsessed with becoming stronger. In the process of self-improvement and self-discovery, she unknowingly challenged someone she shouldn't have. Her arrogance brought upon her great wrath. A man with terrifying power tried to turn a woman into a killer, making her his toy. If he made a mistake or the woman ceased to be valuable, she would simply die. Mu Kang didn't want to see or imagine how this would turn out, so he entered into a contract with the ruler. He was eventually forced to learn the demonic arts of the origins of Chaos Purgatory, and then became a hunting dog. He could only move by order of his master. He was doomed to live without the possibility of dying. In fact, he couldn't even call it life, because he was usually chained or asleep, only allowed to move when necessary. Every time he woke up and opened his eyes, the world changed. They woke him up to get rid of unnecessary people. Thus he awoke to the inner struggle of the Silent Night and the hunt for the 4 demonic lords. This is how he learned that the woman he had saved had been overcome with anger and sadness ever since that day. She lost her memories and lost her emotions after studying the silver light of the ice crystal. Eventually, she reached the peak of martial arts and slowed down her aging, becoming one of the 4 demon lords of Silent Night. known as the White Witch. Because of her, Mukang was cursed, but fortunately, when he got into a situation where he needed to kill her, she couldn't even recognize him. Still, the fact that she had lost her memory was something of a relief for him. Returning to the question of who he was, the Chaos Demon answered that sometimes he is with the Quiet Night, and sometimes with the Central Plains. Finally, he asked the young master to remember that there is no good and evil in the world, because they are all just part of the plans of the bastard who is at the top. Addressing the master, he said that he was no longer a child, but a real heavenly sage Damso-chan. Before they dispersed, Mukang sincerely thanked his savior for putting an end to his hellish life. Master Damso-jong was left alone with his thoughts. From the enemy, whom he considered pure evil, only part of his lower jaw remained. For Damso-jong, this will never be the same again. Having defeated the opponent he considered the enemy of his entire life, he screamed furiously because of the thought of the truth about this world. The battle with the greatest master of illusion continued, and the scientist of three minds tried with all his might to resist his power. While Ha-Jin-Wol was on the verge of madness, trying to cope with the terrifying enemy, his comrades were freed, and Master Tang continued to bring Mirai to consciousness that she had suffered severe injury due to the influence of the illusion. Although the scientist of the three minds quickly used the trap technique to stop the illusion of Sage Seo Manhwa, Mirai was still hurt as she is afraid of enclosed spaces. Even a short stay in the darkness that swallowed them had a profound effect on her consciousness. Freed from his shackles, Master Seo asked his comrades to listen to his further plan. He wanted to help the scientist of three minds, so he asked his brothers to support him in the battle with Seo Manhwa. He asked 2 comrades to cover him, while leaving the rest to protect the Tang family. Assessing the danger, he said that their squad must protect Mrs. N at all costs. Warning his comrades that they were dealing with one of the 9 heavens, he asked them to be extremely careful. The powers of the 2 great tacticians continued to create incredible pressure. Even though the Three Minds scholar used a trap created with the help of the entire territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, he still found it difficult to hold his own against Sage Hua. He couldn't expect anything less from Seo Manhwa. After destroying his trap, he didn't have a second to rest as he tried to corner his opponent with counterattacks, 3-path labyrinth techniques, and shadow fog of deception. The greatest sage, Seo Manhwa, continued to be amazed at the persistence of the young opponent. He is impressed that he managed to destroy his trap right away. Moreover, Ha-Jin-Wol even tried to use his own techniques. The determined young man amazed with his talent. And yet he believed that even with such successes, he was not on his level. Thinking that he should teach the impudent man a lesson, Seo Manhwa continued to monitor the environment and easily noticed the attack of the former secret intelligence unit of the Alliance. The dual sword user rushed forward furiously to strike the back of one of the 9 heavens, but the head of the Westgate family was ready for this and immediately reached for his fan. With a wave of his hand, the skilled user of illusions easily threw aside the master attacking him. Addressing his opponent arrogantly, Seo Manhwa asked how dare the insect even try to hurt him. At the same moment, he realized that the enemies turned out to be more insidious because on the other side, Mr. Tan was aimed at him. The master of 10,000 poisons, with the help of 2 soldiers from Seo's squad, was able to get close to Sage Hua and direct a small amount of his poison at him. Meanwhile, Miang Ryu-san tried to resist the terrifying power of the Spearmaster from the Westgate family, Miss Yoon. So had already missed several blows and blood appeared on her face, but she still stubbornly carried out her attacks. She had a significant advantage in terms of strength, because with the help of her spear she could endlessly deliver long-range strikes, controlling the enemy at a distance. Despite his exhaustion, Ryu-san continued to dodge countless blows, only occasionally missing minor cuts. The situation was also made more difficult by the fact that all this time he had to monitor his surroundings. The poison was running out, but still this was the only opportunity to somehow respond to the user of the spear. While fighting with the bodyguard of the Westgate family, he sent another dose of poison in her direction. Mrs. Yoon was forced to go on defense. It was useless to evade the poison, so she managed to weaken its effect with the help of her huge cloak. Realizing that the enemy had some advantage due to the techniques of his poison, Mrs. Yoon decided to first get rid of the vessel with the poison. Her next strikes, aimed at Ryu-san, had a distinctive target from all previous attacks. Ryu-san didn't expect that she actually targeted the vessels, so he couldn't avoid losing the poison. Despite this, he realized that this poison was still not enough to continue the battle, so he decided to direct all the remains at the enemy. To protect herself from such an amount of poison, Master Soso began to spin her spear, dispersing the gas around it. But while she was trying to deal with this attack, Ryu-san had already managed to get behind her. Yet Yoon Soso perfectly controlled his movement and dodged his attack, striking him several times with her spear. Even fighting at close range against such a master was unimaginably difficult. The seriously wounded disciple Mieng suddenly noticed that he had relaxed his guard. The remaining masters, who had previously only observed their battle, boldly ran towards the gates to Hubei province. Mieng Ryu-san could not keep up with them, while the supply of poison in the vessels located at the gate was already at its limit. At the last moment, when Lady Yoon Soso had already rushed at him with a spear blow, Ryu-san lost his balance, but still continued to try to direct the remaining poison at his enemies. Fortunately, there was still some poison in the vessels, and he was able to get rid of those who broke through his defenses. Within a moment, the enemies began to fall to the ground, and he did not have to worry about letting someone through the main gate. But while defending the gate, he sacrificed himself and missed a terrifying blow to the chest with a spear. Having stabbed her spear into her opponent's body, the arrogant Yoon Soso sighed heavily and wondered how the worthless dog dared to avert his gaze during the battle with her. Holding the blade of the spear with his bare hands, the furious Ryu-san said that a crazy woman should keep quiet when it comes to fighting a monster like him. His words began to make sense. Lady Yoon's hands began to tremble at the sight of the dying warrior with a spear pierced into his body beginning to rise to his feet. With a furious cry, Mieng Ryu-san continued to resist. Even after completing his mission, he had no intention of asking for mercy from one of the lower heavens. Considering her opponent to be crazy, Yoon Soso tried to finish him off with her fist. But at that moment she made a terrible mistake. Mieng Ryu-san, being truly a real monster, managed to catch her blow. Mrs. Yoon could not believe that in such a state he was capable of something like that. Within a moment, Ryu-san, forgetting about the spear, rushed forward, grabbing Soso by the neck with his own teeth. Shocked by what was happening, Yoon could not believe what was happening. The Westgate family's bodyguard began to beg him to stop, but it was too late. Within a moment, Ryu-san ended the battle. A few seconds later, having decapitated the enemy, the disciple of the great poison master fell next to her. Lying among the dead enemies, Ryu-san looked up at the sky and said that the 7 lesser heavens were just complete trash. After fighting dozens of enemies, he could barely breathe, but he still kept wondering if his mentor was safe. On the verge of life and death, he again remembered what his path was like after meeting with the masters of 10,000 poisons. Tears began to form in his eyes at the thought that he had an incredible opportunity that he had so stupidly ruined. Losing consciousness, he calmed himself a little with the thoughts that he was recognized as a martial arts master of the Tang family, and people who knew his name appeared in Murim. Turning to his mother, he said that he had done quite well for a village beggar, after which he apologized for the fact that he would have to die in this place. Within a moment, he found himself in the arms of his comrade. Mu Wan said that he would not allow deaths in this battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the province, the master of 10,000 poisons managed to spread the poison to one of the 9 heavens. The enemy was completely surrounded by poisonous gas, but as it turned out, he was ready for this. The poison began to develop, and Mr. Kimoon saw that the sage was holding a fan in his hands. With this weapon, one of the 9 heavens not only dispelled some of the poison, but also managed to carry out a counterattack. With a wave of his hand, the Master of Illusion sent Mr. Kimoon and 2 members of the Secret Intelligence Department flying. The landing turned out to be very hard, and the guys crashed into the surface at high speed, destroying the building behind them. Fortunately, they managed to survive. Mr. Seo's comrades managed to land successfully, reducing the harm to the Master of 10,000 poisons. Yet Mr. Tan Kimoon, despite the enemy's protection, was confident that the effect would definitely overtake the sage. Mixing the 3 poisons together provided a delay in the effect, so Seo Manhwa still did not feel the effect of this attack. In order to defeat this terrifying master of illusion, They should have held out a little longer. Ha Jin-woo was the one who took the most pressure from the great sage. As expected, his body could not cope with such a load, and after several minutes of resistance, he felt weak. Although he had prepared thoroughly, it turned out that he was still not good enough to fight a master of such a high level. Seeing the young scientist's reaction, Mr. Hua assumed that he was probably disappointed, although he had done everything he could. Seo Moon admitted that the young man's plan was amazing, but he had never used the technique of creating such huge traps before. The difference between them was experience. Addressing the scientist of three minds, the sage Seo Moon Hua said that anyone can come up with a great plan and prepare well, but we must not forget about the skills that only time helps to master. But the moment he began to increase the pressure of his technique, he felt that he had not taken into account another variable in his plan. The techniques of two strong masters suddenly aimed at him. It was the fall of 1,000 swords and the cutting of the moonlit sky. During this attack, the outer barrier that protected the territory in which the sage fought was destroyed. The head of Gongdong Monastery named Mu Quan, as well as Lady Nam So Ren from the Mount Mu clan, suddenly snuck inside. They resolutely stood up for their comrades despite the terrifying strength of their enemy. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ha Jin-woo said that he was glad to see his old friend from the monastery. After that, he apologized for showing such a side of himself. In response, Mr. Mu Quan summed up that he should not have introduced his friend to Mr. Jin. He couldn't believe they were fighting the heavens. A concerned Mr. Tan joined the conversation. He appreciated their help, but was afraid that it was too dangerous for them. In response, the determined Lady So Ren said that she could not ignore the fact that the 9 heavens were somehow involved in the affairs of the quiet night. Having landed on the surface, the sage Seo Moon Hua asked the representatives of the 2 large families that had come to protect the fugitives whether they were really ready to draw their blades against the 9 heavens. Confidently pointing her sword towards the sage, Lady So Ren asked why they were wasting their energy pursuing these peaceful people in times of confusion due to the silent night attacks, instead of helping the invading party. With a threatening look, Seo Moon Hua said that he did not expect such impudence on their part. Questioning how they dare to interfere in the affairs of the 9 heavens, and whether they are afraid that their clans will suffer from such actions, he stated that the time has come to take control of the world. Meanwhile, Ryu-san was still conscious. He was surprised to see Jin come to his aid. The heir of the northern clan asked him to hold out a little longer and thanked him for his incredible work. Continuing to move forward, he asked his comrade not to worry, because if they hurry, he will definitely be cured. He had already found the trail of Master Seo, so he followed his comrades, who managed to break away from their pursuers. With a weakened and trembling voice, Ryu-san replied that what he had learned after being beaten by the Northern Blade made him realize that whether it was the martial artists from the Central Alliance or the 7 lesser heavens, they were all no match for him. Speeding up, Mu Wan agreed with his words and said that Ryu-san should save his strength because in the future they would continue to hone their martial arts together. Despite the encouragement, Master Jin was very worried as he felt that his comrade's energy was slowly fading. Biting his lip nervously, he again cursed himself for being arrogant and too proud, to the point of not exercising due caution and putting his loved ones in danger. At that moment, he remembered the words of his friends, who asked him to be wary of self-confidence and glory, which in the course of subsequent victories would inevitably consume his sanity. The tactician of the Iron Squad asked him to keep a cool mind and remain the same, because if he fails to do this, he will hurt not only himself, but also those close to him. Even Unkun's words were incredibly accurate in describing his situation, as he said that Mu Wan was becoming more and more dependent on reckless battles, turning his enemies into sliced tofu and not caring about what the consequences would be. Now Mu Wan realized that when he chose the path of a warrior in Murim without hesitation, everything went smoothly at first, and therefore he lost his guard and became careless. Pride took hold of him, and now he had to face the consequences of thinking only about himself. Realizing that everyone was suffering because of his recklessness, he hated his stupidity even more. Miang Ryu-san, barely remaining conscious, again uttered the words that if not for his long tongue, this would not have happened. In response, Mu Wan said that only he himself is to blame for all this. The disciple of the master of 10 poisons, turning to the heir of the northern clan, asked him to take care of his mentor. In response, Mu Wan asked him not to lose heart and said that he was confident that Ryu-san could handle it himself. At the same moment, the master of transformation, Chun Ying, approached them and began shouting loudly towards the northern blade. Mu Wan, continuing to walk forward, loudly blamed himself for what had happened, not paying attention to the cry of his comrade. Grabbing the northern blade by the shoulder, Chun Ying loudly shouted his name right in his face. Only then did Mu Wan see that there was someone else next to him. Addressing his comrade, Master Jin asked how long he had been nearby, but in response, Chun In began to shout that Mu Wan should pull himself together because he did not even notice that someone was approaching him. It seemed to him that Master Jin had lost his mind because he didn't even pay attention to the scream. Despite his comrade's dissatisfaction, Master Jin calmly apologized and said that they should hurry up. This was the first time Chun Ying had seen the heir of the northern clan in such a state. Sighing heavily, he turned to his comrade with the words that Mieng Ryu-san was already dead and should be left behind. Mu Wan was so shocked when he heard these words that he froze in place. He turned to Mr. Tang's disciple again, but heard nothing in response. Placing his fallen comrade on the ground, Master Jin tried to speak to him again. Everything was useless. Mu Wan could not realize that he was really dead. Chong Ying, keeping a cool head, asked the heir of the northern clan to control himself and listen to him carefully. But despite his words, Mu Wan still continued to try to talk to his dead comrade, experiencing incredible despair because of his mistakes that cost Ryu-san his own life. Chun Ying realized that they were wasting too much time. Grabbing the head of the Jin family by the shoulder, he shouted that he should pull himself together because he is the heart of their team, and if he falters, then everything will end. Speaking about his fallen comrade, he admitted that it was sad, but Mieng Ryu-san took responsibility for his mistake and did his best. It was his own choice and his will to die honorably in battle, protecting his comrades. Trying to bring his comrade to his senses, he shouted that he should start thinking with his head if he was not going to devalue the Bloodhound's victim. It was the first time Chun Ying had seen Jin Mu Wan in such a state. He was sure that the heir of the northern clan was blaming himself. Still, the master of transformation understood his fatigue, because this young guy had gone through a lot in such a short period of time. Knowing only part of the incidents, Chun Ying was amazed by these events, realizing that Jin Mu Wan was probably mentally, physically, and morally very exhausted. No matter how cold-blooded he was, the death of the rabid bloodhound only increased his pain. The responsibility on his shoulders made itself felt. And yet he tried to put it in order so that they could survive in such a situation. Chun-In reported that according to the available information, Seo Moon Hua from the Nine Heavens stood in the way of their group. Although he was confident in the ability of his comrades to fight back, he understood that the enemy was on a completely different level. In addition, they were already being overtaken by the people of the two-headed demon. Picking up the body of his fallen comrade, the Master of Transformation asked for a delay in mourning and promised that he would figure out what to do with Ryu-san, while Mu Wan should return to the others to help them escape. Returning to the situation, Mu Wan thanked him for his help and asked him to be careful. Finally, Chun Ying asked him to control himself so that they could meet again safe and sound. Looking at his comrade, Mu Wan again thought about the consequences. It was hard for him to come to terms with what had happened, but he had no other choice. To protect his loved ones, he ran forward again, leaving this loss behind. As he continued to follow Master Seo's footsteps, he sensed the presence of a large number of masters. The two-headed demon squad was already very close. Mu Wan couldn't let the enemies get close to his comrades, so he stopped. He decided to finish them off before he met up with the team at the province. With one quick strike, he got rid of dozens of followers of the demonic cult. But as it turned out, the bloodshed was not enough. Even those who fell dead from his blade continued to try to capture him. The two-headed demon squad, using demonic techniques, continued to fight even after death. Mu Wan did not expect that at this moment those whom he did not expect would come to his aid. Users of the 3 fundamental cultivation methods joined the battle, eliminating part of the two-headed demon squad with one powerful attack. Having dealt with the enemies, the guys, concerned about the young master's condition, asked if everything was okay with him. Mu Wan was simply shocked by the appearance of Moon Jun and Uncle Huan, so he immediately asked what they were doing here. The uncle replied that as soon as they learned that there had been a public trial recently, as well as the battle with Yong Changhua, they immediately rushed here, but were delayed due to the affairs of the trade association. They arrived just as the incident began, so they had no idea what was going on. But there was no time for talking, and they were interrupted by the wild roar of the followers of the two-headed demon. The next part of the detachment, which reports directly to the minister, caught up with the head of the Jin family. Behind them was Joan Kun, draining the life force from one of the followers. Seeing him, Uncle Huang was horrified by the strange martial art of blood absorption. At that moment, he assumed that most likely this was a user of the forbidden demonic art of the Bloody Cross. Looking at the master of demonic arts, he recognized Zhou Un-kun, the son of Zhou Chen-wu, one of the great four of the northern heavens. Now he realized that this man, whom he always thought was a great guy, was in fact the main culprit in the extermination of peaceful tribes. During the existence of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Master Huang was a low-ranking warrior, so he believed that this monster was unlikely to remember him. Seeing Un-kun in front of him that he had survived despite being seriously wounded, Mu Wan resolutely walked towards him and asked his comrades to leave. Addressing Mu Wan, the son of the Demon Fist reiterated his words that he hated living in his father's shadow, wanting to be known to the world only as Zhou Un-kun. He asked his younger brother if he thought his life, full of ambition, was sad. Showcasing his new blood manipulation abilities, he stated that while he was dying after his younger brother's final attack, his martial arts continued to develop. And thanks to that incident, he found another way to use the art of the Bloody Cross. Looking arrogantly at Master Mu Wan, he said that the strongest enemy also turned out to be the best teacher. Such a compliment from a follower of a demonic cult caused only disgust in Master Jin. Taking out his blade, he again rushed to attack. Joan-kun wasted no time in also running to his side, releasing the power of his demonic blood. But this time they were unable to continue their battle. Just before they charged, another martial artist arrived on the battlefield. The user of 32 plum blossom petals stopped them. Mu Wan, being focused on the enemy, again lost his attention and did not notice the approach of another powerful person. This time, the elder of the Hua Mountain clan entered the battle. After destroying several enemies, he turned to Un-kun, asking if he was the leader of the two-headed demon squad. With an arrogant smile, Un-kun remembered that Chill's son probably wanted to meet him because the spy they sent to the Hua Mountain clan got foolishly caught and committed suicide. The disrespectful tone from the opponent caused real anger in the master of the plum petal art. He angrily said that Mian Wan was one of his favorite disciples in the clan. This guy had been with him for 10 years and was one of the best in terms of learning the arts of Manhwa. Having learned that the devoted student turned out to be their enemy, Chil-san realized that there were the same people whom the enemies had sent to other clans. Addressing the master of the terrifying art of blood, the elder asked what the organization of the two-headed demon was trying to achieve. Slowly walking towards him, Zhou Un-kun said that he could not express all the sadness he was experiencing, because they spend at least 5 years training the children, after which they send them to the clans. Speaking about the fact that they trained Mian Wan for more than 15 years, he asked who suffered the most from such a loss. Such hypocritical words caused the elder of Mount Hua to become incredibly angry. He responded by shouting that the bastard should stop talking nonsense and just answer the question of what the hell they were up to. Looking down, Un-kun said threateningly that for those who know and can talk about the two-headed demon, the only possible answer is their inevitable death. Looking with demonic eyes towards the elder, Un-kun asked if he really wanted to hear the answer to his question. Even the threat of death could not stop the elder, who felt incredible sadness due to the loss of his devoted students. Furiously pointing his blade at his enemy, Chil-san shouted that he would personally destroy the two-headed demon that was wreaking havoc within the Murim clans. When Mu Wan tried to warn the elder that it was too dangerous, the man interrupted him and informed him that Mount Mu clan and Gongdong Monastery were outside the back gate of the Central Alliance to help their group. He asked Master Jin to go there and protect everyone, even Ki Moon. Despite the request, Jin replied that he could not allow Chil Sang to be left alone with such a terrifying enemy. But the elder's determination was unshakable. He coldly replied that his students would soon arrive. He stated that this was the matter of the Hua Mountain clan, and they themselves would deal with the followers of the demonic arts, after which he asked the Northern Blade to trust them. Mu Wan could not disrespect his decision and stay without permission, so he only asked the elder to be extremely careful. Together with Mr. Huang and Mu Zhong, they went further in the footsteps of their comrades, while a fierce battle began between the elder of Mount Hua and the leader of the two-headed demon detachment. Meanwhile, Sage Xiao Moon Hua's pressure continued to grow. Trying to strengthen his trap, Ha Jin Wool began to again disassemble the drawings in search of flaws. Remembering the words of the sage, he thought that perhaps he really did not have enough stamina to compensate for the lack of real combat experience and get everything out of this trap. He had trained this technique many times over the past few years, but it was still not as complete, powerful, or perfect as he wanted it to be. In fact, as he continued to look for errors, he thought that he initially did not expect much from this technique, because if he could delay Xiao Moon Hua for just 10 minutes, that would be enough. While the scientist of three minds tried to perfect his technique, the sage Xiao Moon Hua had no intention of stopping. He said with a threatening look that Gongdong Monastery and Mount Mu clan would have to face serious consequences. As they rushed into the attack, the determined comrades of the Northern clan shouted that the Nine Heavens had no right to ignore the opinions of the big families. They wanted to first hear the correct explanation of what the Nine Heavens actually do. Having repelled their attacks with the help of a shield technique, the arrogant sage said that it was very low for them to succumb to the will of a boy who was the child of a traitor. Despite the sage's resistance, the guys were not going to stop. Stopping himself by plunging the blade into the surface, Seo Musang rushed to attack again. The sage, controlling the space around him, asked whether Master Seo really only knows how to attack from the back. After that, he easily stopped his attack and arrogantly said that with just the third-rate Azure Cloud sword technique used by low-ranking warriors, he would not be able to even scratch him. Despite the words of the sage, Master Seo made every effort to protect and get all his comrades out of the territory of the Central Alliance safe and sound. Putting incredible pressure on the Illusion Master's defensive technique, he added a second sword to this attack. Master Seo could not stop because he was carrying out the order of his true master. Within a moment, he managed to break through the defense of the unrivaled Master of Illusion. Shocked by what happened, the sage Xiao Moon Hua barely managed to dodge the furious attack. After losing a few hairs, he couldn't believe that this person had broken through his protective trap. Only then did he realize that this was not an ordinary Azure Cloud sword technique, but a high-level skill that Master Seo had mastered after he received enlightenment. The masters of the great families did not give one of the Nine Heavens a moment's rest. They rushed to attack again. Following them, the followers of the Gongdong Monastery rushed to attack. Looking at them with incredible hatred, the arrogant sage angrily thought about how these insects dared to go against him. Within a moment, he released a huge amount of energy, causing all the fighters to be scattered in all directions. The masters barely managed to survive such a powerful flow of power emanating from the sage. Sending them all flying with just a wave of his fan, the arrogant and terrifying enemy said that they should stop their useless fight now. But within a moment, he felt strong pressure due to the action of the poison. Previously, he was confident that he had prevented the poison from spreading around him. The moment when the poison of the greatest user of poisons came into action turned out to be a real triumph for Mr. Ki-moon. Seeing how the enemy began to react to the poison, he realized that the sage had underestimated his poison. The more Xiao Moon Hua uses his internal energy, the more his key focal points will freeze, which will drain his internal energy. The time that Master Seo and Mr. Ki-moon managed to win played to the benefit of the scientist of three minds. He finally managed to improve the model of his trap, and with anticipation of a retaliatory strike, he said that now Xiao Moon Hua will pay for everything. At that moment, the sage was trying to resist the strong poison and had already managed to reveal its features. The smartest man in the world, despite the difficult situation, managed to find a way out. He decided to use blood vessels instead of chi focal points. But the guys didn't give him time to think. The lady so miraculously overcame her fears, and even began to help them, throwing kunai with the seals of the scientist of three minds right at the feet of the sage Seo Moon. Within a moment, Wall activated the seals and his illusion began to operate. The space distortion technique that controlled the trap put the Nine-Heaven Sage in an awkward position. The arrogant old man admitted that this was a powerful technique, but believed that it was not enough to counter him. Trying to resist, Manhwa only aggravated the situation, because the effect of the poison continued to deplete his reserves of internal energy. Furiously increasing the effect of the illusion, Wall thanked his opponent for giving him the opportunity to acquire skills that would help him compensate for the difference in their experience in the future. By increasing the distortion of space with the help of a previously prepared trap, the scientist of three minds managed to temporarily seal the greatest master of illusion. When the sage Manhwa was able to break out, the guys had already managed to escape. The arrogant sage angrily wondered how dare those worse than insects try to trap him by humiliating his abilities. For the first time in his entire life, he felt anger that made his blood boil with hatred. He promised that he would definitely remember those fools who put him in such an awkward position. While Manhwa dreamed of revenge, the guys fled at full speed outside of Hubei province. In the past, Wol had encountered the granddaughter of the Westgate family. This time the opponent was more formidable. He received more and more great lessons, homework challenges. This time he managed to learn a lot due to the danger of death in battle with the ghostly sage. Addressing his terrifying opponent, the Jin family strategist resolutely said that next time he would certainly give a worthy fight once he became much stronger. The guys moved on without being pursued by the Alliance. As they moved away from the Central Alliance, they stopped in a nearby forest to thank Mu Quan and Lady Nam for their support. The three mind scholars also apologized that due to this incident, Gongdong Monastery and the Mount Mu clan may face unpleasant consequences due to the incident. In response, Mr. Quan suggested that there would be unrest in the political field, but a little earlier, the charges against the warrior Jin were dropped. Also, many noted the suspicious behavior of Yong Chenhua, and now people do not trust the Nine Heavens, so it is unlikely that they will be able to harm their clans. Lady Nam agreed with his words, and stated that their clan had little to do with the outside world from the very beginning. She doubted that negative consequences would affect them. Besides, the Northern Blade and his comrades had helped her once, so she wanted to repay them someday. For such a pleasant attitude towards the situation, the scientist of three minds once again thanked them for their help, after which he wished them to be careful and take care of themselves. He invited them to meet again if fate was favorable. The guys again moved away from the Alliance, but Mr. Tan continued to look back. He couldn't stop wondering if his student was okay. His worries were intensified by the thought that Ryu-san was consumed with guilt. All he could do in such a situation was to tell him to be careful. Addressing the scientist, Mr. Tan admitted that he often brings trouble to his clan, so he will not be able to return after this incident. Wol apologized for allowing a situation like this to happen, in which the 10,000 Poison Master was forced to intervene. Whatever happened, they firmly decided that they would act more carefully in future. Mr. Ki Moon no longer wanted to hear the scientist's apology, since the head of their clan would not be afraid of the consequences, because he believed that the followers of the Northern Blade were doing the right thing. After these words, Mira asked where they would go next. The scientist of three minds replied that they should go south. Mr. Ki Moon did not agree with his decision, because the south is under the influence of the Central Heavenly Alliance, so the clans nearby are also in the hands of the Alliance. As it turned out, this is why Wol chose the southern direction, believing that such a decision would be unexpected. Within a moment, Master Seo, tired from traveling and controlling the environment, reported that a stranger had appeared nearby. A small boat was moored next to the river. As it turned out, it was Dae Seo. The scientist thought that his comrade Jin Wol could come to this very place. Their mental connection turned out to be a real gift of fate. Jin Wol attacked his old comrade with hugs and shouted that they just needed a ship to cross the river. The moment the scholar of three minds began to cling to his comrade, Mr. Dae Seo regretted agreeing to go with them. A few hours later, they disappeared from sight, moving quickly along the river. Meanwhile, Mu Wan, accompanied by his loyal comrades, continued to flee from the territory of the Alliance. After some time, he felt the presence of the energy of followers of a demonic cult that was pursuing them. This only meant that Elder Chil San was defeated in the battle with Un Kun. Stopping for a moment, Mu Wan got rid of the group of pursuers with one swing of his blade. But as it turned out, this was not enough. The enemies continued to approach, and Moon Jun and Uncle Huan began to protect each other. At one point, 5 enemy fighters appeared behind them, while Mu Wan was busy with the other part of the pursuers. Fortunately, more of Mu Wan's comrades joined the battle. A squad appeared on the battlefield, instilling fear in the enemies. Moon Jin, frightened by the danger, could not believe that he would meet them so soon. Mr. Huang was surprised that an iron detachment came to their aid. Addressing the head of the Jin family, Master Yang asked how he manages to survive despite how often he gets into trouble. When asked how they managed to find out about his troubles, the leader of the Iron Dozen replied that it was hard not to notice such a large-scale commotion. Then he said that he would consider this a return of debt for that battle with the clan of the Broken Fist when Jin saved their squad. Still, he admitted that Master Jin could not count on their help much, because they did not want to make more enemies and add to their troubles. He was going to carry out the elimination of the pursuers so that no one from the alliance would guess about their intervention. Mu Wan, not expecting such help, thanked them for their support. After that, he locked eyes with Che Yakren, who warned him not to behave rashly. Lowering his eyes, he said that he still remembered the advice that the deputy head of the detachment had recently given him. Now he really felt it and understood the meaning. He admitted that he had failed to grasp the meaning of those words during their conversation. But now everything is different. Understanding the pain of the heir to the northern clan, Lady Che replied that this is how a person grows up, because it is one thing to talk about something, and a completely different thing to go through such a test. The latter helps to understand the meaning of her phrase completely. After these words, Mu Wan again thanked the iron detachment, and the deputy called on her comrades to begin cleaning up traces so that they could safely disappear from the territory of the Central Alliance. Finally, Leader Yang invited his comrade to meet next time under more favorable circumstances, after which he invited them to leave the battlefield first. While watching his comrades, Musan received a report that there was no more pursuit. They were convinced that they had definitely gotten rid of their pursuers. Turning to his fearsome warriors, he asked if they would mind once again helping the guys with whom they had already fought side by side. Naturally, young Musung could not be so serious, and after this loud statement he began to laugh, saying that their interference would only complicate everything. Having made sure that they had not left any traces, the iron detachment left the scene. Thanks to the horses provided by Mr. Yang, it was much easier and faster to move forward. But as it turned out, Leader Yang was unable to keep track of all the enemies. Moving through the forest, the guys came across a preset trap. The powerful explosion of the trap destroyed most of the forest. Luckily, Mu Wan managed to react and jump away, taking Moon Jun and Uncle Huan with him. The excited guys made sure that they were all okay. But as it turned out, this trap was only a small part of the test they had to face. Mu Wan felt a terrifyingly huge amount of energy emanating from the forest. The old man with a large number of blades on his back began to slowly walk towards them. He said that he would like to taste the blade that killed the only swordsman who deserved his recognition. Naturally, it was about how Mu Wan was able to defeat the sword lord Yang Chanhua. The terrifying opponent who managed to block the path for the head of the Jin family turned out to be one of the 9 heavens, a sage named Chok Yep. Realizing the terrifying danger, Mu Wan asked Uncle Huan and Moon Jun not to interfere and go to a safe place. But there was simply no time to think, because Chok Yep immediately pointed his blades towards the heir of the northern clan. Moreover, he simultaneously used 3 blades, pointing them separately at each of the fighters. Mu Wan was able to block the attack aimed at him, while 2 more blades flew towards his comrades with incredible speed. Cultivation Basics users had difficulty trying to block the enemy's attack. Within a moment, Mu Wan came to their aid. With incredible speed, he deflected both blades aimed at his uncle and younger brother. Among everyone he had to fight on that terrible day, the swordsman from the 9 heavens turned out to be the most formidable opponent. But right now, Mu Wan was more focused than ever. He feared for the people dear to him, because he promised that he would never lose his comrades again. Now he immediately rushed into battle with the strongest of the swordsmen. Master Chok Yep did not even flinch, defending himself from the attack that raised a whole whirlwind around the battlefield. The guys understood that they were on a completely different level, and they had no place here, because they would only be a burden for their young master. Holding the incredible pressure of the northern blade, Mr. Chok Yep admitted that the potential of the Northern Heavenly Clan was truly exceptional since Mu Wan was so strong at such a young age. He asked him to imagine what a terrifying monster he would become when he grew up. Just the thought of this drove one of the 9 heavens crazy. Mu Wan seemed to him simply an incredible blade user. In addition, he noticed that he felt that his black sword was emitting a strange and powerful energy. However, the observant swordmaster noticed that Mu Wan never took care of the snowflower properly. Aiming at the crack in the sword and applying even more pressure to it, he said that the blade, which the swordsman does not care about at all, quickly wears out and can collapse right during the most important battle. Looking at the hands of the heir of the Northern Clan, he assumed that Mu Wan was learning blacksmithing. But this fact caused him disappointment, because he could not understand why Master Jin so neglected the maintenance of his weapons. There was one important difference between them. Mr. Chok Yep perfectly understood the peculiarity of all swords. He said that if you cut, stab, and let your blades taste blood, you should make it a priority to maintain the safety of your weapon. Each blade of the greatest swordsman was in perfect condition. They were polished to a shine. One of the 9 heavens made the young master understand that he simply had to ensure that the blade was in perfect condition, because the sword was as valuable as the woman the master loved. Pointing his blades at the young master, the old man declared that this was the law, because just like with a woman, he must handle his sword with care. Seeing Mu Wan in a dangerous position, the guys thoughtlessly rushed forward, shouting that the old man's swords were pointed at him. But just a moment later, there was a powerful thunderclap right in the middle of the battlefield. Mu Wan and Mr. Chok Yan jumped to the side, avoiding the stranger's landing with terrifying force. The heir of the Northern Clan was more focused than ever, feeling the incredible energy of another master who had joined the battle. Old man Chok Yep understood perfectly well who owned this fierce power. He admitted that it was a bright exit, but said that he could have dealt with the fugitive alone. As it turned out, such a striking appearance belonged to Mrs. Gong Hui. The Storm Lord has arrived on the battlefield. Turning to her comrade from the 9 heavens, she asked if he knew about what rumors were circulating among the residents of Murim. She said that the reason why the Northern Clan was destroyed was because of the Central Alliance's greedy desire for power. This time, out of fear of evidence emerging that could shake the foundations of the alliance, they tried to get rid of the last descendant of the Northern Clan. Addressing Mr. Chok Yep, she stated that doubting the morality of the Central Heavenly Alliance and the 9 heavens has caused a serious insult to their honor, and there are rumors that they are trying to cover it up by sending the invaders into a full-scale war with Silent Night. Leaving only a few drops in the bottle of fine wine, the lady decisively threw it to the ground and turned her back to the head of the Jin family. Not understanding her intentions, the master of 8 swords asked the old lady what she was doing with a menacing look. Extending her hand towards Chok Yep, she asked him, as the representative of the 9 heavens, how low he was going to fall. Standing next to Mu Wan, she looked into the eyes of the young man who had such a hard time because of the greed of the alliance. The heir of the Northern Clan asked why the lady from the 9 heavens decided to do this. Taking off her mask, Mrs. Noon said that this spectacle was out of control. All this time she was just watching from the sidelines, but now she can't stand what's happening. She admitted that she also felt guilty. Grabbing the heir of the Northern Clan by the clothes, she reminded him of the words that she supported him and did not want to witness the collapse of the heir of the Northern Clan. Suddenly, Mu Wan felt a powerful surge of strength. Lady Noon gave him a huge amount of energy through the acupuncture point of the Gate of Life. Looking at his mistress, he could not understand why she would go so far to do this. Saying that the situation was really difficult, she said that he should find out the truth by listening carefully to her words. With a cold and serious look, she said that it is not the Central Heavenly Alliance that controls the world, because there is a person who is behind all events. Mu Wan couldn't even guess who he was talking about. Lady Noon revealed the secret about this and said that that person was an invincible warrior known as Moyong Yul Chan. Despite his belonging to the 9 heavens, he is the one who sits on the throne above the other 8. The world thinks that his fighting skill is average to the other members of the 9 heavens. Everyone else, like Lady Nun, lost to him and received incredible power from him. Moyong Yul-chong knew very well that in order to gain control of Merim, he needed to stay away from the gaze of rival leaders. He founded the 9 heavens to divert attention from himself, so he quietly rules the world from darkness, pursuing his personal greedy goals. An invincible warrior will only use the quiet night when he feels it is necessary for political purposes. He made enemies appear, and then used anger, fear, and anxiety to cause and control chaos. This is the way that Madman controls the world. At some point, Silent Night made her own decision. She refused to remain under his command and also to obey his orders. At that moment, his loyal squad became the real enemy of Merim, although no one knows for sure whether this was part of Moyong Yul-chan's plans. Seeing the shocked expression on the face of the head of the Jin family, Mrs. Noon reiterated that this was all the work of Moyong Yul-jung. Mu Wan had to learn that since absolute evil exists, absolute good is needed to maintain balance. This is why the Northern Heavenly Clan was created, but this clan became stronger than expected. It began to attract a lot of attention and gained respect from the people of the Central Plains. At one point, his status and strength surpassed even the 9 heavens. Jin Kwang Ho, the 4th head of the clan, was very different from everyone who came before him. It seemed that he had come too close to the truth and seemed to notice what was happening in the shadows. Moyong Yul-chong decided that this person was a great threat to him, which is why the Northern Heavenly Clan was destroyed. This time, Jin Mu Wan has become a new threat from his family. At that time, Lady Nong could no longer suppress the feelings of shame and guilt she felt towards the Northern Heavenly Clan. She tried to restrain herself, but she couldn't. However, she could not do anything about that situation alone. Looking down, she again sincerely said that she was truly ashamed of her behavior inappropriate for her status. When her story about the truth of this two-faced world came to an end, Master Chok Yep turned to the old woman, saying that she had probably fallen into insanity. He admitted that all this time he had stood quietly in place and waited to hear what she had to say. Pointing his sword at her, he said that she had said some nonsense. In response, the lady also pointed her staff at the enemy and invited him to put an end to this. She asked with a serious tone how long they would continue to let Yul-jung play with them. Refusing to accept her offer, Mr. Chok pointed his swords at his comrade and said that Master Moyong is an absolute being, whose strength cannot be comprehended because he has lived for many centuries. In addition, he asked the lady not to forget about his kindness, because they received a lot from him. After that, Master Nun suddenly hit the rocky surface with her staff, throwing Mu Wan aside. Having created a wall behind her, she asked the heir of the Northern Clan to leave immediately. She wanted him to remain hidden and act cautiously, as well as carefully prepare for future challenges and build up his strength. Mu Wan couldn't believe that he would be saved by one of the 9 heavens. Following her with his gaze, he urged his comrades to hurry up. While Lady Nun held the terrifying swordsman on her, they ran further towards the south. Chok Yep was simply furious with what the old lady did. Approaching her, he angrily said that she had made a stupid decision, and this time she should not expect any favors. Taking aim at her opponent, she said that she no longer wanted a life full of lies. After this, the mistress activated her storm staff and the bandages began to come off. The user of incredible storm power flew into the air, her appearance greatly changed, and she was covered in destructive lightning. Before entering the battle, she said that her only regret was that she did not taste the wine from the dew. Within a moment, the battlefield turned into a real storm. Such was the power of the 9 heavens that they came together in battle. Meanwhile, the comrades of the head of the Jin family had already crossed the river. The long journey allowed them to reach a place where they were out of sight of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The area around the place where they set up camp was controlled by animal masters of transformation. The Raven, landing on Chunying's shoulder, reported that the surroundings were clear and there were no pursuers. Scientists continued to disassemble maps and analyze the terrain to determine which route would be safer. Master Seo continued to give orders to his brothers to make sure they were safe. At the same time, Mr. Ki Moon and Miss Mi Ray tended to the wounded and continued to monitor Ha Sol's condition. Their bull, who all this time thought he was an incredible horse, was fast asleep, recovering his strength after a hard night. At one point, the Master of Transformation felt the approach of part of the squad that was missing. Addressing his comrades, he said that Chief Jin was already nearby. Mu Wan, along with his uncle and younger brother, safely reached the place where Master Sio's tracks led them. Having arrived at the place, the exhausted Mr. Huang and Mu Jin finally fell to the ground to catch their breath from the continuous running. Meeting the young master, Mr. Sio and Hajin Wool were happy that they were able to reach their destination safely without any persecution. First of all, Mu Wan wanted to make sure that everything was okay, and whether there were any wounded. Hajin Wool replied that their unit was not harmed. After that, Mr. Tan approached them and said that he was glad that everyone was alive. But with a worried look, he asked where Ryu-san was and why he was not with Mr. Jin. When Mu Wan lowered his eyes and tried to tell the truth with a feeling of guilt, Mr. Tan understood everything without further ado. He couldn't believe that what he feared most had happened. Clutching his head, Ki-moon could not stand on his feet, and at that moment his worried niece picked him up. Mu Wan, feeling the heavy burden of this loss, apologized for not being able to save him. This news shocked everyone. Even Hajin Wool could not contain his emotions. Master Sio, like a real man, held on with all his might. Chun Ying approached the young master and patted him on the shoulder, informing him that Lady Walren had taken the body of their fallen comrade. Sources said that she will try to hand over Ryu-san's body as soon as possible. After these words, Chun Ying again expressed his condolences. To avoid casualties in such a situation would be a real miracle. Mu Wan had no choice but to become stronger. He regained his prudence and caution for the sake of his beloved woman, who in an instant lost everything. Of course, this incident would have occurred much later, but he could not ignore Ha Sol, who almost lost her life. Realizing that the Central Alliance would not retreat, Mu Wan decided that he would become wiser to fight and become stronger for everyone's sake, since his comrades had already suffered because of him. Like a true leader, he admitted that his stubbornness, pride, and rash decisions led to this outcome. Since childhood, he lived with only one thought of power and revenge, survived by protecting only himself. Mu Wan was not ready that he would have to take responsibility for the lives of others. At that moment, he remembered the conversation with Leader Yon. Mu Wan believed that being indifferent to the pain of strangers and not worrying about any threat to one's own was the creed of the Iron Squad. At that moment, he could not understand Mr. Musan's words. The leader of the Iron Squad insisted that the smell of blood clouded the young master's eyes. Young Musang argued that he and his family must survive first, because it is by these laws that their world lives. Even though Mu Wan did not agree with him, these words now took on a new meaning, as well as the words of the leader of the Iron Dozen that Mu Wan showed his claws to such powerful enemies too early. He insisted that the more people you have to protect, the greater the responsibility, and the more deliberate the actions of the leader must be. Mu Wan did not feel the danger because he thought that he could protect everyone if he became stronger. Now he felt incredible shame because he had not previously thought that the further he moved forward, the greater the danger awaiting his people. But he could not leave the path he was on. Looking to the heavens, Mu Wan addressed his father with the thought that he did not want others to suffer because of him. The truth that was revealed to him about this world was too difficult to understand. Only the events since the visit of the Central Heavenly Alliance gave him reason to think about how long his father had suffered and suffered alone. For the sake of protecting other people, Leader Jin Kwang Ho had to bear this burden on his shoulders alone. Unlike his father, Mu Wan followed the path of revenge. Now he understood that the words that revenge turns life into an endless chase are true. But given the truth that had been revealed to him, he didn't think he could stop so easily. Addressing his father, Mu Wan apologized for being forced to follow his own path. He had to protect his comrades no matter what. Like his father, even at the cost of his own life, he was going to prevent his people from meeting a sad end. Mu Wan had no intention of stopping and was determined to continue moving forward. After thinking, he suddenly knelt low in front of his comrades. Overwhelmed with guilt, he began to shout apologies, saying that he was not worthy to be here, since he only brought misfortune. Without looking up, he said that he knew how many lives were lost and how much pain they had to endure. He promised that he would try to make sure this didn't happen again. Raising his head but not raising his gaze, Mu Wan showed how decisive his bow was as blood began to drip from his forehead. He stated that he would protect everyone, but he would need the strength of other clans. Looking at his comrades, he resolutely declared that for the sake of order throughout the world, they must restore the Northern Heavenly Clan. Everyone present was shocked by his words. No one any longer had any doubt that Mu Wan, despite the complexity of his burden, would continue on this path. In response, Ha Jin-wol also showed his determination and fell to his knee and shouted that he, as a military advisor, greets the great leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Following him, the warrior Seo Mu-sang did the same and declared that he, like the first sword, was always ready to give his life for his master. Mr. Huang Chol, falling to his knee, shouted that he was ready to follow his master to the very end. Master Gi Moon also expressed his devotion to the fifth head of the clan. Surrounded by his loyal comrades, Mu Wan was confident that he would never show weakness again and would destroy the deceitful world created by the invincible warrior of the 9 heavens. After that day, the Northern Blade, as well as its team, disappeared from sight for several years. On one ordinary gloomy day in Murim, a mysterious master reached a mysterious and terrifying place far from the major provinces. His goal was a fortress of blood and iron, a stronghold located on an uninhabited island off the coast in the Shandong region. On the island, nicknamed an impregnable fortress because of the steep slopes that seemed to cut off the island in a circle, someone settled and created a clan. We are talking about one of the great 4 of the Northern Heavenly Clan. This fortress belongs to a warrior known as the King of Blood and Iron. It is Jae-heksim who is the master of this stronghold. The guards that guarded the fortress peered into the thick fog so as not to miss unexpected guests. Suddenly they saw a stranger appear in front of them, leaning on a sealed long blade. Mu Wan, having arrived at this place, immediately said that he did not want to kill in vain. He asked the guards not to stand in his way and just quietly make way. The surprised guys did not know who they were dealing with and how this person entered the territory of the fortress of blood and iron. Seeing a stranger, they shouted about it and rushed to attack. Pointing their spears at the stranger, they rushed to the attack with the words that he would regret that he dared to enter the fortress of blood and iron without warning and permission. But after a moment, they realized the difference in their strength. The incredible master, using his second sword, avoided their attacks with smooth movements and passed by. Within a moment, the guards' wounds opened up and they fell to the ground screaming. Having disturbed the fortress, Mu Wan came to the place where the third of the list of 4 great pillars of the Northern Clan was located. The stunned masters who descended to the first floor of the fortress could not believe their eyes. Among the countless fallen comrades, they saw a master with 2 blades in his hands. Turning to the stunned guards, he repeated his words that he would not want to kill people in vain and would leave them alive if they simply dispersed. As it turned out, these words were not enough to convince the frightened guards that they could survive. Mindlessly rushing into the attack, they shouted that a real demon had appeared before them. Overcoming many floors, Mu Wan without much difficulty got rid of the fortress warriors who hoped to survive the battle with him. It seemed like there was no end to them, but that didn't stop the 5th head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. When he reached the top floor, he saw the last guard, who with a trembling in his body put out his blade. Within a moment, he threw his blade to the ground and ran away screaming, but his fate was sealed the moment Mu Wan arrived at this fortress. Meanwhile, the great warrior of the past greedily ate limitless amounts of food in his chambers, not even knowing what was happening within the confines of his fortress. Still, he had news from the outside world, so he wondered how it was that 2 of the 9 heavens were dead. It was a mystery to him what time awaited them. Being outside of civilization, a man with dragon tattoos on his chest was content with an incredible amount of food, which was still not enough for him. As he devoured a month's supply of a small village, he pondered aloud the news that the war on the Silent Night had already been going on for 3 whole years. He believed that the Alliance was pitiful for taking so long to deal with the enemies that the Northern Sky Clan had been holding back for centuries. Despite the danger of a quiet night, he did not even think about joining the defense of Murim, because he believed that outside the castle it was too alarming and dangerous. Most of all, he feared that the damned spirit of the North might appear in this stronghold. The moment he spoke his worst fear, the door to his chambers opened. He was horrified by the realization that it was not a servant who had come to him with a whole mountain of food, but a swordsman with a terrifying aura. In a trembling voice, he said that he had mentioned the devil. Realizing why the damned spirit of the North appeared here, he worriedly asked if his turn had finally come. Adjusting his hat, Mu Wan said that he was surprised, because he hardly recognized his uncle that he had gained so much weight. He further remembered that even among the great four of the Northern Heavenly Clan, it was Jehexim who was distinguished by his combat power. Looking disapprovingly at the clan traitor, he asked what kind of appearance this was, unbecoming of the strongest warrior Jehexim. Wan said that now he looks more like a hog than one of the pillars. Recalling the past, Jehexim could not agree with the fact that he was previously known as the strongest warrior of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Once upon a time it was so, because if you exclude Jin Kwang Ho, he really had no equal. However, one day a moment came when Yan Yonghua and Zhou Jiangsu convinced him and pulled him into a feud, forcing him to make a choice. Although this decision was disgusting to his feelings, he still joined in the overthrow of the head and the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He threw away the honor of being the strongest and his great expectations, so he believed that he had nothing to fear anymore in this life. With a feeling of guilt, Master Je said that then his eyes were clouded by ambition. Far from his very essence, he wanted to make a transformation, but in the end he went down the path of collapse. He regretted that he had not listened to the feeling that spoke from the choice. Now he felt like nothing more than a pathetic traitor. In response, Wan just silently watched the fat, pathetic man with disapproval. Breaking the silence, Jehexim asked if the young master of the Northern Clan was the one who got rid of Chok Yon and Neung Gun Hee from the 9 heavens. He threw the food aside and grabbed the edge of the table. She said that the fist of the demon that suffered from the quiet night was also probably on the conscience of the heir, because it was he who killed Yang Zhonghua in front of a huge number of witnesses. Angrily throwing the table aside, he said that this was very serious nonsense, the source of which was probably hatred of traitors. As a result of these events, he understood that the Central Heavenly Alliance was serious about finding the last head of the Jin family. Rising to his feet and wiping his face of greasy food, he said that after all those events, Master Jin disappeared for 3 years, but suddenly decided to appear like this right in front of him, the third from the list of traitors of the Northern Clan. Showing himself at full height, Jehexim turned to the cursed spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan with a threatening look. Filling his tattoos with powerful chi energy, he declared that he knew about his wrongdoing and accepted the wrath of the heir of the Northern Clan. However, he did not want to just wait limply for death. After these words, his tattoos began to tighten towards his palms, after which they began to turn into weapons. Grabbing the whip, imbued with his energy, he shouted that he could not die meekly, even experiencing the heavy burden of his rash act. The most pathetic person of this fortress began to release the supreme energy of the dragon tail of blood and iron, destroying his chambers. Resisting the wild energy of his opponent, Wan calmly said that this was not the Jehexim he knew. Then came the logical question about what destroyed such a great warrior. Jehexim was in no hurry to answer, and said that if the damned spirit obediently leaves his fortress, then he will not do anything to him and will not threaten his plans. Swinging his whips, he began to crumble everything around him with a panicked cry that Wan should just leave so as not to see his pitiful appearance. Having destroyed everything in front of him, Jehexim hoped that an attack with such a large radius of destruction would hit the person who came for his soul. But after a moment, he noticed that Wan had survived and was moving with incredible speed inside this huge room. Wan moved around the walls, tracking the enemy's movements. The moment he tried to block the Dragon Tail's supreme energy whip attack, his second blade was broken. Sensing the approaching enemy energy, Wan accelerated. Within a moment, Master J, with a swing of his batug, easily destroyed the column standing next to his opponent. The furious warrior continued to destroy everything around him in the hope of getting rid of the terrifying, cursed spirit of the north. However, Wan was much faster. He anticipated his opponent's attacks and dodged them with ease. He was not going to attack the pathetic warrior of the past, because he was interested in first understanding his abilities. Watching the panicked movements of the enemy, he felt only anxiety and fear in his attacks. Wan doubted that the great warrior Jehexim was always so cowardly. It seemed to him that something had happened in the past that made him so pathetic. Moving around the walls, Master Jin threw several smoke bombs towards the enemy. A wall of smoke formed in front of the Dragon Tail energy user, limiting the area he could control. Nervously biting his lower lip, Master J asked whether the famous Northern Blade really uses such shameful techniques in a fair battle. Within a moment, he saw the approaching shadow of the enemy in front of him. Swinging his whip furiously, he aimed at his opponent to get rid of him before he closed the striking distance. But as it turned out, it was just a trick, because Mu Wan threw his cloak and hat in his direction. Jehexim was not only guided by visual presence, he also felt the energy of the enemy. He was shocked to realize that Mu Wan had reached a level where he could trick his opponent by putting his energy into an object. Within a moment, Mu Wan rushed to attack from behind with words of surprise that the famous Jehexim fell for such a primitive trick. He went on to say that because of this lifestyle, the great warrior's feelings had become completely dull. Throwing off his cloak, Master Jin revealed his new appearance. Now he used dark, dense fabric, as well as several plates that protected important parts of his body. Before striking, Mu Wan ordered his blade to show its true form. A moment later, Master J felt incredible pressure, realizing that Mu Wan was using one of 9 Heavens Lady Nung's skills. The blade of the head of the Jin family appeared the moment the seal hiding the terrifying energy of the snowflower was removed from it. Now this weapon looked completely different, because Mu Wan listened to the words of the Master of 8 Swords and began to more closely monitor the condition of the snowflower. Using the demonic shadow sword of heavenly destruction, he released a small amount of his energy and directed it towards the formidable opponent. A powerful blow fell on the fat hog. Mu Wan held back so as not to destroy the entire fortress, so only the top floor was damaged. Master J could barely withstand the first blow that the Northern Blade dealt him. He lay fearfully on the ground and looked at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. At that moment, he was horrified by the condemning gaze of the incredible master. With a trembling voice, the frightened, shameful traitor of the Northern Clan began to mutter something under his breath. As it turned out, the battle with the head of the Jin family brought out his fear, which caused him to flee the Central Plains, which all 4 pillars of the Northern Clan were heading towards. Master J, with a cold sweat on his face, said that Mu Wan is completely one with the devil who has forever left him as pathetic as he is. As it turned out, it was about a meeting with the true ruler of this world. About 10 years ago, the great warrior of the Northern Clan, who craved even more recognition as an invincible warrior, challenged Moyong Yulchan to a fight, and so its sad destruction happened. Having arrogantly looked at the defeated king of blood and iron lying on the floor, Yulchong, having defeated his opponent, said out loud the words that Jehexim was not inferior in strength to the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Because of these rumors, the invincible warrior was looking forward to their meeting, but as it turned out, Master J turned out to be no better for him than a large snake, but not a dragon at all. Jehexim, who was called the martial arts genius of the Dragon Brag, lay on the ground and looked at the terrifying ruler with trembling. Previously, it was believed that his power was so great that even words about superiority among a generation were insufficient to describe it. By nature, he never liked to be in the forefront and found his main purpose to be service to the North, so he did not take any action and had no ambitions. He followed the current in confusion and betrayed the Northern Clan. At the moment when everything happened in such an unexpected way, he decided to satisfy his ambition by creating a new legend. He believed without any doubt only until he found himself face to face with the absolute truth, the devil in the flesh. Jehexim was the only one of his comrades who knew that the true master of the world was Moyong Yulchan. He decided to give in to his ambitions to create a new order of Merim, but when he met him, he experienced a fear that broke him for life. He was sure that even if the 4 had united, they would not have defeated him. It was only after meeting the terrifying demon that he realized that they were all dancing to his tune and made an incredible mistake when they allowed Jin Kwang Ho to die. Running away from the terrifying demon, the frightened Jehexim realized that this man seemed to be watching the ants go wild, which he could kill at any second he wanted. The ruler humiliated him by leaving him alive. After that incident, abandoning his grandiose plans, Master Jeh locked himself in his fortress of blood and iron, built his own kingdom and lived there, severing all connections with the world. With a startled cry, Jehexim grabbed his weapon again. Mu Wan was surprised that the suppressed opponent was still willing to fight. Swinging his whip, the Dragon Tail Master summoned a powerful destructive storm. As Master Jin jumped back, the frightened hog shouted in panic as to why he saw him as the devil who was the true ruler of Muram. Releasing a huge amount of tail energy, the mad Jaehexim used the mad Iron Blood Dragon technique and aimed it at Mu Wan. Mu Wan decided not to dodge these attacks and simply dodged. Running around, he parallelly cut the surface of the floor. The great warrior could not keep up with his speed. He constantly tried to predict the trajectory of Master Jin's movement, but the clever guy constantly dodged. Striking furiously with his whips, he shouted furiously for the northern spirit to get out of his fortress. He promised that he was going to live the rest of his life here quietly and without protruding. It was hard for him to believe that the air was going to take revenge, even if the enemy was the whole world. Destroying everything around him, he convinced the enemy that he knew nothing, acting as ambitiously as he himself had in his past. He warned the heir of the northern clan, the clan, that in the face of the absolute, this was all pointless. Dodging numerous attacks, Mu Wan continued to run around his opponent. Seeing his incredible speed, Jaehexim shouted that his body movements were truly amazing. But he should leave this fortress and hide his essence as if he never existed. He despised the heir because he stopped hiding, abandoning such a path to survival. When Jaehexim stopped futilely trying to reach Mu Wan with his chaotic attacks, he stopped and asked if he was sure that running was worthy of a warrior. Within a moment, Master J noticed that the surface of the floor around him was cut. But it was already too late and his heavy body rushed down. Falling down along with the debris of the floor, he realized that he had truly become stiff in terms of battles, since he could not notice anything. But even in such a situation, he was not at a loss, and pushing off from the walls with the help of whips, flew into the air. With a furious expression on his face, he shouted the name of his offender. After that, while in the air, Master J again directed the dragon whips towards Mu Wan. The powerful attack was already very close, and Mu Wan did not have time to dodge. Taking a stance, he prepared to repel this attack. With one powerful swing of his blade, he landed the batug that was aimed at him. But at that very moment, he realized that he had been inattentive. While one of the whips was aimed at him from the front, the second was aimed at his back. A moment before the collision, Mu Wan realized that he would carry out this attack by breaking through the surface with the dragon's tail. With incredible speed, the whip rushed towards him. Destroying everything in his path, the furious Jaehexim struck the place where Mu Wan was. Such a fierce attack completely destroyed the floor on which the chambers of the owner of the fortress were located. Mu Wan found himself in free fall. At that moment, he used the skill of walking in the air. Jumping up, he managed to avoid a collision with the enemy batog. But Master J continued to put a lot of pressure on him, sending the dragon tail attack towards him again. Mu Wan once again managed to evade by maneuvering in the air. Moreover, he continued to move through the air using the technique of running in the void. Seeing his movement, Master Ja realized that this guy had even mastered running in the void. Seeing these techniques, he noticed their striking similarity to the special gait of Ken Muzan, one of the Great Four. Moreover, Mu Wan had previously used a technique characteristic of Naongung Hui of the Nine Heavens. Sensing his opponent's significant superiority, Master J wondered what had happened during those few years while he was hiding from the whole world. Mu Wan, with incredible speed, rushed towards the master, who stood motionless in place. With great speed, Master Jin was about to finish off his enemy with one blow. Shocked by what was happening, Jaehexim understood that he would not be able to block this attack, and there was no more time to dodge. Within a moment, Mu Wan inflicted a deep cut on him. As it turned out, he was aiming for his throat, but the enemy managed to change his trajectory and dodge, so a deep cut remained on his shoulder. After this successful attack, Mu Wan again rushed to attack with lightning speed. The wounded Master J was not going to give up just like that. He felt his advantage at a short distance, so he created a whole vortex, protecting himself with whips. After fending off countless rapid attacks from his opponent, Mu Wan knew that closing the distance against a Dragon Tail energy user was very difficult. But even so, he managed to find a way out of the situation. Dodging the attacks, he managed to grab his opponent's whips. Jaehexim couldn't believe how crazy this young martial artist's fighting style was. At that same moment, he decided to return his whips, once again placing them on his body as tattoos. But as soon as he did this, Mu Wan attacked again. Taking advantage of the moment, he closed the distance. Approaching the enemy, Mu Wan dealt him a strong cutting blow. However, this was not enough, because although the blow was quite deep, it was only able to cut through fat. This time, Jehexim was saved by his own belly, which he had been growing over the past 10 years. Changing his grip, Mu Wan decided that he should hit even deeper. Rushing into the attack, he decided to deliver a cutting blow to the enemy's body, aiming for his back. However, the experienced warrior managed to return one of his whips and block the attack. Mu Wan did not expect that the enemy would be able to summon his whip so quickly. Within a moment, the fierce enemy, who had gained an advantage, decided to take advantage of the situation. He swung his whip with incredible force, lifting the heir of the northern clan into the air. After that, he threw Master Jin to the ground with terrifying force. Mu Wan could not defend himself against the enemy's brute force. At that same moment, Master J decided to summon another whip. Within a moment, he sent a second blow to the place where Mu Wan lay. But the heir to the northern clan managed to jump to the side. He could not even think that the enemy would use a whip to intercept. Ma Dokwan's teachings were what helped him escape from that situation and avoid being seriously injured. But he did not have time to relax. Within a moment, 2 huge stones tied by the enemy's whips were aimed at him. Swinging his hands, he slammed them together at the place where Mu Wan was. Using the Mad Dragon's cut of blood and iron, the whip master reclaimed his weapon. At the same moment, the stones were destroyed due to the cuts of the whips that moved at incredible speed. Jehexim looked hopefully towards the mountain of stones into which he had turned the floor of his own fortress. But apart from the stones, he saw nothing else. Looking around, Jay said that his opponent was surprisingly resourceful, since he was able to dodge these attacks. Turning to Mu Wan, he shouted that he should show himself. Within a moment, he saw that his enemy began to carry out rapid maneuvers very nearby. The clumsy Jehexim saw him only for a moment, after which he lost sight of him. When Mu Wan appeared in front of him again, he closed the distance so much that the dragon tail warrior's whips were useless. Trying to get out of such a hopeless situation, the pitiful master began again to beg in panic not to touch him. But within a moment, Mu Wan inflicted a deep cut on his back and escaped the whips. Hoping to destroy the enemy at this moment, the furious Jay again pointed his whip at the heir of the northern clan. However, Mu Wan once again demonstrated incredible speed and, once behind his opponent, opened another deep cut on his stomach. Within a moment, his speed increased many times and he continued to deliver an incredible number of cleaving blows, running around the enemy. Having given up all attempts to resist, the pitiful Jehexim covered his head with his hands and began to shout that this was enough and he was ready to go to the ends of the earth, forgetting his name and hiding as if he were already dead. Despite his plea, Mu Wan had no intention of stopping. Jehexim, horrified by the strength of the enemy, called him the damned devil. Again begging for his life, he asked whether it was necessary to take it away from him in order to satisfy his anger. Swinging his whips with incredible fury, he used so much force that his weapon was completely destroyed. At this moment, the enormous power of the blood and iron dragon-tail energy raged. Mu Wan, being above the enemy, was caught in a powerful stream of energy. Terrifying power, destroying everything around, rushed into the sky. The pillar of energy emanating from Jehexim was higher than the strength of blood and iron itself. Within a moment, a purple glow flashed at the top of this stream. Mu Wan, cutting through the energy with his 1,000 shadow technique, rushed towards the enemy. He furiously launched his strike towards his opponent, moving through his energy. Feeling hopeless, the seriously wounded Jehexim again began to beg him to stop and stop following the demonic path to death. But no matter how much he begged for mercy, Mu Wan was not going to give up his intentions. Having dissipated the enemy's energy, he struck a blow with terrifying power that turned the fortress of blood and iron into a mountain of stones. As the ardor began to dissipate, Mu Wan stabbed his blade into his opponent's body and stood directly on top of his body. The third of the treacherous 4 great pillars of the north was defeated by the hand of the 5th head of Jin. Mu Wan admitted that he truly deserved the title of a demon or a cursed spirit. The northern blade was unwavering in its path of revenge to build a new order in the world of Murim. 3 years before these events, Jin Mu Wan stood up against all the forces of the Central Heavenly Alliance. People were surprised by the fact that the alliance put forward all its forces to defeat one person. The incredible pressure from the numerical advantage was not enough to capture someone who was falsely accused of being a traitor to the mainland. There was even more discussion regarding the news that 2 of the 9 heavens were involved in this incident. This surprised and shocked everyone so much that this incident became one of the most notorious incidents in recent times. And after that day, Jin Mu Wan hid somewhere unnoticed. It was as if he had disappeared from this world, and it was impossible to find him at all. People were divided into those who were sure of Mu Wan's death, and those who believed that he survived, but was hiding. And although he was nicknamed the Northern Blade, the situation when the Nine Heavens intervened was considered exceptional, so the prevailing opinion was that he died. Only sometimes, when inexplicable incidents happened, people over a glass of beer and drinks told each other that this was the work of the cursed spirit of the North. During the confrontation, the Central Heavenly Alliance used restrictive measures as a warning against the clans that assisted the Northern Blade. However, the minister acted secretly and not particularly actively, so these measures could not be fully implemented. Another reason is that after the accusation and death of Chil Seong, the elder of the Hua Mountain clan, strange groups with a tattoo of a two-headed demon began to be discovered everywhere. They spread like a plague, so that it was impossible to even imagine the scale of their spread. All clans began to frantically search for those who wore a similar tattoo, and in the clans where they were discovered, a time of betrayal and chaos began, which forced everyone to wallow in inexplicable horror. Because of the attacks of the Quiet Night, the world was shaken by war, so a detachment of invaders also went to the front line. At that time, everyone needed support and unity, but instead, troubled and dark times came for the entire continent. And the reason is that the authority of the Central Heavenly Alliance and the people's sentiments have been turned upside down. A few days after the Alliance lost Jin Mu Wan's comrades, the girl who considered her grandfather from the Nine Heavens to be at the top of this world came to terms with the fact that he was not. Now she completely rethought the minister's words that there was a real absolute that her family had been following all this time. Following Wang Desen's advice, a few days after the events, she decided to obey and join her grandfather. But on the other hand, the one who openly criticized the Central Heavenly Alliance disobeyed the orders of the minister. It was about an incredible master, a heavenly sage, who was able to kill the chaos demon Temu Kang. As the minister said, Dam Sojong paid for supporting the enemy of the Alliance. After that incident, he was locked in a prison without a ray of light, hanging from a chain. But even this did not break his spirit. The heavenly sage endured this punishment rather indifferently. However, this did not last long because his father, Dam Choksim, one of the Nine Heavens, intervened in the situation. He intervened convincingly in the situation and spoke with the minister, so his son was released earlier than expected. However, the heavenly sage was given a strict condition to go to war with the Quiet Night commander of the vanguard. Minister Wang demanded that he be on the front line, uniting with the invader detachment that had already entered the war to destroy the Quiet Night. Dam Suchong believed in squad leader Shim Wan Li. He was ready to hand over to him all the honor received during the defense of the mainland. But at the same time, if the Quiet Night suddenly began to push back a detachment of invaders, he was ready to rush onto the battlefield at any moment. When looking at Dam So-chan, who did not know that he was only being used, feelings of guilt and hostility arose on the part of his beloved. However, she also felt frightened by his expression when he showed her his anger for the first time in his life. She was worried that the person she loved was terribly disappointed in her. These are the feelings that overwhelmed So Moon Hiren, giving her no peace. She also felt how arrogant she really was. Only then did she realize how small her being was, which led to an even greater feeling of great powerlessness and inferiority in comparison with her grandfather. The great dream of creating a new world with her lover began to gradually fade from her mind. Then she decided to become a minister's man, serving as a conductor of the will of the man who was the true ruler of Murim. And yet, despite her fears, she did not lose the love of Dam So-young. The heavenly sage, despite some disagreements, continued to give her great support. He once said that his father was just an excuse put on display. He also knew that the true reason was hidden behind him, and also understood that this incident should gradually turn him into a watchdog for the Central Heavenly Alliance. Looking at his beloved, he said that they were simply retreating one step in order to then move forward 10. He invited her to act on their orders for a while, to deceive and adjust, forcing the heavens to relax and show carelessness, because only in this way they can move towards their dream. He suggested that she not rush, because in any case they needed to stop the Quiet Night. In response, Miss Hyeyong, showing her true colors, held back tears, and said that she thought Dam So-jung was disappointed in her and hated her. In response, the heavenly sage looked away and said that if such a thing could make him hate, then he would not love her at all. And yet he asked her never to engage in such vile intrigues again, because they must overcome difficulties confidently and proudly. Showing his great support, he stated that it was okay because they would eventually create a new Murim together, despite all the difficulties they would have to overcome. 3 years of war with a quiet night were called endless. The Central Heavenly Alliance and Silent Night have been immersed in a crazy whirlpool of battles all these years. People began to call this conflict the 3 Years' War. During these years, a huge number of warriors lost their lives and several dozen clans of the mainland were destroyed. Death walked through the streets, and the desire to live was no longer visible in people's faces. For ordinary people, this time was like a nightmare. It was nothing less than a time of troubles. For this reason, society began to view the Central Heavenly Alliance even worse, and the situation turned out in such a way that it agitated those who clearly felt the absence of the Northern Heavenly Clan. People missed the times when the clan was great and powerful. Having finally realized its value, they felt the sacrifice they had made as they watched the situation with detachment. There were also those who said that the alliance killed the sinless head of the Northern Clan and even killed his son, nicknamed the Northern Blade. The raiding party turned out to be a thread of hope in this pitch darkness. Among the people, there were those who said that they were alive only thanks to this detachment and felt gratitude and delight in relation to their actions. The entire top of this squad consisted of members of the Azure Dragon. Having gone through the heat of difficult battles, they hardened and became much more experienced and stronger. The detachment of invaders, plunged into translation during the quiet night during these 3 years of battles, exceeded all expectations. The head of the detachment became an idol for all youth. He was known as the one who personally led the saviors of Murim. Shim Wan Li in question gained incredible fame as he desired. Along with him, another vanguard warrior, fighting alongside the invaders, became famous. Thanks to his actions and authority, Dam So-jung gained fame as a warrior king, a hero of this time. Now he stood on a par with the 9 heavens, becoming the 7th of them. In the middle of the cold and dangerous mountains of the southern part of the continent, there was a settlement that few knew about. Getting to this place was not easy. In addition to the mountain range, the visitor also had to overcome a body of water. The rocky terrain seemed an unsuitable place to live. However, this place was a great option for getting away from the world. The territory of the secret settlement was guarded, and the entire perimeter was monitored around the clock. Having received permission to go further, the mysterious traveler entered the huge cave. There he was met by guards with spears, who allowed the master to move on at the moment when he showed a small seal. Having walked further, the guy applied this seal to a large stone wall. This was not enough, as the seals of the guards were also required to deactivate the protective equipment of this place. When all 3 seals were closed, the gate opened. This is exactly what the path looked like that had to be overcome in order to get to the new Northern Heavenly Clan. Kwak Moon-jan traveled a long way to reach the Northern Heaven Clan. In a short period of time, this place has become a well-developed organization. Looking at the huge number of followers of the Northern Heavenly Clan that had settled under the 5th head of the Jin family, Kwak Moon-jong admitted that his master had done an excellent job. The training of the followers of the Northern Heavenly Clan was carried out by one of the most experienced users of the 3 fundamental cultivation methods, Mr. Hwang Chong-chol. Seeing a disciple standing nearby, he greeted him with a joyful look and said that the young man had come a hard way when leaving the White Dragon Trade Association. Mr. Hwang is a descendant of the lower-ranking warriors of the Northern Clan, a person who possesses the strongest martial arts gained through insight, and also the one to whom Jin Kwang Ho passed on the spiritual technique of the 3 walls. This is what was highly appreciated in the clan and made him a common mentor. Friendly calling his first student worthless, Jong-ho was surprised that even though they had not seen each other for only a couple of months, he still managed to grow noticeably. Master Kwak thanked him for the compliment and told him that Mrs. No from the Trade Association was healthy and still awake. At that same moment, Ha Jin-wol, the warlord of the new Northern Heavenly Clan, joined their conversation. He thanked the young guy for having come the hard way, working for the benefit of the entire clan. The scholar of the Three Minds, being a military leader, in order to protect the new Northern Sky clan from external threats, calculated and erected fortifications and buildings to create ideal protective circles based on the geographical features of the area. He is also responsible for the provision and management of the clan. Naturally, the friendly scientist couldn't help but compliment how much Moonjong had changed during his absence. As expected, Moonjong paid a visit to the trade association for a reason. Ele era intermediário entre a grande associação comercial e o clã celestial do norte. Desta vez trouxe documentos que comprovam a transferência de fundos, que o chefe militar solicitou adicionalmente há vários meses. Taking the documents confirming the funding in his hands, Mr. Ha-Jin-Wol said that he was sorry that he had to be so shameless. He reiterated how grateful he was to the White Dragon Association. 3 years ago, there was only the goal and desire to recreate the Northern Sky Clan. Jin Mu-Wan and his comrades did not have the resources, but the White Dragon Guild secretly supplied the Northern Sky Clan with the necessary finances and goods. The first head of the guild, Notete, did not forget about her gratitude for saving the life of her second son. It was she who supported the Northern Heavenly Clan with exceptionally large amounts of money. But as it turned out, the experienced lady was very skillful, and in this way she cunningly laundered money arriving from outside. In this way, she prepared for any unforeseen situations related to the instability of the mainland during the Silent Night War. So thanks to this, the Northern Heavenly Clan was able to secretly settle down away from the site of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The bridge connecting the Northern Heavenly Clan with the White Dragon Guild was precisely Kwak Moonjon. From early childhood, he learned the three-wall spiritual technique from Huang Chul. He was stronger than his peers in martial arts, and also survived all kinds of adversity. Life as a guide from an early age made him an excellent expert in geography, so such talent, which is very difficult to find, was always an excellent support for the clan's military leader. At one point, those who completely distracted the fighters from training and cultivating their techniques arrived. The appearance of the elite of the Northern Heavenly Clan was so striking. The Blood and Sword Squad, led by Siomu Sang, consists of 7 people and deals with the most special missions that require the actions of elite fighters. In the past, he almost succumbed to inner demons, but Jin Mu-Wan came to his aid, after which he learned swordsmanship and even gained insight. Now he leads 7 people who have inherited the Blue Cloud Sword technique. Having met Mr. Seo, young Master Kwak heard the words that he had grown noticeably for the 3rd time in a row. When he approached the military leader, he saw his smile and heard the words that he was glad that everything had gone off without any incident. Mr. Seo reported that they had finished clearing the fortress of blood and iron, covering the tracks left by their leader during the elimination of the traitor Jae Hexim. As the scientist of Three Minds asked, their detachment arranged everything as if an internal split had occurred in the fortress of iron and blood. After listening to the report, Ha-Jin-Wol thanked the head of the Blood and Sword Squad, saying that they had done a great job once again. After covering the tracks of his actions, all he had to do was order the secret stream to disseminate the correct information among the population. As soon as he mentioned the means of disseminating information, Master Chun Ying appeared behind him and said that they had just returned, having thoroughly spread false rumors about the strength of blood and iron. As it turned out, he was the one who pretended to be a ferryman and transported the head of the clan to the fortress of iron and blood. On the way back, he got rid of the boat and perfectly concealed the route, leaving no traces behind him. The information group, which served the Northern Heavenly Clan with eyes and ears, functioned under the command of Chun Ying. The world did not know, but in fact the Dark Moon became part of the Northern Clan and was called the Secret Stream. In response to praise from the respected military leader, the usually impudent Chun Ying called him a terrible monster and asked him to keep quiet. After that, he, like all the previous characters that suddenly appeared around Moonjon, noticed that the young master had grown noticeably. The lack of originality could be described as the fact that they were all like-minded people united by one goal. Jiang Dai-So, whom Ha-Jin-Wol forcibly dragged with him, also became part of the new Northern Clan. His ancestors continuously preserved ancient documents, and he too, with a zeal almost to the point of perversion, preserved various books and manuscripts, collecting several hundred volumes. Zhang Daiso took the place of the head of the secret garden that stores the documents and secrets of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The head of the secret garden appeared before the military leader to report that all the other leaders were already ready for the meeting. The only one missing was the clan leader, who had only recently returned from a mission to eliminate the traitor, but was already busy working in the forge. As soon as Ha-Jin-Wol opened the door to the forge, the first thing he saw was the blacksmith Pan Seawol. The man with sake in his hands, whom Mu-Wan met while traveling with the Iron Squad, now became the owner of the main forge of the Northern Clan. He is such an advanced master that he can evaluate any sword at first glance. He is now in charge of all the armor and weapons of the Northern Heavenly Clan. In another part of the forge, Mu-Wan continued to work. Ha-Jin-Wol, turning to the master, said that all the leadership was assembled, and they were already waiting for the head in the meeting room. The fifth head of the Heavenly Clan, Jin Mu-Wan, continued to improve his blacksmithing skills under Pan Seawol. The incident 3 years ago greatly changed everyone who founded this clan. By saying goodbye to their comrade, they all only strengthened their faith in their cause, respecting his great sacrifice. Mu-Wan promised that he would not forget his sacrifice. Over these 3 years, the guys managed to assemble an incredible team. New faces appeared among the leaders. Mr. Tang Ki-moon and Lady Tang Mi-Rei used to belong to a family of doctors and poisoners, but after an encounter with the Nine Heavens, in an attempt to reduce the damage to the clan, they pretended that the clan had been destroyed and joined Mu-Wan. Gi-moon has given up his dream of creating poisons. He no longer creates poisons for killing, but instead creates noble poisons for healing. Nung Gun-hui joined the list of elders. In the past, she was classified as one of the Nine Heavens, but now the world thinks that she is no longer alive. She has long been reported missing, but now we can see her as part of the leadership of the Northern Heavenly Clan. A new face for us was Ma Dokwan, the leader of the assault squad. He comes from the elite of the old Northern Clan, owners of the most powerful military equipment. The man nicknamed the Mad Tiger with the bloody look is the former head of the Flying Stern Bandit. The next person to join the ranks of elders is Jen Musen, one of the 4 pillars of the Northern Clan. The King of the Wind, unlike the other members of the 4, chose to be imprisoned in the mountains of wind and clouds. Now, under a new chapter, he is making a huge contribution. The meeting began and all participants took their seats. Mu-Wan couldn't help but see that Mr. Gen Museng was experiencing some exciting feelings that he was trying to keep to himself. This behavior was due to the fact that he had lost another friend. Although Jehexim, like the other pillars, were traitors, at one time they were brothers who more than once stood on the brink of life and death, surviving on the battlefield. Now the Great Four have completely disappeared, and their era is gone. Seeing his concern, Mu-Wan decided to turn to his uncle. Taking a break from his thoughts, the man looked at his new head. With a kind smile, he said that the head of the clan had done a great job. 2 years ago, an unexpected meeting took place. In a small forge in a corner of the busy artisan street of the Four Heavens Fortress, Master Pan Sowol was drinking away his time as usual. Not expecting visitors, he was surprised to see a tall man come to him, hiding his identity with a bandage covering his face. The man asked with disbelief what the stranger wanted. Taking off his mask, Mu-Wan with a kind smile asked how he had been all this time. As expected, Mr. Pan was shocked because he didn't think that the sinister swordsman who came a few years ago would come to him again. Mu-Wan, holding out a bottle of alcohol, reminded him that he promised that he would definitely visit his forge again. When they went inside, they decided to have some nice drinks and talk about life. The blacksmith already knew that Mu-Wan was actually a northern blade. That is why he asked whether Master Jin could actually appear in front of him like this when Murim considers him dead. Mu-Wan agreed with him, saying that walking around the Alliance territory like this is really quite bad. Taking out his blade, he explained that he simply could not remember a single artisan who could work on his sword, except for Mr. Pa Sowol. During this time, the sword became very worn and he wanted to ask for help. He also said that he was ready to pay triple, so as not to cause damage to the blacksmith dear to him. Looking at the snowblade again, Master Pan said that only now, knowing that he was the heir of the Northern Clan, it became clear to him how he could remain sane while carrying this ominous sword with him. He had previously assumed that Mu-Wan was an extraordinary warrior, but the truth turned out to be more interesting. At that moment, he could not give up this business, as he was bored with his craft. True, he himself could not fulfill such an order, because the ominous energy of the blade was too strong for him to process it himself. Realizing that Mu Wan also had excellent forging skills, he said that he would do the work himself, while he would only help him by pointing out his mistakes in detail. Mu Wan firmly imprinted in his memory the blacksmith's words about what the weapon actually was. Pan Sovol insisted that usually a craftsman puts his thoughts and desires into weapons that are classified as spiritual military items, and depending on this, the weapon can become both spiritual and demonic. A weapon created by man cannot cause wind and rain, but still has a huge impact on the consciousness of the warrior holding it in his hands. Depending on the thoughts and desires of the artisan, you can become a hero or a real demon. That is why you need to choose the master of your weapon with the greatest seriousness. This is exactly what Jin Mu Wan did, trusting an expert in this craft from a small town. After long and grueling work, the sword was transformed, and its blade began to look simply perfect. Wiping the sweat from his face, the blacksmith thought that even though the sword did not suck the soul out of the user, there was no telling what would happen if it weakened. He did not exclude the possibility that Mu Wan himself unknowingly fed the sinister energy with his consciousness. Regarding the situation with the blade spirit, Mu Wan replied that she was a little depressed. Pan Sovol asked him to be careful while continuing to exist in harmony with this ominous sword, trying to raise it even higher and make it his dignity. He could not stop wondering how such a work of art as a snowflower could be created. Within a moment, they were distracted by the appearance of Chun Ying. Seeing their conversation, the old man said that Mu Wan was now a real commander, after which he joked that perhaps he should have reported the Northern Blade to the Central Heavenly Alliance. At that moment, Chun Ying arrived with important news that the secret stream had managed to find Jen Musen of the Great Four. Mu Wan thanked him for his excellent work and suggested that he immediately go to the intended location. Addressing the master, Master Jin apologized for the fact that he did not have time to talk and would have to skip the formalities. Bowing to Pan Seowal, he invited him to become the blacksmith of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan said that they are building a forge, but it does not have an owner, and they would like it to belong to just such a master. While the old man listened attentively, the fifth head of the Northern Clan claimed that he was confident that such a skilled blacksmith should become an armor, sword, and spear, capable of destroying all the obstacles standing in the way of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan also wanted Mr. Pan Seowal to continue teaching him forging to improve his still modest skills. As soon as Mu Wan finished, the blacksmith immediately replied that he agreed to be in charge of the Northern Heavenly Clan's forge. Such an instant response made the fifth head of the Northern Clan a little confused because he thought that he would not agree so quickly. Breaking his surprised silence, he thanked the master for such a decision. Grabbing a drink, Pan Seowal explained that he had been in a place where no one went for a long time. He began to feel that he was no longer needed by anyone, so he just sat and waited for death. He was surprised that he was still useful and needed, so he was ready to give all of himself to serving the Heavenly Clan. After visiting the blacksmith, Mu Wan immediately went to Mount Wind and Cloud. It seemed that they had been waiting for him for a long time. While in the square, he met an incredible number of followers of one of the four northern clans who stood to the side, watching the Northern Blade and their leader. The Wind King sat unwaveringly on his throne, seeing in front of him the heir of the Northern Clan who had come to him with the desire to kill. Gen Musen, a user of spear techniques, greeted his unexpected guest with a serious look. Looking at him, Mu Wan planned to deal with him as quickly as possible, and then go and finish off the strongest of the Great Four, Dragon Tail Energy Master J. Hexim. The snowflower became sharper, stronger, and stronger than before. His opponent had become much older, so Mu Wan believed that he was not as strong as in his prime. Yet he did not underestimate the Wind King, who had the fastest light-flying technique in the world. The fifth head of the Jin family planned to try his best to finish everything with one blow. But as soon as Mu Wan released the energy of 10,000 shadows, the enemy was a few steps away from him in a moment. Mu Wan was forced to change his plan to attack, because he did not expect that the old man could walk so fast even at that age. But instead of striking, the Wind King knelt down, bowing to the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Seeing this, Jin Mu Wan was shocked with surprise, not understanding why the traitor would behave this way. Looking up, Gen Musen stated that he had been languishing in uncertainty and waiting for 11 years. The Great Four of the Northern Clan disintegrated, and the military forces were divided. But he, remembering the order of the fourth head of the clan, led the clan members who agreed to go with him, and locked himself here in the mountains of wind and clouds, maintaining military power. Within a moment, he shouted that they were glad to greet their young master, who had grown into a worthy man. Everyone present followed and bowed to the one they had been waiting for since the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Such an unexpected turn of events simply shocked the heir to the Northern Clan, because this was the first time he had heard that his father had left a posthumous order for his comrades. 13 years ago, the fourth head of the clan revealed his excitement to only one person, and that man was Gen Musen. While sharing a drink with the leader, the Windmaster noticed that their leader seemed quite worried lately. He asked what was the reason for his behavior. After a short pause, Jin Kwang Ho turned to a close comrade, whom he called brother. Gen Musen, being his loyal comrade, was ready to listen to what was going on. Then Jin Kwang Ho said that if some problem arises with him and the Northern Clan, the four should try to lead the clan fighters so that they do not scatter. He asked to maintain military power for the sake of the future. Gen Musen was not ready for such a conversation at the time of the clan's heyday, so he asked what made him say such things and what brought him these unexpected doubts. With a kind smile on his face, Kwang Ho said that he knew that only his brother would be able to sternly rebuke him when he became weak-willed. After these words, he said that he was simply warning that this was only a possibility, but one must be prepared to take action if this happens. A few days after Jin Kwang Ho and Gen Museng drank together as if by prophecy, the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan accused Head Jin of having a criminal secret affair with Silent Night. The head admitted the accusation, which led to the destruction of the clan, which had a 100-year history. Of course, Jin Kwang Ho could rebel and turn the whole world upside down, but he was the northern wall, subordinate to the center. Now that the quiet night had covered its tracks and was covered, he no longer wanted to wreak havoc, but only wanted peace in the center and wanted to protect his son, so he humbly accepted everything. Gen Museng, who knew the thoughts of Jin Kwang Ho better than anyone else, followed the order of the head and took under his wing the forces consisting of the true descendants of the clan. In order not to show himself to the traitors, he took them to the mountains of wind and clouds, where he tried to preserve his strength, developing it. In this story, there was someone who deliberately falsified information about the secret relationship between Jin Kwang Ho and Silent Night, and helped one of the four, the Sword Lord Yan Jung Hua. The one who saved Don Hoppen's fading life was none other than Gen Museng. It was he who stopped the bleeding of the dying head of the Hall of Origins, and gave him the pill that saved his life. Leaving the poor fellow, Gen Musen said that Mr. Don must remain alive in any way, and wait for the hour when something happens that can at least slightly ease his sense of guilt. With a cold and condemning tone, he said that the former head of the Hall of Origins would reveal the truth to the world with his own mouth, and this would be the minimum price of atonement for the Northern Heavenly Clan and its head, Jin Kwang Ho. It was because of such details that it happened that one of the treacherous four became one of the elders of the new Northern Clan. Understanding his comrade's concern, Madokwan placed his heavy hand on the old man's shoulder and said that Cho Jong-woo, Yeon Jong-hwa, and Jai Hexim were responsible for their betrayal. He said that if Mr. Gen showed such torment, the head's soul would only become more difficult. Addressing the head, he asked to understand that even though the four were traitors worthy of death, they still fought together for a long time, so Gen was sad when he was the only one of the brothers left. The elder apologized for his behavior, saying that he was completely unhinged. Addressing the King of the Wind, Mu Wan calmly said that he understood that he could be tormented by various feelings. With some anger, Ma Dokwan said that Gen Museng would really weaken if he forgot that they were traitors. The head of the assault team was still angry that they had failed to protect the fourth head. He believed that despite his instructions, they should have simply raised their swords. 2 years ago, The military force that had been waiting for this moment for more than 10 years, not forgetting about it day or night, immediately joined the new Northern Heavenly clan. Due to the infighting between the four, the military power was also divided, so the forces were far from those that the Northern clan possessed in better times. But the King of the Wind, Gen Muzan, was able to maintain the largest military force, despite the lack of guarantees that they would wait in the wings. They expressed great gratitude for his efforts, and of course, Ha Jin-wol nominated him to the post of elder as one of the pillars of the old Northern Heavenly clan. But the moment they arrived at the Northern clan, Mr. Muzan shocked those present by declaring that in fact, this was not all the military power that they should return under their wing. The warriors who were loyal to the Northern Heavenly clan and decided to follow him totaled about 300. However, due to the division of forces and the need to protect the young Master Jin, he ordered one of the squad to pretend to be bandits and remain in the northern lands. Hearing about the robbers that lived in the northern lands, Mr. Huang said with surprise that he understood who he was talking about. As it turned out, the legendary Flying Stern Squad, which was feared by everyone who traveled to the northern lands, was the military power of the old northern clan, which was patrolling the lands for the benefit of the heir. The Flying Stern band of robbers, which suddenly appeared in the middle of the northern lands and gained notoriety, was an elusive organization with great military power. It gave the impression that its members had undergone the most severe training for a long time. The squad leader, a tiger with a bloody look, was actually a warrior of the Northern clan opposing the Heavenly Alliance, and also the second commander of the forces of the Northern Heavenly clan after Gen Muzan. They walked around the destroyed and ruined clan, protecting Jin Mu-wan from terrible threats. However, there were plenty of Alliance observers around, so the situation was not suitable for direct intervention. Moreover, one day, the disciples of the Nine Heavens suddenly appeared and stayed in the clan, and then, when the defense was suspended for a while so as not to arouse suspicion, a huge incident called the Chaos Demon Attack occurred. After this, for some time the Flying Stern Squad was discouraged by the disappearance of the heir, but Ma Deokwang knew about Huang Chol, who, even after the fall of the clan, regularly came to support Jin Mu-wan. The Flying Stern Squad tracked him down, and as expected, were able to find out that the faithful Huang Chul delivered the necessary things for the heir every few months. Since then, they began to protect Huang Chul from afar, because it was nothing more than the protection of the young master. Seeing broken carts on the way to the Northern clan, Mr. Huang assumed that this was the work of elusive robbers. Gen Muzan, having joined the Northern clan, revealed the whole truth about the Flying Harsh Squad. It was decided that the time had come to return to the clan its loyal members, who had been pretending to be real robbers all this time. Having met Mu-wan, Ma Deokwang said that he had become a real young commander. He heard that he spent 7 years training in the Black Mountains. He was glad that the guy was in excellent health and his older brother was next to him. In response, Chief Jin said that he had not forgotten senior comrade Ma, that he was one of the warriors of the Northern clan, which led a huge force. As soon as he heard about the crazy tiger with bloody eyes, he immediately guessed who he was talking about. Recalling the past, he even admitted that he really thought that everyone had abandoned the Northern clan and left it. But all this long time he did not even suspect the efforts of his comrades, so he expressed sincere words of enormous gratitude to them. Sighing heavily, Ma Deokwang replied that there was no need to thank them, because due to the Alliance's surveillance, they could not look after the heir from a close distance. The Mad Tiger was uncomfortable with the hardships Mu-wan had gone through at such a young age, and his anger at the traitors simmered as before. Turning to the elder, he said that he probably shared his anger because he was also forced to hide in the mountains. Mr. Jen agreed with his words, but during this time a lot of hardships fell on them, so he called on his comrade to join the young master. Jin Mu-wan stated that he, as the fifth head, is engaged in the restoration of the Northern Heavenly clan, so they need the strength of senior comrade, Ma Deokwang. This is exactly how the invitation to the military forces to return to the Northern clan sounded. In response, the Mad Tiger joyfully shouted that they, like the roots of the Northern clan, had been waiting for this day for an eternity, and of course they would go with him. All this time, they were oppressed by anxiety that this day would not come, and they would remain a bandit band. But now the mountains had been lifted from their shoulders. However, unexpectedly for the heir, he said that he would like to check whether he could recognize the young master as his commander. Although Mu Wan was known as the Northern Blade, the Mad Tiger somehow felt that he was quite unstable. As it turned out, we were talking about a fight according to sumo rules. While the masters present cheerfully supported such a magnificent event, Mr. Geng clutched his head, thinking that Ma Deokwan was so fierce that he could defeat even a bull with his love for wrestling. Mu Wan and Ma Deokwan fought in a battle in which the young master looked like a small ant trying to carry away a healthy sugar cube. Anticipating fun, the Mad Tiger said that if the master could knock him down at least once, then he would recognize him as the real head of the clan. Fully focused on fighting, which he had never done, Mu Wan replied that he would do his best to live up to his expectations. The judge asked the fighters to prepare for the moment when he announced the start of the fight. Mu Wan, practicing wrestling for the first time, understood that he could not defeat such an experienced warrior with simple force. He was going to wisely turn its power to his advantage. But as soon as he heard about the start of the fight, everything turned upside down, because he found himself in the air. A moment later, the incredible fighter threw his master to the ground. Seeing how much effort the crazy tiger put in, Mr. Geng was a little worried about whether his master could handle it. Mu Wan, lying on the ground, could not understand how it happened. The crazy tiger standing opposite was not going to end there and suggested trying again. With a loud laugh, he asked the young master why he was lying down so relaxed, and warned that if this was a real fight, he would have slammed him with the next blow. Rising to his feet, Mu Wan focused on how to improve his chances of winning. Taking a look at the fierce warrior, he thought that he was incredibly strong, as expected. Before the second attempt, the cheerful Mu Deokwan said that the young master should not disappoint him. In response, Mu Wan remained calm, and said that in fact Mr. Ma was too strong for a beginner. With a loud laugh, Deokwan said that he really hopes for the master's success in this round. The instant the second round began, Mu Wan focused on his footwork. To avoid being knocked to the ground, he tightened his grip on his opponent and moved forward to create room for a counter-maneuver. His sudden decisions pleasantly surprised the experienced warrior. Deokwan was sure that this was the first time Mu Wan had wrestled with someone like that, but he enjoyed the fact that this guy understood the concept so quickly and even started using footwork techniques. He recognized that the heir of the Northern clan at such a young age had considerable strength, but he believed that against his physique and enormous power, it was still useless. But at the moment when Ma Deokwan decided to put his opponent on his shoulder blades, he suddenly found himself in the air. Within a moment, there was a throw that raised a huge amount of dust and hid the result of the battle from the audience. As it turned out, Mu Wan was still not able to carry out the throw of such an experienced warrior. The young master found himself on the ground again, while the experienced fighter said that it was a good try, although it was not enough to satisfy him. Giving his hand to the heir of the clan, he invited him to try to win using any means. The third round began, and Mu Wan seriously thought about the Mad Tiger's proposal. As soon as the start of the third round was announced, he acted quite unexpectedly. Master Jin suddenly broke free from the grip of his ferocious opponent. Within a moment, he was out of sight. As it turned out, he decided to go behind the back. At the moment when Ma Deokwan tried to catch him, thinking that such tricks would not work on him, he did not notice an important detail. Mu Wan took off his headband and, running around, tied the legs of the huge fighter. Within a moment, Deokwan was immobilized, and Mu Wan, jumping on him, knocked the fighter to the ground. No matter how Mr. Ma resisted, he had no chance to resist the speed of the heir of the Northern clan. Once on the ground, he wondered what had happened with a confused look. Giving him his hand, Mu Wan reminded him that he himself said that he was allowed to use any means. Speaking about the fact that he took advantage of the offer, he asked whether this attempt would be counted. Ma Deokwan, finding himself on Earth for the first time in 11 years, was very confused. Within a moment, he laughed loudly and shouted that he really didn't say that you couldn't do that. He shouted that he really liked the young master's desire to achieve his goal, no matter what. Having fulfilled the conditions set by the warrior of the Northern clan, Mu Wan achieved his goal. Mr. Jen, who was worried about this battle, was glad that the heir to the clan turned out to be so unpredictable. kneeling down in front of the young master. He said that all this time they acted as a group of robbers, but their roots are deep in the Northern Heavenly Clan, and now they will finish what they have to do as robbers, after which they will return to the Northern Heavenly Clan. This is how the military forces of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who had been waiting all this time, joined in, as well as the Flying Stern Squad. And as soon as Gen Musang with the warriors from the Mountains of Wind and Clouds, as well as Madokwan with the Flying Stern Detachment joined, the number of warriors of the Northern Clan exceeded 500 people. Thanks to this, the construction of the clan went much more actively, and its military power increased noticeably. Finally, they were able to gather together in the renewed Northern Heavenly Clan, as if a phoenix had risen from the ashes. The joy of this event evoked sincere words from Mr. Huang, who had been sad for so long about the times when Jin Kwang Ho gave him a second chance at a decent life. Returning to the present time, Ma Deoquan showed his dissatisfaction with the situation by saying that if they weren't hiding like they are now, he would immediately go and punish the traitors with his own hands. He noticed that the head also had a hard time at heart, so he suggested that the elder hide his anxiety for the common good of their clan. As a result, Mr. Gyong apologized to Mu Wan again. Nodding his head, the clan leader accepted his words. The next words came from Elder Nin. The lady, present in her mask, said that Jae Hexim from the Great Four completely stopped showing up at some point, so rumors about internal problems and self-destruction could work. However, she was sure that the Central Alliance would certainly not easily accept the death of one of the 9 heavens that had happened a few months ago. Of course, it was about the fact that Chok Yep was defeated. The Master of Reincarnation agreed with the Elder's words, and as the leader of the secret stream, noticed that at this time there was a lot of talk about his death. According to Mr. Military Advisor, since there is a war with Silent Night, they decided to spread the word that he fought with one of the 4 supreme demon commanders, but lost and died. Mr. Chun Ying also received rumors that the death of Jae Hexim of the Great Four a few days ago, as well as all the masters associated with him, was considered by many to be the actions of the Northern Blade Jin Mu Wan, who is considered missing or dead. Although some rumors spoke of truths that were inconvenient to them, those present understood that their main enemy was still the Alliance, and whether they would be able to track their next steps. After discussing the rumors surrounding the death of one of the 9 heavens, Miss Neung said with a feeling of guilt that because of her, the situation had become more complicated. In response, those present began to support the elder, saying that her help gives them great strength. Half a year ago, Mu Wan had just started learning a special move that Gen Museng taught him. The great master, known as the King of the Wind, personally explained to him all the details of such a complex but very effective movement technique. During another training session, he was interrupted by a sudden visit from members of the Dark Moon. They panicked and turned to him for help. Mu Wan, seeing their concern, asked what happened. One of the 2 rulers of the Dark Moon, Mrs. May Wolflin, said that nothing was known about the head of Nin for 2.5 years. After this time, they managed to find her, but the situation turned out to be critical. She was imprisoned in one of the terrifying darks of the Heavenly Clan, so they could not do without the help of the head of the Northern Clan. Mu Wan and Chun Ying immediately went to the holy place of Mount Mudan, where one of the oldest great Mudan clans once settled. Miss Nongungwi succumbed to horrific torture and was then locked in an out-of-dimensional prison. She was surprised when she saw 2 people in clothes different from the guards hurrying towards her. It was Mu Wan and Chun In who immediately rushed to the lady to free her. Nungunwi said in a weakened voice that she was eventually found, although she wanted to die quietly in this place remote from civilization. Concerned about her condition, Chun Ying asked how she was feeling. He also asked why she didn't leave any traces, because without them, it was difficult to find her, despite 2.5 years of searching. As it turned out, the head of the Dark Moon simply did not want to put them in danger. She wanted her life, full of many sins, to finally end. In response to her selfish words, Chun Ying furiously shouted that she was like a mother to them, orphans without clan and tribe. Defending the fact that the Dark Moon threw all its strength into searching for her, he stated that a child cannot abandon his own mother. Looking at the lady, Mu Wan said that he actually guessed that she would be the head of the Dark Moon. Mrs. Nung asked with an awkward laugh whether it was really so obvious. Similar thoughts about her being the head of a mysterious intelligence and information dissemination organization began to occur to him 2 years ago, on the day he entered into battle with the Central Heavenly Alliance. It was Lady Neung who saved him from Chok Yep of the Nine Heavens, and also sent him a heavenly sage to help him in order to facilitate the battle with the two-headed demon organization. As it turned out, on that day 2 years ago, she lost the battle with Chok Yep and was locked in this place. She didn't know what his motive was, whether he wanted to bring her to the point of exhaustion before death, or whether he was unable to finish off his longtime friend. Mrs. Neung considered him a weakling for not being able to end her life with his own hands. Seeing the guys in good health, she assumed that they had been safe from the Central Alliance all this time. She understood that her guys would not be able to penetrate the Mudan clan, where one of the 9 heavens is located, on their own, so they asked the Northern Blade for help. Feeling a great duty, she said that she was very ashamed that she, having sinned against the Northern clan, became the reason for his risk. Having freed the lady, Muwan said that if she really wants to thank him and repay the debt, then she should give them information about the 9 heavens, as well as her techniques of the Lord of Wind and Clouds. In addition, he said that thanks to her help 2.5 years ago, he can now stand in front of her as he is, while she suffered behind bars all this time. Looking at the Lord of the Clouds, he invited her to join their clan and give them even more strength by sharing his experience and knowledge. Such a proposal turned out to be very unexpected. Taking off her mask, Mrs. Neung said that it would still be shameless on her part, but she believed that if her help would allow her to receive at least a little forgiveness, then she would gladly do it. After these words, she once again thanked the head of the Northern clan for being so lenient with her sinful personality. Chun Ying took the head of the Dark Moon on his shoulders, and they ran towards the exit. He said that the elite of the Mudan clan were sent to fight in the quiet night, so they need not worry. When the lady said that the security should still be quite serious, she suddenly fell silent because of what she saw. A huge number of guards who were inside this prison have already been eliminated. This task was carried out by Master Seo and his 7 warriors of the Blood and Sword Squad. The head of this detachment, addressing Muwan, said that in connection with the rescue operation, they dealt with all the enemy guards. However, he also said that reinforcements would be sent soon, and then they would create chaos, and then leave the place, having thoroughly examined everything at the end. Muwan accepted his report, thanked him for his work, and offered to see him safely back in the clan. Looking at the heir of the Northern clan, the lady said that apparently many wonderful things had happened during her absence. Under the cover of darkness, the guys moved on, hiding their identities. However, a moment later, against the background of the moon, someone with whom it was especially dangerous to meet appeared. Muwan, who was hiding his identity behind a mask, could not help but notice the presence of such a strong energy. Within a moment, Chok Yep landed loudly in front of them and angrily said that it would be better if they left her in the prison outside the space. Looking at the lady, he said that, remembering the past glory of the family, he left her alive, but now he would have to finish the job with his own hands. With anger and condemnation in his eyes, he asked how someone from the 9 heavens could accept salvation so pathetically. He shouted that Mrs. Neung Gung Hui had fallen to her lowest ebb. In response, the head of the Dark Moon asked if those who are just a little stronger than others, but imagine themselves as rulers, can call themselves heaven. She insisted that the 9 heavens were just relics of old times that were destined to disappear, since they simply prevented the beginning of a new era. The prudent Chun Ying, who asked for help from the head of the Northern clan, hoped until the very end that this meeting would not take place. Muwan stepped forward and said that they should not worry about this, because the day of their battle would come sooner or later. Addressing the head and agent of the Dark Moon, Muwan asked them to quickly leave the Mudan Mountains. He said that the time had come when he would become truly useful to them, so he would try to quickly finish what he started, after which he would follow them back to the Northern clan. Chun Ying, without resisting his will, asked to be careful. The guys hurriedly ran towards the mountainside, while Muwan reached for his blade. Looking at the warrior hiding his identity, Chok Yep arrogantly said that the guy in the mask is wrong if he is confident that he can easily deal with him and get out of here. Saying that he seemed familiar to him, the gentleman with 8 swords behind his back asked the stranger to identify himself. Taking off his mask, Mu Wan agreed with his words and added that the old man should prepare to face his own death. Taking out his incredible and well-maintained blade, Mu Wan pointed his weapon towards the enemy and said that one of the 9 heavens must know from whom he will receive a fatal blow. Seeing the guy's face, Chakyep realized that the rumors were true. After a brief silence, he began to clap his hands loudly and said with a laugh that he thought that Mu Wan would come to visit them to save Mrs. Neung. Despite the fact that the whole world believed that he was missing or dead, Master Chok knew for sure that one day he would appear as unexpectedly as he had disappeared. For the first time in 2.5 years, the cursed spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan appeared in front of those who belonged to the Central Heavenly Alliance. In addition to the fact that the gaze of the heir to the Northern Clan became colder and stern, the old man noticed another important detail that the true King of Swords could not miss. Looking at the snowflower, he was convinced that Mu Wan had carefully listened to his advice from the past. He said that now the demon sword of the head of the Jin family, which previously looked wounded and asking for help, has become even stronger and sharper. The old man clearly saw that the weapon had become noticeably stronger. After these words, they simultaneously rushed to attack. Mu Wan was able to strike in an instant and find himself behind his opponent. However, an opponent of such a high level easily blocked his attack. Turning to face the enemy, Chakyep realized that he should not underestimate the young master. Mu Wan closed the distance with incredible speed and was ready to strike again. He furiously rushed to the attack, not giving the enemy the opportunity to dodge. An explosion of incredible power destroyed a huge area around them. Despite the enormous pressure, Chakyep was able to withstand this blow using all 8 of his swords. The pressure from the young master only intensified, but at one moment of this tension, he suddenly put his foot forward and pushed the old man. Chakyep didn't expect that this guy was willing to fight like this at close range. Mu Wan began to work with his legs, unusual for a swordsman, stepping forward of the enemy. He made an incredible effort, clenching his teeth furiously. Thus, he managed to throw his opponent to the ground with tremendous force. Finding himself on his shoulder blades, Chakyep could not believe that a swordsman could be so skilled in close combat techniques. He was simply amazed by such an unexpected mixture of skills in the face of the young warrior. Having made the throw, Mu Wan reached towards his blade, which he had previously thrown up. This time he grabbed his sword with a thrusting grip. Finding himself in an advantageous position above his opponent, he aimed his blade at the chest of one of the 9 heavens with a furious gaze. However, it was not enough to completely immobilize such an incredible swordsman, since he was a user of 8 energy-following blades. At the last moment before the strike, Mu Wan noticed that the enemy's swords, which contained a certain amount of energy, were heading towards him. A moment before the blades arrived at the place where he was, the heir of the Northern Clan jumped back with the help of an instant step. The incredible speed he gained from learning the Wind King's techniques saved his life. The sword following the energy was giving him a lot of trouble. As soon as the opponent rose to his feet, he pointed his blades towards Mu Wan. Master Jin was forced to go into a tense defense, while the old man, simultaneously with his controlled swords, was about to strike him. His strike was aimed at the young master's head with incredible speed. Luckily, he managed to dodge and only lost a few hairs during the attack. Continuing the fight, he tried to strike back with a quick swing of the blade, holding the weapon with a reverse grip. However, the enemy jumped back without any problems, avoiding injury. Fighting one of the 9 heavens was a truly intense challenge. Young Ek, being truly the greatest swordsman, was not so simple. Under cover of darkness, they again rushed to the attack. Trying to cope with all the many attacks of the enemy, Mu Wan analyzed that despite his age, although the old man suffered from his throw, he managed to quickly recover and even attack with such success that he almost lost his head. He became convinced that the enemy's reputation was justified. In turn, Chakyep could not help but admit that the unexpected techniques of capturing from close range caused him serious damage. He couldn't even think of agreeing that the rapidly passing years had left their mark on him. Realizing that the young warrior's advantage was his endurance, the old man decided that the fight could not be allowed to drag on. He set himself the goal of ending the battle with one blow. Within a moment, he pointed all his blades towards the swordsman, trying to strike from different directions. However, this was only a deceptive maneuver, and in fact his sword surrounded the heir of the Northern Clan and began to spin at great speed. The continuous movement of the blades, overflowing with the swordsman's energy, brought into action one of his attack techniques. An area with a yin and yang image formed around Master Jin. This is what the unusual azure sword arts looked like. Throwing his arms upward, John Yun began his attack. Within a moment, this incredible power began to crush everything in the attack perimeter, pushing apart the thick clouds in the shape of a circle. Mu Wan was never able to find the weak point of this attack and suffered greatly. As soon as the old man finished this attack, the swords began to move chaotically again. Using them as a diversion, Chokyep again launched a rear attack. His powerful blow created a strong stream of destruction. Despite this, Mu Wan managed to block the blow, but opened himself up to the rest of the swords from one of the 9 heavens. The old man, holding the heir of the northern clan with his strong attack, again pointed his blades, imbued with his energy, at him. Mu Wan managed to jump back and avoid the trajectory of their attack. Having repulsed another blade, he rushed into a retaliatory attack. However, the old man was ready for such a development of events. He jumped back and again pointed his flawless blades towards the attacker. Having blocked his direct blow, Mu Wan tried to defend himself from the remaining blades with the help of the guard on his right hand, but this only stopped one sword, while the others were able to inflict cuts all over his body. But at the same moment, he managed to remove his blade and strike incredibly quickly, leaving a deep cut on his opponent's left shoulder. The old man could not believe that in a situation where he was exerting such incredible pressure, the young warrior would be able to leave a wound on his body. Throwing off the scabbard that limited his movements, he used the udang leg technique. While at close range, he attempted to perform a vanishing 7 stars punch by kicking his opponent in the stomach. However, Mu Wan managed to cope with his incredible speed and jumped back, allowing the enemy to return all his blades to one place again. But at the same moment, he realized that the enemy was not going to stand in one place. Chokyep took this battle seriously. Gathering the blades around him, he began to manipulate them, preparing his next terrifying attack. The reunification of energy, strength, and spirit led him to use another technique. Clapping his hands, he formed a yin-yang circle behind him, which was caused by the incredibly fast rotation of his 8 blades. The moment his 8 blades became one, he struck the 9 heavenly battle halls. The 5 elements of the hidden mist swords reunited, creating a powerful attack that destroyed everything in its path. Mu Wan understood that it was difficult to resist such a force even from a distance, even before it reached him. At that moment, he remembered the words of Mrs. Nung, who mentioned that Chokyep loved his weapons very much and was proud of them. She believed that if he used this to provoke him, she could find a loophole. She also believed that in order to inflame such an enemy, it was worth mentioning his young Chen Hua, the only person whom Chokyep recognized as a blade master. Since time immemorial, men have been like children, so she believed that the northern blade would be able to influence his soul. Barely holding back the pressure of the terrifying attack, Mu Wan resorted to this cunning trick and uttered a rather offensive statement. He guessed that Yang Chen Hua, the ghostly cursed blade from the great 4 northern heavens, was actually one step above the master that was a member of the 8 heavens. At the same moment, the old man suddenly changed his expression. He shouted angrily and dissatisfiedly that there was no place for provocations in their battle, because it would not work on him. But at the same moment, Mu Wan realized that the old man was lying, because he trembled, demonstrating that he actually fell for his words. Just for a moment, but a gap appeared between his powerful attacks. Seeing an opportunity for a successful attack, the heir of the Jin family took a stance and began to release a huge amount of dark energy from his blade. Chokyep understood that now he should concentrate and strike a blow that could suppress the power of the young warrior. Using a rain of blades, Mu Wan rushed towards the enemy with incredible speed. Both amazing warriors, using enormous amounts of energy, dealt the decisive blow. All this happened at a speed that was simply impossible to keep track of. With great speed, they rushed past each other, striking. The energies of the 2 great masters collided, trying to